You clearly awakened a legendary 3S grade talent. Yet you were rejected by all academies and even nearly brought about your own demise. All because your talent was of the dark attribute. As your abilities grew, you would gradually lose your sanity and might even become a demon consumed by slaughter. The academy head immediately decided to eliminate you on the spot to prevent you from growing into a calamity for the world. But at the critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared, effortlessly blocking the fatal attack meant for you. To everyone's shock, this figure then turned and knelt before you, inviting you to become the holy son of the Dark Empire. Having narrowly escaped death, you didn't hesitate and immediately accepted the offer. Upon hearing this, the academy head was horrified and resolved to stop both of you. The next moment, the black-clad figure laughed loudly and instantly engaged the academy head in battle. Seizing the opportunity, you tried to flee, but your girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, sneaked up behind you and hurled a fireball at your back, clearly intent on killing you. In desperation, you rolled aside, though the flames still scorched you badly. As you turned around, Lu Ruyan was already gathering a second fireball. With no other choice, you mimicked her movements and successfully conjured a black flame fireball, which instantly devoured hers, reducing Lu Ruyan to ashes. No one could have imagined your comprehension was so profound. Just by observing once, you could counter and annihilate her in an instant. The students were frozen in terror, and for a moment, no one dared to act. But just then, the old gatekeeper of the academy stopped you, his body erupting with arcs of lightning before hurling them into the fray. The battling parties immediately separated, both casting wary glances at the old man. Slowly, the old man floated into the air, a massive lightning array manifesting behind him. The crowd was stunned. This unassuming security guard was actually the long-vanished lightning monarch, absent from the world for decades. The old man then spoke, "Go back and tell the Dark Lord that this child stays with me. If he still wishes to become your holy son in a year, I will personally escort him to you." The black-clad figure bowed slightly. "Since you've spoken, please take good care of our holy son. Should any harm come to him, I'm certain the Dark Lord himself will come for answers." With that, the figure saluted you and vanished in a streak of black light. You felt a headache coming on. This series of twists and turns was overwhelming for someone who had just awakened their talent. The old man then grabbed you and disappeared from sight, leaving the crowd in awe. Not long after, inside a train compartment, you and the old man were enjoying barbecue and beer. Through this brief interaction, you began to understand his personality. Old Luo was a complete drunkard. After a few bottles, he'd ramble about his past life as if it were yesterday. The 6-hour train ride was spent drinking non-stop, and by the end, you'd even sworn brotherhood. After disembarking, Old Luo took you to a dilapidated school, if it could even be called that, given the only sign of its identity was a worn-out plaque, Shrek Academy. The next day, you attended class, only to find the entire school consisted of just your class, with even the lowest talent being S grade or higher. Following the teacher's instructions, you sat cross-legged, trying to sense the dark elements around you. But as time passed, sweat beaded on your forehead. No matter how hard you tried, you couldn't detect any dark elements. Instead, other elements flooded your senses. The teacher could only shrug helplessly. Dark affinity practitioners were exceedingly rare, and those in history either went mad or were hunted down. What legacy could possibly remain? Suddenly, you made a bold decision, no longer being picky but accepting everything that came your way. In an instant, all the elemental energy within 100 meters was swept clean. Everyone was stunned by your actions. After all, absorbing elements not suited to oneself could lead to energy backlash, and you were of the most volatile dark affinity. Just as the teacher was about to intervene, you actually broke through. In just a few breaths, you advanced from Tier 1 to Tier 2. The teacher, who had been ready to lecture you, swallowed all their words. Not only could you absorb all elements, but you also broke through so effortlessly. Was this the power of the dark affinity? Of course, as the only one with a 3S grade dark talent, you couldn't avoid challenges from your classmates. These arrogant individuals all wanted to crush you underfoot, but because your current level was too low, the teacher prohibited immediate duels and instead set a 3-month deadline, allowing them to challenge you after 90 days with no refusal permitted. Given your earlier cultivation speed, the teacher was curious to see just how far you could grow in 3 months. In the days that followed, you spent your mornings cultivating and mimicking others' energy patterns to create new techniques, while your evenings were spent drinking beer with Old Luo, the town drunk. Life was surprisingly comfortable. Old Luo even gifted you a few elemental crystals, significantly speeding up your advancement. However, not long after, Old Luo suddenly left, leaving behind only a letter and, supposedly, a rare beast from the southern beast domain. Recent large-scale disturbances had arisen, and as one of the Empire's strongest, he had to go. That's right, the foreign beasts in the southern beast domain have recently appeared a large-scale abnormality. In just 3 days' time, they had attacked Luo City 4 times, after the 6 major colleges, the 24 major guilds negotiated and decided that each college, the guilds will send out 3 representatives of their strengths to go to Luo City to rescue them. So, you are one of them? Luo Hongtian took a rare solemn turn, patted Lin Li's shoulder and said, "After I'm gone, no one will cover you, so be careful with everything, there are many pairs of eyes staring at you within the academy." "Master Luo, don't worry about going, there will be a day when I, Lin Li, will also head to the borderlands and fight alongside you to eliminate this group of people." Luo Hongtian's expression stagnated, obviously not expecting Lin Li to have such thoughts. "Ha ha 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 ha. Good. Good. Good." Luo Hongtian said good 3 times in a row, showing how touched he was in his heart. "Just based on your words, the 2 of us will not get drunk tonight." "Good, let's say it's the wine I've prepared for you to celebrate your journey." Pushing the cups and exchanging the glasses, the wine passed 3 rounds. Lin Li and Luo Hongtian talked freely for nearly 10 hours. With bottles of wine all over the floor, the 2 of them drank themselves dizzy. Lin Li only remembered that he was finally sent back to his apartment by the restaurant's waitstaff, and then lay on his bed unconscious. It wasn't until midday the next day that the sunlight stabbed Lin Li to wake up leisurely, and only then did the blurred memories slowly come flooding back. Looking at the time, 12 noon. Luo Hongtian had already departed. A minimum of 1 year, or even 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. It was possible that the 2 would not see each other. In other words, the next road could only be walked down by Lin Li himself. "Ding dong, your homeroom teacher Chui Yayun has initiated a video invitation, do you accept?" Chui Yayun? What was she looking for herself for? Lin Li hurriedly looked at his cell phone schedule, it was indeed empty, right? And then looked at the clothes on her body, it was still healthy, she wouldn't be naked. Connect. With that, Chui Yayun's figure appeared on the large monitor. "Student Lin, how have you been these past few days?" Pretty good, been practicing in the training room, and I've made a lot of progress." Chui Yayun nodded stoically and continued, "That's good, this time I'm contacting you mainly for 2 things. The first one is about this matter of you challenging student Zhao yesterday and winning." Saying this, Chui Yayun paused as if she was hesitating about something. Lin Li wasn't stupid, it must have been Zhao's 2 brothers behind it, otherwise how could Chui Yayun find herself? "Teacher Chui, there's no harm in saying what you have to say, I've already expected that after this battle, it will bring a lot of trouble. Indeed, just now Mr. Zhao's homeroom teacher, Mr. Xing, came to me and claimed that the injuries that Zhao Zhengde received this time are quite serious, and that he will be delayed for at least 2 weeks of classes, so he asked me to come and remind you not to go overboard with things in the future." "Go too far?" Lin Li laughed coldly, "This so-called Mr. Xing doesn't look like he's a good person either, huh? He has to meddle in matters between students too, what? Zhao Zhengde is his dog's son? Teacher Chui, it's not too much if I can keep him alive, it seems like it's pretty rare for students to get hurt in a duel, right? I remember there were quite a few rumors about students dying during duels. I don't see anyone saying they went too far." Of course, Chui Yayun also understood this reasoning, but that Zhao's 2 brothers were not a good fight, coupled with Lin Li's dark influence, the other party slightly exerted tactics, and Lin Li became the unreasonable party. "Hey! Lin student, it's true that you can't be blamed for this matter, so I don't intend to criticize you, just be cautious in the future. Let's talk about the second matter, this matter is very important to you." Chapter 22 The Trial Quiz in the Sunset Forest. Sacred Royal Academy's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd years will have a trial test every 3 months, and the content of the trial is very simple, it's to destroy foreign beasts, capture points, and obtain rewards. And there are still 3 days until the next trial quiz for our 1st year. As an interloper, you have the power to choose to forego this trial and wait until 3 months later to participate, considering the lower level of your alien ability. Of course, you can also choose to participate in this trial. The benefits gained will be very great. If you can achieve certain results in this trial, you will not only be rewarded by the academy, but will also be appreciated by your teachers and classmates, which is very favorable to your current image. Chui Yayun explained very carefully. Lin Li, who was listening, was so energized. Trial quizzes, getting rewards, winning appreciation. This kind of opportunity could be rare, and Lin Li didn't want to miss out on it. "Teacher Chui, I'll be on time for this trial quiz." Sparring and fighting with alien beasts could be far more enjoyable than fighting with the students. Only by involving the threat of death could one better stimulate one's potential. With this fervor, this exhilaration, Lin Li had no reason not to go. "Good job, student Lin Li, I knew you wouldn't back down. The exact time, the location I will send you through Little Cancer. There are still 3 days left, prepare yourself and further your own strength as much as possible. Okay, Mr. Chui. As soon as the call ended, a beep came from Little Cancer. Drip Dong, you have an arrangement for the trial in 3 days, please check. Linley hurriedly picked up his phone and checked it. Trial time, September 14th, that is, 3 days from now at 9 a.m. sharp. Trial location, the teleportation square in the eastern part of the academy, coordinates Sunset Forest. Trial period, 7 days. Trial content, hunting and killing foreign beasts, obtaining foreign beast crystals, the higher the quality can be exchanged for more points. For example, the first 3 levels of foreign beast crystals can be exchanged for 5 points, 4 levels of exchange for 10 points, 5 levels of exchange for 15 points, and so on. Trial rules, 3,000 trialists randomly transported to the Sunset Forest locations, 7 days, can be hunted through the beast, access to the beast crystals in exchange for points, the higher the points the more generous rewards. During the period, the trialists can plunder each other crystals, do not have to worry about the problem of overweight, the college will give each person equipped with a life bracelet, once a fatal attack will be triggered to resist, triggering the life bracelet, the trialists will be eliminated, teleported back to the internal college. At the end of the final trial, the academy would select the top 10 places based on the points ranking and distribute the mysterious grand prize. TSK, don't have to worry about striking out too hard, then this trial will be much more interesting. Linley walked over to the window and gazed into the distance. The risks of this trial could not be small, and if one wanted to achieve a certain level of success one would have to use some means. After all, there were a lot of people in the same grade who didn't see eye to eye with him. Especially the group of people in the same class as himself, who were the strongest and most arrogant. It was feared that they would not be the first to approach Linley and eliminate him. The situation was just like this, and Linley hadn't come up with any good solutions even after pondering for half a day. He simply washed up and headed to the training room to practice. If he could advance his realm even further within 3 days, then the risk would be much lower with it. At least no one other than the top few in the same class could threaten Linley. Time passed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Linley made a breakthrough. The time of the breakthrough was the early morning of the 3rd day, and there were only less than 3 hours left before the trial began. During these 3 days, Linley had been practicing all the time. He skipped sleeping time and didn't waste any time eating, in order to break through as soon as possible. Every day, he appropriately absorbed a portion of the essence of foreign beasts, and then threw the low-rank elemental crystals equipped in the training room. Linley finally got what he wanted, breaking through the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the beginner's class and successfully arriving at the 4th level of the beginner's class. This also meant that Linley had officially stepped into the ranks of the beginner middle stage alien. Don't underestimate this promotion, as the saying goes, one rank is stronger than another. Linley clearly perceived that the dark elemental storage value in his body had increased exponentially. Physical quality is even more obvious changes. The specific strength of how to grow, but also rely on the actual battle to test some. Love you walk alone in a dark alley. Love your unghostly appearance. A familiar ringtone rang out, it was Lu Qingyue calling. Ms. Lu, what's the matter? Linley, I heard from Mr. Chui that you also participated in this trial, is that true? Linley always felt that the other end of the phone was tinged with a bit of excitement. It's true, I've been preparing for the trial these past few days. That's great, Linley, let's work together, hunt the foreign beasts together, snatch the crystals, and then we'll achieve the rankings together and get the rewards. Cooperate? Right. How could Linley have forgotten about this? The rules didn't say that trialists couldn't team up and cooperate with each other, either? Student Lu, my realm of strength is lower, if you choose to cooperate with me, will. Oops, you're a SSS rank darkness. Through the last time you fought with Zhao Zhenda I realized that your darkness over level challenge is really remarkable, with your current strength of primary rank 3, fighting against primary rank 6, which is my level of exalted should not even be a problem. Linley's cheeks were slightly flushed. Being praised by a girl was quite embarrassing. Good, since Student Lu trusts me so much, then we'll work hard together in the Sunset Forest trial. It just so happens that I've just broken through to the 4th level, so I can help you to share some of the pressure. Great, Linley, then let's. Wait, what did you just say? You broke through again? Lu Qingyue hadn't reacted at first, snapping her ears and asking in an almost incredulous tone. In that battle 3 days ago, Linley was still at the 3rd level of the beginner's stage, and at that time, Lu Qingyue had already begun to envy Linley's talent. After all, it had taken a whole month for himself to break through to the 3rd level of the beginner's rank at first. But now that Linley said that he had broken through again, it was simply off the mark. Lin Li, just according to your cultivation improvement speed, catching up with my sister will take at most a year. Oh no, half a year. I don't know how to describe you anymore, genius? Demon? Or a genius among legends? Maybe it's because I've seen so little. All in all, congratulations, the stronger you are, the higher the probability of us achieving success in this trial. He. Ms. Whisper is too kind, the trial will start in less than 3 hours, I'll go back to wash up and change my clothes first, then we'll rendezvous at the teleportation plaza. Okay, see you in a bit. Chapter 23 Late Stage Bitch Cancer. The trial quiz that was held once every 3 months was a very important self-testing opportunity for the students of St. Imperial. First of all, if you can achieve a certain ranking, you can be famous throughout the campus and reap the respect and attention of many students, and secondly, you can also obtain high-quality rewards from the academy, such as elemental crystals, weapon refining materials, money currency, and so on. Rumor has it that among the rewards for the top 3, there are also elemental magic weapons. Of course, this was only a rumor, and the rewards for the top 3 were always given out in secret. Secondly, it was that participating in the trials would allow you to accumulate experience in battling against foreign beasts and not have to worry about your life being threatened. Because it's not just St. Royal Academy, including the other 5 academies, when you reach 4th year, you will be led by a designated teacher to the major borderlands to participate in resistance and crusade against foreign beasts. This was both practicing learning and fulfilling an obligation. Resisting the invasion of alien beasts and maintaining the safety and security of the people of the Divine Continent is the significance of the existence of the Exalted. Including the Demonized Legion, the Evil Spirit Sanctuary, and the Dark Kingdom, none of them could escape this responsibility. Therefore, during their school years, the students would treasure the opportunity to fight against alien beasts, so that they could be well prepared, and when they set foot on the battlefield, they could utilize their accumulated experience to fight against even more ferocious and bloodthirsty alien beasts. There was less than half an hour before the trial began. At this moment, the teleportation plaza had long been a sea of people, bustling with activity. Lin Li could easily see Lu Qingyue's figure in the crowd, but before he could find his way over, the familiar 3 little ones stopped in front of him. Lin Li, thinking about it, your strength is quite passable, so join our team. Wu Xiu didn't want a billion to come forward, issuing an invitation in a very arrogant manner. Lin Li, your darkness department is very annoying, joining us is the best choice for you, otherwise when you enter the Sunset Forest, it will lead to many unnecessary troubles. Yao Tong's analyzing ability was very good, and he made Lin Li's situation at the moment crystal clear. To be honest, if Lin Li hadn't reached a consensus with Lu Qingyue, he might have even agreed. Unfortunately, the power of a beautiful woman was far from being comparable to these 3 pancakes. I'm sorry, I already have an organization, besides, you all know that my darkness is prone to attracting trouble, so why invite me? Because your value is greater than the trouble you can attract. Si Fengyu's words were quite interesting and deep. It couldn't help but make Lin Li give him a high look. Light language. Light whisper. I'm here light speech. At this very moment, Wu Xiu also discovered Lu Qingyue's figure, that arm swinging, almost catching up with the propeller. Give him 2 large onions on top of his head, can be lifted into the air in place. Once Lu Qingyue heard that it was Wu Xiu, her face instantly collapsed. If she hadn't realized that Lin Li was at the side, she would have definitely turned her head and left. What do you guys want? Pry someone from me? Lu Qingyue came straight to Lin Li's side and asked the few hostages in a bad tone. Light language, how can you work with this kid behind my back? I'm the one you should consider the most, am I not your heart's desire anymore? Wu Hua could be described as having advanced stages of cheap cancer, and the few people around him were disgusted to hear that. Quite a big man to add a billion in public pampering? Lu Qingyue is also a ruthless person, without saying anything go up as a foot, this foot seems to be ordinary, but when contacted Wu Hua body, directly exudes a golden light. Good guy, even the holy light system's supernatural ability are used. Then Wu Xiu had a tragedy, and directly covered his stomach and flew out backwards. I told you to be cheap. The next time I kick you, it won't be your stomach. Not the stomach? Following Lu Qingyue's gaze, the few people present unconsciously clenched their crotches. This woman can't be messed with. What about you two? Is there anything else? Lu Qingyue clapped her hands and skimmed her gaze towards Yao Tong, Si Fengyu and the 2 of them again. No. Nothing. The duo's heads shook like rattlesnakes, they didn't want to follow in Wu Xiu's footsteps. Lin Li, let's go wait over there, it's clean over there. Lu Qingyue tugged on Lin Li's sleeve and headed towards the other end of the square. At this moment, Wu Xiao, who had fallen to the ground and was rolling back and forth, saw the scene and his heart was about to break. In his mouth, he kept chanting, "Light language. Light language. My goddess, don't leave me behind." See Fomu, two people extremely tacit understanding flash away, too cheap, with him as really cannot afford to lose that person. Linley, although our team is just the two of us, but I have confidence in you, in myself. The last trial because of a small accident, so did not achieve the top 10 results. This time I must snow a previous shame, otherwise I will be sorry for my goddess Lu's name. On the bench, Lu Qingyue spoke in that exhilarating manner. It was as if she was encouraging herself, but also as if she was also encouraging Linley. A little accident happened? What accident? Lu Qingyue scratched her head in embarrassment and said, "Last time, the team I was leading accidentally intruded into the territory of a middle-ranked third-grade alien beast, and as a result, the whole army was wiped out." No wonder Lu Qingyue only invited Linley this time. Was she afraid that the tragedy would happen again? I said it was a small accident. The Sunset Forest is so big, and there are only 10 middle-ranked beasts in it, but I bumped into them, so who am I going to talk to about this? Linley helplessly shrugged his shoulders. It was indeed unlucky enough. However, this Sunset Forest actually had 10 middle-ranked alien beasts within it. This point Linley hadn't thought of. First-year students, simply impossible to have the existence of middle-order strength of the alien, which is completely who meets who unlucky well. Unless it's a group of first-year students fighting against a middle-ranked alien beast, then there's barely a chance of victory. Right, Linley, I have always had a question I want to ask you. Is afraid you mind? Lu Qingyue didn't know what came to her mind, and opened her mouth hesitantly. Have any questions, just ask, I won't mind. I just want to ask you, there are so many classmates in the academy who are saying bad things about you behind your back and making rumors about you. Do you really not care at all? If it were me, I probably wouldn't have been able to take it anymore. Linley's eyes also flashed with a hint of helplessness when he heard this question. There's a saying that goes like this: words spoken by a person are like a knife blade. If they're used incorrectly, they'll turn into tricky murderous weapons that will pierce deeply into a person's heart. If I say I don't care, perhaps even I won't believe myself. But what can I do if I don't care? The human heart is like this: there is no pure good, nor pure evil. It's like light and darkness, polar opposites, yet interdependent. I will turn the blades that others thrust at me into my own, and attach them to my body, and one day, I will become invulnerable to swords and spears, and invulnerable to fire and water. Chapter 24, Death Under Peony Flowers. Being a ghost is also windfall. Lu Qingyue was touched by Linley's words, her small eyes blinking and blinking as if some strange emotion had begun to sprout. Ding dong! A mechanical bell rang throughout the entire square. Everyone quieted down and silently gazed at the center position of the square. Sunset Forest trial detection now officially begins. Please have all students wear the life bracelet that belongs to them. If any are lost, the qualification for the trial will be immediately cancelled. Linley looked around. Where is it? Where is the bracelet? Lu Qingying gently touched Linley, signaling him to stay calm. At the same time, a strong elemental fluctuation quickly spread out. Linley closed his eyes and perceived it. It was the wood elemental energy. And this energy was exceptionally powerful. It had already covered the entire square. If it was done by human power, then this person must be a super-ranked powerhouse. Linley, reach out. Lu Qingyue once again whispered a reminder, and only then did Linley slow down. Right at this moment, everyone in the square stretched out a hand as if they were waiting for something to descend. Seeing this, Linley also stretched out his hand, and then a magical scene happened. Dark green elemental energy quickly condensed at the wrist, and when the light gradually dispersed, a delicate jasper bracelet wrapped around it, luscious and textured, especially nice to look at. Please enter the teleportation spell formation for all students. After 3 minutes, teleportation will begin. All the students began to head towards the central area of the square, with Linley and Lu Qingyue following closely behind. Upon arriving at the central area, everyone consciously stood within an oval-shaped floor tile, in a neat and instrumental position. Linley looked around and nodded in satisfaction. This is what it looks like. As the top alien energy academy in Divine State, it should have this kind of vigorous appearance. Look at that physical fitness class training ground, goddamn thing. Please get ready, in 10 seconds, the teleportation will begin. At this moment, everyone closed their eyes, including Lu Qingyue. Only Linley himself was left staring with a big eyeball, dripping and looking around. In his heart, he was wondering why they were all closing their eyes. Is something horrible about to happen? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, boom. Linley was confused, everyone present was confused. What the hell? What blew up? Suddenly, Linley seemed to sense something and jerked his head up to look upwards. He saw a black figure rush through the air, the darkness alien energy wrapped around it terrifying. Big brother ah! This person's strength was definitely above the super rank, otherwise he wouldn't be followed by so many academy powerhouses. Yi Chang! How dare you! Sun Wukong's angry shout scared everyone present. Yi Chang? Wasn't that the leader of the Dark Kingdom? How did this big brother come to the sacred royalty? Linley was thinking like this when he was suddenly wrapped in a dark force, and immediately afterward, the ground began to shake violently, and the mechanical-like beeping tone came once again. 3, 2, 1. Begin teleportation. It was at this close call that Lu Qingyin directly rushed to Linley's side and grabbed his arm in a death grip. And then it was gone. A blinding, eye-catching white light covered everything, and all the students all disappeared at this moment. Linley felt a blur in front of his eyes, followed by the sky spinning and a serious loss of strength. It was a good thing that he hadn't eaten breakfast, otherwise he would have been forced to vomit. But even so, the warmth and softness on his arms still persisted. Linley couldn't care less and directly pulled Lu Qingyue into his arms, going with the flow. Yi Chang! What exactly do you want? At this moment, the Sacred Royal Academy was in complete chaos. Thousands of figures stood above the void, tightly surrounding a black figure in the center. And in the position directly below, there were several thousand more teachers and students, standing in strict wait. Sun Wukong pointed his finger at Yi Chang and angrily questioned. Dean Sun, don't be so angry. I'm just here to pick up the people that should belong to me. The person that belonged to him? Sun Wukong and the many school leaders present thought of one person in unison. Linley. Yi Chang, since Linley has joined our Sacred Imperial Academy, he is a part of our Sacred Imperial Academy, and for you to act like this is simply too much of a disregard for my Sacred Imperial. A part of the Sacred Imperial? Ha ha. Yi Chang laughed out loud with seeming mockery. What piercing words ah, when have you guys ever accepted the Darkness Department from the bottom of your hearts? If it wasn't for Linley's SSS grade talent, would you guys care to give him a second glance? Even so, I haven't seen Linley have a good time. Accusations, ridicule, abuse, slander, insults, provocations, rumors. I, the Dark Kingdom, consider my actions to be shady, but what about you? A bunch of hypocrites. If it wasn't for Luo Hongtian's haphazard meddling the other day, Linley would have long been my Dark Kingdom's man. All of the leading teachers except for Sun Wukong revealed a look of astonishment after hearing this. It was Luo Hongtian who snatched Linley from the Dark Kingdom? Why? Yi Chang, don't talk nonsense and demagoguery anywhere, breaking into my sacred royalty and harming my students. You have to pay back this debt. Sun Wukong obviously didn't want Yi Chang to continue, rushing to change the topic and preparing to make a move. I don't have time to play with you guys. If you don't go and fix the teleportation spell formation, those 3,000 students won't be able to come back. As soon as the words fell, a black mist suddenly appeared behind Yi Chang, gradually enveloping his entire body. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Dean, I'll send someone to chase after him. Zhang Lei volunteered and prepared to go after Yi Chang. Alright, there's no time to care about him right now. The teleportation spell formation is destroyed. It must be repaired as soon as possible, or else the 3,000 students will be in danger. Sun Wukong's fixation wasn't that bad, he knew exactly what was the most important thing at the moment. All high-ranked Xenos, follow me to repair the spell formation and receive the students back. Boom. Ah. It's too high. Who the hell is so unethical to put the teleportation location in the sky? Linley didn't know what was going on, but after exiting the teleportation space he came back to being high above the sky. That feeling, don't mention how exciting it was. The last time he flew, there were people from the Dark Kingdom carrying him, so he couldn't kill anyone. What do we have this time? There was a big beautiful woman in his arms, but both of them couldn't fly? Could this be the so-called death by peony? Is this the world somehow cleverly adding a pair of bitter lovebirds? Linley, there seems to be a mud puddle down there. What? What did you say? I can't hear you. Strong air currents surrounded his ears, but Linley couldn't hear anything. Exasperated, Lu Qingyue grabbed Lin Li's ears and yelled, "There's a mud pool down there. We're not going to die from the fall." Chapter 25 The Mist Spring. It was only then that Lin Li heard clearly that there was a not-so-small mud puddle directly underneath where the two had fallen, so if they fell in, they certainly wouldn't die from the fall. The problem was that Lin Li didn't want to fall in. In all honesty, he loves to be clean. As long as he returns to the apartment, the first thing he does is to take a shower and wash his clothes. If he fell into the mud puddle, and then rolled a few times, and sipped a couple of sips of, simply do not dare to imagine. But now this situation does not fall in will certainly be dropped into the mud. What to do? There is. Lin Li thought of a way and decided to try. If it failed, the two would still fall into the mud. But it was better than falling to their deaths. Light speech. Hold on to me. Lu Qingyue was unsure, but there was no time to think. Her hands and feet wrapped tightly around Lin Li's waist, making it look like a wombat. Along with the duo's descending speed getting faster and faster and faster. Finally, at a height of less than 20 meters from the surface of the mud pool, Lin Li struck. Dark shockwave. A massive amount of supernatural energy gushed out, descending from the sky like a pillar of dark light, charging straight into the mud pool. The originally calm, filthy muddy water was blasted out 6 or 7 meters high, scattering all around. Although the two of them were stained with some, but the good thing is that the speed of descent was hardened down. At the same time, Lin Li stretched out his other hand, aimed directly in front of another dark shockwave. The two were so hard to recoil to the ground. Finally, Lin Li's really physical strength, from the position of more than 2 meters high, fell down. Since Lu Qingyue was snuggled in Lin Li's arms, she did not suffer any substantial injuries. What was tragic was Lin Li. His body's supernatural energy was exhausted, resulting in a decrease in his resistance to blows. This fall almost didn't even out his brain. Lin Li! Lin Li! How are you, Lin Li? Lin Li, you wake up, ah! Lu Qingying climbed up from Lin Li's arms. Seeing that the back of Lin Li's head was covered in blood, she was so scared that she was at a loss for words, and she kept shaking her body in an attempt to wake the other party up. Lin Li, wake up! Don't you scare me! Lu Qingyue's tears were spinning in her eyes in a hurry, and she haphazardly used her supernatural energy to instill it into Lin Li's body. Don't say, this move of urgency really did have an effect. The residual darkness system foreign energy in Lin Li's body crazily absorbed the holy light system foreign energy that Lu Qingyue had poured into his body, and after his physical energy was replenished, Lin Li leisurely woke up from his coma. Light language, what are you crying about? Am I hiccuping? Lin Li subconsciously reached out his hand to wipe the tears from the corner of Lu Qingyue's eyes, and then both of them froze. When Lu Qingyue reacted, she didn't get angry at Lin Li's actions, but instead laughed happily. You're scaring me to death. What kind of bull method is this? Almost lost my little life. Cough, cough. Lin Li was just about to get up when there was a dullness in his chest position and he couldn't stop coughing. Seeing this, Lu Qingyue rushed forward to assist, and only after the two of them got up did Lin Li snappishly return. It's because I overestimated myself, releasing 2 skills at the same time. The body's heterogeneous energy simply couldn't support the depletion. I really don't want you to fall into the quagmire and get stained by this dirty sludge. Lu Qingyue's small face flushed red after hearing this, and her heartbeat speed increased a lot. So it turned out that Lin Li was doing this all for her. Could he be liking himself? And would he like him himself? Really annoying. Just that sentence could be expressing his feelings to himself? Then should I accept it? In fact, the answer to this was revealed as early as the moment when Lu Qingyue rushed towards Lin Li without a care in the world. The problem was that Lin Li didn't know, right? The words he said just now were entirely to cover up the fact that he didn't want to fall into the mire. Hell, this girl was making up her own random brain. Hiss. Lin Li suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from the back of his head. He touched it with his hand, and it hurt so much that he sucked in a breath of cool air. He was really hurt. Stabbing. Lin Li, you don't move first, I'll help you simply bandage it. Lu Qingying did not hesitate to pull down his skirt, personally bandaged the wound for Lin Li. This action can give Lin Li touched bad. Lu Qingyue is definitely the girl who treats herself the best besides her aunt and little sister. Lin Li, where are we? It's dark and gloomy, there won't be ghosts, right? Lu Qingyue bandaged Lin Li's wound and looked around at her surroundings. Discovering that this place was surprisingly eerie, needless to say, the mere fact that it could have mud puddles present proved that this place was wasteland and very heavy with moisture. But at this moment, Lin Li's attention wasn't on the surroundings. Instead, it was on Lu Qingyue's legs. White, thin, long, and tender. Blah blah blah. Thinking the wrong way, what Linley was focusing on was Lu Qingyue's broken skirt. It was already a short skirt, and with such a tug, her legs were nearly half exposed. This place is wet and cold, it's not good to let a girl get cold. Immediately, Linley took off his jacket and slowly stepped forward. Just walked to the back of Lu Qingyue's head, both sides less than 10 centimeters, the former suddenly turned back. The two of them just looked at each other dumbfounded, their breathing sound getting thicker and thicker. You. What are you doing? Lu Qingyue's cheeks were like that of a ripe apple, getting redder and redder. Linley didn't speak, but instead stretched out his hands and wrapped them around the other party's waist. Lu Qingyue was inwardly surprised and delighted. Was this going to be a wave of wild spring? So nervous, so looking forward to. Lu Qingyue even closed her eyes in preparation for the arrival of spring. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. 20 seconds. Huh? Why didn't Linley move? Lu Qingyue quietly opened her eyes and realized that Linley was looking at herself with a blank expression. That expression seemed to be asking, "Girl, are you alright?" Lu Qingyue was even more bewildered, looking at Linley, looking around, and looking at her lower body. Only then did she realize that Linley was covering herself from the cold. This was great, and Lu Qingyue's face turned even redder. So red that it was about to drip blood. Seeing this, Linley was very worried and asked, "Light language, what happened to your face? It's not poisoned, is it? Damn it, I knew this Thai place wasn't right." Lu Qingyue saw Linley's appearance, and the more she thought about it, stinking straight man. Serves you right for being single for the rest of your life. You little cutie, I'm not poisoned. I'm hot. After saying that, he hurriedly turned his head away. This was great, the eerie atmosphere around them all but dissolved the awkwardness of the duo. Linley was still confused and scratched his head, coincidentally touching the wound. This gave him pain. Whispering, "Isn't this place the Sunset Forest?" Linley grimaced as he observed his surroundings and asked in confusion. "No, this isn't the Sunset Forest, it seems to be the Dark Forest." Chapter 26. Hands don't move, mouth does. Dark Forest? Why does it sound a bit familiar to me? Roar. Well, come to think of it, the extreme northern border of the Divine Continent, the junction between Song City and the Northern Beast Domain, or the buffer zone. How did it run here? Whispering, "Run." Linley didn't make the slightest hesitation, grabbed Lu Qingyue's small hand and rushed towards the woods ahead. Why did he rush? Because there was a foreign beast. That roar just now was clearly a beast that had detected the breath of the two of them and was rapidly approaching. Both of them clearly perceived that this beast was at the 9th level of the primary stage. Just as soon as it debuted, it came with a big load. Should it be so exciting? Linley's current state is very poor, the body's foreign energy basically did not recover much, and Lu Qingyue is still only a junior level 6, what can the two of them take against the foreign beast? Giving people food? Damn it! How did the promised trial become a desperate escape? Linley rushed while observing the surrounding situation, fearing that another fey beast would pop up. "Linley, our bracelets are still there, we should be able to teleport back." Lu Qingyue reminded very unconfidently, flinging the jasper bracelet at her wrist, as if it didn't have much sensing power. "Light language, if this bracelet is still useful, long ago when I was injured, I teleported back." The more Linley thought about it, the more angry he became. What exactly did this Yi Chen want? Even though the Dark Kingdom is stationed in the northern part of Divine State, what the hell are you doing teleporting me to the Dark Forest? 100 kilometers apart, and walk over there hard? Roar. With the roar getting closer and closer, Linley knew that he couldn't hide. How could two legs outrun four? "Light language, I need you to fight for me for 3 minutes, after 3 minutes I'll have the certainty that I'll be able to finish this off." Lu Qingyue agreed without even thinking. Although there was a difference of 3 levels, stalling it for a short while shouldn't be a problem. With that, the duo stopped and turned back in unison. Just in time, they saw the foreign beast that was chasing after them, and at this moment, it was roaring lowly as it lowered its speed and slowly approached. This is a two-headed wolf? As the name suggests, it was a wolf with 2 heads, except that it was not a small size, less than 2 meters 3 or 4. That big toe cap was so long that cutting it off would probably be able to make a pot of stew. Light speech, be sure to be careful of this wolf's claws. Lu Qingyue nodded solemnly, and her hands began to converge on her holy light system's supernatural energy. As for Linley, he pulled out the darkness system Fey crystallization. At this juncture, it was better to have a damaged mind than to lose one's life. Casually find a tree to sit on his knees, crazy absorption of elemental essence. I do not know whether it is because Linley breakthrough relationship with the body of the excessive consumption of foreign energy, this time the speed of absorption is particularly fast. At the same time, Lu Qingyue's side also started to fight. The two-headed wolf's attribute system was the wind system, so its movement speed was particularly fast, and every time it swung its two large front paws, it was able to throw out a wind blade. Lu Qingying gathered a holy light barrier in front of her body, dodging as much as she could, and carrying it down if she couldn't dodge it. The energy balls gathered in both hands were aimed at the head of the two-headed wolf, and both sides went back and forth like this for several rounds. It looked like they were facing each other, evenly matched. In fact, Lu Qingying's heart is very clear. This is testing himself. The power of the beast often does not lie in the supernormal ability, but in his close combat and physical defense. Holy light descent. Lu Qingyue found the right moment to unleash her skill. An arm-thick pillar of light pierced through the clouds and descended from the sky. The two-headed wolf realized the danger and its figure flashed quickly, but the pillar of light in the sky was like it had been installed with navigation. No matter where it ran, the pillar of light followed it. Rumble. Finally, along with a loud bang came, the holy light descent hit the target precisely. However, Lu Qingying didn't have the slightest intention of relaxing. Instead, her eyes became even more grave. Huffing. 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 When the smoke and dust dispersed, the figure of the two-headed wolf reappeared, except for the slightly messy hair on its body. Basically nothing happened. At this moment, it was staring dead on at Lu Qingyue, gasping for air under its breath, and its entire body erupted with palpitating elemental fluctuations. This fey beast was going to get real. In the next second, the two-headed wolf moved. With a bang, it rushed forward. The ground where it was originally located actually cracked a bit, and thick smoke scattered in all directions. Lu Qingying gathered all her powers in front of her body, trying to block the other party's impact. Unfortunately, the difference of 3 levels of strength was far from what it thought it would be. A large grayish claw slapped directly at the barrier. Ka! Ka! Click! Lu Qingyue's pupil shrunk slightly. Her full-strength defense was just slapped with a crack? And this crack was getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it looked like it would not be able to support it. Lu Qingyue made an immediate decision and directly drew back. The large claw that lost its blocking power directly slapped on the ground, shaking the surrounding plants and trees violently. Looking at the place where the two-headed wolf's claw landed, the shallow crater with a diameter of about half a meter proved how terrifying the force of this strike was. Failing to hit, the two-headed wolf roared angrily and attacked again. Seeing that the situation is not good, Lu Qingyue directly wrapped her feet around the supernatural ability, whoosh 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 a few times, and then climbed a large tree. The two-headed wolf nonchalantly slapped a claw off the tree trunk. Lu Qingyue jumped to another tree. There is nothing else in this place, but there are plenty of trees. One person and one beast played a chase like this. You jump a tree, I slap a tree, you jump again, I slap. Again. After tossing back and forth for more than a minute, Linley finally finished recovering. Only this state is somewhat not normal. At this moment, Linley's eyes are red, a strong killing intent cannot stop surging outward. The original strength of a beginner level 4 now exuded an aura even more terrifying than that of a two-headed wolf. Roar! The two-headed wolf naturally noticed this change in Linley. Glancing at Lu Qingyue on the tree, it had no time to care about her now. Linley! What's wrong with you? Lu Qingyue was puzzled to see Linley's body filled with a murderous aura. Wasn't it restoring her powers? How come it feels like it's going to be demonized? Don't worry, I'm fine. Linley's words were very cold and could not be heard with any emotion. In fact, this situation is only clear to Linley himself. Consciousness is no problem, is inexplicably want to kill people. Or beast. Nor manic, nor impulsive. Just want to kill. A gray hair also dares to spread wildness in front of me? Linley's hands did not move, and his mouth moved. First, he pretended a wave of B and pulled the atmosphere. The two-headed wolf seemed to read Linley's disdainful look, and his eyes became sharper and sharper. Immediately afterward, the back foot stomped on the ground and directly rushed out, lifting its big claws and slapping them towards Linley's head. Linley didn't know what to think, his arm covered with a layer of powerful darkness supernatural energy, actually attempting to carry this strike down. Boom! Then Linley was slapped away. Looking at Lu Qingyin, he was so angry. Chapter 27 The Great Treasure Sword. Linley! What the hell is wrong with you? Lu Qingyue started to speak in her hometown. How big is the difference in strength between the two sides? What time is it now that you're still pretending to be B? Cough. Damn, this strength is still quite big. Linley stood up holding his waist, and in his heart, he spat out vigorously. Damn it, this is a big disgrace. Still thought that with his existing foreign energy he could carry off a blow from the other side, but as a result, nothing. It was annoying. However, this blow also counted as a slap that woke Linley up, and the killing sensation he had just felt was instantly suppressed. Whispering, I'll be the main attacker, you assist. Can circle kick while still single combat. Linley thought that with the current state can fight against the 8th level alien, but this beast in front of him is the 9th level, pretending to be B will be struck by lightning. Good. Lu Qingyue didn't shilly-shally, and directly began to interfere remotely. Spells were thrown out one after another, and Linley also used Dark Shockwave. If they were losing in melee combat, then they would play long-range consumption. The enhanced shockwave blasted at the two-headed wolf, causing the opponent to keep retreating. A spell ball smashed into its back with precision and accuracy, causing this to suffer pain. Strong defense didn't mean it wouldn't be injured. With two people clamping down, there would always be times when it couldn't care about its defense. For example, like now, the two-headed wolf was annoyed to death by Lu Qingyin's doggy behavior, and with both claws exerting force, two extremely strong wind blades rushed towards Linley. Our Linda protagonist is a thief. Put away the shockwave as 2 rounds of energy ball, never mind offset or not, directly dodged out of the range of the wind blade, and then continued to release the shockwave. The two-headed wolf was just about to shift its target, trying to knock down Lu Qingyue, when the familiar dark energy behind it came again. At the same time, Lu Qingyue also made a cruel decision and directly used her strongest skill. Holy Light Great Treasure Sword. But Linley was thunderstruck by the odd name and almost unloaded in his hands. However, it was also because Linley had gotten it wrong. This great treasure sword was not his great treasure sword. A big sword that was the same height as a person and glittered with golden light appeared in Lu Qingyue's hand, aimed at the target and threw it out directly. The two-headed wolf was ready to dodge, but Linley couldn't give it this chance. His palms once again exerted force, and the shockwave deadened the other party's mobility. Rumble. There was another loud bang, and the great treasure sword plunged into the back of the two-headed wolf with unerring precision. It wasn't known whether it was supposed to explode, or whether it was because it had encountered darkness energy and created a conflict, but anyway, the impact from the explosion shook Linley and Lu Qingyue to the point where they stumbled. The duo sensed that the two-headed wolf's aura was gradually weakening, and only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. After the smoke and dust cleared, Linley rushed forward with great excitement. What for? 9th level Fey crystals. The market price is at least 90W to start. Even if you don't sell it, it's good to keep it for yourself. Only to be Linley walked up to see the tragic situation of the two-headed wolf, and then some hesitation. No. Not sympathy, not pity. Rather, disgusting awe. Motherer, the whole back half of the body was blown to pieces, blood and flesh scattered on the ground, inside the white bones, internal organs to see clearly. All this and the two-headed wolf is still not dead. But also soon, drooping head, out of breath more, inlet less, in a few minutes should be dead. Vomit. Lu Qingyue just got close to the place, and was made to retch by the strong visual impact. This was all normal, after all, both of them were still just budding newcomers, and before joining the Sacred Imperial, they hadn't even killed a single chicken, let alone such a large wolf that had been blown up into such a miserable state. Linley, let's go. It's too bloody, too disgusting. Linley said in his heart, this isn't even your doing? You were ruthless when you fought, and now you're soft. Oh, women nah. You help me keep watch first, I'll take the crystals. Although Linley Hart is very resistant, but after all is a man, this kind of thing he does not do who do? Even if he doesn't do it now, there will always be a time to do it in the future. Nah. This is for you. Lu Qingyue touched her boots, then took out a silver-white dagger from it. This all gave Linley a confused look. Lightspeech, why are you still carrying a dagger with you? I don't carry a dagger, so you're digging for crystals with your hands? It kinda made sense. It seemed that Lu Qingyue had also accumulated quite a bit of experience and knew how to prepare the dagger beforehand to make it easier to take the crystals from the body of the foreign beast. Linley took the dagger and walked around the two-headed wolf. Where should I start? The abdomen? Or the chest? Or the head? Or the most important part? Linley, most of the crystals of the alien beasts are in the head, and there's a small portion that's kept in the abdomen. Seeing that Linley hadn't moved in half a day, Lu Qingyue spoke out to remind him. Head? Linley squatted next to the big furry head of the two-headed wolf, considering which one to start with. No matter, chop them one by one. Thus, Linley's hand rose up and took the lead in chopping off one of the other's heads. Now the two-headed wolf was completely out of breath, and the elemental fluctuations on its body had disappeared. Linley fiddled with the wolf's head from side to side, found the right position, and continued to slash. The next scene is too disgusting, so I won't describe it. Anyway, Linley didn't find anything, so he chopped off the other head as well. After rummaging around, he finally found it. A light blue beast crystal appeared in Linley's hand. The two searched for half a day before finding a small pool of water, rushed to wash away the blood mixture in their hands, otherwise it would be easy for other beasts to notice. Linley, what do we do next? This. Linley pondered for a moment and decided, head south. This place isn't too far from Tsang City, let's be careful, as long as we arrive in Shenzhou territory, we're considered safe. Saying that, Linley took out his cell phone. Although there was no signal in this place, the compass still worked. So, the two of them discerned the direction according to the compass, and carefully moved forward towards the south. 3 hours later. Whispering, our lunch is here. Linley, are you sure we want to eat it? Of course, aren't you hungry? Hungry, yes, but it's so cute. Lu Qingyue was very reluctant to look at the location in front of her, and she saw that at the foot of a big tree, there was a big fluffy white rabbit that was sleeping innocently. Not the slightest bit aware of the impending danger. Linley was starving, he hadn't eaten any breakfast, and if he didn't fix his lunch, he wouldn't have the strength to walk the rest of the way. Besides, this big fat rabbit looks like it's very tasty, a beginner level 3 foreign beast, isn't it an easy thing to take it down? Light speech, cuteness can't be a meal. When we return to Divine State, you can raise as many rabbits as you want. Comforting Lu Qingyue, Linley slowly approached with his dagger. The crystal clear harpies at the corners of his mouth were about to flow down. Chapter 28 The Real Big Brother. Little bunny boy, split your legs, cut the arteries first, then put them on. Linley hummed a nursery rhyme while plucking the rabbit's fur. This big fat rabbit was just too big, at least 40 to 50 pounds. Utilizing the dagger in his hand, he sliced off both legs as well as the most plentiful parts of the meat, and skewered it with a tree branch. The fresh ingredients were prepared. Lu Qingyue utilized her supernatural ability to gather light and generate heat to build a fire. The two of them roasted the wild game in this manner. High-end ingredients often only required simple cooking. There was no seasoning in this place, and there was no need for seasoning. Because this rabbit was an exotic beast with elemental power in its body, the meat was extremely tender, and seasoning would in turn defeat the flavor. After roasting for half an hour, the aroma of the rabbit meat filled the air, and Linley handed a leg to Lu Qingyue. Lu Qingyue sniffed it, not to mention how much she enjoyed it. She directly buried her head in her hands. Seeing this girl eating so favorably, Linley couldn't help himself and reached out for the other leg. Excuse me, can I have a piece? No problem, this leg is for you. Thanks a lot. 3 seconds later. Linley? Lu Qingyue? Yi Chang, happy face. The three of them looked at me, I looked at you, and Linley was confused. How did he give him the rabbit leg himself? Huh? It seems like there's something weird about it. Linley was so scared that he hurriedly got up and aimed the rabbit meat in his hand at Yi Chang. Chief Yi, why don't you make a sound when you walk? Lu Qingyue? Is this the time to ask this? Linley! Lu Qingyue shouted, the holy light supernatural energy in her hands quickly gathered, ready to launch an attack at any time. Little girl, I'm just going to eat a piece of rabbit leg from you too. It's not so bad that you're going to hit me with your hands, right? At this time, Yi Chang had long taken off his mask and sat opposite the two of them, struggling to gnaw on the rabbit leg meat in his hands. Light language, be at ease. Linley grabbed Lu Qingyue's small hand, signaling her to calm down. This person in front of him was a big brother, rumored to be in existence at the 9th level of the super rank. With Linley and Lu Qingyue's little ability, they weren't even worthy of tickling others. Chief Yi, nice to meet you. Linley sat back down and greeted with amusement. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Yi Chang, from his appearance, was only in his 30s, very handsome and mature. The most important point was that he had a solitary aura that was unrivaled and above all others. However, in Linley's case, it was much more restrained, and instead managed to give people a sense of affinity. Chief Yi, I'm rather curious, why did you teleport the two of us here? Linley was really too hungry and asked while eating. Hiccup. This question of yours is problematic in itself. First of all, I didn't want to bring this girl, it was she herself who had to grab hold of you and not let go. From the beginning to the end, my target was only you. Secondly, I didn't want to teleport you here. The original marking point was the Dark Kingdom, but I don't know what happened to the teleportation array. It teleported you two here, causing me to deduce half a day before I found you. Lu Qingyue's small face reddened again when she heard Yi Chang say this. She herself didn't know what she was thinking at that time, but she felt as if Linley was in danger, and then she rushed up without a second thought. And then Linley held it in his arms. Chief Yi, then you do this thing is also too sudden, I'm not even mentally prepared. Linley, the other day it was you who personally promised to enter our Dark Kingdom, and although there was an accident in the middle of the process, in the final analysis, you still have to join our Dark Kingdom. Otherwise, wouldn't that gift be in vain? Only then did Linley recall that those four goods from the Dark Kingdom had prepared a great gift for himself. And he himself was so satisfied that he personally promised them that he would join the Dark Kingdom. But you can't blame yourself for all of this, right? Chief Yi, Don't you Chief Yi Chief, I got tired of hearing that a long time ago, call Brother Chang. What? This guy is quite good at getting acquainted with himself. Brother Chang, you can't blame me for this, who let those four guys leave me behind and run away at the critical moment? And that old bastard Luo Hongtian even mistook me for a captive genius and brought me back to the Sacred Royal Academy by force. Blah blah blah, anyway, Luo Hongtian was not there, the pot was held on his head, what he said was what he said. Otherwise, one couldn't be truthful and tell Yi Chang that he was forced to choose Sacred Imperial, right? You're right, so I don't blame you for this matter, those four losers have all been disposed of by me. Yi Chang's words could give Linley a shock. Disposed of? Just because you failed to bring Linley back, you lost your life? Brother Chang, this. You're also. 2. Linley couldn't take it anymore, playing with blood without moving. When the Dark Kingdom does something, it has always only considered success or failure. Those four losers can't even do this little thing well, why would I keep him? The last thing my Dark Kingdom lacks is darkness system adepts. Chow, this is also a goods who loves to blow and be. Then why are you still making so much effort to find me? That's because. Speaking here, Yi Chang noticed something. It turned out to be Lu Qingyue who was eavesdropping with her full attention. Can't say it's eavesdropping either, ears are long on people, you guys are happy to say who to rely on? Girl, you'd better sleep for a while. Then Lu Qingyue's eyelids drooped and she fell asleep. Yi Chang didn't even move. Linley's eyes widened as he hurriedly checked. It was good that Lu Qingyue was really asleep. This big brother yes strength was also too terrifying, his words followed his words. Do you know what an SSS rank darkness talent means? Linley shook his head and nodded again, it means that the dark forces will rise? Or does it mean that a strong man will appear on the divine continent? Yes and no. Oh exempt, still learning to play deep with himself, small sample. Your appearance means the rise of the human race, means the human race will prosper. It means that the darkness is the strongest, it means that the darkness dominates everything. It means disaster is coming, it means a great war is about to start. It means the world will change, it means everything will change because of you. This walla 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 a whole lot, all to Linley heard silly. In a nutshell, it was that he was very NB, he was very important, right? But what the hell was that disaster, great war, and change? Brother Chang, you're exaggerating, there are 8 SSS ranked geniuses from other genera, and I don't see them being that important? It's true that they aren't very important, but they support the beliefs of the human race, and at the same time, they exist for you, for the future legendary talent of the Holy Light Department. For me? That was a bit of a touchy-feely statement. What did they do with themselves when they were born? It's not like he or she was involved in their process of that, net nonsense. Chapter 29. What? What did you say? Alright, it's getting late, come back to the Dark Kingdom with me. Yi Chang threw away the roasted and battered branch, clapped his hands and got up, saying. That. Brother Chang, Can we discuss something? Linley didn't move, but looked at Lu Qingyue, and touched the piece of Fade Beast crystals from the outside of his pocket, and asked hesitantly. What is it? About this girl? No, I want to discuss with you, is it possible to join both the Sacred Imperial and Dark Kingdom organizations at the same time, maintaining two identities? Yi Cheng's footsteps clearly stalled after hearing this, and his gaze gradually became complicated. You can't let go of sacred royalty? Or are you unwilling to leave this girl? Neither. Linley shook his head as if he had made up his mind about something and got up to look at Yi Cheng back. Please give me 3 months to complete all the outstanding challenges and compete for the title of number 1 in the sacred royalty. This is not only a request to myself, but also a promise to Luo Hongtian. I want to prove to everyone that the Darkness Department is the most powerful and deserving genus. Yi Cheng didn't say anything, but instead looked at Linley with that scrutinizing gaze, not knowing what he was pondering in his heart. After the two had been staring at each other dryly like this for 3 minutes, Yi Cheng spoke. I respect your decision, I'll give you 3 months, after 3 months, I'll personally go find you. Thank you, Brother Cheng, for understanding. This time it was Yi Cheng who shook his head, and with the corner of his mouth still slightly curled up, he said as if he was looking forward to it, these 3 months will allow you to recognize some facts, examine your own heart well, and understand some unavoidable truths. Believe me, after 3 months, you will recognize the path that suits you, and you will also make the judgment that suits you. Yi Cheng's words were so cloudy that it made it seem like Linley understood and didn't understand. Maybe this is the big game that belongs to a big brother. Wear this ring, and when you meet a trouble you can't solve, turn it. Yi Cheng threw a simple black ring to Linley, and then his entire body was wrapped in a black mist and disappeared in the same place. Linley caught the ring that flew to him, and after a couple of gestures, he realized that there was nothing special about it. Thank you, Brother Chang. Out of politeness, there was still a need to thank him. As for whether or not he could hear, then Linley didn't care. After putting on the ring, Linley looked around and froze for a moment. Gone? He's gone? Brother Chang. Brother Chang. You do not go first send us back Linley panicked. Damn ink, half a day the most important thing has not been resolved. He ate a rabbit leg, gave himself a ring, and then talked about a bunch of things. This is patting his ass and leaving? Linley. What happened? At this time, Lu Qingyue also woke up from her sleep, stretched comfortably, and looked at Linley with a bewildered expression as she asked. One good news, one bad news, which one do you want to hear first? Bad news. The bad news is that we still have to walk back to the Divine Continent and return to the Sacred Royal Academy in Shangjing by ourselves. It's okay, after all, in the very beginning we walked all the way south with this idea in mind, so what about the good news? The good news is that I stayed. You stayed? You mean you're not going to the Dark Kingdom? Well, I don't have to go for a while. I knew you couldn't let me go. Lu Qingyue got up and came to Linley's side smiling and flirting. Yeah, how could I not want to leave you, Goddess Lu? Then, it's time for us to set off. Okay, all the way south, let's go to Shangjing to get the Western scriptures. Ha ha. After a brief rest, the duo once again traveled towards the south. This journey could truly be described as 991 difficulties. All sorts of ferocious beasts, dangerous poisonous insects as well as bloodthirsty, berserk outlaws. This outlaw wasn't the outlaw who killed someone, committed a crime, and then broke away from the social group. Rather, it is those who have long lost their minds, lost their sanity, demonized aliens. As the Dark Forest was a border zone, there were a few outlaws like this. After all, the Divine Continent couldn't tolerate them, and the Fey world was still too dangerous, so they could only wander here to survive, barely surviving. Fortunately, Linley and Lu Qingyue hadn't clashed with this kind of person along the way, and every time they sensed the presence of the other party, they quickly withdrew and traveled around the road. The main reason was that the strength of this kind of person was too powerful. There were a lot of people in the middle rank and high rank. With the two's current strength, if they didn't run away, they would have to wait for death. After 6 hours of hard work, they finally obtained the Western scripture. At this moment, in front of them is the legendary steel barrier. The Divine Continent spends a huge amount of resources, manpower, sleepless 7 days and 7 nights to rush out of the 100-meter steel city wall. This steel wall stretched for tens of thousands of miles, was 100 meters high and 5 meters thick. Since the restart of the era until now, no foreign beasts had ever broken through this wall, and it could be considered the most sacred building in the Divine Continent. Clang! Anyone? Let us in, will you? We're students of the Sacred Imperial Academy. Linley walked up to the steel city gate and knocked with vigor. Who did you say you were? A voice came from a location above the city walls, and the duo's hearts were overjoyed. Finally, they were saved. We are students of the Holy Imperial Academy. Linley opened his voice and shouted. What? You're students of what? We're students of the Sacred Royal Academy. This time, Linley and Lu Qingyue both shouted in unison, their voices much louder than before. What? What fertility students are you? Sacred Royal Academy. What? What are you procreation students of? I'm your father. What? Whose dad are you? Are you deaf? Linley finally exploded. Which talent is up there? Just this hearing still dare to station at the border? I guess when the beasts invade, he'll still have to ask from above. What? What are you talking about? Linley, calm down, it's better to let me do it. You come? What can you do? Lu Qingyin smiled faintly, and in her hands, the Holy Light System's supernatural energy began to surge. Holy Light Great Treasure Sword. A familiar golden great treasure sword was violently thrown into the air by Lu Qingyue, and Linley looked dumbfounded from the sidelines. So your so-called method is to release a skill bombardment? Boom! Just as he thought this, the great treasure sword exploded in the air above him, creating a loud sound. The Holy Light System's supernatural energy evaporated to several kilometers in a circle. Now everyone could understand that there was someone down there. Chapter 30 The Great General. LOL. Ping. The thick city gates were slowly pushed open, and Linley gave a nod to Lu Qingyue's cleverness. It seemed that many times, it was much less troublesome to use one's hands than one's mouth. Who are you people? Why have you appeared in the borderlands? A man wearing a black ancient robe and holding a silver-gray longsword walked out from within the city gates. It couldn't help but remind Linley of the ancient great General Janwei. He had an outstanding demeanor and an imposing presence. When this great general saw Linley and the two of them, he was very careful and cautious. The long sword in his hand seemed to be ready to be sheathed at any moment. Hello, big brother, we are both students of the Holy Royal Academy. My name is Linley, her name is Lu Qingyue. Things are like this. Originally the two of us were going to participate in the Academy's trial activities, through the teleportation array to the Sunset Forest, but as a result, due to the destruction of the school's teleportation array, the location of the teleportation was changed, and the two of us were forced to teleport to the interior of the Dark Forest. Linley. Lu Qingyue. Aha! You're Linley and Lu Qingyue? The great general's face was delighted, and he hurriedly took out his cell phone to compare it with the photo sent over by the Academy. Sure enough, it was identical. Ha ha ha. Great, you two actually let me meet. Heavens will has allowed me, Kong Zhang, to make this fortune. Make a fortune? Linley was instantly alert. It couldn't be someone paying money to try to buy his life, could it? But his own life isn't worth much, is it? Yes, you two don't know, the Sacred Royal Academy has put in a lot of blood to find you two, 1 billion blue coins for the bounty, my Kong Zhang's good days are coming soon, huh? 1 billion? Linley's eyes almost didn't glaze over. Was Sacred Royal Academy crazy? Spending $1 billion to reward himself and Lu Qingyue? What a loser. There was a lot of money that he could share for them. What was wrong with giving it to an outsider? It seems like my sister is in a hurry. Lu Qingyin stroked her hair and said in a very bland manner. Lu Qingyan is in a hurry? Right, these two sisters were notoriously rich, and the Lu family behind them was a well-known corporate tycoon in the Divine Continent. Not to mention 10 billion people can easily take out their hands. So Linley is making a fool of himself, thinking how important he is? Oh, then I go? 2, it's getting late, just settle down for the night here in Sancheng, and then tomorrow morning, I'll personally send you back. Personally? Aren't you General Janwei? Why are you still AWOL? Ha? When did he say he was General Janwei? KAM, that's also a fortune hunter, 1 billion blue coins, even though it's not out of his own pocket, it hurts to think about it. Then I'll trouble Mr. Kong. Lu Qingyue politely uttered a thank you, then pulled Linley inside the city gates. Song City was known as the Four Guardian Cities along with Luo City, Wu City, and Guan City. They were stationed in the north, south, west and east of the Divine Continent. It seems to symbolize the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xuanwu. It also seems to have no relationship. In addition to the 4 major guardian cities, there are hundreds of small cities in the border area, which are connected to each other and complement each other's existence. If one side is in trouble, 8 sides will support it. The main battle force stationed in the 4 major cities were the adepts, followed by the armed forces. Because in a real battle, armed artillery fire wouldn't cause too much damage to those alien beasts, those below the middle rank were okay, but above the middle rank were of little use. The era of firearms has ended. The Divine Continent for this purpose specially developed a new type of laser weapons, power absolutely no save, high-grade beasts to come, but also just a gun thing. But the cost of this weapon is too expensive. The Divine Continent has been busy in recent years in the construction of defense and people's livelihood protection. The treasury of the silver has not much, which needs time to ease, so the new weapons in a short period of time is not popularized down. It could only be carried by the alien energy community to protect the country's flag. Both of you, this is your room, food and drink are all ready. If there is anything you want to do, just order the service staff downstairs. I still have some things to do, so I won't accompany you. Kong Zheng brought the 2 of them to a 3-story building similar to a bed and breakfast, came to the 2nd floor and opened a room, and also handed the key to Linley. Big brother Kong, why is there only one room? Linley looked at the key, looked at Lu Qingyue, and then looked at Kong Zheng, and asked in a somewhat confused manner. Because there's only one room left. Anyway, you're a couple, isn't it normal to stay in one room? Don't worry, I've asked people to make arrangements, all kinds of equipment, everything, just as a favor to repay you for making me rich. Kong Zheng's words became more and more tasteless the further he spoke. What equipment? What arrangement? Was Linley thinking crookedly or was he doing it crookedly? Brother Kong, you misunderstood, the 2 of us are not a couple, just pretty good friends. Living in one room is really inappropriate. Linley thought he was not a gentleman, but he was not a villain either. How can you casually take advantage of other girls? What if they didn't agree? Kong Zheng obviously didn't anticipate that he had misjudged, but he clearly saw these 2 holding hands. Pretty good friends? Can heterosexual friends just hold hands? Are young people so open-minded nowadays? I don't have any room, after all, this place rarely has guests, I couldn't prepare in advance, you guys can just make do. I still have some things to do, you guys have a good rest, I'll come back to pick you up in the morning. After saying that, also did not wait for Linley Duo to agree or not, Kong Zheng just patted his butt and directly left. Why don't I sleep on the sofa downstairs? I think it's quite nice there too. No need, just stay for one night, I'm not that delicate. Although Lu Qingyin's little face was red, she took the key in Linley's hand and opened the door to her room. The 2 of them walked in with shy faces one after the other. The room was very large, very spacious, not too far from the usual hotel configuration. In addition, it was also equipped with an open-air viewing platform. Looking down from above, the scenery was very pleasant. Only when the duo looked clearly at the items placed on the bed they were not calm. White, black, exposed, not exposed, all kinds of strange items. It caused Linley and Lu Qingyue to be so embarrassed. It turns out that Kong Zheng's so-called well-equipped is this. What a ing. Dog. I'll clean it up. Linley volunteered to clean up all the dirty stuff. Really? Do we look that much like an old sex maniac? Chapter 31 Invasion of Fae. After dinner. Linley was sitting on the observation deck looking at the scenery. Lu Qingyue, on the other hand, was leaning against the side of the bed, her eyes lowered, not knowing what to ponder. The night was already late, and the evening breeze of early fall was slightly cooler. The cicadas still resounded. The willow branches and leaves danced with the wind, emitting a rustling sound. Looking up, a bright moon hung above the clouds, surrounded by stars to decorate this pleasant picture. Linley is a little sleepy. After all, after a day of tossing and turning, how could it not be tired? But there is only one bed in the room, ladies first. The first thing you need to do is to make do with the bed. I don't know how long it took. Linley's double eyelids began to fight, muddled and almost about to fall asleep, when Lu Qingyue's voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Just the right amount of softness. The understanding concern. Let this evening breeze become no longer miserable cold. Linley, go to bed and rest, we have to continue our journey tomorrow. This girl also didn't know when she walked up to the observation deck. There was absolutely no sound of footsteps. Linley instantly sobered up and thought a little about it, and it could only be this way. Okay, the bed is yours, and the floor is mine. After saying that, he didn't care how the other party reacted. Walked straight into the room and spare blankets and quilts in the cabinet, neatly spread on the ground. With that bed, but also some distance. Lu Qingyue originally intended to say, actually, you can squeeze in. But when she saw Lin Li's serious attitude, she stopped saying anything more. Since he cared, he should also keep some distance. And so it was. Lin Li comfortably lay down on the floor bunk. And Lu Qingyue also lay on the bed. With their backs facing each other. Both could hear each other's breathing. It was strange, just now on the observation deck Lin Li was obviously very sleepy. But after entering this room, she wasn't sleepy anymore. And where did this inexplicable tension come from? Lin Li, are you asleep? Lu Qingyue asked quietly in a very, very low voice. It felt as if she was asking herself. No, what's wrong? Lin Li turned around and happened to meet the other person turning around as well. One on the bed, one under the bed. The two just stared dryly at each other for a few seconds. So awkward. Oh. That, I want to ask you a question. Then just ask. Look at the other person's state, her little face is flushed. The environment is already weird enough. If the other party says something more weird, he'll make it difficult for himself next. Wow. Damn it, don't be abrupt. I want to ask you. Wait. You let me slow down first. Lin Li suddenly interrupted the other party's rhythm, causing Lu Qingyue to become very upset. Slow down what? Nothing. I just had a bit of a bloated stomach, so go on. Wow. Lu Qingyue nodded her head in disbelief. She was just about to continue speaking down. As a result, God's rescue plan was set in motion. Rumble. 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 A sudden, loud boom caused the entire building to tremble, and the Lin Li's duo instantly came to their senses. Immediately afterward, a piercing alarm sounded outside. Alarm! Alarm! There's a large-scale alien beast invasion. There is a large-scale alien beast invasion. Please prepare all personnel for battle. Please prepare all personnel for battle. This sudden turn of events left the two at a loss for words. How could there be an invasion of alien beasts at such a good time? It also damn well had to pick this time to invade. It really was. It's too beautiful. Knock, knock, knock. At precisely this moment, a sharp knock sounded outside the door. Lin Li hurriedly got up and opened the door to his room. Just outside the door stood a service staff member, who was currently reporting to Lin Li in a panic. Sir. There's a large-scale invasion of alien beasts, and Frontier has already started combat operations, so please evacuate Song City quickly. Has the battle already begun? Lin Li looked back at Lu Qingyue. The latter nodded fearlessly, her attitude very obvious. Thanks for your kindness, we are also exalts, and with the invasion of exotic beasts, we also have the responsibility to guard the safety of this place. With that, the two of them put on their clothes and descended the stairs and rushed towards the location where the steel barrier was located. What about students? Students were also a part of the Divine Continent, not to mention students of the alien energy realm, and the meaning of their existence was to defend the country, resist the alien beasts, and assist the frontline generals in their battles. Soon, the duo arrived in front of the city gates. Stop, there is a battle ahead, unrelated people please leave quickly. A middle rank 3 combatant spotted Lin Li and the duo and hurriedly spoke out to stop them. Big brother, we're students of the Sacred Royal Academy, we're all Xenos, and we have a responsibility to guard our homeland in the face of a great enemy. That's right, please let us mount the city wall and defend the enemy together. The combatant was torn for a split second, then nodded and said, Good, you are all brave children, follow me. The two quickly followed along the steps. The two of them climbed the 100-meter-high city wall for more than 10 minutes. This was already considered fast if it wasn't for the supernatural ability to enhance the physique, who could climb so high in one breath. There wasn't even an elevator, pulling crotch. The moment the two of them ascended the city wall, the image of the overwhelming battle came into their eyes. It was too spectacular. On top of the city wall, tens of thousands of aberrants released a wide variety of elemental aberrations and bombarded the bottom of the city wall violently. Most of the realms of this group of aberrants were below the 9th level of the middle rank. As for those above the 9th level of the middle rank, they were all fighting in the sky. With the exception of the Darkness Department, all the Genus Department's aberrants could achieve flight after reaching the 9th level of the Middle Order, while the Darkness Department only needed the 6th level of the Middle Order. It was probably the difference between the purity and strength of the alien energy. Roar! Ferocious roars resounded throughout the entire sky. All sorts of alien beasts with the ability to fly frantically attacked the steel barrier, and the crowd of strong humanoids stepped in to intercept them. For a time, majestic elements swept through the sky, and the night was colored into day. Linley and Lu Qingyue arrived at the edge of the city wall and looked down. A tingle ran through their scalps. Too outrageous, densely packed and dark. Initial estimation, at least 100,000 or more. This was nothing, because Linley had found quite a few beasts in the army of beasts that were up to a few dozen meters tall, and whose realms could not be perceived at all. The ground would tremble with nearly every step taken by such fey beasts. The skill blasts that fell from the sky on them were like scratching an itch, useless as. Linley, can we really repel this group of fey beasts? Lu Qingyue was a girl after all, when had she ever seen such a scene? Not to mention her, Linley's heart was a bit terrified at the moment. Hundreds of thousands of alien beasts, and there were only 30 to 50,000 people on the human side. Even with the iron barrier in town, it's still unknown whether or not they will be able to win. Chapter 32. Did the tiger split or did the eagle cheat? Believe in yourself, believe in everyone. We will definitely achieve victory. Linley's mouth moved, and his hands followed suit. Dark supernatural energy gathered crazily, and 3 energy balls shot out sharply, directly blowing out the heads of 3 low-ranked foreign beasts. Seeing this, Lu Qingying didn't make any pretense. Wherever there were more alien beasts, the great treasure sword was thrown there. After the surrounding aberrants sensed that Lu Qingyue's elemental attribute was the holy light system, they all revealed looks of envy and appreciation. With the strength of a beginner level 6, she was able to take out a beginner level 7 or even level 8 alien beast. It seemed like this girl had good talent. Dark Shockwave. Seeing that the effect of the darkness shock wasn't very great, Linley directly released 2 darkness-sustained energy shockwaves with both palms. The people around him looked stunned. Isn't this kid a beginner level 4? How is this aura comparable to mine? Quickly look, that beginner level 8 alien beast down there was taken out by this kid. There are still so many low-level beasts. My god, is the darkness department this powerful? I'm the darkness department, why didn't I know I could fight across 4 levels? The strength displayed by Linley was completely inconsistent with his own rank positioning. The darkness shockwave was like 2 death rays. Foreign beasts below the 8th level of the primary stage would be injured if they touched it, and they would die if they were hit. However, the level of consumption of this skill was too great, and Linley barely supported it for more than 10 seconds before he was too weak. On the side of Lu Qingyue is also the same, even threw out 3 big sword, also do not know how many beasts killed. Anyway, the body of the foreign energy is not much left. The two looked at each other and both smiled embarrassedly. The first large-scale battle, lack of experience, a few more contacts will be fine. Whispering, go rest for a while to recover, I'm here. There's you? Lu Qingyue froze, always feeling that something was strange. What's the point of you being there? This level of battle not even a high-ranked alien deserves to say this kind of thing, and you're pretending to be this way as a little party girl at the 4th level of the beginner's class? Did you burn your brains out before you came? Linley, you'd better not try to be brave, let's go recover together. Whispering, you don't have to worry about me, I'm exceptionally fast at recovering, I can do it while attacking. Linley didn't brag about this point, he had quite a few fey crystals saved up in his hand. Wouldn't it be fine to absorb and release them at the same time? Although this way was a great burden on the body, he couldn't care less at the moment. Once the fey beasts were allowed to attack in, it wasn't something that could be solved by casually dying a little. At that time, it was feared that the entire divine state would be in crisis, and 3 billion lives would be threatened. Alright, then be careful. Seeing that Linley didn't look like he was bragging, Lu Qingying backed off a distance and pulled out a holy light system elemental crystal to start restoring her powers. When Linley saw the holy light elemental crystals, his eyes lit up. Medium-grade holy light elemental crystals, the market price was more than $50 million, and there was no market for them. This girl is really rich, this kind of thing can get over. Roar! Watch out! Suddenly, a roar similar to that of a fierce tiger came from above, and the people around them hurriedly shouted a warning. Linley didn't care about much and directly rushed forward to pounce on Lu Qingyue. A black shadow directly grazed the city wall and flew past. If this was any lower, Linley felt like he could have touched it. Only after getting up did the two of them see what it was. It was indeed a tiger, but this tiger was black, and had wings, for large claws that were incredibly sharp, and was currently fighting with a high-level aberration. It should be high rank, anyway. Linley couldn't perceive the other party's realm. Is this a tiger splitting its legs, or an eagle cheating on its wife? How was this thing born? Idiot, that's a black-winged tiger. What? Pei-tu tiger? Black-winged tiger. What Pei-tu tiger, are you stupid? Lu Qingyue gave Linley a big blank stare. How come his ears don't work well when it comes to critical moments? Roar! Another roar came. The strong man fighting the black-winged tiger was accidentally slapped by one of its claws and fell straight into the ground. Linley didn't care about much. He directly rushed to the other end of the city wall and instinctively stretched out his hand. A cloud of black mist appeared out of thin air and wrapped around the falling strongman before yanking him over a little bit. Lu Qingyin was surprised, as he had never seen Linley use this move before. It looked quite powerful. Ahem. Thank you, young man. The high-ranked alien who had been dragged to the city wall covered his chest and coughed twice before turning his head to Linley and saying gratefully. In fact, Linley himself was quite confused. Saving him was a completely subconscious action, including the stance he used just now, which was also used inexplicably. As if it wasn't inexplicable, Linley suddenly recalled Yi Chang. Wasn't he wrapped in a black mist when he left? It seemed like he had subconsciously imitated Yi Chang's moves. It turns out that he really is a one-in-a-million martial arts practicing wizard. Once you learn it, you know it. Once you use it, it's useless. Blah blah blah, once you use it. It's just awesome. This isn't simple. High rank 5 darkness system, all of you be careful. Saying that, a high-ranked alien stood up and rushed towards the black-winged tiger once again. Darkness system of? High-ranked 5th level exotic beast crystallization. Linley's harangue was about to come down. This was similar to the one Luo Hongtian had sent himself. The market price started at $300 million. Whispering, find a place to hide, I'm going to help this big brother finish this one off. What? You're crazy, right you? Lu Qingyue hurriedly tugged at Linley. Beginner level 4 versus high level 5, the mental hospital should really take him in. Don't worry, I'm just assisting from the side, sharing some pressure for him, it'll be fine. Linley simply consoled him, then pulled his legs out and ran. The battle between that man and beast in the sky was very intense. The elder brother on his side was an inferno system exalt, and a large fireball more than one person high was thrown at the black-winged tiger, creating a violent explosion. Rolling heat waves came, and many of the adepts on the city walls were affected. Big brother, I'll distract him. Linley's figure traveled above the city walls, and several balls of dark energy hit the black-winged tiger impartially. Feeling the same attributes as his own origin power, the black-winged tiger's attention instantly shifted to Linley. The easiest way for a foreign beast to become stronger was to devour creatures with the same attribute, including humans. Good lad, stall for 20 seconds, I'll finish him off with one blow. Didn't ask. Oh my god. After the black-winged tiger set its sights on Linley, that big claw was swinging out a wind-breaking sound. Seeing this, Linley directly jumped onto the edge of the wall and desperately ran without disturbing his comrades. Chapter 33, To be expelled? Roar! Seeing that Linley was running around impatiently, the black-winged tiger directly roared, black energy ripples spreading out in a ring shape and blasted over at the diagonal position. Linley didn't even have time to react before he was enveloped by this dark ripple. For a moment, his headache was splitting, and his feet stumbled, almost not falling over. This was a 100-meter-high city wall. It would be strange if he didn't fall out of his if he planted himself. Damn it, black fog. Linley felt like his head was about to explode, and against all odds, he exploded all of his supernatural abilities, and at this critical moment his entire body was enveloped in a black mist, and immediately afterward, he disappeared in place. A second later, it appeared again 5 meters away directly in front of him. Life was saved, but Linley was also nearly deflated, paralyzed on the ground, huffing, puffing, breathing heavily. The black-winged tiger was shocked that Linley was able to escape his own blow, but when it saw the other party's appearance of being dead or alive, it became excited again. This human in front of him was now the equivalent of a lamb to the slaughter, defenseless. Although there were many Xenos beside him who noticed him and chose to step forward and try to stop the black-winged tiger in its tracks. But after all, it was a group of middle-ranked Xenos. How could they possibly stop the attack of a high-ranked Xenobeast? In just 10 seconds, they were all defeated. But this group of people stepping forward also bought enough time for Linley and the high-ranked alien. Go to hell, explosive flame art. Dark red flames eroded the entire sky as a giant pillar of flame descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the black-winged tiger. A mournful scream echoed above the city walls. The smell of burning was everywhere, and in just a few moments, the black-winged tiger was burned to cinders and dissipated into flying ash between heaven and earth. Linley finally breathed a sigh of relief, and right at this moment, Lu Qingyue also rushed over. "Linley, are you alright?" Lu Qingyue came to Lin Li's side and asked with great concern. "It's fine, I'm just a little dehydrated, just take a few minutes and I'll be fine." Under Lu Qingyue's support, Linley sat against the wall, holding an alien beast crystal in his hand, rapidly recovering the foreign energy in his body. "Young man, thanks to your help this time, this alien beast crystal belongs to you. In addition, Li Xiujie owes you a favor. In the future, what needs, although come to me." Li Xiujie threw the crystals in his hand to Linley, then turned around and rushed towards the other battlefield. "Yes. Not a wasted toss." Almost lost his little life, but in exchange, he got a high level 5 darkness alien beast crystals. Although it wasn't quite worth it, it was fine if the result was good. "Linley, you really are a cutie, even giving up your life for a fey beast crystal." Seeing this look on Linley's face, Lu Qingyue instantly understood everything. Puffing with anger, she gave Linley a punch. "Aya, my little ancestor, is this how you treat sick people? Less pretending to be pitiful, just like you, sooner or later you'll play yourself to death." Linley didn't dare to talk back, he smiled sarcastically and continued to recover his powers. The current battle situation had already entered a white-hot stage. Although the alien energy side had the advantage, it couldn't afford to keep releasing skills. The current attack frequency had gradually decreased. Looking at the alien beast army, it was still endless and inexhaustible. It was so black and pressurized that it was impossible to see the end of it. Currently, there were already many fey beasts that had attacked the foot, but fortunately, the steel barriers were hard enough, and no matter how much the group of fey beasts impacted them, they just didn't budge. However, this is also very likely because all the super large alien beasts are held back by the strong people, otherwise the dozens of meters high big guy full impact, no one dare to guarantee that the steel barriers can hold on. AI, going on like this isn't a solution. If the support can't arrive as soon as possible, the inner borders of the divine continent will be in danger. Linley got up while recovering. The current situation was very unfavorable for his side. The northern border belonged to the main combat zone between the Dark Kingdom and the Evil Spirit Sanctuary, and in the past 50 years, there had never been an anomaly. How could something go wrong as soon as he arrived? It really is. Linley suddenly remembered something halfway through spitting and stretched out his right hand to look at it. Yi Cheng had said that when you meet trouble that can't be solved, turn it. Wasn't it the trouble that couldn't be solved right now? Thinking of this, Linley hurriedly turned the ancient black ring. 1 turn. 2 turns. 3 turns. All right, kid, stop spinning. Wait a little longer, that guy hasn't come yet. Linley was so focused on turning the ring that he didn't realize that there was an extra figure beside him. That. Linley, you really don't need to turn it, the people who should be here are already here. Ha! Linley hurriedly turned his head to look. Good lord, several thousand black-clothed men, neatly arranged on top of the city walls. When did they come? Linley didn't even know. Is this ring really that in B? It shook in so many people at once. Brother Chang, you can finally come, wait a little longer, this group can all attack in. Oomph, attacking? With this amount, it's not enough. Yi Cheng pretended to be a good bee, then waved his big hand. All of the 1,000 black-clothed men came out and flew directly into the sky to join the battle. Stay here honestly, and leave the next matter to me. Yi Cheng's gaze was a bit grim as he flew out just like the other men in black. Only, he didn't join the battlefield, but rushed towards the position directly behind the alien beast army. The devil knew what he was doing. However, since Yi Cheng had come, there was no need for Linley to worry. If he couldn't solve things with the strength of Super Rank 9, what's the point of worrying about it? I love the way you walk down dark alleys alone, and I love the way you don't look like a ghost. Linley was watching the show when his cell phone suddenly rang. When did it get a signal? After answering the call, a familiar voice came. Brotherly, there's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Good news? Bad news? Mahoney? Why did this kid think of calling himself? Good news. The good news is that I've joined Sacred Royal Academy, and I also know that you're in the first-year class of Sacred Royal Academy, while I'm in the second-year class of Sacred Royal Academy. Really? That's really great, congratulations, that. What about the bad news? The bad news is, you're going to be expelled. What? I'm getting fired? Why? Linley was confused. How could he be expelled for no reason? Those bull school leaders said that you've defected to the Dark Kingdom, and that the reason for Chief Ye's attack on the teleportation plaza this time, which caused great losses for the institution, is because of you. That's even possible? Chapter 34-7 Killing Formation. This reason is really not faulty at all. Indeed, wasn't the reason why Yi Chang had broken into the Sacred Imperial and destroyed the teleportation spell formation all for Linley alone? Now that the school authorities were pursuing the responsibility, and Linley had disappeared and there was a great possibility that he had joined the Dark Kingdom, where else could this pot be snapped at if not on his own head? But don't worry brotherly, I've already asked my father to step in and negotiate with the Sacred Imperial School Authority, as long as they dare to expel you, then I won't be on it. Anyway, the Titan Guild side is also quite good. Little Fatty's words could be said to have deeply touched Linley. What does it mean to be a good brother? This is called a good brother. Sharing the same blessings, sharing the same hardships, having a father to use together, and having money to spend together. Honey, listen to your brother. If they insist on firing me, you don't intervene, and don't act out of anger, it's not worth it. I, Linley, made a wrong choice when I joined Sacred Imperial. I can't absolve myself of the blame for Chief Yi destroying the teleportation spell formation this time, so I'll admit to any disciplinary action that the school authority takes against me. But brotherly, I came to Sacred Imperial because of you. You've left. What's the point of me staying here? Yesterday when I first joined the school, I scolded those bull school leaders, and there were a few ungrateful students who dared to badmouth you behind your back, so I had my bodyguards teach them a hard lesson. You scolded the school leaders on the first day of school? And beat up a classmate? The most unbelievable thing is that Sun Wukong allowed this little fatty to bring his bodyguards to school? Linley nodded in the air. This little fatty was too godly. This also proves that his dad Ma Kong is really in B, spoiling his son to the heavens. Hey! Hongi, your heart brother received. This way, when brother goes back we will discuss this matter. Currently I'm in Song City, there is a large number of foreign beasts attacking, the war is urgent, I don't have time to chat anymore. Linley's words weren't a pretext, but it was really just like that. The number of foreign beasts was getting bigger and bigger, and just now the several thousand black-clothed people had joined the battlefield. Although they had played some role, they were completely consumed by the other side. Just how much time has passed since then? The beasts underneath the city have piled up like a small mountain. Linley had to step in. What? Brotherly, you're resisting the invasion of foreign beasts at the northern border? Wait here, I'll ask my father to rush to support. Hey, wait. Without waiting for Linley to finish, the other party hung up. Ma just came to provide support? Was this really good? Linley, the school is going to expel you? Lu Qingyin had been listening from the sidelines for half a day, and had been wanting to interject but couldn't find the opportunity. There's no time to discuss this now, the enemy is at hand. If we let this group of alien beasts break through the defense line, what academy, or not, it's all for nothing. Linley tucked back his fey crystallization, and at this moment, his recovery was almost complete. He took 2 steps to the edge of the city wall, and the dark energy in his hands converged, aiming at the battlefield below and frantically sweeping. Seeing this, Lu Qingyin stopped saying anything and rushed forward to throw up the great sword. Although the two people's continuous offense had achieved some success, it played a minimal role for the entire battlefield. The flying alien beasts in the sky were also increasing, and the alien side was clearly starting to fall into a disadvantage. Nearly every minute and every second, lives were being lost, and strong people were falling. This was the cruelest reality, the most brutal battlefield. Life was worthless here, and the corpses of the alien beasts under the city walls had already piled up into mountains. All the troops within Song City had also been mobilized. Just like this, Linley and Lu Qingyue persisted in their fight for more than half an hour before another batch of support arrived at the battlefield. 7 kill formation, rise. A voice that resounded through the sky came from the sky, and Linley only felt a blur before his eyes as colorful elemental energies frantically converged right above the battlefield. The standard circular spell formation pattern appeared in everyone's field of vision, followed by a round of carpet bombardment. Lightning, wind blades, flames, ice, earthquakes, etc. Anyway, there were all sorts of different kinds of elemental attacks falling from the sky. The army of beasts originally piled up in front of the door was instantly blown apart, and within a 2-kilometer radius, it was almost turned into a Jedi. As long as a beast set foot on it, it would surely die. Linley and the many warriors finally got a chance to catch their breath, and they all sat paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. "Big brother, who is this strong support?" Linley asked to a large man at the fourth level of the middle rank beside him. "This is the Evil Spirit Holy Temple's 7-killing formation, a formation that needs to bring together 9,999 strong people of middle rank or above and unite their efforts to launch it." Listening to the voice just now, the main formation person should be the Evil Spirit Holy Temple's Vice Temple Master, Sung Hongyun. So it's someone from the Evil Spirit Holy Temple. This organization was something Linley had more or less heard of. Of the three major dark forces, the Dark Kingdom ranked first, the Evil Spirit Sanctuary ranked second, and the Demonized Legion ranked third. There was no need to talk about the rest of the smaller group organizations. The reason why the Dark Kingdom was ranked first was not only because of Yi Cheng's super rank 9 strength, second only to Sacred Radiance Academy's Dean, Wang Gang, but also because of the 7 Inquisitors and 24 executives in its forces. It was rumored that the 7 Inquisitors were all super-ranked powerhouses, while the 24 executive officers were all high-ranked top powerhouses. This force is a force to be reckoned with in the entire Divine Continent. Only the Dark Kingdom has always been unwilling to provoke disputes, belonging to the kind of people "do not offend me, I do not offend." Of course, the enrollment standard of the Dark Kingdom is also very strict. First of all, the talent must pass, and secondly, they need to pass the 7 layers of tests set by the 7 judges. Very few people passed anyway. Secondly, is the Evil Spirit Sanctuary, the master of the temple, why is still a mystery. But the Evil Spirit Sanctuary acts in the most low-key way. The enrollment standard is not as high as the Dark Kingdom, but it is more special than the Dark Kingdom's requirements. What requirements? That is, those who enter the temple must be orphans, never have any attachments outside. Linley might be able to understand this. What's the saying? Leave everything behind to become a demon. Sacrifice everything to become a saint. Cut off everything to become an immortal. If you give away everything, you can become a Buddha. Perhaps what the Evil Spirit Sanctuary wants to cultivate are those emotionless, temperature-less war machines. The last one was the Demonized Legion. Linley knew relatively little about this organization, but none of it was complimentary of them. Because the Demonized Legion had no enrollment requirements, everyone, as long as you dared to come, he dared to accept them. Especially those who had been demonized, or were close to being demonized aliens. There is no way to know exactly what method is used, but people are able to control this group of people. Let them obediently for their own use. There are also those abnormal aliens who are not right in heart and are bloodthirsty and perverted. Most of them had killed people, committed crimes, and were wanted by the 6 major academies, the 24 major guilds, and even the Alien Power Administration. That was why the 6 academies would often send people to crusade against the Demonized Legion. Their behavior was simply too bottomless. Chapter 35, Recognizing a Father. Linley. Which one is Linley? A voice as strong as a bell resounded through the sky, and everyone's eyes looked towards the back. Linley's first reaction upon seeing the visitor was, "What a resemblance! It's so damn similar." These two masters were definitely related, that body type, physical appearance, they were simply carved out of the same mold. "Chairman Ma, I'm here." Linley hurriedly waved as another strong reinforcement arrived. This wave was stable. "You're my son Linley?" Linley was confused, Lu Qingyin was confused, and the people around him who knew Ma Gang were all confused. When did this fat fortune teller have an extra son? I am. Linley admitted down in tears and laughter, because he understood why Ma Gang had asked that. When he had told Ma Hongyi that the two of them would be brothers from now on, then according to this little fatty's personality, he would definitely tell his father, and then Ma Gang would think that he had an additional godson. These two masters even had the same personality. Ha ha ha. Hongyi's vision is really good. I thought you had joined the Dark Kingdom. I didn't realize that you were here to resist the invasion of foreign beasts and protect the safety of the people of the Divine Continent. Well done. He, Chairman Ma is too kind. This is all a coincidence. Hey. Don't call President Ma, call your godfather, or dad is fine. Big son, you don't worry, have me in. Holy Imperial College can't open you. Heck, old man son haven't even sent word yet. That group of garbage school leaders are yakking. Just beat up that group of dogs. This is not. Heard that you have an accident here. I rushed to run over. Beat up the school leaders of sacred royalty? Sun Wukong hasn't taken care of it yet? Isn't this Ma Kong just a super rank 1 strength? How come his style of doing things is even more NB than super rank 10 Wine Gang? Roar. Linley was deeply immersed in Ma Gang's mighty and domineering demeanor when a deafening beast roar came from extremely far away, and the entire beast-tide army instantly boiled over upon hearing it. Desperate like to charge to the city wall position, the power of the 7-kill array is healthy, but the number of this group of people is really too much, and the bombardment can't even be bombarded over. Ma Gang put away his smile when he saw this, and looked to the due north full of gravity. So there is a big guy in, a few people, prepare to strike. As soon as the words fell, 7 figures appeared out of thin air around Ma Gang. Linley didn't recognize these people, but he could feel the aura belonging to the powerful from these people. Ma Gang's feet exerted force and he took the lead in rushing towards the due north direction. The 7 figures followed closely behind. Linley seemed to have realized something. Yi Chang had just rushed towards that place as well. It was likely that a big boss existed if it could make many super-ranked powerhouses pay so much attention to it. Whispering, "Let's work harder, victory is just around the corner." Good. Linley and Lu Qingyue were the first to get up and attack the alien beasts that had once again gathered under the city walls. The people around them were infected, and at this moment, not caring about their tired bodies, they once again got up and fought hard to meet the battle. The roaring, hissing, and charging sounds mixed together and echoed throughout the entire battlefield. Blood dyed the earth red, splattered all over the city walls, and even reflected the sky. Linley could no longer remember how many of his compatriots had sacrificed themselves, hundreds? Or thousands? Or even tens of thousands? He only knew that he had to do his best to guard his home, his loved ones, and his future. Like him, all the warriors who resisted the invasion of the beasts are heroes, they deserve to be honored and remembered. At this moment, people's hearts have long been no longer concluded. What darkness department, this department, that department, as long as the strength is strong, kill the beasts more, that is the strongest genus. Linley was obviously an example. The darkness system strength of the first 4 levels, kill the beasts even more than the middle-ranked warriors. Of course, this also had to be scored in terms of quality. Linley could only tackle foreign beasts below the 8th level of the primary order. The quantity was high, but the quality was low. People were aiming for the big monsters, belonging to the mid-range game of combat. And like Yi Chang, Ma Gang, and the others, they belonged to high-end game combat. Time passed by minute. This war lasted from the darkness of the night to the rising of the dawn. The red sunrise symbolized the coming of hope. The clothes of the warriors were already drenched in sweat and blood. Finally, with a huge pillar of dark black energy falling from the sky, in the distance that people could not see, the earth cracked, the mountains and rivers were shattered, and a miserable howl penetrated into everyone's ears. At this moment, all the foreign beasts stopped. Linley was keenly aware that the eyes of this group of foreign beasts had changed from red to black. In other words, the beasts had come to their senses. They looked around the enclosure in panic, and when they saw the 7 killing formation in the sky, which was still gathering energy, they pulled their legs out and ran. The word spread to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000, and 1,000 to 10,000. All the beasts began to run away, a large black mass, from where they came and back to where they went. Tens of thousands of warriors shouted in unison, "We've won!" Linley and Lu Qingyue were dislodged one after another, their hearts invigorated. Their first time, and it had ended perfectly. "Linley, you did very well. Not only are you a legend of the darkness department, but you are also a man of flesh and blood. Take these as a reward for you." Yi Chang stretched out his hand, dark black energy swept over a small half of the battlefield, colorful crystals came flying in. At a preliminary estimate, how could there be thousands of them? Linley was flattered, thousands of fey crystals, how much money would that be worth? But after the joy, is hesitation, entanglement. Although he has contributed, but compared to those warriors, his own force is nothing at all. How many people have dedicated their lives to this battle, and how many people have spilled their blood for this battle? It would be too much to say for a small party of one's own to take away so much loot. "Brother Chang, I only need 5, please distribute the rest to the warriors, they are the ones who deserve the reward the most." Well said. At this time, Ma Gang also walked over and complimented with a pleased expression, "My son has said it well and done it well, Chief Yi, you'd better leave these fey crystals for your own men, my men should be rewarded by me." Saying that, Ma Gang pulled out a piece of crimson crystal from his pants pocket. Once this crystal came out, the temperature of the surroundings instantly rose a lot. Yi Chang laughed lightly, worthy of being President Ma, a super grade 1 fey crystals, said to give it away. After all was said and done, but the action on his hands couldn't stop. Yi Chang stacked the absorbed fey beast crystals to the side, followed by pulling out a fey beast crystals from his arms as well. Good guy, the two of them were on a collision course. In comparison, Yi Chang's crystal was superior. Because that one was a darkness beast crystal, seeing Ma Gang's slightly shocked expression, it was probably also a super ranked beast. Chapter 36, Half-Dead Linley. In front of a small party vegetable stood two big brothers, one holding a super rank 1 inflammatory fey crystals, and one holding a super rank 2 dark fey crystals. And then asked, which one do you choose? Logically speaking, it must be to choose the superior one. The problem is, this is not a question of choice, but a question of death. Which one to choose will offend someone, either a father or a brother. I'm afraid these two are not trying to play with themselves, right? Chief Yi, Chairman Ma, you two big names in the alien world, is it really good to make things so difficult for a junior? These words were like a piece of heavenly music, almost moving Linley to tears. Which big brother had saved the day so promptly? Yo, Vice Palace Mastered Song, why? You also want to come and intervene? Ma Gang only glanced slightly at the visitor. He didn't have a problem with people from the evil spirit holy temple. Linley curiously looked through the gap to the back, and saw that it was a middle-aged man with a head full of white hair, but not old. His body was evil and a bit odd, but his expression was easygoing, giving off an imperceptible feeling. Sung Hongyun, I advise you not to hit on this little guy's idea. He is not suitable for your evil spirit holy temple. If your hands reach too far, I don't mind some control. If not, Yi Chang had the highest level of pushiness, not even returning a single head. His words were full of threats. Really, am I, the evil spirit holy temple, so bad in the eyes of you two? It's just. The mission has been completed, so toss yourselves. After saying these words, Sun Hongyun left the steel barrier. Linley didn't shiver when he saw this, and directly took the two fey crystals from the two men. That. Multiple choice questions are too difficult, application questions are most suitable for me. I'll take both of these fey beast crystals, many thanks Ma. Godfather, many thanks to Brother Chang. Ha. Good boy, character like me, manly man, accepting everything as it is the right decision. Linley, don't forget our agreement. Through the mask, Linley and Yi Chang exchanged a glance. What it meant was clear in each of their hearts. There were still 3 months to go. With that, Yi Chang disappeared into thin air. Ma Gang looked at the location where Yi Chang disappeared with a slightly deeper meaning, and then looked at Linley, without saying anything more. What happened next was simple. Song City's warriors began to clear the battlefield. Countless fey crystals were piled up into small mountains, and Kong Zhang was responsible for tallying down the collected crystals before distributing them one by one. Linley and Lu Qingyue were both given 10 middle-ranked beast crystals because of their outstanding achievements in battle. Lu Qingyue didn't care, but Linley was overjoyed. To sell all of these crystals, Xiaoyao's surgical expenses will be covered. After dealing with the affairs of the Changqing side is already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there is Ma Gang and Linley. Two people naturally do not need to take the car back to Shangjing. But the pain of this flight, Linley still have to suffer. More than an hour later. Shangjing City, Sacred Royal Academy. Ma Gang put down the half-dead Linley in his hands, his eyes filled with guilt. This journey had been hard on Linley. As a super-ranked powerhouse, Ma Gang's flying speed was far from what normal people could experience. Let's put it this way, the airplane in front of him is a brother in a brother, 1,000 miles away, more than an hour to arrive. Visible this speed soared to how fast. But even so, Linley never said a word on this journey. There was no two reasons, because just after taking off, Linley fainted. However, Ma Gang hadn't realized it yet, and after soaring hard for more than an hour, Linley would faint for a while and wake up for a while. By the time he reached the sky above sacred royalty, he almost didn't spit out his bitter bile. Shalia, why don't I just send you back to take a break? Old man Sun's side is not in a hurry. Ma just really a little worried, not worried about how Linley body, but worried that he do not a moment into the dean's office to vomit people at table. Sun old man temper can be explosive really if this kind of thing happens, not to Linley chopped into meat only strange. Vomit. Cough. It's okay, I can hold up, let's just go to. Vomit. Let's go to the dean's office first. Linley puked while waving her hand to show that she was fine. The corner of Ma Gang's mouth twitched. It's all like this and it's still fine? Linley, I'll accompany you. Lu Qingyue's voice came from above. She was brought back by a female powerhouse who seemed to be a senior cadre in the Titan Guild as well. It wasn't that Ma Gang didn't have that ability to bring the two along, but it wasn't very convenient. After all, she was a yellow-bloomed girl, and it was too unseemly to be carried by a greasy uncle. So, under the support of Lu Qingyue, a group of 3 people rushed to the dean's office. When the leaders saw Linley come back, their eyes obviously changed. It seemed like there was some concern and some disappointment, but when they saw Ma Gang, not to mention their eyes, they didn't even dare to move. This was called absolute suppression. Inside the dean's office, Linley sat on the sofa at Sun Wukong's request. He also thoughtfully asked someone to make a cup of tea. Mainly he was also afraid that Linley would throw up as soon as he saw that extremely pale face, as if he was going to die. Sun Wukong frowned. Linley, I figured out everything about you. Sang City's Kong Zhang just contacted me and said that you stood up for the divine continent, fought against millions of foreign beasts, and also called in President Ma for support at a critical moment, so you deserve a lot of credit. In addition to the fact that you didn't defect to the Dark Kingdom as rumored, and that you also ensured the safety of student Lu, we at the Academy should reward you for that. Sun Wukong's words seemed to be serious, but they didn't feel serious at the same time. It was the kind of words that didn't come from the heart, the feeling of superficial artifice. Anyway, Linley listened uncomfortably, saying that he wanted a reward, and presumably couldn't come up with anything good. Let's put it this way, the Academy will give you a little bonus. In addition, we will personally step in to quell the impact you've caused, and will try to suppress the public opinion behavior of your classmates as much as possible, to ensure that it won't affect your daily cultivation life. In addition, in a few days, the first year will reorganize a Sunset Forest trial, and there will still be a place for you, but of course you can also choose to take a break and not participate. Linley nodded in agreement, just pay the money. He didn't care about anything else, what public opinion or not, since the day he, Linley, joined the sacred royalty. Was there any less public opinion? Anyway, it was just 3 months, just complete his mission and keep his agreement with Luo Hongtian. Then thank you Dean Sun, there's nothing else I'll be. First. Boom. Brother Lai. Brother Lai. Did this old thing bully you? If he dares to say fire you, I'll do him. Chapter 37. It feels good to have a father. Linley and Lu Qingyue stared blankly at Ma Hongyi. This little fat can be called a man of God. Sun Wukong's expression is now a big trenching angry at. Ma just had to give people some face in the presence, but not angry at. The heart of the fire is rubbing upwards. Decades. He has been the dean for decades, and no one has ever dared to threaten him. This little fatso even said he wanted to do away with himself? What kind of style of doing things did the Titan Guild have in order to raise a person with such a temperament like Ma Hongyi? Cough, Hongyi, don't be rude. Although Ma Kong favored his son, he had a clear understanding of current affairs. Sun Wukong was like this: if he let Ma Hongyi continue, the other party would not explode? Hongyi, you've misunderstood, Dean Sun didn't want to fire me. Linley slowed down and smiled, hurriedly getting up to round off the conversation. Great brotherly, then I can go to school with you and cultivate together in the future. The little fatty's face was so happy that his fat meat was fluttering around, and his eyes were almost squinting into slits. Seeing him like this, Linley's heart was not in a good mood. Two people since the realization to now only after 10 days, the other party can do so for their own. He Linley exactly how many years of blessings to meet such a brother? The little fat man's heart is very pure, the flow of that are true feelings. But he has not been taken seriously, until today to wake up. Shame, shame Hiroshi, will drink? Of course, dear white foreign red, come and go, my father is not my opponent. The corner of Ma Gang's mouth on the side twitched, thinking that this little brat doesn't give himself any mercy at all. Good, that brother invited you to drink, today we brothers too not drunk not return. Let's, not drunk and not return. Two brats, drinking are not greeted old man? Dad, the Titan Guild has so many things to do, you still have time to drink? Aren't you afraid to go home to my mom too? Ma just an instantaneous transfer to the side of Ma Hongyi, dead cover this little fat boy's mouth. What kind of thing dare to say outside? He is the president of the Titan Guild. If let the outside world know that he is afraid of his wife, then how can he still mix in the future? Ha ha. That, Hongyi is right Titan Guild still has quite a few things waiting for me to deal with. You two brothers drink by yourselves, that. Dean Sun I'll take my leave first, we'll gather again some other day Sun Wukong nodded and didn't prepare to get up to give a farewell. Ma Kong dragged Ma Hongyi and left the office. Linley and Lu Qingyue looked at each other and smiled, also followed. Little brat, you're also not young anymore, what things should be said what things should not be said a little bit, I also want face. Inside the corridor, Ma Gang nagged while walking. In addition, those few bodyguards I have to take back. You are after all to school, not to mix the triad. Listen to your brother lie during the school period, less ing trouble for me. Of course, if there are any ungrateful things, take the initiative to find you two brothers trouble, do not have to worry too much, to the father to the deadbeat, out of the matter of the father to bear. Linley followed behind and listened with a boiling blood. This is the real father abetting his son to beat people to death. I can't find anyone else in the world. Father, this has 2 cards, take it as the living expenses of you two, shall he come, take it. Ma Gang stopped and pulled out 2 cards from his pants pockets, one was handed to Mahoney and one was handed to Linley. Ma! Godfather, I can't take this money, brotherly, you just take it, my father is the least lacking his money, a few tens of millions of pocket money only, sprinkle water law. Mahoney directly grabbed the blue card in the hands of Ma Gang, all stuffed into Linley's pocket. I have a lot of pocket money, my mom has prepared for me, these 2 cards you keep, not a few money, usually eat more delicious, look at you thin. Little brat, your mom has given you pocket money you did not say earlier? What? My mom gives me money and I still have to report to you? When the words came to his mouth, Ma Gang seemed to have thought of something, and forcibly held back and said, do not report back. Linley looked at the back of this pair of strange father and son, and touched his own pocket, his eyes are longing. The feeling of having a father is really good. Boom! The door to the restaurant's private room was kicked open. Linley and Mahoney were red-faced, their wineglasses raised in mid-air stalled. Puzzled, they looked toward the door. Linley! You still dare to come back? Abducting my goddess Lu for so long, have you already defiled her? Wu Shou's face was red, his fists clenched, making cackling sounds, obviously already angry to the extreme. Looking behind him again, 6 or 7 figures stood outside the door, imposing, fearing that they were coming from a bad place. Wu Hua! You've had your brain filled with feces, haven't you? When did I abduct Lu Qingyue? When did I treat her? Again? Linley didn't have the heart to say it down, as if it was a little bit worse. But how did I abduct Lu Qingyue myself? He. Wu Shou gasped and laughed. Greenwood's system supernatural energy converged in his palm and said, what? Can't go on? The ugly things you did are known to the entire academy. Betraying the holy royalty, defecting to the Dark Kingdom, and designing to abduct Goddess Lu. Although I don't know why Dean's son was able to let you come back, it doesn't matter anymore. You, Linley, must get out of the sacred Imperial today, and pay for the crimes you've committed. The further Wu Shou spoke, the more agitated he became, and the wooden thorns that converged in his palm were thrown directly at Linley. Boom! Seeing that the situation was not right, Linley directly overturned the table to fend off the wooden spikes. Since the other party had struck, there was no need for him to be polite. 3 balls of dark energy quickly converged and shot rapidly before Wu Shou could use his next move. Boom! 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 Accompanied by 3 muffled sounds, Linley's gaze was grave. There was a golden barrier in front of Wu Shou that stopped the dark energy balls as much as it could. Obviously, it was the aberrant behind him who had made a move. Middle ranked level 1, metallic ability. I Chow NM. Dare to take a shot at my brother Lai, go to hell. Little fatty Mahoney utilized the strength of his alcohol to unleash his psychic ability, shooting out a ray of electric current from the center of his palm. It was stopped by the barrier with a pfft sound. Beginner level 2 strength, isn't this a joke? Wu Hua. You damn less listen to others bull, Lu Qingyue was not abducted by me, and we didn't have anything happen, you wake up a little bit, fighting in public, do you want to be expelled? Dismissed then dismissed, I'm going to get you killed today no matter what I say. Linley could sort of see that this kid was definitely letting someone fool him. The other party had 6 or 7 Xenos, and there was no shortage of middle-ranked experts among them, so he definitely couldn't beat them. Since this was the case, then the 36th plan was the best plan. Wu Shou, you big SB, go back and think about it, then go find Lu Qingyue and ask if I did something bad or not. After saying that, Linley directly rushed towards Mahoney. Before the opponent's new round of attacks arrived, he released a cloud of black mist to wrap the 2 of them up before disappearing into thin air. That is, in an instant, the 2 appeared at the restaurant's entrance location. Linley tugged on Mahoney and ran. Explanation is certainly not clear, look at the other side of this behavior, do not let him stop things cannot be resolved. Chapter 38, Are you raising pigs here? Jogging along, the 2 of them quickly returned to the apartment. Mahoney's apartment room is directly across from Linley, it is estimated to be a special request, after all, his father. No, it's our father NB, there's nothing he can't do. The two first in their respective rooms to wash up a bit, sober. Then Ma Hongyi came to Lin Li's room, said anything to call Ma Gang, sent people to die Wuhua. Lin Li was sweating for this unlucky person. This Ma Kong might not have gone far yet, this will be the time to toss him back. Wu Xiu is afraid that he will not be beaten the out of him. Hongyi, calm down, the cause of the matter does not lie in Wu Xiu, but in the person who compelled Wu Xiu and planted evidence to frame me. Even if I clean up this idiot Wu Xiu, it won't be long before the next idiot will still come to my door. Then, Brother Lai, what should we do? Drip Dong, your classmate Lu Qingyue has sent a video invitation, do you accept? Quite a coincidence, Lin Li just wanted to give Lu Qingyue a call. Connecting. Lin Li, did Wu Xiu look for you just now? Not only did he look for me, he even sent someone to beat me up. This idiot, just now he came to me, asked a bunch of inexplicable questions, and kept cursing you, then I told him the whole story clearly, and only then did he calm down. So fast? It seems that after he left, this licking dog Wu Xiu went to find Lu Qingyue. Really drunk, how did this kind of licking dog survive until now? 1 has no strength, 2 has no IQ, has no money. Lin Li isn't sure, but certainly not as good looking as himself. Toad wants to eat swan meat, light color. Did he say who started the rumor? Who else, Zhao Zhengde and Zhao Zhengli? Lin Li took a deep breath, it was really these two pieces of trash. Lin Li, it's better for you not to go out of the apartment lately, quite a few people have their eyes on you right now, the institution is currently helping you clear up the rumors, and I've asked my sister to step in. I believe that by the time the next trial opens up, the public opinion will be completely calmed down. Lin Li thought about it for a moment, it seemed like this was all that could be done at the moment. His own strength wasn't enough to fight against a middle-ranked alien, so he might as well take this opportunity to peacefully hide in his apartment and cultivate, as long as he ascended the power ladder of the 7th or 8th rank of the primary rank. What Zhao Jingde, Zhao Zhenli, were all scum. Okay, I know lightning. After hanging up the video, Lin Li leaned back on the sofa and rationalized his thoughts. The situation at hand was terrible, nearly most of the academy students thought that they had betrayed the sacred royalty and defected to the Dark Kingdom. Even though the so-called school authorities were explaining, could they really put their efforts into this? It was estimated that not only the students, but also quite a few school leaders and teachers were looking forward to leaving the sacred royalty themselves, right? Lin Li really didn't want to stay in this Thai place for a second. Or the Dark Kingdom to the pain, 3 months, just 3 months. After completing all the challenges and raising his strength to the intermediate level, Lin Li would leave the holy royalty. It didn't matter if it was to go to the Dark Kingdom or the major guilds to pick up quests, or if it was to go to the major beast domains to train and gather resources, it was all better than staying here. Brotherly, I'll accompany you to cultivate for the next period of time. When our strength rises, anyone who has offended us will be made to pay the most painful price. Lin Li was quite envious of Ma Hongyi's character. There was no need to think too much about doing things because there was someone behind the scenes. Those who messed with them would have to pay the price, and those who were on good terms with them would definitely be treated sincerely. Aha! Someone is behind it? Lin Li's frowning brows suddenly loosened. Wasn't there a big brother behind his own back as well? Since he had already made preparations to evacuate the sacred Imperial Academy, what the hell was there to worry about? Anti-faction? What's wrong with being a villain? Living a smooth life was the king. Hiroshi, you should go to class when you should go to class, you don't need to accompany me to cultivate together. Sacred Imperial's lessons are far more important than you cultivating alone. Currently you're still in the adaptation stage, you need a teacher to guide you, you won't be able to learn anything practical when you're with me. In fact, there was another reason, which was that if Ma Hongyi were to cultivate with himself, then the heaven and earth elemental essences within this several hundred meters radius wouldn't be able to be supplied at all. Including even Lin Li himself would be hard to supply, and would have to rely on absorbing the Fey crystals to make up for this little gap before he could do so. Ma Hongyi bit his fingernail cap and lay on the bed to think, then nodded, that's good, I'll listen to you brotherly, that way I can also help you bring meals and whatnot. Yo, this little fatty was quite thoughtful. He himself had left the rice matter behind. Ma Hongyi stayed in Lin Li's room until very late, and only went back later when he was really sleepy. Now Lin Li could cultivate openly. A super-ranked inflammatory alien beast crystal, 3 middle-ranked alien beast crystals, and more than 10 beginner-ranked alien beast crystals were placed in front of Lin Li. That's right, these were the targets he needed to absorb this time. Lin Li had tested it, as long as it wasn't a darkness-type Fey beast crystal, it wouldn't matter how many he absorbed. And the absorption speed was also much faster. Perhaps this was the reasoning behind the repulsion of the same sex and the attraction of the opposite sex. Turning off all the lights, Linley sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes to begin his cultivation. Knock knock knock. Brother Lie, breakfast lie. Little Fatty's voice came from outside the door, only then did Linley open his eyes. Looking at the time, 7:30 in the morning. This cultivation time flew by too ridiculously. Eyes open and closed, a day passed howling. If you close your eyes or not, your whole life will be over. Linley first perceived the progress of the elevation of the foreign energy in his body, and found that it had reached the late stage of the fourth level of the primary stage. How did he perceive it? There was an inner vision world within the bodies of all Xenos. If one were to speak in immortal cultivation terms, it would be the inner sea, or the sea of Chi. Only when it comes to psychic abilities, it becomes an elemental inner vision world. In the inner vision world, the psychic could see 7 elemental stars, which could also be called the destiny stars. Every time an alien lights up an elemental star, the realm will increase by 1 point, until all 7 stars are lit up, and the realm officially begins to break through. However, the 7th star is often the most difficult to light up, which not only requires the absorption of a large amount of elemental essence, but also requires the alien to manipulate the body's foreign energy. The elemental star will be purified, and then use it to impact the realm of the barrier that cannot be seen. The elemental inner vision world was discovered only after Linley arrived at the 4th level of the primary order, which meant that there was no elemental star before the 4th level of the primary order. According to Lu Qingyue's words, it meant that before the 4th rank belonged to the stage of alien ability awakening. The strength would not grow significantly, and most of the elemental essence absorbed would be used for the construction of the inner vision world. Only after arriving at the 4th level of the primary order and the official birth of the inner vision world, would the power of the psychic be significantly increased. Dumb. Brother Lie, if you don't open the door, I'm going to break in. I was so focused on chattering that I almost forgot about this little fatty. Linley hurriedly got up and came to the door, opening the apartment room door. After seeing the oversized plastic bag that Mahoney was carrying in his hands, Linley was a little puzzled. Honey, are you bringing me all 3 days' worth of food? What 3 days? This is your breakfast. Linley stared wide-eyed at the bag full of food, then looked up at Mahoney's sincere expression. Bro, you're putting this aside to raise pigs? Chapter 39, Mouth-to-Mouth mode turns on. Linley received the bag for a moment, not knowing what to say. Dare you say that this big pocket of food is just breakfast for the little fatty? I didn't see him eat so much last night when he was drinking. However, if it wasn't for Wuxiu interrupting the drinking game, Linley really wasn't sure to what extent Mahoney could drink. Right, Hongi, this card, please help me send someone to send it to my home, and tell my aunt that this money can help Shodia get cured, and 3 months later, I'll make a trip to Tianwu City to visit them. Mahoney received the familiar blue card and nodded. Don't worry, Brother Lie, I will definitely send someone to deliver the money and the message. It's getting late, I have to go to class. Good, go now, don't be late. Brother Lie, wait for me to come back at noon to help you bring food. Good. Hey. Wait, Hongi, stop bringing me so much food. Unfortunately, the latter half of the sentence the little fatty didn't hear, turning his eyes and already descending the stairs. Linley bitterly smiled and shook his head. This pig he was sort of determined to be. After eating breakfast, Linley continued to cultivate. The elemental stars had currently lit up 5 of them, and if there were no surprises, he would definitely be able to break through today. Such a speed was incredible and unbelievable for others. But for Linley, it was still a bit short. Just now, Chui Yayun had sent a message. A new round of the Sunset Forest trials would open in 7 days. After the disappearance of Linley and Lu Qingyue last time, Sun Wukong had immediately ended the trial activities. It had taken 2 hours to repair the teleportation spell formation with the union of many powerful people. It was rumored that 3 students had failed to teleport back to the Sacred Royal Academy in time, thus sustaining serious injuries. The most serious one had an arm torn off by a foreign beast. If not, why would the school authorities be so furious? Would it be eager to shift the blame onto Linley? Humph, what a bunch of wolves in sheep's clothing with bad intentions, nah. After sighing, Linley fought with the fey crystallites in front of him once again. Time was passing again, and the number of crystals was decreasing. In the course of the morning, the 6th elemental star was successfully lit, and it was down to the last one. Unfortunately, little fatty Mahoney got out of class, and this time, what he brought was not a plastic bag, but a basin. A basin about the size of a wash basin. When he walked into Lin Li's room with 2 large pots of rice, Lin Li's entire body was numb. This is not to feed the pig, but to prepare to kill the pig. The pigs had to be propped up. When Manhwa saw Lin Li freeze and not move, he thought that the rice was not tasty, and just pulled out his cell phone and prepared to order some takeout before being stopped by Lin Li. That. Hanya, I don't eat much, next time you don't need to prepare so much, I'm not hungry yet, I'll leave all these meals to you. Oh, okay then. Little Fatty wiped the food residue from the corner of his mouth and continued to wind up. Lin Li sighed and once again returned to the ground, sitting cross-legged in meditation. As the elemental energy went deeper and deeper, without realizing it, Lin Li began to sprint for the 7th elemental star. At this time, little Fatty Manhwa also just happened to finish eating. Seeing Lin Li's side of the elemental foreign energy surging, he curiously came forward to observe. However, Lin Li didn't know that at the moment, he was concentrating on the last barrier. As the rate of consumption of the fey crystals in front of him grew faster and faster, the entire room was enveloped in darkness-based elemental energy. Little Fatty was startled by this sudden turn of events, and was just about to move farther away when Lin Li moved. Not with his hands, but with his mouth. Drink! A furious shout resounded through the entire apartment building, and the dark energy in the room began to go berserk. The little fat man rushed to the door and twisted the door handle as hard as he could, but it was as if the door was welded shut, and he couldn't twist it. In fact, it is because he forgot to pick the lock. When people are panicking, their IQ will obviously drop a lot, especially after eating a full meal. It is simply the same as a little cute. No difference. Seeing that he couldn't get out of the apartment, Manhwa directly jumped onto the bed and wrapped himself up with the quilt. That is, the legendary quilt magic, blocking all magic damage. Unfortunately, it was him who was too naive. Along with a cracking sound coming from Lin Li's mind, the aura of a primary level 5 exploded. The entire room was set off by a gust of wind and waves, which was actually the elemental supernatural energy in a state of frenzy. It couldn't find a place to evaporate for a while, so it created an impact. Then little Fatty was lifted out. Not only little Fatty, almost all the furniture in the room suffered. Little Cancer hid in the corner and shivered as if it would fall apart at any moment. What with the sofa, closet, coffee table, and beds, they were all displaced by this powerful impact. Fortunately, this situation didn't last too long, just 7 or 8 seconds. The corner of Lin Li's mouth rose slightly. This breakthrough had boosted a lot more of his alien energy reserves, and his physique had also been enhanced. When he slowly opened his eyes, he was dumbfounded. Was his room ransacked by robbers? Or had a large earthquake just occurred and he didn't feel it? Egu, brotherly, you're too powerful. Manhwa's wail came from the gap between the bed and the window. Lin Li hurriedly got up to look. He saw that the poor little Fatty was viciously squeezed by the bed in front of the window and couldn't move a muscle. There was also a large red bag at that forehead, not to mention how festive it was. Lin Li stifled his laughter and moved the bed away. Little Fatty stood up with an ouch, touched the big red packet on his forehead, and grimaced, brotherly, congratulations on breaking through to the 5th level of the primary stage, it looks like I need to step up my efforts as well. Honey, I've decided, from now on, it's better to head to the revision room for my cultivation, otherwise my apartment will be demolished sooner or later. But the cultivation room can't guarantee your safety. If people know that you are cultivating there will definitely be some ungrateful things that will go looking for you. Manhwa's words were right, but Lin Li couldn't do anything about it. The further back the breakthrough, the bigger the commotion, this time just messing up the room, next time it might blow up the room. As the saying goes, the rich and powerful are in danger. If someone comes looking for trouble, then let him find it. At least in the current first year, Lin Li has no one to fear. If someone from the 2nd or 3rd grade came looking for trouble, then sue the teacher #carrot. Carrot #. This is not to say that this method is frustrating, can solve the problem of the solution that is a good method. I don't care if the teachers are happy or not, anyway, they reported it, bullying weak students in broad daylight. Lin Li does not believe that they can lose face in the Holy Royal. Lin Li informed Manhwa of his idea, the latter thought about it and felt that it made some sense, so he followed Lin Li and moved into building 002, the study room. Although it was a study room, it had all the furniture and equipment it needed to make it easier for students to prepare for breakthroughs. Only when the two had just moved into the practice room, the so-called trouble came to their door. Lin Li. You're finally willing to come out, huh? The two brothers, Zhao Zhengde and Zhao Zhengli, arrived at the battlefield on time, and the first step before the battle, the mouth mode was on. You pest of the Sacred Royal Academy, a tumor of the divine continent, how do you deserve to return to the Sacred Royal Academy to practice? I think he is just shameless, relying on the fact that he has someone behind him. He is dead set on refusing to leave it. These two hadn't seen each other for a few days, and their mouths had grown. But who is Lin Li? A pioneer in the world of mouths, how could he lose to these two goods? Heh, it's you two stink bugs who whimper and yell all day long and make rumors about me behind my back? Were your parents struck by lightning when they gave birth to you? How big a sin did they have to create? How big a responsibility did they have to take to allow you two to be born? It's really great that they were able to raise you two big idiots to adulthood. It's like the Buddha in the world, hard work. Zhao Jinda, your face skin has recovered very well, it seems to be a few points thicker than last time. Do you want me to help you repair it again? Chapter 40, this is the attitude to ask for help. Hearing Lin Li's words, Zhao Jinda subconsciously touched his face, then reacted with rage. Lin Li. Don't think you're great just because you have a SSS ranked talent. The darkness department will always be the representative of evil. You're a time bomb that has to be defused. Zhang Da. Where's all the nonsense? Do it. Zhao Zhengli was obviously a smart little cutie. Knowing that now was the best time to dispose of Lin Li, if he let his punk of a brother ink any longer, he was afraid that something would change. Slow down. Do you two idiots know who I am? Little fat Mahoney scurried forward in 2 steps to stop in the middle. His cell phone was held in his palm. Lin Li clearly saw that he had dialed Sun Wukong's number. Sun Wukong? He said to sue the teacher. How did he go to sue the dean? I don't care who you are, little fatso Salem, get the hell out of my way or I'll even clean you up. Zhao Jingda was worthy of being the representative of the brainless department. He was so arrogant and domineering without even figuring out the other party's identity. Your chairman Ma's son, Mahoney? Zhao Jingli looked at the little fatty thoughtfully. This guy's reputation was not small. On the first day of school he cursed his teacher and beat up his classmates. His father was even more bullish, beating up the leader and cursing him. Is this a thorn Zhao's 2 brothers can afford to stab? It's good to know. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of this recess room, otherwise I'll call someone to blow your dog's head off. The little fat man spoke with a lot of momentum and really drank the opposite 2 people in. Zhao Zhenda looked at his brother and didn't he move. Then he rushed out. A mountain-shaking fist swung at the little fatty's face. His brother Zhao Jingli was stunned. Wanted to speak out to stop but it was too late. Lin Li's face sank, and the dark energy in his hand violently swung forward. Just heard bang, a muffled sound. Zhao Zhenda was flicked out with an ouch. Looking at Mahoney's body, a dark black fan-shaped energy barrier had already converged in front of him. This was Lin Li's newly developed skill, inspired by other psychics. Although it was a means of defense, the effect was online. Lin Li called this move a dark black barrier. This made Lin Li have 4 skills. Dark Impact was now considered the most basic attack. Then there was Dark Shockwave, which was quite powerful, and was effective in both group battles and single battles. Next was Dark Mist, a move that could be used to both bind opponents and teleport one's own people. Only the level of consumption of this skill was too great, and it could not be used continuously. Lastly, there was the Dark Barrier that had just been used, which had a great defense. How dare you hit me, you piece of trash? Little Fatty was also enraged by this from the other party and directly shouted into his cell phone, Old man son, did you hear me? I'm getting beaten up. If you don't come over, I'm going to yell for my father. Lin Li aside to listen to that call a seepage. This is the kind of attitude you have when looking for someone to do something? Would that Sun Wukong be happy with that? Little Fatty, is this the attitude you have when you ask for help? A familiar and old voice echoed within the training room, and immediately after, a golden light screen appeared in the center of the 2 groups of people, and Sun Wukong walked out of it with a helpless face. Lin Li could tell that he really didn't want to be involved in this matter. Or rather, this little matter wasn't worthy of him. However, due to Ma Kong's face and the close cooperation between the Sacred Imperial Academy and the Titan Guild, this matter had fallen on his head, and he still had to manage it. Zhao Zhengda. Zhao Zhengli. Deliberately brawling, bullying lower classmates, and starting rumors behind the scenes to create massive public opinion, the impact is very bad. It is hereby decided that the 2 of you will be expelled and never be employed again. At these words, the entire room fell silent. Even Lin Li and Mahoney didn't expect this little old man to be so ruthless. Dismissed just like that? Zhao Zhengda and Zhao Jingli kneeled down with a plop, plop. A handful of snot and tears of pleading. Dean, we are wrong. Please give us another chance. We do not dare again. Lin Li students. We're not human, we don't have eyes, I'm sorry. Please forgive us. Dean's son, the two of us brothers have gone through a lot of effort to enter the sacred royal, please be lenient. Linley and Mahoney looked on in relief. Let me forgive you? Oh, I'm not Buddha, I can't do the four-grade emptiness, and I can't let go of the butcher's knife in my hand. Linley, what do you think? Sun Wukong threw the right to decide into Linley's hands. This bad guy he himself did not want to be. Me? I'll stand and watch. Just as you said, these two goods have caused a very bad impact on the courtyard, and now they're so rampant that they're bullying underclassmen and want to come and beat me up regardless of the occasion, so what else can I say? Expulsion. Immediate expulsion. Little Fatty came with a wave of perfect buttressing. Sun Wukong nodded. This decision wasn't just made by Linley, it was also something he should have considered. It was impossible for such a pest-sane Imperial to stay, and just now questioning Linley was nothing more than just going through the motions. You two heard it too? 1 hour's time, pack up and leave the academy. Sun Wukong's words were cold, but in the ears of the two Zhao brothers, they were like a judgment from hell. Never in a million years did they expect that the ultimate victim would be themselves? Linley! You wait for me, Unbridled. Sun Wukong let out a furious shout, and Zhao Zhengde was directly stunned. This was called actual stupidity. Threatening someone else's academy students in front of someone else's dean, if this is allowed to be indulged, where does this old face of Sun Wukong go? Zhao Jingli saw the situation, words to the mouth also swallowed back. He could only leave Linley with an unwilling and indignant look before dragging Zhao Jingde out of the study room. To be honest, this matter happened quite suddenly from beginning to end. It was completely outside of Linley's expectations. He didn't expect little Fatty to call Sun Wukong, and he didn't expect old man Sun to be so decisive, sentencing the two of them to death with a single sentence. The two of you will cause less trouble for me in the future, especially you, little Fatso. Me? Mahoney pointed at himself in confusion. Saying the opposite, right? It's you. Don't rely on the fact that I have a good relationship with your father, so you have to toss me around every day. Sue the teacher, sue the teacher. There are so many leaders and teachers in charge in the school, do you have to call me? Don't you know I'm very busy? Then I'll tell my father that the Titan Guild's crystal input to the Holy Royal Academy will be raised by 5%. Deal. Huh? Linley didn't even search for the flavor. What was this all about? What 5% increase? Old man Sun's face had changed too quickly. Linley, there are some things I have to remind you of. Although these two are the creators, they are not the most influential one. For the recent period of time you can just stay here in peace and cultivate. I will send someone to stop the trouble you can't solve for you outside of the cultivation room. Dean's son, didn't you say that the university will step in to quell all the effects of public opinion for me? AI. Sun Wukong sighed, looking at Linley with a complicated gaze. The preconceptions in a person's mind are like a big mountain. No matter how hard you try, you'll never be able to move it. I can only do the surface work for you. The specific ways and means still need to be controlled by you personally. Chapter 41 Titanium Licking Dog. Close the lights. If you don't want to work hard, just say so. Speak so much reasoning dryline? Linley also lazy to talk nonsense with him, pretending to nod. What to do. The next week, Linley devoted himself to cultivation. This time, he consumed 1 super order, 3 middle order, and 12 beginner order Fey crystals. The effect was remarkable, and on the 7th day, Linley made another breakthrough. With the strength of the 6th level of the beginner's order, Linley was confident that he could fight against all Xenos below the middle order. Of course, except for the darkness lineage with the same attribute. Only, with the growth of the realm, Linley also discovered a problem. That was that compared to the same attribute, although he absorbed elemental essences much faster, the amount he needed was also ridiculously large. Let's put it this way, a super-ranked exotic beast crystal, if absorbed by an exalt with the same attribute, could break through from the 1st rank to at least the 6th rank, or even the 7th rank. But when it came to Linley, he could only manage to break through a little more than 1 level. This level of consumption was getting higher and higher the further one progressed. Who knew how many exotics, or elemental crystals, would be needed when one progressed to the intermediate level? Money was really a good thing. Linley's secondary goal now was to try to make money and collect crystals. The main goal was of course to raise the realm of strength. It had been nearly 20 days since his awakening, and he had risen 6 levels in a row. If the outside world knew about this, would they not drop their jaws? Brotherly! I'm going to break through. Little Fatty's words dragged Linley's thoughts back to reality. This little fatty had nothing but classes and food all day long, and had very little time to cultivate. 7 days was not bad to break through to the third level of the beginner's stage. Don't worry about breaking through, honey, there's brother here. Mahoney nodded, and purple currents began to converge around his body. Lindley was surprised to find that there seemed to be something looming in the center of little fatty's eyebrows. Nay, the light was too dim, and little fatty's surroundings were still covered in supernatural energy, so he didn't get a good look at it himself. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Lindley frowned as he came to the door, and his right hand's dark alien energy began to converge. At this moment, little fatty was at the critical moment of his breakthrough, and no one could disturb it. It's me, Lindley. Lu Qingyue? Lindley hurriedly put away his alien energy and opened the door to the training room. It really was Lu Qingyue, only there was. Also behind her. Wu Xiao. What's he here for? Looking for a fight? Lindley's gaze became wary. As long as the other party dared to make a small move, he would be directly killed in seconds. That. Lin student, I know all about the dean's dismissal of the two Zhao brothers and his willingness to vouch for you as a witness. Wu Xiao was torn and looked at Lu Qingyue before he made up his mind. Directly gave Lindley a 90-degree bow and sincerely apologized. Lin student, I'm really sorry. Wu Hu, listened to the slanderous words of a villain and almost caused a big trouble in the restaurant last time. Today, I'm specially here to apologize to you. You who? This kid actually came to apologize? Lindley retracted his wary gaze, and without guessing, he knew that it must have been Lu Qingyue doing the work behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could this super invincible big licker bow down to himself? Lindley, although Wu Xiao is very two-dimensional and acts without thinking, but after all, he was under someone's spell. I've already beaten him up, and in addition, there's still reparations to be made. Saying that, Lu Qingyue disliked Wu Xiao with her elbow. The latter immediately got up and pulled out a black card from his pocket, offering it forward with both hands. That, Lin student, this is my Wu family's special black card. All goods in the ordinary Wu clan's industry are free of charge, and the Wu clan's auction house is also entitled to a 20% discount as well as supreme treatment. In addition, if you need blue coins, you can also overdraw 200 million from it. Consider it my compensation. Once Lindley heard that there was this benefit, he accepted the card without saying a word. After half a day, this guy was still a rich son of a rich family, so he was the titanium alloy of dog lickers. The bully of dogs. Ahem, that, well said, all well said. We're all classmates, what's the matter is money. Bah, that, what things can't be solved. Hiroshi is currently in the breakthrough stage, so I won't clear you two to come in. Hiroshi is about to make a breakthrough? That's good, our squad has grown another point. Squad? What squad? Of course it's the trial squad. Tomorrow the trial in the Sunset Forest is about to open. You, me, Wu Xiao, plus Honi, the four of us will look out of the corner of our eyes together. Lindley sensed something was wrong. When had Lu Qingyue been so kind to Wu Xiao? Taking the initiative to bring him here to apologize to himself, and then inexplicably pulling him into the trial team without the slightest bit of consent. It seemed like Lu Qingyue wasn't this kind of character before, right? Could it be that she was moved by this titanium alloy-licking dog, Wu Xiao? That, I'll reconsider the matter of the trial, you two team up and participate first. Lu Qingyue obviously didn't expect Lindley to reject her and asked in confusion, Lindley, aren't you ready to participate in the trial? Why are you still hesitating? Lindley thought about it and casually found an excuse to cope with it. I'd been in a breakthrough stage for the last few days, and the trial isn't too important, so I'll think about it again. Oh, well then, if you decide to participate in the trial, remember to let me know. Oh, I'll definitely keep your spot for you. Lindley smiled and nodded his head, only a trace of a strange emotion was mixed in his gaze. After the two of them left, Lindley closed the door, his thoughts very indistinct. After not seeing him for just 7 days, Lu Qingyue's attitude had changed a lot. Perhaps he was overthinking it, or perhaps he was right. Forget it, after all, both sides are just friends. Caring too much instead is not good for oneself. This kind of thing, like a licking dog, is for whoever you like. Lindley, will only be the Sea King. Boom! Inside the practice room, Mahoney finally made a breakthrough. The impact radiating from him was as if he was applauding Lindley at just the right time. Honi, congratulations! Lindley came to Mahoney's side and patted his fleshy shoulder, happy for him from the bottom of his heart. He, compared to Brotherly it's still not even close. By the way, Brotherly, I just seem to have heard Lu's voice, and at the same time there was another familiar voice. It's Wu Xiao, the one who shook people to block us at the restaurant last time. What? That guy still dares to come? I'll call old man Sun right now. Wait. Linley hurriedly pressed Mahoney back. Why is this calling old man Sun at the drop of a hat? You've got it wrong. That kid came to apologize, and in addition gave me a black card, saying something about Wu's auction house getting 20% off and enjoying supreme treatment. Wu's auction house? The little fatty's eyes lit up as if he knew about this auction house. What? Hong Yi, you know this auction house? Brother Lai, more than knowing, this auction house is particularly famous. My father often take me to play. That place can be a lot of good things. What refining materials, exotic beast crystals, heavenly materials, elemental skills, controllable exotic beasts and so on. There are all kinds of good things. Chapter 42. Damn, what a strong illusion. Thanks to Xiao Watermelon for sending a great gift. Wu Xiao, this kid can send himself such a big gift, always feel that there is something fishy. It doesn't matter. There is cheap not to take advantage of is an asshole. Originally, it is not a blood feud, the money is in place, everything is fine, happy face. Brother Lai, tomorrow is the trial in the Sunset Forest, how have you decided? Do you want to participate? Linley thought about it and eventually pushed the question back, so do you want to participate or not? Just now, Lu Qingyue came to me, she wants the two of us to join her team, and bring Wu Xiao along with us. Why bring that guy? I want to participate, but I think the two of us on a team will be enough. Worthy of being good brothers, they thought of the same thing as Linley. The fewer people there were, the easier it was to move. Making a bunch of people in a crow's nest, as if they were afraid that others wouldn't notice them. Okay, listen to you, tomorrow we'll both be a team and participate in the Sunset Forest trial. Good, we will definitely achieve the top 3. Early the next morning, Linley and Mahoney arrived at the teleportation square on time. Of course, they also ran into Lu Qingyue and the others. Little Fatty's attitude was exceptionally resolute, it was just Linley on a team with himself, and no one on the other side could do anything about it. Linley pretended to be very difficult, in fact, this is all rehearsed in advance. To avoid embarrassment. Sure enough, in the end, Lu Qingyue gave up, the character of the little fat man no one knows, in addition to Linley who he can listen to? Solely turned back to find the Sifengyu, Yaotong, two people, formed into a new team. To say that Linley heart a little lost without that is also false, after all, the two had sparks. The problem is, now is not to talk about love, the time of the will. Furthermore, the other side is now so close to Wu Xiao, their own big face to go up, think about it is disgusting. Women will only affect the speed of the master to draw the sword. Ding dong. Sunset Forest trial detection now officially begins. A familiar mechanical beep came, and everyone went quiet. As usual, first put on the life bracelet. Then they began to walk towards the center position of the square. Linley and Mahoney stood together so that they wouldn't spread out when they teleported. Please get ready, in 10 seconds, the teleportation will begin. Thinking back to the last time he teleported, that feeling was so damn exciting. Let's hope no one will mess up the teleportation process this time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin teleportation. The entire teleportation square was enveloped by a strong light, and that familiar feeling came once again as Linley and Mahoney's eyes blurred. A sense of weightlessness assaulted their entire bodies. Fortunately, it didn't last long this time, and after a mere 5 or 6 seconds, they regained their vision. Sunset Forest, as the name suggests, was a place where the sun set every day. It wasn't that the sun didn't move anywhere, but that no matter where the sun was, the sky was a fiery red scenery. This natural phenomenon was very peculiar and no one had explained it so far. Brother Lai, this place is so beautiful. Little Fatty looked around, the scenery was all of a sudden pleasant. The autumn wind was soughing, and the leaves of the maple tree were yellowing. Combined with the sight of the setting sun, it was like a beautiful painting that made people relaxed and forgetful. As the saying goes, the sunrise of the morning, the dusk of the sunset, one is a beautiful beginning, the other is a poignant end. Ha! How is it that the more you talk, the harder it gets? Linley's heart was inexplicably a bit clogged, and he hurriedly sobered up. Damn, what a strong illusion. This place could actually shake one's mind. Hong Yi, you. However, when he saw little Fatty's still innocent expression, he was sure. It was his own overthinking. You who? You've come to the door so quickly? The corners of Linley's mouth suddenly rose as he sensed that a foreign beast was approaching nearby. Beginner level 7, the door is open. Little fatty Mahoney of course also sensed it, his hands wrapped around lightning, always ready to launch an attack. Incoming. With a reminder from Linley, little fatty scurried straight into the woods. Hadougan. Boom. Oil guzzling root. Boom. Gagabrugan. Boom. Linley stood outside the forest and was dumbfounded. Where did he learn all these skill moves from? This little fatso wouldn't be magically impaired, would he? Agoo. Just as he thought this, the little fatty flew backwards out of the woods. Linley's quick eyes and hands, a cloud of black mist flung toward Mahoney and wrapped around his waist. No, it was above his stomach and pulled him over. Brotherly, I can't beat that stinking monkey. Linley rolled his eyes. He's at the 7th level of the primordial stage, you're at the 3rd level, what are you going to fight with? Take your oil-consuming root? You have to use your brain to fight. If you're reckless like this, it's good that they didn't finish you off. Linley waved his hand, signaling little fatty to honestly stay where he was. Afterwards, he walked into the depths of the woods. It was about 6 or 7 meters away, when a oh monkey call came from above. Linley sidestepped and dodged the earth thorns that emerged from the ground. This stinking monkey is a bit interesting, white hair head, yellow hair body size than human, even a few points stronger. The most special is its pair of big dripping eyes, red light, like a lantern. This forest is already dark, cannot see the light all year round. At first glance this stinky monkey was quite scary. Earth system, right, knowing that you can't beat me, you fling your skills. Monkeys, this kind of foreign beasts, are really smart. Complimenting the other party, that monkey seemed to have heard and understood, and danced with excitement. The big red buttocks were exposed outwards, more obvious than those 2 lanterns. Linley let out a snort, and 2 energy balls were directly thrown out. The white-furred monkey realized the danger and leapt out, landing on another tree. Boom, boom. The 2 energy balls bombarded the tree trunk, and the entire tree trembled. Running pretty fast. Linley continued to attack. The energy balls in his hands converged very quickly, almost throwing one out. The next one was ready. The white-haired monkey's movements were very sensitive, and although he couldn't use his hands to counterattack, Linley couldn't hit the other party for a while. Grass. Have you heard of the saying? All fear comes from a lack of firepower. I'll let you see what it means to be covered by firepower today. Linley directly raised his palms and aimed them at the white-haired monkey. 2 dark shockwaves shot out directly. Wherever they passed was dusty, branches and leaves fluttered about. Maple leaves fell from the trees as if they were raining, laying a thick layer on the ground. In this way, 1 person and 1 monkey circled around twice. Linley's left and right hands clamped down, directly knocking the white-haired monkey to the ground. Run Aren't you quite capable of running? A bad smile appeared on Linley's face as he walked up to the injured white-haired monkey, his right hand forming a claw shape, encircling the dark supernatural energy. Preparing to finish off the other party with a single strike. Oh you. Speak human. Oh. Oh yeah, you can't speak human. What's pointing in that direction? Is there a treasure? Chapter 43, I'm your ancestor. The white-furred monkey nodded vigorously, and 1 furry monkey paw kept pointing deeper into the woods. Brother Lie. How's it going, Brother Lie? Little Fatty's voice came from outside the woods. The sound of that fierce battle just now had him worried. It's all right, Hong-yi, come in. Little Fatty ran into the woods upside down at the sound. When he saw the white-furred monkey that had been injured by Linley, he excitedly wanted to go forward to make up for it. The latter was frightened and kept moving his body backwards, his already pale face turning pale. Wait, Hong-yi, this monkey still has his uses. Linley stopped the little fatty, slowly stepped in front of the white-furred monkey and said in a slightly threatening tone, it's also simple. If you want to live, take us to that place you're pointing to, and if what's there can satisfy me, I'll let you go. The white-furred monkey nodded desperately after hearing this, then forcefully braced his body and walked towards the depths of the woods step by step. Hong-yi, follow behind me, always pay attention to the movements nearby. Understood. Linley closely followed the white-furred monkey. As long as it dared to play any small tricks, he himself would be able to finish it off in the first instance. Just like this, the 2 men and the monkey traveled forward for a full 20 minutes. I don't know whether it was because the forest was too dense, or because it was located in a remote area. The deeper they went, the darker the light became, until finally, it had already reached the point where they couldn't see their fingers. The little fat man was scared, tightly tugged Linley corner. The vision of the alien is certainly stronger than ordinary people. The problem is that the little fat man's realm is too low. Night vision is just like that, blurred piece. Linley, on the other hand, was not affected in the slightest. The special thing about the darkness system is this: the darker you are, the clearer I can see, and the more calm my heart is. Linley felt that even if a ghost suddenly appeared at this moment, he was not afraid. Pa! Hongi, stop it! Linley's shoulder was suddenly slapped by someone, and Ma Hongi was right behind himself. Who else could it be but him? What are you saying, Brother Lee? I'm scared. Slap. Another hit, and this time the force wasn't light. Linley, puzzled, looked back at Ma Hongi, this kid shivering, as if no other action. Snap. Who? Linley's sweaty hair stood up. Just now it was his right shoulder, but when he turned back, his left shoulder was slapped again. Ma Hongi had just been within his line of sight. Indeed, there was no other movement. Who could it be? Suddenly, Linley jerked back to look directly ahead. Oh no! The white-furred monkey was gone. Obviously, it had been following closely behind it just a moment ago, and its aura had been locked onto itself the entire time. How could it disappear in the blink of an eye? Who? Who is it? Who shoot me? Little Fatty suddenly screamed a ghostly cry, frightening Linley with a jolt. Hongi, calm down, there's brother here. Seeing Ma Hongi's lips turn white with fear, Linley hurriedly spoke out to comfort him. This place isn't right, we've most likely fallen into the path of that white-furred monkey. That? Then what should we do now? I can't see anything. Could the one that just tapped me be? Don't scare yourself, believe in science. Phew. Linley had just finished saying this when a cloudy wind blew in her ears. So cool, so cool. Bold demon. Dare to scare your grandpa, Linley? Dare to show yourself and come out to fight. Linley was also frightened enough, but with little Fatty by his side, he had to be bold, or else he would really fall into the path of the other party. Thus, Linley mobilized the dark supernatural energy in his body to surge outwards crazily, and the maple tree branches and leaves around him were rustled by this chi. It was even more damn weird. Brother Lie, Ma Hongi half a day also did not eye out. Linley sensed that something was wrong, twisted his head to look. Good guy, this look does not matter, almost will Linley's soul scared flying. A coolness from the soles of the feet straight to the brain door. Just see the shoulders of the little fat man. Juan drooped ahead. Very old, very ugly, very frilly. This time, it was bearing a big yellow tooth, smiling at Linley without making a sound. And at this moment, the little fatty was already stunned. He could clearly perceive that there was something pressing on his shoulders, but his body couldn't move no matter what. The original rosy little chubby face, at this moment, was ironclad. Linley took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Senior. Let's talk about what's going on. Can you let my brother go? Senior. I can give you whatever you want, I know you're a human being, and a tall one at that. Elder. Can we have a word? What do you want? You old thing, what the hell are you laughing at? I'm talking to you, do you believe I'll blow your head off? Linley's patience was worn out. What was wrong with this ugly old monster? A pair of dead fish eyes staring at himself, unable to feel any emotion or temperature. It just smiled straight at itself. You are dark. Department. An extremely hoarse and ear-piercing voice came out, and little Fatty felt his crotch get a little wet. Linley also unconsciously gulped, straightened his waist and said boldly, "That's right, I'm Darkness Department." "What's the matter, want to fight?" LOL. Diablo. The legend, finally, appeared. Linley's face sank. How did the other party see his legendary talent? Kid. You. What's your name? My name is Linley, senior is? LOL, I'm your ancestor. As soon as the words fell, the ugly old man disappeared. Linley's mouth opened wide, his mind not turning a corner for a moment. What did that old thing say just now? My ancestor? You TM ugly old man, I'm TM your ancestor. Inexplicably scolded. What way is this old thing, looking like a ghost? Brother Lie. Little Fatty realized that he could move his body, then he paralyzed to the ground, panting heavily. "Honey, how are you doing? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" "No. I'm just a bit weak." "Void? Then I don't have kidney treasure either?" The white-haired monkey's voice came from behind Linley, and the two of them looked back in unison. This monkey actually came back? And look at that expression, seems to be asking, "You two get what, lo? The baby don't want it?" Chapter 44 Made a Monkey Friend. Linley didn't expect this white-haired monkey to come back. It was quite faithful to its promise. The question is, what happened to that ugly old man just now? Coming and going without a trace, just like a ghost. "Honey, hold on, this Thai place is too weird, we must leave as soon as possible." Linley helped the little fatty up, his eyes vigilantly looking around the surroundings. Only after seeing that there were no more abnormalities, did he continue to follow the white-haired monkey forward. The next road was much flatter. As the trees become more and more sparse, the flaming red daylight finally penetrated in. That ugly old man also never appeared again. The white-furred monkey brought Linley and the two of them to a large sky-high tree, pointing very humanely at the top of the tree before climbing up in 3 or 2 tries. Linley was quite puzzled. How could there be such a tall tung tree in this maple forest? Which talent designed it? Placing Mahoney under the tree, Linley was ready to follow him up and take a look. Dark energy wrapped around his feet, and with a fierce sprint, Linley ascended the trunk of the tree. This large tree was at least 20 meters, and the higher up it climbed, the wider the view became. Not long after, the entire maple leaf forest was displayed in Linley's eyes. It's really not small, it's a big red. The legendary Sunset Forest seemed to have 3 major areas. The first was this maple leaf forest, the second was called Falling Cloud Peak, and the third was called the Mountain Stoneland. These 3 areas were located in the 3 directions of the Sunset Forest. I remembered that Lu Qingyue had said that the foreign beasts in the mountain and stone ground were the most dense, and the maple leaf forest was more mysterious, and so many trialists went in and didn't come out until the end of the trial. Within a few minutes, Linley ascended to the top of the tree under the guidance of the white-furred monkey. The top of this tree looked like it had been constructed by someone or something, such a large hole in the tree, and the surrounding branches and leaves were tightly covered, as if they were deliberately hidden. The white-furred monkey looked at Linley, and was quite reluctant to give up. Then slowly walked into the tree hole. Linley followed closely, and after entering the tree hole, he marveled at the white-furred monkey's craftsmanship. The construction is really good, angular, neat and tidy. There was even a simple table. This monkey was afraid that it hadn't become an elf, right? Isn't a fey animal an animal that has become a spirit? Oh The white-haired monkey pointed to the small wooden pier in front of the table, supposedly wanting Linley to sit down and wait for a while. Then it walked towards the other end of the tree hole on its own, rummaging around in the east and searching in the west. In a short while, a broken wooden box was tipped out by it. With a clang, it landed on the desktop, raising dust that choked Linley with a fit of coughing. The white-furred monkey drooped its face, touched the wooden box, and pushed it towards Linley with great reluctance. Linley curiously opened the lid of the wooden box, and then was shocked. OMG, full of elemental crystals. Yes, it was elemental crystals, not fey crystals. Stretching his hand in, he scratched it out, and there were hundreds of them. How long did this monkey have to have saved up to be able to save up such a large amount of wealth out? All of this is for me? Linley asked, not quite sure. The white-haired monkey nodded very seriously, then walked over to the wooden bed and plopped down with a dark gaze. This is heartbroken? Linley was suddenly a little embarrassed. People were so honest with themselves, but they were thinking of scavenging away all their treasures. It seems a bit too much, right? Well, it was indeed very embarrassing. Linley rummaged through the wooden crate and picked out 20 elemental crystals of relatively good quality from it, then slipped them into his pocket. Little monkey, as for me, although I'm not a good person, I'm by no means a great trader. You know that you are good by nature, and taking the initiative to approach us is also due to your innate alertness as a fey beast, so I won't take away all of your treasures, and I'll leave the rest for you. The white-furred monkey seemed to have understood, and seemed to have not. Tilting ahead in confusion, it looked at Linley. Linley directly picked up the wooden box and shoved it into the white-haired monkey's arms. He also pointed to his bulging pockets and nodded kindly. This time the white-furred monkey understood, excitedly opened the wooden box and looked at it, seeing that there was still most of the elemental crystals inside, happily jumping up and down. Seeing the white-furred monkey in this state, Linley was also very happy. In fact, foreign beasts also have good and evil, good and bad. You know, before the reboot of the era, humans and animals got along very well. Not including the animals they consumed. Since the reboot of the era, animals have been affected by elemental powers, and have begun to awaken and evolve, becoming more and more intelligent, greedy, and vicious. But when you think about it from another perspective, what's wrong with them? They are just trying to survive. If they didn't encroach on human territory, then humans would be the first to eliminate them. Why? Because humans don't allow superpowered creatures to exist. The existence of foreign beasts had already threatened the position of the human rulers, so the various overseas countries and regions before the new era were the first to provoke a war. The end result was obvious, and they all paid a terrible price for their irrational behavior. There was an indelible divide that existed between humans and foreign beasts. Therefore, during the past 50 years, the only remaining humans on the divine continent viewed the Fey beasts as mortal enemies, and sooner or later, one day, humans would start an all-out war with the Fey beasts. The final victor will completely dominate the Blue Star, becoming the only real power controller on the Blue Star. This time, the harvest was quite abundant, and Linley also kept his promise and released the white-furred monkey. Moreover, it seems that one person and one monkey have become friends. Before descending from the tree, the white-haired monkey handed over a small bag of fruit to Linley, a sign of friendship and gratitude. During the 7 days of the trial, it was indeed necessary for the trialists to solve the food problem on their own. It was only that most of the trialists chose to slaughter low-ranked alien beasts and then use them as ingredients. Very few of them went to pick fruits. These days, they were all carnivores, including Linley, and eating a meal without meat was indeed very unpleasant. After getting off the sycamore tree, Little Fatty had recovered almost. Coupled with eating some fruit to replenish their strength, the two of them once again opened the hunting trip, wandering around for most of the day. Until the actual moment of sunset, the two of them were not able to bump into a few foreign beasts. It was probably because there really weren't many foreign beasts in this maple forest. But it wasn't all for naught. Linley and his duo had met 3 small groups along the way. They were all in 3s and 2s, and their strength was worse than one another. In order to abide by the rules of the trial, Linley endured the pain of robbing these 3 squads. More than 10 Fey crystals were harvested. Rather, he didn't ruthlessly eliminate each other, in case he could still run into each other. Meeting each other was destiny. How much destiny should it be? Chapter 45, Moving Dad Whenever You're Not in Sync. Brother Lai, we've harvested a total of 17 Fey crystals today, which when converted into points is. Little Fatty placed all the crystals on the ground and counted them one by one for half a day, 230. 230, that means 115 per person, not too much, but not too little. I heard from whispering that in the last sunset trial, the person with the highest points was 1980, but of course, he relied on intercepting other teams to gain so many points. Then why don't we just wait until the 6th or 7th day of the trial before heading to the mountain and rocky land, and then we'll intercept everyone's Fey crystals in one fell swoop. Linley laughed. This Little Fatty was too naive. The 6th day, the 7th day. Most of the teams that had harvested a lot had already gone into hiding. Who would wander around in a dangerous place like that? By that time, the mountain and stone land was a chaotic battlefield of looting, and those with slightly less strength wouldn't even go there. Instead, it was the maple leaf forest, where most of the stoic trialists would hide. Hongi, if we want to achieve a ranking, the mountain and stone land we must go to as soon as possible, just to give those trialists a little bit of time. Sheep, we must always fatten them up before eating them. Linley handed a large piece of roasted snake meat in front of him to the Little Fatty. At this point in time, what did one care about the meat of any animal? Little Fatty cared even less and took the meat and feasted on it. Hongi. Someone is coming. Linley suddenly sensed that a large group of people were approaching nearby, as if their strength was not weak. Little Fatty hurriedly fluttered to his feet and hid within the bushes with Linley. Yulong, with just this group of us, can we really defeat that middle-ranked alien beast? What? Do you have no confidence in yourself or in us? Alright Zhao Fei Xiang, Yulong is a beginner level 9, plus our group of 13 people, defeating a middle level 2 foreign beast is not a problem at all alright. The conversation was eventually interrupted by a familiar girl. Linley observed from the shadows and realized that most of this group of people were from the same class as himself, especially the 3 at the front. Jiang Yulong, ranked first in the first-year class. Should be second now. SS grade superpower department, spatial ability. The degree of rarity was nothing to write home about. It seemed that within the entire divine continent, there were less than 5 that controlled spatial abilities combined. Currently at the 9th level, rumor has it that he once used the special nature of his spatial ability to defeat an upperclassman's 10th level alien ability. The girl on the left is named Mao Frost, currently ranked 9th, SS level wind system psychic ability. She has white skin and long legs. Although slightly inferior to Lu Qingyue by 1 point, she is still considered to be a school flower level character. Currently, her strength should be at the 7th level. The boy on Jiang Yulong's right, the one who had just beaten the retreat, was named Zhao Feixiang. Currently ranked number 1 in the class. I forgot how much. Anyway, the ranking is backward, very inconspicuous. The strength is about the 6th level of the primary stage, and the S-class with system supernatural ability. The later ones won't be introduced one by one, anyway. 7 or 8 of the 13 people in the line are all students from the first-year class. But what really attracted Linley's attention was the middle-ranked alien beasts they were talking about. Lu Qingyue had also said last time that there were roughly 10 middle-ranked foreign beasts within the Sunset Forest, and as a result, last time, she was very unfortunate to have bumped into one, resulting in the annihilation of her entire army. This middle-ranked foreign beast was considered both a strange encounter and an encounter. If you can take out the other party and obtain the crystallization of the middle-ranked foreign beast, then this trial, the bottom of the top 10 is guaranteed. But if you were taken out by the other party, then congratulations, tossed in vain. Ha! There's a fire here? Everyone, be vigilant. A group of people quickly arrived at the location where Linley had just been, and upon discovering the fire that hadn't yet been extinguished, they immediately alerted their surroundings. There was no such thing as classmate love in this place, only interests, enemies, hunters, and prey. They just left not long ago, or... Jiang Yulong's eyes looked at Linley's location playfully, and said word by word, still. Haven't. Gone. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yulong directly disappeared in place. Linley secretly said that it wasn't good, the other party hadn't discovered himself, but had discovered Little Fatty. In a flash of lightning, Linley tugged Little Fatty up and directly leapt out. In the next second, the grass where the two of them were was directly crushed into pieces by a force of space. What a ruthless hand. Both of you, eavesdropping on people's conversations is a very impolite behavior. Mao Frost stepped forward and released a wind barrier, stopping the two of them hard. Linley? Ma! Mr. Ma? Zhao Feixiang's expression was scornful after seeing Linley, and then he saw Little Fatty and completely wimped out. Little Fatty's style was known to everyone. If he offended the other party today, it would be strange if he didn't get retaliated against when he returned to the academy. That... Yulong, we are all classmates, why don't we just forget about it? Although Mao Frost made a move to intercept, he did not have the intention to attack. After all, these two people in front of them were one more than one not to be messed with. It is better to do more than less. It's not like I said I was going to rob their crystals. Space rippled once again, and Jiang Yulong's figure appeared directly in front of Linley's duo. With his eyes fixed firmly on Linley, he said, I am more interested in student Linley. Yo, is Mr. Jiang preparing to try me out? Linley didn't wimp out at all. Don't look at the number of people on the other side, but the quality was average. Jiang Yulong was the only one who could hold his own. As long as the situation wasn't good, he himself would directly take Little Fatty and run away. Of course. But... it's also just a sparring match. If you win, let you guys go. If I win, join our team and hunt mid-ranked alien beasts together. Ha! You think you can keep us? I don't dare to guarantee you, but I can definitely keep this Little Fatty. What? Do you know who I am? My father is Ma Gang. Do you believe I'll ask old man son to beat you up? Little Fatty's bravado was back, moving his father at the drop of a hat. Then do you know who I am? Jiang Yulong's gaze was disdainful, not taking the Little Fatty seriously at all. Linley was also quite curious, what identity and background could this Jiang Yulong have? Not even giving face to the Titan Guild? Alright, hurry up, middle-ranked alien beasts don't come to the door by themselves. Mao Frost put away his alien energy and made way for this field. Linley frowned slightly. This kid's strength was considered to be the first amongst the first years. A beginner rank 9 could fight against a beginner rank 10. A bit challenging. Hongi, flash to the side, I'll meet him. Oh. Brotherly, be careful. Little Fatty listened to Linley the most and directly exited the battlefield area. Come on. Okay, come on. Linley took the lead, a cloud of dark mist wrapped around his entire body and directly disappeared in place. It's so interesting, the darkness department can even jump through space. Chapter 46, By Virtue of Me Being Powerful. In just an instant, Linley appeared behind Jiang Yulong. His right fist was covered in alien energy, and he swung it out nonchalantly. If it were the old days, Linley would have focused on long-range offense, but now, the simplest and most effective way to deal with a spatial system aberrationist was to get close to the opponent in close combat. As much as possible, he would entangle the opponent's feet and hinder him from utilizing space to execute his jumping skills. The plan was quite good, and the implementation went smoothly. The problem was, what if the enemy didn't cooperate? Linley's thoughts were seen through by the other party. Jiang Yulong didn't even move, and ripples suddenly appeared in the space behind him. Immediately afterward, Linley's punch fell short. It wasn't that the enemy had disappeared into thin air, but that his own fist had disappeared into thin air. Spatial transformation? Linley could feel that his fist had struck the air and had appeared within another space. You know quite a lot, Mr. Linley, I won't show any mercy. Oh. Jiang Yulong sidestepped and attacked Linley's abdomen with an elbow strike. What happened to the promised sparring session? All as a fart? Linley didn't bother to spit, and directly drew back his arm to block it. Immediately after, aiming at the other party's dog's head, a burst of small punches. Jiang Yulong's close combat skills are not bad. For a time, the two fought back and forth, hard to give up, although not compared to Kung Fu Superstar. However, they also had a few moments of a three-legged cat stance. Monkey steals peach. The foot that breaks the child's grandchildren. 5 poisons pie may palm. Kinetic kick. Enin kick. 1,000-year kill. Space cut. You're playing tricks. Jiang Yulong suddenly couldn't play around anymore, directly swinging out a palm blade. Linley quickly crouched down. Boom. 2 seconds later, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground came. Little Fatty and the others in the distance watched in awe. What a fast blade. No, what a fast hand. This strike without 30 years of strength is afraid to play out. Ah. Linley looked back with palpitations. A maple tree as thick as a thigh was neatly sliced in half. One half smashed to the ground, and the other half was sobbing in place. This kid doesn't talk about martial arts. What about the promised comparison of fisticuffs? Did not say? Then he can't play around and zoom in either. Black curtain. Just when Jiang Yulong seemed to be pleased, Linley suddenly shouted. Immediately afterward, he couldn't see a thing. The two eyes of a large black eye. This kind of black, not normal people can experience black. Instead, it's a blackness that can't be seen or recognized. How to say it, as if you were blind, two eyes somehow lost general. Can't see the slightest bit of light at all. At this moment, Jiang Yulong was a bit flustered. Although he knew that this was Linley's tactic, but now he couldn't see anything, so he couldn't do spatial positioning. Yulong. Be careful. Mao Frost's voice came from the distance, and Jiang Yulong subconsciously turned his body. A biting wind slashed across his cheeks, causing raw pain. Jiang Yulong reached out and touched his face. It was a little wet. Smelling it, it was blood. Damn. Jiang Yulong knew that he had been hit, and had also been cut through that most handsome face. Face value instantly dropped 2 degrees. Ah. What? That's not pleasing? I'm merely returning the favor in the same way I did. Linley's voice appeared beside his ears, and Jiang Yulong was startled. Those 2 moves just now were both developed on the fly. The principle was simple. The first move was called Black Curtain. It was to utilize the element of darkness to wrap the opponent's field of vision and dispel all light. It turned the opponent into a blind man. Of course, it didn't last long because the level of consumption was too great. The second move was thanks to Jiang Yulong's spatial cutting, which brought Linley a ray of inspiration. The spatial attribute was not available on its own, but compressing the power of darkness until it was in an abnormally sharp state and releasing it would have the same effect. Mr. Jiang, still fighting? You. To be honest, Jiang Yulong was very unconvinced in his heart. From the beginning to the end of the fight, his space department's advantage had not been utilized. He had thought of trying Linley and then seriously defeating the other party. As it turned out, he had played along with the other party and played himself out. You win. Although reluctant, this was the case. What else could one do when one had become blind with one's eyes open? Wait for the other party to give himself another monkey stealing peach? Linley nodded in satisfaction, then dispelled the darkness ability. Zhang Yulong's gaze was grave as he looked at Linley beside him. The characteristics of the darkness system were really too unintelligible. Devouring energy, transcending combat, mimicking moves, and damn well turning people blind. You guys go, I won't give you a hard time. The team members not far away were shocked, not expecting the top-ranked Zhang Yulong to really lose. Mr. Linley, could I try you? Mao Frost also saw that Zhang Yulong didn't lose in strength, but in brains. Not as cocky as Linley, not as calm as Linley, and even less so as Linley's dog. Fighting, you have to be in the spirit of 12 points. Cannot be careless in the slightest. No need. Losing is losing. I, Zhang Yulong, can afford to lose, but I'm not convinced. One day I'll challenge you again. Fine, I'll play along anytime, as long as you give money. Pay? Of course, if I don't pay, why should I fight you? Do I look like a sandbag? Accompany you every day? Zhang Yulong as well as many of his team members were disliked, as if it was quite reasonable. Okay, this is the deposit. 1 month later, we will fight again. Well, rich people are quick. Linley wasn't polite, and directly accepted the blue card. Let's get this out of the way. I have a very high fee, so ordinary people can't afford to use it. $10 million. Okay. I'll do it whenever you're free. Really wealthy landlord, 10 million said like $1,000. Humph, let's go. Zhang Yulong sullenly led the team ready to leave, but was stopped by Linley. Mr. Jiang, fighting is fighting, peace can't be hurt. I'm very interested in the middle-ranked alien beasts you just mentioned. Why don't our two teams work together? Zhang Yulong was not going to be able to get over this whole thing by Linley. Since he wanted to cooperate with himself, he still took over the battle? I see, this is a trap. This dog thing is just to trap his own money. You really want to cooperate with us? I'll agree to cooperate with you if the points are split 40-60. Deal. 6 for me, 4 for you. What? Before Zhang Yulong could react, Mao Frost and the team members behind him quit. There were 13 altered beings on his side, and only 2 on the other side. 4 or 6 was already very cheap for him, but he was still shamelessly taking a big share. Linley, don't go too far. On what basis do you take up 60% of the points? By virtue of me being powerful. Chapter 47. Because you're good? You're good at blowing, aren't you? What? You're not convinced? Your boss has lost to me, so what qualifications do you have to yell and shout? Get it straight, if I work with you, I'm the strongest main force. Linley spoke with such bravado. His eyes were unruly, his expression disdainful. A proper middle-aged youth. I think what Mr. Lin said is a bit reasonable. Zhao Feixiang didn't know what he was looking for, but he actually supported Linley. Furious, Mao Frost directly stomped on him. Egu, why are you stomping on me, classmate Mao? Idiot, shut up you. Got a point? If you have a point, go fight against a middle-ranked foreign beast yourself. All right. Zhang Yulong spoke out and everyone obediently shut their mouths. Linley, when you talk about cooperation, you should bring some sincerity. Your means are indeed special, yet they're not worth 60% of the points. At most 40.5%. Otherwise we can't afford to suffer this loss. Linley still wanted to continue to raise the price, but seeing Zhang Yulong's demeanor, he thought better of it. 45% is 45%, it's good to have something to earn. Alright, for the sake of Mr. Zhang's face, 45% deal. Linley stretched out his palm, his intentions clear. Although Zhang Yulong was reluctant, he also stretched out his hand and struck it against it, signaling a happy cooperation. Alright, this time you can tell me the information about the foreign beasts you know, right? Ice Crystal Beast, Rare Rank SS. Strength Level, Middle Stage 2. Elemental Attribute, Ice, active in the Ice Lake area at the foot of Falling Cloud Peak. Surprisingly, it's an Ice Crystal Beast? Linley had never heard of it. But the very rarity of the SS already proved that this Fey beast was not simple. Although the number of Fey beasts was 100 times that of humans, there were very few that were truly amazingly talented and had high attribute levels. Maybe it was specially arranged by God. Otherwise, humans wouldn't be able to play at all. Okay, then let's have a good cooperation. Linley's shameless energy came back, hooking Jiang Yulong's shoulder and riding on Jiang Yulong's back. Talking and laughing, they continued on their way. Little Fatty also interjected from time to time. The atmosphere was very pleasant. The team traveled until late at night, and the crowd stopped to rest for more than 3 hours. Only when the sky was slightly bright did they continue to move forward. The team was not very far from the foot of Falling Cloud Peak, and the journey was about half a day or so. During this time, there were quite a few more beasts encountered, probably due to the proximity of the water source. Anyway, Linley killed very happily more than 20 beasts, and snatched 13 of them. This could make Mao Frost and the others angry. Linley's head snatching speed is really too fast, dark cutting moves to kill, have a temper also cannot send out. According to Linley's own words, I grabbed with the ability, what are you not convinced? If you have the patience, you can also rob with me Joking, in addition to Jiang Yulong's space department, who can rob over Linley. Plus Mahongi this kid play rogue, once Linley and the beast fighting, dead stop in front of the team refused to give way. You hit me? If you hit me, I'll call my father. I'll see who's unlucky at that time. On the second day of the trial, at 10 minutes past noon, the squad of 15 people finally arrived at the ice lake area. The so-called ice lake is a lake that is frozen all year round. No matter if you're in spring, summer, fall, or winter, it won't change in the slightest. The principle was still a mystery, but Linley guessed that something definitely existed underneath the lake. Otherwise, it was in early fall, still a suitable temperature, how could it freeze? Everyone be careful, the ice crystal beast is just ahead. Jiang Yulong stared tightly at the surface of the lake not too far away and warned out loud. If he could sense it, of course Linley's crowd could sense it as well. About a kilometer away on the ice, a huge body, at least 3 or 4 meters high, blue, with 2 small insignificant horns on its head, and a lot of ice cubes inserted into its back, was leisurely pacing in a wobbly manner. A moment to look up at the sky, a moment to look down at the lake. A moment of small feet backward too, a moment of tail flick to and fro. This foreign beast is a hyperactive? Little Fatty observed for half a day and summarized an important point. Linley nodded indifferently as well. This foreign beast did have a bit of a problem. If it doesn't sleep honestly, what is it doing wandering around blindly? Everyone get ready, this foreign beast isn't simple, try to fight quickly. Understood, Yulong. Linley always felt that this Mao Frost was plotting against Jiang Yulong. What people say is what they say, you can listen to them along the way. Damn, this pair of dogs. Do it. Slow down. The crowd was blindsided by the sudden stopping sound. With puzzled faces, they looked at Linley, wondering what this guy was up to. What's wrong, Linley? Jiang Yulong didn't have much of a reaction, presumably thinking that Linley had discovered something. My shoelace is open, wait I will. Seeing Linley really squat down to tie his shoes, Jiang Yulong's mouth twitched. This bee is deliberately playing with herself, right? Alright, you can start this time. Jiang Yulong lazily ignored him and observed the ice crystal beast once again. Do it. Slow down. With a bang, Zhao Feishan was knocked out by one of the team members behind him. Luckily, it was ice, and his face landed on the ground and scuffed, so it wasn't a big deal. The crowd was all anxious, glaring at Linley. What is this dog doing again? Even Jiang Yulong was frowning, glancing at Linley with some annoyance. Why are they all looking at me? Look at them. Looking in the direction Linley pointed, another group of people had unexpectedly appeared in the other direction of the lake. The number didn't seem to be inferior to their own party. It seems like we're not the only team staring at the ice crystal beast. Mao Frost frowned slightly as she looked towards Jiang Yulong and said, this sunset trial has a total of just 10 middle-ranked alien beasts, and the ice crystal beasts are still considered to be a few of the rarest, so how can it be just us who have our eyes on them? Then what should we do, Brother Lai? Since you asked sincerely, I'll be merciful and tell you. Stay well and let them have it. Give it to them? On what grounds? An Earth adept from the same class as Linley was instantly offended. Kid, it's not your fault for being retarded, but it's your fault for showing it off. Charging up now, do you intend to engage the ice crystal beast, or do you intend to engage another team? Or are you confident that you can take out all the people and beasts in one fell swoop? That Earth-type alien was dumbfounded by the dislike. It seemed like choosing either one would be a disadvantage. Linley is right, wait and see what happens, and when they make a move, we'll reap the benefits. Kudos to you. Linley gave Jiang Yulong a rude thumbs up, but unfortunately, what he got in return was a big blank stare. Boom! 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 Roar! They're starting to make their move, everyone get ready. Once the ice crystal beast loses, we'll charge straight up and grab the crystals. Slow down. Chapter 48 Licking Dog Turned Cousin? What's wrong again? Linley didn't say anything, only his expression grew more and more grave. His gaze was locked onto a figure at the location of the battlefield. That familiar great sword, that familiar holy light descending, who else could it be but Lu Qingyue? The ice crystal beast was at least a middle-rank second level of strength, and even though there were more than a dozen people in Lu Qingyue's team, they were still at a disadvantage when they exchanged blows. This girl, she's still so reckless after having suffered a loss once. Ha! Brother Lai, who are you talking about? Little Fatty came forward and looked at the battlefield curiously. Hey! Isn't that Mr. Lu? And that what's his name Hugh, they're all there. Linley was a little depressed, most afraid of meeting this situation. His relationship with Lu Qingyue is now very complicated. You say there are feelings, that is indeed there, and last time it was almost. To say there wasn't, seeing her attitude towards Wu Xiu, he was kinda disgusted. What jealousy? Don't talk nonsense. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar came from the location of the battlefield. The surface of the ice began to tremble, an extremely sharp ice thorn sprang out from underneath the surface of the lake, and quite a few people were too slow to react and thus were stabbed. Only no one died. The roll of the life bracelet began to appear, a turquoise green light enveloped the body, resisting this fatal blow, then disappeared together with the person. Damn! Linley in the end still could not sit still. Black mist wrapped around the whole body disappeared in place. Not only in terms of feelings, but also Lu Qingyue's help to herself. Since the beginning of the school year until now, Lu Qingyue was the only girl who didn't care about any gain or loss, and wholeheartedly helped herself, especially the last sunset trial, which was intercepted by Yi Chang, and the person rushed to himself without any concern. Just based on this, Linley couldn't even see death to save himself. At this moment, the ice crystal beast had been completely enraged. The ice spikes on the lake's surface were getting denser and denser, and the temperature around them was dropping rapidly. After all, Lu Qingyue and the others were all beginner-level adepts, and without the ability to fly, it was simply a desperate situation. Light speech. Hold me tight. Just at the moment of despair that they were going to be eliminated, Linley's voice appeared beside their ears. Lu Qingyue subconsciously turned around and rushed towards the black mist. 30 seconds later, Linley returned to his original position with the beautiful woman. Linley, I thought you wouldn't come to my rescue. Lu Qingyue clenched her lower lip and looked at Linley pitifully. How did you know I was here? Because I caught a glimpse of little fatty Hongi, so I guessed that you were in this neighborhood as well. Oh. That. You'd better take a break, the ice crystal beasts are too strong, you won't be able to achieve victory with the team you're in. Wait, Linley. Lu Qingying called out to Linley, who was ready to leave, releasing that question that had been perplexing him for a long time, and said, You. Why are you avoiding me? Me? Where did I? Really? Ever since the last time I brought Wu Xiu to apologize to you, you haven't been willing to come near me. Did you misunderstand something? Nonsense, you're so close to a licking dog, who else would not think more? How could it be? It's just. A dead duck must talk tough. Linley also wants to save face, okay. Wu Xiu is my aunt's son, that is, my cousin. What? Linley directly confused a big B. What the hell becomes your cousin? Hey. This matter was told to me by my sister, and Wu Xiu only learned about it later, otherwise, how could I possibly forgive him for what he did before? The corners of Linley's eyes kept twitching, and even Ma Hongi on the side was somewhat unable to accept it. Licking dog turned cousin? Love rival turned brother-in-law? Hongi. Shut up. Little fatty, don't talk nonsense. Linley and Lu Qingyue simultaneously opened their mouths to drink. Ma Gang was right, don't say everything out loud. Linley, if you don't go save your brother-in-law, he's going to be eliminated. Oh. Mao Frost appeared near the duo at an unknown time and reminded them as if flirting. Classmate Mao, just eat melon, can you stop speaking? What the hell, just my brother-in-law? Serves him right to be eliminated, just take it as a lesson for him. Really, making people feel weirdly embarrassed. Linley. There's no time to delay, now is the best time to strike. Jiang Yulong was observing the battlefield movements at all times. At this moment, Lu Qingyue's team had already suffered more than half of the casualties, and the ice crystal beast was also slightly exhausted. Unleashing great moves one after another, how much stamina was enough for him to consume? Alright, let's strike now and take that one. Linli didn't shilly-shally, the matter of his brother-in-law would be discussed later. Right now the ice crystal beast's exotic crystals were the most important thing. The 15 exotics collectively mobilized, with Linli and Jiang Yulong rushing at the forefront, casting their spatial jumping skills. Spatial annihilation. Dark cut. Ice explosion. Green entanglement. A dozen strong and powerful skills bombarded the ice crystal beast, causing that originally tired body to receive a heavy blow, and it directly tumbled sideways and fell to the ground, sliding out dozens of meters away. Linli, do you guys still need some face? It was clearly us who discovered it first. Wuxiu, that size cute. Also forced Lai Lai very unconvinced. Linli without saying anything went up to be a foot. Damn, just TM you call cousin ah? Wu Hu was blinded by this kick, just said what the? I'll ing clean you up later. This kick could put Linli in a good mood. The dark shockwave shot straight at the ice crystal beast's body. It was just as fun as pushing a hockey puck. Linli. The ice crystal beast's weakness is in its neck. Seeing that the battle was favorable, Jiang Yulong hurriedly spoke out to remind him. Neck? Linli leapt up to the body of the ice crystal beast. This big guy was really needy. Stepping on its belly was soft, as if it was a trampoline. Then looking towards its neck position, sure enough, there was no ice covering there. It was just black and folded skin, normally not seen. It should only be seen when it's on its side, so now was the right time. Dark cut. Linli swung out a dark blade, driving it straight at the opponent's neck. When the crowd saw this, they revealed joyful colors. Without any surprises, this foreign beast's head was about to be chopped off. Unfortunately, without accidents, that wasn't called a protagonist. With Linli around, how could things go smoothly? The ice crystal beast realized that death was imminent and didn't hide it anymore. The aura of the middle rank 2 quickly drew up, an intense force of ice and cold swept out, and dark cutting was easily frozen in place. This was the first time Linli had seen this situation. A dark attack could actually be frozen? Even if this ice crystal beast is the strength of the 4th level of the middle order, that is also middle rank 4? Everyone get out of the way. Chapter 49, Sacrifice one of you to save 10 million families. The bitterly cold wind stung the skin, and the tidal wave-like impact lifted everyone present out of the room. Especially Linli. The bitter one was directly lifted into the sky. Thinking back to that song, wanna fly into the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Pa! Ouch! Unfortunately, the height wasn't enough and he soon fell on the ice surface. Jiang Yulong. Didn't you say this intermediate level too? Linli was exasperated enough. Even the other party's strength is not clear, so rashly come to the siege. This is not rushing to give away the head? Nonsense, after 3 months apart, how do I know he's risen 2 levels in a row? What the hell? 3 months apart? You're ing rating him according to his strength 3 months ago? What else? Linli swore that he had never wanted to hit someone like he did today. He wanted to beat the out of Jiang Yulong. Just a moment ago, he thought he was a smart guy. How did he turn into a retard in just a few minutes? Brother Lai. Be careful. Little Fatty's shout came from the distance, and Linli hurriedly rolled forward. With a rumble, the ice crystal beast's big foot slammed down hard on the ice surface, a huge deep pit. Chow! Why are you always chasing after me? Linli stood up with a carp, and his dark slash cut through the air and landed on the ice crystal beast's head. There was a crunching sound, but nothing happened to him. There was a difference of 8 levels. What talent could make up for such a gap? Don't just stand there. Fire! Seeing the people around him staring blankly at his performance, Linli shouted angrily. What time is it? They'd be given a wave by others later. Space stripping. Jiang Yulong took the lead, and the space where the ice crystal beast's head was suddenly fluctuated, followed by a terrifying obliterating force. The effect was there. The ice crystal beast screamed in pain, but unfortunately it didn't cause any significant damage, just a horn was stripped away by the space. Roar! This large monster turned its attention to Jiang Yulong, and with a forceful movement of its feet, cracks actually began to appear in the surrounding ice. Bang bang bang! A succession of ice-breaking sounds came, and 1-meter-high ice spikes then appeared anywhere. Immediately after that, the ice crystal beast let out a roar towards the sky, and snowflakes unexpectedly drifted up in the sky. And this snowflake grew bigger and bigger and bigger. Until finally, it could no longer be called a snowflake, but a snowball. Although it wasn't very dense, it still hurt like hell when it hit people. The inside of this snowball was completely frozen, not the usual soft and sticky toy. The crowd dodged and dodged while letting their skills bombard them. Drops of sweat were seeping out of Linley's anxious forehead. Running. He could definitely run away by himself. The problem was, what about Fatty in this bunch of trash? Moreover, he came all the way here, not to solve this good unwillingness. Hey! Aren't there so many people who are of the Inferno lineage? There is. I am. There was a tall, thin lad in the crowd who raised his hand, and the little bit of flame surrounding his body wasn't enough to blow in the wind. Damn, beginner level 3. What good could that do? Never mind, something is better than nothing. You come with me. The youngster nodded and rushed towards Linley's side. Linley's plan was to use the inflammatory exotic energy to break through the ice crystal beast's defense. After all, these two attributes were considered to be mutually restraining existences, so there was always some use for it. Eventually, the crowd will then combine their efforts to attack the weakness of this one, and it should be. There's no problem, right? Student Lin, my name is Zhang Quan, I'm 19 years old, S-Class Inferno System. Get. What time is this? Grab your hands, aim at this neck and blast the hell out of him for me. Understood. Red Lotus Flame. Yeehaw, that's quite a domineering name. Black Curtain. Linley blocked the ice crystal beast's vision briefly in order to match Shangquan. And then. There was no more then. Hey! I'm stuffed. The so-called Red Lotus Flame wasn't even as big as the flames from the cooking stove. It was just a single ball of fire, and when it hit the neck of the ice crystal beast, it couldn't be said to be useless, but it could only be said to be just a little bit useful. Classmate Lin, how was it? Zhang Quan shyly asked Linley with a big, excited face. Cow B. Heifer goes to the toilet, Cow B is in a hurry. Boom. When the ice crystal beast regained its vision again, all four of its large hooves began to move. Don't look at this guy's physique, but his movement speed was not slow. Huffing and puffing, it swept through the entire battlefield. Zhao Feixiang, Yao Tong, Sifengyu, and the others, half of the trialists again, were tragically killed. Linley. I still have one last move, so show your skills too. If you still can't solve the ice crystal beast, then retreat. Good. You first then. You first. You first. You first. Of course you go first, you ing advocate it. Okay then, I'll go first. Space Storm. Zhang Yulong's full output blocked off the ice crystal beast's space of movement, and immediately afterward, the space began to shatter and collapse as a stream of inky green turbulence was released from the ruptured void. This kind of power was quite special, not belonging to the elements or matter. Rather, it belonged to an origin power that easily broke through the ice layer covering the ice crystal beast. Roar! The latter was in pain and shook its body vigorously, but unfortunately, it was still unable to escape this space. Linley shouted loudly and applauded. However, when he turned around and saw Zhang Yulong's white, like a dead man's face, Linley sincerely admired. Young man, good look, sacrifice you won, save millions of families. Linley. You instead make a move. I can't hold on much longer. This voice was very, very weak. It felt like it was shouting, but was actually panting. Fine, I'll make up the last cut. Dark water. Linley also went out on a limb, redirecting all the alien energy in his body and attaching it to the ground underneath the ice crystal beast's feet. There was no need to say where the inspiration came from, it was a strong batch anyway. The ice crystal beast slowly descended while enduring the spatial turbulence. The dark water continuously eroded his feet, legs, hips, and body. Until finally, the ice crystal beast was completely consumed by the darkness. Zhang Yulong was finally deflated and half fell to the ground. After freezing for a few seconds, he realized that something was wrong. The ice crystal beast was swallowed by the darkness. What about the Fey crystals? Linley. Where are the Fey beast crystals? The promised 45%. Linley similarly collapsed to the ground off his feet, scratching his head, not knowing how to explain. This. I can't do anything about it. The ice crystal beast was devoured into dregs, and that Fey crystalline beast was naturally. Cough. coughing. Lin Li. I, Jiang Yulong, am not finished with you. Chapter 50. I'm just a little trash. Let's be reasonable. It was you who asked me to show my skills. You didn't ask for this specific result. Cough cough. Jiang Yulong was so angry that he couldn't speak, and finally simply faced the blue sky and closed his eyes to think. A team of 15 people was currently left with only 7, excluding Lin Li and Little Fatty. There were still 5 people left. But this had nothing to do with Lin Li. This was the end of the cooperation, each to their own homes, each to their own mothers. After a brief recovery, Lin Li, Little Fatty, and Lu Qingyue left the frozen lake. As for Wu Xiu, Si Fengyu and the others were eliminated long ago. A single ice crystal beast had taken care of more than 20 people. This trial was truly not simple. After the group dispersed, Lin Li's squad set off on their journey once again. The Maple Leaf Forest didn't have any exotic beasts, and the Falling Cloud Peak was still too weird to get into any danger by getting deeper into it. Therefore, the group of 3 began to head towards the mountainous rocky land. Brother Lai, in that case, aren't we tossing and turning for most of the day for nothing? Who said it was a waste of time? Being able to eliminate more than 20 competitors, it's not a waste of time. Lu Qingyue on the side rolled her eyes. The reasoning was this, but the time wasted was too much. And who says we're getting nothing? Lin Li smiled mysteriously and raised his palm as dark energy began to converge. As the energy grew thicker, a small vortex appeared in the eyes of the 3 of them, and at the very center of that small vortex, there was a blue crystal floating. Lu Qingyue couldn't believe her eyes and asked with both happiness and nervousness, This is the ice crystal beast's Fey crystallization? Of course. With a wave of Lin Li's hand, the energy disappeared and the blue crystals floated into his hand. Brother Lai, then why did you just now? Hania, what about being a human being? You have to have a heart. Since we can maximize the benefits, why do we need to share it with others? What do you think that Jiang Yulong and the others have in mind? Whoever the crystals fall into, the points are up to them, and if we really let them take it away, it's unknown whether we'll be able to acquire the points in the end. Lin Li, should I praise you for being smart? Or should I criticize you for being bad? It depends on your mood. One day later, the 3 of them managed to arrive at the mountainous rocky land. There really were much more foreign beasts here than in the Maple Leaf Forest, and they could be encountered nearly every half hour. Lin Li's squad had a higher level of strength with the addition of Lu Qingyue. Wherever they passed, there were no crystal hairs left. The average strength of the 3,000 trialists was only at the 3rd or 4th level of the beginner's class. Especially the 50 classes at the back, their strength was a bunch of vegetables. As long as Lin Li and the others met, the crystals in their hands would definitely not be saved. However, Lin Li still carried out love and justice, and would not eliminate anyone. After all, there was still a secondary income waiting. It was said that when people were busy, time would pass very quickly. It was indeed this truth. In a flash came the last day of the trial, the 7th day. With more than 180 alien beasts, the 3 of them had divided their points up to 1,670. This didn't even count the middle-order alien beast crystals. One of them is worth thousands of points, so we'll just see how they are distributed at that time. The last day, Lin Li must work harder. Grab all the teams he can and lock the rankings firmly at number 1. The legendary elemental magic weapon Lin Li hadn't touched yet, so he had to get one of those, no? Lin Li, there seems to be someone fighting in front of us. I feel it too, Hongi, you stay here for a while, brother will grab the crystals for you. Little Fatty nodded excitedly. Lin Li and Lu Qingyue lowered their heads, bent over, and slowly approached the front. That action, the look, the police came and couldn't even explain it. Mountain and rocky land, as the name suggests, a territory full of mountains and rocks, used to hide the shape of the body is particularly great. As long as the breath is hidden well, no one can find you. After the 2 of them approached a considerable distance, the sounds of battle became clearer and clearer. Next to a huge rock, the 2 revealed a small head as a crowd of spectators. The teams that were fighting were all familiar faces. One group was Jiang Yulong's team, the other group was the first-year class, ranked 2nd. Currently 3rd, Qian Zimo's team. In terms of numbers, Qian Zimo definitely had the advantage, with 9 people in his team, while Jiang Yulong only had 5 left. But in terms of strength, Jiang Yulong still has the upper hand. Qian Zimo, SS grade inflammatory ability. Currently, he and Jiang Yulong were at the same early stage 9 level. However, different strengths at the same level. They had all seen it 4 days ago. Jiang Yulong's spatial system abilities were perverted to the extreme, and he could even injure an intermediate rank 4 alien beast. If he hadn't made a move to restrict the movement of the ice crystal beast, Linley wouldn't have been able to devour that big monster so easily. Even now, Linley didn't have full certainty of resolving the other party. The battle was fierce, with all sorts of elemental powers everywhere. Eliminators had already appeared on both sides. Obviously, Jiang Yulong didn't want to drag the time out for too long. Space cutting, space annihilation, space transformation were all powerful and incomparable moves that were used by this guy one after another. Xian Zimo knew that he wasn't an opponent, so he kept on consuming the other party and tried his best to dodge. Just according to Jiang Yulong's maneuver, he would hold out for another 10 minutes or so, and then he would exhaust himself and fall to the ground. Anyway, no matter what the outcome was, with Linley as the yellow bird, none of them could escape. Hey man, do you see which side of these two groups has a better chance of winning? Well, I think Jiang Yulong has a better chance of winning. After all, he... Why does it feel weird? Linley and Lu Qingyue reacted one after the other and looked back furiously. A scruffy boy with swollen hair and very casual clothes was standing behind Linley with a smile. A tall man, to be able to approach me silently? Dare I ask what this student's name is? Lin's student is too polite. My name is Bai, a student of first year class 100. First year class 100? Linley and Lu Qingyue looked at each other incredulously. It was really unbelievable. First year class 100, that place was a dispensable existence for Saint Imperial, and the students in it were basically a class, or even be class elemental adepts. This kid in front of him looked very uncomplicated, both in terms of appearance and strength. It was also unknown whether it was because the other party had concealed his breath or what, and could not perceive the realm at all. Boo! Hello, clothes student, you've come here for the same reason. No, classmate Lin, you've got it wrong. I'm just a powerless little piece of trash with no crystals on me, much less to snatch them. I just saw you guys watching the show, so I came over to join in the fun. Chapter 51, The Snipe and the Muscle. Seeing that Bui was sincere and did not look like he was lying, Linley nodded his head with conviction, as long as there was no threat to himself. Come, make room for you, let's eat melon together. Thanks a lot. Thus, the melon eating team grew by 1 point. The battle between Xian Zimo and Jiang Yulong was nearing its end, and the former was on the verge of not being able to support himself. The spatial peeling brushed against his body, causing a battle trench coat to be tattered and torn. Xian Zimo's expression was grave, a small handful of white hair at his forehead kept flying, as if it was that ancient beautiful man, which was delightful. Xian Zimo, I'll give you one last chance to join my team so that you may still be able to keep your ranking. Jiang Yulong, you wouldn't be unclear about what kind of person I, Xian Zimo, am, would you? Besides, this battle isn't over yet, it's not certain who will win or lose. Tough talker. Jiang Yulong slashed the air with another space cut. Xian Zimo dodged and managed to avoid it, but as soon as he stabilized his stance, the next attack came one after the other. Flame Carnival. Spinning, jumping, he closed his eyes. Said Xian Zimo. A leap stalled in mid-air, the blazing flames surrounded his body, and with another spin, the power was even better. As if that a fire snake, non-stop flying, circling. Jiang Yulong's attack was blocked without any surprise. The three melon eaters in the distance were watching with great interest. Needlepoint versus Wheathorse, bandit meets rogue. The skills of these two were so damn cool. Linley wondered when he would be able to have such a dangling skill move. Boom. Good. Well played. Slap. At this moment, Linley actually realized what it was like to have the air suddenly go quiet. And he also realized an indisputable truth. Don't get in touch with the wrong people. Damn it, is this man of the cloth out of his mind? Eating melon is eating melon. What is the meaning of lifting the melon pot? Jiang Yulong, Xian Zimo, and others' attention has been diverted over. This guy, Bui, scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Yeah, sorry, I was discovered." Linley took a deep breath and thought to himself that this bastard definitely did it on purpose. ITM. Ha? Where is everyone? Linley turned around and prepared to give that scruffy kid a punch, but he didn't realize that the other person's figure had already disappeared. So fast? Really an expert? Linley. You have the time to watch the show, but not the time to make a move? Zhang Yulong's voice came from the location of the battlefield, and Linley had two big heads. There was no choice but to show up and meet him. Mr. Jiang, I'm just a spectator, you guys are fighting quite vigorously, what's wrong with me making a move? Less pretending. 50-50 after it's done, this guy has saved up a lot of crystals. As soon as Linley heard that there was business coming his way, he immediately became interested. 46. 6 for me, 4 for you. You. Good. 4-6 on 4-6. Yikes, the price seems to have been raised lower, damn it, just now I said 37 is good. Mr. Lin, as long as you join forces with me, you'll take 70% and I'll take 30%. Zhang Yulong has accumulated much more crystals than me. Linley's eyes lit up, this was a good deal. Linley. We've worked together before, there is. Aya, what cooperation or not, Linley is a businessman, which one gives a high compensation I will help which one, money does not tolerate love drops. Zhang Yulong was so angry that he gritted his teeth, once he recalled that middle-rank alien beast crystal, his liver hurt. Good. 28%. Classmate Lin. I'll split it 19%. Linley. I don't want the crystals, they're all yours, kill Chen Zimo with me. Classmate Lin, I'll give you 10 primary alien beast crystals. These two people were considered to have completely gone out of their way. What crystals or not, as long as they could finish each other off, that was victory. In that case, you guys fight first, I'll think about it. Linley changed his mind. These two goods were one richer than the other, so why not just kill them all in one go? Yulong, save. Mao Frost's cries came from the distance, but unfortunately, it was already too late. He was besieged by 3 extraordinary strength exalts, the green light enveloped his body, and he was miserably eliminated. Chen Zimo, I'm not done with you. Seeing this, Zhang Yulong didn't have the time to pay attention to Linley and directly erupted into a full-force rush towards Chen Zimo. The two's already tired bodies exchanged blows once again. Flames shot out in all directions and space collapsed. Linley quietly stepped back, right now wasn't the best time, wait a little longer. 5 minutes later. Chen Zimo finally couldn't support himself and took the lead in defeat, being eroded by the spatial turbulence, directly falling to the ground with serious injuries. It was estimated that he was just a hair's breadth away from triggering the life bracelet. Zhang Yulong's condition wasn't much better. He had received a fire dragon from his opponent head-on, causing multiple burns on his body. There was even less physical energy left. However, he was still bracing himself to walk towards Chen Zimo, preparing to deal a fatal blow to his opponent. Chen Zimo. In the end, it's still me who won. In the end, it should be me who wins. Zhang Yulong turned around violently, and Dark Cut had already arrived close by. Green light enveloped his body, and Zhang Yulong disappeared before he even had time to curse. Chen Zimo didn't feel excited to see Linley strike, but instead laughed at himself. It wasn't like he was a little cutie, Linley's style of doing things was still heard of. Classmate Lin, this sparrow, you've done well as a sparrow? I'm flattering you, Mr. Qian, trials are like a battlefield, people's hearts are treacherous. Chen Zimo sighed, and didn't need Linley to make a move, and directly blasted a fist to his chest. There's still this kind of operation? But it doesn't matter. After the two were eliminated, 200 crystals were scattered on the ground. Linley reached out his hand and sucked all the crystals into the dark vortex. He happily continued sweeping. The rest were a group of small party vegetables, it didn't take much effort at all, and it was resolved in 3 tries. Inside and outside added together, this harvest 301 beast crystals. How many points are too lazy to count? Already enough for Linley, Lu Qingyue, the little fat man, 3 people to hang on the top 3. Brotherly, nearly 500 fey crystals, we're rich. Behind a huge mountain rock, little fatty sat on the ground ecstatic. Even Lu Qingyue was secretly smacking her lips. Calculating like this, the average points of the 3 of them was as high as over 2,400. It had already broken the record of previous years. I can't wait to meet my elemental magic weapon. You'd better save your breath. Lu Qingyue anachronistically splashed Linley with a pot of cold water and said, the rewards of elemental magic weapons are randomized, they don't come with every trial, otherwise Zhang Yulong, Chen Zimo, and the others would have already had a handful of them. You don't understand, my brother's luck is by no means comparable to anyone else's, old man's son will definitely have the magic weapon ready to greet us. Chapter 52, Garbage that doesn't clean itself up. 8 hours later. The trial ended on time. Everyone was teleported back to the Holy Imperial. Notice Teleportation Plaza was whimpering and the smell of gunpowder was everywhere. There was no way around it, this situation happened once every 3 months. How could a trialist who saw his opponent, or who had eliminated and plundered him, be at peace? To talk about the most typical case, it was none other than Linley. As soon as his sight was restored, good lord, dozens of people had surrounded themselves. But Linley is not the slightest bit panicked, upside down in the hands of a piece of crystallization said, "What? Not convinced? I've already been merciful by not eliminating you guys, but if you were anyone else, would you still have a chance to get points?" The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Indeed, this is the truth, but the grievances in their hearts have not decreased at all, so what should they do? What do you guys want? Do you want to lose your character after losing the trial? Lu Qinghua wasn't accustomed to anyone and walked over to Linley, questioning in a loud voice with a lot of vigor. "Chow. What's a bunch of trash doing surrounding my brotherly? If you don't get the hell out of here, I'm going to call out for old son too." The little fat man was even more arrogant, pointing at the nose of the front row of several people and cursing. The crowd was so angry. However, the Titan Guild was a huge mountain that was far from something they could provoke. In the end, they could only leave behind their indignant gazes and blatantly leave. Ding dong. Please, all trialists, place the fake crystals obtained from this trial into the testing table, and the testing system will judge the points of this trial. The 3,000 students heard the announcement and walked towards the other end of the square. "Brotherly, what are you looking at?" "Huh? No, I mean, what are you looking at? Aren't we going to the testing platform?" Little Fatty saw Linley looking around all the time and not moving anywhere, so he was curious. "Looking for an asshole who screwed me over." The person Linley was talking about was, of course, Bowie. This guy was rather uncomplicated, coming and going without a trace. Importantly, after pitting Linley without even saying hello, he ran away in ashes. "Who is Linley?" "Hold a grudge, little prince, hey. I cannot shoot Paradox, but you cannot not hang me. If I offend you, you beat me, but if you offend me, I will beat the out of you." Naiha, this 3,000 number of figures is too much, densely packed, look dazzling. After half a day, no trace was found. "Alright Linley, don't look for it, the trial is over, besides, it's not like people are doing it on purpose. Grab a hold of the testing table. That bastard, don't ever let me meet him in the future." Alright, it's just a weak classmate from first year class 100, don't be so vindictive." A weak classmate? Linley didn't think so. He always felt that this cloth was strange, and even had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It seemed like he had seen it somewhere before, but he couldn't vaguely remember. Forget it. Meeting is destiny, sooner or later for the Buddha to accept you. First year class 13, Yuan Guiyuan, 211 points. First year class 4, Cheng Chang, 516 points. First year class 77, Luo Fengji, 29 points. 3,000 people, standing in 16 ranks, as there were a total of 16 testing stations. Neatly lined up for testing. The more advanced the class, the more points the students received. There was no way around it, the academy had always upheld that the strongest would win. There was no such thing as fair or unfair. Some people were born at the top of the heap, they had high talent and progressed quickly, while you, with low talent, progressed slowly, and this was reason. Deadly reason. It belongs to the alien world. You're weak, you can't grab the crystals, or they've grabbed the crystals, so your points are low. Naturally, your ranking will be lower. In fact, this is a means for the academy to motivate the students. You are weak in talent. It can be. But if you're lazy and don't seek advancement, and your strength can't catch up with others, then it's no one's fault. First year class 1, Jiang Yulong, 0 points. First year class 1, Mao Frost, 0 points. First year class 1, Xian Zimo, 0 points. A series of zero-score beats shook the entire arena. These people were all top-level talents within the academy. Talent and strength were all more than one demon. In the past, they were all ranked among the best, so how did they collectively go on strike this year? First year class 2, Mahongi, 2,544 points. Wow. At this moment, the entire room boiled. 2,544 points. What concept? The highest score in the past was only 2,000 points. Mahongi? That's that little fatso from the Titan Guild? Are you crazy? How can you call that little fatty? If you let Mahoney know about this, it would be strange if my gang didn't beat you full of peach blossoms. I've heard that Mahoney is only at the 3rd level of the beginner's class, with more than 2,500 points. How did he do it? Jay, how else can I do it? His father is my gang, what can I do? The students in the queue are talking a lot at the moment, it is impossible to be convinced. This little fat boy's strength is obvious, without a strong background, how could he achieve such high points? First year class 1, Lu Qingyue, 2,666 points. Wow! The familiar boiling sensation struck again. Only, everyone was admiring Lu Qingyue's strength, and that terrifying talent. Spraying was not daring to spray drops. People's backstage could be much more terrifying than Mahoney. First year class 1, Lin Li, 3,021 points. This time, it's not boiling. Because this result is both shocking and not shocking at the same time. 7 days. How many people had Lin Li robbed? How many foreign beasts had been killed? Most of the students were clear in their hearts. It was only that everyone was unconvinced by the results that Lin Li had mastered at this moment. Or rather, jealousy, hatred of the rich, as well as resentment. It was too detrimental to the image of the academy to let a darkness department fellow achieve first place. However, Lin Li didn't care about the discontent of the crowd on stage. Whatever, I earned the points with my skills anyway. What else could this group of trash do all day long besides chewing the cud? Decent? Just because they're decent, there's a lot of trash. They don't clean up after themselves, instead they blame the existence of people who are cleaner than them, and practical. Isn't that human nature? Counting the time, there are still 2.5 months to go. It didn't matter if Si Fengyu and the others were challenged, there was no suspense at all. The only thing Lin Li cared about was Lu Qingyan. Middle rank 3, sitting in the same position as a legend. The world must be made to understand that the darkness department is the genus that deserves the most respect. Darkened? Become a demon? Self-degradation? Which department doesn't have demonizers? To put it bluntly, it was because the darkness department didn't have a dominant voice and their numbers were too scarce. Otherwise, the current situation is that the darkness department does not look down on the existence of other genera. Chapter 53 Planted and Framed, Did I Kill Someone? Student Lin Li, please come to the dean's office. Mr. Lin Li, please come to the dean's office. Student Lin Li, please come to the dean's office. The successive voice prompts made Lin Li really puzzled. What's the point of calling someone and then pulling a crap radio and constantly urging them back and forth? Did the dean die? Or did he kill someone? Aha! The dean died has nothing to do with himself? Lin Li did not understand. The students under the stage will be even more incomprehensible. Why did the dean call Lin Li? Good or bad? I think it's a bad thing. So, a new round of slander frenzy once again started. What Lin Li killed, Lin Li is not a person, Lin Li undercover identity was revealed, Lin Li trial foul. One had to admire the brain circuits of this group of people, it would be a waste of time not to go write novels. Brotherly, what is old man son calling you for in a hurry? Yes Lin Li, why don't I go with you to take a look, I always feel that something's not right. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong, can old man son arrest me? I haven't made any mistakes. But? Alright, I'll be right back, you guys wait for me here. To be honest, Lin Li was more or less nervous. Some sort of intuition told him that what was coming next was very uncomplicated. 10 minutes later. Lin Li arrived at the dean's office. The door to the office was open, and out of politeness, knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. Dean's son, you're looking for me? Sun Wukong faced the bookshelf and leaned his back against the desk, unable to hear any tone of voice. That's right, come in. Lin Li frowned, lifting his steps and walking in. Arriving in front of the desk, Lin Li stopped and looked curiously. Unfortunately, he didn't see anything, and Sun Wukong, the little old man, didn't know what he was doing. Lin Li, you performed well in this trial. This compliment from Sun Wukong was not heartfelt at all, not even an appreciative tone. Dean's son, there's something you'd better say straight out. I, Lin Li, don't seem to have made any mistakes, right? Mistake? Oh. Perhaps for you, the word mistake doesn't exist. What a mess, Lin Li listened in confusion. This old wall lamp had something to say straight, had to sell a secret. Hey! Sun Wukong sighed as he lowered his head, then slowly turned around. This time Lin Li saw clearly, Old Man Sun's face was full of sorrow, and his gaze was even more complicated. Lin Li, do you still remember what you said on the day you entered school? Of course I remember, not submitting to power, not submitting to darkness. But you submitted. What? Lin Li was a bit puzzled. When did he submit? Submitted to what? Dean-san, what do you mean by that? Take a look for yourself. With that, Sun Wukong twisted the computer screen around. Lin Li happened to get a good look. 30 seconds later. Lin Li was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. Dean-san, this is impossible. This is definitely not my doing. During the 7 days of the trial, Hong Yi was by my side the entire time, he can testify for me. The more Lin Li spoke, the more agitated he became. It was just this picture in front of him that had to make him agitated. In the screen, it was precisely the Sunset Forest, Maple Leaf Forest screen monitor. What was the content of the surveillance? It was Lin Li killing a student. And it was a one-hit kill, so fast that even the power of the bracelet couldn't react. That student was viciously penetrated through the chest by Lin Li and fell into a pool of blood. This is not all. Lin Li smiled evilly and released the dark water, devouring the body without leaving any traces. This scene, even Lin Li himself began to scrutinize himself. Can it be that he really did it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Li. It's already this time, and you still refuse to admit it? Our school's vice principal Zhang Yulu, the maker of the life bracelet, tangibly sensed your aura. When exactly did you become demonized? As soon as the words fell, the air around Lin Li suddenly became silent. Brilliant light enveloped the entire office, allured to the extreme holy light system of supernatural energy, impacting Lin Li as he retreated. Principal Sun. Lin Li, dare to act. This was not my doing at all, so there's no way I'm going to admit that I wasn't demonized at all. Lin Li shouted angrily against the infinite pressure. However, Sun Wukong was unshaken, and the alien energy he released became even more terrifying. Lin Li. I'll give you one last chance. The demonization matter is not irremediable. As long as you repent in time, I can deal with you at my discretion. Bull. Lin Li's face turned red, his legs trembled unceasingly from the pressure. ITM didn't demonize at all. I didn't kill anyone, you old thing. You're ready to condemn me just based on an unwarranted image. Is this your style of doing things as the dean of the 6th grade courtyards? Swish. The holy light supernatural energy in the office instantly disappeared. Lin Li directly sat paralyzed on the ground, huffing and puffing and gasping for breath. Sun Wukong stared tightly into Lin Li's eyes, and the latter stared at him with great tenacity. After 10 seconds, Sun Wukong was a bit shaken. Because he didn't see any lies or deception in Lin Li's eyes, much less any signs of evil aura or demonization. This could not help but make him start to doubt, can it be that what Lin Li said was true? But this surveillance image couldn't be faked, and Zhang Yulu's perception couldn't be faked even more. Dean. What are you still hesitating for? This kid killed Wang Qi. The evils of the darkness department have already been displayed. A man with gold-rimmed glasses, wearing a blue suit, eagle eyes, and a hooked nose, barged in. Pointing at Lin Li, he shouted. Zhang Wen, calm down, this kid isn't demonized. So what, even if he's not demonized, he can't hide the fact that he brutally killed his classmates. Stinking stupid bee, are you farting? Who killed his classmates? Did your father tell you that in his dream? Lin Li's foul temper also came up, and now no one was good enough. Somehow turned into a murderer, someone must be framing him. This Thai place, it's impossible to stay. Lin Li. How dare you? Zhang Wen was so enraged that he was shivering. A golden energy longsword converged in his hand, pointing at Lin Li as he continued, how dare you sophistically argue even now? After killing Wang Qi, you no longer deserve to live in this world. After saying that, he chopped down with his sword. Lin Li's gaze grew colder and colder as endless killing intent filled his entire body. The ancient black ring on his ring finger turned rapidly. Before the golden longsword could fall, a tidal wave of dark alien energy surged out of nowhere. It instantly engulfed the golden longsword in Zhang Wen's hand and gradually spread its body. Yi Chang. How dare you? Chapter 54, Meeting on the Mountain, Seeing You on the Battlefield. Half of Zhang Wen's arm had been swallowed by the darkness. The pain that was like a knife cut caused him to stop howling miserably. Sun Wukong was furious when he saw this familiar dark black energy. But right now, stopping the spread of darkness on Zhang Wen's body was the most important thing. Otherwise, this four-eyed boy wouldn't survive for long. Linley, how do you feel? Yi Cheng's voice appeared in his ears, followed by his ghost-like figure, which became clearer and clearer. Linley didn't squeak, just coldly stared at the duo not far away who were selling their efforts to stop the darkness from eroding. Wrong. He was really wrong. Originally, Linley still had a glimmer of hope, a glimmer of luck for Saint Royal. Thinking that someone like Luo Hongtian, who was able to recognize reason, would still appear. But the truth is, in addition to little fatty Lu Qingyue, there was none at all. This darkness department of his own had already become an existence that everyone shouted at and was not treated well by anyone. Who? Chief Yi, this matter, have you been involved? Linley's words were not empty words. Yi Cheng had previously said that he would give himself 3 months to see some facts and the unavoidable truth. Then it was extremely likely that he would do something from it. If I waited for another 2 months, maybe I would get involved, but what you're going through right now is completely out of my foreknowledge. Linley nodded, and that was enough. Made a good decision? Yi Cheng's voice was light, but it still carried a hint of anticipation and delight. Made a good decision. I, Linley, was born into darkness, and this false light, having trampled and died once is enough. Linley! Don't listen to that Yi Cheng's nonsense, things haven't reached the point of no return, I'll investigate further into Wang Qi's matter. Sun Wukong was anxious. But the movements in his hands couldn't stop. Yi Cheng's dark erosion effect was too powerful. As long as Sun Wukong let go of his hand, then Zhang Wen could basically declare bye-bye. Dean Sun. Do you still remember what you had said to me on the first day of enrollment? Linley slowly got up, not a trace of temperature could be seen in his eyes. It's okay if you can't remember, I'll help you recall your memories. You said that if I joined the sacred royalty, you wouldn't make things difficult for me since then, much less treat me differently. That you would suppress negative public opinion for me, and would guide me as much as possible. If my heart goes astray, you will correct me and urge me on. Ha! Linley laughed grimly and continued, so, your so-called urging is to indiscriminately instruct someone to kill me? Sun Wukong's already wrinkled face became even more compact. For a moment, it was actually impossible to retort. Indeed, just now, when Zhang Wen struck out, he hadn't even thought of going over to stop him. That's all. Too lazy to waste time with you guys here. Linley twisted his head to look at Yi Cheng, who nodded slightly. Boom! Without hesitation, Yi Cheng directly shot out and blasted a wall. The blinding sunlight attached itself to everyone. However, Linley couldn't feel the slightest bit of warmth. People were cold. The heart was naturally cold as well. A black mist wrapped Linley, Yi Cheng, and the two of them. Before leaving, Yi Cheng also specially appreciated a sentence. Dean Sun, thanks for the gift. I hope that next time you cultivate some more dark talents, Yi Cheng, take it all. These words made Sun Wukong's face turn blue, and his super rank 8 berserk foreign energy stirred up the entire office. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Yi Cheng flew out of the office with Linley in tow. And not far from the teleportation plaza, 3,000 students, as well as many teachers and upperclassmen all saw this scene. The dean's office was blown up. Linley was taken away by Yi Cheng. This change came a bit too suddenly. Especially Lu Qingyue and Ma Hongyi were full of questions. How did Linley follow Chief Yi away? Sacred Imperial Academy trash, listen to me. Linley's voice resounded throughout the entire academy, that cold and murderous tone irrigating into everyone's ears. I, Linley. From today onwards, I officially leave the Sacred Royal Academy and join the Dark Kingdom. I'll take all your so-called sins, ominousness, and disasters. Let's meet in the mountains and waters. I'll see you on the battlefield. Everyone was dumbfounded. Linley had announced in such a high profile that he was quitting Sacred Imperial and joining the Dark Kingdom. And he called everyone present trash? Hundreds of figures rushed directly into the air, trying to intercept Yi Cheng and his duo. It really was the so-called remembering to eat, not remembering to fight, not measuring up. How could this group of scum possibly slow down Yi Cheng's pace even a little bit? With a wave of his big hand, the dark fluctuations spread out in a ring shape. All the school leaders and teachers who rushed up and tried to intercept them were blown away. Immediately afterward, the duo completely disappeared from the spot. Whisper, Hiroshi, I'm sorry. Boom. Old man Sun, get the hell out of here, was it you who chased away Brother Lai? Little Fatty was all red-eyed with anger. With a kick, he kicked the office door open. Seeing that Sun Wukong was forcing back the dark erosion for Zhang Wen, he pressed on and didn't care. I'm going to NM. You're the one who messed with my brother Lai? Little Fatty rushed forward and kicked Zhang Wen over. Sun Wukong looked dumbfounded. Just one last step away, Zhang Wen's darkness erosion was dispelled. This kick was impartial and landed on Zhang Wen's abdomen. Great, half a day's work for nothing. Ma Hongyi. What are you doing fooling around alone? Sun Wukong was really anxious. Lin Li had been robbed by Yi Chang and rightly announced that he had joined the Dark Kingdom. This was enough for him to suffer. Now this little fatty was even causing trouble for himself? Let go of your dog's ass. Who the hell is fooling around? It's clearly you old thing who was ungrateful and forced Brother Lai away. I'm not finished with you. At this time, Lu Qingyue also rushed into the dean's office, hurriedly stopping Ma Hongyi, who was rolling up his arms and sleeves. Dean's son, what exactly was the matter that made you force Lin Li away so ruthlessly? Lu Qingyue was still somewhat polite. But Lin Li's sudden departure really wasn't a small blow to him. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and forced down the anger in his heart. Pointing to the computer screen, he said, "You two go and take a look for yourselves, see what Lin Li has done?" After saying that, he couldn't care less about these two people. Zhang Wen was still wailing at this moment, and the level of dark erosion grew a few more points. Half a minute later. How is this possible? For 7 days, I have never been separated from Brother Lai. I remember every battle he fought. This person we have never met at all. And this place. The more little fatty looked, the more wrong he looked, as if he remembered something. Isn't this the forest where I saw a ghost with Brother Lai? Seeing ghosts? Everyone present was confused by a big arm. Where did a ghost come from? Hongyi, quickly tell us, what exactly did you and Lin Li meet? Lu Qingyin realized that this would probably be a breakthrough. She knew all about Lin Li's behavior, and the killing could never have been done by him. Little Fatty thought for a moment and then told the story of the white-furred monkey leading the way, passing through the depths of the woods and meeting the ugly old man. What? What you said is true. Chapter 55 with System Master Wang Boner. Ding dong. Ding dong. Who is it? Auntie, it's me, Shaoli. Hearing that familiar voice, Wang Linying hurriedly opened the door to her room. What met her eyes was really Lin Li. Shaoli? Why did you come back? Is this a surprise for your aunt? Wang Linying gladly went forward and hugged Lin Li. Although only a month apart, Lin Li was after all brought up by Wang Linying, not a mother but better than a mother. Which mother under the sky does not want a son? Except for certain people who were born but not raised and are selfish. Shaoli, who is this? Only then did Wang Linying notice that there was another person standing behind Lin Li. It looked like he was quite a bit older than Lin Li, with a very easygoing face. Hello auntie, my name is Feng Chang, Lin Li's instructor and also Lin Li's very good friend. At this moment, Yi Chang had completely lost that air of looking out of the corner of the eye and being the only one to be respected. It was really like a big brother, a young teacher, dressed in black casual clothes, carrying 2 boxes of wanted cowbee milk in his hand. Polite and civilized. Make Lin Li strange uncomfortable. Egu, so it's Shaoli's teacher, quick. Please come in. Wang Linying has always been warm and hospitable. Once heard that it was Lin Li's teacher, all the joy, hastily invited him into the house. To be honest, at the very beginning, Lin Li didn't intend to let Yi Chang follow him over. Not for anything else, because Yi Chang's identity is too special, the strength, status of the entire divine continent, there are only a handful of existences that can be compared to him. I was afraid that he wouldn't like the living environment of secular people. The result proved that Lin Li overthinks. Yi Chang was a completely familiar patient. Entering the door, he changed slippers and started to visit around. A moment to fiddle with the furniture, a moment to pull electrical appliances. Making it look like a curious baby. Xiao Ye. Your brother is back. Wang Linying shouted to the inner room while preparing the meal. Ka. The door of the innermost room was pushed open, and Xiao Ye couldn't wait to get out of the room. Only. When Lin Li saw Xiao Ye's condition, his heart thumped. Auntie, didn't I send a lot of money? Why hasn't Xiao Ye's condition gotten better? After hearing this, Wang Laniying's movement was obviously stagnant, and then sighed, AI. Xiaoya's disease, the doctor said that the best treatment period has been missed, the money has not been spent, but has not been able to see the effect, so I decided to give up the treatment. Now such a life, I have been very satisfied it. Xiaoya was smiling, so well behaved that it was heartbreaking. Hospital? Auntie, why don't you take Xiaoya to find a wood system alien? Brother, we've already searched, it's just. Saying this, Xiaoya paused, and Linli roughly guessed something. Squatting in front of Xiaoya, he helped him rub his cold little hands and said, did you meet a liar? Xiaoya's eyes flashed a trace of aggression, nodded with teardrops. Linli was both heartbroken and angry. Heartbroken at what happened to Xiaoya, angry at that damned liar. Without killing him, Linli could hardly resolve his heartache. This girl. Yi Cheng didn't know when he came beside the two of them, frowning and stroking his chin, staring at Xiaoya in a very puzzled manner. It was only then that Linli reacted to the fact that a wood system powerhouse could look for Yi Cheng to help. How could Noda's Dark Kingdom not even have a single wood system powerhouse? Brother Chang. I know what you want to say. I know quite a few wood system ability powerhouses, and it shouldn't be difficult to treat them. It's just that this girl's alien ability. Alien ability? Lin Li's eyes widened, his eyebrows almost didn't fly, incredibly looked at Xiaoya, and then looked at Yi Cheng. Why didn't he himself feel the presence of alien energy in Xiaoya? TSK. I'm not really sure, I need to test it, but let's treat the condition first. There's no hurry about the supernormal abilities. Yi Cheng pulled out his cell phone and walked to the side to contact the Dark Kingdom. Lin Li and Xiaoya were left wide-eyed and confused. Brother Lin Li. This big brother is? Ayo, he's my teacher and a very close friend, he's capable of a lot. Xiaoya's condition isn't a problem for him at all. Really? Upon hearing that her condition could be saved, Xiaoya smiled happily. Bright and clean little white teeth, half wrapped by the lips that were pink with a slight pale color, very playful and cute. 3 minutes later. Yi Cheng hung up the phone, walked back to the side of the two people and said, the Super Order 3 level wood system alien will arrive in Tianwu City early tomorrow morning. This girl's condition is very special, the treatment may be a little bit troublesome, or this girl's condition is very special, the treatment may be a bit troublesome or a bit painful. A bit painful? It doesn't matter, Xiaoya isn't afraid of pain. Indeed, as long as the disease can be cured, what can a little pain and suffering be? However, Lin Li, who was on the side, was worried that Yi Cheng's so-called pain was a little bit. I'm afraid it's not a simple pain. The night is 7 o'clock in the evening. Wang Laniying made a big table full of food, all of which Lin Li loves to eat. Originally, I was worried that Chief Yi was not used to eating it, but when it was served, Lin Li realized for the first time what it meant to be a big boss. For the first time, Lin Li experienced what was called a whirlwind sweep. At this moment, he seriously doubted that there was no food in the Dark Kingdom. And recalling back to the last time he was in the Dark Forest, this guy snatched a rabbit leg as soon as they met. Was this a hungry ghost or had he suffered abuse for a long time? But no one cared, it was just a meal, wasn't it just for eating? At the dinner table, the four people talked and laughed and got along very well. Wang Laniying also deliberately asked Yi Chengdu a lot of questions about Lin Li's performance in the academy. Although it is fabricated, but also have nose and eyes, said very detailed. After hearing this, Wang Laniying was doubly pleased. After dinner, Lin Li went downstairs alone. Because there was no need for Yi Cheng to make a move. What for? Looking up at the night sky. As the saying goes, dark moon and windy night, killing and setting fire to the sky. Since the moment he broke away from the sacred royalty, Lin Li had secretly sworn. From now on, whoever commits a crime against me, or against his own family, will have to pay the most painful price. Forgiving him was something that God should do, and what Lin Li was going to do was send him to God. 3 million blue coins was nothing to the current Lin Li. But for Wang Laniying and Xiaoya, it was a great trauma. They felt very guilty about this, and felt that they had wasted Lin Li's hard-earned medical expenses. For this reason, Xiaoya also gave birth to the idea of giving up treatment. Based on this, Lin Li will not be that liar broken into pieces, or sorry for the word dark. Taking out his cell phone, he entered a string of numbers, and then Lin Li pressed the dialing button. Today is a good day. Anything your heart desires can come true. Crooked? I'm Wood Healing Master Wang Boki, how much can you pay? Chapter 56 Paying for a Psychic Ability? One sentence shocked Lin Li twice. Wang Boki. The name was quite profound, as if it signified something.
And then also asked how much money he could give? Did ITM say anything? You just want money? $30 million. Blowing NB, you don't need to make a draft anyway. $30 million? What's wrong with you?
An excited voice came from the other end of the phone, and that feeling was close to writing the word liar on his face. Advanced brain cancer. My doctor told me that today is the last day time. If I can't get treatment again, then. Just. Linley acted with such emotion that she almost didn't cry out with that last sentence. Oh. So that's how it is, advanced brain cancer. TSK. It's not very curable, and at a cost of $30 million, I'm afraid. Come on, this is still a con artist professional, knowing when to raise the price and when to rob. Master Wang, money is not even a problem. As long as you can cure me tonight, I'll give you $100 million. 100 million? Ahem. 100 million Okay, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. This master will work hard and work an extra shift. I'll be waiting for you at the Wang's Jimin Medical Center on Sand Carving Road. Come over as soon as possible. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Linley put away his smile. This Wang Boki is really a man of God. This was the first time Linley had ever seen a trademark-registered fraudster. In his case, I don't know how many seriously ill patients have been victimized, but he can still continue to cheat without fear. It looks like the background strength is not shallow. Unfortunately, he met Linley today. 20 minutes later. Linley arrived at Sand Sculpture Road, Wang's Jimin Medical Center. There were a handful of medical centers like this that had wood system psychics in attendance. As long as one's strength arrived at the 6th level or higher of the primary stage, they could control healing skills. Therefore, most of the wood system adepts would choose to open a medical hall, or join a guild and organize a medical team to obtain a considerable portion of the considerable income. Of course, this didn't mean that wood system adepts couldn't participate in battles, just like wuxiu. Don't look at this kid's stupidity, but the control of wood system combat skills is quite good. The last time the joint fight against the ice crystal beasts did not make much effort. That's exactly what he said. There is no trash elemental attribute, only trash elemental controller. Knock knock knock. Is Dr. Wang in? I'm here, come in. Linley pushed open the door and walked into the medical center, and incidentally, closed the door tightly. This medical center is really not big, just 40 or 50 square meters. The house placed a few beds, a desk, a computer, and then there is no. Even the medicine shelf, medical equipment are not. 2 TM perfunctory. You are the gentleman who just called and got brain cancer? Wang Boki stood up from behind his desk. Seeing Linley in this state, how could he not look like a terminally ill patient? That's right, I am. Wang Boki, a man like his name. No, you guys are thinking the wrong way. How could Linley possibly see it? This guy was very short, just a little over 1 meter 6. It was a full 20 centimeters shorter than Linley, and when he stood in front of Linley, he had to tilt his head, that is, tilt his neck. That's why it was said that a person was as good as his name. Strange, is it possible that it's a flashback? Wang Boki walked around Linley and didn't notice anything unusual. Solely, it didn't matter. Since the other party said he was sick, then he was sick. 100 million blue coins, not earning was a little cute. Why don't you lie down first, I'll give you a checkup, then let's cut straight to the chase and start the paid treatment. Paid treatment? Shouldn't it be treat first and pay later? Linley asked with a cold face. I'm a small business, in case. Cough. I mean in case. In case I cure you, what if you don't pay and renege on the bill? Is it hard for me to beat you into brain cancer? Ha! Linley laughed coldly as a heavy killing intent began to emerge. Wang Boki, just this kind of scum like you deserve to be called a healer? Tonight, it's true that people are going to die, only, it's not me who's going to die, it's you. Linley's smile became more and more evil, that oozing tone, eyes, stared Wang Boki with a jolt. Then reacted, pointing at Linley shivering, you. What do you want? I'm an alien, just by you? Stop pretending. After saying that, Wang Boki's head was covered with a layer of faint green light. It was indeed the wood system. Only, Linley detected something wrong. It had nothing to do with the green light coming out of this guy's head. What was said was Wang Boki's current realm. Beginner level 2.
It was too unbelievable. This guy looks like he's at least 40 years old, if not older. In other words, it had been more than 20 years of awakening so far. After such a long period of time, how could he only have the strength of the second level of the primary rank? Even if you don't deliberately cultivate, even if your talent is poor to the extreme. In 20 years' time, your body would be able to arrive at the 5th or 6th level of the elementary rank just by self-absorption. This was still without practicing. How could an elemental ability controller not practice? Who doesn't want to be strong? Who doesn't want to be respected? There's something else wrong. That is, Wang Boqi did not perceive Lin Li's realm. At this moment, Lin Li had long since released his dark aura, and as long as it was a normal alien, he could perceive it. However, this guy was still like a little cutie. The same, comparing and feeling like he wasn't an alien. Things were very wrong. After half a day of inking, it was still necessary to take actual action in order to figure it out. So, Lin Li casually threw out a ball of dark energy. That Wang Er just like a little cutie. Like, didn't move a muscle, probably scared by Lin Li's dark energy. Then, it was hit 100% by the skill. Ah! A pig-killing howl came from. Wang Boqi spat out a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground half dead, covering his chest. Lin Li was a bit confused. This physique isn't right, is it? That blow just now, even if the other party couldn't take it, it wouldn't be so bad that he spat out blood, right? This was completely the physique of an ordinary person, and it was even a few points weaker. Wang Boqi, I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me, how did you get this with system ability? Once Wang Boqi heard that he could live, he strongly supported his body and knelt in front of Lin Li, explaining as if he was praying, Mr. Oh no, Grandpa, I'm telling you, you must let me go. Less TM nonsense, grasped to say. It's like this, I paid for my psychic ability, $60 million, beginner level 2 psychic ability. What? Abnormal abilities can be bought with money? Yes, as long as you pay enough money, then, how powerful an alien ability you can obtain, even if you're just an ordinary person. Chapter 57, Your Majesty, spare your life. The situation described by Wang Boqi really did involve Lin Li's knowledge blind spot. As long as you pay enough money, you can have powerful elemental abilities. That's unrealistic. Since the advent of the elements on the blue planet, there had never been a case of a late awakening of psychic abilities. Lin Li knew that this matter was definitely not simple. If Wang Boqi wasn't lying, then the entire divine continent, and even the entire blue star, would undergo a mutation. The 5 in 1,000 probability would be completely broken, and having money meant you could walk sideways. Then where did you buy your alien ability from? Now that he knew, he had to dig deeper to find out. Wang Boqi hesitated, his 2 eyeballs darting around as if he were a thief. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Lin Li directly fired another dark energy ball. Only, this time, he controlled the strength and directly bombarded the opponent's thigh. Ka-ching, a cracking sound came, and Lin Li killed another pig. Any more ing nonsense and I'll blow your dog's head off. This time, Wang Boqi completely wimped out, his face was white and cold sweat was pouring out. Shivering, he returned, It's the potion bought from the Demonized Legion, the 4th Demon Lord, Knight Tianhua. Demonized Legion. The 4th Demon Lord. Knight Tianhua? Gotta. Another bunch of knowledge blind spots. So, there are a lot of catalytic aliens like you? No. There aren't many, I'm the first ordinary person to participate in the purchase, and only 20 slots will be provided in each batch. Yesterday was the 6th time that Knight Tianhua has sold alien potions. That really wasn't a lot to say. It was just 120 people. Just how did the Demonized Legion develop the alien energy catalyst potion? Grand Master. I've already said what I should and shouldn't have said, please let me go. I have an old man and a young man, and I'm earning a bit of money to support my family. Really? Are you sure everything you know has been said? Wang Boqi nodded frantically, that look wouldn't be faked anymore. Lin Li thought for a moment, then turned toward the door. Wang Boqi saw the other party preparing to leave and let out a deep sigh of relief. Covering his already broken thigh, he grimaced in pain. He was just about to go get his cell phone and call for help when Lin Li's voice, which was like a demon from the 9 hells, resounded throughout the entire medical center. In your next life, pay attention. Ta! The crisp ringing finger heralded the arrival of death. Dark water about 1 meter in diameter appeared under Wang Boki's feet. Unwillingness, roaring, grumbling, and resentment. At this moment, they all turned into flying ash and were swallowed up by the darkness. In the evening, Linley returned home. Xiaoya had already rested, after all, her body was too weak to stay up all night. And Wan Lanying was sitting on the sofa with Yi Chang while watching TV and chatting. A peaceful atmosphere, Linley always felt that something was strange. Changing her slippers, she sat on the sofa and took a look. Jinju Zhuan. Your Majesty, spare your life, Your Majesty, the child in concubine Kai's womb is in no way a victim of my concubine. Humph. Now all the evidence is pointing to you alone, how do you expect me to believe you? Your Majesty, please spare Auntie Jinju, she is innocent. Linley's mouth was slightly open, his eyes straight. How could he have never imagined that Yi Chang would even like palace fighting dramas? That plot analysis was so thorough that he and Wang Lanying were discussing whether Jinju would burp or not at this moment. This world is really ridiculous. In this way, Linley accompanied the duo to watch 2 more episodes. It seems to be quite good. Wang Lanying was a bit sleepy, so the task of accompanying the guests fell to Linley. This house is a 3-room configuration, Wang Lanying, small Jacob a room. The remaining room was exclusively for Linley. Wang Lanying cleaned it every day, in order to wait for Linley to return home, so that she could sleep comfortably. Unfortunately, they didn't know that an alien didn't need to sleep. After Wang Lanying returned to her room and closed the door, Yi Chang spoke. How does it feel to kill someone? Linley took out 2 cans of hele from the refrigerator, and with a pft, unscrewed them and took a hard gulp. It was awesome. How did you know I killed someone? This ring can't be your surveillance method, right? Yi Chang snorted and shook his head slightly. Why would I monitor you? There's a murderous aura on you that hasn't been dispersed yet, and the smell of blood is also very strong. Bloody odor? Linley then reacted. Wang Boki had sprayed a lot of blood on the ground, it must have been tainted with the smell. Killing. Doesn't that mean turning into a devil? Oh, what is a devil? What is a Buddha? What is good? What is evil? What is positive? What is evil? It's just a hypocritical way of judging. Strength is what determines everything, determines if you're right, if you're wrong. The great pretender Yi Chang has started his class online. What if a child kills someone? Mostly fee, just listen to pretender Yi Chang give a lesson. By the way, just now I found out something big. Oh? What big thing? Tell me? Linley told the matter of Wang Boki buying the alien potion and the demonized legion selling the alien potion from beginning to end. Yi Chang listened to it and pressed the matter. This thing you said, I noticed it a long time ago. The demonized legion's alien energy extraction technology is becoming more and more mature. This is not a bad thing for the alien energy realm, or even the entire divine continent. Linley pondered over this for half a day, and it was indeed true. Even if the alien energy potions would lead to chaos between the alien energy world and the civilian world. But for the big picture, for the entire human race, it was a good thing. Once the alien energy potion was mass-produced, the strength of the human race would be raised by several notches, and at that time, the war of resistance against the alien beasts would be much more winnable. Well, there is one more thing. Speak. Yi Chang was watching TV with vigor, and he answered whatever Linley asked. The matter of me being planted and framed by someone in sacred royalty to make fake surveillance. Hearing this, Yi Chang came back to his senses. His gaze was slightly grave as he said, that surveillance image, it's not fake. Not a fake? How could it be? Can't it be true that I killed my classmate? I'm not sure about this matter, but it's true that you don't have any signs of demonization. So that means that the person definitely wasn't killed by you. The problem lies in the fact that who exactly is the person in that surveillance image, even I, Sun Wukong, can't detect it. It can be seen that this person's strength is not ordinary now. Yi Chang pondered for a while and continued to ask, think back carefully, did you meet any strange people or strange things during the trial? Hearing you say that, there are really 2. Thus, Linley carefully recounted the matter of the ugly old man and the clothier. Yi Chang immediately became energized after hearing this. Chapter 58. Thank you, brother. Ugly old man? Cloth? Ugly old man? Cloth? Ugly old man? Cloth? Yi Chang got up and paced back and forth in the living room. His mouth was still chanting the names ugly old man, cloth over and over again. 3 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed.
Yi Cheng's face became more and more ugly, as if he recalled something but couldn't organize it for a while. Linley was already exhausted, that Zhuan was still a hypnotizer, and then Yi Cheng was still here to help him sleep. Unconsciously, her vision began to blur.
I remember.
I don't know how long it took, but Yi Cheng raised his head violently and whispered.
Linley was startled in his half-sleep, almost furtively flabbergasted.
Egu, my dropping brother Chang'e, you finally remembered something, quickly tell me. Yi Cheng sat back beside Linley and said word by word, I can't be sure of Bui's identity for now, but your so-called ugly old man, I should have some eyebrows, this frame-up is most likely caused by him.
The ugly old man caused it? Who is he? Why did he set me up?
Upon hearing this, Linley's sleepiness was gone, and he hurriedly squared his shoulders and asked. Regarding this person's name and deeds, I can't tell you about them, but there's one thing I can be sure of. He's not trying to frame you, but is testing you, or rather, paving the way for you.
Ha?
The more Linley listened, the more confused he became.
What the hell couldn't you tell yourself? And what the hell was testing himself and paving the way for himself?
Linley, let's put this matter aside for now, I have no right to interfere in his test, sooner or later, one day, you'll meet with him again, and at that time, everything will come to light.
Ayo! Linley was screaming his heart out.
For good reason, he had to play, Heaven's secrets can't be divulged.
What, is that old man an immortal? Or is he just a dead man in the light of day? It's so secretive, it's a waste of half a day's work.
I need to leave for a while to confirm something.
Ha? What am I going to do then? Not going to the Dark Kingdom? Of course you're going by yourself. When you arrive at the Dark Kingdom, report your identity and someone will meet you. Then when will you return to the Dark Kingdom?
Yi Cheng lowered his head and thought, not sure, maybe 3 to 5 days, or maybe more than half a month.
Linley always felt that this scene was déjà vu. Wasn't Luo Hantian like this back then, leaving himself in a flaming rage?
Could it be that he had the retreat curse?
It was that, retreat. Retreat. Retreat.
By the way, during this period, the ring on your hand will lose its contact effect, and it will be difficult for me to arrive to support you in case of danger. So, be careful with everything, and don't try to be strong when you meet someone who is unbeatable. Yi Cheng got up, came to the door to change his shoes, put on a black casual jacket and instructed.
Don't worry, the reasoning of running away if you can't beat them is clear to me, Linley.
Good, the wood system powerhouse I instructed will arrive first thing tomorrow morning, he will contact you then. After saying these words, Yi Cheng was enveloped in black mist and disappeared. Linley inexplicably felt empty in his heart, as if he had lost something.
It can't be. Ha! Love you walking alone in a dark alley. Love the way you don't ghost. Who is it in the middle of the night? The ringing of the cell phone dragged Linley's impure thoughts back, rushing towards the sofa. It was past 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, who would miss them so much?
Looking at the caller ID, the little fatty, Ma Hongyi. Linley sighed, this time, when he broke away from the sacred royalty, the ones he was most sorry for were little fatty and Lu Qingyue. Leaving without saying a word. I also wondered if the two of them would complain about themselves.
Hello? Hongyi? Brother Lai. How are you doing, Lai? Where are you, Lai? Have you joined the Dark Kingdom, Ri? Did you really break away from the sacred royalty, Brother Lai? With this large number of questions asked, Linley opened his mouth, not knowing which question to start answering properly. Hongyi, don't worry, brother is fine.
Brother Lai, the whole academy knows about you, that group of idiots are following the trend indiscriminately, saying that you are the source of evil, an alien that has been demonized, and also saying that sooner or later you will pay the price for killing Zhang Qi. That damn old man's son, knowing that there's something fishy going on with the surveillance, has been refusing to speak up for you.
Linley sneered. At this point in time, how could that old man's son possibly speak for himself? Even if there was something fishy with the surveillance, based on the fact that he had joined Yi Cheng and joined the Dark Kingdom openly, it was unlikely that he, Sun Wukong, would choose to accept himself again. However, Linley pressed on. Including that group of idiot students. Say what you like, but don't let Linley bump into them. Otherwise, none of them would be able to escape.
Hongyi, listen to my brother and stop meddling in this matter. I, Linley, have not been fit to survive in the 6th grade colleges since the beginning. A month ago, I made a decision that was both right and wrong.
Joining Sacred Imperial allowed me to recognize reality, see human nature, and figure out that path in life that belongs to me. From now on, I will be ruthless and kill everything that stands in my way. Stifle all existences that threaten me. The other end of the phone went silent. Little Fatty had never seen such a Linley. It was as if he was cold-blooded, as if he was ruthless. Brotherly, I've already contacted my father, he's trying to find a way to get rid of your negative influences, and at the same time, he's also deeply investigating the Dark Kingdom, so once there's any unfavorable factors against you, I'll be sure to tell you at the first opportunity. Little Fatty was still the same Little Fatty. For Linley's heart, the emotions had never changed. Thank you, brother. 1,000 words were not as real as this sentence. Brother Lai, there's no need for thanks between brothers, he. Oh right, there's one more thing. After knowing that you joined the Dark Kingdom, Mr. Liu has been moping around, running east and west, and I don't know what he's busy with. How about? You'd better care about her. Hey. At the mention of Liu Qingyue, Linley didn't know what to do. The relationship between the two was already unclear. Now that there was also such an incident, the number of times they would see each other in the future would be much less. Perhaps both of them would never forget the happy times they had experienced together, the trials and tribulations of life and death they had gone through together. Honey, take care of Qingyue for me, during this period of time when I'm not here. If anyone dares to bully her, call me and tell me, Sacred Royal Academy, not yet gone. Little Fatty got excited, purely the type to watch the show. Don't worry, Brother Lai, whoever dares to bully Student Liu, I'll finish him off with you. Good. Hanging up the phone, it was already past 12 in the middle of the night. Linley was not only physically exhausted, but even mentally drained. At some point, his head drifted off and he fell asleep. Chapter 59, So Greenyo. Linley, what kind of existence do you think darkness is? I think that darkness doesn't have any meaning, it's just an element, a substance, an energy. Darkness and light are essentially no difference, only in people's hearts to produce mustard, thus giving birth to the distinction of subjective judgment. Darkness is not evil, much less sin, darkness is merely a scapegoat for people allegorizing evil. Ha. In the endless darkness of the abyss, an old and familiar laughter rang out. Linley tried to look for it. But somehow, the darkness here was extraordinarily deep and claustrophobic. The eyes had completely lost the role it was originally supposed to have. Who the hell are you? Linley was a little flustered, but not afraid, because the darkness here seemed to give him a kindred spirit. The pale laughter ended abruptly, but did not answer Linley's question. Light signifies hope, darkness signifies immersion. In the beginning of chaos, all was nothingness, darkness alone, giving birth to all things. Light is also nothing more than a speck of darkness, and nothing escapes the attribution of darkness. It can devour all things, can mold all things. It can be infinite, can be weak. It can move with the heart, and it can move at will. Child, the darkness represents you, and you represent the darkness. At the end of the sentence, Linley was enlightened. It was as if there was already some clarity in his heart. Many thanks for your guidance, Senior. Although he couldn't see it, Linley could perceive it. As if it were a heart net, everything around him would surface in his mind. Just a short distance away directly in front of him, the ugly old man looked at Linley with a pleased face. The original kind of oozing face, at this moment looked so kind and affectionate. Child, you still have a long road ahead of you, there's no need to be constrained by the moment, just follow your heart, that's how you can cultivate your mind. Accompanied by the fading voice, the ugly old man's figure also completely disappeared. Linley! Linley! Quickly wake up, Linley! Brother Linley, wake up quickly! Shaoli, you mustn't scare your aunt, Shaoli. Wang Lining, Xiaoya, and an unfamiliar man were constantly calling out to Linley. Linley's consciousness gradually became clear, and her eyelids slightly lifted a slit. So green, yo. Why is it so green? The green of this baby's heart is panicked, the green of this baby's heart is balking. Xiaoya? Auntie? You guys are. Linley completely came to his senses and was a bit overwhelmed by the sight before him. He was being wrapped in an energy shield released by a strange wood system powerhouse, and then Xiaoya and his aunt were waiting anxiously not far away. The three of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that Linley had completely awakened. As the wood system powerhouse withdrew his supernatural ability, Wang Lining rushed forward and said with concern, Shaoli, how are you feeling? You scared Auntie to death, it's fortunate that Master Yu was there, otherwise this home would have been torn down by you. Master He? Lin Li hurriedly looked at the strong with system psychic. His age should be about the same as Yi Chang. He was very tall and strong, his face was a bit serious, but he could also tell that this person was more easygoing. Mr. He, what happened to me just now? I remember I just had a dream. He Chen solemnly shook his head, the flash of shock under his eyes hadn't yet had time to dissipate. Lin Li, I really can't get my head around your dark attribute. Just now you weren't slumbering, but rather, your spirit was detached from your physical body, as if you had entered another dimension. But none of that matters. What matters is that you made breakthroughs one after another without being autonomous, and you're currently at the 9th level of the primordial order. Ah? Lin Li leapt up from the sofa in shock and sensed the foreign energy in his body. It really was the 9th level of the primary order, and it had also lit up the 5th elemental star. It's too damn bizarre. Sleeping and rising 3 levels in a row. At present, it seems that your body does not appear to be in any bad condition, rising 3 levels in a row. Oh. He Chen laughed bitterly, simply unheard of. Lin Li scratched his head in embarrassment, then reacted. He Chen didn't come here for Lin Li either, huh? Oh right, Master He, you see my sister's condition. Be at ease, just now the attention was focused on you, this girl I just took a brief look, the problem shouldn't be too big. He Chen walked to Xiaoya's body, carefully looked at the face, and then took her pulse. Nothing was checked out. In the end, he had to release his foreign energy, pouring it into Xiaoya's body and carefully probing it. Lin Li and Wan Lanying on the side were so nervous. Whether Xiaoya's illness could be cured or not, it all depended on Yi Chen's words. 2 minutes later. He Chen withdrew his supernatural energy, his gaze cloudy. Mr. He, how is it? It's true that it's a bit troublesome, but it's not incurable. I'll need to put in some effort and time, and most importantly, this girl will have to suffer a bit before she can be cured. As soon as Wang Lanying and Xiaoya heard that there was hope of being saved, smiles instantly appeared on their faces. Only Lin Li, his frown deepened. Yi Chang had said long ago that the process of treating Xiaoya's illness would be a bit painful, and now Yi Chen also said that he would need to suffer a bit. One had to know that these two were both super-ranked powerhouses that stood at the forefront of the divine continent. To be able to make them say pain and suffering, the process was definitely not simple. Mr. He, will Xiaoya be in danger during the process? Danger is not so much, but it requires this girl's willpower. Master He, I can do it, no matter how bitter or painful it is, I'm going to give it a try. Seeing Xiaoya's resolute gaze, Lin Li couldn't say anything more. Since he had made a good decision, the treatment would begin. He Chen and Xiaoya entered into the room, while Lin Li was responsible for watching outside. During the process, no matter how painful Xiaoya was or what kind of accidents would occur, Lin Li and Wang Lanying could not enter. Once they interfered with He Chen's treatment, Xiaoya's condition would most likely suffer a backlash, thus worsening. This point, Lin Li firmly kept in mind. 3 minutes later. Strong green light filled the entire room. Through the glass of the room's door, Lin Li felt the sting. What ensued was the sound of Xiaoya's agonizing moans. Wang Lanying's heart felt like pins and needles. Seeing her daughter in such pain, the tears couldn't stop flowing outward. And all Lin Li could do was to be relieved. The treatment process lasted for more than 3 whole hours. In the second half of the time, Xiaoya no longer had the strength to make a sound. Lin Li's palms were clenched with sweat, and he silently prayed in his heart that he must succeed. As the strong green light faded away, He Chen spoke. It's okay to come in. Lin Li and Wang Lanying were overjoyed in their hearts and hurriedly pulled open the door to the room. But before they could see Xiaoya's condition, a sudden change occurred. Golden light that couldn't be described in words permeated out from Xiaoya's body, and immediately afterward, an appalling impact swept through. Lin Li subconsciously focused all of his alien energy in front of Wang Lanying, forming a dark barrier. Then, Lin Li and He Chen were miserable. Chapter 60 Xiaoya's Awakening. One was lifted into the wall and hit the ground hard. One was blasted out of the room, gibbering and crashing into the corner of the wall. Only Wang Lanying stayed in front of the room door at a loss for words, protected by the dark barrier. Goo! Lin Li's head hit the corner of the wall, causing him to grunt in pain. He Chen wasn't much better. Healing Xiaoya had already used up a lot of her powers, and she was still the closest one to the point of impact eruption. With this fall, he almost didn't fall out of his waist. It took half a day to slow down. Xiaoya, what's wrong with you? Wang Lanying was worried when she saw Xiaoya, who was shimmering on the bed like a holy angel. She. She's awakened her supernormal abilities. He-chan held the end of the bed, holding his waist and struggling to get up, his eyes staring straight at Xiaoya. Awakened psychic abilities, just like Xiaoli? That's right, but this girl's awakened holy light system abilities, looks like the quality is definitely not low. Holy light system abilities? My sister has awakened a holy light system ability? At this time, Linley also covered his head and walked back into the room. Hearing that Xiaoya had awakened her psychic ability, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. Brother, Master He, what's wrong with you guys? Xiaoya woke up from her coma at some point and was confused when she saw Linley and He-chan in this state. Xiaoya, how are you feeling? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Linley rushed forward to hold Xiaoya's small, slightly warm hand and touched his forehead in passing. Brother, I'm fine, I feel much better physically, and... Xiaoya seemed to have sensed something, lifting the blanket and trying to move her legs. Sure enough, the legs returned to normal and could swing at will with Xiaoya's control. Wang Lining, Linley, and Xiaoya were completely thrilled. After sitting in a wheelchair for 10 years, until today, they can finally live like a normal person. Linley didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly helped Xiaoya to get up and try to get off the ground. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Wang Lining already had tears in her eyes, and Xiaoya was sobbing even more. Brother, I'm better. I'm finally better. At this moment, Xiaoya couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a loud cry, excitedly hugging Linley tightly. He-chan, a pretty big man, was made to cry by this family as well, wiping his tears one by one. The 4 of them cried for 10 minutes before they got over it. For a while, it made the atmosphere very awkward. By the way, Xiaoya, not only did you get better, but you also awakened the holy light system of otherness. I awakened my supernormal ability? Xiaoya then reacted, her body was indeed different from usual. Closing her eyes, she felt it with her heart. An incredible energy really just kept hovering in her body. And this energy was so comfortable, so soft, and it filled one's whole body with power. Come, I happen to have a testing crystal here, holy light system psychic energy, it's too precious He-chan also pulled out a testing crystal from somewhere, and came to Xiaoya's body with great interest. Xiaoya, put your hand on it, it will detect your talent level, and the attributes of your supernatural ability. Good. Xiaoya obediently placed her hands on top of the detection crystal, and then the crystal exploded. It was in the same condition as when Linley had tested it, except that the color displayed by the testing crystal before it blew up was colorful. Colorful, especially beautiful. Linley and He-chan were confused. What did 7 colors mean? Moreover, when the crystal blew up, it meant that the detection crystal couldn't withstand the foreign energy invading Xiaoya's body. That is to say, holy, SSS grade holy light system? My mom, what's wrong with this world? Near noon, Wang Lining began to prepare the meal. Xiaoya had just awakened her powers and recovered her body, so she needed some time to harmonize and recuperate, and was currently lying on the bed resting. Linley and He-chan sat on the sofa in the living room and started a discussion regarding Xiaoya's future. Linley, have you ever heard of a rumor? If humans want to re-establish themselves at the peak of their time, they must awaken 10 legendary exalts of different genera. Your darkness lineage is the 9th, while your sister's holy light lineage will be the last. He-chan's gaze grew deeper and deeper, and it was completely impossible to tell if he was happy or sad. I have also heard of this rumor. The darkness department and the holy light department are the rarest and most special existences amongst the 10 genera. Once the legendary talents of all the genera descend into the world, mankind will usher in a change, and the pattern of the world will be altered. This is both a disaster and an opportunity. That's right, both a disaster and an opportunity. It's been 50 years, and a new era for humanity has finally officially begun. In recent days, the movements of the foreign beasts in the borderlands have gotten louder and louder, and large-scale battles have already occurred many times. So this rumor, it's probably true. The ultimate battle between humans and foreign beasts is not far away. Mr. He, what should my sister do then? You mean, where she belongs? Linley nodded, he was quite torn about this matter. After all, it was the Sacred Light Department, which would never be able to join the 3 dark organizations, much less follow Linley. If it was the 6 academies, it might be suitable for Xiaoya, but Linley was very uneasy. That group of hypocrites, even if they would vigorously cultivate them, wouldn't they still end up doing it for their own selfish interests? Not to mention that Xiaoya was still an SSS-ranked Holy Light Department talent, so the 6th grade academies were afraid that they wouldn't fight openly and secretly, trying to get Xiaoya by any means possible. I know what you're worried about, but everyone has their own suitable path. You can't get in the way, much less stop it. Your sister is different from you. If she joins the 6 academies, she will achieve immeasurable results. Don't look at those few old foxes with a lot on their minds, but they won't skimp on cultivating Holy Light Department geniuses. Seeing Lin Li's eyes lowered, half a day without a squeak, He-chan smiled and continued, how about this, I'll show you, or rather your sister, a clear path to the Holy Radiance Academy. Among the 16s, the one who is the most sensible, the one who cares for his students the most, and the one with the strongest strength is Wang Gang. A legendary talent of the Holy Light Department, he will definitely do his best to cultivate it, and won't let your sister suffer any slightest grievance or harm. Hearing these words from He-chan, Lin Li's heart was moved. This was indeed the best place for Xiaoya to go at the moment. Wang Gang, this person, was just as He-chan had said. Protective, strong, and not stingy. Moreover, Sacred Radiance Academy was still the #1 academy in the Divine Continent, with resources, education that was designated as nothing to speak of. By the way, with your current identity and the influence you have created, try not to travel to Sacred Radiance with your sister, otherwise, 80% of you won't be able to come back. This favor, for Yi Cheng's sake, I can help you. Help me? Aren't you also a member of the Dark Kingdom? Who said that? I'm not a member of your Dark Kingdom, I'm the president of the Walker Guild. Chapter 61 Silly Ex-Parents Matching Bear Kids. Walker Guild. The 24 major guilds of the Divine Continent, currently ranked 7th. It was in existence second only to the Titan Guild. In that case, Mr. Xiaoya is in your hands. These elemental crystals, consider this as hard-earned money for you, please do accept them. Lin Li released the darkness and took out 10 elemental crystals of relatively good quality from it. If converted into blue coins, it would be tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, at least. The darkness means of storage is really convenient, eliminating the need for a spatial ring, making me a little envious. He-chan didn't care about the crystals at all, and with a wave of his hand, they all disappeared. A character of He-chan's level, as long as he had promised something, then he would definitely do it. Especially if he received a gift, so Lin Li had nothing to worry about. Before long, Wang Lanying had prepared a meal. It was another big table full of food. Although He-chan didn't sweep up the food like He-chang, he was still satisfied with the food. At the dinner table, Lin Li will just talk about the results, told Xiaoya good behavior, willing to listen to all the arrangements of the brother. Wang Lanying, although the heart cannot let go, but after all his awakened supernormal ability, will be Xiaoya tethered to the side, will only harm their daughter's future. Moreover, there is also He-chan as a guarantee, there is no risk to speak of. Therefore, chose to agree to this decision. Early the next morning, several people were ready to depart. The Dark Kingdom was located in the northern part of the Divine Continent, situated in the Qingyun City. Or rather, Qingyun City was part of the Dark Kingdom. It was the opposite direction of travel from Xiaoya and the others, so going out was parting ways. Before they left, Lin Li handed Wang Lanying and Xiaoya a card. Although Xiaoya can't use it, after waiting for the Sacred Radiance Academy, Wang Gang will probably directly give her a few $100 million. But, after all, it is a peace of mind. Well, poor brother also have to send dowry is not. When Lin Li later mixed with the wind and water, dozens, tens of billions of dollars that are only sprinkled with water just la. As for Wang Lanying, for the time being, she can only live alone for a while. This is also something that cannot be helped, with Lin Li go, unrealistic, Dark Kingdom that area is too chaotic, for ordinary people, the danger is extremely high. Going with Xiaoya, also impossible, Shanghui belongs to closed management, family members can't enter, in the end, they still can't see each other. Not as good as in this Tianwu city, live peacefully, and even less trouble to find the door. When Lin Li and Xiaoya graduate, they will be able to take over Wang Lanying and live together. After some parting words, Lin Li officially departed. The usual, the train moves forward. Flying is impossible, not in this lifetime. Sensei realm enough or not, anyway, just don't fly. Took a cab and headed to the station. For Lin Li now, it had to be the best, most expensive carriage. The most comfortable, the most natty treatment. Came to the front ticket office, Lin Li boldly said to the ticket lady, 98, fill up. The ticket lady froze, returned 8. The surrounding people have cast a look at the little cute. Like gazes, and only then did Lin Li react by scampering off the stage. Excuse me, train to Qingyan City, Super Invincible Supreme Deluxe VIP Box, 1 person. Okay, please wait a moment, yo.
Upon hearing that it was a Super Invincible Supreme Deluxe VIP, the young lady's attitude instantly changed 180 degrees.
The wings thrown, double eyelid stickers fell off.
After buying the ticket, Linley went to the VIP area to wait.
There is still more than an hour to go before the train departs. What are you doing? Massage.
Of course, is the most pure massage techniques.
In a place like the station, how can there be anything less than authentic?
During the period with the massage lady nagging family life, heard Linley is a supernatural, almost on that. Fortunately, Linley stopped in time, so that it did not lead to high.
Bah! Tragedy. After this, Linley vowed to try.
He vowed that he would never go to the station for massage again.
Nasty, buddy, a yellow flower young man, chastity is how important? In case of that, can you afford to speak softly?
Mom, I want to sit in the Super Invincible Supreme Deluxe VIP box, the other I do not sit. Little bear, the tickets for the Super Invincible Supreme Deluxe VIP box are sold out, and Mom scolded the ticket agent severely, so let's just settle for the Deluxe VIP box, okay?
No good. I want to be Super XXXXXXX, I don't care.
Linley laughed. Where did this bear child come from?
Crying and screaming in public, that mom is also a weirdo. What does it matter to the ticket agent if the tickets are sold out? What's the point of scolding them?
What a stupid parent with a bear child.
May I ask if you are Mr. Lin?
The train to Qingyun City has started checking tickets, please come with me. Linley was just leaning against the railing in a leisurely manner and watching the show, when a pretty young lady in professional attire with a smile on her face came to the door.
Then what are you waiting for? Let's go.
In a short while, Linley boarded the train through the exclusive VIP channel. This so-called Super Invincible Supreme Luxury VIP compartment is a whole section of the carriage, all belong exclusively to Linley alone.
Is it enviable?
What entertainment facilities, fitness facilities, rest facilities have everything. And also equipped with an exclusive butler.
A maiden-suited young lady, happy face. Blah blah blah, is Linley that kind of person? Just feed your eyes, it's very expensive, okay.
This one ticket is worth 30 W blue coins. That's right, the price of half a house.
The life of the rich is so extravagant. Boom. Why are you stopping me?
I'm going in to discuss with the people inside, quickly get out of the way.
Ma'am, this is Mr. Lin's exclusive carriage, you can't enter without Mr. Lin's invitation, please don't be unreasonable. Splat.
A crisp sound came out as the noblewoman directly slapped the stewardess.
Who the hell are you to talk to me like that? Do you know who I am?
Half of the sky in Qingyan City belongs to my Zhu family. With such a big commotion, Linley's ears should have heard it even if they were being. Getting up, she walked out of the bedroom, her gaze icy cold as she looked towards the doorway.
What's going on? Lin.
Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry, this lady had to barge in, claiming that she wants to switch compartments with you. Miss Housekeeper covered her beaten face and came to Linley's side in a very aggravated manner to report.
Changing compartments with me and hitting people, what kind of thing are you, stupid bee? Linley's words confused the several people present. Silly? Pithy enough. Asshole, do you know who I am?
I'll give you one chance, get out of this compartment and leave a thank you gift, otherwise I'll make it impossible for you to get off this train.
Pa!
A thunderous slap resounded through the entire carriage.
The noblewoman was directly whipped out. Chapter 62 Bloodthirsty, Ruthless, Perverted.
Mom, get up quickly Mom, I want to sit in the Super Invincible Luxury VIP box. The bear child ran to the noblewoman's side and pushed and shoved as hard as he could. Not caring in the slightest that his mother's face had swollen into a pig's head.
Miss Housekeeper looked at Linley incredulously, this person could be an alien. Mr. Lin, this.
Just a small lesson, next time, her entire being will turn into a pig.
Find someone to clean it up, I don't want the environment I live in to be polluted.
After saying that, Linley turned around and returned to the bedroom. What a big forest with all kinds of birds, and half the sky of Qingyan City. Why didn't she say that the Dark Kingdom was run by her family? But fortunately, such a small episode didn't disturb Linley's interest in watching the scenery. A movie was playing on the 108K Ultra HD large screen, and the viewing window beside her was half open to the green forest, so the air was extraordinarily fresh. The drive lasted a total of 27 hours, so if it's slow, it's slow.
It was all about enjoyment, and anyway, Yi Chang didn't limit himself to how many days he had to arrive in the Dark Kingdom. Linley was still thinking about having a good time after arriving at Qingyan City. Without realizing it, Linley was a bit sleepy. It wasn't exhaustion, but too much comfort and ease. In such an environment, it would be a waste not to take a nap. But what's that up is? Just as she was about to fall asleep, the sound of whimpering and yelling resounded once again. This time, it seems that it's not just the noblewoman and the bear child. There was also a lot of yelling and cursing from men. Boom! Linley kicked open the door to the room. Damn it, no one was going to get out alive today. It's that asshole, hitting me and cursing me, not putting the Zhu family in his eyes at all. The noblewoman pointed at Linley's nose and complained loudly. A few burly men on the side came forward with fierce gazes, carrying a broken beer bottle in their hands. Left blue dragon, right white tiger, with a tattoo of a Lala mayfly in the center. It looks like they have been on the road. Damn, brat, are you the one who hit Mrs. Zhu? UING. Not waiting for this stupid ex to finish cursing, Linley kicked out. Control the force? Sorry, for this kind of trash, Linley didn't bother controlling it. The result was obvious. The man was sent flying by a kick, his pelvis instantly shattering into slag, blood pouring out like a waterfall. After smashing into the wall of the carriage, he made a loud noise. A herringbone-shaped crater appeared in everyone's eyes. The person in question, needless to say, sprayed 2 mouthfuls of blood and went to meet the king of hell. The surrounding several big men were frozen in place with fear, the terrifying force, the unspeakable aura. You're an alien? Linley laughed coldly. He couldn't even figure out what he was, so he dared to come to the door to pick a fight? It was indeed time to clean up the trash these days. Plop, plop, plop. Several big men knelt down one after another. They were reckless, not stupid. In front of an alien, who the hell were they? A prayer, a wail, echoed in the carriage. The noblewoman stared wide-eyed, at a loss for words. Although the Zhu family also had the presence of a psychic, but distant water couldn't quench the thirst of the near-ah. Even if she called now, by the time someone came over, she would be dead through and through. You. Don't be impulsive, I didn't want to do anything, just looking for someone to scare you. I'm wrong, I'll leave now. The noblewoman picked up the bear child and was about to run away, really taking Linley for air. Run? If I let you run away, will I, Linley, still be able to stand up to my audience and friends who support me? Ta! A crisp ringing finger signaled the coming of death. The ground beneath the noblewoman's feet was suddenly eroded by a wave of darkness. With a clunk, the noblewoman and the bear child fell into a heap when they were caught off guard. The bear child wailed and cried out, going so far as to say that he was going to tell his father to come and kill Linley. It's true that with what kind of parents come what kind of cubs ah. The last thing Linley, am used to is bear children. As soon as the words fell, the dark area underneath the 2 men's feet rapidly closed in. Under the trembling gazes of several big men, a large and small group was devoured without even a crumb remaining. Grand Master, Ancestor. Please spare my life, I'm just a punk, I didn't want to offend you nah. Father. I kowtow to you, please spare me. I have an old man and a young man, please, spare us. The several big men begged frantically with one word from you and another from me. The stewardess lady at the side had long been paralyzed on the ground. In less than 2 short minutes, Linley had directly killed 3 people. Without even blinking an eye. Originally, could an alien be arrogant to such an extent? The corner of Linley's mouth curled up slightly, as if he had thought of something interesting. It's simple to spare you all, each of you leave a part of your parts behind and roll as far away as possible. When the 3 big men heard this, their faces instantly turned deathly white. Leave a part of the parts behind. This young man in front of him was really ruthless and bloodthirsty. In fact, at this moment, Linley didn't realize how perverted and cruel his actions were. He only felt that this way was quite interesting. Wanting to see what each of the 3 big men chose. The first big man moved. Getting up and walking towards the dining table, he picked up a fruit knife and swung it down very decisively. Curb. The big man was in cold sweat from the pain, and 2 of his fingers were chopped off bloodily just like that. Linley nodded, signaling that he could off. Immediately following was the second big man, and again he picked up a fruit knife. Only, this knife wasn't aimed at himself, but at Linley's chest. Stabbing out like mad. Even if I die, I won't be able to unload my own parts. A commendable spirit. It was only a pity that it was too reckless to recognize reality. With a flick of the hand, the dark energy wrapped around the big man. 20 seconds later, it was completely devoured. The third big man was terrified, shivering, and picking up the fruit knife on the ground, uncertain and hesitant. Looking at his hands and then his feet. It seemed as if he couldn't even part with it. In the end, he made a decision that made Linley unexpected. Cultivate the Sunflower Treasure Classic. This time Linley reacted and realized that he had overplayed his hand. The alien energy in his hand accurately knocked out the fruit knife, leaving this big man's second brother with a small life. Alright, I respect you as a man, get lost. The big man was ecstatic, lifted his pants and rushed out of the carriage with a roll. Linley took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. That scene just now was too weird. When did he become so bloodthirsty and ruthless? In the beginning, he had only intended to teach these people a lesson. 4 people's lives, just like that, were buried in their own hands? Lin. Mr. Lin, I'll clean it up for you, don't be angry. Miss Housekeeper hurriedly got up and respectfully prayed. Linley looked at the other party and sighed again. He himself had become a bloodthirsty murderer in people's eyes. Shaking his head, he got up and prepared to walk towards the bedroom. Boom! A sudden violent explosion lifted Linley out, and 5 figures flew in from the vacancy in the broken carriage. Chapter 63 Casting Power, Black Shadow Legion. Linley, be sensible and come with us. As long as you're good and obedient, you'll be able to enjoy all the glory and wealth you want. You know the difference in strength between us, you won't get any benefit from resisting. Hurting you is bad for all of us. What you just did, we all saw it in our eyes. As long as you come with us, all troubles are not troubles. 5 people, 1 person, 1 sentence. Causing Linley to not know which one to dislike first. The 5 people in front of him weren't too far off from the Dark Kingdom's look. All black, wearing masks, unable to see anyone. But Linley was clear that the other party had nothing to do with the Dark Kingdom. If it's not someone from the Demonized Legion, then it's... Linley sneered and got up. 4 middle-ranked level 9s and 1 high-ranked level 1. The other party was really looking down on themselves. Going with you guys? I don't even know who you guys are. Before inviting someone, you have to declare yourselves first, right? Linley intended to stall the other party while looking for a chance to get away. The same kind of situation Linley would never allow to happen again. Otherwise, his own darkness journey would be completely ruined. You're coming with us. When we get to the place, it'll naturally become clear. Don't waste time, you won't be able to escape. Your rate of progress is indeed amazing, but the 9th level of the primordial stage is still far from enough. These 5 idiots, still calling themselves a waste of time. One by one, wouldn't it be an even bigger waste of time? TSK. It looks like you, Dean Huang, still won't die. The pupils of the 5 people shrunk slightly, and Linley really suspected that they were quintuplets. What a ing flush. Worthy of being a dark legend, now that you know, come with us. The high-ranked alien in the lead began to approach Linley. Obviously, the other party didn't want to spend any more time. Go! I'll go your ass. Dark cut. A black blade appeared out of thin air, and the iron skin of the carriage was easily cut open. The high-ranked alien in the lead struck out with a fist, directly shattering the blade. The action was flowing without any delay. Only, by the time the 5 people reacted, Linley had already been wrapped in black mist and instantly disappeared in place. When his vision returned, Linley's figure appeared on the barren mountain. Damn, it's better to be in a hurry than to be in a hurry. How did I happen to pass by such a tight place? Seeing that the surrounding area was barren, Linley immediately became worried. Only, there wasn't much time left for him. Arbitrarily choosing a direction, he burst into full speed and started to flee. Why flee? Nonsense, those 5 big brothers behind him are still following. With Linley's current strength, the black mist can transport up to 50 meters. How can those 5 big brothers not perceive, this is certainly off the train, is chasing in their own direction? This is the wild mountains, not even a ghost. Can only take advantage of the terrain, keep wandering in the mountains and forests. 5 minutes later. Linley, you can't escape, be good and go back with us. You don't even have the ability to fly, how can you escape? If you don't know better, we won't be polite. It's so damn boring. Linley's ears were getting cocooned. These 5 guys are getting closer and closer, like a dog's skin plaster, can't shake it off. Linley knows that this cannot go on. But for a while, he couldn't come up with any countermeasures. The other party is 5, himself 1. The gap in strength is still so big. It's hard to believe that he's going to be taken captive again today. Boom! While thinking like this, a fireball fell from the sky and exploded behind Linley. The rolling heat wave that was set off caused the skin to burn, and the corners of his clothes were directly set on fire, and it spread rapidly. Mother, these 5 dogs really made a move. Linley did not care much, directly take off his jacket, release the dark barrier wrapped the whole body. The 5 guys in the sky are also ruthless, wind blades, fireballs, ice spikes, earthquakes, lightning came one after another. The dark barrier only lasted 3 seconds before it exploded. The energy blasted on his back, and Linley directly spat blood and flew out. It was a good thing that the other party didn't hit him with a deadly blow, otherwise Linley wouldn't have been able to withstand it. This was good, he fell to the ground, and the 5 people instantly surrounded him. Toast to the drink. Had to force our hand. Well now, you're hurt, aren't you? Be good and go back with us. Oh my god. Linley was dying of worry. These 5 guys were too good at inking away. Come on, can you guys send a representative? I'm so distracted by one person saying one sentence. Linley sat on the ground, tilting his head, his expression that was so sad. So, are you going to get up and come with us by yourself, or are the few of us going to grab you and go? The high-ranking alien at the head took 2 steps forward, looking like he was the representative. Linley was disturbed. Go? Could he still have a chance to escape after going to Huali himself? Escape? With what? These 5 guys are so sticky and so strong. Unwilling. All sorts of negative emotions began to well up in Linley's heart. Hatred, unwillingness, anger, hatred, indifference. It, which could devour all things, could forge all things. It, which can be endless, can be weak. It, which can move with the heart, can travel at will. These 3 words suddenly flooded into Linley's mind, and inspiration burst forth at once. Devour all things, forge all things. Linley muttered to himself, and the 5 people around him didn't understand for a moment. What was this kid doing? Devouring all things, forging all things. Linley smiled, devouring all things was currently under control. Then it was casting all things. There was a saying in Taoism, Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Then it should actually be, darkness begets all things. Linley got up and rubbed the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although I am not as strong as you guys, but that doesn't mean that darkness is not as strong as you guys. Wide-eyed, see the fear that belongs to the deepest depths of darkness. Linley raised his arm, sensing the purest darkness within and trying to release it. Darkness. That is, it gives birth to all things, and grants you the power of casting. In his mind, that dull and loud voice sounded once again. Linley violently opened his eyes, and a rustling of bizarre aura actually caused the 5 people present to feel a tremor in their hearts. The dark foreign energy entwined around his body seemed to be metamorphosing. It became abysmal red and black M. Something's not right, this kid seems to be awakening something. Should we stop it then? Of course we have to stop it, what if we let him escape? But isn't this kid awakening his power a good thing for us, Huali? Let's wait a little longer. The 5 people were torn between stopping and not stopping. It was simply better to just freeze in place and take a step forward. Bunch of idiots, since they're so looking forward to my performance, then. Dark Shadow Legion, come out for some air. As soon as the words fell, dark energy overflowed the earth in all directions, and dozens, hundreds of figures emerged from the shadowy ground. They were not ninjas, but demons. Chapter 64 Tossed and Puked. The demon created by Linley had a form but no god, and had substance but no power. In layman's terms, they are all black. There are shapes such as human, animal, and demon. But there is no appearance, as if a mass of molded black fog. Each demon exudes dark power, and you can roughly judge its realm. More than half of them are at the 1st and 2nd level of the middle rank. Very few of them could reach the 4th or 5th level of the middle rank. There was also one that held the aura of an intermediate rank 7. The strength of this group of demons was not completely controlled by Linley, most of them were randomly generated. Of course, the higher the strength of the caster, the higher the probability of casting a high-level demon. As for the powerlessness, As for the powerlessness, the fighting strength of the demons is just average. Currently, hundreds of demons had already fought with the 5 Hwali robbers. The attacks of the demons were too one-dimensional, either scratching with their hands or smashing with their fists. Occasionally, they would release 2 small skills. The probability of injuring the opponent was negligible, and it was difficult to achieve substantial results in a short period of time. However, it was worth appreciating that the recovery ability of this group of demons was quite amazing. As long as they weren't annihilated as a whole, then they could absorb dark energy in a short period of time to make up for their body's vacancies. Anyway, Linley was quite content. What strength did he have that he knew so well? What kind of bike did he want? Damn it, what the hell is this group of things? Why can't it be annihilated? It's unbelievable that Linley could summon so many monsters. Everyone, go all out and use wide-range moves to obliterate these damn things. We mustn't let Linley escape. Cover me, catch the thief first, catch Linley and all problems will be solved. The high-rank alien made an instant decision, directly and brutally opening the way, trying to forcefully break through the encirclement. Seeing this, Linley wanted to escape. However, he realized that there was very little alien energy left in his body. In order to summon the Black Shadow Army, he had just exhausted all of his alien energy. It was only by relying on a darkness-type Fey crystallization clutched in Linley's hand, which he kept absorbing and drawing from, that he was barely able to support it. Mother, that. The one that can fly, grab it and take me away. Linley ordered, pointing towards a strangely shaped demon with a pair of wings. That demon really listened to Linley's words, fluttering its large wings and flying directly to the front, prostrating itself on the ground. Without saying a word, Linley directly mounted it. The demon swung its wings again and slowly rose into the sky. That direction, full speed ahead. Linley ordered urgently, pointing to the north. The high-rank alien had also broken through the heavy encirclement of the Black Shadow Army, and when he saw Linley being carried away, he hurriedly chased after him. A great escape had begun. Linley is not afraid of heights. I do not know whether it is because of nervousness or the darkness affects the psychological reason, at this moment unusually calm. Calm at the same time, but also extremely eager to kill. There is always an inexplicable impulse that pushes Linley back to fight. Anyway, I don't know where the confidence came from. It was good that reason prevailed over everything. Linley forcibly suppressed his inner impulses and accelerated the absorption of the crystals in his hands. The current distance between the two sides seemed to be at a standstill. This demon under his but is quite powerful, and his flying speed is not inferior to that high-level alien. From start to finish, it maintained a distance of more than 300 meters. Linley. We, Hwali, are sincerely inviting you to join us, so feel free to put forward any conditions. We, Dean Huan, can fulfill them all. Bull. You call capturing me twice in a row sincere? You call threatening my family sincere? The last time, it was purely Qian Lihua's own initiative, contrary to Dean Huang's intention. Moreover, they all paid a heavy price for what they did. If you need any compensation, just ask. Self-initiated? Deviate from it? Oh, this one really took Linley for a cutie. Watched. Huang Fei Bake not authorized, borrow him Chen Li Hua 10 courage also dare not act so. Moreover, the so-called price is also the Dark Kingdom to punish. It has nothing to do with his Hwali Academy. Words don't come together. I, Linley, have already joined the Dark Kingdom and will never betray it. Besides, what can you Hwali teach me? Do you have an instructional program for the Darkness Department? Of course I do. The high-ranked alien subconsciously responded, then realized something and hurriedly covered his mouth. He was panicked, and Linley was still shocked. Hwali had an instructional course in the Darkness Department? That meant that Hwali was secretly cultivating Darkness Department talents, which was grossly inconsistent with what it had proclaimed on the surface? Big blowout. Linley, no matter what, you have to come back to Hwali with me today, even if I have to cripple you. The dogskin behind him was fuming, his inflammation system's supernatural energy surging madly. 300 or so meters away, Linley could feel the heat wave coming. Turning back to look, holy yeah. Wasn't this the Great Inferno Ring? A super huge fireball was being held above his head by the dogskin plaster, and that momentum seemed to be destroying the sky and the earth. Are you stupid? Want to me to death? Linley cursed, which is to cripple himself. This is clearly to blast himself into slag. If you surrender, I'll take back my powers. I'll vote for you. Linley redirected his alien energy and converged on the darkness domain once again.
6 demons with wings appeared in close proximity. With Linley's command, they all rushed towards the dog's skin.
I don't want them to be able to kill each other, I just want them to be able to stop the fireball. Otherwise, Linley will have to sit here today.
Bastard Yi Chang, he left sooner or later, but this is the right time to leave.
Just leave, the ring is still not working.
Oneself, a beginner level 9, facing a high level 1 existence to support it so hard discouraged.
Rumble. Hurry up and raise your altitude.
The fireball behind them exploded with a boom, and the vigorous to the extreme inflammatory power engulfed all the demons. Even the space the neighborhood stood in began to tremble, showing how terrifying its power was. Linley hurriedly ordered to adjust his altitude, or else he would have been burned to ashes.
Fortunately,
those 6 demons had just desperately lowered the height of the fireball's release a bit.
This was what allowed Linley to escape. Even though his back was burned, it wasn't a big deal.
Dogskin Plaster, this attack, not only did not intercept Linley, but also slowed down their own footsteps. As a result, the distance between the two of them grew larger and larger. At this moment, even if he released another skill, it would be difficult for him to reach Linley. Taking this opportunity, Linley commanded the demon to charge straight into the clouds,
utilizing the thick clouds to cover his figure.
I don't believe I can't get rid of this piece of plaster.
6 hours later, Linley threw up.
It has nothing to do with fear of heights, it's just that he can't afford to toss and turn. Continuous flight for 6 hours, the supernormal ability are almost recovered. Sitting down the devil is nothing, but Linley was bared by the wind that called a dizziness. Behind him, 800 or 900 meters away, the dogskin plaster is still continuing to chase. The wind is not a good thing, but the wind is not a good thing, but the wind is not a good thing, but the wind is not a good thing.
Chapter 65, Fluttering Beauty, Wole. Big brother, take a look at where we are now. We're about to arrive at Qingyun City, are you still chasing after us?
Linley forced himself to hold back his vomiting and shouted mournfully to the rear. In fact, that dogskin plaster had long been tired of chasing after him, but he was unwilling to do so. The duck that came to hand flew away just like that. How could he explain to Huang Fei Baking when he went back?
For middle rank 9, one high rank 1. They couldn't take down a beginner level 9 brat? If this was spread out, how would they still be able to get along in the future? Linley, this is what you forced me to do.
Ha! Linley's head rose, not reacting for a moment. Turning his head, he looked towards the back. After seeing clearly the half of the sky that had been burned red, he was so frightened that he hurriedly summoned more than 30 flying demons. This thing behind them was going to come for real. The aura belonging to a high-level alien was unleashed in full force, and a pillar of inflammation shot straight up into the sky. The already dim sky color was rendered by the flames that swept across the sky. It was like the end of the world, but it was damn scary.
Hey! Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to return after finishing me off?
More than 30 demons surrounded the sky above, always ready to meet the enemy.
Linley still intended to delay a little longer and unleash his mouth cannon skill.
The Dark Kingdom was close at hand, and as long as he rushed into the boundaries of Qingyun City, someone would surely come to his rescue. At that time, if he didn't beat this bull anointing back into shape, Linley wouldn't be surnamed Lee.
If I let you fall into the hands of other forces, I'll be even more unable to deliver. Linley,
I'll give you one last chance, come back to Huali with me, and everything's negotiable. Seeing the flaming clouds getting closer and closer to him, Linley panicked a little. Looking further ahead, the silhouette of a high-rise building had appeared at the end.
That was Qingyun City. At the current speed, it would take at least 3 more minutes. Put up a fight.
Linley gritted his teeth and released a dark barrier to protect himself. More than 30 demons rushed straight into the clouds, doing everything they could to stop the blazing flames. Linley felt no pain at all for the sacrifices of the demons. This was because they were not living beings, but merely energy bodies composed of dark essence. In other words, mindless, non-autonomous killing machines. Perhaps as Linley's strength grew, he would one day cast living bodies, but that was all for later. Right now saving his life was the most important thing.
Big baby if you fly a little faster, my life is in your hands.
Linley touched the head of the demon under his seat, soft and sticky, as if he hadn't touched anything. But the demon sensed it, looked sideways at Linley, and even nodded humanely. Then desperately stirred the wings. The speed has been raised by another level.
However, Linley also clearly sensed that the demon's dark power was rapidly fading. Clearly, it was operating at overload. It was over, and now Linley was a little heartbroken. It was such a mindless, emotionless energy body that would do so much for itself, too damn touching. Linley didn't shiver, and in order to prevent the darkness from flowing too quickly, he pulled out another darkness crystal, held it in the palm of his hand, and quickly transferred the energy into the demon's body. Boom! 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 Successive booms resounded above Linley's rear. The demons were already battling with the flames, and every roar meant that a demon had fallen. Worthy of being a high-ranked exalt, more than 30 middle-ranked demons couldn't stop a single blow from the other side. With the flames getting closer and closer, the scorching temperature seemed to melt everything. The dark barrier gradually began to show cracks, and it looked like it wouldn't last much longer. Even the demon's tail began to burn, as if it was the downed fighter plane, shaking and scattering smoke. I am Linley, Inquisitor of the Dark Kingdom, Executive Officer. Where are the guards? Linley was also sick and desperate, and when he was about to arrive at the fringe of Qingyun City, he shouted out loud in spite of everything. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Just at the moment when the roiling flames were about to engulf Linley, an echo appeared. Dark Kingdom, 36 legendary guards come to the rescue. Dark Kingdom, Quan Jia, Ling Xing, Long Chang, Xiaowei, the 4 great executives have come to the rescue. Dark Kingdom, Wolei, Inquisitor, come to the rescue. Linley was dumbfounded. What the hell is come to save us? You're stringing me along, aren't you? Just as Linley was immersed in confusion, a strong force of darkness wrapped itself around him. The invading flames were easily isolated and did not harm Linley in the slightest. Immediately after, there were dozens of figures swish, 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 swish swept through the sky. They went straight to the dog skin plaster. Mr. Lin, how do you feel? Are you not hurt? A clear and energetic voice appeared beside his ears. Only then did Linley react and look to his side. He saw that it was a handsome and beautiful man dressed in black ancient robes, with long silver gray hair, slender eyebrows, a high nose, a sharp jaw, and eyes as bright as diamonds, who was asking about himself with concern. I'm fine, may I ask who you are? The beautiful man guffawed and said with peace in his eyes, just call me Wolei, Mr. Lin. Wolei? Linley recalled the words he had just spoken and asked incredulously, you're the Inquisitor of the Dark Kingdom? Precisely. Wow. How old are you, and you've become an Inquisitor? Ha, Mr. Lin is too kind, the Dark Kingdom has always judged positions by their strength. Wolei smiled that springy smile, white teeth, delicate lips. Fortunately Linley was a man. Otherwise, he would have been mesmerized by it. Damn it, there's someone in this world who's equal to me in looks. The pressure is so high. Ha? You're injured, Mr. Lin? Wolei suddenly frowned, collected his smile, and came behind Linley in a flash. Stripping off the already burnt outerwear, the skin that was originally smooth and white and philosophical was now burnt red and black, as if there were still signs of oozing blood. Damn it, that Huali's people dared to injure you, obviously slapping our Dark Kingdom's face. An extremely cold intent spread out, and Linley couldn't help but shiver. This little guy's face had changed too fast, right? Just now, he was still gentle and elegant, a fluttering gentleman. His killing intent is comparable to that of the 9 devils. How old is this person? Strength is so strong? I'll give you 3 minutes to capture all the Huali thieves alive and place them at the disposal of Mr. Lin. Wolei didn't even turn his head back, his cold voice resounding through the sky. Dozens of figures responded in unison, yes. Look, look. Look at this battle, this deterrent, this be-game. The envious Linley's mouth was about to water. Lin student, I'll take you back to the Dark Kingdom for treatment first, those 5 thieves, none of them can escape. Chapter 66, even a rogue streamer must understand manners. The Dark Kingdom coordinates 3 major regions. They were the Dark Sanctuary, the Dark Academy and the Dark Metropolis. Qingyun City was a small part of the Dark City. If we calculate according to the area, the entire Dark Kingdom is comparable to the 6 academies plus the upper capital city. Among them, there were also 2 hills that were the Dark Kingdom's special trial grounds. One for academy trials and one for temple members' trials. This was a masterstroke that had truly stunned Linley. The Dark Kingdom really was a kingdom.
Independent core, independent economic system, independent living city, independent training academy, independent supreme management system.
How much money would be needed to build it? Hundreds of billions? Trillions? Linley didn't even dare to think about it. Anyway, the Dark Kingdom's treatment must be great. Why?
Because since stepping into the realm of the Dark Kingdom, everyone, as long as they were members of the Dark Kingdom system, were polite and respectful when they saw themselves.
Linley didn't know them, but they knew Linley. Especially Wolei, accompanied all the way to explain that treatment. It was estimated that Yi Chang would be like that when he came. Hey! Too bad, why didn't you choose to join the Dark Kingdom a month ago? Student Lin, this matter doesn't lie with you, but with our Dark Kingdom, Luo Hongtian's intervention was something we never expected. Those 4 losers failed to protect you, so they also paid the relative price. Wolei said this without the slightest hint of pity, still smiling and flat.
Linley also sensed out that Wolei was about 26 or 27 years old, with a minimum strength of Super Rank 1. Because the strength requirement for an Inquisitor was a minimum of Super Rank. Rumor had it that there were 7 great Inquisitors in the Dark Kingdom, each one a Super Rank powerhouse. The 24 great executives just met 4 of them. Each one of them was above the standard of strength of the Superior Order 7.
With this configuration, what can the Holy Royalty compare? Face? Those 5 unlucky bastards from Huali just now, I don't know what they were packed up by the Dark Kingdom. It was estimated that in a moment, they should be brought to Linley and left to their own devices. Student Lin, this is the Sanctuary Treatment Center. Linley looked up and asked in confusion, which one? All of them. All? Linley was not sisterly. Why did a treatment center set up 8 100-meter buildings? Are there really that many people in need of treatment? Student Lin, this way.
Wolei said, pointing at the golden super building in the very center.
Linley nodded his head in confusion, following wherever people said to go.
As soon as he walked to the door, he was confronted by several black-clothed members, who, upon seeing Wolei, directly bowed 90 degrees and respectfully said, "Good day, Inquisitor Wolei." Then looking up and seeing Linley, they first froze, then became excited.
"Good day, Lord Lin." "Ha?"
This one gave Linley a whole lot of trouble.
2 high-ranked Xenos greeting themselves? What was Lord Lin? No, you guys don't have to be so polite, I'm not any lord. Linley hurriedly waved his hand, signaling that he couldn't afford it.
Student Lin doesn't know, the Dark Kingdom has always revered the strong and gifted to the strongest.
Chief Yi is the most typical example, SS grade darkness talent, currently super rank 9 strength. And you?
Speaking of this, Wolei also looked at Linley with a burning gaze, seemingly excited, SSS class Darkness Department legend, the first person in all of history.
Therefore, all the retainers, members of the Dark Kingdom respect and love you, and even say that sooner or later, your status will surpass Chief Yi one day. Surpass Yi Chang? That's for sure, don't look at who our buddy is. Transcending the rank wasn't Linley's goal, even the holy rank wasn't enough, the legendary God King realm was the ultimate that a person of legend should pursue.
Wolei, you're joking, I'm only at the 9th level of the beginning order, I'm still 100,000 miles away from Chief Yi.
Elementary rank 9? Wolei looked at Linley suspiciously, as if his eyes were asking, blowing NB, are you? However, after 2 seconds passed, Wolei's pupils began to contract slightly, his expression growing more intense. Classmate Lin, I just realized, why can't I perceive your realm? HM? How come? Those 5 guys just now could still sense it, huh? Wolei frowned and looked at the 2 black-clothed members to the side. Can you guys perceive the realm of strength of Student Lin? The 2 members in black shook their heads in unison, indicating that they couldn't. Linley also realized that something was wrong.
1 couldn't, 2 couldn't, proving that the problem was with himself. When they were on the train, those 5 guys were clearly still.
Huh? On the train? What about after getting off the train? Linley suddenly remembered, could it be because he had awakened the power of casting? With that, Linley informed Vol of the awakening.
Vol's expression froze, as if he had been dumbfounded by what he heard.
Awakening? What awakening? Why have I never heard of it?
It was over, one after the other, all confused. I'll show you, alright, look, this is the power of casting I've awakened, summoning demons that I'll call the Black Shadow Legion. Linley gently stomped his foot, and the center of the 4 was instantly eroded by darkness. Immediately afterward, a humanoid, yet winged demon slowly burrowed out of the ground. It was pitch black, with no facial features, no epidermis, and was only shrouded by a black mist. This. Wole even stuttered, obviously having never encountered such a situation before. When did the darkness department become the summoning department? The demons summoned by Linley had collapsed the worldviews of several people around him, and many of the darkness members who were passing by froze in place when they saw the demon. The aura on that demon was just too familiar. How pure, how high quality dark supernatural abilities. What in the world was this thing? Assholes! What are you all doing gathered here? Have you all thrown away the rules of the sanctuary? An extremely authoritative scolding voice came out, and the surrounding darkness members were all startled and hurriedly dispersed in all directions, doing whatever they had to do. Wole? What are you doing here? An old man dressed in gray-brown ancient robes, holding his beard curiously, went forward and asked. When he saw the inhuman, ghostly demon, he also froze and spoke out incredulously. This is? What is it? Only then did Wole come back to his senses and bowed slightly to the old man. Elder Yu-Fifth. Elder Yu-Fifth? Linley scratched his head. Which big brother was this? Ha? Aren't you Linley, brat? Yu-Wu moved his eyes and happened to see Linley. It was kinda happy to see. Greetings, Elder Yu-Wu. Linley saluted in a decent manner. After all, he was so old, he had to show some respect. Rogue rascal still has to know how to be courteous, doesn't he? Chapter 67 Legend of the Face-Changing World. Hey! Quickly absolve yourself, old man. I've always been unconventional. What kind of etiquette and propriety is useless? Yu-Wu stretched out his one arm and helped Linley up. The corners of that mouth were grinning up to his ears. Wole couldn't help but raise an eyebrow after hearing Yu-Wu's words. Unconventional? Who had just farted and called the crowd unruly? And wasn't this Yu-Wu a disciplinary elder of the sanctuary? Wouldn't it really hurt his heart to say such words? Some time ago Yi Cheng said to me that you kid will soon join the Dark Kingdom. Counting the time, it seems like it's been some days. Why did you just come? Did you meet any trouble? Without waiting for Linley to answer, Wole indignantly interjected. Lin Student was chased by Huali all the way here and suffered a lot. If it wasn't for Lin Student's exceptional talent, intelligence and courage, it would have been difficult to arrive in Qingyun City in the face of 4 middle-rank level 9 and 1 high-rank level 1 Xenos chasing after him. Outrageous! Yu-Wu suddenly bellowed, startling Linley. Why was this old man as startled as Luo Hongtian? Huang Fei Baking is really getting more and more shameless. How dare he blatantly provoke the Dark Kingdom and hunt down our Dark Kingdom's legend? When Yi Cheng comes back, he must give him Huali a small lesson before he can do so. A small lesson? It was said that the Dark Kingdom had always held grudges. People don't offend me and I don't take offense, but if people offend me, I'll dislike you to death. This family is so big that it shall not blow up Huali? Ha! Yu-Wu's attention shifted to Linley again, and after looking at him for half a day, his eyebrows became heavier and heavier. Finally, he couldn't figure it out before asking, Kid, if I'm not mistaken, you've been awakened for more than a month, right? How is it that there is no realm on your body at all? Oh well, the topic was finally brought back. Linley recounted the matter of his awakening from beginning to end, saying everything that needed to be said except for the ugly old man in his dream. Strange. My old man has been studying the Darkness Department for so many years, and this is the first time I've heard that the Darkness Department can cast what you call demons. I'm not sure about the concept of casting. Could it be a special ability like the Summoning Department and the Superpower Department? Wole reminded. Yu-Wu thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, the Summoning Department makes contracts with living beings so as to achieve the effect of assistance. What they summon are living spirits that exist in the world, but this thing, said the demon, circling around it again. There are no signs of life, no consciousness, no intelligence, and even less ability to act on its own. It's more like a skill move that manifests energy into form, thus dictating its operation. Wole nodded and shook his head again. If it's a skill move, then this is too outrageous, isn't it? According to what Mr. Lin described, he was able to cast a mid-stage 7th level demon, so the difference in strength is a bit too great. Middle rank 7? Kid, what realm are you in now? Beginner rank 9. The two glanced at each other, both feeling that Linley was blowing NB. Hey, do I have to blow NB? Saying that, Linley unleashed his alien energy at full power, his beginner level 9 aura exploding with such force that the ground began to tremble slightly. This time, Wole and Yu-Wu perceived it.
It was indeed the ninth level of the primordial order. Ha! Why does it feel strange somewhere? Elementary rank 9? Yu Wu lost his. Yuck, he lost his voice. Wole was even holding onto the doorframe, his eyes a little black. It was as if they had heard the most absurd thing in this world. Yet one still had to admit that it was true. Yu Wu was the first to get over his shock, and the corners of his mouth grew wider and wider. Then he let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. The darkness members passing by in the surroundings thought Yu Wu had gone crazy. Throwing gazes of both fear and sympathy. Great. Wonderful. Lucky for my human race, lucky for my darkness. Elder Yu, why don't you calm down a bit? I'm afraid your high blood pressure will kick in. This old man was so old, Linley was afraid that he wouldn't be able to take a breath and hiccup. Kid, say. What do you want? Yu Wu's words came too suddenly, leaving Linley at a loss for words. What do you want? I want everything. Luckily, Yu Wu gave the options. Exotic beast crystals, elemental magic weapons, heavenly treasures, fierce imperial beasts, blue coin funds, supreme powers, heavenly fairy beauties. The further he spoke, the more outrageous it became. What the hell was a heavenly fairy beauty? Can you really choose? Ha! Why should I choose? Only a child would go for a multiple choice question. I want them all. I think. Greetings to Elder Yu 5th, Inquisitor Vol, Lord Lin. These last three words were the point, and the 30-odd neatly ranked warriors in black combat trenchcoats were impassioned, shouting with particular vigor. It was as if Linley was the most exalted existence in their hearts. At the very front of the queue stood four high-ranking alter egos. They should be the four executives. How was it that one was younger than the other, and one had a higher face value than the other? Did Ji Chang have some special fetish? The more Linley searched, the more wrong he became. This guy was so nice to himself, so attached to himself. Was it really just because Linley had high talent? Could it be? Ha! Really perverted. Where are the people? Wole put away his gentle smile, and Yu Wu resumed his usual serious demeanor. Looking at Linley, that was admirable. These two were definitely the heirs of the intangible cultural heritage. Legends of the face-changing world. Over here. A blue-haired executive with a cool image and temperament similar to Wole beckoned. For half-dead unlucky people, as well as one big unlucky person who was already dead through and through, were carried up. The dead one was the dogskin plaster that had chased Linley all the way and almost didn't send Linley away. Miserable is really miserable. Chest was penetrated, head was flat, red and white liquid almost overflowed. This life must have suffered a lot. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to do with this. Linley inexplicably felt a burst of relief. But... Ha! What does this mean? After carrying the person to the open space in front of Linley, the four executives, leading the 36 legendary guards, knelt down on one knee. Hands crossed in front of their chests, as if they were waiting for something to descend? Reporting to Lord Lin, for this operation, our side missed killing an enemy, causing the mission to fail. Special request for punishment. Special request for punishment. 40 people, shouting in unison. Linley's hands were busy, not knowing whether to help or not to help. Wole, this. There was no other way but to turn to Wole for help. Lin student, this is the rules of the Dark Kingdom, the mission explained, must be completed 100%, any mistakes are considered a mission failure. As for the punishment for this mission failure, it can be determined by the immediate superior, or it can be punished according to the laws of the temple. Chapter 68 Eat and Drink. So strict? So perverted? If there was a slight error, the mission would be judged a failure? Linley felt that this group of people were doing a pretty good job. If not, these 5 idiots would have had a hard time escaping death in their own hands. It's straight up to the superiors to decide. What does it have to do with me? Besides, I think they did a pretty good job. There's no need to punish them, right? Wole smiled at Linley, then explained, these 4 executives, as well as the 36 legendary guards, were all pre-arranged by Chief Yi. From now on, they're your people. How they're arranged, how they're punished, and how they're given missions are all up to you, so this punishment will also be decided by you. Kid, there are no rules. When you do something wrong, you have to be punished. If you keep siding with your subordinates and exempting them from punishment, in the end, you'll only be harming them, and even more so, you'll be harming yourself. Yu came to Lin Li's side, patted his shoulder, and taught in a heartfelt manner. This reasoning Lin Li also understand. The problem is, hey, forget it. Since the Dark Kingdom had its own rules, it was better to follow them. After all, he was an existence that was going to mature and carry the banner of the Divine Kingdom one day. Too much compassion would only push him into the land of doom. Then, if they follow the laws of the temple, what punishment will they receive? Yu said indifferently, failure of the mission. Death. Ha? Lin Li was numb. What the hell is death? A subordinate who had just been arranged to meet was parted by life and death? This is the law of the Holy Temple, that's why there's an extra clause, it can be decided by the superior. Listen to understand, this so-called law of the temple is not a person to beat up, purely a pure setup. In the end, the power of speech still fell to Lin Li. Wole, I'm not experienced in this area, can you make a suggestion? For executives, 100 black rods, 3 months subsidy reduction, 36 legendary guards, 50 black rods, 2 months subsidy reduction. That should be about right. Lin Li nodded, that sounded pretty good. This would be it. Good, then. Hey! What's a black stick? Yu explained from the sidelines, it's an iron rod that's attached by the darkness element, and it can chip away 99% of an alien's defenses, making their physique no different from that of a normal person. In other words, they have to carry 100 iron rods with the physique of an ordinary person? Yu and Wole nodded at the same time. Hiss. Or what about good perverts? We are willing to accept the punishment. The blue-haired executive officer at the head of the group took the lead. The rest of the execs and guards shouted. Student Lin, the decision is yours, add or subtract as you wish. Good, then I won't be long-winded. Lin Li took 2 steps forward and said in a loud voice, a mission is hereby issued. No matter what method you use to pry out the secrets hidden by Huali from the mouths of these 4 people, the mission will be rewarded, and the punishment for failing this mission will be waived. If the mission still fails, the punishment will be double. Wole, Yu froze. Everyone kneeling on the ground froze. Lin Li had played this job well, played it wonderfully, and played everyone croaking. Succeed in the mission, exempt from punishment, fail in the mission, double and punish. Not only did it establish majesty, but it also made the subordinates appreciate themselves. Giving you guys a chance to make up for your mistakes, it's reasonable, isn't it? Ha ha ha. I've been in the Dark Kingdom for more than 30 years, and you're still the first person to make up for your mistakes. Good, good. It's original and doesn't count as breaking the rules. Yu was made to laugh by Lin Li's trick and appreciatively patted his shoulder again. This old thing really didn't know how strong he was. Are they all deaf? What are you waiting for? Yu was worthy of being a disciplined elder, speaking and doing things was just impulsive. We, for one, promise to complete the task. With that, the crowd got up and dragged the 4 little unlucky Huali men away. Torture was definitely unavoidable, who told them to offend Lin Li. However, Lin Li's move wasn't entirely for the sake of his subordinates. There were indeed too many secrets of Huali that were too appealing. Especially since it involved the darkness department, Lin Li definitely had to investigate. Classmate Lin, we'd better hurry up with the treatment. With things perfectly settled, Wole then remembered the purpose of this trip. Yu still had his own business, so he didn't follow the duo around. Entering the treatment center, Lin Li was shoved into an instrument for a good examination. Nothing serious, just burns. A wood system psychic solved it in a couple of strokes. Why were all those treatment instruments just for show, and in the end it wasn't solved by psychic powers? After leaving the building, it was getting dark. Lin Li's stomach has long been grumbling. Wole originally wanted to take Lin Li to a restaurant and have a good meal. However, he received a phone call on the way, claiming to have something important to deal with. He threw Lin Li a black card, saying that unlimited swipes. Finally, he contacted the blue-haired executive, Ling Xing. Then he turned around and left. 3 minutes later, Ling Xing arrived in a flaming hurry, with what appeared to be remnants of blood on his cuffs. What dedication! Since he had just left, this little guy had definitely devoted himself to the mission. Lord Lin, I'm sorry I'm late. Lin Li hurriedly waved his hand and said helplessly, first of all, you're not late, no need to apologize. Secondly, you should stop calling me Lord Lin, including the others, it's too awkward. I'm especially prone to jumping the gun. Either call me Lin Li or Lord Lin. Ling Xing nodded very seriously and said, okay, Lord Lin. Okay. I'm starving, let's go eat. Okay, Mr. Lin. The Dark Kingdom's restaurant. TM wasn't called a restaurant either. It was clearly a small restaurant city. Hundreds, thousands of restaurants, taverns, specialty snack stores. The sky in the south and the north, all kinds of dishes, flavors. Only you cannot think, there is nothing he cannot do. Linley was too hungry to choose. Seeing a restaurant directly drilled into it. The restaurant staff didn't recognize Linley, but they did recognize Ling Xing. Who didn't know the 24 executives of the Dark Kingdom? Ling Xing's reputation was second only to the 7 great inquisitors. The owner of the restaurant directly entertained him personally, arranging for one of the most luxurious, most open private rooms. All the best and most expensive dishes were served. Linley was also not polite, left-hand chicken right-hand duck, crazy sweep up. Thanks to Ling Xing, if Linley was by himself, the owner of the restaurant would have thought that he had come to eat a king's dinner. Ling Xing, can you drink? Ling Xing nodded, but hesitated. Your Excellency, during the mission, we cannot drink, this is sanctuary law? Ling Xing nodded. What bull law, big night, off duty, time to eat and drink, come, drink with me. Chapter 69 Gohan or the 8 Rings? Since one superior had spoken, what else was there to say? Ordering the restaurant waitstaff, he brought 2 bottles of fine 9-grain liquid. Poured a glass for Linley and another for himself. Your Excellency, I toast to you. Ling Xing was just about to get up, but let Linley press back. Drinking is drinking, where are the manners, cheers? A cup of refreshing wine went down, beautiful. The two of them drank while chatting. Through understanding, Ling Xing was 24 years old this year, and had joined the Dark Kingdom for 8 years. Current strength level, high order 9th grade. Ranked first among the 24 great executives. Whether it was from face value, appearance, or prestige and aura, it was second only to Wole. It was only a pity that due to Ling Xing's talent being SS grade ice. Therefore, it was difficult to reach the heights of an inquisitor in this life. This was quite realistic and cruel. The 7 inquisitors were all strong in the darkness system, not that Yi Chang and the Elder Council were biased, but the darkness system's ability to enhance their powers was faster and their combat power was stronger. The mere fact that they were able to challenge each other over levels was enough to make the other genera out of reach. The Dark Kingdom had always upheld the principle that the strongest would win. The stronger you are, the higher your status. Your cultivation value determined the heights you could reach in the Dark Kingdom. That's why Linley's heights in the future would surely surpass everyone. Yi Chang was not far behind. Knock knock knock. The door to the room was knocked on. The duo's chat was interrupted. The owner of the restaurant walked in respectfully and said to Ling Xing, Lord Ling, Zhu Wuning seeks an audience. What the hell? Pig Wunong? The 8 preceptors? Linley thought he had drunk too much and was hallucinating. Ling Xing hurriedly explained, Zhu Wuning is the head of the Zhu family in Qingyan City, his strength is average, but he is very rich. Oh. A big dirt family. Linley chucked a piece of meat into his mouth, and the more he chewed, the more wrong he became. Zhu family? Rich? Half of Qingyan City? Linley laughed, the wrong family. Tell Zhu Wuning that I'm not available right now, let's talk about anything tomorrow. Ling Xing's primary goal right now was to accompany Linley, what Zhu not Zhu family, simply could not see eye to eye. Okay my lord, I will. Now. Wait. Linley suddenly opened his mouth, his eyes looking playfully at the owner of the restaurant, let him come in, we're not busy. This. The owner of the restaurant looked at Linley and then at Ling Xing, not knowing what to do for a moment. What? My son's words are not good? When Ling Xing saw that the restaurant owner didn't move, his face changed with a swish. It was so cold that it was almost frosty. Your son? The restaurant owner was shocked. What kind of person could make the executive officer respect him so much? Hoping that today's meal, Ling Xing was just here to serve? No, I should be damned, I wouldn't dare to disobey the words of the eunuch, I'll ask Zhu Wuning to come in. The owner of the restaurant was scared out of his skin in a cold sweat, but fortunately he was sharp and smooth enough to change his attitude instantly, and almost didn't kneel down for Linley. After he exited the box, Ling Xing asked softly, does Mr. Lin recognize this person? No. Linley shook his head, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop curling up as he said, but I know his family. Be at ease, I've almost guessed the purpose of his coming to you. The two clinked their glasses again and drank it all in one go. A good show was about to be staged. Greetings, Lord Ling Xing, I'm sorry for disturbing your meal. At the doorway, a middle-aged man in a suit bowed 90 degrees and faced Ling Xing. Linley glanced at it, unlike the 8 rings. Skinny as a monkey. However, rich was indeed rich. That gold watch, gold necklace, diamond big ring to wear. The whole person shines, as if the street is the most beautiful boy. What's the matter, say it. Ling Xing turned around, poured a glass of wine for Linley and said nonchalantly. Put. Xu Wenning took 2 steps forward and knelt directly in front of Ling Xing. A handful of snot and a handful of tears said, My lord, you have to do it for me, my wife and son are all dead. On the train, killed by an alien, no bones left. Whoa whoa. Quite a big old man, crying that called him miserable. Only, this tears fall also too fake. Can't see where the real feelings are at all. Alien? Killed your family on the train? Know the identity of the other party? Xu Wenning shook his head and said, Not clear, but I have investigated it roughly. This person is 18 or 19 years old. The darkness of the Department of Psychic Ability, Kill My Family, was a group of unknown forces hijacked, as if it also broke out in a conflict. As for the final destination of where, for the time being, has not been investigated clearly. 18 or 19 years old. Darkness system alien ability. By unknown forces. Ling Xing's eyes grew wider and wider as he turned his head to look at Linley. Gotta be sure. The murderer was right in front of him. Because at this moment, Linley was smiling evilly, his gaze filled with teasing and killing intent. Family Master Zhu, then how do you want Ling Xing to do it for you? May I ask who you are? Xu Wenning had never seen Linley before, but those who could stay with Ling Xing were definitely not in a good position. This is my son, surnamed Lin. Ego, I've met Mr. Lin, just now it was my humble self who was too abrupt and forgot to salute Mr. Lin. Xu Wenning hurriedly got up and face first saluted Linley. Mr. Lin, if you can do the honors for me, I'll be sure to offer a generous gift. Hee, how to do the Lord's work, you haven't said it yet? I only ask that Mr. Lin give the order to capture that alien back, regardless of life or death, as long as it is handed over to the villain, 100 elemental crystals, I will certainly give it with both hands. Good lord, 100 elemental crystals. How much money would that be worth? Linley smiled more and more happily, and gave Ling Xing a look. The latter understood and similarly smiled lightly. Xu family head, this matter is in the hands of our Duke Lin, but this thick gift, well, Duke Lin has always been straightforward, unwilling to be dragged. Xu Wenning was so smart that he instantly understood what it meant. First pay the money and then do things. I understand, Mr. Lin, this space ring has more than 100 crystals, hundreds of millions of blue coins, and a few treasures, as my filial piety to you, and then give me a little time, I'll go back to prepare for hard labor fees. Linley was not polite, he took the spatial ring and blew on it, the quality was not bad. It was much better looking than this black antique ring worn on his hand. Alright, seeing as you're sincere, I'll accept the gift, as for this matter, I've already done it too. Done? Xu Wu cannot understand what the meaning, this is not yet ordered to arrest it? Your so-called murderer is me. Linley held his chin, teasingly looking at the 8 rings. Xu Wenning was dumbfounded. The murderer is this big Buddha in front of him? According to what you said, I've already brought myself here, then, the hard work fee grabs the preparation O. Chapter 70 going down? 4. Why? Xu Wenning's eyes grew more and more terrified and desperate. How could he have never imagined that the murderer of his wife and son was already standing in front of him? However, one was still so powerless and inactive. Because they wanted to kill me, so I killed them, it's as simple as that. Linley was unperturbed and bland. It was as if killing people was normal for his current self, without any pressure. Ling Xing on the side cast an appreciative and reverent gaze. In his heart, the legend of the dark world should be like this. Killing indecisive, those who messed with them or got in their way had to be gotten rid of. Family Master Zhu, do you have anything else to say? Ling Xing didn't want this guy to waste Linley's time anymore. No. There's nothing more to say, thank you, Mr. Lin. The latter half of the sentence was completely squeezed out through gritted teeth. Killing his wife and son, and still having to give someone a gift. Bai respectfully acted like a person, not daring to squeak, not daring to retort. Xu Wenning heart that is called a hate na.
Unconsciously, a wisp of killing intent penetrated, and the two people present perceived it clearly. Lin Li shook his wineglass, and Ling Xing nodded slightly. Xu Wuning trembled as he got up, bowed again, and prepared to leave the box.
Put. Ah! Miserable howls resounded throughout the entire restaurant building.
A thick and long ice spike penetrated Xu Wuning's chest, followed by the rapid spread of extreme cold.
In just 5 seconds, this person was frozen into an ice sculpture. It was Ling Xing who made the move. Although Lin Li didn't put words in his mouth, his gaze and demeanor clearly acquiesced to this matter. Those who threatened themselves had to be dealt with. The owner of the restaurant rushed upstairs at the sound of the noise, and when he saw Xu Wuning's tragic death, his face turned white. With a plop, he knelt outside the door. "Mr. Lin, this person has nothing to do with my Dragonlie building. I didn't know he would do something to anger you. Pan, please atone for your sins." Lin Li thought to himself, what's wrong with this group of people? What era is this? Kneeling without moving. It's said that men have gold under their knees, but this group of people's gold has turned into dung? This matter has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and clean up these dishes. Cold. Lin Li proceeded to drink, and the boss outside the door rushed to bring the waitstaff to get rid of the ice sculpture. The dishes on the tabletop were also rechanged. There was wine to be drunk today. Since Luo Hongtian had left, Lin Li had never gotten drunk again. Tonight, Lin Li drank and got drunk. It seems that Ling Xing was also drunk. Anyway, the last who was carried away do not know. When I woke up, the sun was up. On Noda's luxurious double bed, Lin Li got up in a daze. This sleep is so comfortable, so peaceful, so cool. Cool. Where are my clothes? Lin Li hurriedly grabbed the quilt to cover the exposed key parts. Mother-er. Last night went into the water? Or, let someone take advantage of it? Keeping the body like a jade for 18 years, a wine, drink gone? Knock knock knock. Mr. Lin, are you awake? A soft and melodious voice came from outside the door. Lin Li became even more flustered. A girl was there? It can't be. No. Didn't wake up. When people were nervous, their IQ would plummet. Lin Li was currently in this state, and no one was squealing? Mr. Lin, I'm here to bring you clothes and lunch. If it's inconvenient for you, then I'll just leave it outside the door. Ah. Delivering warmth. Blah blah blah, here to deliver clothes? Then. Come in then, no peeking ooh. Okay, Mr. Lin. As the golden double doors were pushed open, a beautiful figure pushed the food cart and walked in. A long black dress, a bit of a dark paradigm, her body very great, and her face value is nothing to speak of. Looks like a valet, not like that. Your Excellency, lunch is on the table for you, and Lord Vol's special clothing for you is also here, so feel free to order me if you need anything. Good. Thank you. Lin Li was like a little daughter-in-law, curled up under the quilt for fear of exposing something. After the attendant young lady left, Lin Li hurriedly got out of bed and changed into that so-called special outfit. Looking in the mirror, it was so cool that it exploded. The inner body is a black long shirt, pattern is very rare, outside the black loose section trench coat, especially smooth, with feeling. There is a cape hat hidden in the collar, which can be taken out at any time to cover the face. The lower body of black pants, black boots, anyway, is all black. There was also a demonic pattern engraved on the back, just what Lin Li wanted. However, there was something strange. Lin Li had slipped around the Dark Kingdom so much yesterday, and had never seen the same type. Even the same kind had never appeared. Whether it was the members of the organization, the teachers and students of the academy, as well as the top management, all of them had ordinary black uniforms and cloaks, without any patterns, right? It's a bit odd. After a simple meal, Lin Li left his room. Curious, he wandered around the villa. During this time, he encountered a dozen or so beautiful young ladies. All of them were Lin Li's happy face. Bah! All of them were Lin Li's attendants, responsible for taking care of life and living. In other words, this large villa belonged exclusively to Lin Li from now on. I really regret it. What's the point of that stupid sacred royalty compared to the Dark Kingdom? A villa, an apartment. A young lady, an old bachelor. A young lady, an old bachelor. A man to be admired, a man to be looked down upon. With just one choice, life, the road was changed forever. My lord, Ling Xing is here. A very kawaii attendant young lady reminded. Lindley returned to the living room, just in time to meet Ling Xing, who had rushed here in a flurry of wind. My lord, how is your body? Body? Lindley scratched his head. Pretty good. Why do you ask? Ling Xing smacked his tongue and sighed. Because you drank too much last night, your physical state wasn't very good, and you threw up the whole way, so that's why my subordinate had someone change your clothes. Changed clothes? Where are they? Lost them? And who changed my clothes? A man or a woman? I'm not that casual, am I? I'm glad you're fine. This time, I have two things to report. The first thing, the task you explained has been completed. Regarding Hua Li's secrets, those four people have all explained. Over the years, Hua Li has indeed been sheltering darkness system adepts behind the scenes, and has mastered the darkness system's cultivation methods. Its dean, Huang Fei Baking, also had dealings with the demonized legion, as if they had reached some sort of partnership, with no way of knowing the specifics of the partnership. In addition, according to inaccurate information, Hua Li was plotting something that was enough to threaten the entire divine continent. Whether or not to continue pursuing against this point needs to be decided by you. Chapter 71, Holy Lord? I'm still a Valen. No need, it's out of my hands what Hua Li wants to do, at least I don't have the ability to care right now. Ling Xing nodded and continued, the second thing is the Elder Council's arrangement for you. Arrangement for me? What arrangement? Lindley picked up an apple and nibbled on it. It was very sweet and crunchy. The Council of Elders has already greeted the Darkness Academy. Starting tomorrow, you will be able to continue going to school and continue practicing. Oh. I thought it was something, no problem. There is also the matter of your identity. From this moment onwards, you will officially assume the position of the Holy Lord of the Dark Kingdom. Put. He just took a sip of tea and sprayed it all out. Holy Lord? I'm still Valen. What kind of middle-aged title is this? To go along with one's Black Shadow Legion? What the hell is this Holy Lord? What does it care about? It doesn't care about anything, and it can care about anything. The Holy Lord is a symbol of the Darkness Department's supreme strength, and a symbol of our Darkness Kingdom's journey to the peak of humanity. Nay, the poor Tao is uneducated, and a sentence travels the world. To put it simply, it's mascot chanting. Hey, whatever, it's just a title. Sir, Mr. Wole is here. Again, that sweet and pleasant voice rang out, and immediately afterward, Wole walked in. When Ling Xing saw Wole, a trace of strange emotion clearly flashed in his gaze as he bowed slightly and said, Greetings, Lord Wole. Wole waved his hand, signaling to be excused. Lord Holy Lord, are you still used to living here? Don't call me Holy Lord, it's too second-rate. It's better to call me Lindley. Haha, Mr. Lin, I heard that the Zhu family is looking for trouble from you? Looking for trouble from me? Lindley laughed, that look could be disdainful. Indeed, it's a bit troublesome, you still have to see blood when you eat a meal, it affects your appetite. Ling Xing, I don't want student Lin to get involved in a situation like this again, any dangerous elements that the Dark Kingdom will not allow to appear around student Lin. Ling Xing bears that in mind. AI, well, not so much, you guys keep creating a greenhouse for me, it'll only affect my growth rate. I, for one, prefer challenges, hot-blooded. A good fight is the fastest way to stimulate potential and enhance strength. The two people around them agreed one after another. If it wasn't for those 5 unlucky bastards chasing after Lindley wouldn't have been able to awaken the power of casting. Especially later, under the cycle of successive consumption and recovery, the elemental power was once again enhanced. Currently, the 6th elemental star was already lit. Beginner level 10, just around the corner. Since student Lin said so, then. The exam in 3 days. Exam? Haven't I even enrolled in school yet? You guys even arranged for the exam? The corners of Lin Li's mouth twitched slightly, always feeling trapped. Wole smiled elegantly and said, You're mistaken, Lin, this exam is not aimed at you, but it just happens to come up. First-year students, all of them will take this exam. Oh, I see. What's the test? The test of strength. Lindley immediately came to be interested. Test of strength? Not to say that he was confident, right? There was still no problem with emerging. The content of the test is very simple. Fight with a high-level alien, the longer you hold out, the higher the score. It sounded quite simple. But Lindley was very clear. Beginner level fighting a high level. Pure and simple, a great injustice. Huali's high-rank alien, he knew too well what level of strength he had. Almost. Linley almost sat down and ascended. The examiners sent by the Dark Academy might be as strong as this. It was good that it was just holding on, there was no danger. All right. I know, I'll be on time for the exam in 3 days. Then, while it's still early, how about I take you to the Darkness Academy for a spin? Good, I'm worried that there's no place to sneak around. And so, a group of 3 people left the villa. A luxurious reception sedan was parked at the entrance at an unknown time. Driven by Ling Xing himself, the two sat in the back of the car, chatting while enjoying the scenery. The Dark Kingdom was a place of sin, filth, and evil retching in the eyes of the righteous in the alien world. In reality, it was all bull. Those self-righteous idiots always thought that the 6 colleges were so righteous. In reality, they are all a bunch of frogs in the bottom of the well, hypocritical people. In terms of strength, within the Dark Kingdom, there are at least 30 super-ranked powerhouses. The main war in the north, leading hundreds of small organizations, for many years to guard the border zone, never had a mistake. In terms of quality, the Dark Kingdom judges heroes by their strength, no matter what talent you have or what genus you are except legends, as long as you are strong enough, you will win the respect of thousands of your peers. Unlike the holy royalty, who looks down on this and that. The whole day is full, not to go to cultivate properly, but even study some small mind. An hour later, the 3 of them arrived at the Dark Academy. The style is full of awe. 9 heavenly pillars were located in front of the academy. The ones depicted on them were all ferocious beasts. From left to right, they were Porchi, Taurei, Chaos, Legend, Golden Gaby, Kueino, Fire Chi, Dragon Whale, and Great Wind. In fact, Linley did not recognize the latter, all rely on Wolei to explain. The carvings were so lifelike, the cost was definitely not cheap. Greetings to Lord Wolei, Lord Lingxing. Several students in uniforms saluted in turn upon seeing the 3. Waiting for Linley this stuck. Those eyes, they were like neon lights. They flickered back and forth. Doubtful, confused, expectant, excited, shocked, completely grossed out. Lin Idol? Linley was startled, and thought? What kind of appellation is that? That's right, it's Lin Idol. Calling Lord Holy Lord, idiot. Holy Lord? Lin Idol truly represents a legend. Get up, you're blocking my view. The more a few students talked, the more outrageous they became, and in the end, they simply surrounded Linley to ask for autographs. How dare you, did the rules of the Dark Kingdom tell you to mix your food? Ling Xing took a step forward, and the power of extreme cold instantly forced several people back. Wolei's expression also seemed icy cold. Obviously, it was very dissatisfied with the behavior of the several people. My lord, forgive us, we know we are wrong. The 6 students straightened up and stood in formation like children who had made a mistake. With their heads lowered, they kept praying to admit their mistakes. Linley frowned, it seemed like an overreaction, right? After all, it was his own little red fan, the requirements couldn't be too harsh. Okay Ling Xing, they are all students, there is no need to get real. A few students, Linley, will be an ordinary student of the Darkness Academy from now on, take the time, you can communicate, the matter of the idol, it's better to put it aside for now. The 6 students glanced at each other, their faces showing joy. One after another said yes. Lin Idol. I'm going to challenge you. A roar resounded through half the sky. Everyone present sensed a raging wave of alien energy that was coming here. Kibinbin, you're too unbridled. Chapter 72 Strong Man, Master Sha. Seeing the visitor, Linley's first reaction was, Master Sha? The big Buddha beads on his chest, his exploding head, his hawthorn beard, and all his tendon meat. His face was quite easygoing, but his aura was as brutal as an ox. This is not the point. The point is, this guy is really carrying a crescent shovel in his hand. It looks like Sha Di's demon sacrifice staff. Those who didn't know thought it was a cosplay. When Ling Xing saw the visitor, he shouted angrily. The power of ice and cold gathered in his palm, and a long turquoise blue sword instantly emerged. Wait. Let me meet him. Linley stopped Ling Xing, and a dark black longsword converged in his hand in a decent manner. With his feet, he charged straight out. A middle-ranked second-grade psychic couldn't perceive the elemental genera. 80% of it was a special kind of superpower faculty. Linley just happened to want to test his current strength, so didn't this sandbag just come to his door? Ling Xing saw Linley rushing out and was so frightened that he didn't know what to do. On the side, Wolei was also ready to strike at any moment. Strong man. Eat my sword. Then I'll not be polite idle. Demon subduing shovel. The two figures impacted together. Berserk dark energy spilled out in all directions, devouring the surrounding light and the ground. As a result, the center of the battle was pitch black. No one could see the exact situation. Boom! 5 seconds later, Linley's figure flew backwards. The dark longsword in his hand was shattered, and his tiger's mouth was even cracked from the shock. Carelessness. Surprisingly, it's a strength-type ability. After stabilizing his figure, Linley cursed himself for being too reckless. In the moment of the battle just now, the other party's power had soared, once causing a crushing momentum. Fortunately, Linley reacted in time, with the dark barrier protecting his body. He was not seriously injured. My lord, are you all right? Ling Xing instantly came and asked with concern. I'm fine, this strong man is a bit interesting, the battle is not over yet, anyone is forbidden to intervene. But... Without waiting for Ling Xing to finish, Linley rushed out again. This time, Linley was serious. Adapting the dark cutting skill, causing the black longsword to be incomparably sharp, and the power was even several times stronger than before. Strong man. Again. Again. The two figures collided again. This time, a ring-shaped shockwave was directly formed, shaking the distance of 100 meters in a circle. Right in the center of the location where the two were fighting, ripples appeared in the space, as if they were ripples that fluttered and waved, wisps of smoke. Good strength. Take another blow from me. Seeing that the attacks of both sides were stalemated, Linley once again released his supernatural energy, madly pouring it into the dark long sword. This strike, only the strongest. Rumble. The violent explosion lifted the two of them off the ground, and Linley twisted his body in the air, landing smoothly. Master Sha wasn't so lucky, most of the impact was on his side, causing him to fly dozens of meters backwards and fall heavily to the ground. The crescent moon shovel in his hand was even detached, making a crisp sound. Not far away, Ling Xing heaved a sigh of relief. Wolei placed his arm heavily behind his back with an appreciative expression. Your Excellency is truly a man of God. With only the 9th level of the preliminary rank, he defeated this Qi Binbin of the 2nd level of the middle rank, even comparable to the 3rd level of the middle rank. Ling Xing came over to Lin Li's side and started slipping up. The students gathered around them also applauded enthusiastically and shouted in unison. All right. Who said I won? 1 win, 1 loss, only a draw. Linley wasn't being modest, it was the truth. If it was a real battlefield, how could the enemy leave himself a chance to be reckless? I'm afraid that the first time they exchanged blows, they would have put themselves to death. Even if the second strike was slightly better, it didn't prove that he was better than others. Black mist wrapped around his body, Linley disappeared and appeared in front of Master Sha. Strong man, this battle is a draw, your strength is very good. Linley stretched out a hand and said in a friendly and appreciative manner. Qi Binbin obviously didn't expect Linley to be so open. If he were someone else, he would have already bragged about it and claimed he won, right? Lin idol, you really are my idol. The strong man pulled the other person with one hand, thus getting up. Looking towards Linley, he was so excited. I'm just an ordinary student, you'd better stop calling me an idol and call me Linley or Student Lin. Okay, Lin idol. Whatever. The little episode ended. Kibinbin was reprimanded by Ling Xing in a split second. In the end, he was punished with 30 black sticks for provoking a fight in public. This was still for Lin Li's sake. Otherwise at least 100 black sticks. Kibinbin did not say anything more, as if accustomed to it, the ass left the college entrance. Before leaving, he did not forget to throw a wink. Almost did not give Lin Li nausea over. After inquiring only to learn. Kibinbin is a 4th grade Class E student. What is Class E? The Dark Academy names classes by their heavenly stems and earthly branches. They are A, B, C, D, E, F, G, X, A, N, Non, Dec. Z, U, In, Mao, Chen, Si, Wu, Wei, Shin, Yu, Hushu, and Hai. A total of 22 classes, each with 50 students. A total of 6 grades. That's many students. The class that Kibbenbin was in was pretty much in the front, proving that his talent was pretty good. Class A superpower, power explosion system ability. Roughly speaking, at a certain moment in the battle, burst out 10 times, 100 times the power. It's perverse to say so, but it's really just average to say so. Invincible in close combat. Long-range trash. Not just now. The first time they fought, Linley suffered a big loss. The second time they fought, the other party's skill CD should not have arrived yet, so they were blown away. This person's character is just like that, reckless, naive, doing things recklessly, pursuing extreme power. Especially after hearing about Linley's SSS-ranked darkness talent, he had long wanted to fight with one of them. This is not, coincidentally met Linley. Saying anything, he had to compete twice. Donzi, don't let that simpleton spoil the fun, let's just continue the tour. Yes, Mr. Lin, it's still early, we still have to meet someone. Meet someone? Who is it? The headmaster of the Darkness Academy. Yi Kongshen. Knock knock knock. Is old Dean Yi there? I'm Wo Lei. The door to the black office was knocked on, and Linley's trio stood outside the door, quietly waiting for a reply. Finally, after 3 seconds had passed, a pale, aged voice came through. Come in, boys. Wo Lei pushed the door straight open and walked in respectfully. As soon as Linley entered the office, he was shocked by the NB architectural style. It was all black. The walls were black, the ceiling was black, the floor was black, the desks and chairs and benches were black, everything was black. Except for the lights and the old man. Not far away, behind the large desk, was sitting a gray-haired old man. How to be 60 or 70 years old, right? At this moment, it was staring at Linley with eyes full of kindness. Child, you finally come. Chapter 73 Huge Wanted. Good day, Elder Dean Yi. Linley bowed slightly, and he had a sincere admiration for this man. On the way here just now, Wo Lei had already been introduced roughly. Yi Kongshen. The founder of the Dark Kingdom, Yi Cheng's grandfather. Strength unknown, abilities unknown. Has been inaugurated as the head of the Darkness Academy for more than 10 years. Don't look at the status as inferior to Yi Cheng, but if it came to prestige and power of speech, he was definitely the #1 person in the Dark Kingdom. Child, come here. Yi Kongsheng's kind smile was still hanging on his face, making several people feel inexplicably at ease. Linley raised his head and took a step over. There was no nervousness, no fear, and even less suspicion. Far from the negative emotions held when facing Sun Wukong's group of old things. When Linley came closer, Yi Kongsheng scrutinized him very carefully. Then, he took hold of his arm and looked at the palm. How was this drawing style so much like fortune-telling? Child, overall, you are very good. Your qualifications are worthy of being the strongest of the human race, and at the first level of the exalted ability, you have awakened the power of the origin. But your heart is insufficient, and you still need to sharpen it. The dark origin is too powerful and has gradually affected your mind. Yi Kongsheng analyzed Linley's current situation that thoroughly. Indeed, Linley himself could also sense that there had been a qualitative change in his mentality since he had left the Holy Imperial. To put it nicely, it was called decisive, realistic, and cruel. To put it bluntly, it was called tyrannical, bloodthirsty, ruthless, and murderous. The dark system represents the powerful, not evil. It is right to kill, to do things without mercy. But it couldn't be too casual, and if things went on like this, there would be a day when Linley would become addicted to killing and fall into the true meaning of evil. Elder Dean Yi, what should I do then? Ha ha. Old Dean Yi is called by outsiders, it sounds too rusty. You and little Cheng are brothers, what should I call you? Linley smiled shyly and said, Grandpa Yi. Ha ha ha. That's the right thing to do. Matters of the heart need to be honed, go out more to see the world and experience more things, you'll naturally be much smoother. Of course, there is also a way to cure the symptoms, to find the meditation stone. Modify it and make it into a meditation necklace, it will help you suppress the side effects of the darkness power. Meditation stone? Never heard of it. Elder Dean Yi, could this meditation stone be the one from the extreme northeast region? Wo Lei asked as if he was unsure with his gaze fixed. That's right. It's the crystal stone in the extreme northeast region, deep in the underworld abyss. Hiss. Extreme northeast region? And the underworld abyss? Linley. I've never heard of it. The far north beast region was clear, but what was the so-called underworld abyss? The name sounds so dangerous. Then look at the expressions of Wolei and Ling Xing. It's definitely not a good place. Grandpa Yi, is this underworld abyss dangerous? Yi Kongxing nodded his head. That Wolei duo was even bobbing up and down crazily like an engine. The spirit boy looked at them all and called out to the insiders. The Stygian abyss is located right in the center of the extreme north beast region, 1,000 miles longitudinally and dozens of miles horizontally. The depth is even as high as 10,000 meters. At the bottom, it's like an abyssal prison, where the living beings are extinguished and all things are in the air. Rumor has it that there was once a holy beast there, so powerful that it could destroy the sky and the earth. If you want to get the meditation stone, it's no easy task. Linley was dumbfounded. A sacred beast? Humans haven't even touched that level yet, and they're asking a little dish to go and deliver? Little old man, you drop, bad. Silly boy, I didn't ask you to go now. With your own cultivation speed, in 8 years at most, you will arrive at the realm of super rank. At that time, will it be difficult to resist a holy beast? 8 years? You're looking down on people, aren't you? Linley said, at most 5 years. Thank you Grandpa Yi for your guidance. When I step into the super order realm, I will head to the underworld abyss and fetch the meditation stone. Wolei and Ling Xing sighed in relief. Luckily, Linley wasn't considered reckless. Alright child, let's talk here today, old man me, it's time to go rest and rest. Then I'll come back to visit Grandpa Yi another day. Good. Old man me won't be bored in the future, ha. The most important thing had been done. Wolei brought Linley around the academy again. It should be said or not, this place is full of beautiful women. The prevalent Diablo style. It was very much in line with Linley's appetite. The sky gradually darkened, and it was dinner time again. This time, Linley came up with an idea. Calling the 36 legendary guards, as well as the remaining 3 major executives, to have a meal together. At least they were subordinates, and having just come into contact, they had to get closer. Linley's character was both. Those who belong to me will not be treated poorly. Besides, Linley is now the most important thing is money. How much can you spend on a meal? The result proves it. 66 million. Linley held a big grass. A meal had killed off his previous small goal. But it should be said or not, this meal was indeed very good. Not only the dishes, but it also allowed Linley to get a general idea of his subordinates. 36 legendary guards, all male. They were all not too old, in their 20s and 30s. Talent was average, not very top-notch, not very crotch-pulling either. The average strength was middle rank 9. The strongest, high rank 4. The 4 major executives, Ling Xing needs no introduction. The remaining 3 are Quan Jia, Long Cheng, and Chao Yi. Quan Jia was female, Long Cheng and Chao Yi were male. Their face values were nothing to write home about, and their strengths were all at the high rank 8 level. To be honest, Linley felt that Yi Chang was making a big deal out of it. It was too much of a waste to have so many strong people surrounding themselves. It would be better for the executive officer to use only Ling Xing alone, right? There were also those 30 or so guards. I've heard that they are carefully selected loyal people from the Dark Corps. A little bit like Deadpool. As long as Linley gives the order, this group of people will not hesitate to dedicate their lives. More or less a bit exaggerated, ha. Linley couldn't possibly do that. Anyway, the Dark Kingdom was putting down all the money, bound to cultivate Linley into the first person in the darkness. In the evening, Linley returned to the villa and took a bath as usual. Several attendant young ladies volunteered to serve. Almost went into the bathroom. Frightened, Linley rushed to stop them and set a rule. No one was allowed to break into the bedroom without asking for their permission. Even the prettiest ones can't QS*TR. We, Linley, are temperate. Love the way you walk down dark alleys alone. Love the way you don't ghost. The cell phone rang, it was the little fat man Mahongi calling. Hello? Hongi, how have you been lately? Has the strength improved again? Brother Lai, let's talk about this later, you're wanted. Wanted? Who wants you? The 6 academies are jointly wanted, the reward amount is as high as $300 million. Chapter 74 is a bit of nonsense. 300 million. Do they have money to burn? What are the wanted charges? defecting from the sacred royalty and degrading himself to join the Dark Kingdom. Colluding with Yi Chang to destroy all the buildings and facilities in the institution. Brutally murdering his classmate Zhang Qi and severely injuring his teacher Zhang Wen. Designed to persecute 6 Huali teachers and 1 Huali student. There's so much more, a total of 21 offenses. Little Fatty couldn't read anymore. Lin Li was also unable to listen. The fabricated and non-fabricated ones added together were enough for Lin Li to die several times. Heh, that bunch of trash can really play around. $300 million for me, Lin Li, a little less, right? Brotherly, you actually don't have to worry too much. I heard that Wang Gang, the dean of Sacred Radiance Academy, is stepping in to put in a good word for you. My father and school sister Lu Qingyan have also been discussing with Old Man Sun in the past few days, so I believe there will be a result soon. Lin Li wasn't surprised that Wang Gang would step in to put in a good word for himself. What else could it be? It must have been requested by Xiaoya. This girl had already stepped into the alien world, and she definitely knew a lot of the rumors about herself. Only, with just Wang Gang alone, he was afraid that it would be difficult to stop the situation from spreading. Hongi, don't let Godfather interfere in this matter. In this current situation, Sacred Imperial and Huali are determined to get rid of me, so if the Titan Guild intervenes one way or another, they will probably end up drawing fire. I did kill someone, so it's the same for me whether I'm wanted or not. Those idiots, feel free to use whatever abilities they have, Lin Li, will definitely be there to the end. Little Fatty was silent for a while, as if he had made up his mind about something and said, Brother Lai, I'm going to quit school. Why? Since you left, I've also seen this so-called human nature. It's too dirty, too hypocritical. My dad was right, the guild is much cleaner than the academy. Old Man Sun isn't a thing at all, I'm going to go back to the Titan Guild. Lin Li's gaze drifted a bit far away, seemingly sympathetic. Hong Yi, no matter what you do, brother will support you, but make sure you think it over and don't make a decision that you will regret. Don't worry, Brother Lai, I will weigh the right and wrong trade-offs. For the next 20 minutes, the two chatted about their daily lives. About Lu Qingyue's matter, not much was mentioned. It was just about practicing and attending classes as usual. After hanging up the phone, Lin Li came to the window. Silence for a long time. In just a month's time, so many things had happened. From now on, Lin Li was completely on the opposite side of the alien world. It couldn't be said to be a street rat that everyone shouted at, but it was also considered a public enemy of the righteous. So what? I, Lin Li, only live for myself, so-called enemies, all go to hell. Early the next morning. A soft voice woke Lin Li up. This bed calling service is really on point. Breakfast, costumes were all ready. Today was the first day of officially joining the Darkness Academy. Ling Xing has been waiting in the living room for a long time. This guy is becoming more and more like a male secretary. Handsome and sweet. He would arrange all of Lin Li's trips outside. Also, a qualified bodyguard. Since what happened last time with Qi Binbin, Ling Xing no longer dared to allow unsavory people to contact Lin Li, for fear of getting into some more trouble. After saying goodbye to the attendant ladies, Lin Li got on the car and headed to the Darkness Academy. Ling Xing was also nonchalant enough. He drove the car directly into the academy and walked all the way around, making Lin Li's blood boil. How could it be so white, so thin, so long? How is it so black, so short, so... Running off topic. It wasn't just Lin Li who was looking at them, they were also paying attention to Lin Li. Since the establishment of the Darkness Academy, who had that qualification to drive the car in, except for the principal, the chief-level figure? Since they couldn't see Lin Li's face through the glass, the students on campus were talking. They were all guessing which big shot had arrived at the academy. Finally, Ling Xing stopped the car. It meant that the first-year Class A had arrived. Originally, according to Wolei's idea, it was to divide Lin Li separately. It caused the academy to send the 3 strongest darkness teachers to tutor him one-on-one. As a result, it made Lin Li give a merciless hara whistle. Purely joking. What is school for? Is to relax, is to sleep, is to pick up girls. With one-on-one tutoring, you don't even have a chance to skip class. What's the point of going to school? Practice is practice, study is study, relax is relax. When you're serious, you're serious. When you're bolting, you're bolting. If you mix up seriousness and bull, then isn't life missing a great deal of meaning? People say, live a lifetime, the happiest thing is not more than, drought meets sweet rains, meet the old friend in another country, the night of the wedding flowers and candles, when the gold list of titles, promoted to the rank and title, the source of wealth have to, the family and the body is healthy, enjoy the day of heavenly life. But in Lin Lee's view, all unrealistic. The real 8 things are very simple, should be, eat, drink, play, fun, bubble, pretend, clean, beautiful. Don't get it? Go figure it out. Friendly reminder, the above content is purely nonsense, don't be led astray. Agu, it's really an honor for me, to have Lin in first year class A. Please come in. Just as he got off the bus, a middle-aged man with a slightly wider, rounder physique greeted him. He held onto Lin Lee's hands and shook them vigorously. That look was even more excited than meeting his own father. Are you my homeroom teacher, Mr. Bai Ligua, Mr. Bai? Lin Lee looked embarrassed and looked at Ling Xing. The latter also shrugged helplessly, indicating that it had nothing to do with him, he hadn't arranged it. That's right, Agu, it's really an honor to have Lin's student in my thoughts, I've already arranged your seat, please follow me. Bai Ligua could be considered to have let go of Lin Lee and brought him into the so-called classroom. The style of the classrooms in the Darkness Academy was rather plain. It was nothing more than that. Paved with jade tiles, inlaid with platinum surfaces, backed by luxury chairs, and topped with diamond halls. Covering an area of several thousand square meters, a high platform sits in the center, crystals can be taken casually, and beautiful women can be held casually. So. Lin Lee's seat was placed in the last row. No other reason, just because it's the most comfortable and has the widest view. At this moment, many students had already entered the class one after another. Well, the average strength of the first-year students was above the 6th level. It was many times stronger than the first year of St. Imperial. However, it could also be because of the darkness department. Of the 50 students, roughly 20 were of the darkness department. Of course, there were no ones with too much talent. For the darkness department, B rank and upwards were considered to be gifted. A rank was enough to step into the forefront, and S rank was unattainable and scarce to the extreme. There were no SS class except for Yi Chang. Today suddenly came a SSS grade, all the little red fans boiled up for a while. Chapter 75, Passing the Sharpened Vulcan. A dozen or so fanatics swarmed around and tried to approach Lin Lee. Ling Xing passed by with a single look, and the entire room fell silent. Ahem, I know that you guys are very excited about Lin's joining, but the academy has academy rules, so sit back honestly and get ready for class. Bai Ligua was inflamed. The 3 words class teacher were displayed to the fullest. A dozen or so little red fans honestly returned to their seats. As for the other students, there were some anticipation, some excitement, some envy, and some reverence in their gazes. There are also were eager to try. Lin Lee clearly sensed that a heavy battle intent was approaching him. That person was Xiaojia, withdraw your battle intent. Ling Xing took a step forward, and an icy cold to the core chill swept through the entire classroom. Everyone present, including Bai Ligua, couldn't help but shiver. So strong. Just the aura that was emitted could affect the surrounding temperature. A high-ranked powerhouse was truly as terrifying as this. Ling Xing. Understood, Your Excellency. Ling Xing hurriedly withdrew his aura and retreated to the side. What the hell? Seeing a strong person and wanting to compete was just that. This was not only a kind of courage, but also a kind of respect. Respect for Lin Lee. Classmate, your strength is very good, after class, you can spar. Lin Lee cast his gaze towards Xiaojia, the corner of his mouth slightly rising as he said. This person was in the same department in class as Lin Lee. Ever since he stepped into this classroom, his wariness hadn't cut down. Classmate Lin, it's a deal. Xiaojia rose from the luxurious reclining chair in the first row, his eyes burning as he locked gazes with Lin Lee. This person was very tall, probably around 1 meter 9. Short red hair on top of his head, as if it was that intangible cultural heritage that had faded away for a long time. A big non-mainstreamer. Average looks, but his aura was online. Especially that blazing fire-like wariness that Lin Lee appreciated. A challenge, much more useful than blind worship. Seeing the end of the two's conversation, Bai Ligua hurriedly interjected that it's time for class, so everyone return to their seats and sit down. Before class starts, how about letting student Lin do a brief self-introduction? Yes. Nearly 50 students shouted in unison, shaking the ground slightly. This faction, all embarrassed for Linley. Student Lin, please. Biligua pointed to the high platform, signaling Linley to go up. To be honest, Linley was quite averse to things like self-introductions. Especially during the opening season of junior high and high school, it was embarrassing. However, the situation now was different. The stage was full of his own little fans, so it seemed like he couldn't be bothered not to say a few words. After mounting the podium, Linley fiddled with the microphone. Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Good lord, the chance almost didn't send Linley away. Hello everyone, my name is Linley, I'm 18 years old this year. I don't need to say much about the attributes of my powers, my rank, and my goal in life is simple. To ascend to the top of the supreme power and eradicate all those who stand in my way. Strictly speaking, I'm a wanted man, and just yesterday, the 6 academies jointly issued a bounty. My head is worth $300 million. Because I, Linley, have killed, set fire, and done nothing wrong. But I feel so proud, so free. People say I'm bloodthirsty and inhuman. That's good. It's much better than practicing those false lights. Irony, contempt, hatred, I don't care. This is a world ruled by the strong. One day, I will let those idiots experience the pain of being dominated by the darkness. Me. Linley. From this moment onwards, I will only advocate for the darkness. Pa 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 pa. Applause like a tidal wave drowned out Linley. This scene. It was 100 times more shocking than that speech by Saint Royal. Many people on stage were touched by Linley's words. How could it not be the same for what happened to this group of people? Just because they had awakened their darkness ability, they had been coldly looked at and spurned ever since. If it wasn't for the Dark Kingdom's acceptance, how many people would have gradually lost themselves in hatred, thus embarking on a path of no return? Only, Linley's encounter was the most typical. Through the holy royalty, one could recognize the truth, see human nature, and sort out the future. Student Lin's speech was fantastic. What's the saying? The righteous are all dog slayers, and the heartless are mostly scholars. What are the 6 colleges? They're nothing but a bunch of frogs in the bottom of a well, unable to recognize facts and distinguish between clear reasoning. What's wrong with darkness? The darkness department is the strongest department. It's the power of the alien world, and even the entire divine continent. Since that group of trash don't look up to us, let's show them some color, teach them to recognize some reality, and recognize that strength is the only standard for testing truth. Hearing these words from Biligua, Linley straight away called out to the insiders. This bee's brainwashing technique was second only to his own. Nearly 50 students, once again, boiled away. This vestigial feeling. Proper pyramid scheme den leader. Next, there was nothing left for Linley. Sitting back in his seat, Ling Xing took the place of the attendant young lady. This gave people a commission. It was so hard to get a chance to stick it to a big family, but in the end, he let someone throw it away. There is no way out, who let others are the executive officer adults. This class is a basic cultural counseling class. Abbreviation. Brainwashing class. Presented by the class teacher, Biligua. More than an hour-long brainwashing Linley was about to vomit from listening to it. What's wrong with Diablo Academy? This kind of program was created to keep the negative feelings of the students at bay? That's not necessary, is it? Thinking about it, it seems like it's really necessary. Because the Dark Kingdom has a class system. This system was backward. But it's very practical. Times have changed, and the good, the equal, has long since fizzled out. What the divine continent currently maintains is nothing more than a false basic order. There is no practicality to it. It's like Linley killing people on the train. Who cares? The alien world would care? That was also given Linley's identity. If it were any other Xenos, this matter would never have been spread. Because, a shifter was much more important than an ordinary person. Returning to the topic, the reason why the Dark Kingdom brainwashed the students. In order to do so, is to cultivate obedient, and cold-blooded and ruthless killers, warriors. If you are strong and have high talent, naturally the restrictions you are subjected to are low. If you are weak and still have low talent, then you can only become a grassroots warrior. Ding bell. The bell rang for the end of class, and Linley stretched his back. The brainwashing course was over. After resting for a while, the next step was the practical combat instruction course. This course was the most interesting to Linley, and had the strongest practicality. Only, before that, Linley needed to settle one thing. Classmate Lin, let's go. Fine, fulfill your desire to fight. Chapter 76. He'll pay attention in his next life. Student Lin, please enlighten me. Please. Xiao Jie flung his hands together, and two long swords converged by dark energy came out to meet the edge. One hand was held in front and the other behind. With a bang, he rushed out. Linley silently stood in place, have to admit. The other party's B-frame is very high. But, can he be higher than himself? Don't say I'm bullying you. Shadow Legion, give him some color. Ta-da. I don't know where I learned this habit of snapping his fingers. Anyway, it was great for pretending to be B. With Linley's feet as the base, the ground within a 10-meter radius was shrouded in darkness. A head of strange, mindless, and appearanceless demons drilled out of the ground, shocking the entire scene. What is that thing? A demon that Lin Idol summoned from hell? Looks more like a devil to me, such pure darkness power. When was the darkness department able to summon demons? The crowd of eaters 100 meters away were talking, and were very new to the appearance of demons. However, at this moment, Xiao Jie was already fighting with the demons. The dual swords were constantly waving in his hands. Each attack could lead to the sound of breaking wind. Death Sword Dance. Xiao Jie directly performed a spiral ascension, dozens of black sword chi slashed across the ground, sending the surrounding demons flying out. A sword flower flashed, stabbing straight at Linley's chest. Quite smart, knowing the principle of capturing the thief first. Unfortunately, the reality was always worse. A crunching sound came from a 3-meter-tall demon holding a mist shadow axe, which stopped it. After sensing the level held by the demon, Xiao Jie's figure exploded back. Intermediate rank 6. Classmate Lin, how on earth did you do that? Xiao Jie couldn't stabilize himself, this big monster's strength was a bit too outrageous. How could this still be played on? Perceive the dark will in your heart, try to communicate with it, merge with it, and intersect with it. Unleash the most original power, you. You can do it too. Blah blah blah. The other party's S-rank darkness talent was definitely unable to awaken the power of casting. But after all, people asked, say something profound to show off the B-style. Sure enough, Xiao Jie didn't understand a thing. Shaking his head, he continued to attack. The giant axe demon met the battle, and the ground trembled with nearly every step of its massive body. The giant axe that was one person high blasted at Xiao Jie. The latter did not intend to fight hard and dodged the giant axe with a sideways roll. The two primordial demons found the right moment to smash their fists into his chest. Xiao Jie wanted to dodge, but how could the big guy give him a chance? The giant axe fell from the sky and landed firmly in front of his head. The feeling of death, so damn exciting. Mr. Xiao, how was it? Linley came close with a flash and patted the giant axe. With that, all the demons instantly dissipated. It was as if they had never appeared. A drop of cold sweat slipped off his forehead. Xiao Jie shook his head and smiled bitterly. Classmate Lin deserves to be a legend of the Dark Realm, I've lost. Pa pa pa. As soon as the word admit defeat was uttered, a torrent of applause rang out from 100 meters away. There were also quite a few little fanboys shouting at the top of their lungs. Lin Idol NB. Lin Idol 87. Lin Idol NB 87 again. Linley waved his hand, strangely embarrassed. Lin student, Xiao Jie, have lost this battle with conviction, at the same level, I can't even get close to you, it's really embarrassing. From now on, you're in charge of first year class A. Huh? This scene feels a bit familiar? You're welcome, it's getting late, let's go to class first. Linley patted Xiao Jie's shoulder and prepared to let Ling Xing take himself to the actual combat training ground. Just as his feet took a step, a familiar and sweetly moving voice rang out behind him. Linley. This voice was soft and weak, as if it was timidly afraid of something. Linley's body stumbled violently, and the beating of his heart slowed down by half a beat. Stiffly, he turned back, his eyes full of incredulity. You? Why are you here? Linley's entire body was confused. Ex-girlfriend? Huh? It didn't seem like it, after all, he was just doing it for the money in the first place. However, to say that there wasn't any affection at all would be a lie. After all, the two had gotten along for quite some time, and even understood each other's personalities, preferences, habits, family background information, etc. Linley, long time no see, I just came to say hello to you. Lin Yi seemed to have emaciated a lot, and also lost a lot of weight. A black uniform with a short skirt, although it set off the figure, it also showed the helplessness. What helplessness? The helplessness of not being able to help oneself. Why are you here? Linley couldn't care less about others, and took 2 steps forward to inquire. I had something happen to my family and was desperate, so I joined the Dark Kingdom. Something happened? What could have reduced you to such a state? Lin Yi was just about to open her mouth when an angry rebuke came from behind her. Lin Yi. You shameless thing, screwing around behind my back, who is this guy? Oh come on, another big SB. The entire academy knew of Lin Yi's existence, and this bastard didn't even recognize himself. Crossing over Lin Yi's figure to look towards the back. What a hang! His face value was medium to high, he was relatively tall, and at this moment, he was full of anger, hanging like a 250, pointing at Lin Yi's back and cursing. He is? He? Lin Yi's eyes dodged, as if extremely reluctant to say, he is my boyfriend, Guji. Linley frowned tightly. Yi's vision is not so bad to such a point, right? This kid is either a rich second generation or a son of a. It seemed that Lin Yi was really desperate and had encountered trouble she couldn't solve. Hey, talking to you too, are you ing deaf? Guji came to the position beside the duo, pointing his finger at Linley not to mention how arrogant he was. Jumping clown what are the difficulties you despite and I say, do not have to degrade yourself to rely on this kind of garbage. Linley, Go NMD, you dare to scold me? My father is the director of teaching in the institution, you count as a. Ling Xing. Linley opened his mouth indifferently, and a cold aura crossed in front of his eyes. Ling Xing's figure appeared 3 meters behind Guji. In his hand, a turquoise blue cold ice longsword trembled slightly, shaking off a drop of scarlet blood at the blade. Your Excellency atone for your sins. Ling Xing was careless for a moment and let this kind of trash trample and taint you. It's alright, he'll pay attention in his next life. As soon as the words left his mouth, Guji's head slipped from his body. It rolled to the ground with a gurgle. Lin Yi was so shocked that her face turned white and she clenched her small mouth. It was almost impossible to believe that Linley had killed Guji with a single word. Chapter 77 Heartbroken Ex-Girlfriend. Good kill. Lin Idol, you're simply the dark Europa in my heart. Guji, that big SB, should have died a long time ago. Lin Idol, I support you. Seeing Guji die a horrible death, not only were the people around them not scared, they were excited to the extreme. A few girls were almost about to confess their love to Linley, calling out that they wanted to give him a monkey. Linley was not even going to be organized by this group of people. What kind of road? Killing a person excited into this? The education standard of the Darkness Academy was a bit too bizarre. Ling Xing, this trash just said that the director of instruction is his father? Yes, my lord, this person's name is Guji, the 4th-year teaching director of Darkness Academy, the son of Gu Hongfeng. Just because his father is a bold director of instruction, so he can be so rampant to such an extent? The management standard of Darkness Academy doesn't seem to be that bad, right? Actually, this guy has another dad. Linley's eyes lit up with explosive points. There's another dad? Ling Xing shook his head and stifled a laugh. This time Lin Yi wasn't afraid anymore, as if this popping point in front of her was more important than fear. Then he is now this father. My lord, this matter. Only the Academy senior, as well as the Temple senior know, Gu Hongfang is not his real father, the Academy vice president, the prime minister is his real father, as for this specific details. Gotta. Linley hurriedly waved his hand and said, details you don't say I can also guess, Dark Academy's senior is really too messed up. With the double daddies going hand in hand, no wonder this bastard was so rampant. Then, will Gu Hongfang and Prime Tuo retaliate against me? Please rest assured, my lord, lend them 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to have any unfavorable thoughts towards you. Linley nodded, since Ling Xing had said so, there was no need for him to rush the whole thing. Now can you tell me why you joined the Dark Kingdom? Lin Yi slowed down, her expression becoming more and more haggard. It turned out that just over half a month ago, the Lin family of Park City had suffered a catastrophe. Exactly which force was offended, Lin Yi was not clear. However, the other party's hand was extremely vicious. 7 Alien, the Lin family up and down the slaughter of all. All of Lin Yi's relatives died on the spot. As for herself, she traveled to the capital that day and escaped. But fate was still playing tricks on people. Lin Yi arrived at the Shangchang Academy and prayed to the academy to help her investigate the murderer. The hospital agreed, and also worked very hard to investigate. The result? There is no result. The leader of the courtyard handed Lin Yi 10 high-quality elemental crystals and told her to let go of the matter and not pursue it any further. Hearing this, Lin Li all but laughed. Because he had already guessed who did it. This style of doing things, strength and background, who else could it be besides Huang Fei baking? And by the looks of it, this Shang Chang wasn't clean either. His own students were slaughtered all over the place, and sending 10 crystals would make him let go of his hatred? It was simply a travesty. This group of hypocrites were getting more and more incapable of doing anything. The end result was obvious. Lin Yi withdrew from school. She and Lin Li were of the same mind. Shang Chang was no good either. After thinking it over, Lin Yi decided to take revenge. But she definitely couldn't do it on her own. So, she found the Dark Kingdom and relied on her tenacious will and full of hatred to survive the 7 tests. Yi Cheng personally promised to help her find the murderer. As long as Lin Yi was loyal to the Darkness Academy and the Darkness Kingdom. After the story was told, Lin Li's heart ached. A good girl had suffered much worse than Lin Li. In just a month's time, so many things had happened. To be able to persevere to this point, it meant that Lin Yi was really quite good. Ling Xing, send someone to take care of Yi. Within the Dark Kingdom, I won't allow it to be wronged or harmed in any way. Don't worry, my lord, Ling Xing understands. In fact, Lin Li didn't do this because of old feelings being rekindled. Rather, it was sympathy and guilt. After all, in the beginning, it was he who had wronged the girl and used people's feelings to gain money. Even if the purpose was to help Xiaoya get cured, what did this have to do with Lin Yi? Scum always have to pay a price. Report. On Noda's training ground, Lin Li shouted in a decent manner. A young male teacher who was teaching was annoyed when he was interrupted. What's going on? What time is it not? No, student Lin, hello. This wave of sharp flips from the male teacher was too powerful. It caused the nearly 50 students present to be amused to the point of giggling. Hello, Mr. Meng. Hey, Lin student. In fact, if you're not comfortable, it doesn't matter if you take this class or not, your matter is the top priority. This wave of ass kissing was well done. It meant that Lin Li loved to come or not, and could do whatever he wanted. I've taken care of all my matters, you continue, I'm here for class. Saying that, Lin Li walked towards the team. The students were very self-conscious and gave up their seats, their gazes staying locked on their idol. Okay, then let's continue with the lesson. The specific content of this lesson is defense. In battle, attack is important and defense is even more important. Your defense determines whether or not your little lives can be saved. In a real battlefield, every attack of the enemy, that is running towards fatality, if you can withstand it, then the advantage of the next round of attack will be controlled by you. There are 2 more days before your midterm test begins. In the face of an attack by a high-level aberration, you can't do anything but dodge and defend yourselves. Therefore, I'm going to conduct special defense training for you. Lin Li listened attentively. What this guy said was somewhat reasonable, but not entirely there. Defense was certainly important. When facing an enemy stronger than oneself, one could only fight back appropriately based on saving one's life. But when facing an opponent of the same level, or weaker than oneself, a quick battle is the most correct method. Hey, whatever. Since it's a defense class, it's good to train your defense. Next, you guys will fight me in turn, and you can attack. But, you have to think carefully if you will be beaten to a pig's head by me. Exempt? What a big mouth. Haven't brushed my teeth for a few days. Sensing the level of this person's strength, high rank 4. Not bad, it's enough to abuse this group of small party vegetables. Student Lin, why don't you still? I'm just an ordinary student, I'll go to class as I should, can you still beat me to death? No. You're too good at joking, Mr. Lin, how would I dare? The male teacher hurriedly waved his hand. Don't joke, Lao Tai, beat you to death? Injure you, the one next to you can't even spare himself. P.S. Thank you Kill greatly sent God certification. Thank you small watermelon greatly sent the God certification. Thank you for your support. Later there will be corresponding special characters. Chapter 78 Absolute Suppression. Boom. Next. Boom, boom. Next. Boom, boom, boom. Next. First year Class A, 50 students. Within 3 hours, they were nearly abused. Most people's choice was defense. Either an alien energy barrier or alien energy armor. Only a small portion of the students with a higher heart and a proud nature chose to attack. The result was that they were beaten even worse. Soon, only Linley was left in the entire class. The crowd of students purposely gave up a large area of the ground just to watch the idol perform. The 9th level of the beginner's rank could defeat the 2nd level of the intermediate rank. So how long could one sustain against Wu Qing, the young teacher? Teacher Wu, please teach me. Student Lin, please. Point to point. Wu Qing was really vain, afraid of giving Linley a bad beating. Ling Xing, who was in the distance, was currently staring intently at himself. If you don't release the water, you will definitely be beaten. If you let the water out, you will be beaten even more. Motherer, what kind of world is this? Mr. Wu, distraction is a very bad habit. Wu Qing was creeped out. When did Linley come over? A long black sword crossed in front of his eyes, and Wu Qing dodged it with a slight sidestep. It was decided that he had to act more realistically, so he couldn't let this great Buddha lose too much. Thus, Wu Qing deliberately suppressed his strength. Bracing himself to use 30% of his strength, he condensed a black lance in his hand and began to launch his attack. San Long. Wu Qing danced the lance around his waist and used his strength to stab straight. Linley's expression seemed disgruntled. Dark cutting attached itself to the sword and delivered an upward strike, deflecting the opponent's attack a little. Immediately afterward, it was the blade that was sharp to the extreme, devouring all energy along the way, blasting towards Wu Qing's chest. This strike was fast, accurate, and vicious. If it was a strong person of the same strength level, it would be difficult to receive it. The problem was that Wu Qing was not a strong person of the same level. The blade landed impartially on his chest, and was stopped by the dark armor that had long been attached to it. In the blink of an eye, it dissipated. This strike by Mr. Lin is very good. Amongst his peers, no one can stop it. Teacher Wu, words of bragging are exempt. If you suppress your strength any further, then you are looking down on me. Wu Qing was startled, his eyes dodged as he defended. How could I suppress my strength, Mr. Lin, you're joking. That high-ranking alien from Huali, when he gets his hands dirty, he can defeat me with a lift of his hand. Do you mean to say that you're inferior to him? Linley's wave of agitation worked. Wu Qing was dumbfounded by his dislike. Saying that he was inferior to Huali's trash? Who could endure this? Good. Since Mr. Lin said so, then I, Wu, will be offended. As soon as the words fell, the aura of a high-ranking 4th-level powerhouse exploded. A strong wind blew the crowd's eyes open. Linley, on the other hand, was exceptionally excited. This was the kind of effect he wanted. If you're not strong, how do you deserve to fight? Dark cut. A black blade sliced through the air and went straight to Wu Qing's neck. Not enough. Boom. With a casual punch, the dark-bladed aura dissipated to nothing. Black curtain. Wu Qing's vision gradually became blurry as the darkness power acted on top of the space, absorbing all the light through and through. Student Lin's moves are good, but, well, it seems like he was careless. Wu Qing waved his hand, and the black mist in front of him instantly dissipated. This was absolute suppression. This time, it was his turn to strike. Wu Qing withdrew his lance, as it was useless. With a simple punch, he appeared in front of Linley in the blink of an eye. Boom! A muffled sound came from the two figures backing up sharply. A trace of surprise crossed Wu Qing's eyes. What the hell was this big guy? Just before Linley's body, a demon had appeared at some point. The strength of a middle rank 5. It was barely enough to block Wu Qing's plain and simple punch. It was the recoil that was not small. It toppled Linley backward by more than 10 meters. Student Lin, what is this? As a fellow darkness faculty psychic, how come Wu Qing hadn't come into contact with this kind of thing? Could Mr. Wu have heard a saying? Darkness, which can devour everything, can forge all things. This is the power of casting. After saying that, Linley summoned again. Dozens of demons wrapped Wu Qing in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Seeing this, the surrounding students applauded and shouted. Wu Qing was indeed a bit shocked, but not enough to panic. With just these dozens of low-rank, middle-rank demons, it really wasn't enough to look at. Student Lin, watch this. Wu Qing raised his right foot, bending it at 90 degrees to his thigh, and the power of darkness gathered crazily. Linley seemed to have realized something, and the dark barrier wrapped around his entire body in a hurry. Rumble. Along with the roaring sound, the dark foreign energy that was shaped like a substance and much like a tidal wave engulfed everything. All demons instantly dissipated. The dark barrier in front of Linley was only supported for less than 3 seconds before it completely shattered. Then, Linley was blown away. With this fall, he almost didn't get his brains out. Not only Linley, but also the remaining dozens of students who were watching the show, all of them were unable to react in time, and thus were affected by the fall, falling more miserably than one another. A thumbs up silently, this was the true strength of a high-ranked alien. Gongzi. Are you alright? Ling Xing rushed closer in a panic and helped Linley up. Hiss. Touching his head, what a big bag. Can it be okay? It's fine, Mr. Wu is indeed powerful, killing everyone in one hit. Wu Qing reacted, first scratching his head in embarrassment, then after sensing the gaze filled with killing intent, he wimped out. That expression was simply worse than crying. Lord Ling Xing, this. I didn't do it on purpose. Ling Xing. Linley chided in a disgruntled low voice. Ling Xing hurriedly withdrew his gaze and dispersed his alien energy. Good lord, almost made a move. Ding bell. A pleasant bell rang for the end of class, and Wu Qing heaved a sigh of relief. This class was so tiring. Ahem, class dismissed. After saying these words, Wu Qing ran away without a trace. Finally, class is over, Ling Xing, go eat. Okay, Gongzi. The first day of school ended here. Afternoon? There were no classes in the afternoon. The Dark Academy system was even so. Half a day of classes, half a day of self-cultivation. Otherwise, what to take to promote strength? Simply, after eating, Linley returned to the villa. Didn't go back to the bedroom, but headed to the special cultivation room. More than 100 elemental crystals, more than 100 exotic beast crystals. Among them, there is no lack of high-level darkness. Just casually spend it? The feeling of having money is really good. So, under Linley's diligent cultivation, by evening, a breakthrough finally came. My lord, Shifi is back. Chapter 79 Show ate too much. Inside the cultivation room littered with crystals, Linley slowly opened his eyes. After calming down the more violent foreign energy in his body, he got up and pushed open the door. Brother Chang is back? Where? Looking east, looking west. There was no sign of Yi Chang. Ling Xing scratched his head and said, just left. It seems like he went to the Holy Temple to hold some kind of meeting. Wow, what time is it now? 10:30. Linley touched his belly and grunted. Go! Dry rice to go. 20 minutes later. Catering City, Fuyue Building. You piece of trash, you dare to eat bully food in my Fuyue Building? Give me a beating. You fart, I just happened to lose my wallet. Yuan Guan Yuan, walks right and sits right, never eats bully food. Righteous? Sit properly? Look at you, you're so poor, you don't have anything valuable from head to toe. How dare you talk like a dead duck? Give me a good beating. In front of Noda's Fuyue Building, there's a show going on right now. Our old acquaintance, Yuan Guan Yuan, at this moment, is being surrounded and beaten by 7 or 8 restaurant fellows. The fellows are actually all low-level altered beings. And Yuan Guan Yuan's current strength is only at the 4th level. 1 against 8, Ultraman can't even help him. Within a short time, Yuan Guan Yuan was beaten into a 2nd division, lying on the ground and grunting. It's bad luck to run into a piece of trash like you. Carry away. The owner of the restaurant waved his hand, and 7 or 8 fellows rolled up their arms and sleeves and prepared to strike. Slow down. An indifferent voice came, and the whole place fell silent. Linley carried a cup of milk tea and leisurely strolled through the crowd to the front of Fuyue Building. Just now, he heard the familiar sound of killing pigs from a long distance away. Getting close to see, it is really Big Siang. How did this kid also run to the Dark Kingdom? Is it fate that hasn't run its course? Agu, Mr. Lin. The owner of the restaurant was a Mediterranean, with a fat body type and a bit of a greasy feeling. Seeing Linley was like seeing the god of wealth, his eyes glowing. He hurriedly went forward to say hello. Unfortunately, Linley simply did not pay attention to him. Dead fat man, eat a meal, dare to ask for 66 million, did not send someone to clean up your good. De Xiang, is the king's meal good? Yuan Guanyuan wiped the blood on his forehead and rubbed his eyes again before he could see the person in front of him. Linley? You? Why are you here? I should be the one to ask you this, right? How long have you been in the Dark Kingdom? Even I don't know? Just came. Just came? Linley frowned. Could it be that this kid was also like Linny E? Met some predicament and was desperate? Boss. The best room, the best dishes, clean up this kid, the debt he owes is on my account. Let you inside, please. The owner of the restaurant groveled and was respectful. This scene gave Yuan De Xiang a confused look. When did Linley become so so rich? Tell me, how did you come to the Dark Kingdom? Linley sipped his small wine and asked lightly. Yuan Guanyuan held a big pig's hoof and gnawed on it vigorously. In that situation, the zombies had to recognize their relatives when they came. Didn't this bastard just eat a king's dinner? How is it still like a starving ghost? Cough cough. Cough cough. The choking you to death. Linley didn't even have the eyes to look down. This bastard's nature hasn't changed at all. I was brought back by Lord Chief. Not long ago, Ming Xian Academy expelled me. Brother Chang? Expelled? Why did they expel you? Yuan Guanyuan put down his pig's trotters and wiped the tears that hadn't fallen yet and said, at the academy, I offended Jean Tianhua, and he designed to frame me for the crime of murderer. Then the academy expelled me and issued a wanted notice for me. I hid for days, no food, no sleep, all day long I was afraid of being caught. 6 hours ago, Chief He met me and told me that if I joined the Dark Kingdom, I wouldn't have to worry about food or clothing. And one day I can even go to Ming Xian Academy to take revenge. Then I definitely agreed, and just after arriving at the Dark Kingdom, Chief He hurried off to a meeting. I searched for half a day to find a place to eat. I thought I didn't have to pay, but it turned out. Put. Ling Xing on the side didn't hold back and burst out laughing. Even Linley couldn't help but laugh. This one was too as that. What people meant was that by joining the Dark Kingdom and becoming a member of the Dark Organization, they would be able to obtain high rewards, subsidies, and be assigned a safe and cozy residence. Where does it say that you don't have to pay for your meals? You've eaten too much xiang and you've lost your brain, haven't you? Blah, blah, blah. It's disgusting. Hey, say you poor, indeed poor. If I say you deserve it, you do deserve it. When you were in high school, you were careless and self-righteous all day long. Have you received a lot of lessons? Now, it is still the same behavior. Do you realize the pain of reality? Do you feel your own ignorance? Do you recognize the cruelest human nature? Linley's 3 consecutive questions completely broke Yuan Guanyuan's last line of defense. He cried out with a wow sound. Tears, snot, and saliva all flowed down together. Linley and Ling Xing had no desire to eat. Only after this bastard finished crying did Linley ask the waitstaff to change the table again. I'm also quite curious, how did Brother Cheng seek to bring you back? Because he has hatred in his heart. A black mist appeared on the seat beside Linley, and Yi Cheng's familiar face came into view once again. When there is hatred, there is motivation, and when there is motivation, there is power. Our Dark Kingdom accommodates not only strong people, but also avengers who carry hatred, killing intent, and resentment. Seeing Yi Chang, Ling Xing hurriedly got up and half-kneeled on the ground. See you, Lord Chief. Mealtime, no need to be polite, sit down. Yes. Ling Xing sat upright, no longer daring to relax. Brother Chang, how was the harvest of this trip? Linley helped Yi Chang pour a glass of wine and asked curiously. It went pretty well, met a few old friends and an old elder. On the contrary, it's you, 300 million wanted, the whole alien world, you are the most famous Yi Chang lightly smiled and clinked glasses with Linley, then drank it all in one go. Famous is famous, there's nothing to say. Sun Wukong and Huang Fei Baking are determined to get rid of me, then I, for one, am determined to get rid of them. One day, I will make the 6 academies disappear from this world. Let all those who have blocked me and hated me pay the price. Yuan Guanyuan on the opposite side of the table had his mouth wide open at the moment, not moving a muscle. There were a billion points of shock in front of his eyes. Linley was sitting on an equal footing with Yi Chang, talking and laughing? Linley was going to eradicate the 6 great academies and take out the 6 greatest supreme beings? Linley's bounty is as high as 300 million? Then what am I? Chapter 80. This old man doesn't look like a good person, nah. Ambitious, but I don't agree. The existence of the 6 academies is not wrong, but rather a place that responds to the requirements of the times and holds the hopes of mankind. If they die out, it will be a fatal blow to mankind. The invasion of foreign beasts is becoming more and more frequent, and with a great war on the horizon, humanity should be united as one to defend against foreign enemies. Of course, this doesn't mean that we will just tolerate and retreat. If those guys don't know what's good for them, then let's teach them a proper lesson. Killing a few chickens won't hurt. Linley was silent for a while, feeling as if there was some truth to it. The current situation on the Divine Continent is getting more and more tense. If there is a lot of infighting, it will only allow that group of people to get a chance to take advantage of the situation. Other forces, organizations aside, this Huali alone seems to be detrimental to the general situation. Linley briefly recounted the secrets he pried out of those unlucky eggs. Yi Chang didn't have much of a reaction after hearing it. There are indeed a lot of secrets in Huali. Huang Fei Baking is very uncomplicated. There is no way to know what exactly they are plotting so far. Don't be anxious, we still have time. Put in a long line to catch a big fish. Yi Chang left Linley with a meaningful gaze, as if everything was under control. The meal is over, go home and sleep. Sunrise, late for class. Beautiful teacher, spring breeze floating. Half a day's lesson, all in vain. Keep practicing, the results are not visible. The road ahead is long. Developing skills, dark rhythms. Early to bed, early to rise, tomorrow indulgence. Time came to the morning of the 3rd day. Midterm exams are about to begin. The first year, a total of more than 1,000 students were in neat rows, waiting for the Vice Dean, Optimus Prime, to speak. The old man doesn't look like a good person. Why do you say that? This Prime Minister, from the face, is the pure villain category. It is not a sharp mouth, fat head and ears, nor is it a thieving eyebrow, brutal and unkind. Rather, it is the dark light flowing in the eyes, lined with deep eyebrows. The face was gloomy and cold, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or sad. Especially the aura on the body, too oozing. It seemed sinister, violent, and bloodthirsty. Everyone be quiet. The Prime Minister finally opened his mouth. All the teachers and students on the field tightly closed their lips, waiting for someone to play B. Extra nonsense, I don't want to say more. The usual, midterm test, 1 minute and 30 seconds as a passing standard. Those who fail the test, you will be given a chance. You can challenge a trial officer of a lower level. Pass, no reward. Fail to pass, then you have no value of existence. Linley straight away called out, good guy. Fail the exam and have no value of existence? Straight to death? This was definitely the most powerful exam in human history. Ling Xing, according to what this old man said, wouldn't that eliminate a lot of people every year? It's true that some people will be eliminated, but not many. The so-called second exam, the difficulty coefficient will be greatly reduced, that is, it will be like the 4th or 5th level of the intermediate order. If even 1.5 minutes can't last, it means that this person has no motivation, his heart and disposition are extremely poor, cultivating them will only waste more resources and time. What about an interloper like me? Ling Xing sighed, conduct the exam as usual, the difficulty will be reduced by that much. A drop? Linley was startled, he wasn't worried about himself, but rather Linny Yi, Yuan Guanyuan, and the two of them. Through that meal the night before, Yuan Guanyuan had changed his ways and said that he would follow Linley and be his little brother. Linley didn't refuse, after all, he is an old hometown. What's the saying? The hometown to see the hometown, 2 tears. Moreover, it is still 3 years of classmates, there is no great hatred, great grudges, as the development of their own forces. The problem is, this guy can't do it. The first 4 levels, as usual, should be able to hold out for 1.5 minutes. It refers to the middle-ranked enemy. But this guy's IQ is limited, Linley is afraid that he will be brain dead and go up to others. There's also Lin Yi. This girl has average talent and even more average strength. Mainly because she has been tossing and turning for a month, she basically hasn't practiced much. With only the strength of the second level of the first stage, not to mention the high stage and the middle stage, she wouldn't be able to support even the powerful ones in the beginner's rank. One must know that this was the Darkness Academy. Within the 22 classes, except for the last 1 or 2 classes that were generally lower in strength, the rest, after half a year of growth, were at least at the 5th or 6th level of the primary order. There were even more people at the 7th and 8th levels of the primary order. For people, passing the exam was by no means difficult, just be slightly more serious. I declare the midterm exams officially begin. As the last words of the Prime Buddha ended, dozens of examiners mounted the ring. Here, there were a total of 22 rings, corresponding to the 22 classes. The strength of the examiners would naturally fall in a stepwise manner. A, B, C, and D, the 4 classes, all aimed for the high rank exam. Through the high-level examination, not only can prove their own strength, but also to obtain the attention of the academy, the senior staff of the temple. Light will be rewarded, heavy will be added to the title, after graduation directly as a so-and-so position. The Dark Academy is not as petty as the Holy Royal. The rewards are all high-quality crystals. The rewards for the top 3 were even customized elemental artifacts. At the mention of elemental artifacts, Linley was annoyed. Damned Saint Royal, damned old man's son, still owed himself an elemental artifact that he hadn't given. One day, it must be doubled back. Chen Jianfang, please come up to the stage. A short girl with a ponytail listened and walked straight up to the ring. Beginner level 9, very good. Look at the examiner again. Higher order 8th grade. Ha! Your Excellency, this person is named Fengling, Thunder System Ability, the same as me as an executive officer, currently under Inquisitor Mu Xin. Mu Xin? How does it compare to Wolei? Comparable and divided. Linley nodded, then focused his attention on the ring. The girl named Qin Jianfang had already exchanged blows with Fengling. A flame barrier stood in front of her, without the slightest intention to attack. It looked like she was trying to rely on her defense skills to hold on until 1.5 points. Thunder! A pillar of thunder light descended from the sky, striking the barrier with unerring precision. Obviously, the opponent didn't use his full strength. The power of thunder did not manage to break through the opponent's defense, only leaving a scorched black mark in the center of the barrier. Chen Jianfang's face showed joy and strengthened his foreign energy support. Second strike, Thunder Light Art. Without any expression, Fengling continued to launch his attack. A ball of thunder half a person high rushed straight towards Chen Jianfang. Linley stood under the stage and rolled his eyes. This girl is afraid that she doesn't have a dysfunctional cerebellum. Such a big ring, you don't go to dodge, you just know how to resist. How confident are you in your own strength? Rumble. Chen Jianfang, grade, fail. Chapter 81. How can you see the rainbow if you go through the storm? Hey. Talent ah. Xiaojie, please come on stage. Yo. It's his turn so soon? Linley looked at the ring with interest. Xiaojie's strength was good, and his fighting mindset was also very good. It shouldn't be a problem to last for 2 or 3 minutes in the hands of this Fengling. Lord Feng, I'm offended. After getting on the stage, Xiaojie pressed on with no intention of defending and still had those 2 dark longswords. Only, this time, it wasn't a melee battle. A sharp blade cut through the air, leaving scars on the stone surface of the ring. A hint of color flashed in Fengling's gaze, as if he had come to be interested. The surface of his fist was attached to the power of thunder and lightning, blasting the blades to pieces in turn. You will pay the price for your carelessness. Fengling's figure instantly disappeared in place, a strand of purple current that flashed rapidly. Death Sword Dance. As the saying goes, offense is the best defense. Xiaojie spun around in place, the black sword in his hand dancing rapidly. Blade after blade spread out in all directions, and no matter which angle the enemy attacked from, they would all be impacted. Boom, boom, boom. Sure enough, in its position directly to the right, the sound of an energy impact was heard. It was definitely impossible to block it. With the disparity in strength between the 2 sides, what Xiaojie had to do was only to confirm the enemy's position so that he could make his next countermeasure. Shadow Binding. A ball of dark energy quickly forced its way towards Fengling from the ground. Xiaojie himself also stopped spinning in circles and raised both swords in his hands, following closely behind. With this strike, it would either bind the opponent and be cut by himself. Either, let the other party break the bind and be cut by himself. Anyway, he was determined to let the other party be cut by himself no matter what. Limley, who was watching the battle from the stage, shook his head slightly. He still underestimates the strength of a high-ranked alien. The Thunder system specializes in more than just explosions and speed. Just at the moment when the dark energy on the stage was about to touch Fongling, the purple current flashed once again. Almost in the blink of an eye, it disappeared in place. A coolness came from behind. Xiaojie subconsciously converged on the dark barrier. When he heard a muffled bang, the powerful impact sent him flying several meters. His body couldn't stop rushing forward. Fortunately, he stopped less than a meter away from the edge of the ring. Otherwise, after leaving the ring, he would have been ruled unqualified. Having learned his lesson, Xiaojie no longer dared to be careless. Focusing all of his alien energy on the protective wall in front of his body, he counted the time and held on for another 20 seconds, counting it as a victory. Thunder Light Art. It was still the same familiar move, familiar power, familiar sense of oppression. But the difference was Xiaojie was smarter, exploding into full speed and roaming around the ring. Why fight hard when you can dodge? Is it pleasurable to be masochistic? Linley just wanted to give it a nod of approval, but when he saw that Thunderball cruising on its own, he knew that he was the one who was too naive. These days, positioning and navigation technology, that's a barrage. It was popularized on skill moves. The Thunderball was sticking to Xiaojie's ass, and he couldn't shake it off. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer, Xiaojie made a logical and unexpected decision. He pounced on Fongling. When he rushed to a distance of less than 2 meters in front of him, he did his best to dodge the enemy's incoming fists, then braked sharply, reversed direction, and ran away with all his might. The imagined explosive impact did not happen. Because the Thunderball was retrieved by Fongling. After all, it was someone else's skill, how could it possibly hurt him? Ding dong, 1 minute and 30 seconds exactly, the result is qualified. The cold mechanical tone came from the back of the side of the ring. Xiaojie patted his chest and sighed in relief. Next, it was the high score battle. The longer you supported yourself, the higher the score you would receive. Your fighting skills are very good, I'm going to get serious next. Fongling's expression grew more and more serious as he raised his hands, and the terrifying to suffocating power of thunder rapidly gathered. There was no wind in the surroundings, and storm clouds surged in the sky. This bee was going to come for real. The students near the ring backed away in unison, fearing that the waves would affect them. Xiaojie on the stage unconsciously gulped. This strike could definitely not be dodged, so he could only try to resist it. Thunderclap. ZZZ. Dense electric light filled the entire ring. Onlookers at this moment, all unconsciously closed their eyes. This electric welding really stunned their eyes. The explosive flash lasted for more than 10 seconds until a shattering sound came from the stage, and only then did it gradually dim. Xiaojie, 2 minutes and 14 seconds, rating, 87 points. Wow. Pa 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 pa. The surrounding audience first burst into an uproar, followed by that overwhelmingly enthusiastic applause. A score of 87 points was already quite good. At the very least, it was something that would be focused on by executives, or even inquisitor-level figures. It was going to be brilliant. Chi-Fei Soaring, please come on stage. Xiaojie was carried out of the ring by 2 rescuers and sent to the treatment center. The man was truly manly, and the misery was truly miserable. His whole body was scorched black. It was estimated that his mother couldn't even recognize him when she came. Ling Xing, you say? In a moment, is it possible for me to turn into this demeanor as well? Don't worry Gongzi, I've greeted him in advance. This kid is not stupid. The relationship between you and Chi-Fei is clear in everyone's mind. What the hell? When did you say hello? Who asked you to? Linley immediately drooped his face and questioned with great dissatisfaction. Ling Xing bowed slightly, with a cozy return. My lord, your safety is the most important thing. No matter who it is, no one can be a threat to you. This vestigial feeling, one had become a national-level protected animal. Hey! Bar going through the storm, how can we see the rainbow? No one will succeed casually. I need to be practiced and challenged. Okay? Ling Xing raised his head, blinked, and made a gesture. Okay. Okay my ass. Alright, you don't need to accompany me, go check on Lin Yi and Yuan Guanyuan, think of a way to keep them from being eliminated. Yes, Your Excellency. Boom. Chifei soared, 1 minute and 44 seconds, rating, 69 points. So fast? In a farts effort, another one was solved. Linley looked around, found a sunny place, sat down, and slowly waited for the number to be called. This wait was an hour. There were 50 students in the class, and Linley was the last one. But don't say, the probability of passing first-year Class A was quite high. Of the 49 people, 42 passed the high-level test. For the rest, there shouldn't be much of a problem with the intermediate order test. Student Linley, please come up to the stage. It was finally his turn. Linley got up and patted his butt, walking straight up to the ring. Lin Idol, go for it. Fight to finish off Fongling. Who's so brave? Lin Idol, let him see the true strength that belongs to a dark legend. Lin Idol, if you win, I'll give you a monkey. Bull, it should be me. Chapter 82 Meeting Big Trouble. This group of fanatical little red fans all gave Linley a whole won't. Winning to have a monkey? You scared this baby. Student Lin, all along, I've especially admired you. Legend of the Dark World, let me get a lesson from you, your Dark Shadow Army. Fongling really knows how to act. It's so damn realistic. It's good that you're a face paralyzer who doesn't speak, but when you do, it's even more like faking. Instructor Fong, I hope you can take this exam very seriously, absolutely. Absolutely. No. No. Can. Put. Water. What are you talking about, Mr. Lin? Fongling, definitely won't. Will. Release. Water. Of course. Come on, this bastard seemed to have misunderstood the meaning. It's just that, he's the one who suffers anyway, so Linley just treats it as if he's hitting a sandbag. Instructor Fong, please teach me. Dark Rhythm. Linley's palm rushed forward, and a powerful, yet extremely profound darkness power surged madly. With his feet as the benchmark, nearly the entire ring was eroded by darkness. Suddenly, Fongling realized that something was wrong and did a side flip to dodge through the large amount of black chi that emerged from the ground. This wisp of black gas looked like it was fluttering and had little destructive power. In reality, it contained a terrifying power of devouring and erosion. Fongling was clear that if he had just touched the black gas, his skin would have been traumatized. A micro-trauma was also an injury. Boom! Another ball of black chi erupted from the ground, and Fongling once again dodged to escape. Immediately afterward, wherever Fongling went, the black chi from the ground would follow and spew out to wherever he went. Unless he was willing to jump out of the ring. But, it was stated in the rules that if the examiner dropped out of the ring, then it would be considered a win for the student. A hallowed executive officer, could he afford to lose that one? Student Lin, you are indeed very strong. Fongling's face was heavier. These words were not a boast, but an exclamation from the bottom of his heart. The strength that Linley was showing right now had already surpassed all of his classmates. With this strike alone, he could battle a strong middle-stage mid-ranker. Instructor Fong, your praise is a bit too early. This is just the beginning. What? A look of astonishment flashed across Fongling's eyes, and immediately afterward, the ground began to tremble, and the darkness grew thicker and thicker. This is the Dark Shadow Legion. Hundreds of demons burrowed out from the ground, densely packed in a large swath, completely occupying the ring. Among them, there were also a small number of flying demons, lifting their wings and hovering in the sky, always ready for a surprise attack. Fongling's entire body was not well. Hundreds of oddly shaped demons, most of which were middle-ranked, and there was even a large monster with a devil's horn and a long black shadowed sword, whose strength was comparable to that of a 9th-ranked middle class. This amount was truly shocking to the entire audience. However, Linley himself knew very well that this group of demons had strength, but no combat power. They were nothing more than an illusion. It's not a problem to drag the other side for a while, but if you want to beat them, oh, simply impossible. Now this situation can be considered to Fongling choked. Let the water out? If you look at this situation, you'll be in trouble if you let go of the water again. No? If you promise someone something, how can you not fulfill it? Moreover, if he doesn't let go and injures Linley, what if Yi Chang comes after him later? Fongling. If you don't take it seriously, you're going to lose the face of the Dark Kingdom executives. Linley was really convinced by this old six. What's the situation? Still hesitating. Fongling dodged and dodged while being torn. Finally, the time arrived. Ding dong, 1 minute and 30 seconds exactly, passing grade. Feng sighed in relief. Like this, he should be able to deliver. Student Lin, I'm offended. After holding his tongue for half a day, Feng finally chose to counterattack. Thunderbolt. It was that piercing electric weld again, and Linley hurriedly released a dark barrier to wrap himself around it. Zzz. The piercing purple light lasted for another 10 seconds or so, but this time, no end beep sounded. In other words, Linley carried it off. When the light dispersed, the surrounding crowd of eaters hurriedly got up and tilted their heads towards the center position of the ring. At this moment, Linley was majestically holding a black longsword and pointing it at Feng. There were no injuries on his body. It was the 100 or so demons that had dissipated without a trace. I have to say, the difference between this beginning level 9 and beginning level 10 isn't half a star. In terms of this dark barrier alone, if it was at the 9th level of the primary order, Linley would have been electrocuted into a little cutie. I'm not sure if I can do it. And just now, that blow was completely blocked by himself. Although there was a demon in front of him to consume the enemy's attack power, it still proved that the strength had progressed a great deal from before. Student Lin, you. Feng couldn't believe his eyes. That strike just now, even though he hadn't used his full strength. But even a middle-rank alien would have a hard time resisting it, right? This Linley's talent was very strong, and it was normal to challenge him at a higher level. The problem was that Linley had gone a little too far, right? Instructor Feng, the battle isn't over yet. Linley's figure flashed, and the longsword in his hand stabbed straight forward. Fengling's face couldn't stand it any longer. If it dragged on any longer, what face would he have as an executive officer? The explosive power of the thunder system ability suddenly appeared, surrounded by powerful electric current, instantly disappeared in the same place. Linley's blow fell short, and he hurriedly turned back. But the full force of a high-level psychic's outburst, how could he withstand it? As a huge force like a mountain torrent came, Linley flew backwards without any surprise and fell under the ring. Ding dong, 4 minutes and 44 seconds, rating, 100 points. Linley held his waist and struggled to get up, shaking his head with a bitter smile. The gap was still too big. Student Lin, how are you doing? Let me send you to treatment. Feng came back to his senses and directly bounced down to the ring with a big jump. Seeing Linley in this state, he was genuinely a little worried. Of course not worried about Linley, but worried about himself. Worrying about whether or not he would receive a beating. Gongzi. How are you doing, Gongzi? At this time, Ling Xing also rushed back from afar. Seeing Linley in this state, he immediately glared fiercely at Feng. All right, nothing's wrong, make a fuss. This male secretary was becoming more and more maternalized. How is it holding a grudge like a little girl? How are the two of them, Lin Yi and Yuan Guanyuan? My lord, I'm here to report to you and ask for instructions. Miss Lin Yi has passed the intermediate level test, but Mr. Yuan Guanyuan is not so lucky. Passing the intermediate level test was only a second away, and now trouble is a bit big. Linley secretly said that it was not good. To be able to make Ling Xing say that the trouble was big, then the trouble was really big. Can't we go through the back door? It was possible to go through the back door, but I didn't expect to be interfered with by King Tua. This person has always been ruthless in his work, and he refuses to sell anyone except for old Dinia's face. Humph. Refusing to sell anyone? I would like to see what he is capable of. Take me there. With that, Ling Xing led the way. The two quickly arrived at Yuan Guanyuan's location. Brother Lai, save me, Brother Lai, I don't want to die. Chapter 83, A Good Contractor. Vice President Prime, I should be the one to deal with any mistakes my people make. I'm afraid it's a bit improper for you to act like this, isn't it? Improper? Prime Tua turned around, his gaze grim as he locked eyes with Linley. This is the rules of the Darkness Academy, the Darkness Kingdom. Anyone who is eliminated from the exam must die. Student Lin, even if you have a high status, it's nothing compared to the rules of the Dark Kingdom. Rules are dead, people are alive. Yuan Guanyuan joined the Dark Kingdom less than 2 days ago, and his strength has not been cultivated, so how can you decide that he can't? Vice Dean Prime, if you're bent on having your way, I'm afraid you'll attract the discontent of the students. Ha. Prime Tua lowered his voice and laughed in a particularly oozing manner. The Dark Kingdom only talks about rules, not favors. Even if Chief Yi comes today, there's no way I'll release him.
Kang Tuo's aura grew thicker and thicker, and more than a dozen of his subordinate instructors lit up their supernatural abilities and positioned themselves behind him.
Unbridled. You dare to disrespect Lord Holy Lord? Where are the 36 guards?
Ling Xing took a large step forward, utilizing his foreign energy to spread his voice throughout the sky.
Immediately afterward,
dozens of figures swept through the sky and descended straight in front of Linley.
The 36 legendary guards are here. Executive Officer Quan Jia is here. Executive Officer Long Chang is here. Executive Officer Chao Yi is here.
Ling Xing stepped forward and stood right in front of the group, pointing the ice-cold sword in his hand at Kang Tuo. Kang Tuo, do you want to rebel?
The 40 strong men present uniformly erupted with a shocking aura.
The shocking impact forced the melon-eating students within a 1,000-meter radius to retreat.
A black candle dragon silhouette appeared right above the group.
The dragon's head was aimed at Prime Buddha, and a vast and far-reaching aura filled the air.
Good means.
The candle dragon shadow formation has been practiced. Kang Tuo's complexion grew lower and lower, and the 10 or so instructors behind him had long been overwhelmed by the other party's aura. At this moment, they were being weakened by their legs and feet, and cold sweat was pouring out of them.
Vice Dean Prime, I'll say it one last time, my people, leave them to me.
A cloud of black mist wrapped Linley and appeared beside Ling Xing in a flash. At this moment, Linley was like that 9 heavens demon monarch, his eyes turning darker and darker.
The great terrifying aura from the dark origin caused everyone present to feel their hearts tremble. Prime Buddha was no exception.
He was a superclass level powerhouse, but he would be bluffed by the aura emanating from a yellow-haired kid.
It was too unthinkable. Kang Tuo. Release the people.
It was at the time when both sides had their swords drawn and a great battle was about to break out. A pale and aged voice echoed beside his ears.
Linley instantly regained his senses, the terrifying and bizarre aura on his body dissipating completely. Just now. What happened? Linley looked around blankly. When did he run ahead? Yes. Dean.
Kang Tuo really listened to Yi Kangxing's words, and although he was a little upset in his heart, he chose to release him.
Thank you, old Dean.
Linley faced the direction of the source of the voice and bowed his head slightly in thanks. It was fortunate that Yi Kangxing had stopped it, or else a big battle would have been inevitable.
Brotherly, you're my living father, ah brotherly. Yuan Guanyuan got rid of his restraints and rushed to the near front, so he didn't kneel down for Linley. Alright, big man crying chicken hair.
Go back and practice tightly. If you fall off the chain for me again, you'll go home and raise pigs.
Yes, I, Yuan Guanyuan, will definitely break through to primary level 5 within a month. Linley was all speechless. Ambitionless thing, a month's time and the goal is 1 level? Optimus Prime. Linley. You two come to my office. Yes. Yes. The two of them answered the bellow at the same time and glanced at each other.
Linley's gaze had a slight daze in it, and Kang Tuo's gaze had a slight complexity in it.
Student Lin, please. Vice Dean Prime is polite, you two, please. The relationship between the two instantly took a 180-degree turn. It caused everyone present to be confused and filled with question marks. These two people. It's all for naught if they don't enter the palace. Knock, knock, knock. Come in.
Kang Tuo pushed open the black office door and took the lead.
Linley followed closely behind.
The two came to the desk and stood side by side.
Old Dean Yi. Grandpa Yi.
Kang Tuo stared at Linley with wide eyes, full of incredulity.
Student Lin, don't be rude, old Dean Yi.
Ha ha. There's no harm in it, I'm the one who told him to call out. Yi Kangxing stroked that rubbed white mustache, smiling kindly but slightly majestically.
Kang Tuo, do you know why I called you over? Kang Tuo knows. Oh? Then tell me.
Kang Tuo took a deep breath and slowly said, Linley killed my son, you think I have a grudge in my heart, so you'll target him.
You who? This time it was Linley who was shocked. Is this old boy so frank? It was a man. Yes. But not all.
I know you, even if you have a grudge in your heart, you won't easily manifest it. What just happened? You were indeed acting impartially.
The reason why I called you here is that there is another thing I need you to do.
The Prime Minister raised his head, still with the same cold look, only, his eyes grew more and more resolute.
Tomorrow at noon, together with Xiao Chang and the others, head to Huali. Traveling to Huali? Linley didn't hold back and subconsciously took off his mouth. Kang Tuo leads the way. Ha! This old kid agreed without even asking? Grandpa Yi, what is Brother Chang up to? To give Wally a little punishment. For me? Yi Kanxing nodded, then shook his head. Not really. Wally sent 3 undercover agents to try and infiltrate the Dark Kingdom today. The purpose, naturally, is to rush towards you. But this is also provoking the Dark Kingdom. 3 times involving our bottom line. If we don't teach them a lesson, how can we stay grounded? Look at how this was said. Too domineering. Grandpa Yi, No way. Did I say what I was going to do? You're not strong enough to participate in high-level battles. Going will only distract them from their care. Linley nodded slightly, indeed. A bunch of high-level, super-level powerhouses were fighting, and for a small beginner-level trash like himself to go, wouldn't he be purely looking for a beating? For this exam, you achieved a % score, Kang Tuo. The matter of the elemental spells, I'll leave it to you. Understood. Elemental magic weapon, hey. This old Dean Yi was really atmospheric, and did not default on the wages of the grassroots. He was a good contractor. Thank you, Grandpa Yi. Ha. Go on, do whatever you need to do. Old Dean, Kung Tuo will leave. Grandpa Yi, I'll chat with you some other time. Good. With that, the duo exited the office door. Just after taking 2 steps, Kang Tuo stopped. Student Lin, what type of magic weapon do you want? I'll send someone to customize it for you. Chapter 84. I see that you just can't. Sword. That has to be a sword. Not for any other reason, just because the sword is the most handsome, the most capable of pretending to be. A sword to chop mountains and rivers, a sword to break the void, a sword to destroy all things. Look at the novel of the Sword Fairy, Sword God, how handsome? The sword symbolizes justice? Bull. A weapon is a weapon, it's most important that it's easy to use. Any other requests? Linley held his chin and thought about it. It has to look good. It must be sharp. The dark attribute bonus must be strong. Saying it was the same as not saying it. Kang Tuo let out a snort and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a deadline. After 7 days, someone will deliver it. Linley rubbed his hands together and couldn't wait to see his own exclusive elemental magic weapon. Afternoon time, practicing as usual. Since Linley had stepped into the 10th level of the primary stage, the speed of his cultivation had decreased quite a bit. It took 2 days before he managed to light up an elemental star. According to what Ling Xing said was, the 10th level of each stage was the most difficult bottleneck to break through. To exaggerate, the amount of elemental essences that Linley would need to draw from to break through the 10th level now would be the total amount of the first 9 levels put together. It would even be more. In fact, in this current situation, if Linley wanted to break through quickly, it wasn't without a solution. The essence drawn from the darkness crystals was much more pure than the other elemental crystals. At this rate, breaking through within 10 days wasn't a problem. The problem was that the side effects were simply too great. Linley could clearly perceive that his mind had been affected. Especially this morning, when he confronted the prime tutor. Nearly losing his mind, he couldn't even figure out who was controlling his body. If it is not controlled and calmed down, it will be dangerous in the future. So that is why, right now, this situation, it is better to practice a little bit to be stable. It was late at night. The familiar ringtone of the phone rang. It was Xiaoya calling. Brother, how are you doing in the Dark Kingdom? Are you living well? Of course it's good, free and unfettered. Everyone here worships your brother. Brother. Why didn't you tell me the truth earlier? Now the 6 colleges all regard you as a public enemy. Some days ago, I begged Dean Wang to step in and put in a good word for you, but it turned out it's basically of little use. Sacred Imperial's Dean Sun and Huali's Dean Huang are exceptionally resolute in their attitudes, and no matter how hard the others try, they won't be able to change it. Linley smiled disdainfully, dark shadows flowing in his gaze, and said, Xiaoya, you've just come into contact with the alien energy world, and you don't understand many things yet. The 6 colleges ostensibly uphold justice, symbolizing the hope of mankind, but in reality, everything has good and evil, yin and yang, not to mention human nature. Brothers matter, you do not interfere again. I am now living a good life. The darkness department should have the darkness department belongs, and you should also have your belonging. But Brother Linley, I heard from Dean Wang that the sacred royalty, Huali, is discussing with the other 4 houses to raise an army to conquer the Dark Kingdom, and the purpose, most likely, lies in you. For me? For me, the 6 courtyards to jointly conquer the Dark Kingdom? Linley was amused. These few old things were truly capable of bloodshed. In order to eradicate themselves, they didn't hesitate to start a crusade and raise their troops to attack. This kind of behavior didn't care in the slightest about humanity's current situation. The beasts are still fighting a civil war? A bunch of fools, all these years, they've lived to be dogs. Yuck! Not even as good as a dog. Brother, why don't you just run away? I'll beg Dean Wang to arrange a hiding place for you, and after hiding for this period of time, the 6 academies will gradually forget about you. Xiaoya, you underestimate the Dark Kingdom too much. With this group of trash, they can't even enter the gate. I appreciate your good intentions, brother. I will take precautions. You'll be responsible for practicing peacefully in Sacred Radiance, don't meddle in anything regarding the Darkness series, and don't get too close to Huali or Sacred Royal. But... Alright Xiaoya, listen to your brother, everything is under control. After hanging up the phone, Linley stopped practicing. Getting up, he walked out of the door of the cultivation room and raised his head to leisurely look at the night sky. The moon was very full tonight. The sky was clear and dotted with stars. It seems that a great battle is inevitable. Your Excellency, what are you? Ling Xing pushed open the door to the other training room and was curious to see Linley looking up at the night sky alone. Ling Xing. The 6 great academies are preparing to jointly crusade against the Dark Kingdom. This matter, what do you think? Put. My lord, let's watch this while we eat. What do you mean? Linley returned to his senses and was puzzled to see Ling Xing smiling. The 6 great academies have risen up to conquer the Dark Kingdom. Counting on it, there should be more than 10 times, right? That many? Of course, since the establishment of the Dark Kingdom until now, there have been 800 battles of all sizes that have arisen with the 6 great academies, if not 1,000. Things like joint crusades are something we've long been accustomed to. Since they're happy to send themselves to their deaths, then why should we stop them? Ling Xing's words were too arrogant. Linley became more and more curious as to what the Dark Kingdom's underpinnings were. My lord, let's wait for Chief Ye's glad tidings tomorrow, and see how the Huali Academy is bulldozed. The corners of Linley's mouth followed suit, nodding slightly as his sight shifted to the night sky once more. Oh moon, you're so big and round. Oh stars, you're so small and round. Ding bell. The bell rang, and Linley stretched. Going to school was so damn tiring. Originally, I thought that by awakening my psychic abilities, I would be able to get rid of the pain of cultural classes. But it turned out to be the same thing. It's just that the culture class has been changed into a class on the basics of psychic abilities. Same hypnosis, same nagging. Lin student, I want to challenge you. No time. On what grounds? What based on what? Not available means not available. Linley didn't even look at him as he got up and walked towards the door. I think you just don't dare, the so-called legendary darkness department, it doesn't work at all. Be glad you're a girl, or else you'd already be on the ground at this moment. Really? Do you have that ability? Should I say no? This girl's voice was quite nice. It was like a lark, crisp and pleasant, the opposite of Lu Qingyue's style. It's just that this provocative character isn't good. The provocation method used was also not good. Love has no, what can you do? You. The girl behind her was clearly pissed off enough. However, the moment before Linley stepped out of the classroom door, she smiled. Linley, I see that you just can't. As a man, you just can't. Linley's figure jerked. Woman, you've successfully provoked me. Seeing this, Ling Xing on the side sighed helplessly. Why was this auntie still pestering the male son? Chapter 85, Making Someone Cry. Who is this girl? So brave? Your Excellency. This is 5th Elder Yu's granddaughter. Yu Eka. Yeehaw. 5th Elder Yu's granddaughter? This character, it's really comparable to her grandfather. Linley didn't want to leave, this girl had completely caught his attention. Turning around, he looked back. It's kinda cute, how about that? Not too short, not a head short of Linley. The body is also good, just a little smaller on top. In the future to cultivate, have material. A high ponytail on the small head, very playful look.
At this moment, is grinning a small mouth, giggle straight music.
What? Not leaving? Yu Yueka tilted her little head, striding up to Linley and said, Lin, if you want to prove yourself, fight with this girl. If you win, I recognize that you are a man, and conditions are arbitrary. If I win, you'll be my little brother, don't worry, I'm sure you won't lose. Linley looked at him with interest, his eyes intentionally downward. Am I a man or not, in the end, how do you know? It's hard to believe that you've tried? TSK. It shouldn't be, my Linley's vision shouldn't be this bad. Yu Yueka's smile suddenly froze, following Linley's gaze and looking down. Her face turned red. Not that kind of sultan red, not that kind of through red, but that kind of tender red. Stinking rascal, go to hell. Yu Yueka lifted up that exquisite little leg and kicked it towards Linley's lifeblood. Ouch. A delicate grunt came out as Linley directly clutched Yu Yueka's white, tender and thin calf and gradually raised it upwards. Looking down from this position, I can't see anything. I can't see anything. What else do you want to see? People's security awareness is very strong. Linley. Let go of me. Yu was in a hurry, even though she hadn't gotten any real advantage. But this position is quite shameful, okay? And also can't use the force to resist, was deadlocked at the root of the thigh of fate. You beg me, I'll let you go if you beg me. Dream on. Then you can just stay in this position, alright, I'm not tired anyway. Ling Xing, give me your cell phone. What are you doing? I'm warning you, don't mess around or I won't spare you. Shay, even if your grandpa comes, he won't be able to stop me today, Ling Xing. Gong. Gongzi, this. It's not right. Ling Xing was a little bit scared, this was something he really didn't have the guts to do. If you really let Yu Wu know, Linley certainly can't do anything, but he will be miserable. It would be strange if he didn't get skinned. Why are you so full of crap? I'm letting you take a cell phone, not letting you do anything. Linley rolled his eyes, the stupid white sweet will not really think they want to do that? It's just to scare the girl in front of me. Ling Xing had no choice but to pull out his cell phone and hand it to Linley. Miss Yu, I'm going to give you one last chance, beg me or not. If you're capable and won't beg me, then I'll shoot it. When the time comes to send it out to the public platform, don't care what you shoot or don't shoot, in short, you'll be on fire. Yu was a bit abashed, seeing Linley's handsome and slightly obscene face, it seemed like he might really do such a thing. At that time, how could he still have the face to meet people? But bow down to Linley, also good or shameful how to do? Count down to 3, 3. Linley raised his cell phone and adjusted the angle, scaring Yu Yueka's small face red and white. 2. Linley. I'm warning you. 1. Wow. Yu Yueka was crying? Linley and Ling Xing were taken aback. Why did this girl cry when she said she would? Those little tears were falling, sparingly. Linley hurriedly let go of Yu Yueka, flustered. Men, they are most afraid of women crying. Moreover, it was still such a cute little girl crying, the guilt was overwhelming. No. Miss Yu, let's not be that bad, I'm just scaring you. Wow. Got it, crying even harder. Miss Yu, I was wrong, can't I apologize to you? You're almost inviting wolves with this crying. I don't care. Growing up, no one has ever bullied me like this, you big bad guy. Wow. Linley was speechless. Which one in the Dark Kingdom wasn't a bad guy? Okay, so what do you want? You beat me up, okay? Wow. Oh my goodness. I'll promise you anything you say to stop crying. Simple, fight me. Linley? Ling Xing? Yu Yueka, Oinio. Damn, I'm caught up. This girl was basically counting on Linley. Hiss. Miss Yu, your acting skills are good enough, huh? In terms of face-changing speed, your grandfather isn't even half as good as you. Cut the crap, are you comparing? With your intermediate level strength, aren't you afraid I'll break your face? Don't blow and be, it's not certain who's going to beat who up. Linley took a deep breath, he had planned to quietly wait for news from Yi Chang and the others, but it turned out to be good, let's wait while fighting. I'm really convinced, beforehand, if you lose, don't pester me in the future. No problem. Go. Soon, the three of them arrived at an empty trial site. It was now noon, and there was plenty of sunlight. It was warm on their bodies. Miss Yu, please. Hee hee, I'll be polite then. Yu Eka smiled playfully and surrounded her body with a colorless foreign energy. It was the wind system. Wind whistling technique. 3 wisps of white hurricane formed, wrapping in 3 directions. Linley's feet converged on the foreign energy, his speed increasing to the peak. It was very easy to dodge it. But these 3 hurricanes were obviously installed with a positioning system. After braking sharply, they violently reversed direction and continued tracking. Dark cut. A ray of black blades cut through the air, driving a ripple through space. Yu Eka was quick on her feet and instantly gathered a wind barrier in front of her body. Boom! A muffled sound came out, and Yu Eka was knocked back 3 or 4 meters by the powerful impact. As soon as he stabilized his stance, Linley's voice came again. Black curtain. Then, Yu Eka couldn't see anything. Damn it, what kind of broken stance is this? An emerald green jade fan was held in his hand. It looked like it was an elemental magic weapon. Yu did not care as he spun in place and swung it around. With each swing, a dark green dragon scroll was created. Although it wasn't very powerful, it was enough to cause damage for a middle-ranked aberration. Linley's figure kept flashing, dodging the oncoming dragon scrolls. The black longsword in his hand was aimed directly at Yu Eka's chest. Chapter 86 Living Treasure meets Living Treasure. Miss Yu, you've lost. The dark longsword was stagnant at the other party's chest position, and could be touched at any time as long as Linley was happy. Obviously, Yu Eka also sensed this. Her small face once again flushed red. Putting down the jade fan in her hand, she took 2 steps back and said, "What a big asshole, always thinking of taking advantage of others, losing is losing. What's the big deal?" Cut. Linley dissipated the dark longsword and twisted his head in disdain. "You're too overconfident, aren't you? With this body, I wouldn't even want to give it away for nothing." "What did you say? What's wrong with my figure? If you say anything else, I'll tear your mouth off. You've become blind, and you're still bragging? You. The fight is over, why don't you untie me? I'm afraid you'll rip my mouth off. Bastard." Yu Eka swung a small pink fist with her perception. Unfortunately, it didn't touch anything. "Alright, toss yourself slowly, after 3 minutes, it will naturally unravel. Ling Xing, let's go." After saying that, Linley turned around and left the trial grounds. Yu Eka was the only one left, stomping her feet and standing in the same spot, groping around. Inside the Fuyue building, Linley and Yuan Guanyuan ate and drank indiscriminately. Ling Xing was accompanying them on the side, and Lin Yi was coyly drinking tea. Eat. Brother. Can you swallow before you squeak? The rice particles are spewing out. Linley copied the chopsticks and threw them at Yuan Guanyuan. This bastard is too uncouth to eat. Brotherly, the rice here is too good. Follow brotherly, 3 days full 9 meals. Alright, less ass kissing, eat and grab some cultivation. I'll tell you, if you can't break through to the 5th level within 10 days, I'll starve you for 3 days and 3 nights. When you break through, when you eat? Hearing Lin Li's words, Yuan Guanyuan immediately cried and said, "Brotherly, I'm just in a grade talent, unlike you, breaking through 10 levels in a month, it's just not human." What? No, it's simply not comparable to normal people. Don't fart here, E is also an A rank, it's only been a day and she's broken through to the 3rd level of the beginner's class, where do you fall short? You're not as good as her brain? Knock knock knock. Mr. Lin, excuse me, miss you would like to. Boom. Grind it out, just open the door. Yu Eka kicked the door of the room open, and as if she had arrived at her own home, she pulled open the seat beside Linley and directly sat on it cross-legged. Big sister, sitting on your family's bed? Bull, what do you care how I sit? Where's the cutlery? Grab it with your hands? Yu Eka shouted at the owner of the restaurant outside the door. Hiss. No, this seems to be my private room, right? Linley felt a bit baffled. How did this girl find her way here? What did she want to do? What's wrong with your private room? Can you go bankrupt if I eat your meal? Not. You. Linley pointed her chopsticks at Yu Eka, unable to hold back a word for half a day. Seeing this, the boss outside the door hurriedly brought in a brand new set of tableware. Yu Eka was even more nonchalant,
directly chucking a piece of beef and stuffing it into her small mouth, barfing and eating it with a great flavor.
Yuan Guanyuan didn't react for a moment and followed suit. Angry Lin Li threw out another chopstick. "What the hell are you chirping about, big man, shut up."
Only then did Yuan Guanyuan react, hurriedly shrinking his neck and shutting up.
Lin Yi looked Yu Yueka up and down, her gaze was very new. The latter also noticed Lin Yi, and out of politeness even said hello. "Hello classmate, my name is Yu Yueka, second year class A." "Hello schoolmate Yu, my name is Lin Yi, first year class D."
"Egu, don't call me senior sister, I'm not as old as you, just call me Yueka."
"Okay Yueka, it's nice to meet you."
"Me too." Lin Li took the chopsticks handed over by Ling Xing and froze as she watched this duel perform.
Not sick, right? Why didn't they greet each other the first time they met? This would know to be ladylike and polite? "Miss you, what do you want to do?" "I'm eating." "Why?" "What do you mean, what do you want?" "I told you what I want." "What else do you want me to do?" "I mean, what do you want?" "I." Okay. I was wrong, blame me for not making myself clear, okay? After this meal, please leave and don't pester me, okay? "Who's pestering you?" "I just lost the competition, so I've come to fulfill my promise to be your little brother." "What the hell?" Lin Li's frown could kill a fly. "When did I ask you to be my little brother? Didn't you say that if I lose, I'll be your little brother, and if you lose, I'll do whatever I want?" "You're thinking about fart eating, what I clearly said was, if I lose, I'll be your little brother." "Pa!" Lin Li covered his head with a slap. Ling Xing on the side also couldn't help but laugh. These two living treasures had sort of met. "Missy, first of all, I don't need a little brother. Secondly, I don't need a little brother like you even more. After you finish eating, please leave and do whatever you need to do." "How can that be?" Yu Yueka pouted. "I, Yu Yueka, have always done what I said, what I promised, I will never change." Ling Xing, throw him out. Lin Li was really a bit impatient. A girl's family, why is she so deadpan? Even if she was good looking and kawaii, Lin Li had little interest in her. "My lord, for the sake of Elder Yu's face, it's better not to be rude. He was scared enough just now with the cell phone, but he's going to throw it out again. Wouldn't you woo be anxious?" "Yo! Isn't this you girl? Lin Li, have your tastes changed?" The familiar black mist appeared from the seat as Ling Xing, Yu Yueka, Lin Yi, and Yuan Guanyuan rose one after another. Facing Yi Chang, they bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord Chief."
Yi Chang waved his hand and pointed at the dishes in front of him. Ling Xing hurriedly took a portion of the dishes and served it.
"Brother Chang, how did it go?" Lin Li couldn't care less about Yu Yueka and asked anxiously.
Yi Chang took a bite of the dish and chewed.
It tastes good." "Brother Chang." "Aya, look at me like this, do I still need to explain? What should be pushed flat has already been pushed flat. That old man, Huang Fei Baking, was also beaten up by me, everything went well."
A smile appeared on Lin Li's face, too powerful. Huang Fei Baking right now, he was probably about to vomit blood from anger.
But then again, there's also bad news.
Yi Chang put down his chopsticks and said word by word, "In 10 days, the 6 academies will join forces to crusade against our Dark Kingdom, so I've decided to place you out after 7 days.
Chapter 87 Bottle Caps, Corkscrews. Arranged out? Arranged to where? The northern borderlands. Lin Li couldn't make sense of it. Why would he send himself to the northern borderlands? "Brother Chang, this time when the 6 great academies raised their troops for a crusade, isn't it not quite the same as in the past?"
Yi Chang sighed slightly, his face becoming more and more hesitant.
"It is indeed very different.
In the past, they were all under the banner of ridding the people of evil and upholding justice. The amount of troops they gathered was limited, and, most likely, they were just going through the motions. But this time is different, their direct target is running towards you. The deans of the 6 major academies, 4 of them are deployed, 40 to 50 super-ranked adepts are expected, and the rest of the high-ranked adepts, countless." When the people present heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. This battle, it was a bit too outrageous.
"All of them are running towards me?"
Yi Chang was silent and nodded. "Chief Yi, our Dark Kingdom's Candle Dragon formation isn't a vegetarian. Besides, the Academy and the Sanctuary together have 30 to 40 super-ranked powerhouses that we can put together, so why should we be afraid of them?" Yu Yueka's words hit the nail on the head.
the Dark Kingdom's heritage was far beyond the imagination of that group of idiots. The fact that this great mountain was able to stand to this day proved how deep its roots were. Especially Yi Kongsheng, the mysterious little old man, no one knew what his strength really was to this day. Brother Chang, you're not worried that the Dark Kingdom won't be able to hold on, you're worried that I won't be able to hold on. Once the Great War opens, all of the opponent's battle strength will be concentrated at one point, so don't be afraid of 10,000 things. If this group of guys breaks through and captures me regardless, then the Dark Kingdom will be completely defeated in this battle. And if I am arranged out in advance, it is very likely that the war will die down, and even if the two sides go to war, those few old guys won't be able to find me and won't be entangled much. Linley analyzed the situation so well that several people listened to it and came to their senses. Yi Cheng showed a look of appreciation. It was obvious that Linley was right. 100 points for the answer, give you 99 points, the remaining 1 point is not for fear of you being proud, but there is another reason. There's more? Linley thought for a moment, not coming up with anything. To be honest, I've been observing your body for a long time. Huh? Linley was taken aback. Why did this smell weird? Yi Cheng glared at Linley, naturally knowing that he was thinking the wrong way. What I'm referring to is the alien energy in your body as well as the cultivation method. Yu Eka was just getting a little interested, but it was instantly doused. Damn it, the smell of a rotten girl dissipated. Your legendary talent needs to be stimulated, bland cultivation will only raise the realm, unable to awaken the deeper levels of power. Combat. Crisis. Killing. That's the most primitive cultivation method of the darkness department. I've decided to disperse you for 3 months. After 3 months, the storm should almost have calmed down. 3 months? Am I your family chicken? Alright, everything is at your disposal. Linley sipped a glass of wine to himself. Going out for trials was quite good. Pick up quests, fight monsters, save up gold coins, and level up. Free and unconstrained. Kill whenever you want, fight whenever you want. It's really good. For this trip, Yuya accompanies you. Put. Linley sprayed out a mouthful of wine. Coincidentally, Yu Eka was getting up and preparing to pinch the food, the side of her face just within the range of the spray. Linley. Are you sick? Yu Eka put down her chopsticks and wiped her face. It was all liquid. Brother Chang, what's the point of bringing her? Aren't you making it more difficult for me? When the time comes, will I fight the foreign beasts or her? Linley, what do you mean? Is it hard to believe that I'll be dragging you down and creating trouble for you? Isn't it? You. Alright, you two settle down. Humph. Shay. Yi Cheng couldn't help but smile when he saw how tacitly these two were understanding each other. First of all, you're a boy out there, you need a girl's company to take care of you and relieve your boredom or something. Secondly, you girl's talent is also very good, so it just so happens that taking this opportunity to try out will always be beneficial. Then why don't you just let her go to the south border, east border, west border, up and down border to try out? Why do you have to follow me? I don't need a corkscrew as a companion. Corkscrew? Everyone present except Linley and Yuan Guanyuan failed to understand the meaning of this sentence. He. Corkscrew. Following Yuan Guanyuan's lewd gaze. Laughing at you too, go to hell you. Yu Eka was so angry that she threw her rice tray at Yuan Guanyuan. Boom. Splat. Ouch. What a harmonious sound. Yuan Guanyuan covered his head and wailed in pain. Linley, the results of the competition are in front of you, and the orders given by Chief Yi are behind you, you must take me with you. Yu Eka's brashness was back. Worried, Linley scratched the back of his head. Hey. It's just a matter of throwing you into the pile of foreign beasts when the time comes, you'll still be able to attract some firepower. I'm full, you guys take your time tossing, Ling Xing. Yes, Your Excellency. With that, the two of them got up and left the private room. Before leaving the main door, Linley didn't forget to remind the Mediterranean boss. This meal, counted on Yu Eka's head, she said she wants to treat. Got it, you take your time. Things have been decided, there is nothing to dwell on. The remaining 7 days were nothing but classes and practicing. Nothing special happened. If there is, it's also Yu Eka, the girl's ghost is still there. As soon as class time comes to an end, she immediately looks for Linley. Why? Just nagging. Like a fly, constantly in Linley's ear buzzing. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Luckily, she is a beautiful woman, otherwise Linley would definitely beat her into a bottle cap. And flat, and cover. Time flies, to the 7th day. The exclusive magic weapon that the Prime Tutor had customized for Linley had finally arrived. Excited heart, trembling hands. Opening the wooden box, Linley was shocked. This is a magic weapon? This TM is a burning stick, right? The body is black, the hilt wrapped around a black dragon, the workmanship is quite exquisite, holding in the hand ice cold, dark power is also very pure and lush. It is this scabbard is too cheap. Black is not black, gray is not gray, what pattern, carving or not? The material seems to be good, but not handsome Optimus Prime, this old wall sconce was definitely intentional. Barely. Linley pulled the sword out, and a crisp and pleasant metallic friction sound came out. So cheap. The silver-colored body of the sword was covered with a layer of extremely dense darkness element. The sharpness was nothing to speak of, and Linley used his finger to gently point it. Nothing happened. Pulled a hair and floated it down on top of the blade. Broken. Blow hair, short hair. It's too powerful. Boom. This power, absolute. Chapter 88, The Great Battle, One Touch of Light. With just a casual wave of his hand, Linley unleashed a savage black sword chi. The polished and smooth ground was smashed with a scar. If an obsessive-compulsive disorder were to see it, it would be feared that it would be killed in a hurry. Duke, what are you doing? Ling Xing rushed over at the sound of the sound and curiously surveyed it. Ayo, it's nothing, the customized elemental magic weapon that Optimus Prime helped me with has arrived, try the power. My lord, this sword. It doesn't seem too simple. Ling Xing walked forward, his eyes kept converging on the hilt of the sword. Not simple? Where is it not simple? The material is quite good, it's just that this style is too pricey, that old thing, Optimus Prime, must be holding a grudge. No, my lord, I'm referring to the fact that this sword has special characteristics. Linley sniffed and handed over the black sword in his hand. Ling Xing held the black sword upside down, causing the bottom of the hilt to be completely revealed. This time, Linley also saw it clearly. The bottom of the sword handle was actually inlaid with a crystal stone, the quality of which was definitely not low. My lord, this sword is by no means forged by the Prime Tutor, but... Rather, it is. The more Ling Xing spoke, the more unbelievable it became, touching the sword body and then the blade. Simply unheard of, this kind of means, I'm afraid that it would require the hand of a saint-ranked powerhouse to bring together such a degree of dark origin power. A saint-ranked powerhouse? Where in the Dark Kingdom or even the entire Divine Continent would a saint-ranked powerhouse come from? Suddenly, Linley thought of something. Saint rank? It's hard to believe that. Boom! Before his thoughts could be organized, an earth-shattering roar resounded through the clouds. A beam of holy light pierced through the sky, rushing straight into the sky directly above the Dark Kingdom. Just when Linley thought that this strike would crash down inside the Dark Kingdom. Above his head, the vastness of elemental power surged crazily. 1,000-meter-long black dragon shadow covered the sky, its terrifying pressure radiating out in a substantial manner. It easily annihilated the holy light, and the heavens and earth were shaken by the aura. The Candle Dragon formation has been activated, the enemy should have arrived near Qingyun City. Your Excellency, you need to act in advance. The 6 great academies actually launched their attacks in advance, is it intentional, or... Linley's brows were furrowed, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous in his heart. Linley, it's time for you to go. Yi Cheng's figure suddenly appeared and patted Linley's shoulder. Brother Chang, how are the enemy forces? The 4 deans are in town, 100 super-ranked powerhouses, 1,000 high-ranked aberrations, and the total force, at least 30,000. Can you handle it? It's no big deal. Linley nodded solemnly. If Yi Cheng said there was no problem, then there was no problem. By himself, it was time to run away. Linley! We should go. Yu Yueka's voice came from the distance. This girl looked more anxious than anyone else. Ling Xing, take care of my people. In 3 months, I'll return to the Dark Kingdom with my feet in the 6 academies. Yes, Your Excellency. Ha 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 ha. Huang Fei Baking, Sun Wukong, Zhao Quan, Zhou Fei Zhang, do you 4 old things still want some face, coming to hit our Dark Kingdom again? Oomph, last time, you were beaten up by us and couldn't find your way around. This time, you're going to be unable to tell the difference between up and down, right? A bunch of self-righteous guys, do you really think that our Dark Kingdom is easy to bully? Alright, why talk so much nonsense? Do these old things understand? More than a dozen black-robed, graying temple elders lined up in the sky above, exuding an aura that stirred the wind and clouds. And behind them stood the 7 great inquisitors of the Holy Temple, the 24 great executives, as well as countless middle and high-ranking powerhouses. Roughly estimated, there were at least 10,000 people. This is not counting the ground, ready-to-go dark corps, and constantly rushed to support the instructors, leaders, institutional staff, senior students, etc. And directly across from them, 1,000 meters away, was the same large group of people. At the head of the group was the dean of Shengchang College, Zhao Quan, the dean of Shengyu College, Sun Wukong, the dean of Huali College, Huang Fei Baking, and the dean of Mingxan College, Zhou Fei Zhang. These 4 old men, all of them were imposing, with indifferent and serious expressions. Just like who owes them $5 million. And behind them, similarly ranked, were countless strong men. Where is Yi Chang? Tell him to get out. Don't look at Sun Wukong's small size, but his speaking voice was as bright as a flood bell. Dean Sun, with such a strong fire, it's better to go back and take some anti-inflammatory medicine. A cloud of black mist appeared at the position directly in front of the queue, and Yi Chang's figure appeared in the eyes of the crowd. Yi Chang. You compelled Linley and caused great losses for our academy. Today, you must give me an explanation. An explanation? Oh. Good. Yi Chang smiled wistfully and stretched out his palm. A roll of tape appeared out of thin air. Dean Sun, your sacred royalty is poor to such an extent, why are you still showing off? This roll of tape, just take it as a gift from me, no need to thank me. As soon as the words fell, Yi Chang directly flung the tape over. Knowing that the other party was teasing him, Sun Wukong was furious. With a big wave of his hand, he utilized his supernatural energy and directly blasted the tape into pieces. Yi Chang, you really don't see the coffin, hand over Linley painfully and my 6 academies can consider letting your dark kingdom off the hook. Dean Sun, don't say too much, my Huali's revenge has not been avenged yet. Huang Fei Baking, dressed in a white trench coat, hand played 2 walnuts, ice cold and resentful rebuke. With you 2 trash, you are also worthy of negotiating with my dark kingdom? Yi Chang was worthy of being a great pretender, disliking the sky and the air. If Linley was present, he would definitely worship him. Yi Chang, you're too arrogant. How dare you call the 2 deans trash? The golden-robed Zhou Feizhang saw fit to shout angrily. Yi Chang, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders and said with an innocent expression, I think you guys are misunderstanding. I'm not referring to Dean Huang and Dean Sun, but all of you present. All are rubbish. Rubbish. Wow. At this moment, both the 6 Academy side and the Dark Kingdom side all boiled over. Yi Chang and Bia, the words were too imposing. Yi Chang, you seek death. Sun Wukong was already a violent temper, and at this moment, he couldn't stand it anymore. Lifting up one palm, the Holy Light Department's foreign energy filled the entire sky. Everyone unconsciously closed their eyes. Roar. As a dragon roar came, the Holy Light didn't reach 2 seconds before it dissipated to nothing. Damn it, the power of this candle dragon formation is getting stronger and stronger. Dean Sun, don't be impulsive yet, don't forget the purpose of our trip. Yi Chang. I'll give you one last chance, hand over Linley and we'll retreat immediately. Ha! Yi Chang didn't know when he was infected by Linley, rolled his eyes, disdainfully i.e. indifferently said, if you want to come when you want to come, and leave when you want to leave, won't I lose face then? Chapter 89 Bed Warmer Little Brother. Vomit. Ha! Can you not be so disgusting nah? I vomit. Do you think I want to? Ah! You threw up on my skirt. Puking is fine, I don't even mind you holding me back. What? Bang. Ouch. What are you hitting me for? Yueka pouted, I'm happy to. Linley covered his head, his face turned white, and he couldn't stop dry heaving. The pain of this flight was comparable to the pain of love. It was too torturous. Hey, you say, will Chief Yi and the others be alright? What's the matter? With that bunch of losers? Linley's predecessor was lying on the demon's soft and sticky back, his butt facing Yueka disdainfully. That's right. Where are we going? Ping City. What are we going to Pingchun for? To find the Shadow Guild. Why are we looking for the Shadow Guild? Linley took a deep breath, this girl must have been a mute in her previous life. Not only was she dumb, she was also an idiot. Miss you, are you usually like this? Use your brain to think about everything, okay? Are you 100,000 reasons? Che, I'm just trying to liven things up. Thank you. I'm already in this state, you can still let me stop. I get it, you want to go to the Shadow Guild to take on quests and earn money while accumulating practical combat experience. Bull, do I, Linley, look like I lack money? Then what do you lack? Linley especially wanted to say lack of pussy. But after taking a look at this girl behind him, he let it go. I'm going to collect heavenly materials and treasures and ask someone to refine a dark attribute essence pill. Essence Dan? That thing is heard to be so difficult to refine, the materials alone are worth several $billion. And there's no market for it, can you? Can you do it? Cough cough cough. Mocked again for not being able to do it. You wait and see if I can do it. After flying for an entire day and night, Linley's duo finally arrived at Ping City. Ping City, neighboring Song City, also belonged to the border zone. But the difference was that Ping City was known as the Hunting City. Why was it called that? Because within Ping City, there were a total of 13 guild landing sites. Among them, the Shadow Guild was the most powerful. The quests sent out were difficult, but the rewards were exceptionally generous. It was currently ranked at the top of the 24 major guilds. Super Deluxe King Room, please. Inside a 10-star high-end luxury grand hotel in the center of Ping City. Linley dragged his tired body and said to the front desk lady. Okay sir, 2 in total huh? No, just myself, I'm not familiar with her. What? Linley, are you still considered a man? Coming out to stay in a hotel and asking me to mind my own business? Linley leisurely turned his head, his empty and lifeless eyes staring at Yu Yueka dead in the face. You? What are you doing? It's not like I asked you to come here, you're the one who has to stick to me like a follower, why should I care about you? Can you warm my bed? Sir, your room is ready, 301 on the 3rd floor. Linley twisted his head and thanked him, then went upstairs on his own. Asshole, rotten egg. Ka-ching. Pushing open the door to the suite of rooms, Linley directly began to undress. What for? Taking a shower, resting. Tossing and turning all day and night, hell knows why that Yu Yueka girl is so spirited. Amazing thunder, this Tongtian cultivation of the sky collapses into a purple and gold hammer. What? The newly changed cell phone ringtone is good, right? It was a bit retro, but Linley liked being different. Hey, Ling Xing, how's the battle going? Linley walked into the bathtub and asked as he drained the water. My lord, the battle situation is good, the 6 great academies have already fled, although there are some losses, they're still within tolerance. Where have you arrived? Ping City. Ping City? What are you doing? What else can I do? Take quests, save materials, kill foreign beasts, and raise my realm. My lord, you must be careful in the near future, although the 6 academies have retreated, their eyes have been watching the Dark Kingdom, searching for your whereabouts everywhere. Try not to reveal your true identity in non-essential situations. Don't worry, it's time for me to rest, you go about your business. Yes, my lord. The call ended, and Linley closed his eyes, fully relaxed, and began to soak in the bath. Completely unnoticed, outside the glass below the bathroom, a figure quietly sneaked in. 15 minutes later, Linley got up and simply wiped himself off. Wrapped in a bath towel and left the bathroom. Ouch. Linley stretched out comfortably. If you don't say that the North loves to take a bath, it's really a great relief from fatigue. Linley half squinted his eyes, in a trance, pushed open the bedroom door, threw off his slippers, and made a flying leap to the big bed. Plop. Ah. First, there was a piercing scream that almost didn't send Linley away. Immediately afterward, there was that soft, sticky touch underneath her body. Linley was so startled that he bounced up and fell on his unsteady feet. Yu Yueka. When did you break in? Linley's eyes widened and his palms unconsciously scratched as if he was recalling the feeling he had just experienced. I. Can't I go to the wrong room? Yu Yueka lifted the quilt and rubbed his messy hair. When its line of sight shifted to Linley, it froze. Wow. 3 seconds passed. Ah. Big pervert ah. Well, use groundhog. But that's when Linley reacted. Taking a look at his lower body. When did the towel fall off? I'm not afraid of that. The old man is afraid of nothing. The one who suffers is not himself. Linley got up, picked up the towel and put it back on. Then, stepped towards Yu Eka. You. What are you doing? I'm warning you, no messing around. Woman, you have successfully aroused my interest. The Bully Lin President class is now online. What should I do if I'm being looked at by a girl? What to do? Put. Linley made a hungry tiger pounce and fell down on the bed. Unfortunately, he didn't press on the target point, and was dodged by the girl Yu Eka. Linley, I'm warning you, I'm your little brother, not you. You what? You pervert. Yu Eka's small face turned red, pushed open the door of the room and walked out. Little like, still can't rule you? Linley was too lazy to care about her, directly burrowing into the quilt and starting to sleep. Love how to toss it, have the ability to run their own nest too, together with the toss. A good night's sleep, woke up again, the sky is getting dark. Looked at the time, 6 o'clock in the evening. Little brother, still their little brother? What for? Yu Eka's displeased voice came from the living room location. Linley smiled faintly and got up to put on his clothes. Time to get to work. Chapter 90 Gold Medal Little Cook. This gentleman please stay, the Shadow Guild only receives strong people above the middle rank. Your realm. Forgive me for my poor eyesight, I can't perceive it. Night fell in front of the door of an ancient black building. A male attendant wearing a ruddy mask on his head and a black uniform stopped Linley. And at this moment, Linley was similarly wearing a mask. This was the rule of the Shadow Guild. Don't reveal your identity, only your strength. No approachability, only missions. My realm is enough to look beyond the middle rank. The attendant froze, then sensed something. You are a darkness system powerhouse? Linley nodded indifferently. The attendant thought for a moment and said decisively, Sir, I need you to prove that you are qualified to enter the Shadow Guild. Small point. Linley struck out with a single palm, and a terrifying shockwave of dark energy shot straight into the sky. Rumble. A violent explosion struck, the impact volleyed out onto the ground in the shape of a trumpet, and the squire shook left and right, eventually failing to stabilize himself and taking a step back. Mr. is gifted, this strike can look beyond the middle rank second-grade Xenos, both of you, please come in. The attendant sidestepped and extended his hand to receive the guide towards the interior of the building. Linley nonchalantly walked in, Yu Eka, wearing a white plume mask on her head, followed closely behind. Lin. Just as she exited, Yu Eka realized something was wrong and hurriedly corrected herself. Sir, I'm hungry. Linley gave her a blank look, speechless to the core. Didn't you just finish eating? You're hungry again after all this time? Big brother, you're stingy and give me a burger, a fries, a popcorn, a chicken roll, a chicken nugget, a chicken wing, a chicken leg and a cup of hele. Who's full? Linley's figure stalled, looking at Yu Eka with suspicion. Then what else do you want? Are you a starving ghost, eating more than your second senior brother? That's me growing my body. Just you? Linley looked at the not-so-bumpy parts, snorted, and continued to march along the corridor. Before long, the two arrived at the guild hall. Not to mention, it was quite lively. Hundreds of people were wandering around the hall, looking up from time to time. Linley also looked up. He saw an oversized electronic screen, which was currently scrolling with rows and rows of text. 079, seek out and capture a red giant chicken of middle rank level 3 or higher, quest reward, 3 elemental crystals of middle ranked quality, 1 inflammatory gaining elixir. 161, travel to the dark forest, hunt and kill a middle rank 9th level golden crazy tiger, and take its tiger whip and bring it back. Quest reward, 1 high rank quality elemental crystal, 2 high rank quality foreign beast crystals, 900 W blue coins. For 41, kill the demonized alien, Pu Zhengchang. Bring back his head. Mission reward, 1 golden light grass, 100 million blue coins. The types of quests are quite complete, not just for alien beasts, materials. There are also killings and cargo robberies. The Shadow Guild didn't belong to the decent forces, nor did it belong to the villainous forces. It's just a trading center that doesn't ask the world to do anything. Or you can call it an underground assassin organization. If someone sends out a mission, someone will naturally take it. If the mission is completed, you get the reward. Failure is discretionary. What is discretion? Collecting materials, capturing beasts, and other tasks will not be penalized if you fail. Because you can't do it, doesn't mean others can't do it. There is no limit to the number of people who can take on this type of mission. Whoever completes the mission first and sends something back to the Shadow Guild will be rewarded. However, assassination, interception of goods, if you fail. There is only one outcome, and that is death. Because most of these missions are carried out by only one person, and if you fail, and alert a snake. If you fail in your mission and alert the police, it will bring many bad consequences for the publisher, thus affecting the reputation of the Shadow Guild. At that time, it will be blacklisted. There would be strong people who would step in and settle these people. Linley found a seat and sat down, his gaze locked onto the large screen. He was waiting for a reward to appear that was enough to make his heart flutter. The essence pill of the darkness system. The first thing that was needed was a large number of darkness system crystals, at least 10 high grade, or 100 medium grade. Secondly, one would also need to purchase or collect ghost grass and ancient chemistry stones. These two materials could be considered heavenly treasures. Without 1,800 million blue coins, don't even think about it. Next, there was the alchemy crafting fee. This alchemy is not the alchemy of immortal cultivation, metaphysical fantasy. Instead, it is a combination of technology and psychic ability. Linley does not understand the general process, anyway, it is very troublesome. Need to invite a high-level person to sit in the town, the price is very expensive. Inside and out added together, the cost was as high as $3 to $4 billion. Hey! I hate money when it comes to using it, and I don't know how hard it is until it's gone through. Yo, what's the great philosopher lamenting about here? Linley moved his butt and ignored Yu Eka. It was a money loser. After observing for more than 10 minutes, Linley finally locked onto his target. $9.99, travel to the depths of the dark forest and seek out a middle-ranked Tier 3 Ice and Fire Chelan cub, capture it alive quest reward, 2 ghost grasses, 50 middle-ranked Fey crystals, and 3 billion blue coins. Reward for killing and bringing back its corpse, 1 ghost grass, 40 middle-ranked Fey beast crystals, 2 billion blue coins. Ice and Fire Chelan cubs, not too difficult. Yu Eka was in a daze and didn't react for a moment. Said. Mission objective, Ice and Fire Chelan cub. Depart. Ice and Fire Chelan? Are you crazy? Yu Eka grabbed Linley's arm and forcefully pressed him back into his seat. What for? What for? Don't you know your own weight? Dare to hit on the Ice Fire Chelan? Don't you know that the Ice Fire Chelan is very protective of its calves? If you make that peak super stage foreign beast angry, you and I wouldn't be enough to slap him with a single claw. Nonsense, of course I know that catching a foreign beast relies on brains, not brute strength. A stupid girl like you, who has neither breasts nor brain, can understand. Yu Eka pointed at Linley's nose, her little mouth bulging with anger. Alright, use your brain to think, will there be only the two of us to capture the Ice Fire Chelan? See the opportunity and be rich. Wow. Yu Eka thought about it, and it was indeed true. With that, the two of them got up and went to the counter. I want to take quest number 999. The attendant lady with a mask handed Linley an ancient black token. This token represents your quest number, so please don't lose it. Please also leave a title for your records. Linley thought for a moment and said, Reaper. Gold medal little chef. Linley looked back in confusion. What kind of odd title was this? What are you looking at? Not convinced? Okay, Reaper and Gold Medal Little Chef, both of you, I wish you all the best. Chapter 91 Win-Win Cooperation. Both of you, please stay. Linley's duo, who had just turned around and were about to leave, were suddenly called back by a voice. Pretending to be B or looking for a fight? Turning back to look. A line of 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman if they hadn't analyzed it wrong. Listening to the voices, they didn't seem to be very old, and their strength level averaged around the 3rd level of the middle order. To say that they were polite was just like that, to say that they were not polite was somewhat polite. Can I help you? If I heard correctly, the 2 of you are running towards the Ice Fire Chelan, right? A blond man at the head of the group spoke. Yes, how is it? Coincidentally, we're also heading for that Ice and Fire Chelan, how about some cooperation? Linley scrutinized the 3 people in front of him in turn. Although he couldn't see their character, he could judge their origin and positioning. This is like a poor person and a rich person standing together, in the case of not being able to see the face, demeanor, mannerisms, and that long cultivated temperament, can be distinguished. The three people in front of me, living conditions must not be bad. Look at the hand of the space ring will be clear. How to cooperate? Linley didn't make a decision, he still needed to observe for a while. People's hearts were treacherous, and without enough benefits to drive them, who could trust anyone? As far as I know, Mission 999, there are currently more than 10 teams that have taken it up. There are a handful of strong adepts, we have no advantage to speak of. It's not realistic to rob openly, it's not safe to wait for the opportunity to start. The mantis is afraid of the yellow bird, the only feasible method is to borrow the knife to kill and reap the benefits. The blonde young man in front of me is very clear thinking. It seems to really say something. Several people, how to call? Fluttering gentleman. Jianghu warrior. Shang Linger. The three of them clasped their fists in turn and performed a Jianghu salute. It felt like it was a bit awkward, but Linley had to return the salute as well. God of Death. Gold medal little chef. The five of them said in unison, nice to meet you. Grandma, it instantly felt like dreaming back to the Great Tang. Both of you, may I borrow a step to speak? Linley looked at Yu Yueka and nodded in agreement. The fluttering gentleman then pulled out a green card and handed it to a valet in the neighborhood. The attendant took the green card and respectfully said, gentlemen, please follow me. 5 minutes later. Several people walked into a reception room. The place wasn't big, and with 5 people, it wasn't too crowded. After serving some fruits and pastries and making a pot of tea, the attendant left the room. It's not that great. I thought it was a super unrivaled luxury carnival VIP. It's so cheap. It's the first time for you two to come to the Shadow Guild and take on a quest, right? That's right, I don't have a lot of money lately, so I thought I'd try my luck. In that case, all the more reason for us to work together for a win-win situation. Oh? Linley crossed his legs and asked with interest, how about this? The fluttering prince put down his teacup and pulled back the hair at his temples. The Shadow Guild's mission seems simple, but in reality, they're all full of crises. That group of publishers, the probability will reduce the narrative difficulty of the task, so as to lower the price. If you complete it, it's fine, but if you don't, the price you have to pay is too high, so it's a losing proposition. For example, the Ice and Fire Qilin capture quest that we have taken on is indeed correct at the middle-ranked 3rd level. But the mission did not mention the peak of the Super Order Ice and Fire Qilin, ask, the entire Divine Continent, there are a few dare to fight against the existence of it? If we don't unite as one, this mission is a complete pit. No matter how many people jump in, it will never be filled. Linley listened with great interest, what the other party said made sense. The problem was, if there weren't enough attractive rewards, who would go for it? Those 2 ghost grasses alone were enough to make people sink. After all, it was a matter of capturing a young beast and taking a chance. If one could detach the mother beast, wouldn't this task be much simpler? Tell us your plan. Linley didn't want to wink, and directly cut to the chase. We haven't established a cooperative relationship yet, how can we casually talk about this plan? Yikes, this one is still quite sharp. In fact, I can guess a generalization even if you don't say it. In the dark forest, foreign beasts are rampant, and there are countless strong guys. Casually lure in a few high or even super-ranked foreign beasts, and that Ice and Fire Qilin female beast will naturally be lured away. Snap. The name of the god of death, the spirit of ghostly talent. Your Excellency is smart enough, since you guessed it, what choice should you make? As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers, someone to lure, someone to capture, and someone to guard against. With just the 2 of you, it doesn't seem to be enough, does it? Whether it's enough or not is another story, we need to discuss the distribution issue first. I only want the ghost grass, the rest goes to you. He really was a master who wasn't short on money. 3 billion blue coins, 50 crystals, without even blinking, he threw them out. But what about Linley, who was also running after the ghost grass? Ha! We're the villain now. Why do we have to be trustworthy? After utilizing it, why don't we just snatch the Ice and Fire Unicorn and redeem the reward alone? I'm so smart. Alright, in that case, let's cooperate for a win-win situation and capture the Ice Fire Qilin hatchling together. Ha, Your Excellency is quick enough, it's only the wisest choice for everyone to earn money together. Saying that, the 5 people rose together and high-fived each other as an oath. Counting the time, the mission has already begun for 2 days, so why don't we head to Tsong City first, and tomorrow morning, we'll leave for the dark forest. The Jianghu magician who had not spoken for a long time opened his mouth and suggested. The remaining 4 people said that it was fine. Thus, the group left the Shadow Guild. Taking the express train, they traveled together to Tsong City. It was 12 o'clock at night. The 5 people arrived in Tsong City. It was the same familiar bed and breakfast inn. Still that familiar erotic room. Still that familiar cool evening breeze. The only difference was the change of horses. Blah blah blah. Changing partners. Blah blah blah. Changing heroines. Blah blah blah. Change of companions. I don't know what's going on at this BB. There weren't enough rooms once Linley arrived. People have one room for 3 people, so naturally Linley and Yu Yueka have another room. What? Girls with girls and boys with boys? How can that be? Both parties don't know each other. What if they make a little move and neglect to take precautions? You sleep on the floor. Linley nonchalantly grabbed the quilt and comfortably laid on it. What? You're a big man, letting me, a little girl, sleep on the floor? Are you ashamed? Cut. Can shame be a meal? Aren't you the little brother? Have you ever seen a little brother ask his big brother to sleep on the floor, or the sofa? Yu Yueka was disliked. Very unconvinced, he took out the spare quilt from the cabinet and walked towards the sofa. Single dog, deserve to die alone. Chapter 92, I Am God. Alright, I won't tease you anymore, go to bed. Linley got up, put on his jacket, and walked towards the observation deck. How could he possibly sleep when he had been sleeping all day? Right now, stepping up his cultivation was the most important thing. Just now, he had merely wanted to tease that silly girl. Are you going to practice? Or else? Then. This is for you. Linley turned around at the sound of the voice and saw Yu Yueka holding a large black crystal in both hands, looking like the grade wasn't low. But strangely enough, Linley couldn't sense the elemental essence emanating from the crystals at all, judging it merely from its appearance. This is? Holy rank 4 in beast crystals. Linley's eyes almost didn't glaze over. Holy rank 4 in beast crystals? How did this come about? Before I left, Chief He handed it to me chanting that he would give it to you when you practiced. Make sure to absorb it carefully, uphold your nature, and hold on to your sanity. Linley couldn't hide his exhilaration as he took this palm-sized black crystal from his hands. As soon as he entered his hand, the dark power in his body began to boil. It was as if it was being pulled by something, refusing to calm down for a long time. This thing. So dense, so dangerous nah. Linley's brows unconsciously furrowed. With his current strength, would it really not be a problem to absorb this sacred stage alien beast crystallization? However, since it was arranged by Yi Chang, there must be its so-called reasoning. It would be good to give it a try. Linley came to the viewing platform. Sitting on his knees, the Holy Order alien beast crystallization was cupped in his hand. It began to try to absorb it. Jie! A soul-crushing, sharp hissing sound exploded in his head. Caught off guard, Linley's eyes rolled over and he directly fainted. I don't know how long it took. It seemed as if he had regained consciousness, but it also seemed as if he hadn't. This feeling is very wonderful, light all over, no sense of touch, but also can sense the environment. The eyes are blurred, gray and yellow. Linley stretched out his hand and rubbed it hard. Only then could she see the surrounding scenery. The desert was lonely and the sun was setting over a long river. What was described was exactly the same as the environment Linley was in at the moment. The sky was filled with yellow sand and dust. There was no sunlight, no night, no vegetation, no living beings. Where was this place? It always feels a bit familiar. Yellow sand. The desert. Light and airy. There is no. Old me hiccuped? This TM can't be the Yellow Spring Road, right? It was rumored that after a person died, they would pass through 800 miles of Yellow Springs and arrive at Manhwa Bridge. This scene in front of me was just too much like it. It couldn't be that he had exploded to death in order to devour that sacred rank alien beast crystallization and thus died? It's too dramatic, isn't it? Linley, can TM be the protagonist? Jie. He was just being skeptical. A familiar and sharp hissing sound once again came from above. Linley was so shaken that he covered his ears and grimaced. Dizzy, his body staggered. Immediately afterward, a huge figure that covered the sky swept in. Rumble! It smashed straight down on the open space 100 meters away. The gusts of yellow sand that were raised instantly buried Linley. Blah blah blah. Linley wiped his mouth, climbing up from the yellow sand with difficulty. His sight was fixed on the huge figure in front of him. Opening his mouth, he didn't know what to say or what to sigh. What a big bird! How big of a pot would it take to stew it down? Is it better to stew it with cabbage? Or should it be stewed with potatoes? What? Why do you want to eat it? Tai. What kind of demon is that? Linley flicked his right hand, and the Shang evil sword appeared out of thin air. Linley had studied this name for a long time. Ling Tian Shang Xie. The sword points to the sky. Handsome as hell. Jie. The black-feathered, golden-footed, head-raised, imposing strange bird called out again. That look, disdainful to the extreme. As if it didn't take Linley seriously at all. Hey! Do you know how to speak? Don't waste my time if you don't know how to speak, grab on and send me out. Jie. You jia, you. Take me. Out. Linley pointed at himself, and then pointed at this sky. Waving his arms twice, he signaled for the other party to take him out. However, the strange bird was still indifferent, still looking at people with its nostrils. If it wasn't for the fact that this strange bird was too large, Linley really didn't know that birds had noses. Jie. The strange bird seemed to read Linley's movements, and then seemed to not read them. It twisted its neck and waved its wings. Lifting its foot, it stomped directly over. Linley was startled. Hurriedly releasing black mist, wrapping his entire body. The moment the giant claw smashed into the ground, teleport out. Damn, if you don't send it, what's the point of making a move? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Linley's figure appeared 100 meters away, and was angry enough by the strange bird's action. What can't be discussed properly? Do you have to do it? Dark cut. Linley leapt, placing his figure in the air, and swung down his sword with vigor. Dang! A crunching sound came from the strange bird's body as if it were steel, not moving a muscle. Linley clenched his teeth, shifted all his powers, and blasted again. Dang! It was still useless. Linley was confused, this situation was a bit outrageous. That strike just now, even if it was a super-ranked alien beast, there was no way it could not even leave a mark. This strange bird was so strong, could it be that it was a saint-ranked foreign beast? Linley snapped his head up and seemed to realize something. Could this strange bird be the original owner of that saint-rank foreign beast crystal? And at this moment, it had already transformed into an energy body and invaded Linley's consciousness. The battle between the two sides was about grabbing the right to control the body and the consciousness. Once the other party was allowed to achieve victory, then one's own consciousness would be devoured. Thus, demonization would occur. The more one thought about it, the more oozing it became. If that were to happen, what the hell are you afraid of? Mother Earth Bold Man's consciousness can still be bullied by you? This is like dreaming. Once you meet a nightmare, the so-called ghost invasion, you have to be brave. With willpower and imagination, give yourself magical powers. The space of consciousness is your own territory. In this territory, you are a god, omnipotent and in control of everything. Once, the reason why you lost to the intruder was because you were afraid. Your subjective consciousness believed that you couldn't beat the other side. Therefore, the power would be weak, thus allowing the other party to find an opportunity to take advantage of it. But Linley had studied this aspect very thoroughly. From childhood, she loved to dream the most. Especially the dream of fighting monsters, incarnating as a bumpy man and resolving the opponent with a teasing kick. Are already dead and still so arrogant, today into my territory count you unlucky, obediently absorbed by me, become my stepping stone on the way to advancement. Ling Tian Victory Evil First Sword, Annihilation. Chapter 93 The Great White-Eyed Wolf. A new storm has arisen, how can we stand still? The BGM sounded out of nowhere. The yellow sand-filled spirit world began to tremble. A darkness like an abyss enveloped the land, and everything began to turn into nothingness. At this moment, Linley was surprisingly not afraid of heights. With his mind, he slowly flew into the air. The strange bird seemed to have sensed something, and began to become anxious and uneasy. Large golden claws poured out vigorously. A pair of 100-meter-wide giant wings extended out, ready to impact up at any time. Baird! The crisp sound of a sword swing rang out, and heaven and earth were suddenly silent. The yellow sand no longer flew, the earth no longer trembled, and everything in this world seemed to be waiting for something to descend. Jie! The strange bird's eyes were crimson, and his feet suddenly powered up, hissing against the black sword chop that carried out heaven and earth. How dare you pretend to be in my territory, sending you to the west? Rumble! The blinding and eye-catching explosion impact shook the space and cracked it by inches, as if it were a spider's web, falling off in pieces. Linley covered his eyes with one hand, so damn bright. If this strike could be wielded in the real world, what super rank, holy rank, are all dregs? Jie! Yeehaw! This isn't even dead, there's something. The strange bird's hissing became agonizing. Linley waved his hand, and the blinding light and the smoke in the sky dispersed. The monstrous bird's huge body smashed straight down to the ground. Almost half of its body disappeared. Only, what was revealed at the location of the wound wasn't flesh and blood, but a piece of dark, pure foreign energy. Elemental energy. Now Linley was completely sure that this strange bird was only a crystallized body of consciousness. At this moment, the half of the body that had disappeared was turning into a mass of dark elemental essence, drifting towards himself. This large mass of elemental essence. After absorbing it, would he not be able to rise 3 levels in a row? The idea was quite good, but it was a pity that it couldn't be realized. Linley opened his arms and absorbed it for less than 3 minutes, then he couldn't absorb it anymore. The body had reached saturation, forcing it to absorb would make it easy to self-destruct. Linley! Linley! Wake up, Linley! Yu-Eka's irritable and anxious voice came from above, and Linley smiled faintly and closed his eyes. At this moment on the BB's observation deck, Yu-Eka was maintaining the wind barrier with all her might. It wasn't himself who was wrapped up, but Linley. Looking at its surroundings again, tables, chairs and benches, tea bowls and pastries were scattered all over the place. Those who didn't know would have thought that these two had been crazy all night and had moved too much. Linley! If you don't wake up, I'll throw you down the stairs. Miss you, look what you're saying. I provide you with food and drink, and in the end you're throwing me out? Big white-eyed wolf. You saw Linley open her eyes and heaved a sigh of relief, hurriedly withdrawing her powers. Bastard, exhausted old me, why didn't you have a precursor for your breakthrough? Almost tore down someone's BB. Breakthrough? Linley returned to his senses, only then realizing that there had been a sea change in his body. Clenching his fists, his strength was abundant. Gathering his mind again, he peered into the elemental stars. Sure enough, the number had grown to 9. This indicated that one had successfully stepped into the middle stage realm. Not only that, the current elemental star had already been lit up to the 7th. The foreign energy in his body was still digesting and running, constantly impacting the 8th one. Worthy of being a sacred order exotic beast crystal, absorbing less than 1% of the essence alone, it possessed such a great breakthrough. This if it was all absorbed. He. Linley, what are you giggling about there? Breakthrough lost your brain to breakthrough? Go sleep your sleep, corkscrew. Yu-Eka pointed at Linley, her little face puffing with anger. After tossing herself around for half a day, the other party didn't even have a word of thanks. You're the one who's a white-eyed wolf, huh? Thank you. What did you say? Louder. I didn't hear you. Yu-Eka's footsteps stalled and she stifled her laughter. I said, go eat some papaya to make up for it, corkscrew. Asshole. Clunk. Ouch. Knock knock. Shinigami, gold medal little chef, I'm Flutterboy, are you two up yet? Damn, why is this so weird? It sounds like a cosplay reality show. Pure and simple middle-aged bipolar youth. Kada. Linley's duo put on their masks and pulled open the door to their room. About to leave? Yes, we. Ha! The fluttering gentleman and the Jianghu magician behind him, Ching Linger, seemed to have noticed something unusual. Your Excellency's aura is getting deeper and deeper, and it doesn't seem to be the same as before. Linley nodded slightly, his tone was very indifferent, a small improvement, currently only middle-ranked strength. The compulsion is full of wood. Cough. Your Excellency is too modest, stepping into the middle rank with the power of darkness. I'm afraid that your strength has taken a qualitative leap. Congratulations, congratulations. Your Excellency, the God of Death, is so gifted, it's really enviable. Congratulations. These three people symbolically said one sentence each, and even clasped their fists. It was so embarrassing to watch Linley. You're welcome, we'd better hurry up and get going before the night gets too long. Alright, both of you, please. You guys, please too. In this way, under the two teams inviting each other, the crowd moved forward towards the steel barrier. Halt! What are you doing? What is the purpose of traveling to the dark forest? Two watchmen in silver and white combat uniforms stopped the group of five. The fluttering prince took 2 steps forward and pulled out a Shadow Guild mission token and said, Shadow Executioner, heading to the dark forest to capture the Fey beasts. Seeing this, several people behind him also pulled out their tokens. The guards took the token and simply looked at it before handing it back. Several people, I wish you all the best, and eradicate as many foreign beasts as possible. The guards gave a slight salute and then pressed the blue button on the wall. The 100-meter city gate slowly opened. Thanks a lot. These 3 middle-aged youths were getting awkward again. After returning the salute, the few people were ready to depart. Slow down. A rough and familiar voice came from behind the few people. Linley turned around and looked, but it was actually Kong Zhang. It was the General Jianwei who had taken $1 billion in bounty last time and arranged for Linley and Lu Qingyue to almost have sex. What's he doing here? It won't be. Linley became more and more nervous. His head is worth $300 million, the other side will not be rushing to the bounty, right? Shouldn't be, based on breath alone the other party had no reason to recognize him. Several people, the Dark Forest has been experiencing a lot of strange movements lately, so I hope to be careful. I don't know if it was a coincidence or what, but Kong Zhang walked right up to Linley and stopped. Solemnly, he reminded the 5 of them. It's this small action in the hand that's a bit interesting. Chapter 94 Killing Your Own Husband. Thank you, Your Excellency, for reminding us, we will be careful in our actions. The Jianghu magician clasped his fists and saluted, then led the crowd to continue walking towards the outskirts of the city. Through his mask, Linley glanced at Kong Zhang with slight confusion. However, the other party had no change in mood. As if everything was fine. After stepping out of the city gates all the way north and crossing the open buffer zone, the group of 5 soon arrived at the dark forest. This was not a place for children to playhouse, and everyone present was on their toes. They were always on the alert for changes in the surroundings. The 3 from the second squad were in the front, while Linley and Yu Yueka were in the back. Seeing that there were no abnormalities in the neighborhood, the 3 people in front of them didn't pay attention. Linley quietly spread out his palms. His eyes flicked downward slightly. There really was something fishy. On the tiny slip of paper was written, Pure Mole, be careful. A mole? Linley hurriedly clenched his palm, and the power of darkness slightly overflowed, devouring the note. Interesting. Things were getting more and more interesting. Which meant that these 3 people in front of them had evil intentions and impure purposes. It was just that the meaning of this mole Linley didn't quite understand. Enemies? Or what? Furthermore, where did this Kong Zhang learn about it? It looked like the other party had long recognized their identity, as if they had prepared for it in advance. There were many doubts, the situation was complicated, and Linley needed time to verify it. Everyone. Something's coming over. The fluttering prince stalled, and with a convergence of gold system powers in his hands, he spoke out to warn him. At the same time, the other 4 also sensed the presence of the beast. The distance was getting closer and closer, with the strength of a middle-ranked 6th level. And still. 2 of them. Cluck. Cluck. 2 strange sounds came from both the east and west directions at the same time. The 5 people were very taciturn, and after sensing the danger, they directly scattered in all directions. 2 silver-colored blades flashed by and landed on the ground where the 5 people had retreated from and exploded. A powerful force scattered in all directions, causing the leaves of the trees to rustle. Everyone, we've hit the big jackpot, the killing heart mantis, or a pair. The male mantis is weaker, leave it to the 2 of you, the 3 of us will take care of the female mantis. Wow! After a simple division of labor, the 5 of them stepped into the battlefield. Linley took out the Shangxian sword, Yu Yueka took out the Bishu fan, one in front of the other, clamping down on the female mantis. Damn, these three middle-aged youths really weren't good birds. One was at the 4th level of the middle rank, one was at the 3rd level of the middle rank, and one was at the 2nd level of the middle rank. According to the realm, they were the top 3 combatants in the team. As a result, they let the 2 middle rank ones share the male mantis. Weak? Listen to his bull, the same middle rank 6, how weak can it be? Cluck. Mindlessly distracted, the male mantis was charging with a large claw. Have you ever seen an extremely sharp adamantine hand that looks like a scythe? Have you ever seen an appalling size that is as tall as a human? Have you ever seen a mutated insect with green hair and a bare head? This is the Fae. The killing mantis. Dark cut. Linley took the lead with a flash of black energy. A crunching sound was heard as it collided with the male mantis' large claws. The latter only managed to take 2 steps back, and then both claws exerted themselves, shattering the dark blade. At the same time, Yu Yueka also struck. Lifting her fan, she swung it in a circle around the mantis. More than 10 small tornadoes wrapped around the male mantis. Seeing the right moment, Linley erupted with his full strength and shadow bind attack from the ground. The black curtain caused the opponent to lose his vision. The last thing was Ling Tiansheng Evil First Sword, Annihilation. Hey, familiar? This was all sensed and developed by Linley from the spirit world. The power was definitely not as powerful as the original version by 1,000,000%, but it was enough to show off the B-game. Feeling that terrifying annihilation power, the 3 members of the middle tier 2 squad all distracted themselves to look at it in unison. Was this really the strength that could be exerted by a middle rank one? Boom! Ah! Due to his distraction, the Jianghu magician was knocked away by the female mantis with an impact, spitting out blood and falling to the ground. Just after the start of the battle, his side had lost one of their combatants. He was really convinced by this old 6. Linley said, "Serves you right, you need to pay a price for pretending to be someone else." LOL. The male mantis let out a miserable scream that shook a few people into unconsciously covering their ears. The annihilation force from the abyss easily broke through the male mantis defense, followed by cutting off an arm of the other party like tofu. This was not all. At the wound of the broken arm, black energy was rapidly spreading, eroding its flesh and blood. The male praying mantis could not stop wailing, fell to the ground and rolled back and forth. Linley wanted to continue to make up for it, but he realized that the blow he had just dealt had consumed almost half of his supernatural energy. At this moment, it was difficult to execute another full-strength strike. Little chef, kill him while he's sick. It was better to save your strength and tell your little brother to do it. Yu Yueka responded, raising her turquoise fan above her head and began to gather a large amount of wind alien energy. Well, the big move still had to store up energy. LOL. Reaper, watch out. Strong killing intent came from behind. Linley directly cast black mist and instantly disappeared in place. Only when his vision returned did he see that it was the female mantis charging over. Damn it, 3 losers. One mantis couldn't even stop them. I'm really sorry, the Jianghu magician is injured. It's hard for the 2 of us to control this female mantis. The fluttering duke rushed forward and said with an apologetic gaze. Linley was smiling on the surface, but in his heart he was selling his ass. If it wasn't for the fact that these 3 would be able to share some of the pressure when they grabbed the ice and fire Qilin in a moment, Linley would have already disposed of them. Linley would have packed them away long ago. Alright, the male mantis is greatly reduced in strength. Let's attack together and settle the fight as soon as possible. Good. At this moment, Yu Yueka was finally done storing up her strength. A dark green tornado attacked the location of the 2 mantises. The surrounding trees snapped at the waist, rocks flew about, and black sand filled the distance of 1,000 meters in a radius. The force of this attack is not small. This wind force, at least 8 or 9 levels. Moreover, this tornado was also filled with wind blades, and the trees that were twisted into it were like being cut into vegetables, constantly disintegrating and shattering. Ice blast. Aurora. Dark shockwave. 3 attacks with different attributes smashed down. Combined with that terrifying wind blade tornado. For a time, the elements were chaotic, creating a violent big explosion. More than 10 seconds later, the smoke and dust dispersed. Several people approached forward vigilantly. LOL. Linley was startled and busily shouted, "Watch out!" Immediately after, countless silver blades struck out from the center of the explosion. The fluttering prince was the closest, so he couldn't dodge in time. After enduring 3 or 4 blades head-on, he spat out blood and flew backwards. His body was covered with cutting wounds. Qinglinger and Linley reacted in time, utilizing their elemental barrier to defend themselves. Yu Yueka was the farthest away and easily dodged it. This aura is. Qinglinger spoke in a grave tone, as if she was facing a great enemy. Looking towards the deep pit again. At this moment there is still where the male mantis traces, only a female mantis left cackle mouth chewing something. Mother, killing your own husband, really ing sick. Chapter 95, My Buddha Doesn't Help the Poor. Do you love me? If you love me, kiss me, if you love me, hug me, if you love me, eat me. Blah 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 blah. It's so fragrant. Seeing the satisfied look of the female mantis, Linley and the others felt a chill run down their spines. What a pervert. Eating a mate without hesitation in order to raise its strength. A middle-ranked 9th level, it really couldn't cope. Anyway, Linley had no intention of coping with it, and it was time to run away. Fluttering gentleman, journeyman magician. How are you two doing? Ahem. I'm okay. The fluttering playboy braced himself and got up. A small red pill appeared in his palm at some point, and he threw it directly into his mouth and swallowed it. After only a few seconds, no more blood spilled from his body. I've almost recovered too. The voice of the Jianghu magician came from the back, and Linley glanced at him. Almost? He didn't see anything wrong at all. Just now, he was purely pretending, not wanting to contribute. These guys, their hearts are very bad. Since this was the case, then Linley would play along with them. Few of you, there's only one left of this killing heart mantis. If the 5 of us attack together, even if we can't get rid of it, it's still possible to slow it down, so it won't be too late to retreat at that time. Linley secretly gave Yu Yueka a look. This girl couldn't do anything else, but her head was brilliant. She instantly understood what she meant. Then she cooperated. I think it's feasible, rich and powerful, we might as well give it a try. Good. Then let's give it a try. Prepare to strike. The 5 of them spread out, occupying different positions, and began to converge their supernatural energy in their hands. It was like holding their breath for half a day. The female mantis could be considered to have finished chewing, and her 2 adamantine hands grew another size. Sensing the aura emanating from a few people, she was not the least bit intimidated. Lifting her large claws, her eyes showed a fierce color. Cluck. Do it. Chained ice vector. Golden light seal. Wooden dragon. Dark impact. Wind blade art. Ice, gold, wood, wind, and darkness, 5 types of energy impacted concurrently. It was as if Ultraman was attacking a small monster. Neatly firing kinetic light waves. Killing mantis didn't even dodge, 2 scythe claws quickly danced, extreme sharpness swept out in a ring shape, and collided with the 5 people's skills. Collided with the skills of the 5. Rumble. The ground in a 100-meter radius was directly impacted to a depression, and the colorful elemental fluctuations were very pleasant. Linley saw the opportunity and shouted, "Can't beat them, run." Then, Yu Yueka turned around with an extremely tacit understanding, positioning himself in the north direction, and started to run. This scene all gave the remaining 3 people a dumbfounded look. Not being able to react for a moment, they remained frozen in place, releasing their powers. Running away just like that? Wasn't there still a winner to be determined? LOL. The killing mantis saw 2 of the enemy running away, and humanely revealed a smug look. With a single force from the scythe claw in his hand, he directly blasted the 3 out. In mid-air, Qinglinger, Jianghu magician, did a flip and landed smoothly. He then caught up with fluttering Gongzi. They quickly chased after Linley and his team in the direction they were traveling. That killing mantis is not a little cutie. It's acceptable for 2 of them to run away. But if they all run away, who are they going to settle the score with? His own husband had been eaten, so if he didn't get some interest back, where would he put his reputation in the world of exotic beasts? Swish swish swish. Several blades attacked the trio again from the rear. Qinglinger, seeing this, ripped off the ice crystal necklace and threw it out with some heartache. The moment the necklace landed on the ground, a sea of ice-based supernatural energy was crazily released. A more than 10-meter-high thick ice wall rose up from the ground. It directly intercepted the incoming blade main and killing heart mantis. Seeing this, the three of them sighed in relief and continued to chase towards the depths of the dark forest. Those three guys won't be killed, right? I don't think so. Looking at the way that each one of them spends money like dirt, how could they not have a means of preserving their lives? Do you think those three guys have problems? I'm not sure for now, but they definitely have some small minds. This ice and fire Qilin snatching battle will probably be very lively. Linley dropped his speed and sensed his surroundings. Then he pulled Yu Yueka to turn the direction and traveled towards the western position. There are too many people and a big target, so let's not move with them for now. Someone is coming. I know. The two stopped their steps and looked towards the front. A figure was approaching from afar, staggering and covered in blood. A middle-ranked third level of strength. Linley wasn't afraid, just quite interested. Injured like this and still dares to run around, quite a big heart. At the same time, that figure also noticed Linley and the two of them. His figure first stalled, then accelerated and rushed over. Seeing this, Yu Yueka raised the turquoise fan in her hand and was about to give the other party a blow. Don't rush, the other party doesn't have killing intent, it seems like they're here to seek help. Linley stopped Yu Yueka, staring at the figure with a rather amused intensity. After more than 10 seconds had passed, the man wearing a black mask on his head finally came closer. By the looks of it, he was also a Shadow Guild missionary. Both of you, please help me and take me out of the dark forest. The masked man had multiple wounds all over his body. Although the bleeding had been stopped, the injuries were particularly serious. If he wasn't treated in time, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to support himself for long. Your Excellency, this is an encounter with a foreign beast? That's right, the team I was in was attacked by a high-grade foreign beast, and suffered heavy casualties. I was the only one left to escape, so I hope that you two will come to my aid. Oh. Simple, shell out the money. Ah. The masked man froze, clearly failing to understand Linley's meaning. Take out money, take out what money? What Crystals, blue coins or whatever materials you've collected, otherwise why should I help you? Do I look like a philanthropist? That's right, just thinking about empty gloves, no shame. Yu Yueka's divine assistance caused the masked man to be at a loss for words. Both of you, I don't have any crystals or heavenly treasures on me. For the sake of being of the same human race, please help me. Scratch that, it turns out to be a poor bee. Happy for nothing. Linley rolled his iconic big white eyes and said, Brother, now that the Great Compassion Mantra is going to be VIP in some software, my Buddha doesn't do anything for poor BS. You'd better find your own way out. Saying that, Linley and his duo bypassed the masked man and continued on their way. Two of you, I'm really desperate. Please help me. I'll let you have my daughter-in-law. My daughter-in-law can be young and beautiful, only 33 years old this year. Linley stumbled and almost didn't pout. Turning his head with looking at a little cutie. He said to the masked man, Dude, you're a ING talent, I'm only 18 years old. Just now I still think you are quite pitiful, now it seems. You still go to hell. A man who can even give away his daughter-in-law is really not a thing. Yu Yueka took 2 steps forward and raised his small pink fist and directly smashed it. Chapter 96, The Fall of the Poor Bee. I know an amazing secret treasure, don't kill me. The masked man fell to his knees with a frightened plop and shouted with his hands clasped together. Yu Yueka's small pink fist stopped in midair and looked back at Linley. Amazing secret treasure? Who am I to believe you? A poor bastard who couldn't even produce a crystal could really provide any clues to a secret treasure? If what he stated now was true, then, those words just now were false. People's hearts are wicked. I admit that I lied just now. The team I was in was not attacked by a high-level foreign beast, but rather snatched the treasure with a high-level foreign beast, thus suffering heavy losses. I had intended to sell this clue for a good price after I returned, but I didn't expect to meet Linley and ask for money without saying anything. If you don't give the money and send your wife to them, they won't do it and are ready to kill themselves. This TM to find who to say reason to go? What treasure? Elemental Dharma Scroll. What? Say that again? Without waiting for Linley to react, Yu went crazy first. Pulling out a voice almost didn't bring the wolves in. Are you crazy? Why are you so excited when you hear something? Linley yanked Yu Yueka over, seemingly annoyed, seemingly confused, and asked. Idiot, you don't even know about the elemental law scroll?
This thing records the shocking secret of the elements descending into the world, and has existed since long before the opening of the new era. It is rumored that as long as one collects all 12 elemental Dharma scrolls, one can learn the method of controlling the origin and awakening the power of nature. At that time, you can arrive at an unprecedented new height of human beings. What foreign beasts, enemies, just in a thought, can be destroyed in smoke. You can understand it as, the one who collects the scrolls of the law can be called a god. Lindley's eyes were stagnant as he touched his own forehead, and then touched Yu Yueka's forehead. He didn't have a fever. Why does this story sound like the 8 Dragon Balls? Collect all 8 Dragon Balls, be omnipotent, and realize any wish you want. Girl, are you alright? Oops, what time is it? I'll lie to you. 3 months later, go back and ask Chief Yi. Rumor has it, he also has a volume. And Wang Gang, the Dean of Sacred Radiance Academy, and Li Tainan, the President of the Divine Lord Guild, each have a scroll in their hands. This story is true? Controlling the origin. Awakening the power of nature. The meaning of the latter was not yet clarified, but the former. Wasn't Lindley just coming into contact with the dark origin? What other elemental law scrolls did this thing need to collect? Arriving at unprecedented new heights, no feeling awe. Saint rank or God King? You guys are from the Dark Kingdom? The two men's movements stalled before they reacted to the fact that they had just blurted out their words. Since this was the case, it was time to kill and silence them. With a flash of coldness in his hand, the victory evil sword was once again drawn. The masked man was so frightened that he hurriedly kowtowed and admitted his mistake. Master, I didn't hear anything, and you didn't say anything. I'll tell you where the elemental Dharma scroll is located, and you can spare my life. Yes. Lindley smoothly retrieved the Shangxian sword, indicating his agreement. The masked man heaved a sigh of relief, and just in case made a point of making the other party swear an oath. Making an oath with an elemental star. This thing was no joke. Once the oath was broken, it was highly likely that it would be reversed. If it was light, the breakthrough would be blocked, and if it was heavy, the body would explode with demonization. Therefore, no one would choose to make an oath with an elemental star if it wasn't an extremely special situation. I hereby swear to the elemental star in my body that if the other party truthfully explains where the elemental Dharma scroll is located, I will let him go and will never hurt his life. Is that okay? Lindley held up 3 fingers and made an oath in a decent manner. Only then did the masked man feel relieved, and recounted the location of the elemental scroll in detail. Incidentally. Similarly, he made an oath, stating that he would not disclose the identity of the two of them, not to mention that he would not lie or falsify. Lindley nodded with satisfaction, so proving that the elemental Dharma scroll was real. Alright, deal struck, good luck. After saying that, Lindley turned around with an evil smile. On the side, Yu Yueka pulled back her black hair curtain, her killing intent showing. You? Are you crazy? But you made an oath that you would spare me. The masked man was dumbfounded. He never expected the other party to suddenly change his mind. This was illogical, wasn't it? I did promise to let you go, but my little brother didn't? I can guarantee that I will not make a move. As for the others. Hey, sorry, my word doesn't count. You're simply a devil, scum, pervert. Before the masked man could finish, a dark green blade cut across his neck. A generation of poor bastards, and thus the curtain fell. This is Lindley taught him the last lesson of life, nothing less TM contact with strangers. It is not certain when you will be removed from the waste. What? You're saying I don't keep my word? No humanity? A ruthless man? What? Can you eat this? This poor man knows his identity. Even if he makes an oath, there is no reason to trust him. Besides, he's no good either. He's just a profit seeker. Even if Lindley didn't kill him now, with his current behavior, it would be difficult for him to get out of the dark forest. To give him a ride in advance, to help alleviate his pain, would be considered a good deed. No need to thank me. Please call me Mr. Living Buddha. What's the next target, the ice and fire unicorn or the elemental scroll? After briefly cleaning up the scene, Yu Yueka returned to Lindley and asked. The elemental Dharma scroll is in no hurry, not to mention the fact that there are high-level foreign beasts guarding the place. Not many people can seek it out just based on the geographical location it's in. Right now, time is running out. There are more and more teams searching for the ice fire Qilin. We have to hurry. But
Where are we going to find it in such a large dark forest? Linley thought for a moment and said, the ice and fire Chilan mother beast, with its peak super rank strength, must be in the deepest part of the dark forest. Once a team fights with it, the scene will definitely be a landslide, so are we still afraid that we won't be able to find it? Wow. I didn't expect you to have some brains. Linley didn't bother to retort, continuing to march deeper into the forest. Roughly an hour or so had passed. The stomach was hungry. Mother, not even having breakfast was like rushing. Little brother, big brother is hungry. Yu Yueka looked at Linley, then at his own stomach, and said in an aggravated manner, I'm hungry too. So what? I go to find food? Otherwise, Lu? You are the little brother or I am the little brother? Looking for food, this kind of basic work, shouldn't it be you to do? Hey! You're a man, shouldn't a man hunt and a woman cook? What? Who the hell is living with you? Chapter 97, The Northeastern Farmhouse. Little brother loves big brother loves little brother. Linley has always upheld this order principle. So, Yu Yueka was sent out to hunt around the neighborhood. Just kidding. Eat my food, drink my food, and try to whore me out for nothing. What's the use of being good looking? A microslope airfield. No wait at all. 10 minutes later. You can't move. 20 minutes later. Yu didn't move. 30 minutes later. Yu Yueka still hasn't moved. Linley couldn't sit still, this girl wouldn't have fallen into a pit, right? Or maybe she was told to go hunting and got eaten by the prey? Looking in the direction where Yu Yueka was hunting, she didn't notice anything unusual. There shouldn't be any powerful foreign beasts in this vicinity. Otherwise, there was no reason why one would not be able to perceive it. Little brother. Little brother. Linley lowered his voice as much as he could, shouting as he searched. After groping back and forth like this for 7 or 8 minutes, finally unearthed the anomaly. What a big pit! It was about 2 meters in diameter and deep. The upper layer of rock is broken, tree branches and leaves are still hanging around the pit. At a glance, it was someone who passed by and accidentally stepped on the laminated rock and fell into the deep pit. Yu Yueka really fell into the pit? It's so deep, won't she be dropped to her death, right? After thinking about it, I decided to go down and check it out. If you don't look at the face of the Buddha, at least it's the granddaughter of Elder Yu's fifth elder, and she recognizes herself as her big brother, so it's not easy to explain what happened. Linley took a deep breath and pulled out the Shang-Xie sword. He jumped directly into the pit. A strong sense of weightlessness hit his entire body, and Linley inserted the Shang-Xie sword into the surrounding soil layer as a way to slow down his descent. After roughly 30 seconds, he finally reached the bottom. Good lord, 100 meters deep. If it wasn't for his spatial teleportation skill, he wouldn't have been able to return to the ground. Entering the bottom of the pit, his sight became wide open. Looking around, Linley froze. This place. Isn't it a northeastern farmhouse? Familiar bungalow architectural style, familiar red bricks and tiles. Mother. The most outrageous thing was that there was also a gust of cooking smoke floating above the house. The rich aroma of vegetables filled the entire area. Make an effort to smell it. Potato, eggplant, and bean curd stew. Hungrier. 2 steps into the courtyard, and a dim light shot out from the house. It was as if there was a feeling of nostalgia. Outside the door, there stood a row of sauerkraut tanks. Shovels, hoes and other agricultural tools are neatly placed in the corner. A few old hands clucking wandering in the vegetable garden. Everywhere is the breath of life. But Linley is very curious, there is no sunlight, so how do the vegetables in the garden grow? A new hybridization? Little brother? Are you there, little brother? Inside the compound, Linley's low shout echoed. There was no way around it, since stepping into this courtyard, all of his elemental psychic senses had disappeared. Linley had no way of determining whether Yu Yueka was inside or not. Creak. The worn wooden door was slowly pushed open, and a clear, loud voice came out from inside the house. There are friends coming from afar, please come in. The character belonging exclusively to Killing Data has officially made his debut. Elder, no offense, I'm just here to look for a friend, may I ask, can you see? She's right here, come in, let's have dinner together. Uh, Better not, I will leave after picking up my friend, not to bother you. No harm, no harm. Elder, you see. I still. Damn, quite a big old man grinding. I'll let you in, so what? Can you be poisoned to death by drinking a few sips of wine with me? Lindley was scolded, really TM Northeast people ah? This temper says it all. Gotta charge you this sentence, juniors high and low drink on two mouths. The situation is such a situation, the thing is such a thing. The words have been said to this point, and then refused, that can be really ungrateful. Northeastern people's biggest hobby is what? Bull, bragging bee. Lindley is good at this point he is a Northeastern people. Give people a good company, a happy, maybe rewarded with some opportunities, that beautiful Thinking of this, Lindley walked 2 steps. Stepped into the house. Indeed is an ordinary private house, into the eyes is the outhouse ground. Nota's stove was still steaming at the moment. The dishes in the pot were gone, they should have been put into a rice tray and brought into the inner room. Here. Still the same voice came from the inner room. Just now the distance was too far to hear it, but now the distance was closer. Listening to the voice, the other party was not very old. It was as if he was in his 20s. Wow. Lindley peeled open the door curtain and carefully walked in. Taking a look to the right like this. Almost didn't die of anger. I saw Yueka take off her shoes, get on the bed, cross her legs, and make it hard. A pot of potatoes and eggplant stewed with bean curd, plus a few large onions, with a large sauce, and a small dish of pickles, eating that is a fragrant. Seeing Lindley enter the house, holding the rice bowl can be hard to smile. Damn, I was so worried about her just now, but it turned out that she was eating here. Yueka, you. Lindley was so angry that she pursed her lips and puffed out her nose, wanting to curse, but suddenly realized that there was someone else beside her. Shift the line of sight. Where was the person sitting opposite Yueka, a senior? It was clearly a young man. He was plainly dressed and had a handsome appearance. A head of short black hair, although a little messy, but also just right. Looking at his appearance, he was not much older than himself. At the moment, he was staring at Lindley and waved with a smile on his face. Hello, latecomer. You. Hello. The corners of Lindley's mouth couldn't help but twitch, like what if he was being taken advantage of? Hungry, please sit down. Good. Lindley was a bit at a loss for words now, unable to figure out the identity of the other party, and unable to rush in case he was a hermit and a tall person. Although it doesn't look like much. Yueka very consciously moved his butt inwards to make room for a piece of land. Lindley saw the situation also no nonsense, directly took off his shoes on the bed. Right in front of that hermit tall man. Excuse me, what's your name? My name is Kiljun. Kiljun? Oh, hello, my name is Lindley. Thinking about it, the mask was off anyway, what should be exposed had already been exposed, there was nothing to hide. I know you, the dark legend with a reward of $300 million. Lindley was startled, the other party had actually heard of him? It seemed that it wasn't a so-called hermit Highlander. You're overthinking it, it was Miss Yu who told me about this farmhouse, I haven't gone out for 23 years. Huh? Lindley was completely confused. Yueka told the other party? Kiljun had stayed in this place for 23 years, how old was he? Alas? This bee can read minds? Chapter 98 Wife and Children in a Hot Bed. Wait. I'm a bit messy, let's do it one by one. Yueka. What? Yueka was pulling rice into her mouth, and was puzzled as she turned her head to look over. Why are you saying everything out loud? You're selling your teammates. No, it's selling your big brother, can you afford me? Bull, how did I wrong you? I obviously didn't say anything, he guessed it himself. Guessed it? At this time, Kiljun also spoke up. Indeed I guessed it out, Miss You didn't say anything. Now Lindley was even more confused. Guessed it out? This was clearly mind reading, right? No, I can't call this mind reading, but mind invasion technique. Lindley didn't understand. Yueka didn't get it either with her rice bowl. TSK. It's manipulating the power of darkness to invade your minds and extract the memories I want to know. Of course, only memories within 7 days. That's right, I'm an alien, darkness alien. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you too, the so-called money means nothing to me. If you keep cursing me, I'm going to beat you up. Linley hurriedly withdrew his mind. This little guy was really something, the title of worldly superior was true to his name. Alright, drink, eat the food, clean up and I'll go with you. Ah? Go with me? Where to? Of course I'm going out. I've been in this hellhole for more than 20 years, I have to go out and find a daughter-in-law and settle down for the rest of my life, right? Linley's heart has never stopped since he entered the house. How poor are you? What kind of girl would be willing to give up her life for a daughter-in-law? Which girl is so kind-hearted that she is willing to sacrifice herself for others? That, Elder Slayer, you are also a darkness system alien, so can you teach me the so-called mind invasion technique just now? You can, but with your current strength you simply can't learn it, utilizing the power of darkness to invade the other party's mind. The prerequisite is that it is 2 major classes above the other party's strength. Linley realized that something was wrong, according to what the other party said, then Kiljun's current realm, minimum super rank or above? 23 years old super rank? I awakened my psychic abilities at the age of 3, and in 20 years, arriving at today's height is hard to understand? Right? Who said that one couldn't awaken psychic abilities at the age of 3? It was only a matter of probability. Nearly 99% of people awakened their powers after the age of 16. However, there was still a small portion of people who were lucky enough to be favored by the heavens, who would awaken their powers before the age of 16. Only, awakening at the age of 3 is a bit too NB. Linley took a piece of potato and stuffed it into his mouth to suppress his shock. Suddenly, an idea drilled into his mind, and his eyes instantly lit up. Elder, the outside world isn't that good, it's not hard to find a daughter-in-law, but it's hard to make money. Without money, there is no daughter-in-law, much less a home. How about, you come to me, act as a fighter, and I'll pay you a salary. 1 month. 5 million blue coins. Guarantee your wife and child a hot bed. Hearing Linley's words, Kiljun was obviously stunned. Because he perceived that the other party wasn't lying. In that case, this was indeed a very good choice. $20 million. Cough cough cough. Damn it, this bastard had learned the skill of bargaining as well. Linley took a deep breath. $20 million is $20 million. As long as he caught the ice and fire Qilin, 3 billion blue coins would be in his hands. This amount of money Linley could still take out. Alright, in that case. 100 million. Ha? You're getting 3 billion, I'll take 100 million, it's not too much, right? Well, it's not too much. Yu Eka on the side came with a wave of divine assistance, almost not choking Linley to death. Shut your mouth and eat your rice. Oh. Yu Eka shrunk her neck and continued to dry her rice. Senior, this $20 million have been negotiated, it's not appropriate to raise the price temporarily, right? Kiljun did not think so, drinking a cup of goat fence to himself. I think it is quite appropriate. You do not also hold the idea of selling teammates and monopolizing the rewards? By the way, that little girl named Ching Linger has a problem. What do you mean? Feelings. One of the 3 is a mole. Through your memory, I saw how each of the 3 behaved. Those 2 boys have some small minds, but they are not hostile to you. It's this little girl. TSK, not simple yo. Linley now had one thought. Big brother NB With his memory, he was able to help Linley find the so-called mole. If he could keep Kiljun by his side in the future, he would still take off. If you find me a daughter-in-law, I'll work for you. It's not a big problem, can we discuss something first? I can't, I don't take on disciples. Before my master passed away, he had specifically instructed me that I would only serve as an assistant to a legendary talent. Alright. Linley's heart is satisfied to have Senior assisting him. Alright, hurry up and eat, we'll discuss after dinner. In this way, Linley and Kiljun drank 2 pounds of white wine. Yu Eka the girl was really not picky, and ate 4 whole big bowls of rice. The amount of vegetables in one pot ended up with no hair left over. According to the agreement, Kiljun began to pack his luggage. And this so-called luggage is pots and pans, quilts and bedding, salted vegetables and onions, an old hen's rooster. Elder Kil, are we planning to move? Kiljun stood in the vegetable garden plucking onions, explaining in a serious tone, this is all my heart and soul, and after we go out, we'll never be able to eat such delicious vegetables again. Linley was speechless. Aren't all vegetables the same flavor? What kind of vegetables don't come in any kind of society nowadays? What thick and long onions can't be bought? Seeing the mountain of parcels, Linley had a big headache. The last thing he could do was to give a spatial ring to kill June. This is still the one that was snatched from Ju Wooning's hands last time. Let's hope that everything goes well in the follow-up, and that with the help of this senior kill, he succeeds in capturing the ice and fire unicorn. Ready? Ready. Let's begin. Linley nodded, then released his darkness abnormal energy. The black mist gradually wrapped around the three of them, and their sight returned in a little bit. Kiljun faced the farmhouse compound and waved his hand with seeming reluctance. Goodbye, my former home. Rumble. The deepest part of the dark forest, the center of the border with the extreme north beast region. A small mushroom cloud rose into the air. A distance of 1,000 meters in a circle was flattened. Dozens of exalts ran outward like mad. Among them, there was also the familiar little three. Damn it, which bastard angered the ice and fire Chelan mother beast, there's no fun for everyone now. Chapter 99 Stuttering Squad. Roar. A thunderous roar resounded through half of the dark forest. The originally sunny weather was now covered in dark clouds. Purple lightning thunder snakes kept shuttling through the thick clouds, as if they would descend into the world at any moment. It was like an apocalyptic scene, whether it was a foreign beast or a foreigner, they would all run away madly. Xinglinger followed closely behind fluttering Gongzi, her gaze extremely complicated. The target was lost, and the ice and fire Chelan had gotten angry. How can we go back now? Strange, it's been so long, why haven't we seen the Grim Reaper and the gold medal little chef? Could they be in some kind of trouble? This won't work, with just the three of us, the plan can't be implemented smoothly, we must form a new alliance. Why don't we wait a little longer? Xinglinger looked left and right, never finding Linley's figure. This inevitably made her a little overwhelmed. It could only open its mouth to stall for time. Roar! With another roar, the Icefire Chelan's mountain-like body appeared in the crowd's field of vision. At this moment, the hearts of all the people and beasts present were spitting out the same sentence. Damn, this bee can fly? Fey beasts weren't like humans, who could control the ability to fly after arriving at a certain realm. Rather, when you were born, your species determined whether or not you could fly. This point was not detached from nature. But this ice and fire Chelan doesn't have wings either? It's a three-system supernatural beast, and now it can also fly, how the hell can we play? Which three? Ice system, inflammation system, and thunder system. The existence of this kind of beast is extremely special, and the number is pitifully small. Can be said to be 1 in 100 million probability of appearance, especially like the ice and fire Chelan, such a powerful beast, with the current knowledge of mankind, absolutely no more than 5. However, on the human side, there had never been a strong multi-system alien ability. It was probably because the physique was too fragile to withstand the mixed impact of too many alien energy attributes. Not good. That is going to breathe fire again, everyone combine your defenses. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Jianghu magician directly gave up the idea of escaping. The three of them formed a circle and combined their efforts to release the strongest defense skills. The fluttering gentleman was the first to pull out a colorful crystal ball and threw it straight into the air. The crystal ball floated in the air and exploded, releasing a powerful mixed elemental supernatural energy that firmly wrapped the three of them. Golden light wall. Green blockade. Ice crystal fortress. It was also the moment the three had cast their skills and stabilized. The roaring flames eroded the earth, and several people were like a flatboat in the ocean. Staggering and fragile. Elder Slayer, can these three guys hold out? On the hillside 1,000 meters away, 3 melon eaters were watching with great interest. Linley pointed at the 3 people staggering under the tree and asked curiously to the side. Kiljun shook his head, but then nodded. It's possible, but it will be injured. That crystal ball will last up to 30 seconds. Looking at this little guy, it will spray for at least 35 seconds or so. Little guy? Who's the little guy? Linley thought he had misheard and didn't care. But right now these 3 were injured for sure. This ice and fire Chelan has already been enraged, it's much more difficult to capture the little Chelan. Ha? How come I don't see the little Chelan? Yu Eka stretched his head and looked for half a day without seeing any trace of the little Chelan. He couldn't help but be curious. Kiljun pointed at the ice and fire Chelan in the void and said, on her back. On her back? Then what the hell are we catching? Linley decisively chose to give up, not to mention putting his hand on the other party's back. Now this situation can't even get close. Maybe at some point it will give you a big spray of fire. Money is important, but life is the most important thing. Hey! Forget it, this mission reward is not destined to belong to me, Linley, or go back and change the mission. Linley turned around and sighed slightly. Stretching out his hand, he wanted to tug the two away. The left hand grabbed. The right hand. Hey! Where is everyone? Kiljun's figure disappeared at some point. It confused Linley. Da. Big. Big what big, why are you still stuttering? Seeing Yu Eka in this state, Linley was both speechless and wanted to laugh. Eating brain damage tablets, right? Idiot, look at the sky. Yu Eka directly broke over Linley's head and fixed his sight in the air. I. Stuttering Squad added a new member. Right at this moment, above the void, Kiljun's figure appeared on the back of the Icefire Qilin. Easily grabbing the small griffin's tail, he then patted the large griffin's head. Once again, he disappeared into thin air. Linley faintly felt a spatial fluctuation beside him. Turning his head, he looked. It was another. The little Qilin had been captured back? It took at most 5 seconds to come back and forth, and it even molested the female Qilin a bit. That's a bit uncharacteristically strong, isn't it? Don't stare, grab that little guy before he reacts. Big brother, you're still afraid of the female Qilin with this strength? It's not that I'm afraid, but it's unnecessary. Robbing someone else's child, it's already our fault, so it's a bit too much to clean it up again. Linley grew his mouth, froze for 2 or 3 seconds before asking, Big brother, what exactly is your strength? Don't know. Don't know? Just don't know. I've been cultivating for 20 years, I'm not very clear about the positioning of the foreign energy in my body. When I adapt for a period of time, I should be able to recognize it. Roar! At this moment, the female Qilin's great spew of fire finally ended. The woods and vegetation within 1,000 meters all turned into smoke and dissipated. The earth was bare and black. It was unclear how many people had died, probably not 100, but 80. In the end, the miserable 3 little ones didn't hold out and were attacked by the flames. The good thing is that they only received a momentary impact, and their injuries were not too serious. At this moment, is helping each other to get up, walking apprehensively towards the distance to disappear. The female Qilin came to her senses and looked at her back. She looked at her back, and then at the location of Linley's trio. She froze for 2 seconds. Then, an unprecedented roar erupted. Without saying a word, Kiljun directly raised his hand and gave the other party a punch. A punch in space. The entire space trembled violently, and the palpitating dark energy could not be captured with the naked eye. Because it was simply too fast. Boom! A muffled sound came from the female Qilin's body directly flew backwards. A faint wailing sound was emitted. Didn't you say you wouldn't do anything? Nonsense, she's trying to kill you all. If I don't do anything, who's going to find me a daughter-in-law? Linley, Yu Eka simultaneously threw up their thumbs and shouted, awesome. Alright, we should go, it seems like. There's a big guy approaching. Chapter 100 Green mountains never change, green water always flows. Big guy? It can't be a saint-ranked fey beast, can it? Gotta grab and run then. Knocking out the little Qilin that was flailing and howling. Casting black mist one after another. With Linley's current strength, he could teleport up to 200 meters each time. After 5 casts, he returned to the dark forest area. There were a lot of trees in this place, so it was good for hiding one's identity. The super great ice and fire Qilin hadn't gotten over it yet, so he had to take this opportunity to escape. Most of the beasts and aberrants that had just fled in all directions were swallowed up by the flames and turned into fertilizer to protect the flowers. Only a small number of strong strength can escape. This group of people had all seen the terrifying strength of Kiljun. Even if the ice and fire Qilin cubs were in the hands of Linley's team, no one dared to come forward to fight for them. Who dared to put their own little lives on the line? Reaper. Little Chef. Fluttering Prince, that familiar voice came from the distance, and Linley's trio didn't lower their speed, merely glancing at it. What a tragedy! A big, white, clean young man was currently being burned into an old country bumpkin. His body was scorched black. Clothes were tattered and torn, and the wounds had not yet been treated. The three of them all look like this, especially Green Spirit. Red piece, white piece, green piece, purple piece. This reveals a piece, that reveals a piece. It is forbidden to drive, so I didn't show any key parts. Happy face. He. There is material. It's just a pity that this little beauty had clothes inside her spatial ring, and was quickly covered up. Hey! What are you looking at? Your eyes are all straight. Yu Eka sensed something wrong with Linley and followed her gaze. Bah! Stinking rascal! Why are you everywhere? I'm a hooligan and I'm happy to be. People have material, do you? Ms. Airfield? You what you, focus on driving, I'll look at it again. Linley turned his head again and realized that Kiljun was also looking. And looking even more seriously than Linley. If he wasn't wearing a mask, that colorful look would have scared people. Two perverts. Yu Eka muttered a small mouth and rushed to the front to lead the way. Your Reaper Excellency, congratulations on capturing the Icefire Qilin. Dare I ask if this senior is? As the two teams got closer and closer, the fluttering Duke held a reverent gaze and asked cautiously. Kiljun ignored him, his gaze still locked on Changlinger. Linley sensed that something was wrong. Kiljun was not shibboleth, but rather sizing up, scrutinizing. Girl, the foreign energy in your body doesn't belong to you, right? With one word, the whole place was confused. Changlinger was even stunned as her breathing stuttered, her wide-eyed beauty full of unbelief. Doesn't belong to yourself? Linley seemed to associate it with something. Then combining it with reality, analyzing it, and judging it. Determined. This Changlinger was 80% an undercover agent sent by the demonized Legion. But how did the other party know his whereabouts? Elder's words, late generation can't understand. How could Changlinger dare to admit it? She could only lie with a hard head. The remaining two did not unearth the end, feeling that the senior's speech was cloudy. It should be complimenting Changlinger, right? It's just, I don't want to care about your affairs, but this kid, you can't take him away. Kiljun withdrew his sight and spoke indifferently. Changlinger's gaze grew more and more tense as she skimmed over Linley, a tinge of disappointment catching in her eyes. The difficulty of this mission was too great, and she chose to give up. Three of you, this time, you guys didn't put in a single ounce of effort to snatch the Icefire Qilin, and you all relied on this big brother of mine to make an appearance. Of course, my big brother's appearance fee is also very expensive. 2 ghost grasses is the base price. For the sake of our cooperation, I'll give you 5 million blue coins and 3 middle-ranked beast crystals, just as a way to make friends and keep the friendship. To be honest, Linley was already quite enough. If it wasn't for the fact that these three people's identities weren't simple, and they wanted to leave a good karma to facilitate their actions when they bumped into each other in the future, there was no way that a dime would be left for each other. But what Linley hadn't expected was that the fluttering Duke and the Jianghu magician had refused. Your Excellency is right, we didn't contribute to this operation, and this mission reward has nothing to do with us. It's already an honor to be able to get to know Senior. How dare we ask for extravagant money? That's right, since mission 999 has already belonged to us, there's no need for us to get entangled. Wouldn't it be better to work together again when we have the chance in the future? Yo, these two people were quite sensible. Or rather, they were quite qualified and educated. Knowing that green mountains don't change, green water flows forever. Linley was afraid of meeting douchebags who felt that others deserved him, owed him, and should share a portion of their rewards with him. If that's the case, none of these three people can escape. All of them would have to be turned into living fertilizer. Since that's the case, 3 of you, see you again if you have the chance. We have other things to do, so we won't return to Tsung City for the time being. Miss Linger, see you again sometime. Linley waved his hand at Changlinger. He knew in his heart that the other party wasn't here to kill him, but to bring him to the demonized Legion. It was the same virtue as Huali back then. It was unclear exactly what means the other party had at their disposal, but if it wasn't for the presence of Kiljun today, a great battle would have been inevitable. The two teams honored each other goodbye, and then they went their separate ways. There are still a lot of bold alien hidden around, a group of outlaws just. All of them were unwilling to have the ghost grass and 3 billion blue coins and 50 crystals snatched away. Since this was the case, Linley didn't say anything. Immediately handed Kiljun a blue card. There was 100 million inside, which Yi Cheng had handed over to himself. When one was paid, naturally speaking, one had to work. Kiljun was very painful and snapped his fingers, and the surrounding area was instantly quiet. Linley more and more cannot see through the strength of the realm of Kiljun. Hidden around are basically some high-level alien, occasionally mixed with some middle-ranking gangsters. But a ringing finger can solve dozens of people, this strength positioning. At least Yi Chang's level. That is, the peak level of the super order. After eliminating the hidden danger, several people accelerated their march. From this position, the presence of the ice and fire Qilin mother beast could still be sensed. A roar from the big guy shook the ground of the dark forest. The clouds in the sky had yet to dissipate, proving that the mother beast's rage had yet to subside. Linley turned east and west based on the direction of the secret treasure's location as described by the masked man. It wasn't until 6 hours later that completely shook off the ice and fire Qilin mother beast. At the same time, he arrived at the Deceitful Realm Mountain. Deceitful Realm Mountain. Along with Fuzhou Mountain, Hengta Mountain, Hitai Mountain, Jiaopeng Mountain, and Pingwang Mountain, it is known as the 6 holy mountains of the northern beast region. Why are they called sacred mountains? Because it is rumored that each mountain is occupied by a sacred beast. The strength is monstrous, only the whereabouts are uncertain, seldom frequented. The remaining 5 mountains are located deep in the beast domain. Only this Deceitful Realm Mountain is located at the border of the dark forest. Stepping into this mountain meant stepping into the beast domain. The number of foreign beasts encountered would increase exponentially, and the level of danger was far beyond what the dark forest could match. We've arrived. Chapter 101. I spin, I spin, I spin. Roar. Wow. Linley and Yu Yueka retreated nearly 100 meters with an extremely tacit understanding. This job was still Kiljun's specialty. Inside the cave, a pair of scarlet bloodthirsty eyes blinked like neon lights. They are like red candles in the cold wind and moon, flickering. Kiljun stood at the entrance of the dark as ink cave and snapped his fingers. Ta-da! Done. The two of them, Linley, walked back again in silence. It's so cool. When will we be able to have this kind of style? The moment he snapped his fingers, Linley seemed to have detected a spatial elemental fluctuation. Maybe his realm is too low to keep up with the big brother hand speed it. After clearing the obstacles, the 3 of them walked into the cave. The rich smell of blood hit their noses, choking the few people who frowned. How many people or beasts had to have been killed for this to accumulate blood chi? Just look at the ground. Various kinds of white bones, strewn and scattered, and many undecayed corpses with masked heads, most likely the accomplices of that poor masked man. Unable to recognize their own strength positioning, rushing up to give away their heads. This place. Can there really be secret treasures? Why do I feel like it's a nest of foreign beasts? Yu Yueka looked east and west and saw nothing but bare rock walls and white bones. The space inside the cave wasn't too big, and it was only about 400 meters to the end. Linley circled around the rock wall, saying anything to find out the secret treasure. It wasn't that he was persistent, but there were definitely treasures buried in this place. Otherwise, that group of mission executives, fed up, would come to this place to explore? 30 minutes later. Linley compromised. Mother, there was nothing in this tight place. That group of idiots must have been fooled. Kiljun sat on a raised rock, looking at the 2 people working blindly for half a day, and finally couldn't sit still. You too. Can't you raise your heads and look around? Raise your head? Linley hurriedly tilted his neck to look upwards. There really was one. He saw a golden yellow ancient iron box hanging at the top of the cave in the center of the cave. A few strands of vines were entwined around it, holding it in place for dead. A treasure chest? Is this really a secret treasure of the wilderness? Yu Yueka stared blankly at the top. There were still things like treasure chests in this era? Wasn't it said that it was scattered? How did it even become a monopoly reward? Let's get it down first. Linley slashed his finger, the dark black blade directly shattering the vines, and the heavy iron chest bammed onto the ground. The ear-piercing sound of metal friction echoed throughout the cave. Kiljun also came to interest, followed by 2 people went up to check. Linley squatted down and briefly fiddled with the big treasure box. There was no lock and no mechanism. With a click, the lid was lifted. Taking a look inside. This is Mars Turtle Man? There was only one thing inside the treasure chest, 2 palm-sized stone tablets. And the words inscribed on them, Linley couldn't understand them at all. There was a circle drawn on the left and a hook drawn on the right. There was also a smiley face in the center. Was this a new version of hieroglyphics? Do you can read it? The remaining two shook their heads, indicating that they had touched a knowledge-blind spot. Linley picked up the stone tablet and flipped it up and down, nothing special. The most important thing should be the words inscribed on it. It seemed like he had to take the time to find a literature master. Let him help see if this Martian style can be translated. Snap. HM? What is it? Linley looked back. A small stone? Snap, snap. Two small stones. Clatter. An earthquake? Run. In less than 3 seconds, the entire cave began to tremble violently, the rocks at the top falling off one after another, and cracks began to appear in the surrounding rock walls. This is too bloody, isn't it? Playing with earthquakes for a good reason? Can't go out. Just as Linley and his duo rushed out 100 meters, Kiljun's figure suddenly appeared directly in front of them, stopping them. Linley was a little confused, and also a little anxious. The cave was about to collapse, why not go out? Elder Kill, it's about to collapse. If we don't get out, we're going to evolve into monkeys. What do you mean? Pressed at the bottom of the mountain for 500 years. Kiljun shook his head and turned to look out of the cave. This is not an earthquake, but a great riot of foreign beasts. A great riot? Linley, Eka vocalized at the same time. How did this for no reason? It didn't seem like it was for no reason. It can't be because of this little Qilin, right? Linley lifted the little Qilin in his hand and shook it. It hasn't woken up yet. No, that female hasn't yet arrived at the ability to control an army of foreign beasts. It's most likely the work of that big guy that just appeared. The big guy? Saint-ranked foreign beasts. Linley's eyes widened and he instantly went numb-clawed. Saint-ranked foreign beasts had gotten out. Going out would definitely be a death sentence. Huh? Linley realized that the earthquake had subsided. It should be the alien beast army pressing past. Oh no, there's going to be another big battle in Sung City. Isn't this a normal thing? In recent times, large and small battles in Sung City have occurred nearly every 7 or 8 days. Linley, turn your ring. This battle, it's extraordinary. This bee is peeking into his memories again. Hey! That's not right, didn't he say he could only extract memories within 7 days? Your ring is being held by a powerful chi. I can guess with my toes that it's a teleportation magic weapon. A teleportation magic weapon? Then how come I can't teleport there? Because you don't have enough strength. When you arrive at your so-called high-level realm, you will naturally be able to use it. Wow. Hey! You still haven't said why you need to turn the ring? What does extraordinary mean? It means that this alien beast riot involves at least 1 million people, and I've already sensed 27 of the so-called super stage alone. What the hell, 1 million beasts? How many guards are there in Song City? Nearly 100,000 would be good. I turn. Linley riveted his strength and quickly turned the ancient black ring. Truly, a powerful aura began to emerge. Yi Cheng's familiar entrance was reflected in the trio's eyes. What's wrong? Linley called me to. Halfway through his words, Yi Cheng suddenly sensed that something was wrong. His face swished and changed, looking very seriously out of the cave. How come there are so many? What exactly has happened? If I'm not mistaken, you're the so-called half-step sage, right? Yi Cheng turned around violently and looked at Kiljun as if he was an enemy. Who is your excellency? How dare you see through my strength? A nameless person, calling myself Kiljun. Chapter 102: A New Breed of Darkness. Sterilization? It's killing June. The June of 1,000 June. Linley hurriedly explained. However, Yi Cheng was still very wary. Your Excellency's strength is extraordinary. I'm afraid that you have long entered the realm of the Holy Order. I don't know where you came from and where you're staying? Linley couldn't stand to watch. Were all conversations between high-ranking people so inked? Brother Chang, I assure you that Senior Killer is in no way malicious. He is now my full-time fighter. Right now it's better to solve the problem of the invasion of foreign beasts. Yi Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at Linley and pondered for a split second. In that case, Your Excellency is interested in joining me? Ask him, he pays my salary, I listen to him. Kiljun pointed at Linley with his chin, particularly calm. It's no problem to go out. Can you send the two of us back to Song City first? One more person is more power. Good. Let's go.
Yi Cheng directly released the black mist and wrapped the few people present. When the next second came, Linley realized that he was above the clouds.
Above. Above. Vomit. No way, you're going to vomit just after flying? Yu Eka gripped Kiljun's arm tightly and looked at Linley with a teasing expression.
You're the one who talks too much. Be careful, I'll spit in your face.
Vomit. Ha. That's disgusting. Linley patted his chest and smoothed out his breath.
It was really too sudden to fly, and her head was too dizzy to adapt.
It was much better now. Wire. Weller.
The ear-piercing siren sounded halfway across the sky, looking down towards the bottom. The densely packed army of foreign beasts was currently charging towards the location of Tsung City in a frenzy. At the back of the team, there were several incomparably horrifying figures interspersed. Among them, the ice and fire Qilin mother beast was the most conspicuous. At this moment, its eyes were red, and its dark brown nostrils were constantly gasping for air, as if it was holding anger in its heart that desperately needed to be released. This is a big trouble. How did you even lure the ice and fire Qilin mother beast here?
Then why did you capture its cub? For the sake of the quest, 3 billion blue coins, 2 ghost grasses, and 50 middle-ranked Fey Beast crystals, what reason do I have to refuse? Hey!
This female beast is afraid that it's been controlled by other saint-ranked Fey Beasts, and in its berserk state, even I wouldn't dare to take it lightly.
What then? Can Song City be defended? It has to be defended even if it can't be defended. Just now I have released my chi, the people from the Dark Kingdom will arrive soon. Then, shouldn't we also inform the evil spirit Holy Temple? No need, there are other people amongst the guards. When it's time to come, they will come. During the speaking period, a group of 4 people, along with a beast, finally arrived at Sun City. Landing on top of that familiar steel barrier, thousands of city guards stood in strict wait. Your Excellency, capturing a thief is the first step. You and I should have no problem taking down that big guy when we join forces. Give it a try. Kiljun took off his mask, guffawed, and disappeared with Yi Chang. What is this thing called? We just tossed it a month ago, and now it's coming back to guard the border. It's also the same ING place.
Linley held onto the city wall, observing and sighing at the same time.
Yu Eka scratched his head and asked curiously, who did you come with last time? My classmate, a girl named Lu Qingyue. Che, as good-looking as me?
Linley's mouth twitched, his eyes skimmed towards the bottom of the slant, flirting. The face value is equally divided. It is this other place well.
Oh. People are mountain peaks, this is a plain, endless. Ping. Yu Eka was so angry that she went up and kicked. Linley casually grabbed it. I don't have time to mess with you when the enemy is at hand. If you want to mess with me, go home and mess with me. Who's going home with you? Stinking hooligan. Yu Eka twisted her head away, no longer paying attention.
Because the army of foreign beasts had already attacked the foot. The familiar yet shocking scene played out once again. Countless elemental skills covered the sky and smashed outside the city gates in a brainstorm. As the saying goes, when a soldier looks at the same person for 3 days, the last time he came here, Linley was only at the 4th level of the beginner's class. In just a month's time, he had already stepped into the realm of the middle rank. This improvement could not be described as great. Darkness shockwave. Do. 2 laser rays frantically swept the battlefield. With Linley's current stored value of alien energy, it wasn't a problem to last half an hour. Moreover, there was still that saint-ranked alien beast crystal, which was enough to recover while consuming. Great Dragon Scroll. Yu Eka pulled out the turquoise fan again, aimed at the center of the battlefield directly below, and swung with all her strength. A green dragon scroll that was neither too big nor too small rushed into the battlefield. Wherever it passed, there was chaos. Fey beasts of a lower level would all be caught up in it, dancing around. Can this Linley tolerate it? If a big brother isn't as handsome as his little brother, how can he establish his authority in the future? Dark rhythm. Linley got serious. Scary when he got serious. Scary and powerful. The land in a 100-meter radius was eroded by darkness, a black mist erupted out, but any foreign beasts that were stained would be eroded. Black Shadow Legion, give it to me. Linley went out on a limb, directly squandering his body's foreign energy. A full 300 or so demons were summoned.
The average strength of all of them was above the 4th level of the middle order. Although they weren't even hairs on the ground for the million-strong army of alien beasts. However, for the generals defending the city on their side, this was a great boost. Brother! Good job, your summoning ability has really come in handy. Hey! Why do I feel that this group of summons doesn't seem to be normal? I can feel it too, it's so rich in dark elements. Brother, what kind of genius ability do you have? Several of the surrounding exalts, while releasing their skills to defend the enemy, also didn't forget to ask Linley about his attribute exotic abilities. Because to them, the means that Linley had displayed were too bizarre. These 300 or so demons were simply unheard of and unseen. Linley quickly absorbed that saint-ranked Fey crystallization, commanding the demons to fight while claiming that he was a darkness attribute ability. Now the people around him were even more confused. Since when could the darkness department summon monsters? A new breed? Roar! Oh no, that ice and fire Qilin female beast is attacking. Everyone join forces to fend it off, never let it get close to the steel barrier. The target of the attack of the 1,000 or so Xenos instantly shifted. That huge body, the sky was filled with flames, the earth was frozen, and purple thunder rolled in the sky. Don't mention how oozing it was. If it was allowed to come into contact with the steel barrier, it was estimated that this line of defense would be easily broken. At that time, it would truly be a fiery hell on earth. Chapter 103: The Advent of the Dark Age. Linley, quickly release the little Qilin, the mother beast is rushing over. Seeing that the ice and fire Qilin's huge body was rapidly approaching, Yueka cried out urgently. Linley grabbed the still unconscious little Qilin and shook it. Still not awake. Letting it go? What a pity. There was no reason to spit out the fat meat that was in your mouth. Closing his eyes, he once again felt the power of the dark origin. In just 3 minutes. Relying on the Saint Stage alien beast crystals, he recovered most of his physical strength. Linley once again released all the alien energy in his body and concentrated it at one point. This time, it was bound to summon a high-grade flying demon. Whistling. A strange low roar that didn't resemble a tiger or a dragon came out. Linley suddenly felt his entire body lose strength. It was a bit overloaded. Luckily, the crystals in his hand were quickly replenished, and he was barely able to support himself. Opening his eyes, a demon with a black and red body, wings on its back, 2 horns on its head, and what appeared to be an external outline appeared. It was large, with a body length of more than 2 meters. Most importantly, it was the strength of a high rank too. Success! Linley didn't hesitate and directly rode up, holding the little Qilin firmly tight. Let's go, lure this big guy away. The demon under the seat seemed to have been born with a spirit, letting out a low roar in response. It then stirred its wings and leapt up. The ice and fire Qilin sensed the aura from the little Qilin and looked up furiously. He saw Linley riding a demon, holding the little Qilin in his arms, and rushing towards the rear of the beast army. His already crimson eyes became even deeper and darker. A roar that shook the heavens resounded through the battlefield, and the ice and fire Qilin similarly leapt up, chasing towards Linley's position. Seeing this scene, the defending army all sighed in relief. As long as the ice-fire Qilin was lured away, the rest of the beasts would be easy to deal with. Rumble! Rumble! Roar! Quickly, speed up, brother! Purple thunder spread across the sky, every now and then one would strike down. The demon carried Linley, staggering and dodging back and forth. Seeing the ice and fire unicorn getting closer and closer, Linley had to pull out the Shang Evil Sword, swinging his chopping blows to the rear while urging the demon to speed up and escape. This peak super rank foreign beast really wasn't something to be reckoned with. If it wasn't for the fact that it was holding the little Qilin, and the other party was concerned about hurting the child, it would have already burned itself to cinders with a large spit of fire. However, since the other party had concerns, then this matter could be handled well. Stall. Until the reinforcements arrived, everything would be fine. Pen. Quickly turn the corner. Linley held the demon's neck in a death grip and reversed direction with a sharp break. An overwhelming energy shock swept through the sky. It actually blasted away the thick clouds for a time. The long-lost sunlight once again fell on the earth. After a little bit of perception, most of the space filled with darkness system alien energy, which is also mixed with a small part of the heatwave of the inflammatory system. There was no need to guess. It was the 2 big brothers who were fighting with that saint-ranked alien beast. The impact could be felt from a distance of 10,000 meters. It was unimaginable to imagine the scene in the center of the battle. Behind the ice and fire unicorn beast was also impacted by this energy, although it did not cause damage, but also fear. Like Linley, it reversed its direction, not daring to approach. Mother, why is the support so slow? If it doesn't come, I'm going to be chopped to death. Linley kept an eye on Sun City's movements, always expecting reinforcements to arrive. 5 minutes later. The reinforcements didn't come, the ice and fire Qilin caught up. Only a dozen meters apart, the other party's breathing could be perceived clearly. Roar! Oops, I chow. This roar almost didn't shake Linley's bitter bile out. The demon instantly lost its balance, swaying left and right as it fell from a high altitude. This time barbecue was up. Yi Chang, Kiljun was too busy strangling the sacred rank alien beast to pay attention to himself. The vision in front of them blurred for a while. The sensation of falling hit his entire body, and Linley's eyes closed. It couldn't be helped, just now, he had been releasing his alien energy, and the speed of replenishment couldn't keep up with the speed of consumption. At this moment, there was no more strength to summon other demons. A life of pendulum swinging, let's just listen to God's destiny. Kid, after joining the Dark Kingdom, how come your heart isn't what it used to be? Linley snapped his eyes open, thinking that reinforcements had finally arrived. Only to be a little confused when he saw the figure that had saved him from death. Dean Wang? You? How did you come? What other Dean Wang could there be? Wang Gang. He had met him once on the day of his awakening. This old bald man had a good personality and his quality was okay. Otherwise, Linley wouldn't have felt comfortable handing Xiaoya over to him for cultivation. Why can't I come? The invasion of foreign beasts, everyone has the responsibility to fight it. So? The other 5 courtyards are also. You're overthinking it, it's only the old man me. Cam, that still talks so much nonsense. Wang Gang clasped Linley's shoulder with one hand, and with the other hand, he gathered his supernatural energy and aimed a punch at the incoming ice and fire unicorn. The effect is definitely not as strong as killing June, but it is also considered to have forced this one back. For the sake of a young beast, you don't even want your life. At the expense of your sister still worrying and remembering the whole day, in the end, so not valuing your life, who can you stand up to? Xiaoya? Did Xiaoya ask you to save me? Wang Gang nodded indifferently with a cold face. I promised your sister that if she is willing to worship me, never betray holy radiance, and never sink into darkness, I will save your 3 lives. Now, it's the first one. Hearing Wang Gang's words, Linley's heart was not in the right place. Xiaoya had promised so much, all for herself. At the same time, it also signified giving up the right to choose freedom. Dean Wang, I'll repay you for saving my life, but please don't make things difficult for my sister. On the day when I set my feet on the 6 courts in the future, I will definitely let Xing Hui live. The corner of Wang Gang's mouth twitched as he glanced at Linley. Kid, how dare you be so wild in front of me, letting Xing Hui live? It should be sacred radiance letting you live, right? Linley snorted and laughed, pointing due north. Perceive carefully, that. You can beat it or not. Wang Gang froze, then turned his head to look due north. There was a terrifying impact, a fierce bombardment, and a mournful howl. His brows tightened more and more. This is... Wang Gang's eyes grew wider and wider, his shock unmistakable. A human saint-rank powerhouse? How is this possible? After half a day, Linley wasn't blowing NB, but climbing a big brother. Even that kid Ji Chang is a half-step into sainthood, could. The peak era belonging to the 6 great academies is about to come to an end? The 6 great academies? One is more hypocritical and dirty than the other. When a great enemy is at hand, they don't think about fighting against the foreign beasts, they just think about infighting. Without dealing with those few scourges, the hearts of the divine continent, and even the entire human race, will not be united. Wang Gang fell silent. Clearly, what Linley had said was right. All along, he was also well aware of this truth. Nay, the general trend was such that it was impossible to change it with just his own strength. Perhaps the rise of Linley meant the coming of the Dark Age. Chapter 104 Unethical Song Lao 2. With Wang Gang around, the Icefire Qilin's crisis was considered to be temporarily lifted. After all, this was also a big brother. Super Rank 10, the number 1 person in divine state on the surface. Secretly, I don't know where it ranks. Anyway, at the moment, it seemed that Yi Chang,
Kiljun were all stronger than him.
Back on top of the city wall, the little Qilin woke up leisurely.
Seeing that he was tied up and leaning against the city wall, he whimpered.
Linley didn't have the time to pacify it.
Glancing at it twice, he suddenly changed his mind.
Why give the little Qilin to someone else? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for yourself?
Look at that ice and fire unicorn female beast, how dominant, how majestic. This little Qilin will one day be able to reach this realm as well. And when he does, he'll ride it all over the world. It'll be a great way to increase your B ranking.
Mission? So what if it's a mission? People of my generation never make choices. Give the unicorn to the task publisher, take the reward, and then snatch it back. Who knows who we're dealing with anyway? Don't say we don't have morals.
These days, profit is the most important thing. Beautiful women are the second most important thing.
Linley kid, not seen for a long time, the breath is getting deeper and deeper. Realm unexpectedly even I cannot perceive, a little interesting. Sun Hongyun's figure appeared on top of the city wall, followed closely by a large group of reinforcements with the ability to fly. Linley was finally able to catch his breath. To receive praise from Vice Hall Master Song, Jr. is honored. Ha ha ha.
Linley, I don't think the Dark Kingdom is necessarily the most suitable place for you. My evil spirit sanctuary isn't bad either.
Wealth, power, resources, what the Dark Kingdom can give, I, the evil spirit sanctuary, offer double, consider it? Linley silently rolled his eyes.
No wonder Yi Chang was more antipathetic to him, catching an opportunity and starting to pry people out.
No morals at all. Pale old boy, don't give your face, blatantly prying people, do you really think my Dark Kingdom doesn't exist?
Several familiar figures swept sharply from the sky and landed on top of the city wall in the blink of an eye.
Grandpa? What are you doing here? Yu Yueka didn't show much joy in seeing Yu Wu, instead, she was still a bit disgusted. Stinky girl, why do you think I came?
You can't even grasp this opportunity, and you need Grandpa to personally help you.
Linley didn't understand the meaning of what these two grandparents were saying, and focused on Wole instead. Student Lin, I heard that you've been promoted to the middle rank? Congratulations. Hey, it's a small promotion, it's not worth mentioning. Why don't we chat later? The fight over there is heating up, it's not good to just watch, right?
Linley pointed to the direction where Wang Gang was and the direction where Kiljun and Yi Chang were, and said,
Hey. It's a pity. Sun Hongyun saw the Dark Kingdom's elders, the Inquisitors arrived, turned his head resentfully, and shouted, 7-kill formation. Rise.
The familiar formation was activated once again, and various kinds of elemental supernormal abilities blasted at the alien beast army as if they were free of money, sharing a lot of pressure for the city's defenders.
Humph, how can the 7-kill formation be compared to our Candle Dragon formation? All of you, formation up.
The 7 elders, carrying 4 inquisitors, more than a dozen executives, and thousands of middle and high-ranking powerhouses formed the Candle Dragon Grand Formation. The effect was definitely not as strong as the Dark Kingdom's defense array, but it was still enough to deal with the situation at hand.
100-meter-long black candle dragon appeared under the clouds.
With a low roar, it charged straight towards the beast army. Linley was truly experiencing what it meant to slaughter. Wherever it passed, not an inch of grass was left to grow. The dark elements were as vast as the sea, advancing like a giant wave.
In just over 10 seconds, 10,000 beasts were devoured.
In a radius of 1,000 meters, it was empty, and there was no trace of any foreign beasts.
Linley was really curious. Why didn't he use this technique last time? Gotta. It seems like I don't need to make a move.
Linley sat on his butt on the ground and held the little Qilin in his arms, pinching his nose and ears.
Seeing this, Yu Yueka also came forward to play with it.
This little guy was chubby, about 1 meter in size, with a crimson body, fur limbs, and an icy blue tail. There were also purple patterns wrapped around its body, and its style was quite unique. It could be called the fashion pioneer of the foreign beast world.
Roar! Roar!
The little Qilin twisted its body, looking very resistant.
It also kept baring its teeth at Linley and growling low. It was clearly holding a grudge.
There was no way, if he didn't knock it out, it would be too troublesome to hold it on the way to escape. There's plenty of time, so let's slowly train it in the future.
The feelings of this thing have to be cultivated a little bit. 10 minutes later. Mung. An ear-piercing wail came from the distance. Immediately afterward, there was a sight like a nuclear bomb explosion that mapped the sky. Boundless darkness engulfed the sky, the earth, flowers, plants, trees, and foreign beasts and creatures. Everyone present had their hearts trembling. This power, it's outrageous. Lindley got up and looked into the distance. An attack of this level should have been executed by Kiljun. So, this was the true strength of a saint-ranked powerhouse. When they raised their hands, they could affect the heavens and earth, silencing everything. How strong would that legendary God King realm have to be? A sneeze that annihilates a city? Look, the beast army is retreating. Yu Eka pushed Lindley, who was in a daze, looking very excited. Just retreat, the big boss has been solved, what's the reason not to retreat? Unseen corkscrew. Yu Eka puffed white eyes. Lindley, lazy retort. This battle. The curtain had officially fallen at this point. Although the scale of the beast's attack was larger than before, there were too many strong people who came to support them this time. Lindley knew of more than 20 super ranks alone. Most of them were strong supporters from the Dark Kingdom, followed by the Evil Spirit Sanctuary's 7 killing formations. Therefore, the losses on the human side this time were not great. The battle didn't last long from start to finish. 2 masses of black mist appeared in front of Lindley. It was Yi Chang, and Kiljun had returned. Kiljun looks like he still has the same elegance, only this Yi Chang. Brother Chang, are you injured? Just saw Yi Chang's mouth corner still left a trace of bloodstains, the black trench coat at the shoulder was badly torn, the wounds inside were vaguely visible, but fortunately, the bleeding had already been stopped, and it didn't look like a big problem. I'm fine, it's normal to suffer some injuries when you're fighting against a sacred rank alien beast. Saying this, Yi Chang twisted his head to look at Kiljun, bowed slightly and saluted. Thanks to your excellency's help this time, the Dark Kingdom will definitely offer a generous gift. This brother is polite, I'm just a laborer, I work when the boss pays me, thank him if you want to. Kiljun nudged his chin and pointed at Lindley. Lindley, are you planning to return to the Dark Kingdom, or are you going to? Halfway through his words, another voice descended from the sky. It was Wang Gang who had returned from repelling the Icefire Qilin. What? Ready to crusade against my 6 academies? Chapter 105, A Plate of Papaya to Compliment Her. I don't know what kind of wind blew Dean Wang here, this northern border, it seems that it only belongs to the Dark Kingdom and the Evil Spirit Sanctuary, right? What's going on? The 6 colleges have changed their faces and made a fresh start? Yi Cheng's words were quite detrimental, implicitly sarcastically criticizing the 6 great colleges for not speaking of the same righteousness of the human race in the past, and never taking the initiative to support the northern battlefield. On the contrary, the Dark Kingdom, looking at the concept of the human race's big picture, had repeatedly sent troops to support the East and the South. The result was a hot face on a cold ass. Therefore, the relationship between the 2 sides had intensified in recent years, minding their own business and no longer meddling in other regions. Yi Chang, sneering is not like your character. I know that Sun Wukong and Huang Fei Hong have been acting a bit over the top in recent times, but that doesn't mean that I, Sheng Hui, am the same. Lindley, 3 lives, this time, let's count it according to the promise you made. While speaking, Wang Gang's attention had been focused on Kiljun. A saint-ranked powerhouse, who wouldn't be afraid of anyone else? With that strike just now, annihilating the entire Holy Radiance Academy would only take an instant. Wang Gang is not a little cutie. He can distinguish the situation and recognize the reality. When it's time to bow down, it's time to bow down. When it was time to give in, one had to give in. Dean Wang, please rest assured, I, Lindley, am a spit in a nail, and I will never go back on the promises I made. Besides, my sister is still in sacred radiance, I'll do it as a matter of reason. Wang Gang nodded, then turned around and leapt high into the sky, leaving the steel barrier. Right at this moment, Sung Hongyun also put away the 7 killings grand formation and led many strong people to board back to the city wall. Only, this face did not look good. The gaze was cloudy and uncertain, and the color of scorn was clear at a glance. 2 steps forward, slightly to Kiljun bowed his head and said, the strength of the Lord is extraordinary, even arrived in the legendary realm of the holy stage, belongs to my human race a great fortune. Today, I feel honored to be able to witness your hand, I Sung Hongyun not in vain. In a few days, I, the Evil Spirit Temple, will be prepared to pay you a visit. Song Hongyun is a moral vanguard. The first time you see a strong person, you will go forward to flatter. I don't know how the style of this Evil Spirit Sanctuary is really? Kiljun was expressionless and glanced at Lindley. The latter revealed a bad smile and nodded slightly, signaling his agreement. This gentleman is polite, since it's the evil spirit Holy Temple's good intentions, then I'm not in a position to refuse. Sun Hongyun's face showed joy, secretly saying that there was a chance. Hastily bowing again, pretending to be flattered, he said, "Thank you for your kind words, I will go back to prepare, and 3 days later, I will definitely pay a visit in person." Linley stifled his laughter, his heart was blossoming with joy. It's an asshole to not take advantage of a bargain. Gifts should be received, things cannot not do. These days, who didn't plan this way? To send a gift in the name of the entire evil spirit sanctuary, how big of a gift would that be? Just thinking about it was exciting. After Song Hongyun and the others left, the only people left in Notice steel barriers other than the guarding generals were those from the Dark Kingdom's forces. The 7 elders, inquisitors, and executives saluted Kiljun in turn. Holy Order Darkness Powerhouse, absolutely the veritable #1 person in the Divine Continent. It was even more NB than Yi Chang. "Brother Chang, I still have some unfinished business, so I can't return to the Dark Kingdom for now. Roughly a month later, Senior Slayer will be traveling with me to the 6 great academies. If I don't beat the out of Old Man Sun and Huang Fei baking, I, Linley, don't even deserve to be a person." The people present all smiled with satisfaction when they heard these words. A legend of the Dark Realm, as it should be. "Good, I won't interfere in your affairs, be careful on the road, your whereabouts have been exposed, and it's expected that someone from the 6 academies will be looking for you soon. He, if he dares to come, I'll dare to kill." Linley's gaze grew more and more vicious, a cruel smile hanging on his lips. "I hope that those idiots are smarter and don't rush to their deaths in too much of a hurry. By the way, Brother Chang, so Kong Zhang is your man?" "Kong Zhang? Isn't he the commander-in-chief of this Tsancheng garrison? When did he become my man?" "In that case, you didn't give Kong Zhang the information? Then why did he help me?" Linley was genuinely curious. Since he wasn't someone from the Dark Kingdom, who could he be? Through his last contact, Linley knew that this person was the best with money. There was no reason to let his 300 million heads go without taking them. It was even more unlikely that he would be grateful to himself for getting 1 billion last time. A warrior who had been killing for a long time had long since worn out his emotions. In addition to profit in their eyes, the only thing left was the duty of defending the country. "I can't sense Kong Zhang's aura for the time being, be careful, helping you doesn't mean it's for your own good, it could be that he's trying to catch a fish, wait for the right opportunity, and put a long line to catch a big fish." Linley can be refined it, this reasoning will not understand. It seems to act in the future, more and more need to be on guard. After waiting for more than an hour, the battlefield was cleaned up. This time, Linley was not polite, and directly received 10,000 beast crystals. If Linley hadn't been there, he wouldn't have been there. If Linley hadn't been there, Kiljun wouldn't have been there either. Even more so, Yi Chang wouldn't have noticed it in the first place and rushed to support him. In other words, Linley played a key role in this battle. Let's not forget that it was still him who lured away the ice and fire Qilin. Otherwise, it was unknown if the steel barrier could hold. 10,000 Fey crystals, no more, no less. 200 were distributed to the corkscrew, and another 2,000 were distributed to Kiljun. After all, he is a big man, although the top of the name of working, but also cannot be treated poorly. This daughter-in-law matter is not easy to solve for a while. All things must speak of a gradual progress. I'm not sure if I'll be able to introduce a girl to you. With Kijin's face value, there are plenty of them. But the relationship has to be cultivated slowly. Besides, with the status of this big man, can ordinary women look up to him? The most important thing is that you have to be able to get a good deal of money from the bank to pay for the loan. This trip is full of harvest. The sky is getting dark, Linley intends to go to Pingching tomorrow. Today, we will stay for one more night and take a rest. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get a good meal, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to get a good meal. After half a day of searching, I finally found an authentic northeastern iron pot stew. There is no need to wear a mask. Anyway, his whereabouts have been exposed, his team in Sanqing so glowing, but all the forces that have a little investigative ability can know the existence of killing June. If you have the guts to come, I will have the guts to make you chrysanthemums bloom everywhere. Sun Wukong, Huang Fei baked all the same. Boss, stew a goose, be quick. Okay, 3 of you, inside please. Boss warm hospitality, will introduce the 3 people into the largest a private room. Just sat down, the phone rang. Sunset West Mountain black sky. The city gates are closed and bolted. Grounded, sounds good. Caller ID, Lu Qingyue. Yu Eka in the position beside her stole a glance and giggled and laughed out loud. Yo, your lover is calling, why? Too embarrassed to answer? You can't even plug your mouth with melon seeds. Waiter, bring her a plate of papaya to make up for it. Chapter 106. It's going to be a little hot for a while. Ask. What is time love? Only calling people to live and die together. To be honest, Linley, this heart is still a little apprehensive. Do not pick up to say cannot go, pick up too much. What is this called? Hello? What's the matter, light language? After saying this sentence, Linley regretted. Make it sound like people can't find themselves if they are fine, mouth cheap. Linley, your matter has been clarified for you by Dean Sun. The surveillance video is indeed fake. Wang Chi's death has nothing to do with you. You betrayed the sacred royalty because you were forced to, not because you colluded with the Dark Kingdom behind the scenes. Now, the other 5 houses, except for Huali, are all speaking in your favor and choosing to believe you. And your bounty order has been officially revoked, with Dean Sun deciding to personally apologize to you. There are also the other 4 courtyards that have chosen to comfort you with some compensation. Lu Qingyue spoke a great deal, but Linley's mood did not shift in the slightest. Even more so, it was even more bland and cold. This situation had long been expected. The surveillance video was a fake? Oh, really? Not coincidentally, that surveillance video was really not fake. This reason is really far-fetched. It is not just afraid to kill June, this big Buddha? What? The more you are afraid, the more I will bring this Buddha to collect the debt. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Now, it's the turn of these old guys to stoop low and taste the unpleasantness. Whispering, so? Do you intend to persuade me to go back, or do you intend to persuade me to put down my hatred and spare the 6 great academies? Lu Qingyue was silent because she didn't know what to do either. What happened to Linley made her feel doubly heartbroken and helpless. What right did a bystander have to persuade the victim to put down the butcher's knife? Linley. I don't want to persuade you, because I know that what happened to you is all thanks to them. Since you left, and Fatty left too. I've seen so many realities that I've never been exposed to before, and cognizant of the most cruel human nature. But I hope that you can be more careful. Some people, some things, are predestined. You can symbolize it as an experience, as an ordeal, as a challenge on your way to success. The big picture is at hand. The 6 academies have their necessity to exist. I hope you can think it over before making a decision. Linley took a deep breath and leaned back, looking up at the crystal lamp. The colorful look was pretty. Unfortunately, he was only made of glass. No higher value existed. Thank you, Whisper. I have long considered this matter clearly, and I will not let the 6 great houses disappear before the world's situation is stabilized. But there are some people, some things that must be disposed of. First choice is Huang Fei Baking and Sun Wukong. Linley, for the sake of Vice Dean Luo. It's because of the face of Grandmaster Luo that I only targeted Sun Wukong alone. If not, the noble sacred royalty, I would have slaughtered at least half of them. The more Linley spoke, the more agitated he became. The dark power mixed with endless killing intent, hatred, and resentment came out through his body. The temperature of the entire room instantly dropped. Yu, who was sitting on the side, unconsciously shivered, sensing that something was wrong. Even Kiljun frowned slightly, then waved his hand. The darkness within the room gradually dissipated. Linley returned to his senses, realizing that his mind had been affected again. Slightly apologizing, he said towards the other end of the phone, whispering, "You don't have to persuade me anymore. This is already the biggest concession I've made." "I know, Linley. Take care of yourself." With that, the phone was hung up. "No way, big brother, your signs of demonization are getting worse." Yu Eka changed her usual immodest look and was worried. "It's fine, I'm still in control. Is there any method to stabilize it?" Kiljun, who hadn't made a sound, spoke up. He could also see that Linley's current state was terrible, and he needed to think of a way to solve it as soon as possible. "In a month's time, after dealing with the affairs of the 6 academies, I'd like to trouble Senior Kill to go with me to the underworld abyss in the extreme North Beast region to look for the meditation stone." "No problem. Underworld abyss? How do you know that there are meditation stones there? And rumor has it that there's a sacred ranked Fey beast hidden there as well, so it's dangerous. It's not like I'm asking you to go with me. Isn't there Senior Slayer here?" White-eyed wolf, I'm worried about you, alas. In case you die there, won't my grandfather's plan be? Not on what? Eka shut up in a hurry, shaking her head how she refused to continue. This grandparents and grandchildren, there really is something fishy going on. Did not wait for Linley to continue to ask questions, the dishes came up. Stewed goose in an iron pot, the aroma, causing the surrounding three people's stomachs to grumble, grumble, grumble endlessly. Kiljun smelled the familiar aroma of northeastern dishes, instantly came to the spirit. On 2 bottles of Mao Tai, a cup of papaya juice. 3 people began to struggle. 2 hours later. Burp. Linley took a toothpick and picked his teeth, patting his stomach, so full. Kiljun also ate with a red face and drank with unusual excitement. Hey! After living in that sunless farmhouse for more than 20 years, I've never eaten such flavorful dishes, it's a pity, it's a pity. Elder Kill, from now on, we don't leave meat at all times, and we don't have a lot of wine at all times, as a way to make up for your lost youth. Kiljun froze, always felt that this word were not twisted. You still don't call me Kill Senior, it does sound a little strange, just like you to Yi Chang that way, call me June brother on good. Come on, I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time, it also sounds weird for me to call it. In fact, Linley felt that he was at too much of a disadvantage when he was always called by his seniors. The difference between the two is only 5 years old, making it seem as if they are a generation apart. After paying the bill, the 3 of them returned to the BB. Well, there was another room left. Linley really curious, noticed BB, dozens of rooms. Where the hell are so many people? But the night is already late, too lazy to find another accommodation. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. I was going to kill June to sleep on the bed, Eka to sleep on the sofa, and Linley to meditate on the observation deck. The result is, the 3 of them did not sleep. The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night. The first thing I did was to get a good look at the other side of the room and see if I could find a way to get a good look at the other side of the room. At the same time as practicing, he restored the body's functions. As for Eka, this girl, she was struck down. Today's battle was her first. Facing the infestation of millions of foreign beasts, she finally realized how small she was. The strength of a middle-ranked level 1 in this battlefield could be described as a low-grade fighting force. The role played was minimal. Therefore, she then began to strive for strength and was bound to break through to middle order level 2 within 5 days. June, I need you tonight. No problem, what do you want to do? Let's take off our clothes first, it'll be a bit hot in a while. Chapter 107 The Scent of a Rotten Girl. On the viewing platform. The 2 of them sat cross-legged opposite each other. Right in the center was the saint-ranked Fey crystalline beast. Linley's move was not to share its internal elemental essence. Rather, he was asking Kiljun to help himself and catalyze the absorption. With this big brother present, Linley wouldn't be affected by the foreign beast's mental body, thus getting rid of his scruples and devote himself fully to cultivation. Tonight, he was bound to advance to the 2nd level of the middle rank. Only, at the moment, the posture of these 2 people, the image is more. Well. Anyway, Yu was not interested in practicing, and with a rotten girl smile on her face, she pressed against the glass and peeped. That look, not to mention how excited. At this moment, Linley, naked, muscles, lines vaguely visible. A perfect body. This alone was relatively normal. After all, it was a boy, it wouldn't be indecent. It was also mainly because absorbing an excessive amount of elemental essence would cause the body to heat up, making it difficult to wear clothes. The problem lies in the fact that Kiljun is also in this look. Well, it seems to be normal too, right? The same can be explained with the above reasoning, right? But this Kiljun's one hand, placed on Linley's chest position, and every now and then also moved just. Ahem, I won't go into the details. Anyway, the picture style is a bit weird. Eka watched especially seriously, and at the same time did not forget to take pictures to keep as a souvenir. These days, there isn't much true love left. However, for all of this, Linley had no idea. At this moment, he was gathering all of his spiritual energy and controlling his body to absorb the elemental essence. The 9th elemental star had already begun to flicker. It was just 1 foot short of the threshold. Late at night, 2 o'clock sharp. Boom! A muffled sound woke Eka up from his cultivation. Yeah? Finished so soon? Seeing the Linley duo on the viewing platform get up, she hurriedly came up as well. Congratulations to the two of you for tying the knot, and I wish for an early birth. Lin-Li? Kil-jun? Yu Eka was the only one who couldn't stop giggling. After getting dressed, Lin-Li always felt that something was wrong. I grabbed the pink bear's cell phone. There was no password, unlocking it was. Yu Eka. In the middle of the night, an angry roar resounded through the sky. Your Reaper Excellency, congratulations on completing mission 999. The Shadow Guild has contacted the mission publisher and is expected to arrive within 30 minutes. Please take a short rest in the VIP reception room. The receptionist position. The masked young lady handed Lin-Li a gold card, signifying VIP status. At the same time, she instructed a male attendant to take a few people up the stairs to the second-floor reception room. The reception room this time was much more expansive than the room where the fluttering gentleman was last time. Last time, it was a green card VIP, but this time, it was a gold card VIP. Just by looking at the color, one could tell that it wasn't even in the same class. The Shadow Guild's VIP hierarchy is named after the level of the supernatural ability. Green card means primary VIP. Yellow card means intermediate VIP. Gold card means senior VIP. Red card indicated super VIP. Black card means saint VIP. The way to get it is simple. It is distributed according to the number of tasks you have completed and the difficulty of the task. For example, the 999th mission that Lin-Li completed this time. The difficulty is equivalent to 100 ordinary missions. So, you'll get the premium VIP directly. If one more mission of the same difficulty was completed, one would obtain super VIP. June, I'll leave it to you in a moment. Don't worry, within 100 miles, I can catch up anytime. Kil-jun sipped his tea, rather calmly. It was as if this kind of thing was nothing to him. In this way, the three of them sipped tea for more than half an hour. The door of the room was knocked. After pushing it open, the attendant guided two richly dressed, high-flying golden masked men into the room. Both parties have arrived, may I ask, will the transaction begin? The two golden masked men sat on the sofa directly opposite Lin-Li and the others, their eyes burning as they looked towards the little Qilin. If they weren't in the way of the staff being present, they were probably ready to get their hands on it. Begin! Begin! Lin-Li shouted at the same time as one of the older masked men. The attendant nodded respectfully, then carried the little Qilin onto the table for a good inspection. Snap this, pull that. 3 minutes later, the inspection was complete. Party B's mission completion, 100%. Ice and fire Qilin cub, no problem. The two masked men were even more excited. Moving their asses back and forth, as if they couldn't wait. Immediately, the attendant took out a black card, another space ring, and a small crystal box. Into the spiritual power to probe, the space ring is no problem, the number of crystals inside is accurate. The black card was inserted into the detector and the amount was displayed, 3 billion blue coins. Finally, the crystal box was opened. A rich dark aura filled the entire room, and wrapped around it, there was a tantalizing aroma. It was as if it was the scent of grass, and it was as if it was the scent of flowers. Anyway, after smelling it, it felt like the body was floating. It was like inhaling that. Party A's task reward is no problem, both sides have finished testing, start trading. The whole thing is quite solemn, worthy of being a big guild, can't afford any mistakes. The attendant first put the little Qilin into a special steel cage, and then handed it to the masked man. Afterwards, the crystal box, space ring, and black card were then handed into Lin-Li's hands in turn. At this point, the deal between the two parties was officially concluded. It also meant that mission 999 was completely over. Everyone got up at the same time, and Lin-Li shook hands with the older masked man to show that the cooperation was pleasant. Your strength is extraordinary. If there is an opportunity in the future, we'll work together again. Sir is too kind, we'll meet again if we have the chance. See you again. With that, the two masked men left the reception room under the guidance of the valet. Lin-Li gave Kil-jun a wink, and the latter instantly disappeared in place. There wasn't a single fluctuation, and his breath was completely absent. 1 hour later. Inside the suite of a 10-star upscale luxury hotel. Kil-jun's ghost-like figure reappeared. The little Qilin in his hand was particularly well behaved. It was probably shocked by the powerful strength of Kil-jun. Did Jun kill those two? Killed one, the other one was saved. Putting down the little Qilin, Kiljun sat down on the sofa and drank a cup of pre-poured tea. Linley gently smiled and said, I think it's not that he escaped, it's that June didn't want to kill him, right? Originally, I didn't want to kill any of them, but that young man was too uneducated to fight with me, so I was too lazy to get entangled with him, so I settled him. As for the remaining one, he was rescued by two so-called super-ranked powerhouses, and it seems that his family background is quite extraordinary. Vaguely, I seem to hear someone call it Wu Family Master. Wu Family Master? Wu Family? Wu Xiao. It can't be such a coincidence, right? But this one with both strength and background, other than the Wu family that Wu Huo was in, which other Wu family was there? Chapter 108 A Rich Woman's Strange Adventure. What should we do for the next month? Yu Yueka sat boredly on the rocking chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, muttering with the little Qilin in her arms. Linley and Kiljun, on the other hand, were sitting on the living room sofa, watching TV while learning to smoke. Yes, Linley learned to smoke. It's the fault of Kiljun. When watching TV, he saw people with a cigarette in their mouths, especially curious. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it, he said. Then, Linley asked the room service boy to buy 10 good cigarettes. At first, he took 2 puffs, choked, and then took 2 more puffs. The first 2 puffs were choking, and then 2 more. The first 2 puffs were not good enough for him to smoke. Seeing him like this, Linley can't help but be curious. 18 years old. Adult. Smoking isn't for bad kids anymore. The result is to follow the trend. 3 hours. The two of them killed a whole box of cigarettes. That's why Yuyuko held little Qilin in her arms and went to the floor-to-ceiling window to look at the scenery. Half-rolled yellow leaves lightly into the throat, enjoying starry eyes with the night rain on the fence. You talk about the impermanent things in life, but even the clear wind dyes sorrow. Good poem. Good poem. Kiljun was amazed by Linley's poem. Having survived for more than 20 years, his greatest hobby, or the only remaining hobby, was reading books and studying literature. At this moment, the poem composed by Linley was quite touching to Kiljun. As if a touch of sadness came out. What is it? I don't know. Anyway, it's quite sad. Che, sticking an onion in a pig's nose, pretending. Slap. Chick, you're more literate than me, why don't you recite a poem like the two of us? Are you stupid from smoking? Or is your brainstem empty? Why are you pretending to be a gentleman? I'd say you doesn't know how to be funny. He ruined the atmosphere at the crucial moment. What else can an airfield who doesn't know the accent do? Enjoy 2 days, go look for ancient fossils. Where to look? First go to the auction house and try your luck. If you can't, then go to the major guilds and release a mission. Anyway, in a month's time, the ancient fossil must arrive. Otherwise, my essence pills will be gone. Wow. I'm hungry. Me too. Linley looked at Yu Yueka, then at Kiljun, and with his hands spread out, he said, then let's eat. After lunch, the three decided to relax. Ever since they stepped into the alien world, they hadn't properly strolled around the ordinary people's world. What with the shopping malls, paradise, bars, ballrooms. Linley hadn't touched it for a long time, and it seemed like a large portion of the joy of life had been wiped out. So, it was decided by vote. The first stop, Pingcheng Huanrong Big Shopping Mall. After casually hitting a drop, a group of 3 people began a joyful journey. Half an hour later. Linley, give money. Pay for what? Nonsense, you can't spend money in a shopping mall, right? When the big brother should not control the expenses of the little brother? Linley snorted, heh. You're Miss Yu, the granddaughter of the disciplinary elder of the Dark Kingdom, and you're telling me you don't have any money? Of course I have money, but the other day, I left in a hurry and forgot to bring my card. Looking at Yu Yueka's aggrieved little expression, Linley finally understood why this girl had to live with herself in the first place. I'm not going to be able to get a good look at you, but I'm going to be able to get a good look at you. Hey, really can't help you. Saying this, Linley pulled out 2 black cards. One was given to Yu Yueka and one to Kiljun. I, Linley, am never stingy with my own people, so spend as much as you want. Yay! My Winnie the Pooh, here I come. Is this considered childish? June, let's go to a clothing store, it just so happens that I don't have a few clothes to change into. I'll do whatever you want. With that, the two of them took the elevator to the second floor. The first floor was the cosmetics and women's clothing area, so Yueka could just go crazy on her own. The second floor was the world exclusively for men. Yo! Where did the handsome little brother come from? Are you interested in coming over for a drink? Just after arriving at the second floor area, the two were molested. These days, all the rich women love to squat on handsome little brothers in the boys' area so much. This way, Linley really had a hard time. Looking along with the source of the voice, he saw three mature ladies with different flavors and tastes, sitting on the resting sofa in front of a store, waving non-stop. That feeling, just like the neon neighborhood. Children are not suitable, just know it. Sisters can be really beautiful, but unfortunately, we don't have the stature, just two ordinary poor boys who can't even afford to buy clothes. Still the same sentence, it is an asshole to not take advantage of a bargain. These three rich women, their face value is good, their body is good, and their configuration is even better. If you have the opportunity to take advantage of it, if you don't have the opportunity to take advantage of it. Anyway, it's not a loss on the left and right, just think of it as having fun. Linley's small mind was instantly detected by Kiljun. A single guy who has been single for more than 20 years, how can he let go of this opportunity? Following Linley's words, he said, "Yes, we two are just poor brothers from the countryside, we don't see any knowledge, nor do we have any ability, how dare we sit together with our sisters?" Linley called out to the sullen god. "I didn't see it, Killing June still has this ability?" The three rich women were amused by Linley and the two of them, and the two bombs in front of them were shaking vigorously. Kiljun was looking so seriously that his mouth was about to water. "Two younger brothers, don't be so demeaning. If you don't mind, my sister will take you to buy clothes, just as a meeting gift for knowing the two younger brothers." Yes, to be able to stay with two little handsome boys, we also enjoy it. Let's go to this store and help our brothers pick out a few suitable clothes." Obviously, the three rich women's affections were thoroughly aroused. Getting up, they took Linley in Kiljun's arms and headed inside a well-known brand-name clothing store called Audi DC. The service staff at the entrance immediately changed their eyes when they saw the three rich ladies. They rushed forward to greet them. Fruits, pastries, and drinks were fully prepared. Linley thought to herself that this choice to go to the mall today was too wise. The elbows moved, so soft. The rich woman on the side knew that Linley was taking advantage of herself, but she still wore a smile and pretended that nothing had happened. Really sexually blessed These three little rich women looked like they were only 27 or 88, but I didn't expect them to be so flirtatious. "Brother, tell your sister which clothes you fancy, you don't have to save money for your sister." Hey, how can that be a good thing? This one, and this one, I want to try them all." Linley was nonchalant enough to aim directly at the most expensive ones, pointing them out in a flurry. This could make the service lady very happy. She hurriedly picked out the right size and gave them to Linley to try on one by one. After tossing and turning for 30 minutes, these two have spent a total of 88 W blue coins. For the sake of Sister Chin, Sister Hua, and Sister Mu, who are all regular customers, I'll give you a discount. 80 W, may I ask if it's by credit card or cash? Chapter 109, in your next life, invest in a good fate. The three rich women looked at each other. 80 W, a bit expensive. But after seeing the handsome faces and energetic looks of Linley and Kiljun, they gritted their teeth and paid in equal shares. Today, these two can be used for a long time. Expensive is as expensive as it gets. Two younger brothers, the matter of clothes is settled, why don't you go home with your sisters? My sister's cat can do backflips. My teddy can juggle too. Do you want to see it? Secretly, my sister has all kinds of colors at home, take your pick. These three little rich girls, at first glance, are seeking professionals. Made up reasons, one more than one moving. Three sisters, brother me, there is still a small dream that has not been realized. If it is realized, I will go home with you. Look at the cat, look at the teddy. A ruffled smile on Linley's face instantly disturbed the hearts of the three little rich ladies. Brother, feel free to say what little dreams you have, sister will help you realize them. Actually, it's just a very, very small dream. My younger brother's hands have been rather itchy lately. Without killing a few people, I always feel that it's hard to feel somewhere. Once these words came out, the three rich women's smiles instantly froze on their faces. The air became colder and colder, and a touch of heavy killing intent spread out in all directions. Interesting. Interesting, to have seen it. You two, surprisingly not ordinary people? Hiding deep enough, So, are you guys sure you want to do it in this place? The three little rich girls were revealed in their original form, and their strength of the 7th level of the middle rank was unmistakable. Linley laughed evilly. How can I be ruthless when it comes to making a move with the three sisters? Besides, the word hands-on refers to two parties with a certain level of strength engaging in battle. The gap between you and I still doesn't seem to be too obvious, huh? After saying that, Linley twisted his head and smiled at Kiljun. Ta! A crisp ringing finger shook the hearts and souls of the three. The entire commercial building was suddenly silent. Immediately afterward, boundless darkness engulfed everything and faint spatial fluctuations struck. The scene before them completely transformed. The great darkness was monstrous, a void. There was no light, yet several people could see each other clearly. Linley felt a sense of novelty. Was this the so-called elemental domain? An exclusive skill that only a super-ranked powerhouse was worthy of awakening. The three little rich girls didn't react for a moment, frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Say, how many people were killed? Linley leisurely walked forward, circling around the little rich women to ask. Super-ranked powerhouse? You're actually a super-ranked powerhouse? I still ask the two adults to be magnanimous and spare our three sisters a little life. We had no intention of harming anyone, it was the demonized legion that did it, turning us into inhuman monsters. Upon hearing that there was a connection with the demonized legion, Linley immediately became interested. Three sisters, don't be so nervous, I'm not a decent person, and I'm not interested in what you guys are doing. I just want to know, what's going on with your so-called man-less, ghost-less? The thing is this. The rich woman named Sister Chin recounted what happened to her three sisters from beginning to end. The cause was simple. All three of them were all altered beings, the kind with poor awakening talent. 2 were D rank and 1 was C rank. During the time when they first awakened their psychic abilities, they were bullied a lot. The academy didn't want them, and the guild didn't accept them. Life was confusing and desperate. After experiencing some hardships, they hated this world more and more. Began to obtain power by any means necessary. Thus, they approached the demonized legion. Became the first batch of alien potion testers. That is, some days ago, killed by Linley Wang Bosai, the same phase of the guinea pigs. But, the difference was that Wang Boki was an ordinary person, while these three were Ultrans. After injecting the potion, the effects were there. The strength of the three skyrocketed until they broke through to the 7th level of the middle order. No one dared to bully them anymore. They thought that their lives were starting to get better and their future was getting brighter. Unexpectedly, the side effects of the potion began to appear. The trio's state was half magical. What does it mean to be semi-magical? It means that they are in control of their minds, but have lost control of their bodies. It is as if the foreign energy in the body has given birth to an independent consciousness, grabbing the body with the host, thus doing something that is not the will of the main body. Later, the three figured out a solution. It is quite difficult to say. It is to forcibly secrete hormones to increase the degree of mental concentration, thus suppressing the foreign energy in the body and maintaining control of the body. That's why these three little rich girls squat in the men's clothing area all day long, waiting for their prey to come to their door. It's not quite accurate to say it's prey. Or it can be called hormone catalysts. Anyway, there are quite a few people who have been drained alive, and these three rich women are quite picky. The ones who wanted to be handsome, the ones who wanted to have a good body, and the ones who wanted to have great physical strength. Then, Linley and Kiljun managed to make the cut. I don't know if it was lucky or unlucky. Anyway, it's a pity. The lovemaking was gone. Hey. Poor nah. Linley carelessly walked back to Kiljun, the corner of her mouth slightly curled up. A few sisters, in your next life, cast a good fetus. An indifferent voice echoed around the ears of the three. In the next second, the entire world fell silent. The dark realm gradually disappeared, and the sight in front of Linley's eyes was once again restored. It was still the second floor of the bustling shopping mall. Only, those three sinister figures had completely disappeared. It wasn't that Linley's sense of justice was overwhelming. Nor was it that Linley resented the other party for doing evil. It was only that these three people had hit on their own ideas. This reason would be enough to sentence them to death. It would be painful to live in the world anyway, so it would be better to help free them. If there really was a next life, perhaps, they would even be grateful to themselves. Where to next? Clothes are done, let's go look at the luxuries. Men, you have to be able to dress up. So, the two of them came to a famous watch store. Not bothering to kill the price, 300W for a watch, Linley asked for two. He had money, he was capricious. Although there is no use in the battle, will only add to the burden, but these days do not still have to comfortably enjoy life it. Close to life, the pursuit of practical. Maybe one day we'll not be able to enjoy it? Demonized army. Quite interesting, forcibly absorbing external forces and injecting them into the experimenter's body. The method is indeed effective, only, the side effectiveness is too strong. That girl from last time, it should be the same. Inside the cafe, Kiljun seemed to tap the desktop rhythmically, speaking with Linley. At first, I hadn't cared about the actions of the demonized legion, and his brother Cheng said, if the alien potion is successfully developed, it will be a great help to the human race. However, it seems that whether or not this potion can be successfully developed is another matter. Based on the side effects alone, it would be enough to bring a devastating disaster to the human race. Chapter 110, Ping Billion Close to People. Missy is here, all get out of the way. Yu Yueka's petulant voice came from outside the store door, and the originally tranquil, peaceful cafe instantly boiled over. Those who didn't know thought it was a cosplay reality show. Clothed in a red princess dress, with curly hair and a double ponytail on top of her head, and carrying a small bear in her hand. Looked at Linley froze. Don't say, this airfield is quite a bit of work. How are you two shopping? This young lady has successfully completed the mission, this card. No more money. What? Linley put down his coffee cup with an unbelievable face. 20 million blue coins, 3 hours. Gone? You're not a big lady, you're a real lady. $20 million, how did you do it? Come on, prices are super expensive nowadays, if you casually hit someone, you'll have to compensate 2 million or so. But Kiljun actually laughed? What was he laughing at, extracting some memory? Nope. Bringing you out to the mall, what kind of people are you okay with hitting? Who did you hit? How many? Won't you run after hitting? Do you still need to lose money these days? Linley called this a gas. Villains still need to pay for hitting people? He had just killed 3 people, and not a single one of them had any trouble. This you could really be a money loser. A few idiots molested me, so I beat them up. Then they called out, and I continued to beat them. They called again, and I hit again. Later, the people from the Alien Energy Administration came, so I lost my money. The Alien Energy Administration? Linley frowned slightly, all those things just now weren't called a thing. Only this Alien Energy Administration wasn't too good to deal with. As everyone knew, there were 6 major academies, 24 major guilds, 3 major dark organizations, and hundreds of small and medium-sized group teams in the alien energy world. With such a large number of alien powers, how could there be no Divine State's senior management to intervene? Thus, the so-called Altered Energy Administration was established. The role was the same as the JC's duties in civilian society. It's just that the target subjects are different. If it were 2 days ago, when he heard that the people from the Alien Energy Administration were in the neighborhood, Linley would have run. It wasn't fear, but trouble. He was, after all, a wanted man, and if he let the Alien Energy Management Bureau get on his tail, he wouldn't have a good time in the future. What's the saying? Even if I can't kill you, I'm still sick of you. Sending people to follow you, harass you, and ambush you every day. Sooner or later, they will drive you crazy. Coming over. Kiljun, who was savoring his coffee, suddenly came with such a sentence. It caused Linley to fail to react for a moment. Coming over? Who is it? Tap. 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 Crisp footsteps came from the door position. 5 handsome men and women wearing blue uniforms with golden eagle badges on their chests and black pistols hanging from their waists were walking in the direction of Linley's trio. Strange? Hadn't their wanted notice been revoked? What did this group of people want? Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm the Deputy Director of the Alien Energy Administration, Pingcheng Branch, Yuan. A young woman in the lead had a smile on her lips. Leading the way, she arrived in front of Linley and extended her right hand as a sign of politeness. Captain Yuan is young and capable, I'm just an ordinary student, I don't dare to climb up. Can I help you? Lindley was steady as a batch. Didn't reach out, instead picked up a coffee cup and took 2 sips and said leisurely. It's not that we are pretending to be cool, but if the weasel pays a visit to the chicken, it's not going to be a good thing. The other side of the background of their own forces is very clear, the Dark Kingdom in the eyes of this group of people, that is the existence of sin, bloodthirsty, violent. Not to arrest you is good, still have time to chat with you? Funny. He. Yuan laughed, putting his outstretched hand down and said, "There's no need to be so cautious, Mr. Lin, I'm just here to talk about cooperation." Lindley shook his coffee cup and looked meaningfully out the window. Since ancient times, good and evil have not been on opposite sides. If Captain Yuan said he came to arrest me, perhaps I would believe it. But this so-called cooperation. Are you kidding? After saying that, Lindley turned his head and looked at Yuan with a scrutinizing gaze. It was indeed very round. Student Lin, the fact that you were able to deal with those 3 shows that you're not small in skill, or rather, it's this one next to you. The ability is not small. Yuan shifted his gaze, looking at Kiljun with some scorn and continued, but these 3 people are the bait put out by our Alien Energy Administration, and before the fish could take the bait was eaten by you. You say. What to do about this? Oh. Does Captain Yuan mean that I, Lindley, am meddling? Yuan smiled without saying anything, obviously acquiescing. I'm sorry, I didn't dispose of these 3 in the will to rid the people of evil, simply because they hit on me. People. It was indeed me who killed them. Sins. I accept it openly. It's just that. It is up to you to judge me. Ta. A crisp ringing finger came, and the surroundings were suddenly silent. Immediately afterward, there was that familiar dark field manifesting. Everyone was transferred to another space. Yuan panicked. With the 4 administrators behind him, Yuan panicked and wandered around like a fly without a head. This was a good chat, why did they suddenly start fighting? Lin students, you don't get excited, listen to me to finish my words. I'm not here to hold you accountable, but I hope to cooperate with you. As long as you help us catch Knight Tianhua and collect enough evidence of his crimes, blue coins, crystals, all sorts of heavenly treasures, we can satisfy you. Ta. There was another crisp ringing finger. The dark field gradually dissipated. The field of vision returned once again. Yuan, along with the other 4 administrators, looked around in shock and saw that everything was as normal before heaving a sigh of relief. Wouldn't it have been better to say that earlier? When doing business, one must first mention the reward. 2 palm-sized ancient fossilized stones, plus 2 billion blue coins, and 50 middle-rank alien beast crystals. Lindley crossed his legs and a hand snatched the little bear in Yueka's hand and ravaged it vigorously. Yeah, you gave me back my Winnie the Pooh. I paid for this bear, why can't I play with it? Just play, why are you pulling out his hair? I'm happy to. The 2 of them started to fight over a bear, not caring about Yuan's expression. It's really bitter. 2 billion blue coins, 50 middle-ranked beast crystals. These 2 prices were high enough. And 2 palm-sized ancient fossils? Why don't you go rob them? Mr. Lin, this. Doing business is all about equal exchange and being fair and square. 2 billion blue coins, 50 middle-order alien beast crystals is no problem. This ancient fossilized stone would be too much. Yuan didn't dare to speak deeply. After all, there was a big brother present, and his little life was the most important. Hey, Captain Yuan, this price is already very flat. Billion, who is Knight Tianhua? Demonized Legion's 4th demon monarch, if you guys are sure to catch him, why come to me? Chapter 111 Killing with a Borrowed Knife. Yuan was speechless with dislike. This little thought was all taken by the other party. So, Student Lin is sure of taking down Knight Tianhua? Well. Lindley thought for a moment and pursed her lips, maybe, provided that it can be met. Doing business can be risky. Student Lin, the price. Small business, thank you for the counteroffer, Captain Yuan can replace it with an equivalent item, however. The final value cannot change. Equivalent replacement. Yuan whispered with the other 4 administrators for a while, and then negotiated the final price. Student Lin, how about this? 1 ancient fossil, 2 billion blue coins, and 30 middle-rank alien beast crystals. plus the Alien Energy Administration, the identity of the special group leader. Special group leader? What's that? What's the use? Special group leader, with the power of execution, emergency domination, local department mobilization, bounty order issuance, and temporary appropriation of public resources. The most important point is that you symbolize the public identity of the divine continent. Any organization or force that causes insults, rumors, slanders, or other negative impacts on you will be subject to the control of the Alien Power Administration. Even the 6 academies. No. Okay. Linley was silent for a while. This condition was indeed very good. The previous ones were all floating clouds, the last sentence was the point. With the identity of the head of the special group, from now on, even the 6 great academies would have to be respectful and courteous to themselves. Otherwise, one could utilize the public rights and interests of the divine continent to sanction them. No matter how thick your little thumb is, you can't top it. Cucumber is the YYDS. Okay, I'll take this job, Linley, but there's one more question I want to ask Captain Yuan. Please speak, Mr. Lin. Looking for me to cooperate, it shouldn't just be because I killed those 3 half-demonized aliens, right? Even if this one beside me is not bad in strength, it's never easy to capture Knight Tianhua. I'm sure Captain Yuan knows something about it, and that's why he's looking for me to cooperate with him. Right? Pa. Yuan immediately applauded, heartily praising Lin Li's analyzing and judging ability. Student Lin is right, I have indeed investigated some inside information. First of all, in Tianwu City, you came into contact with Wang Boqi. In other words, you came into contact with the first batch of potion testers, so you should more or less know some inside information. Secondly, your talent. Darkness Legend, there is no reason for the demonized army not to pay attention to you. Just like that, the demonized army has sent people to contact you many times and tried to bring you back. As for why the Wisps failed in the end result of this, I'm not sure. But, if you are willing to take the initiative to approach the demonized legion, finding Night Skywarp would be a breeze. That's why you're the best person for us to work with at the Alien Energy Administration. Woman, I'll give you a nod. The analysis is quite thorough, it's just that, having contacted herself multiple times. Wasn't it that time with Qing Linger? Which other time? In that case, let's pay the deposit first. Linley stretched out a hand at Yuan, as if asking for a debt. A deposit? Student Lin doesn't trust us to work for the Alien Energy Administration? Of course I don't believe it, am I familiar with you? If it wasn't for this one beside me, could you all be so polite in conversing with me? Would the 6 academies be able to obediently revoke the bounty order? Would you have given up the chance to capture me? That's right. Yu Eka, who hadn't made a sound for a long time, also chimed in, griping as if he was a 50-50 millionaire. Yuan took a deep breath, took off the space ring on his hand and placed it on the table. 1 billion blue coins in cash, and 20 middle-rank alien beast crystals are all inside. Linley hemmed and hawed, casually taking the spatial ring and putting it on his own hand. It wasn't too big or too small, just right. Captain Yuan, then I wish us a happy cooperation. It seems like we haven't set a time limit yet, right? Within a month, I guarantee that Knight Tianhua's head will appear in front of you. Preferably alive. I'll do my best. It was late at night. A group of 3 people returned to the hotel's luxury suite with large bags. The little unicorn had a drooping head, lying in the ceiling barrier and it seems to be really hungry. The 3 of them have been wandering around all day and have completely left this little guy behind. Yu Eka hurriedly took out some ham sausages from the bag and fed them to the little Qilin. This is like a dog, why is it getting more and more like a dog? What are you going to do? Kiljun, Linley, and the 2 of them were sitting on the sofa, their mouths smoldering with smoke. There's no rush, a single Knight Tianhua is good to catch. But then, we can't let the demonized legion think that it's us, otherwise there won't be less trouble in the future. Borrowing a knife to kill someone? Haha, the one who knows me is June. I'm not good at things like scheming. I'm only good at solving problems by force. Remember to give out bonuses. Don't worry, I'll give you 20%. Hey, what about mine? Yu Eka, who was sitting on the balcony sofa, asked as she hugged the little Qilin. You? Linley stubbed out his cigarette and looked at the little Qilin. For the sake of you helping me take care of the little Qilin, $50 million. Che, cheapskate. Obviously, Yu wasn't too satisfied with this result. But after thinking about it, after all, he can't contribute much, it's already good enough to horse him out for nothing. What kind of bicycle do you want? Time flickered, came to 2 days later. The door of the room was knocked. Sung Hong-yoon brought 2 young men and made a visit to the door. Vice Hall Master Sung is quite punctual. Several people sat on the sofa, and Yu Yueka was responsible for serving tea and water. Who made her the junior brother? He. How could I dare not be punctual when I have the honor to pay a visit to Lord Kill? These two are our evil spirit holy temple's preparatory heavenly sons, Feng He Yun. Today, come with my old husband to meet the world. After saying that, the 2 young men rose. Bending down and bowing to Kiljun, they also bowed their heads slightly to Linley. Quite polite. No arrogance, no impatience, and a calm heart. Unlike Hua Li's group of fools, who were bullish as soon as they came up, thinking that because they had a bit of strength, the sky was the limit. These 2 heavenly sons have extraordinary strength, and their nature is even better, but Sung Deputy Hall Master brought the 2 of them here. I'm afraid that drunkenness is not wine, right? Old fox, quasi not holding back any good farts. Student Lin's talent is truly admirable, not bad. The old man brought the 2 of them here not just to pay homage to Lord Kill. I also hope to give them a chance for a trial. A chance for a trial? What do you mean by that? Sung Hong-yoon smiled meaningfully, then pulled out a ring from his pocket and placed it on the sandalwood coffee table and pushed it. This is a token of our evil spirit sanctuary's appreciation, or teaching fee. Chapter 112 Crying Alone, True Love is Invincible. Linley didn't rush to move, but wanted to listen to the other party continue. Sung Hong-yoon, this old closed lamp, door-to-door gift even with conditions. The cheek was simply thicker than a city wall. I hope that Lord Kill will give Junior a chance to let the 2 of them follow you, and Mr. Lin to go out to see the world and make a break for it. Of course, the 2 of you can also view them as retainers, and despite handing over all the dirty and tiring work to them, they will surely have no complaints. After saying that, Feng Gong and Hiyun obediently got up and bowed again. We are willing to go through fire and water for Lord Slayer. Good fart. Linley wanted to applaud these 3 shameless things. We're willing to go through fire and water for Lord Kill. That's a nice thing to say. In fact, they are the eyes of the evil spirit temple. The fact is that the evil spirit sanctuary has placed an informant here, and incidentally, it has drawn a relationship with the killing of June, so that it is convenient to discuss the matter in the future. As for killing June at this moment, his face was not fluctuating, and he didn't even bother to take a look. The right to speak on such occasions does not belong to him. Strictly speaking, he is only a laborer. Linley is the boss. Moreover, what is in his heart, Kill June, is also clear. Vice Hall Master Sung. Quite deep in heart. Oh, a heart for the holy temple. I hope that Lin's students will be successful. Linley lit a cigarette and incidentally gave Kiljun one as well. The mood was instantly soothed. I can understand Vice Temple Master Song's good intentions, and the idea is quite good. It's just a pity that Brother June and I have recently encountered some troubles, so we really can't spare the energy to take care of the 2 saint sons. Oh? Which ungrateful thing dares to find trouble for Lord Kill and Lin students? This is not only disrespectful to the 2 of you, but also a provocation to my evil spirit holy temple. Look at how Song Hong-yoon spoke with such a righteousness and indignation that his appearance was particularly realistic. However, this was also the effect that Linley was looking forward to. In terms of acting skills, we haven't convinced anyone yet. Hey! The old artist shook his head and smiled bitterly, his gaze becoming deeper and deeper, helpless. As if it really is the heart is haggard, hopeless look said, recently, offended the demonization army 4th Demon King, Knight Tianhua. This guy's strength is average, but his methods are insidious, and he has repeatedly created trouble for June and I. He has seriously touched our bottom line. It's a pity that our investigative abilities are limited, and we have been unable to find any trace of Knight Tianhua, thus being unable to do anything about it and becoming more and more passive. Sung Hong-yoon's brows visibly furrowed upon hearing Knight Tianhua's name, but then loosened in a split second. His eyes flicked to the 2 beside him, as if he was making some kind of decision, and he kept fiddling with the ring in his hand. It wasn't until Linley finished speaking that he made a choice. Knight Tianhua, this person is indeed very uncomplicated, but in comparison, killing the great man is the most noble existence. This matter is wrapped up in might Sung Hong-yoon. Even if I can't take the other party, the whereabouts and trajectory, I can still investigate and report back to you too. Linley instantly revealed a difficult look. This matter is afraid that it is not good. If the dispute between the demonized legion and the evil spirit temple is provoked by me, then wouldn't I be a sinner for the ages? Not proper, ah. Ha ha ha. Classmate Lin is being overly concerned. When have I, the evil spirit sanctuary, ever feared him, the demonized legion? Furthermore, I won't blatantly declare war with him, I'll only investigate his whereabouts behind his back and then dispatch a high-ranking person to take action. Kiljun extinguished his cigarette, exchanged a glance with Linley, and twisted his head. Since Vice Hall Master Tsang is kind enough to do so, then I, Kiljun, will also make a statement. As long as Your Excellency can capture Knight Tianhua or provide the exact location of his whereabouts, these two, I'll take them. Feng Gong and He-Yun's faces were delighted, and they were immediately about to get up and bow again. Linley hurriedly waved his hand. The two of you, don't be in a hurry. When things are done properly, I'll accept you. If it's not done properly, Brother Jun and I will still have to contribute on our own, so we can't spare the heart to take care of the two of you. Good. With these words from Mr. Lin, I, the evil spirit sanctuary, will definitely settle the matter of Knight Tianhua. I also hope that Lord Kill accepts this meeting gift as a witness. Within half a month. Feng Gong and He-Yun, if there is no happy news, we will not have the face to associate with Lord Slayer. After saying this, the three of them once again stood up and saluted. After saying farewell, they left the suite in a flurry. Linley took the ring on the table and sensed it through his spiritual power. A black card, 100 crystals, and some valuable treasures. The grandeur of the evil spirit sanctuary was taken out. It was that this means I was too much and didn't know how to progress step by step. Pack up, let's go too. What for? Yu Eka showed her head from the check room, changing clothes while asking suspiciously. Of course I'm going to work. Hey. You're. That what? Linley also did not know what he saw. His eyes dodged and flickered, his expression seemed to be excited, seemed to be a little embarrassed. How to good and also stuttered. What do you want to say? You that what exposed? My what? Yu Eka then reacted and looked down. Ah. Stinking rascal. What does this have to do with me? You're the one who ran out and still didn't pay attention to your image, airplane girl. Linley lit a cigarette for himself, forcibly suppressing his inner restlessness. How come Kiljun didn't move? Turning his head towards his side. Good guy. He is busy wiping his nosebleed. 4 hours later. Shadow Guild, Quest Hall. Linley had finally picked his target for this mission. 873, assassinate the Vice President of the Sacred Royal Academy, Zhang Yulu, and bring back his head. Mission reward, 2 billion blue coins, 1000-year red snow Ganoderma 1, 1000-year ice lotus 1. This mission was practically tailor-made for Linley. Zhang Yulu, super rank 5 powerhouse. Wooden psychic ability developed nearly to the extreme. The life bracelet used in the Sacred Royal Academy trials was made by him, so how strong is his control over life defense? The last surveillance incident Old Man's son had said that Zhang Yulu had tangibly sensed his own breath through the bracelet. There was something wrong with that the moment he heard it. During the trial, Linley had never taken off the bracelet from start to finish. Even if that imposter also had a bracelet, he couldn't detect the abnormality of 2 auras existing at the same time? This person was 80% malicious. Either maliciously planting evidence or... Oh, things will become more interesting. A group of 3 people walked to the front desk. Linley pulled out his gold card and said, I'm going to take assassination mission number 873. Okay, please ask this adult to keep a nickname for easy recording. Kill. Matt. Cough cough. Linley choked on his own spittle. What the hell kind of name calling is this? One person crying, true love invincible? Is the fading intangible cultural heritage about to be revived? Chapter 113. One thought becomes a Buddha, one thought becomes a devil. Why don't we change our name, something normal? This bastard is definitely watching too much TV. Kill Matt is not the gold content of the average person can afford? Even the average person can't. Then let's call it Hades Sky. Okay, that sounds more normal. The middle-aged youths are happy. Okay, Shinigami, Gold Medal Little Chef, and Underworld, you've successfully accepted quest number 873. This is your mission token, please don't lose it. Linley and the others received the crimson token and turned around to leave. However, they were unexpectedly called back by the front desk attendant lady. Several people, please stay. Is there anything else? 3 of you, this is the first time you've been in contact with a single assassination type mission, so there's something I need to remind you of beforehand. This mission only allows for success, not failure. If it fails, it will be handled according to the rules of the Shadow Guild, and all of you will be killed. So, it's not too late for you to regret it. Ha! I naturally know the rules of the Shadow Guild. If you do not have full certainty, how would you dare to take it easily? Thanks for the reminder, we'll be back soon. After saying that, Linley left the Shadow Guild with Kiljun and Yu Yueka. Are you kidding? One sneeze from a saint-ranked powerhouse and the Shadow Castle would have to be blasted into slag. At that time, there was no telling who would regret it. After Linley's deliberation, he decided not to bring Yu Yueka to this operation. First of all, this girl's strength wasn't good, and it would be dangerous to meet high-level battles. Secondly, the little Qilin needs someone to take care of it. Linley couldn't possibly bring a beast with him to Shangjing, could he? Lastly, it's a big target with a lot of people. For an assassination mission, it's all about speed. Accurate, precise and ruthless. Even if you have a big brother like Killingjun, you should avoid head-on encounters as much as possible. The sacred royalty at least has more than 10 super-ranked powerhouses in its ranks. If they didn't have some real skills, how could they talk about the third largest super god academy in the divine state? Linley wouldn't rashly strike before he had full certainty. The division of labor was clear, and the two of them began to move. Bought 2 tickets to Shangjing. Leaving Yu Yueka 100 million blue coins, he also specifically instructed him to spend it sparingly, and to go out and wave less when he had nothing to do. Otherwise, when Linley returns, he won't give her any dividends. This girl promised to be quite painful, it is hard to say whether it can be done. Boarding the train. Linley and Kiljun chartered an entire carriage. Although the treatment is not as good as the last super invincible luxury VIP, but it is barely justified. There are 2 young and beautiful service lady to serve tea and water, press waist and back. They also have a word or two from time to time. The 2 young ladies served tea and water and pressed the waist and pressed the back, and occasionally even took a couple of words. But Linley has seen the world before, how can 2 be enough? I'm not going to be able to get a good look at you. Why are you 2 gentlemen wearing masks? The young lady lying behind Linley was very curious. Seeing that these 2 had never taken off their masks from start to finish, she couldn't help but ask. Because the 2 of us are killers, of course we can't show our true colors. Linley answered half-jokingly. Behind the 2 young ladies were amused giggle-straight music. Really, where did you hide your gun? My gun, of course, hidden in a very secret place, do you really want to see? Mister, you're so bad, this gun. We'd better wait until we get off the train to see it. The young lady in charge of massaging Linley kept throwing winks. The intentions were quite obvious. What a hell. Last time it was the station, this time it's the train. The level of penetration was getting stronger and stronger. Someone's coming. Kiljun, who was immersed in sexual bliss, suddenly opened his mouth, causing the few people present to freeze. Knock knock knock. The wooden door of the train was knocked on, and someone was really here. How strong is the other party? Is there any hostility? Strength is very good, hostility. Not really, I only felt Zen intent. Zen intent? What is this? While speaking, a service young lady had already gotten out of bed and walked to the door to gently push it open. Amitba Buddha, the poor monk came from the east to the west, passing through the precious land, and would like to ask for a bowl of fasting rice. If there is any disturbance, please understand. Monk? This scene in front of the door could give the service lady a whole lot of trouble. She is a not very old, clean-cut, bald, dressed in plain monk's robe. At this moment, the monk with his hands folded and hanging Buddha beads, is bowing slightly to the door to salute. This year's monks will even make fortunes? Shouldn't it be a Ferrari in his left hand and a long-legged beauty in his right? Sir, this. Let him come in. Since it was a high-ranking person, he definitely had to meet him. No matter if it's a bond or some other purpose, with Kiljun around, Linley has his own backbone. The service lady made way for the receiving monk to come inside the private room. At this moment, Linley and Kiljun were naked and tilted their heads, looking at the visitor with interest. I don't know how the master is addressed. Poor monk Dharma named Wanguang, meet you two monks. I don't know if it was impolite or what, but monk Wanguang kept his gaze turned downward, refusing to meet Linley and the two of them eye to eye. Looking at this appearance, it was really a bit of a monk. Master Wanguang came here today only to fulfill a destiny? For one thing, to persuade the master to put down the butcher's knife for another. Oh? Linley's interest increased greatly, directly sat up and asked, I wonder where this butcher knife? Where does it come from? Wanguang was silent, only closing his eyes and turning his Buddha beads. You two go out first, today's project ends here. Linley waved his hand, and the two service ladies wisely exited the carriage. Now. It's okay to say it, right? Amitba Buddha, Master Lin, I'm sure you've guessed the intention of the poor monk's statement. Indeed, but who am I to listen to you? Wanguang smiled blandly, as if the spring breeze had brushed through the February sky, and the sunrise had dispersed the bracts of the land in a cordial, harmonious manner. As the saying goes, one thought becomes a Buddha, one thought becomes a devil. Lin sure has hatred in his heart, and love in his hatred. As long as one is willing to wear out the hate in his heart and magnify the love in the hate, I believe that there is nothing that cannot be let go. Ha! Linley sneered, this monk's words were so hypocritical. Master, instead of coming to shed your roots to enlighten me, why don't you go and reason with those old guys and see? Will they let go of the conclusion in their hearts? Accept the existence of the darkness department openly? Poor monk is exactly what I intend to do. It's just that, compared to that, the heart demon of the Lin cultivator is the most important thing. Heart demon? This fellow actually knew that he was showing signs of demonization as well. As the saying goes, to unring the bell, one must tie it. Since Master already knows that I have a heart demon, why don't you take out those old guys together as me, so that the butcher's knife in my hand will only fall off consciously. Chapter 114 Sin Squad. Amitba Buddha, monks don't dare to kill in vain. When Guang clasped his hands together and chanted something under his breath. It was probably Buddhist scriptures. Then I would like to ask Master a question, I wonder if I can answer it. There's no harm in Lin Sure Master saying so. Good. I would like to ask Master, what is righteousness? What is evil? What is good? What is evil? When Guang said after a little silence, walking on the right path based on the right method is the right path. If a practice method does not belong to the right path, it is all called evil. Viewing the heart as positive, centrifugal is evil, centrifugal legislation, the law is all external, according to the law to break all the heart heart has no gain, the law is not born, all the law is called the Buddha's teachings. As for this division of good and evil, belonging to the Dharma 10 good is good karma, 10 bad is sin karma. Linley nodded slightly, this Wanguang was worthy of being a master. What was said was right on the head, and the articles were reasonable. Only, on the subject of Bull Ting, Linley had never really convinced anyone. Little man, talk to me about reasoning? I speak until you doubt life. The master's description is very organized, but it deviates from reality and makes no sense. Oh? When Guang raised his head to meet Linley's eyes and asked with a slight novelty, then according to what Master Lin said, what is positive? What is evil? What is good? What is evil? According to me, there is no good or evil in this world, it's just the human heart. The Buddha is not me, why should he ferry me? Heaven has not helped me, so why ask me? What is good and evil? What is good and evil? Those who say they are righteous have done nothing wrong in their lives. Those who say they are evil, have they never done anything wrong in their lives? The Jianghu is scary, more scary than the Jianghu, is the human heart. Evil people are scary, more scary than evil people, is the right way. If you can't clear the world true and false, then kill a heaven and earth, restore the beginning of man, return me flawless. It's just that those who are obedient to you are righteous and those who are against you are evil. The good and evil in the world have the same root. When Guang froze, Killing Jun also froze. Even Linley himself was stunned by his own words. Is this my caliber? Damn, it can't be that I'm possessed by this world's truth, right? A brief silence fell within Noda's private room. When Guang's brows were furrowed, his gaze was deep, and the Buddha beads in his hand unconsciously began to coil. Kiljun looked at Linley with some surprise. That expression seemed to be saying, kid, quite a bit of skill. Master Wangwang, do not advise others to be good without their difficulties. If you haven't converted to Buddhism, if these things are what you've experienced, if it were me to advise you from a different perspective, what would you choose? Linley put on his clothes and went straight to the window, viewing the scenery along the way. A short life of dozens of years, a hurried life like smoke and clouds, a few half a life to ask geometry? Just a little bit of time, if you still live in the suffocation, that. This life, what is the significance? What is the meaning? When Guang murmured to himself, his expression became more and more complicated. Linley struck the iron while it was hot, saying anything to fool this monk. Master, you only know the Buddhist scriptures, you only know the great way of the book, have you ever experienced life a few times? Life? I haven't always lived? When Guang was slightly puzzled, and the spirit of thirsting for truth made it more and more insane. Life, you have to take it apart and talk about it. Separately, it is life and living. You only know the latter, but you've never dabbled in the former. Do you know how many people have given up their dignity and everything for the word life? Do you know how many people have fallen into the abyss, never to be reincarnated, for the sake of the word life? Do you know how many people have suffered endlessly for the sake of life, becoming inhuman and haunted? You simply don't know, because your Buddha does not allow you to know. These words were like thunder, shattering the last line of defense deep within Wenguang's heart. At this moment, what Buddhist scriptures, what great truths, were all shadows. All of them were the most false, coldest declarations of humanity. Turns out. Was it all wrong? When Guang's expression became more and more trance-like, and he couldn't control the force in his hands, directly pinching off the Buddha bead silk thread. Clatter! A crunching sound echoed within the private room, and Guang stared at the ground, frozen. Be careful, his psychic ability is getting more and more unstable. Kiljun similarly got dressed and walked over to Linley to keep a constant watch on Guang. What's this person's strength? Super rank 7. Linley straightened up and called out, good guy. From the looks of it, this monk was 26 or 27 years old. It seemed to be another extreme demon. Had. Suddenly, an eerie and low smile entered the ears. Unexplainable horrible breath into a wisp of strong wind, blowing the curtains whirring. This dude isn't going to be possessed, is he? By the looks of it, 8 or 9 is not far off. However, he's not a supernatural ability that has become a demon, but heart nature has entered the devil. Just now, he himself had said that one thought becomes a devil and one thought becomes a Buddha. In such a great amount of effort, one has become a devil? It seems that this little monk's heart nature is not very good either. When Guang laughed for more than half a minute and switched to silent mode. A grim smile hung on his face as he stared at Linley, not knowing what he was thinking. Little monk, are you all right? Before my master passed away, he said that my mind is not strong and I'm susceptible to external forces. Today, it seems that the old man was right. I'm really on a different path. When Guang got up and put away his supernatural powers, Linley, you are indeed very uncomplicated. Today, I wanted to persuade you to put down the butcher's knife, but unexpectedly, it was me who picked up the butcher's knife anew. Again? Linley captured the point. In that case, he used to. That's right. 9 years ago, I had slaughtered over 3,000 people with the power of one person. Later, I was dispatched by the old monk of the Golden Cicada Temple, my master, Wuxing. Until today, the darkness within me has finally been released. You. Very much to my liking. Why did the painting style suddenly become weird? This little monk wouldn't be a gay, right? Ahem. Since this is the case, congratulations to Master Wenguang for regaining his heart. What are your plans next? Not much of a plan, to follow you and be the old me. The smile on Wenguang's face grew weirder and so a hint of obscenity. Linley did not know whether it was good to be happy or unhappy good. Forget it, let's make shallow use of it first. After fixing Zhang Yulu, then make plans. Good. Since Master Wenguang has this intention, then kill with the two of us. Satisfying one's deepest thirst is the foundational concept of advanced living. Kiljun also chimed in, let that group of self-righteous, moralistic fellows experience what they define as evil and what they define as evil. After saying that, smiles appeared on the faces of the 3 members of the group. The Sin Group, officially established. Chapter 115, Tricked. 2 days later. Linley and his group finally arrived in Shanjing City.
Familiar station, familiar style, familiar first time.
The first time you set foot in the alien world, don't always think the wrong way, okay? For the addition of Wanwang, a new member, Linley didn't have too many thoughts. Karma, wonderful. Just think of it as a big help from the airborne good. Anyway, they were all utilizing each other, and when their value was exhausted, they would go their separate ways. It was now midday. Not very suitable for action. The three of them casually found a hotel, dumped more than 100,000 blue coins, and easily checked in without a real name. Come on, we're killers now, we have to be professional. It wouldn't be good to leave too many traces. Does Cultivator Lin have a plan? Guang had changed his style since he went black. The monk's robe had changed from plain white to karmic black. Well, still a monk anyway. According to his own words was that the path of cultivation, regardless of the process, the purpose was still the same. As the saying goes, a demon monk is also a monk. Wine and meat go through the intestines, but Buddha stays in his heart, is probably the truth. My plan is to go in hard. Linley lit a cigarette as usual, incidentally giving Kiljun. Manhwa also lit one. Ever seen a monk who smokes and drinks? No need to doubt it, it's right next to me. Tough break-in? I'm afraid it's only not that simple, right? Of course it's not that simple. If Master Wanguang hadn't joined us, June and I would not have acted like this. But times are different now. My plan is, Brother June will attract the firepower, and Master Wanguang, you and I will sneak into the faculty and staff accommodation area together and attack and kill Zhang Yulu. With that, the three of them discussed the specific course of action. Linley promised that if the mission was successful, Wanguang, Kiljun, and each of them would share 20% of the mission reward. That is, 400 million blue coins, plus some converted foreign beast crystals. The two of them said that they had no problem with it, and Wanguang was even more excited about killing. As if it was just about to be too much to wait. Dark moon and windy night of killing. When the Sin Squad acted. Rumble. A monstrous roar came, startling all the teachers and students of Sacred Imperial Academy. Sun Wukong led more than 1,000 leaders, and the teachers rushed up to the sky, surrounding the masked man incarnated by Kiljun. Who is your excellency? Why did you attack my Sacred Imperial Academy at night? Sun Wukong's current appearance was much more vicissitudinous than it had been more than half a month ago. The creases on his face were becoming more and more pronounced. It was unknown how many things he had worried about. The good thing is that the aura of the body has not been reduced at all, and it is still so. Pretend be. Having nothing to do, I want to find someone to fight. Little old man, your strength is still far from enough, you guys. Go on together. Rampant to the extreme. The bald male leader was the first to be unconvinced, directly converging his alien energy and rushing towards Kiljun. Sun Wukong realized that something was wrong. With his own strength he couldn't even perceive the other party's realm. Then there were only three possibilities. Either the other party was a muggle, also known as an ordinary person. But in this case right now, it was clearly impossible. Either that, or the other party was utilizing a special elemental artifact, or a special concealment method, thus dispersing their own realm's aura, making it impossible for other adepts to perceive them. Seeing that this masked man was so calm, it was obvious that he was not afraid of anyone present. If this is the case, then there is only one last possibility left. Not good. Sun Wukong reacted fiercely and tried to stop it, but unfortunately it was already too late. The bald man rushed to Kiljun's proximity and swung out a fist. Boom! The friction sound that cut through the air and thus caused was particularly ear-piercing. Unfortunately, there was no movement in the next second. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air. What exactly did they see? I'll tell you in a moment. The scene shifted to Linley and Wanguang. The entire school's leaders and teachers had been lured away. Zhang Yulu was special because he specialized in the art of life and wasn't good at fighting. Therefore, he basically wouldn't show his face on such occasions. He would only hide at home and sleep. In this way, it gave Linley the opportunity to assassinate. Sneaking quietly into the holy royalty, Linley would not emit any aura due to the factor of the dark origin. Wanguang, on the other hand, was in too high a realm, so basically no one could perceive it except for powerhouses of the same super rank. Soon, the two of them passed through the school dormitory area and arrived at the faculty and staff accommodation villa complex. In the past, Linley would absolutely think that this place was extravagant and spectacular. But now. Cut, garbage.
Locking onto his target, Linley directly released the black mist and teleported inside the villa. When Guang, on the other hand, was receiving in the courtyard, waiting for the prey to come out of the cage to
give it a fatal blow. It's late at night. The lights in the living room are still on. A figure is sitting on the sofa, sipping tea.
From time to time, he also looked out the window, making it look like a melancholy boy.
Linley. Since you're here, why do you need to hide?
Zhang Yulu's indifferent sentence scared Linley.
How did he discover himself? No, how did he know his identity? Oh no. Linley reacted and turned around to gather his alien energy in preparation for escape.
A green energy cage appeared out of nowhere, easily binding him within.
No matter how much he exerted the black mist, it just couldn't have the slightest effect. Damn it! Linley knew that he had been tricked.
There was no such thing as a blackened demon monk, it was clearly an accomplice arranged by Zhang Yulu.
Vice Dean Zhang is so tactful. Surprisingly placing a spy beside me so easily. Admirable, admirable. Linley's face was grim as he gritted his teeth.
Zhang Yulu slowly got up, his heroic face slightly cold.
Student Lin, if not for that, how could I catch you? Master Wanguan, hard work.
After saying that, space rippled. When Guang's figure appeared out of thin air and smiled with Zhang Yulu.
Happy cooperation, Vice President Zhang. Ha ha ha. Happy cooperation, I'll call you as soon as possible for the remaining remuneration.
Zhang Yulu slowly stepped in front of Linley and patted the green energy cage. Student Lin, after only half a month's gap, you've already grown to such an extent.
If we don't get rid of you as soon as possible, I'm afraid that the alien energy world will change its sky. Vice Dean Zhang, I advise you to think clearly.
If you kill me, all of you from Sacred Imperial will not be able to escape death.
Ha ha ha. If they die, they die, what does it have to do with me? Even if the one outside is suspicious of me, after taking your head, someone will guarantee my life. Someone will protect his life?
Which power dares to say such big words?
The demonized army or Huali? It's unlikely, isn't it?
Zhang Yulu, today, I'm counting on my bad luck to fall into your hands.
I'll do as I please if I want to kill you, but I have a question for you. You want to ask me? Which force is trying to take your life, right? Unfortunately,
I, Zhang Yulu, am not a talkative person, so after going down there, you'll be clear about it.
As soon as the words fell,
Zhang Yulu pulled out the short sword on his waist and stabbed straight at Linley's chest.
Chapter 116. They all deserve to die. Put. Bright red blood sprayed onto the wall.
Painful wails resounded throughout the entire villa.
Ah!
Zhang Yudir shifted her eyes downward with horror on her face. It was extremely unbelievable to see the battle sword that was dyed red with blood.
Why? Dang!
The short sword smashed into the ground with a crisp sound.
Linley put away his shock and horror. Teasingly, he asked, "What's wrong with Vice President Zhang? How come the ruthlessness from just now is gone?" You. Pooh-ah.
Halfway through his words, Literature and Light drew back his battle sword, causing Zhang Yudir to spray blood from his mouth and fall to the ground.
Zhang Yudir, you can play tricks, why can't I? Have you heard the saying? Money makes the devil work, and a penny is worth a penny.
The cage that had originally bound Linley was instantly shattered, and green energy filled the surroundings, turning into stars that drifted everywhere. Zhang Yulu strongly supported her body to get up, trying to run her supernatural energy to repair her wounds. Unfortunately, reality did not go as expected. A powerful darkness-based foreign energy spread out, constantly eroding Zhang Yulu's body. As a result, the wood-based foreign energy in his body was being crazily devoured and cut down at the moment. Not to mention repairing his body, in this situation right now, it was already very good to be able to save a small life.
Wan Guan. Zhang Yulu gritted her teeth and turned back, roaring with an indignant expression, "Why on earth? Is it because I paid you less?"
Monk Wanguan pulled out a handkerchief from somewhere and gently wiped the remaining bloodstains on the blade of his sword.
It is indeed less. But that's not the reason. What exactly is the reason?
Because I admire Linley, I share the same aspirations and sympathize with him.
The corner of Linley's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Don't say anything outwardly. Who the hell sympathizes with you? Vice President Zhang, I can give you a chance to live. As long as you're willing to give up the person behind the curtain. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yulu wiped away the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, his eyes becoming increasingly sharp. I have to admit, you do have two tricks up your sleeve. To be able to buy off literature and light, and in turn, set me up, Lord Alliance Master's concerns are not without merit. It's just a pity that you won't be able to get anything out of me because I'm not like those idiots who would believe your bull. Zhang Yulu's expression became more and more maniacal, and without knowing what kind of madness he was pumping, he began to fully utilize the remaining foreign energy in his body. In doing so, he did not intend to fight to the death, but to completely give up the chance of survival, causing the dark alien energy that invaded his body to lose its blocking power, thus accelerating the destruction of his body's interior. Ha! I didn't expect Vice President Zhang to be quite manly, in that case. Bon voyage. With that, a black blade flashed by. The delicate head fell into the bag with precision. Mission 873, completed. Rumble. A huge roar shook dozens of miles around. At this moment, the sacred Imperial Academy had long since turned into daytime. It wasn't that it was daybreak, but rather that Sun Wukong had been forced into retreating and was using his full strength to execute a great move. Nearly 1,000 leaders, teachers lay sprawled on the ground. There were minor injuries and serious injuries. Others went to meet the King of Hell. Killing June shot out of his heart, killing whenever he wanted to, without the slightest concern for the consequences. This also let Sun Wukong for the first time in his life fear. This god of killing in front of him, what exactly did he want to do? If my guess is correct, Your Excellency is the first saint-ranked powerhouse of the celebrity clan beside Linley, right? Yo! Surprisingly, you've been recognized, so should I kill you to silence you? Kiljun flicked his wrist, and a cloud of small dark vortexes rapidly converged. The appearance was very unimpressive, but Sun Wukong was clear that this strike. I was afraid that it could kill him. Your Excellency, wait. Sun Wukong was anxious. He wasn't afraid of dying, but he was afraid of dying in an unexplained and meaningless manner. If you have an ass, let it go, don't waste time. Your Excellency, regarding the mistakes made by student Linley, our academy has long since chosen to erase all suspicions. Not only has the wanted notice been revoked, but the Lord has also shown him favor. Any other grievances you, or student Lin, have, feel free to bring them up. Our academy will fulfill all needs as much as possible. There's no need to drive them to extinction, right? Kiljun pulled out his ears and said in a pressurized voice, I think you've misunderstood. The purpose of our trip here is not to remove the sacred Imperial, nor is it for revenge. It's just for the sake of. Saying this, Kiljun paused, as if he felt it was not good to tell him the truth. Or rather, not very professional. Just for fun. Sun Wukong was surprised for a split second. What the hell kind of reason? However, then he figured something out. Because the other party was a darkness type ability, even without demonization, the villain logo had been ruthlessly snapped onto its body. Therefore, all the killings caused could be explained. It's getting late, too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Kiljun was not a person who loved to talk nonsense, and the alien energy in his hand was about to be thrown out as he watched. And Sun Wukong was also ready. The vastness of the holy light alien energy spread over the entire night sky. A huge sword with the ability to destroy the sky and the earth was about to fall at any moment. Slow down. A familiar voice came, breaking the atmosphere of this space filled with the power of annihilation. Kiljun painfully put away his supernatural ability, and with a wave of his big hand, Sun Wukong pulled the huge sword suspended in the air upwards. Linley, what exactly do you want? Right next to Kiljun's body in the void position, two figures instantly appeared. When Guan grabbed Lin Li's arm and suspended him in the air. Mother all said it wasn't necessary. Had to stick so close, causing the two to be unknown, and the atmosphere was indescribably weird. Why don't I just ride my demon, the two of us like this? It's a bit weird. What's weird about it? Wouldn't it be better to ensure your safety if I guarded beside you? TSK. It sounded a bit reasonable. Ahem. Dean son, I haven't seen you for a long time, I miss you so much. Wearing a black mask and dressed in a black combat trenchcoat, Linley looked exceptionally dignified. Especially on an occasion like this. Two top continental powerhouses on his left and right escorted him here. He was like the new era of the Dark Knight monarch, looking out of the corner of his eye. At his feet were mountains of corpses, as well as horrifying howls. Linley enjoyed this killing scene more and more. What's right or wrong, evil or not? Just 2 words. Unhurried. Linley, your matter has long since ceased to be pursued by Saint Imperial, and whatever else you want, I can give it to you. But please spare those innocent people, they all deserve to die. Linley nonchalantly interrupted the other party. Don't worry, Dean's son, today, it's not the moment for me to take revenge on Sacred Royal. To come here, simply for him. With that, Linley opened his suitcase and carried out Zhang Yulu's bloody head. Under Sun Wukong's shocked gaze, he gently swung it. Chapter 117 Emboldened Wukong. After getting a good look at the face of the human head, Sun Wukong's entire body was shaking with anger. Pointing at Linley, he roared, Linley! You're simply too deceitful. Why did you want to kill Vice President Zhang Yulu of our institution? I can kill whoever I want, do I need to explain to you? Put the human head back into the suitcase. It could be worth billions of blue coins and had to be kept properly. Seeing Sun Wukong pointing at himself, shivering, half a day unable to utter a word. Linley snorted and laughed, Dean's son, don't be anxious, I still have another suitcase, the position there is not yours. Don't say I won't give you a chance, 1 month's time, go gather your 6 colleges and go on a joint crusade against me. If you're slow, in a month's time, I'll take the initiative to launch a crusade against your 6 colleges. Of course, I won't drive you to extinction, after all, it's for the sake of the greater good. But you old men, it's time to go into the ground. Pulling out his cell phone and looking at the time, it was getting late. If we delay any longer, the remaining few old guys will be arriving. Dean's son, there is a meeting in the landscape, we'll see you in a month. After saying that, the 3 of them ignored Sun Wukong's face that had been exasperated into a pig's liver color. Turning around, they were about to leave. Linley! A familiar cry came from the ground location. Turning back to look, it was actually Lu Qingyan. After not seeing her for nearly a month, her strength had risen quite a bit again. Currently, it was already at the 5th level of the middle rank. Lu? Fellow student, what is the matter? Linley, if you're doing this, can you stand up to lightning? Joke, how am I sorry for light speech? This woman is afraid she's not on the wrong medication, right? What the hell does it have to do with her if she's an old man? Linley, do you know how much light speech once expected of you? She's been waiting for you to turn around. Waiting for you to turn back into that hero who was full of motivation and made it his mission to save the human community. And now what? Look at you now. You're addicted to killing, you're a tyrant, and you're trying to conquer the 6 academies? Is this what you should do as a legend? Lu Qingyan's face was icy cold, as if it was a cold winter moon, and her body was trembling slightly as she angrily shouted. It was evident how angry it was at this moment. How serious it was. Finished? You? If it wasn't for the face of light speech, you would be worthy of teaching me a lesson? Me? Linley. That is darkness, forever sinking. Doing things without considering any consequences, I just want me to be comfortable, I just want me to be happy. You're sorry for whispering because you're fighting against the 6 colleges? If it wasn't for whispering, Master Luo was here, I wouldn't have kept a single one of the 10,000 people up and down the Sacred Imperial. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. The remaining 4 people present were all shocked. Slaughtering over 10,000 people? What kind of killing heart must this be? What kind of bloodlust? It's still the same saying, don't advise others to be good without their difficulties. Take care of your sister, one day, I will come to take her home. After saying that, Linley also no longer cared about Lu Qingyan's words, directly with Kiljun, when Guang disappeared in the original place. Disappeared in the middle of the night. Dean. Okay, you do not need to say anything more, things have come to this, I have no way back. On the asphalt road dyed red by blood. Sun Wukong lightly hunching his back, walking apprehensively. As if for a moment, he had aged 3 more years. That? Dean Zhang. Lu Qingyan was, after all, the first person of the new generation of the Sacred Imperial, and she more or less had to be on top of things at the academy. Right now, Zhang Yulu was killed. Nearly 100 teachers, leaders of the academy were slaughtered. More than 1,000 people were injured. This could be described as breaking bones and lightly shaking the foundation. Hey! Sun Wukong looked at the starry sky, the breeze brought up a wisp of disheveled hair at the temples, sighed helplessly, what I care about is not Zhang Yu dear, nor is it the loss of the academy, but the height of Lin Li's growth today, and the speed of. If this development continues, at most 3 years, the Divine Continent's alien energy world will usher in a great change that will turn the world upside down. Then, is it good or bad? I don't know. During the two people's conversation, the 5 streams of light of different colors came crashing down from far and near. Getting close, it turned out to be the deans of the other 5 courtyards, rushing to support them. Dean-san, how is the situation? Wang Gang was the first to ask, but when he saw the blood all over the ground and the wounded that were constantly being transported to be rescued, it became roughly clear. The casualties were heavy. Old son, just who is so powerful and bold? Dean-san, what is the extent of your hospital's losses? I will contact this institution for assistance as soon as possible. Sun Wukong waved his hand, and then briefly recounted how Lin Li and his party of 3 invaded the sacred royalty, killed Zhang Yudir, and made a big speech that shook the entire room. The remaining 5 deans present fell silent after hearing this. After a long time, Huang Fei Baking spoke. Lin Li's behavior is getting more and more rampant now, as I see it. He's just teetering on the brink of demonization. This son can't be retained any longer. Dean Huang, I'm afraid you haven't figured out the situation yet, have you? Ewing nonchalantly continued to dislike him, first of all, regardless of the Dark Kingdom behind him, just that saint-ranked alien powerhouse alone, all 6 of our great houses put together may not even be a match for him. What are you going to get rid of Lin Li with? Mouth. You. Huang Fei Baking was furious and blowing her beard, but she just couldn't retort. Obviously, Yu Ying's words were not unreasonable. How could a group of super-ordered old pickpockets compete with a wholly ordered big brother? At this point, the one who felt this most was still Sun Wukong. In the few rounds that he had just exchanged, he had been completely suppressed by the other party. Moreover, he hadn't exerted any force, otherwise, this old bone of his would have to be tossed apart. Then what do you say, what should be done? Huang Fei Baking was quite upset in his heart, so he directed the problem to Yu Ying. To say that the one who watched the show with the most vigor, it was definitely Wang Gang. It was because Lin Li had promised himself that he would let Xing Hui off the hook. Even if he went back on his word, with Zhao Tianya's imperial sword in hand, there was nothing to fear. At most, it would just be a matter of booing its lips and walking around. Cough. In my opinion, it's better to avoid its front for the time being. Don't get entangled with it. What he wants, we'll try to satisfy him. After all, it's a child. When the anger subsides, it should be nothing. Dean Wang, you're really standing on your feet. I heard that you saved Lin Li's life in the last Song City Guard battle. In reason, he won't be able to drive Saint Radiance to extinction, so you're the one who's the most emboldened, right? Wang Gang was embarrassed, not realizing that Huang Fei Baking's investigative skills were so perverted. I just happened to be passing by then, and I saw that this son was brave enough to resist the super-ranked alien beasts. His spirit is commendable, that's why I made an exception, so don't chew on it. Chapter 118. No one in Shangjing, Country Bumpkin claims the king. Alright. Right now resolving the matter of Lin Li is the most important. There is no better way, first courtesy, and then troops. I support Dean Zhou's suggestion, first with Lin Li reasoning, as far as possible to meet each other's needs. If he is stubborn, our 6 colleges and then hard is not too late. Dean Huang, what do you say? The remaining 5 people expressed their agreement. Only Huang Fei Baking's cheeks were cloudy, as if he was entangled in something, but also as if he was resentful of something. All 5 of you have decided. Are my words still that important? Huang Fei Hong's heart was so stifled, he didn't even have a bit of a speaking position. Then still play the fart Simply wave his sleeve and not take away a cloud. Ewing coldly glanced at the direction Huang Fei baked away and said, humph. Old man Huang's ambition is getting more and more inflated. Since he's finding his own unpleasantness, we don't have to care about him. One day, this guy will regret it. Dean Sun, there are still some things we need to discuss. Good point, several people please follow me. Shangjing City, 4th City District. Wanfu Building. Boss, deluxe private room. Yes, 3 of you, upstairs please. Lin Li, Jianjun, and Wenguang took off their disguises and followed the service staff up the stairs. Zhang Yulu's head has already been obtained, although not set out the person behind the scenes, but Lin Li is not too concerned. At least it could be proved that this bastard had some involvement in the last surveillance frame-up case. Whether or not it was led by him is not important. What mattered was that he had to die. There was also Old Man Sun and Zhang Wan. Lin Li will also take their heads. Don't say we don't think about the big picture. This so-called big picture has nothing to do with Linley? As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do that, he said. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it. Besides, Linley has already focused on the big picture, okay? Otherwise, the 6 colleges will be eradicated together, the power of the human race and the divine continent will be cut to 50%. At that time, everyone will have no more fun. Boom! A muffled sound came from below. A few people had just ascended the stairs when the hall welcoming door was rudely kicked open. More than 10 young and beautiful guys, beautiful women walked to the front desk and yelled, "Boss, the most expensive, the best private room, prepare it for me immediately. And the most expensive wine, the best dishes, Lu Gaojie is not poor." Seeing the leader of the rich second generation named Lu Gaojie, the boss directly came to a wave of fancy face. Respectful appearance at a glance as the old man. Only, in the twinkling of an eye, he seemed to have realized something, and his expression was very tangled and difficult. "Mr. Liu, this deluxe private room is now booked by guests. Why don't I just arrange a high-class private room for you?" "What? High-class private room? I'm TM Lu Gaojie. Not a beggar, who are you looking down on?" Pa! This rich second generation named Lu Gaojie also did not know what kind of wind he was pumping, copied a bottle of high-grade red wine from the front desk and smashed it straight towards the boss. Fortunately, the latter reacted in time, and the red wine smashed against the wall, splattering bright red wine juice all over the place. "Mr. Liu, calm down, these 3 luxury private rooms, one was booked by Mr. Qin, one was booked by Director Gua, and one." Saying this, the boss turned back in a hurry. "See Linley, 3 people have not completely upstairs," pointed and said, "the last one was booked by these 3 gentlemen, you see this? Mr. Qin. Director Gua." Lu Gaojie muttered to himself, his eyes showing some scorn. Obviously, these 2 were not good people. With his position of strength, he was still far from being able to mess with the other party. With that, he turned his head to look at the stairs. Seeing the backs of Linley's trio, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Score! Another wave of dog blood drama was about to unfold. "You 3, stop right there." No one paid any attention to him. Linley's 3 were still climbing upwards on their own. After passing a corner, they completely disappeared. This can be tolerated? Who was he, Lu Gaojie? The 4 famous families in Shangjing. The following collateral family. The subordinate family below, the Lu family, the second son of Lu. Is he not? Just ask if you're afraid? How dare you ignore me? Brothers, follow me upstairs. A few young guys dressed like gangsters followed closely behind, following Lu Gaojie as he aggressively ascended the stairs. The boss saw that the momentum was not good and hurriedly dialed a phone. "3 of you, inside please." The young and beautiful waitress introduced the 3 into the private room. In order to show appreciation, Linley sacrificed color to throw a wink. Unexpectedly, the other party returned a frown. "Well, one is not simple than the other. Several people, this is our Wan Fu Lu's menu. No need, the most expensive wine, the best dishes, arrange a wave." "Alright, several people please wait." After making the tea and serving the pastries, the service lady's sister retreated. "Those few bedbugs are following up, how do we get them?" Kiljun sipped his tea and spoke quietly. Linley didn't take it seriously at all, there were just too many 2-bit youths these days. Dare to come then dare to kill. His parents do not come to educate him, then we will educate him for him, just as a pre-dinner entertainment program. Hello. Hearing this, Wang Guang also came to be interested. A gloomy smile, staring at the door position. 3 seconds later. Clang sound, the door of the room was kicked open. Lu Gaojie with 4 or 5 punks with nostrils to see people, especially arrogant rage, "You 3 are deaf? Just now when this young man called you, you all didn't even ing answer. Do you think that no one is in Shangjing and that the country bumpkin is the king? Yo, that's quite a good thing to say. We can learn from it in the future. Which one of you is coming?" Linley crossed his legs and lay down on the leather sofa, asking the remaining 2 with a slight interest. Kiljun slightly shook his head, indicating its lack of interest. It was no wonder, having just killed 100 or so people, there would always be mental fatigue. Amitabha Buddha, the heavens have the virtue of good life, telling the poor monk to send a few monks to the western paradise of ultimate bliss, so it is better for me to come. Wen Guan was in a strange state. Playing the name of the holy monk of saving suffering and salvation, but doing the heartless hell devil thing. It's a bit interesting. Yo! There's even a monk? What? Not going to pick up a beautiful woman after work, pretending to be compassionate here, right? Lu Gaojie waved his hand, and the two punks behind him walked slowly towards Wen Guan carrying a bottle of wine. Little monk, don't give face to face, grab and get out of the private room, make room for our Lu Xiao. If you keep ing grinding, I'll throw polish on your head and make you sit down and die. Amitba Buddha, the sea of bitterness is endless. Turning back is the shore. Chapter 119 Socializing Without Secrets. Wen Guang put his hands together and sitting on the reclining chair without moving a muscle. However, Linley sensed a slight fluctuation of spatial supernatural energy. It wasn't very obvious, so it was impossible to determine the other party's specific attributes. It's probably a superpower big brother. Put. Just as he was thinking that, 2 sprays of blood came out, directly staining the wall red. The punks had their necks wiped out by an unrecognizable foreign energy, and fell to the ground without a sound. This scene happened too suddenly. Lu Gaojie was stunned, and the rest of the punks behind him were even more stunned. Only Lin Li waved his hand in disgust. Can we be a little cleaner, so heavy flavored and still eat or not eat? Even Kill Jun frowned, quite dissatisfied with this. You guys are alien? Lu Gaojie was so frightened that his face turned pale and his legs trembled. The several pretty little girls outside the door shrieked in shock at the sight and fled the restaurant in haste. Amitba Buddha, sure master, don't be anxious, one by one. Put. Plop. 3 more columns of blood spewed out. The 3 punks behind Lu Gaojie didn't even have time to utter a scream before they went to meet the king of hell. A large amount of blood spattered on Lu Gaojie's body, and his originally pale yellow high-class shirt was now rendered red. This sense of vestigial vision was comparable to a horror movie. Hey! Really convinced you, old six? Linley got up helplessly and sat down on a farther seat. Grabbed the solution, then changed the private room. You guys? Aren't you guys afraid of the sanctions of the Alien Energy Administration? Heh, naive fools, in the eyes of the strong there are no restraints to speak of. You. Don't kill me, I'll give you money, I'll give you lots and lots of money. Oh? Upon hearing that there was money to be made, Linley instantly became interested. Then what do you think, how much is your life worth? Lu Gaojie was stumped for a moment. Say more, can't afford to give, say less, sorry. 5. 50. Oh no, 1 million blue coins, I can give you 1 million blue coins. Chow, so he's a poor bastard. 1 million blue coins, what about sending out beggars? Hey! How dare you call yourself a rich second generation? Shame on you, Wan Wan, do it. Don't. I don't have much pocket money left, but my father has money, 3 million, 5 million is fine, as long as you guys don't kill me. Lu Gaojie anxious, plop kneeling at the door, a snot and a tear of begging. Unfortunately, the 3 people in the room no longer answer. 5 million, Linley thought it was 500 million. Waste of time. The spatial fluctuation struck again, and Lu Gaojie's head was about to fall to the ground. However, just in the nick of time, a clear, cold voice came from outside the door, and the alien energy fluctuations came to an abrupt end. 3 of you, Xin Jia, have bought this person's life. Linley looked up and saw a young man of his own age, with long silver gray hair, thin bangs, delicate cheeks, wearing a burgundy shirt, and with a strong aura, slowly walking in. This person was not a simple commodity at a glance. It wasn't so much how strong he was, but how strong the old man behind him was. Brother June, what is the other party's strength? Super rank 7. Good lord, this upper capital city is really hiding crouching tigers. Another super order upper level powerhouse has emerged. However, this marveling is marveling, but it is impossible to be afraid. Not even needing Kill Jun to make a move, Wen Guan would be able to finish off the other party. Qin Jia. The eldest son of the 4 great families of Shangjing, the Qin family's sideline, Qin Jie? Precisely under me. Hee, nice to meet you, Mr. Qin, just now you said you want to buy this person's life, how much can you offer? Qin Jie guffawed, pulled out a gold card and placed it on the desktop, glanced at Lu Gaojie and said, 300 million, buy it. Give it to Mr. Lin. Hee hee, interesting. After getting halfway through, this guy was here to flatter himself. His emotional intelligence was quite good, knowing that he could make use of this opportunity to give himself a wave of gifts in name only. The children can be taught. As for Lu Gaojie's mood at the moment is like riding a roller coaster. Falling, rising, and falling again. Prince Qin, seeing as my Lu family is also considered as half of the Qin family's affiliated family, saved my life. From now on, my Lu family would like to be an ox and a horse to repay your great kindness. Noisy, is there a place for you to speak here? The several black-clothed bodyguards behind Qin Jie directly walked forward and gave Lu Gaojie a series of slaps. His eyes were filled with little stars as he slapped them, and for a moment, he couldn't tell the difference between east and west. Duke Qin, what's the so-called matter without merit? Duke Lin overthinks it. I just want to get acquainted with the three of you, I have no other intentions. Really? I'm afraid that Mr. Qin has been staring at me for a long time, right? It's not easy to wait here in the middle of the night. Seeing Lin Li's teasing smile, Qin Jie did not show any dissatisfaction. Duke Lin is really as smart as the rumors say. But please don't worry, I, Qin Jie, have absolutely no malicious intent and only want to make friends. The food and drinks have been prepared, can the three of you enjoy a gathering? Lin Li lowered his mood to think, then looked at Kiljun. Indeed there is no malice, I just want to find a backer for the Qin family. As soon as these words came out, Qin Jie's pupils shrunk violently. His own thoughts were actually completely seen through by the other party, no secret socialization, so twisted. If my old man's guess is correct, Your Excellency is that human race's first saint-rank powerhouse, right? Kiljun didn't say anything, nor did he make any reply. Obviously, he was acquiescing. The old man took a deep breath and murmured in a low voice in Qin Jie's ear, Your Excellency, if you want to make the acquaintance of these three, you must treat them with sincerity. Qin Jie solemnly nodded his head, becoming more and more respectful. To have the honor of meeting the Divine Continent's #1 sacred rank powerhouse, Senior is honored. I also ask that Senior rewards Senior with a thinly veiled face, so that Senior can fulfill the honor of being a landlord. Amitabha Buddha, a few monks have not paid too little attention to poor monks, have they? When Guang had looked halfway through the day, he was at least a top super-ranked powerhouse. How dare no one care about himself? Who could endure this? Who is this? Obviously, Qin Jie didn't recognize Wang, nor did he know his strength level. Only the old man behind him recognized Wang's identity, and that frown was about to pinch a fly. It has been a long time since I saw you, little friend. Wang's realm is getting deeper and deeper, it's just this breath. My Buddha is merciful, just regaining the butcher's knife. Truly worthy of being a Buddhist disciple. One thought becomes a devil, one thought becomes a Buddha. Senior Wang, I wonder if I could honor you with a gathering? You are welcome, Mr. Qin, take me to supersede this person, then we can have a gathering. Chapter 120 Tadpoles looking for their mothers. Transcend this person. But he's alive. Doesn't his conscience really hurt if he speaks and acts like this? Alright, I'll leave the rest to Master Wang's performance, let's go eat. This program of living body transcendence was too heavy in taste, so Lin Li wasn't interested in watching it. Otherwise, how could we eat later? Haha, Mr. Lin, and this Senior, please follow me down. Qin Jie sort of realized that each of these three people in front of him were not to be messed with. Killing people as an entertainment program, truly worthy of being the leader of the dark faction. Tasteful enough? So, Lin Li two people then got up and followed Qin Jie to leave the private room. No matter how much that kid Lu Gaojie wailed, there was just no one to take care of him. Cleaning up the garbage for this world, it's only right to thank Master Wang for his contribution, right? After 3 rounds of drinking, I had enough to eat and drink. It was time to talk about business. Mr. Qin, the gift has been received, the meal has been eaten, the wine has been drunk, and the man has been killed. Speak up, what's the matter? Lin Li took a toothpick and picked at the shredded meat in his teeth. This cook is not professional at all, how can you eat a piece of beef and still stuff your teeth? Qin Jie saw that the topic was introduced on the right track, so he simply stopped pretending. Speaking frankly, he said, Mr. Lin, Senior kill, Master Wang. I'm not going to lie, I do have a little matter to look for the three of you, but of course, for the three of you, it's merely a small matter. Amitabha Buddha, Duke Qin is trying to rely on us as a backer to seize the rightful power of the Qin family's direct lineage, right? Wang sipped his wine and guessed with a kind face. Lin Li glanced at him. This guy's brain wasn't simple either. Did he have some means, or had he learned something beforehand? Shin Jia did not deny it, nodded very seriously and patted his ass. Master Wang Wang deserves to be a master. Easily guessed what the late generation's heart was thinking. This attainment, simply mesmerizing. Ah. Ha ha. Mr. Qin is overstating things. To say that this young generation, the most talented group of people, Mr. Qin must be one of them. Get. Lin Li hurriedly spoke out to stop it. Business blowing each other up is the most disgusting. Can't you just say what you have to say? Do you have to pat Bo's ass and raise the atmosphere? Mr. Qin, I can see your sincerity, but you have to think clearly. If you defect to us, the decent forces in the alien world will never sit back and do nothing in the future. In another month's time, I will provoke a war against the 6 academies. By then, I'll be the most recognized devil in the world of supernatural powers. If you insist on defecting to me, the trouble won't be less. These few words really didn't mean anything else, they were simply reminding the other party. Yes. That's right. If you join Lin Li and the others, you will be able to walk horizontally in the alien energy world in the future. Kiljun's reputation would also be completely spread after the battle of the 6 academies. Who would be able to compete with the human race's #1 saint-ranked powerhouse? The problem was that the human race's decent forces would never give up. They wouldn't dare to fight hard on the surface, but behind their backs, they would never stop. One couldn't possibly guard the Qin family every day. Sooner or later something would go wrong. Mr. Lin is too worried. Since I dared to join you all, I have the means to keep my Qin family's foundation. Furthermore, the crisis in the Divine Continent is getting more and more serious nowadays, but anyone with a bit of a sense of the big picture, they won't focus their attention on me. Moreover, all forces only look at interests, not people. As long as I allocate enough resources, power, not only will they not target me, they will instead support me. Lin Li thought about it, and it was indeed true. Benefits came first, humanity came second. The Qin family was like a mountain, a golden mountain. It didn't matter if it changed color, as long as the volume of the mountain remained the same, the density remained the same, who would care? It would just be enough to rake in the gold. Truly heroes come out of the youth. Each and every one of them is not simple. The corner of Kiljun's mouth curled up slightly, as if he had unearthed something. But there was no need to say it. What's the point of caring so much about something that has nothing to do with you? Since that's the case, then the benefits after our cooperation. Please rest assured, Mr. Lin, as long as you can help me seize the Qin family's rightful power, I am willing to offer tens of billions of blue coins and all sorts of heavenly materials and treasures. 10 billion blue coins. Now that's the kind of vigor a great family should have. Good, I like a pain in the ass. Don't worry, Duke Qin, within 3 days, I guarantee that the Qin family's direct lineage will die a clean death, so that you can rightfully inherit the Qin family's entire family fortune. Isn't it just killing people? Simple. Even if his Qin family is full of reserves, and there are many experts with different abilities. But in front of the eyes of Kiljun, Wang 2 big men, the fart does not count as one. To show his gratitude, Shin Jia directly invited Lin Li to stay at the Qin family. Of course, only the side Qin family. It was located in the 5th district of Shangjing. It definitely wasn't as good as the direct line of the Qin family, which was located in the 1st district. However, the level of luxury was not at all inferior to the Dark Kingdom. 3 hours later, Lin Li comfortably took a bath. The smell of blood on his body was just too punchy, and along the way, it had attracted the attention of quite a few powerful people. Luckily, they were all Qin Jia's men. No dog blood incidents occurred. Knock knock knock. Just after walking out of the bathroom, the door to the room was knocked on. Lin Li simply put on his bathrobe and walked barefoot to the door to push it open. Who is it? Mr. Lin, my name is Qin Lu. It's Qin Jia's younger sister. What met his eyes was a little beauty, with the same long silver gray hair as his brother. Only, this little beauty's long hair was more delicate, draped over her shoulders, a little mature. The body is good, the place where the convex, the place where the warped. A little something. Miss Qin is looking for me for something? It's to warm the bed for Mr. Lin. What? Lin Li was directly confused with a big B. Staring at his eyes, he was filled with disbelief. A miss from the Qin family's sideline, coming to warm her bed? What was Qin Jia thinking? Letting his own sister do this kind of thing was simply heartless. And this girl does not look like this kind of person. She is quiet, mature and generous.
completely as a rich family when you miss image. After saying this, Jean Lu immediately blushed, biting her lower lip tightly, taking advantage of Lin Li's frozen moment to directly drill into the room.
Hey! What are you doing? I haven't agreed yet.
Jean Lu ignored it and directly slipped into the bedroom. Lin Li followed closely behind, and just before reaching the door, he instantly turned around. Mother, this girl came for real. At this moment in the bedroom, it is too inappropriate for children. Divine horse called spring light leakage. God's horse is called the spring breeze floating. God's horse is called the spring breeze floating. God's horse is called a tadpole looking for its mother.
Ahem, not yet. Miss Jean, Lin Li is not a casual person. Even if you want to do that, you have to cultivate feelings first, right? Give you 10 seconds, put on your clothes and go out, or I will not be polite. Then. You don't have to be polite. Chapter 121, Where's the meat? ITM.
Lin Li was speechless.
What kind of path is this girl in, to be so spirited? Girl, It's not very convenient right now. Go back and tell your brother that I appreciate his good intentions. Some things can't progress too fast, I have to adapt. It wasn't that Lin Li wasn't moved, but that the other party's intentions were impure. One could think of it with one's big toe. But if the other party were to get a hold of him today and do something unspeakable, the relationship with the Qin family would be quite complicated in the future. Being a scumbag? That's easy to say, but what if you go too far and make something happen? Leave a bloodline, come back later to waive paternity test. Just kidding, such a dog blood plot would be cursed to the heavens. Mr. Lin. Is it disliking me?
Jean Lu used a piece of muslin to cover that delicate body, lowered her eyes and slowly walked out of the bedroom.
Miss Jean has thought and done too much.
Lin Li, have someone I like and I'm not a casual person.
I can't give you happiness, and I can't be responsible for you, so. I appreciate your kindness, please leave. Gulp.
A word up, couldn't help but gulp.
Mother, what a torture.
A great beauty of national color took the initiative to throw her arms around, but she didn't dare to accept it.
Sinful
The two of them just like this, one after the other, fell into a short silence. Even though the atmosphere around them was getting drier and hotter, Lin Li just didn't move.
A man with determination is handsome. After a long time, Jean Lu finally chose to give up.
Silently, she returned to the bedroom and put on her clothes.
Mr. Lin, I'm sorry.
Jean Lu came to Lin Li and bowed 90 degrees, then left the room. Lin Li finally breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and re-entered the bathroom.
Took a cold shower. The next day at noon, Lin Li woke up from his cultivation.
The fifth elemental star had been lit, and the progress seemed to be slowing down a bit. It seemed like this essence pill needed to be refined urgently. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to break through to the high rank in a month. Facing the crowd of experts from the 6 academies, how could one raise the B grade?
Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?
This time, Lin Li learned from thieves.
Ask first, open the door later.
Saving someone from thinking about himself or plotting against him.
Mr. Lin, my Duke Qin invites you to lunch to discuss a great matter. To discuss important matters? He's in quite a hurry.
I simply washed up and dressed up, and left the door.
Following the attendant, he finally arrived at the luxurious banquet hall.
As soon as she entered, Lin Li sensed something.
Yu Eka, if you're not staying well in Ping City, what are you doing here? On Noda's mahogany banquet table, Yu Eka was grinning, holding the little Qilin and cackling on melon seeds.
When she saw Lin Li, a trace of apology flashed through her eyes.
She was about to speak, but was stopped. Stop. I don't want to hear it.
You from where to go back to where? I really cannot afford to raise you this big lady. Looking at this girl's demeanor, it was 80% that she had run out of money.
100 million. Spent it all? Think about it as not too realistic. This girl is to buy a luxury car or villa? Or heavenly treasures, practice pills? What the heck? You're blaming me without even asking. Pickpocket Joe. Airfield. I won't ask, as long as you're around, nothing good will happen. Lin Li, you've gone too far.
Yu Eka copied a handful of melon seeds and threw them out as if they were scattered.
Lin Li sidestepped and easily dodged it. Impolite.
Sending the other party a blank stare,
Linley came to sit down in the seat beside Shinjia. How did Mr. Lin sleep last night? Quite well. It would have been even better if there wasn't some inexplicable little girl barging in. Shinjia smiled awkwardly, digging a hole for himself. Say, any specific plans yet? Actually, there's no specific plan, it's just to ask the three of you to make a move to settle the Qin family's head of the family, Qin Guang. Qin Yong, the first son of the Qin family's first line, Qin Tai, the second son, and those few old men whose loyalty is not afraid of death and who are pedantic to the extreme. In this way, I will no longer have any obstacles, and can easily infiltrate the Qin family's industry, controlling all the funds and lifelines. Linley nodded, it sounded like it wasn't difficult. But that was, after all, one of the four great families of Shangjing. In terms of strength, even if it wasn't as good as the 6 great academies, it wasn't too far off. Money could make the devil work, casually spilling a few tens of billions of dollars, 1,000 or 800 experts could still be afforded. Amatpa Buddha, a few monks come quite early well. Early? Yu Eka shook his cell phone and said, Little monk, you're afraid you're not sleeping silly, right? It's 1:04 p.m., how early is this? Linley silently nodded a compliment for this silly girl. Anyone who dares to dislike you are. When Guan glanced at Yu Eka, his face remained unchanged, but the color of his eyes changed. It became. There was a lot more luster. There is a situation. This female monk is destined to be with the poor monk, why don't? How about the poor monk return to secularism and make love with the female monk? Put. Linley just drank a mouthful of tea and sprayed it all out. A monk pursuing a girl in public? And so direct? Even Yu Eka couldn't react for a moment, and froze as he sat beside himself, winking colorfully at himself. 3 seconds later. Stinking pervert, go to hell you. Boom. A muffled sound came, and literature was blown away by a small pink fist. This guy actually didn't resist? A super-ranked big brother was beaten up by a middle-ranked little girl? This news, when it was spread out, it would definitely be on the primetime slot. Wang Guan, who had fallen to the ground, stood up again, straightened his monk's robes, and as if nothing had happened, sat on a seat farther away from Yu Eka and continued discharging electricity. This scene watched a few people here get goosebumps. This monk does not look like a good person, nah. Coincidentally, Kiljun also came. Full of spring appearance, the corner of the mouth is still hanging a smile. Is it happiness, or is it sexual bliss? Crap. This bastard won't be trapped, right? But doesn't Kinsuk only have one sister? Repeatedly jumping through hoops? Ahmedba, too sinful. Linley would never allow his people to be controlled by a flower girl. Reason trumps all. Seeing that the people are all together, Xin Jia called the butler and ordered him to serve the food. Before long, the luxurious banquet table with a diameter of 5 meters was filled with dishes. This is the extravagant life of the rich. Linley that are out much. What lobster and abalone, sea cucumber, and snow lotus, those are all low-grade goods. For the real rich people, vegetarian is the way to go. Yu Eka picked up the chopsticks and froze. For a moment, she didn't know where to start. Big brother, is your family a rabbit family? Where's the meat? Converted to Buddhism with this monk? Wen Guan was not happy. Retorting, nonsense, my Buddha is compassionate, everything in this world is life. So, eat whatever you want, where's the meat? Chapter 122. A good show. This. The old butler on the side could be in trouble, the Qin family has always been vegetarian, where is this meat? Old Lu, go prepare some meat dishes, we can't slow down our honored guests. Yes, Your Excellency. Helplessly, the old butler could only retreat and go order the kitchen to prepare meat dishes. I think it's quite good. This radish is good. This cabbage is not bad either. Linley wasn't picky about what he ate. Even if there were no meat dishes, the plates of vegetarian delicacies in front of him were like handicrafts, and they were still appetizing. Monk Wengwang said that he ate meat, but in reality, he still favored vegetarianism in his bones. Having been a monk for nearly 10 years, he had long since developed his eating habits. Only Yu could. And the little Qilin. Puffing and fuming, he fretted at the sight of green. Isn't there a plate of papaya here? Little brother, make up for it. Linley pushed the carousel, and an exquisite plate of papaya rested impartially in front of Yu Eka. How eye-catching, how piercing. Linley. Can you suffocate to death if you don't speak? The mouth grows on me, what do you care? Airfield. Go to hell you. Aha? Forget who is the boss? How dare you pick and choose when you're a poor girl hugging your thigh? Be careful, I'll break your financial chain. Big brother, you also eat some papaya. Get lost. Playing is playing, fooling around is fooling around.
After lunch, the crowd once again returned to business. Linley didn't want to be a pain in the ass, so he directly decided to take action tonight.
Kiljun and Wingguang were the main force, while Linley and Yu Yueka were the cheerleaders.
According to the investigation, there were 3 noteworthy experts in the Qin family's direct lineage. One of them is the current head of the Qin family, Qin Guang. Yen lineage, super rank 6. The second, the Qin family's first guest secretary, known as the first sword of the divine state, Qin Pingan. Original name, Lu Pingan, then gradually integrated into the Qin family, he changed his name, not to mention his surname. The Sword and Soul series of the Superpower Department. It sounds like a bit of bull, but that's the truth. Otherwise, how can it be called the first sword of the divine state? Roughly, strength positioning, around the 5th level of the super order.
But the degree of danger is far better than Qin Guang.
Because of his sword art attainments, he has never been seen before or since, and has crossed 2 levels in a row to take out a berserk beast. It can be said to be quite perverted. The last one, name unknown, gender unknown, ability unknown, strength unknown.
It's just that blah 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 is unknown.
Only heard rumors. It was said that there was a mysterious strong man in the Qin family, who only struck once 6 years ago when Qin Guang suffered a life crisis. With just one palm, he smashed a small mountain. Even if the mass of the mountain was not large, the fact that it might have this strength proved that it was by no means a simple commodity.
Currently ranked number 1 in danger. 3 strong people? Oh, June, now you're in for a treat.
Linley followed Yu Yueka's example and ate fruit while high on melon seeds. When the airfield wasn't paying attention, he would also spit melon peels into its face.
Of course, it also ushered in a lot of bombardments from little pink fists.
I hope that a strong person will appear and battle me for 3 days and 3 nights.
Otherwise, it's really too boring. The BGM here rang out. How invincible is? How lonely? How invincible is? How empty, alone in. Shut up. It's too hard to hear.
Yuyuko, you're such a cutie, turn off your cell phone ringtone, does June need you to do the voiceover?
Wow. Yu Yueka resentfully turned off her cell phone and skimmed her mouth in protest.
Brother June, your pusillanimity is too much for my little brother to handle, tonight, it's going to be absolutely happy. The sky was darkening and the moon had risen.
For silhouettes passed overhead like ghosts.
Looking at the first urban area of Shangjing at this time, within the Qin family's first lineage compound. A good show was being staged. Or it could also be called
Divine Fate Drama. Qin Yen Yen, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't fool the youth.
I, Jiang Shang, will one day revive the Jiang family, leaving you people in the dust. A young man with a better face, resolute and indignant eyes, holding a heavy Xian iron sword, was currently standing at the entrance of the courtyard. He shouted aggressively at the crowd above the high platform. This young man's body exudes the aura and the spirit that cannot be disdained. Proudly looked down on the group of heroes, so that the crowd present slightly moved.
Unfortunately, it was only slightly.
Jiang Shang, things have come to this point, you don't need to make a big deal out of it. Not to mention whether or not Yen Yen likes you, just based on your strength, your talent, and your forlorn background, how can you be worthy of the Qin family? Here is $200 million, for the sake of your grandfather's friendship with my clan's forefather, take it and live with it. On top of the high stage, a man slightly older than Jiang Shang, with clear and elegant eyebrows, fluttered out a card and said with an indifferent expression. Jiang Shang on the stage felt that he was once again insulted, and without hesitation, he batted away the black card and pointed his sword at the man on the stage and said, Qin Yang. I, Jiang Shang, even if I die, will never accept the slightest bit of mercy from your Qin family.
We'll meet in the mountains and waters, we'll see.
After saying that, he no longer cared about the eyes of the people around him and twisted his head to seize the door. Above the clouds. That scene just now was captured by the 4 of Linley.
This plot. It's a bit interesting. Brother June, is there any way to instantly and drastically increase the strength of that kid named Jiang Shang? That way, the story can be more interesting and exciting. Buddha, the method is simple, just enter the devil. Enter the devil? But this kid is only at the 9th level of the primordial stage. Even if he were to enter the devil, how much would he grow? What Wenguang means is to lead Jiang Shang into the path of the devil, and then force the darkness system alien energy into his body. Less not to mention, having the strength of the upper level of the high rank is not a problem. Lin Li's eyes lit up, but suddenly realized that it was a bit cruel. This gameplay is indeed interesting, but people were already so poor. Lu. If you then guide him to fall into the devil's path, never to turn around, will not be a little. You go to ask him, not just? Ask him? Lin Li didn't understand what Kiljun meant. Ask him if he's fallen into the devil's path? Anyone with a bit of brains wouldn't choose this path, right? Not really. People only care about the immediate when they are extremely despondent. This kid has average talent. Even if he cultivates for 30 to 50 years, he won't achieve much. The Qin family is an unshakable mountain for him. Perhaps he will accept this opportunity. Lin Li rationalized his thoughts. This bad thing was actually explained by Wenguang as a good thing? That's impressive enough. In that case, let's wait for a good show. Chapter 123, Brainwashing 2.0. So, do you want to gain power? Do you want to be in the limelight? Do you want beautiful women? Come, join me in becoming a demon. Let those who have trampled on you, insulted you, and thought you were trash understand. You, Jiang Shang, is the only protagonist in this world. Demonization isn't scary. What's scary is human nature. As long as you have power, what Qin Guang, Qin Yon, Qin Yen Yen. As long as they are against you, all of them will go to hell. On the silent and deserted street, Lin Li's ghost-like voice appeared beside Jiang Shang's ears. Seducing, guiding, hypnotizing. I want power, but I don't want to become a demon. Seeing Jiang Shang's tenacious willpower, Lin Li decided to activate version 2.0. Diversified brainwashing. When Guang and Kiljun's figures suddenly appeared. The three of them circled around in a circle and began to unite their mouths in the art of escaping. Buddha, if the scholar wants to excel, what's a little sacrifice worth? One thought becomes a Buddha, one thought becomes a devil, as long as they assure he can do anything. Kid, power is the root that determines everything. Think back to the scene just now. Those people face you, only pity, disdain, ridicule and insult. Is it, do you want to live your whole life like this? Your dignity as a man, your will to inherit the Jiang family all left behind? What is good and why is evil? It is only the conclusion of one's heart. Strength is the principle. Believe me, demonization is your first step towards success. Let the people of this world see that you, Jiang Shang, are not a wimp, much less a downtrodden ghost. The three of them were like flies, and booing beside Jiang Shang's ears endlessly. 5 minutes later. A roar resounded through the sky. Lin Li's heart rejoiced, but it was a success. Killing June was looking at the right moment, and a massive amount of dark supernatural energy was frantically output and poured into Jiang Shang's body. Originally, the strength of the 9th level of the beginning of the inflammatory system, in just a few minutes, it was like riding a rocket, rocketing up 90,000 miles. It directly jumped to the 9th level of the higher order. Now, Jiang Shang was considered to have been completely reduced to a darkness system alien. Of course, the external force genus system would not be permanently covered. When it was used up, it would change back to the infernal lineage. I want revenge. I want revenge. At this moment, Jiang Shang was completely red-eyed. The heavy Shen iron sword in his hand kept waving. A black sword chi was extremely destructive. What cars, street lamps, concrete buildings, all turned into ashes. Lin Li see good, directly back to the clouds above, the sight of melon seeds, while watching the show. An obsession kept urging Jiang Shang to kill. Looking around, he used his remaining sanity to identify the direction of the Qin family. Then it rushed out. More than 10 minutes later. Boom! An explosion broke the original silence. The Qin family's grand and spectacular double ring gate was blown to smithereens. The security personnel hurriedly arrived and were surprised to see the demonized Jiang Shang for a moment. Didn't this kid just leave? After more than half an hour, he blackened? And he was able to jump from the 9th level to the 9th level? This was too outrageous. Jiang Shang! Wake up quickly, or we will not be polite. The leader of the group, a high-ranking 5th-level security captain, shouted loudly, and behind him, more than 10 middle and high-ranking alienists took up a stance. Preparing to meet the enemy. Die. Die for me.
At this moment, Jiang Shang's mind was completely gone, completely reduced to a killing machine. A black sword chi swept across the room, and the crowd was dumbfounded at the sight of the darkness system ability.
This kid was clearly an inferno system. How did he become a darkness system? Could demonization really be mutated? Rumble. Ah.
The black foreign energy touched the ground and produced a violent explosion.
Several security personnel with lower strengths were directly blasted and spat out blood as they flew backwards.
The high-ranking 5th-level security captain at the head of the group had a flash of red in his hand. A square sky painting halberd appeared in his hand.
Not to mention, it was quite handsome. Everyone, joint attack.
With a command, the remaining experts launched an attack at the same time. Various types of foreign energies swept over the sky. Although Jiang Shang was irrational, he had fighting instincts present. Another sword slash blocked the pace of the crowd's attack, then he leapt up and flew straight into the interior of the Qin family compound.
Oh no, we can't let him disturb the Duke's rest. Everyone, attack with all your might and intercept him. Finish off this guy who doesn't know the heights of heaven. This brat even broke into the inner courtyard. Shouldn't Qin Guang, or the remaining few experts, come out? Linley watched with interest, following Jiang Shang's lead to shift his viewing position.
Sensing a powerful aura erupting from the courtyard, Jiang Shang's end was sealed.
However, he still couldn't help but ask the few people beside him. Amit Babuda, the experts will definitely come out. However, a character of Qin Guang's level of strength will most likely not personally make a move. Because in their eyes, this person is considered a junior no matter what, an old one beating up a young one, it's not a good reputation to spread out. If they don't make a move, this kid will never be alright. What do you mean by that? Because the darkness system supernatural ability I injected belongs to the explosive type, don't look at the fact that he's only at the 9th level of the high rank now, against an expert at the early stage of the super rank, he'll never lose easily. Linley gave a thumbs up and gave a heartfelt pat on the back. Brother June is worthy of being a saint rank big shot, casually creating a puppet, his strength can be this strong. Ha! The way you kiss ass is disgusting. You Eka, do you believe I'll throw you down? I don't believe it. Look, an expert is coming out. Linley hurriedly looked down. Sure enough, the super-ranked experts in the courtyard came out. Demonized brat, if you still have some sense, quickly retreat, or else I'll be rude. The old man clad in blue robes with white sideburns and sword brows and eagle eyes suddenly appeared above the void. Stopping on the path Jiang Shang was traveling, he refused to back down in the slightest. Die. How could the killing machine care about this much, swinging several swords in a row, blasting at the old man? A praying mantis blocking a car, something that doesn't care about itself. The masters, they have to pretend to be B before striking. Otherwise, this fight is meaningless. A thick wall of ice rose up from the ground, and the temperature within a 1,000-meter radius rapidly dropped. Boom, 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 boom. Click. What? Seeing the ice wall begin to crack, the blue-robed old man was shocked. He was a super rank 2 powerhouse, even if he couldn't kill the other party in seconds, it was still easy to carry down his attacks, right? Something is wrong, you'd better go to hell. Ice River. A tidal wave of ice exotic energy began to converge, and the ground under Jiang Shang's feet began to freeze, and quickly spread its body. Chapter 124 Night of Slaughter. Drink! Along with a roar that struck. The ice layers surrounding Jiang Shang's body suddenly ruptured. Terrifying darkness-based supernatural energy converged at his feet, easily blocking the ice-based erosion. The blue-robed old man's frown tightened as he raised his hand and blasted away 3 ice spikes. Jiang Shang instinctively sensed that a crisis was coming and wanted to escape, but he suddenly realized that his speed had decreased a lot. It turned out that the surrounding space had been covered by the ice-based supernatural energy at some point, greatly slowing down the speed of the supernatural energy outburst. Inferno score-breaking wave chop. Since he couldn't avoid it, it would be better to fight hard. The flame-like darkness ability carried the momentum of 10,000 pounds and collided with the 3 ice spikes coming from the front. Rumble. The powerful alien energy shockwave caused the 2 of them to take several steps backward. The ones who were the most miserable were the few security personnel. Just as they approached the battlefield, they were blasted back by the sudden energy shock. How small? It was actually able to fight the old man to a draw. Gentlemen, this son can no longer be retained. As soon as the words fell, 3 more figures appeared out of thin air. In fact, it is not out of thin air, is moving too fast, the naked eye is not easy to capture just. This kid's foreign energy is very wrong, it seems. Not be held by himself. Since it's already demonized, it's better to just get rid of it.
The remaining 3 nodded in agreement.
With that, the 4 of them combined their efforts and engaged Zhang Shang in battle. Inside the large courtyard, roaring sounds continued one after another. The thunder, wind, ice, gold, and darkness systems intertwined together. A living fireworks party. Above the clouds. For shameless old things even combined their efforts to bully a young man, AI. The world's wind has fallen, and morals have degenerated yo. The melon was finished and the drama was almost over. According to the current trend, Zhang Shang would last at most 3 more minutes. After all, it was a union of 4 super-ranked bigwigs, and even if Wen Guang went down at the moment, they wouldn't be able to take down each other in a short period of time. Not to mention that it was just a senseless, emotionless killing machine. This little brother is also quite temperament, although into the devil, but the body looks unchanged, hee. Much better than someone. You Eka, no one will take you as a mute if you don't speak. If you have the ability to go down and save her, save him back and he will belong to you. Che, you think I don't dare? Yoo-hoo, I thought you really wouldn't dare. We'll see. Wen Guang, I'll give you a chance to ask this lady out and save Zhang Shang. Why is this girl's face getting thicker and thicker? Amitba Buddha, female monks can't go back on their promises. Wen Guang showed a demented smile on his face, then with a wave of his sleeve robe, he disappeared in place. Really convinced you guys, June, get ready to do it. Good. Looking at the Qin family compound at this moment again. The battle was already nearing its end. Zhang Shang had been sneak attacked by an old man with a wrinkled face and vicious and venomous methods. Thunder power ran through his shoulder, and he was viciously kicked in the abdomen. It was currently bracing its body, barely able to maintain standing. The sharp pain in his body caused him to regain a trace of his senses, and he looked around blankly. What's happening to me? Zhang Shang, do you know your mistake? Seeing him regain his senses, the blue-robed old man reached out to stop the rest of the 3 who were about to attack. After all, it was the Qin family that owed the Zhang family. If you can let a horse off the hook, try to let a horse off the hook. What's wrong with me? You willingly fell into the devil's path, attacked my Qin family at night, and killed a few guards. Isn't that considered a mistake? Zhang Shang froze and looked down at his blood-covered hands. Murmured, I really killed someone? Amitba Buddha, the monk need not be in vain. Life has no death since the beginning of time. Early death and late death all have to die. The human world is a fiery prison. Sending it to liberation is a great immeasurable merit. Zhang Shang was dumbfounded, and the other 4 old men were also dumbfounded. Why did this sound so awkward? As the Wen Guang figure appeared, the 4 old men slowed down and felt the terrifying realm of strength. All of their faces changed dramatically. Your Excellency is Master Wen Guang? One of the old men recognized the identity of Wen Guang, but this image, mannerisms, how with the past has changed so much. Amitba Buddha, it is precisely the poor monk. Although Wen Guang's name was not too loud in the alien world, but any strong person with a bit of strength and status would go to learn about it. Lest they would run into each other in the future and clash without knowing why. Why is Master here? What is the purpose of Master's visit? If it is to be a guest, my Qin family would welcome it to the utmost. If it's for another purpose, please leave quickly. My Qin family is unwilling to cross paths with the master. The 4 old guys were obviously very jealous of Wen Guang. After all, there was a huge difference in strength between the 2 sides. Even if the family head Qin Guang came, he didn't dare to say that he could take down the other side. Amitba Buddha, the purpose of the poor monk's visit today is to transcend the Qin family's top and bottom, and in the meantime, take away the Jiangshi master. Transcend? A few people realized that something was wrong. The word transcendence could only be used on the dead, which meant that Wen Guang, you have even fallen into the demonic path? Sure, Master is joking, it is already a devil, how can we talk about falling into it? The 4 old men glanced at each other, then took up a defensive stance, preparing to meet the enemy. You are here to take me away? Zhang Shang was a bit confused as to what was happening to him, and this monk, where did he appear from? Scholar, a happy life of the poor monk after he returns to secularism can all be bet on you. Happy life is on me? That smelled strange, and it couldn't help but make people think about it. Wangguang, it's getting late, hurry up and do it.
Kiljun's voice came from the overhead location, and the entire Qin family compound was instantly enveloped by a force.
Everyone couldn't sit still now.
The doors of the rooms in the various small chambers were pushed open, and the old and the young, the male and the female, the strong and the weak walked to the center of the courtyard. With heavy faces, they looked towards the night sky and the pitch-black energy shrouding the surroundings.
Your Excellency, exactly why are you? Where did my Qin family offend you?
A voice as bright as a loud bell resounded through the sky as the head of the Qin family, Qin Guang, appeared. This person was roughly around 50 years old, tall, and with a majestic figure. The aura emitted was awe-inspiring. If he were to be replaced in ancient times, he would definitely be an emperor.
Amitba Buddha, monks, it's time to hit the road. When Guang's words officially kicked off the prologue. What prologue?
The prologue of the Killing Night. Zhang Shang stood frozen in place as his mind kept urging him to become demonized again. But in order to catch a glimpse of the amazing battle that was about to start right now, it was hardened and pressed back.
Qin family's strongest people listened to the order, follow me. Defend the homeland.
Qin Guang was the first to take the brunt of the attack, turning into a stream of light and rushing into the sky. Following closely behind were hundreds of strongmen, as well as the younger generation whose realms were on the lower side.
The Battle of Slaughter began. Chapter 125, If you don't blackmail now, when will you wait?
I will laugh at the sky with my sword, and leave my liver and guts in the two Kunluns. A silver-white sword carried through the sky, bringing with it the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, shocking the entire scene. Lin Li was dumbfounded. Worthy of being the number one sword in the divine state, chopping mountains and rivers, shattering the heavens and earth, the bigram is not ordinary. Kiljun's figure floated above the void, unperturbed by the oncoming sword chop.
Sword, it is a good sword. It's a pity that your strength is not enough. In terms of pretending to be B, may I ask who Kiljun has served? How? Invincible is it? Well, the BGM is okay if you roughly understand it.
It was seen waving its hand very casually. Dark energy quickly gathered in front of his body, the same sword. A huge sword that was 100 feet tall and as black as ink. It collided with the incoming silver-colored sword on. At this moment, the sky brightened. Dazzling to the extreme light scattered across the earth, and everyone in the Qin clan, including Lin Li who was present, unconsciously closed their eyes. Fortunately, this effect did not last long. After a short while, the silver light was swallowed up, the dark giant sword did nothing, falling straight down towards the bottom. Qin Dang was shocked. If this sword smashed down, it wouldn't even be fun anymore.
Is your Excellency short of money or short of business? My Qin family can fulfill all your needs. Soft first, hard later, routine operation. Anything that could be solved with money was not a matter. To be honest, Lin Li was a bit moved. Wouldn't it smell good to take the opportunity to blackmail him for $100 or $8 billion? But think about it, if you really do this, Qin Jie's side can't be accounted for. Tens of billions of blue coins, heavenly treasures, it's better to play it safe. Since Lin Li did not move, then Kiljun even more did not move.
The giant sword above the void is getting closer and closer, and the aftermath has already reached the ground. Exotics whose strength was lower than the high-level realm couldn't withstand the pressure in a split second and fainted to death. As for the powerhouses above the high rank, they didn't fare well either. Those who vomited blood, and those who trembled. Other than Qin Guang, Qin Pingan, and the remaining few super-ranked powerhouses, nearly no one could resist.
If my guess is correct, Your Excellency is the rumored human race's #1 saint-ranked powerhouse, right? Kiljun still didn't move.
However, looking at the outrageous strength intensity, and the other party's genus alien ability, 8 or 9 was not far off.
In that case, Mr. Lin, can you show yourself?
Qin Guan was a smart person. Without any grievances or enmity, how could a saint-ranked powerhouse have enough to find himself in trouble?
Moreover, the entire alien energy world knew that this saint-ranked powerhouse did not have a shallow relationship with Lin Li. Combining this with reality, analyzing and judging, the mastermind was quickly found.
Seeing that the other party had guessed himself, there was no point in hiding. Riding a demon, Lin Li simply flew out of the clouds. Seeing that the giant sword was about to smash into the ground, the Qin clan's crowd was as desperate as death.
Kiljun stopped.
The palpitating power was suspended above their heads like that, as if the neck of fate was being tightly pinched, and they felt more and more suffocated.
Qin family master, nice to meet you all. Linley slightly lowered his height a bit so that the other party wouldn't jump over the wall and take himself out. Mr. Lin, nice to meet you. The scene of a little old man over half 100 years old giving a yellow-haired kid a fist salute was getting weirder and weirder. Qin Guang took a deep breath and tried to regulate his facial muscles as much as he could, saying kindly, I don't know where my Qin family has offended Mr. Lin. I, Qin Guang, would like to make compensation 1,000 times, 10,000 times. I also hope that Mr. Lin and this lord will be magnanimous and spare my Qin family's life. AI. Linley pretended to sigh, then shrugged his shoulders and said, Qin family master, take someone's money, and eliminate someone's disaster. Someone paid to take the lives of everyone up and down your Qin family. I, Linley, am now a businessman, specializing in the business of killing people to get rid of them, so. Driven by a certain amount of interest, I'm also helpless well. Taking people's money, eliminating disasters with people? This phrase was used quite interestingly, as if it was specifically said to himself. Mr. Lin, I, Qin Guang, understand business matters as well, no nonsense, 20 billion blue coins, 1,000 high-level crystals, and dozens of heavenly materials and treasures in exchange for a way out for my Qin family. Family master, you. Shut up, there is no room for you to speak here. Qin Guang scolded sternly, cutting the wrinkled old man's words short. It was at this point, was money or life important? The corner of Linley's mouth curled up slightly, this business was good. Play it right and take both payments. Qin family master is really quick, but to be able to spend money on the lives of everyone up and down your Qin family, this bounty, it won't be too small. What does it mean? The meaning of raising the price. At this time not blackmail more waiting for when. Qin Guang did not expect the other party's appetite to be so big. But on second thought it was indeed the truth. The total assets of the Qin family, not to say trillion, 100 billion is still there. With such a huge economic system, the person who buys the Qin family's life will definitely pay a great price, otherwise how could a saint-ranked powerhouse look at it? 50 billion blue coins, 3,000 foreign beast crystals, 100 heavenly treasures. Qin Guang quoted the price almost through gritted teeth. Even if the Qin family's total assets were huge, there was only so much money that could possibly flow. Which businessman mustn't keep some capital? With this $50 billion out of hand, the Qin family wouldn't be able to slow down for a while. Good. Qin family master atmosphere, this condition, I, Linley, accept. At the same time, Kiljun retracted his alien energy. The giant sword suspended above his head began to gradually dissipate. Everyone up and down the Qin family couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for making it happen. 50 billion blue coins, 3,000 foreign beast crystals, and 100 heavenly treasures are all inside, so order. Saying that, Qin Guang took off the space ring on his ring finger and flung it at Linley. Snap. Precisely catching it, he penetrated his spiritual power to faintly perceive it. The number was 8 or 9, and this large sum of money was enough for the refining of the second essence pill. Many thanks for the gift, Master Qin, we meet again later. Linley revealed an evil smile, patted the flying demon's head, and began to gradually ascend. It wasn't long before it completely faded into the clouds and disappeared. Qin Guang was relieved, staring at the direction Linley disappeared in thought. It was definitely a lie to say that he wasn't heartbroken, but if he could save the future of the Qin family, everything was worth it. Why aren't the rest of them leaving? Seeing that Kiljun, Monk Wenguang did not have the slightest intention to leave, Qin Guang was puzzled. But then, he had a premonition. It can't be? The two of you. Is there anything else? Qin Guang lowered his stance and carefully asked the duo. Kiljun's face was expressionless as he stood above the void, slowly extending his left hand. Nothing much is going on, continue with the mission. Amitba Buddha, just because Sifu Lin is not participating in this mission does not mean that the two of us will no longer participate. Everyone, please be on your way. Chapter 126 Monk flirting with a girl. Death-like silence. Over 1,000 people up and down the Qin family were all dumbfounded at this moment. However, after the confusion, what was ushered in was extreme anger. These guys in front of me were really too deceitful. Just now, they said, take someone's money, and let them go. And now they've changed their mind? 50 billion blue coins, 3,000 foreign beast crystals, plus more than 100 pieces of heavenly treasures of incalculable value. This fraudulent swindle could be sued to the cosmic court, right? Both of you. You guys mustn't bully people too much. Qin Guang was so infuriated that he was shivering. As the head of one of the four great families in Shinjing, How had he ever suffered this kind of anger? Family head, fight them. Family master, we are fierce and fearless, the will of the Qin family cannot be annihilated.
Family master, let's combine our efforts to escort you and your son out. As long as the Qin family has a shred of its first lineage's fragrance, this group of people will not succeed in their aim. Several super-ranked old men who were positioned behind Qin Guang admonished one another. They were all Qin family's antique-level figures, and their hearts were only for the sake of the family. Even if they gave up their lives, they would not hesitate to do so. But the reality was, how could Qin Guang be willing to do so? The Qin family has stood until now, every strong person, that is the blood and sweat, hard work to cultivate out. Said sacrifice on sacrifice, to be the day of the East Mountain to rise again will not know as the monkey years and months. Two people. I am willing to pay some more for the reward that Mr. Lin received, as long as you are willing to spare the Qin family, everything is fine. These words Qin Guang himself felt ashamed. It was simply a loss of power and humiliation of the clan. Family master, you. Shut up. Qin Guang stopped with a stern voice, forced down his emotions and said, each of you is a priceless treasure of the Qin family. Money is only something outside the body, and can be earned again when it's gone. But you are the only. As long as we all work together to tide over the difficult times, my Qin family will be able to rise again in the near future. This wave of brainwashing is beautiful. Lin Li and Yu Yueka hit above the clouds and silently gave a thumbs up. If they weren't on opposing sides, they might have appreciated this conscientious family head. Unfortunately, in the face of interests, appreciation is only for fun. In fact, the reason why Lin Li wanted to get rid of everyone in the Qin family was not for the $10 billion. It was already clear through the blackmail behavior just now. As long as he wanted to, the other side would pay as much as they wanted. The problem lay in the fact that the Qin family's heritage was simply too strong. As long as he could indirectly control the entire Qin family through Qin Jie, the benefits he could obtain at that time would be endless and endless. Of course, Lin Li didn't want to enter into a cooperative relationship with Qin Jie. Rather, it was subsidiary relationship. A strong man only needs subordinates, not partners. The king standing on top of the mountain, one was enough. Amitabha Buddha, Master Qin, I'm sorry. Although Wen Guang also admired Qin Guang, his thoughts were the same as Lin Li's. Sympathy was useless as far as this world was concerned. After saying that, Wen Guang and Qiljun stopped shivering and directly released their alien energy to start the slaughtering action. When the Qin family members saw the other party striking, they once again fell into despair. However, there was also a persistence and conviction buried in their hearts. Fight for the Qin family, fight for faith. It was unknown who started it, as if it was a sliver of dawn in the darkness of the night. It set off a wave. More than 1,000 people shouted in unison, fight for the Qin family, fight for faith. The momentum was drawn to full strength, and all the strongest people with the ability to fly attacked Qiljun through and through. The remaining people attacked Wen Guang. More than a dozen super-ranked powerhouses join hands, their terrifying means nearly annihilating everything. The space where Qiljun was located began to produce cracks, which could not help but raise a hint of interest in him. This battle, it is somewhat interesting. Half an hour later. When the last trace of darkness dispersed, Qiljun, the Wen Guang duo stood above the shattered void. The original Qin family's magnificent building had completely disappeared. What remains is only a wasteland. There was no sign of life. Lin Li flew out from within the clouds with Yu Yueka and came close to the duo. That mysterious expert, he doesn't seem to exist. It's also possible that he just happens to be absent, right? It doesn't matter, what was promised to Qin Jie has been accomplished, the rest has nothing to do with us. Then, what about the little brother down there? Yu Yueka pointed at Zhang Shangdao, who was at the edge of the ruins, panting heavily, and was constantly battling with his heart demons. This guy is actually still holding on? It had been nearly an hour, but Zhang Shang's mind hadn't even been re-demonized. It was evident that his willpower was extraordinary now. Brother Jun, take back the alien energy in his body. Qiljun nodded and raised his palm to gently wave it. A mass of black mist evaporated from Zhang Shang's body. The original cheeks that were pale to the core instantly took on a blood color. Without the external force of the foreign energy eroding, this guy's demonization will be greatly reduced by a lot, and the rest of the way, we can only rely on him to walk on his own. Can't we just take him away? Take him away? Why? Do you like him?
Every time she saw Yueka caring about this Jiangshang fellow, Linley felt an inexplicable heartache. Is it jealousy? No, it wasn't. It's a feeling of a cabbage that you planted yourself and was arched by another family's pig. After the recent papaya treatment, the airfield has obviously improved. If it continues to develop like this, I believe it won't be long before it becomes a veritable CBD mountain. Che, look at your jealousy. Is this young lady such a casual person? I just want to have a little brother for myself to use. That way, when you bully me again, I'll have a target to vent my anger on. Good lord, this girl turned out not to have changed at all. Still so out of tune. Then go and ask him. First of all, I don't keep idle people here, plus this guy's current situation is extremely unstable. If he suddenly storms out, I'll never show any mercy. Aya, just kill him, just enough to keep me occupied for a while. Seeing that Linley agreed, Yu directly operated her wind system's supernatural ability to wrap her entire body and floated towards Jiang Shang's location. Little brother, do you want to become stronger? Do you want to become rich? I know you want to. Have you seen those two that just shot out? Those are my lady's colleagues. As long as you are willing to be my little brother and work for me, one day, you will be able to be as awe-inspiring and domineering as them. Amat Babuda, female monks don't talk about martial virtues. Didn't you promise to go out with me? How come you're flirting with other men so soon? Monk Wangguang suddenly appeared beside Yueka, looking a little sad and a little upset. Glancing at Zhang Shang, a touch of heavy killing intent was revealed. Stinking monk, I promised to give you a chance to ask me out, but I didn't say I couldn't refuse. Then, female monks are planning to reject me? Nah. I accept. You little monk is quite interesting. If you are willing to be my little brother, sis will give you a chance to pursue me. Chapter 127. Today is a good day. Yueka. Can you distinguish between occasions and current events? Grab the people and leave. When the other forces' powerhouses find out, I won't care about you. Seeing that these few goods down below were being so slow and impatient, Linley couldn't help but urge them. On. Amat Babuda, female. Boss, it's a deal. I, Wangguang, will officially return to secularism with immediate effect. So soon? There's no need to do any ceremonies? My Buddha's compassion, great freedom, great ease. This bastard was committing winching disease again. Yueka and Linley simultaneously rolled their eyes. Oddballs came and went every year, but this year was especially plentiful. Hey, are you coming with me or not? Yueka kicked Jiang Shang's calf and impatiently asked again. Can you really make me stronger? Nonsense, have you forgotten your high moment when you just ascended to the 9th level of the high rank? Jiang Shang thought and thought, always feeling that the girl in front of him was very unreliable. Then he looked up at Linley and made the wisest decision in this life. Sir Lin. Can I follow you? Linley smiled. This Jiang Shang still had some brains. With Yueka's demeanor, she couldn't even control herself, and she still let people follow her around? He was afraid that he would have to starve for 9 meals in 3 days, and get a little steel rod for every meal. Are you sure? Following me around will put your life in danger at all times. Jiang Shang made up his mind and nodded his head very seriously. The dash of perseverance in those eyes was enough to prove himself. Good, I'll give you a chance. 1 month's time, if you can show me the value of your existence, then you will be kept and officially become a member of the Sin Squad. On the contrary, if you can't be seen, there's no need for you to exist. Hey! This little brother is the one I have my eye on, okay? Are you not ashamed to blatantly poach someone like this? If you're not ashamed, why should I be? Hold on tight, it's time to retreat. Releasing 2 flying demons, they carried Yueka and Zhang Shan respectively. The mission was accomplished, and a little brother was acquired. Most importantly, he also made a large sum of money. The feeling of returning home fully loaded was just great. Today is a good day. Anything you want can come true. Time came to noon on the 2nd day. A piece of news sensationalized the entire divine continent. One of the 4 major families in Xinjiang, the Qin family's direct lineage, had disappeared without a trace overnight. The original Qin family compound was currently reduced to a ruin, not. Strictly speaking, it was wasteland. There was not a single sign of life activity. It was as if there had never been any traces of human existence here. That is, just now, the Qin family branch. Qin Jie, the head of the Qin family branch in the 4th district of Xinjiang, officially took over the position of the Qin family's chief family head. All of the former Qin family's properties, funds, and power belonged to Qin Jie alone. That is to say, from now on, the Qin family this mountain, no longer forked, tightly converged together. I believe it won't take long to return to the peak and reach new heights. Mr. Lin, Senior Kill, Master Wangguan, I, Qin Jie, am able to be where I am today, all thanks to the three of you. Without further ado, all the promised hard work fees are here, please check, Mr. Lin. Another spatial ring was offered. Linley took it and seeped into his spiritual power to briefly probe. Tens of billions of blue coins, 1,000 crystals, a few heavenly treasures. But damn it, there were no ancient fossils. The ghost grass, counting the 2 plants from the mission and the 3 plants in Qin Guang's ring, currently totaled 5 plants. With a sufficient number of ancient fossilized stones, 2 essence pills would not be a problem. Mr. Qin, I've accepted the reward, but there's one more thing needed. There's no harm in saying it, Mr. Lin, as long as it's within my Qin family's capabilities, anything you want will be given with both hands. Qin Jie said this in a very slick manner. What did he mean by within his capabilities? To put it bluntly, it meant give what you want to give and not give what you don't want to give. Linley hooked the corner of her mouth and smiled lightly. A few ancient fossils are just that, they shouldn't count for much for Mr. Qin. Ancient fossils. This could put Qin Jie in a difficult position. It wasn't that he didn't want to give it, but he really didn't have it. Before the destruction of the Qin family's main family, perhaps there would be some in the treasure vault, but killing June had already destroyed the Qin family compound. Not to mention the treasure trove, there wasn't even a hair left. Mr. Lin. This ancient fossil. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Linley's smile grew more and more sinister as he hardened his words. Qin Jie knew that if he said he couldn't do it, it was mostly a waste. This person in front of him was not a good person. If he could exterminate more than 1,000 people up and down the Qin family, he could also exterminate the only remaining Qin Jie's lineage. I also hope that Mr. Lin will give me some time, so that I can go to the major auction houses to turn around. Once I find it, I will be the first to offer it. Auction houses? Right. Doesn't Linley still have the supreme VIP of Wu's auction house? If you've come to Beijing, wouldn't it be a pity not to make the trip? Good, I hope Mr. Qin won't disappoint me. After saying that, the few people began to dine. The next 3 days, Linley and his group stayed at the Qin family, eating, drinking, and playing. Anyway, Kiljun was quite happy. He was glowing the whole day, and he didn't know if he was sexually blessed or happy. Anyway, it was enough to enjoy the happiness. Of course, Linley didn't get nothing. It wasn't that, but rather the improvement in the realm. With the help of Kiljun, the saint-rank alien beast crystals were consumed at a very fast rate. Until the 3rd day, Finally, he broke through to the 3rd level of the middle rank. Strength was once again substantially increased. Lin bastard, we should get going. Yu Yueka kicked open the door of the room extremely rudely and bounced into the bedroom. Oh yo? I didn't notice it before, your body is pretty good. At this moment, Linley was naked, looking for suitable clothes. Inexplicably molested by this girl, do not make a response, that is still considered a real man? Adjusting his state. Half sidestepping his body, he showed off that charming muscular line. He looked at Yu Yueka with a burning gaze and said, "Oh? So, you really want to pay attention to it?" Yu Yueka realized that something was wrong, took 2 steps back and leaned against the wall, asking cautiously, "What are you doing?" "I'm warning you, don't mess around, What? So soon you can't wait?" As soon as the words fell, Linley 2 big strides forward, directly Yu Yueka firmly against the wall, chest and that small head side by side. Holding the wall with his right hand, his left hand hooked the other party's chin. "Last time in the hotel, I wasn't able to clean you up, this time. Let's see where you can still escape to?" Yu Yueka's beautiful eyes were wide, both nervous and scared. Among them, there was also a small hint of anticipation mixed in. "Linley. Wow. What are you doing?" Chapter 128 The Greatest Murderous Weapon on Earth. I'm most afraid of the air suddenly being quiet. The promised big brother and little brother, how did it turn into a domineering president and a little dainty wife? Yu Yueka, are you crazy? Linley was scared and hurriedly took 2 steps back, touching his lips incredulously. In that instant just now, it seemed like he had short-circuited. What the hell? First kiss, hey. Surprisingly, it was plundered by an airfield? What's wrong with me? What's wrong? I'm asking you what's wrong. Then what happened to me? How do I know what's wrong with you? Why are you kissing me? Didn't you want to kiss me? What about that? Yueka's little face, at this moment, was like that ripe apple, unusually red. Lowering her eyes, she didn't dare to meet Linley's gaze. I was just going to scare you then, who knows you even? Hey, forget it. It's not me who suffers anyway. Linley said on her lips that she didn't care, but in actuality, she cared in her heart. What is this called? Turning back, he picked up a shirt from the coat rack and put it on in 3 tries. He secretly glanced at Yueka. This girl wouldn't have fallen in love with herself, right? What about Lu Qingyue? Huh? Why did she bring up Lu Qingyue again? In recent times, it seemed like he was on the verge of fading her out. Can't it be that this is the legendary scum body? Hey, you bastard, aren't you going to be responsible for me? Responsible? Linley turned around in confusion. Shouldn't this sentence be said by himself? Missy, you kissed me forcibly, how come I'm still responsible for you? If it wasn't for you walloping me, would I have kissed you by accident? Howling? You still have reason? Linley was all pissed off and laughed at this girl's ability to divine logic. If it wasn't for the friendship of life, I would have to let it see the scene of peach blossoms all over the place. I don't have time to chat with you, hurry up and get going. Picking up a coat, Linley walked towards the door on his own. Before he could step out of the room, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. After thinking about it, it seemed to be a bit too much. Here. Pocket money, save it. A black card was thrown towards Yueka. Splat, a precise catch. Hee, that's more like it. Hee. After this little episode, Linley, Yueka, Wenguang, Kiljun, and Zhang Shang, a group of 5 people together headed to the Wu Clan auction house in the 2nd city district of Shangjing, in the central section of Prosperity Street. The Wu Clan, the family that Wu Xiu belongs to. It is also the same power that killed Jun last time and cut off the little Qilin halfway without speaking of martial virtues. The good thing is that the one who made a move last time was Kiljun. And also wearing a mask, should not guess its identity. So before the other side had a chance to react, they had to reap a wave of benefits as soon as possible. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon exactly, the new round of auctions officially began. It's better to say that it's better to be in a hurry than to be in a hurry. Taking out his Supreme VIP gold card, Linley and his party were respectfully invited into the 3rd floor of the auction house. On the 1st floor, there were mostly ordinary people, or those who were less powerful, with no deep background. Most of these are only here to watch the fun, and very few of them can actually bid on the auction. On the 2nd floor, most of the officials and dignitaries, or the sons and daughters of families with a certain background of power, and powerful aliens. Such people are the main body of the auction competition, almost every treasure they will participate in it. The 3rd floor is the top floor, is also Wu's auction house, the most luxurious, the most comfortable, the most loaded BN area. There were a total of 6 elegant rooms, corresponding to the 6 Supreme VIP holders. Linley is one of them. Don't say, Wu Xiu, this kid is quite reliable. Although his mind is average and he is particularly easy to be deceived, he has an exceptionally good attitude of admitting his mistakes. The fact that he was willing to give away such a thing as a Supreme VIP showed that he was sincere and was a good citizen. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp knock sounded on the door. The young lady dressed in a red Cheongsam uniform, revealing 2 long legs, with a delicate and lovely appearance pushed her way in. Seeing Linley slightly bowed and saluted, the Cheongsam at the base of her thighs almost. Cough, anyway, it was almost. The vestigial feeling of holding a pipa and half covering her face was tantalizing. Greetings esteemed Mr. Lin, I am the host of this auction, Double Smoke. This is the list of lots for this auction. If there is an object of your choice, we can increase your bidding advantage by operating in the background and placing the bidding indicator in your hands. Linley took the lot list and scanned it from top to bottom. There were ancient fossils in the wood, and there was ghost grass in the wood. Half a day's work for nothing. Nothing. No need, I'm not interested in anything on here, you're still. Ha! Linley suddenly noticed that there were 3 messages at the bottom position of the lot that were covered up and grayed out, and he didn't know what they meant. What is the meaning of these 3 lots? Back to your excellency, this is the grand finale treasure of this auction, and in order to maintain a certain sense of mystery, so no information regarding it will be revealed to anyone in advance. You who? Still playing with mystery? Linley was finally interested. Maybe there was an ancient fossil he was looking forward to. In other words, these 3 supreme treasures can't even be told in advance by me? I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, these 3 supreme treasures are not even clear to myself. Only when the auction of all the currently placed items is completed will the relevant information be handed over to me. The little Cheongsam girl held an apologetic bow again. The 2 large filling bombs dangling above swayed. It was simply an interpersonal big murder weapon. Who else would be able to lose their temper? Linley took a look at the big weapon in front of him, and then looked at the corkscrew beside him. TSK, the same woman, why is the difference so big? Yu Eka, who was nibbling on an apple, first froze, then followed Linley's gaze. It was indeed quite big, and then looked down at herself. Yikes, what about the inferiority complex? Linley! You go to hell. Boom! Ouch! Ladies and folks, welcome, everyone, to the 666th auction meeting of Wu's Auction House. In honor of this special and auspicious festival, the grand finale of this auction has been raised from 1 to 3 mysterious treasures. Moreover, the rest of the treasures, artifacts, crystals, and materials will be increased accordingly. We don't do it to make money, we only do it to satisfy everyone's desire to seek treasures, satisfy your competitive needs, and satisfy the curiosity of the townspeople. The Cheongsam lady's opening manner had truly thundered Linley. What are the tastes of the Wu family? So fond of earthy styles? Still, ladies and folks, why don't you say idiots and scum? Still not for making money. Doing business not for making money to earn what? Make fun? Chapter 129. I'll offer $1 billion. Now I announce, Wu's Auction House, the 666th bidding conference, now officially begins. Please welcome the person in charge of the conference. Vice President of the Wu Auction House. Vice President of the Wu Family Foreign Trade Association. Member of the Shenzhou General Foreign Trade Association. President of the Women's Committee of the 2nd District of Shanjing City. Ambassador of the Maternal and Child Health Center. Mr. Percy Yen, who was also awarded the honorary title of Friend of Women by the State of China. Come to the stage and speak. Pa 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 pa. Linley finally understood what it meant to be a water army. The current situation on the first floor fit perfectly. Torrents of applause and shouts galvanized from the crowd. It was as if there really was some kind of marvelous figure descending. On the contrary, the second floor was terrifyingly silent. Through the pearl curtains, the faces of everyone were clearly seen. Disdain, disgust, revulsion, contempt. All of them were negative emotions. It seems that this so-called friend of women was not well received. Ahem, it's an honor to be the person in charge of Wu's Auction House's 666th bidding conference. This bidding conference is of great significance. Time flies, think back, Wu's Auction House has accompanied us through 666 days and nights. Omit 6,000 words here. This dude named Yen Percy was just too articulate. Linley felt that he shouldn't be called a friend of women, but rather the old broken tongue of the women's world. And booing was just too much. How could such a grand, magnificent and famous auction house find such an idiot to hold such a session? It is really unbelievable. Under the stage that looks like a pussy, white and clean, as if also made up, Yen Percy, inked a whole 20 minutes, finally announced the auction officially began. Linley decided, before he left, he absolutely had to act on behalf of heaven, in addition to this demon. Otherwise, he would be sorry for the 20 minutes he had wasted. Double Smoke once again went on stage and seized control of the microphone. Even with a smile on his face, Linley could still detect a touch of disgust in the bottom of the other party's eyes. Inadvertently also glanced at Yen Percy. Next is our first lot of the day, the goat fat space ring. A staff member held a jade tray, covered with a red cloth, and slowly walked onto the stage. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he stood in the position beside Double Smoke and lifted the red cloth, revealing the exquisite Jasper goat's fat ring on the jade disc. This mutton fat ring belongs to the ranks of magic weapons. Not only does it possess 100 meters of cubic space, it can store a large number of items. After wearing it, it can also condense the mind and increase spiritual power, belonging to the Gain-type special magic weapon. Starting price, 60 million blue coins, each increase at least 10 million. Now start bidding. With the fall of Double Smoke's words, someone under the stage immediately shouted out the price. $70 million. $80 million. $90 $90 million. $100 million.
In just a minute's time, the price of the goat fat ring rose from $60 million to $300 million. Linley and the others located in the elegant room on the third floor watched with a sense of excitement. Bidding on prices for this kind of scene was the most fun.
Linley, that ring looks good, I want it too. Then go ahead and auction it, I'm not stopping you. Come on, where do I have the money? Puzzled, Linley turned his head and asked, where's that card from just now? There's $1 billion in it, plus the 20% discount for Supreme VIPs, it shouldn't be a problem to auction this ring, right? $1 billion?
Yu Eka hurriedly pulled out that scum card, opening a small mouth not to mention how happy she was.
Don't rush the auction first, the bidding on the second floor has just begun. Wen Guang reminded from the side with a cup of tea, savoring it. Linley, Yu Eka hurriedly shifted their attention and looked towards the downstairs. $340 million. $350 million. $400 million.
Up to this point, no one on the first floor dared to make an offer anymore. Obviously, the sky-high price of $400 million had already exceeded what they could afford. The main battlefield successfully shifted to the second floor.
Alright, room 055, offer $400 million. $400 million, once. $400 million, twice. $500 million. As expected, another tycoon stepped in.
According to Linley and the others' valuation, this ring was worth that much at most, and any higher would be a losing proposition. Unless it was used for another purpose, it was of great significance.
Room 043, bidding $500 million. $500 million once. $500 million. $600 million.
A clear and pleasant voice came out from the third floor elegant room, and the entire room was suddenly silent. Most people were quite shocked. There were a total of 6 elegant rooms on the third floor, each with its own specific owner. Their strength and status was definitely the top of the continent, an immeasurable existence. Since such a person had made a bid, the result was self-evident. As expected, after hearing Yu Eka's bid, none of the forces on the second floor dared to compete anymore. It was not only because they were afraid of the other party's background, but also because the auction item had already exceeded the estimated price. People are rich, they can't just play along and act like a wolf, can they? Yu Eka, you are really a money loser. $600 million to auction off a broken ring, the speed at which I earn money can't even catch up with 1/10,000th of what you spend. Hey! Didn't you say you had $1 billion in your card for me to spend as I please? When did I say I'd let you spend as much as you want? That's what you made up in your head, okay? $600 million, after 20% discount is $4.8 million. 2 months ago, Linley wouldn't have dared to even think about it. But even now, the hand has accumulated tens of billions of dollars that also have to save a little spend. The main event is still behind it, and this girl squandered and will be deadbeat with their own. Give it, sooner or later will one day be her to lose all the family property. Do not give it, kiss all kissed, that. Hey, annoyed to death. Congratulations to number 006 Supreme Private Room for auctioning this sheepskin ring at a price of $600 million. Later on, our staff will serve it for you. Next is our second lot, the Inferno Essence Pill, appraisal quality of superior, starting price of $80 million, $10 million per increase. A new round of bidding began, and Zhang Shang, who had been silent all this time, brightened up. But then he thought of something and looked at Linley in a very tangled manner. What? Want to auction it? Zhang Shang nodded as if hesitating and said, Your Excellency, I'm afraid it will affect your status. You're overthinking it, shoot it if you want to, learn from this girl's shameless spirit, good things come from fighting for themselves. Shay. Yu Eka rolled her eyes in defiance, not bothering to retort. Receiving Linley's support, Zhang Shang instantly came into the spirit. A slight salute was given to show his gratitude. Shouting downstairs, he said, I'll offer $1 billion. Chapter 130 Divine Assist. Put. Not only did Linley spray, Yu Eka, Master Wen Guang, and even the guests downstairs sprayed. Opening his mouth with $1 billion? This kid isn't sick, is he? Okay, room 006 is bidding $1 billion. Double Smoke choked for a moment, this kind of bidding was genuinely rare. It was mostly ho. Too damn ho. But after all, it was the Supreme VIP, people had this strength, so they could spend it however they liked. Linley in the elegant room slapped his head and said it was over.
One Yu is enough to make him suffer, and now there is another Jiang Shang. This son must not be retained. Jiang Shang, you're even more outrageous than I am. $1 billion, do you think Lin Li will pay for you? Yu Yueka finally understood. Knowing to help Big Brother speak, help Big Brother fight, help Big Brother vent. Yuck. There is no such thing. I didn't mean to ask Mr. Lin to pay for me. I have money of my own. Jiang Shan looked at Yu Yueka in confusion. That innocent look would never be faked. This kid has money? Wasn't the Jiang family falling apart? Wasn't it ruthlessly swept away by the Qin family a few days ago, refusing the marriage contract? Where did he get the money? It can't be. Ha! Child, pay attention to your body, yo. Jiang Shang, you really have $1 billion? No. See, this one is really bragging. In the end, it's not like Lin Li has to pay. I still have over $60 billion of family assets. T.S. Yu Yueka were stunned. Does this guy brag without a draft? Aren't you from a family that has fallen out of favor and is looked down upon by the Qin family, unable to see? My family has indeed fallen out of favor because my parents died in an accident, and my eldest uncle, second uncle led many family members to defect from the Jiang clan. But the assets were not transferred. Because my father had long predicted that this would happen, the assets all belonged to me. Before I left, I simply trafficked them, and roughly earned more than $60 billion. Good lord, you're the clown after all this. Lin Li had never expected to be followed by a mobile ATM. The amount of wealth was on par with his own. To know their own is acquired efforts, people are born advantage. The difference is not half a star. Congratulations to Supreme Private Room 006 for auctioning this inflammatory essence stand at a price of $1 billion. Later on, our staff will serve it to you. Oh come on, pure and simple, a great injustice. Inexplicably auctioning off two treasures, Lin Li always had a bad feeling. It couldn't be said what was going on. Glancing at Kiljun, Monk Wang. These two shouldn't be impulsive, right? And there was something that could have gotten into their eyes. Next is the third lot of this bidding assembly, named the Good and Evil Bead. It's also a game-type special customized magic weapon, but it's much stronger than the gain effect of the previous Goat Space Ring. Not only does it gain spiritual power, it will also gain elemental storage value and supernatural ability strength. It is indeed a rare and precious treasure, especially suitable for Buddhist children. I don't know whether it was a coincidence or intentional, but there were quite a few Buddhists on the scene. At a rough count, there were 7 or 8 of them. Seeing the good and evil pearl, all of them had golden eyes and were excited. Lin Li looked at the monk Wen Guang, no need to guess to know. This magic weapon will definitely fall into the hands of the 006 Supreme Package. Forget it, since it's suitable then take it. Karma, wonderful. The starting price is $200 million, the increase shall not be less than $20 million. Bidding officially begins. With the fall of Double Smoke's voice, the 3 monks located in the first floor position instantly vocalized. 300 million. 400 million. 500 million. 600 million. Inside the elegant room, all the people sucked in a breath of cool air, really TM worthy of being a monk. In the future, if anyone says that monks are simple and modest, Lin Li will definitely him to death. Ferrari is nothing. Rocket satellites are their preferred target. This is not fart assembly effort, Good and Evil Beads bidding straight to 1.5 billion. At the same time, it also meant that the main body of the bidding was starting to shift. 2 billion. An old voice was exceptionally loud, echoing throughout the entire auction house. $2 billion and $20 million. $2.4 billion. Also from the second floor private room, several more voices came out. None of them seemed to be young in age. At a glance, they were old high priests who had attained the Tao. Wen Guang, aren't you going to make a bid? Don't worry about the money. Inside the elegant room, Lin Li had to be hard-headed and generous for once. After all, he was the one who followed him, so meat and wine couldn't be missing. Why should I fight? What belongs to me will belong to me. Yeeha, the way is quite wild. This meaning was more than familiar to Lin Li. Why waste money when you can exchange it with force? The idea was good, and reality didn't drop the ball. The final price was set at $33.6 billion. It was exactly what that aged monk had auctioned off. Seeing that the master had been decided, Wang smiled faintly and then disappeared in place. Of course he wouldn't go and grab it now, he would only observe and follow the other party in the dark, looking for the right opportunity to reclaim what belonged to him. Looking for the right opportunity to reclaim what belongs to him. The 4th, 5th, and even the 13th lot, Linley and his party did not interfere. Specifically are some magic weapons, pills, the rarer heavenly treasures. Shoot back a moment will not be used. Until the 14th lot, that is, the finale of the 3 mysterious treasures appeared, Linley only began to get serious. Everyone, the 13 ordinary lots have been successfully bid on. Next is the main event of this auction. At the same time as she spoke, a young lady in a green cheongsam walked to the front of the stage and handed a golden card in her hand to Double Smoke. The odds were that it was the information about tonight's mysterious auction item. Receiving the card, she consulted it very carefully from beginning to end. I do not know what I saw, Double Smoke's beautiful eyes violently condensed. The small mouth slightly opened and deeply sucked in a breath of cool air. Is this a program effect? I don't think so. Double Smoke has hosted the bidding conference for so many years, when was it so pretentious? That's right, looking at Double Smoke's expression, it doesn't look like she's faking it at all. In other words, the next 3 mysterious lots are so heavy that even Double Smoke finds them unbelievable. So much anticipation, so much excitement. The bidders on the 1st and 2nd floors were quite surprised to see Double Smoke in this state. Gathering together in groups of 3 or 5, they talked about it. Double Smoke, who had slowed down, also realized that she had lost her temper and hurriedly corrected herself. I'm sorry everyone, it's my young lady's inexperience, I just lost my manners, I hope you'll forgive me. Miss Double Smoke, quickly reveal the mysterious treasure below, we can hardly wait. Now that was called a divine assist. Linley felt that this person was 80% a prop. With a single sentence, the atmosphere was completely set to its peak. Everyone present stared at the twin Smokes with burning eyes, curious as to what this next mysterious treasure actually was. Chapter 131 Heavenly Meteorite Iron. Today's first mysterious treasure is Sacred Beast, the exotic beast crystallization of the heavenly thunderbolt Xian vulture, starting price, $5 billion. The moment these words came out, the entire room boiled. What was the concept of a sacred beast crystal? A legendary concept. Looking at the entire blue star, how many of them had existed? If one could really absorb it, their cultivation speed would increase to 10 times, 100 times the original. After absorbing it, a middle-ranked powerhouse would at least reach the peak of the high-ranking level. Although the absorbed foreign energy would require a lot of time to harmonize, it would be a guarantee. A guarantee that would surely step into the ranks of the strong. It could be said that as long as one was a thunder system exalt, they would all be crazy about it. Even if it is not the thunder system of the alien, left to future generations, family members, will also mean that their side of the power to grow, the future is bright, the future can be expected. The increase shall not be less than $100 million, now start bidding. Double Smoke is worthy of being a veteran host, the ability to control the scene is strong. At the moment when the crowd's atmosphere was at its peak and boiling, the bidding began to be announced. 51 billion. 5.2 billion. 5.3 billion. 5.5 billion. At this moment, even the crowd on the first floor began to pour out bidders. Perhaps, this was the so-called pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Leaving all the family money behind just to wait for this moment. 3rd floor elegant room. Linley also began to be moved. He knew very well what a saint-level exotic beast crystal meant. The darkness-type holy alien beast crystallization had already been absorbed in a small corner. However, it would still take some time before it was fully absorbed. According to the current rate of enhancement, after it was fully absorbed, arriving at the peak of the middle rank would not be a problem. If this Saint Rank 3 Thunder Alien Beast crystal was added to it, 2 more essence pills would be refined. Oh my god! The speed of realm enhancement was simply unimaginable. If that was the case, Linley was confident that he would impact the super rank realm within a year. In this moment of concentration, the bidding downstairs was already up to $10 billion. And it's still growing rapidly. Linley's brows began to close slightly. Because if this trend continued, the Holy Order Alien Beast crystals would be auctioned off for at least 20, even 30 billion. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to shell out, but he was worried about the 2 subsequent mysterious treasures. Would their value be even greater than this Sacred Order Alien Beast crystallization? Mr. Lin, if you want to auction this Saint Rank Alien Beast crystallization, little brother can do it for me. Do it for me? You mean, you want to auction this Fey Beast crystal for me? Jiang Shang nodded very seriously. To be honest, the scene slightly touched Linley's heart. The little brother he just took in, even if he has money, he is still so selfless dedication. In the beginning, it was he who advocated to cause people to become demons. Now that he thinks about it, he really. I don't regret it. How can you have the opportunity to take him in without catalyzing his demonization? How can you bring him a bright future without urging him to demonize? How can Linley auction these 3 treasures today without urging him to become demonized? So it's all fate. Your fate, my fate, everyone is fate. At the same time, Linley decided to end the inspection phase early, completely take in Jiang Shang, and expand the size of the Sin Squad. Jiang Shang, I'm doubly pleased that you have this heart. It's much better than a certain airfield that only spends money and looks for trouble. Since that's the case, the task of photographing this Fey crystallization is yours. Linley got up and patted Jiang Shang on the shoulder in a serious manner. The child had gotten older and understood. 132 billion. 123 billion. 150 billion. A voice came out from the 3rd floor, building 003's elegant room. The atmosphere of the entire room instantly dropped a few degrees. Geez, 003, 006, 2 Supreme VIPs have gathered today. It seems that the competition for these 3 Supreme treasures will be exceptionally fierce. I'm not sure which big shot 006 is, but 003, if I remember correctly, should be someone from Huali Academy, right? That's right, it's either Dean Huang Fei Baking or Vice Dean Huang Fei Wu. None of these 2 brothers are simple goods. That's not right. Wasn't Huali Academy raided by the Dark Kingdom a few days ago? How strong of a family does that have to be able to build a campus and bid on treasures at the same time? The crowd underneath the stage murmured, and Linley inside the elegant room heard it all. Huang Fei Baking, Huang Fei Wu? Heh, it's not an enemy that doesn't get together. Kind of interesting. June, Wang Guang, it looks like we need to move our muscles when the auction is over. I can do it. Oh. Surprisingly, there's entertainment, I like it. $20 billion. Before Linley could continue down the line, Jiang Shang suddenly opened his mouth and made a loud offer. Jiang Shang, you hold steady, you have 60 billion, not 6 million billion. This dude was starting to be a douchebag again. Bidding is about composure and atmosphere. Atmosphere is enough, but this composure is not even close. People raise 1.7 billion at a time, you are good, raise 5 billion at a time. In case people do not follow, this is not pure big grudge species? Don't worry, sir, I know what's in my heart. Jiang Shang revealed his era-like intelligent eyes and responded with a slight smile. Supreme Private Room 006 bids again, 20 billion. 20 billion once. 20 billion twice. 20 billion 3 times. Sold. Slap. Linley slapped himself on the head with another slap. This spiteful seed had still given way to Jiang Shang in the end. If it wasn't for the Supreme VIP 20% discount, it would have to be heartbreaking. The little darling Jiang Shang was the one who said that a full man doesn't know how hungry a hungry man is. Congratulations to Supreme Private Room 006 for successfully auctioning off the Holy Order Alien Beast crystals at a price of $20 billion. Later on, our staff will serve it to you. Next is our second grand finale mysterious treasure of this bidding conference, the Heavenly Meteorite Iron. Wow! The water army on the 1st floor exploded once again, the level of reaction much greater than that of the sacred ranked alien beast crystals. Linley looked at the few people beside him with some confusion and asked, "What is the extraterrestrial meteorite iron?" You're stupid, just listen to the host's explanation. Wow, that makes sense. The line of sight returned once again, and at this moment, Double Smoke also began the introduction of the lot. Heavenly Meteorite Iron, the heavenly foreign energy it contains is terrifying to the extreme. If it is used to cast or transform magic weapons, the power it carries will be unimaginably huge. The former dean of Sacred Radiance Academy, Wang Taizhu, who was known as the first hero of the Divine State, had possessed a magic weapon made of extraterrestrial meteorite iron. With the strength of a super rank 7, he held a heavenly magic weapon and fought with a holy rank beast, the Silver Whistling Griffin, for 3 days and 3 nights, and ultimately won the battle. From this, we can see how powerful the power bonus of this heavenly meteorite iron is. Bidding price, $30 billion, the increase shall not be less than $1 billion, now start bidding. Chapter 132 Reproducing the Elemental Dharma Scroll.
A half-meter high, dark, strange stone with a few silver lines and crimson patterns was carried onto the display platform by 6 strong men with great effort.
The moment it was put down, a dull thud echoed in everyone's ears. Strange, this stone looks like it's just over half a meter tall, how could it be so heavy? Yu Eka stretched a small head, his eyes full of doubts and incomprehension. A 9-year compulsory education leak, that's you. The area of this stone, although the volume seems small, the mass contained within it is exceptionally sufficient. To test you, a caddy of cotton or a caddy of iron, which is heavier? Of course it's iron. Yu Eka's unthinking answer caused several people present to snicker. Jiang Shang, you tell him. Sister Yuko, of course it's cotton that's heavy. Think about it, how big does a caddy of cotton have to be? And how big is a caddy of iron? Jiang Shang spouted nonsense in a serious manner. What's even more outrageous is that Yu Eka really listened to it. With a look of sudden realization, he thundered Lin Li to the outside. I was wrong, you two are half a caddy, both are 1 in a million IQ wizards, wait for brother to shoot this stone, then you guys can study and explore it in detail. Lin Li didn't have the time to act as a physics teacher for these two goods. Right now, the bidding of the meteorite in the sky was the top priority. The immediate situation is, no one on the first floor is bidding because they can't afford it. Can hold tens of billions of family members, has long been on the second floor of the elegant room. Even the second floor bidding people, right now is also very few. This phenomenon is not difficult to explain. It is not that they do not have money, nor is it that they feel that this object is useless. Rather, it was because this supreme treasure, the funds consumed for its later production and processing were too expensive. Or rather, it was ridiculously expensive. Even if you could spend $30 billion to auction it off, you would need to ask the topmost foundry masters in the divine continent to do it at a later stage. Not to mention the time-consuming nature of this, the materials that need to be consumed for casting alone are worth tens of billions of dollars. In the end, you also have to pay the casting master an exorbitant fee for hard work, which adds up to a piece. There is not 1,000 also have 800. A special weapon is worth hundreds of billions of dollars, in addition to the top families and forces in each region of divine state, who can afford it. Furthermore, if you can really cast this worldly weapon, can you keep it? At that time, I'm afraid that up and down the divine state, thousands of pairs of eyes are staring at you. As long as you let them find the opportunity, not to mention artifacts, pants can give you grips fly. 33 billion. This was the highest offer so far, and it was expected that there would be no more price raisers. My lord, do you really intend to auction this heavenly meteorite iron? You have to know that the 30 billion plus fee is just the beginning. That's right, you have a customized magic weapon, why do you need this chicken rib? Lin Li, I also feel that there's no need to compete for this item. Wen Guang, Yu Eka, and Jiang Shan persuaded one another, but Lin Li's heart didn't waver in the slightest. Something that had to be taken. Once this kind of treasure fell into the hands, and was forged in time, it would definitely have a world-shattering effect. This kind of thing has to be seen in the long run. Money is just a number, since Lin Li can coax 50 billion, he can coax another 500 billion. Number 073 bids 33 billion. 33 billion once. 40 billion. Without waiting for Lin Li's squad to make an offer, the familiar voice rang out again. This time it was even more NB, directly raising the price by 70 billion. What does it mean to be rich and generous, to spend money like dirt? This is a model for our generation. Interesting, what Huali is eyeing, then I, Lin Li, will grab it all the more. Jiang Shang, call the price. Receiving the order, Jiang Shang didn't shilly-shally and directly called for $411 billion. This time, the amount is too huge, don't dare to pretend to be at will. Fear of not being able to recover. 50 billion. The entire auction house was silent. Everyone was watching 003 and 006's performance. The price was called to such an extent that it was no longer something they could meddle with. 51 billion. 60 billion. 61 billion. 70 billion. 71 billion. Just like that, both sides called for several rounds of bidding back and forth. Until the 100 billion mark, Lin Li changed his strategy. Since the other party wanted it, it was fine to give it to him. As for whether or not it could be successfully transported back, that would depend on their luck and means. My lord, are we not going to call for another price? Seeing that the price was about to be locked, Jiang Shang turned around and asked. No more hailing, since the other party is so sincere about saving money for us, it's not good to refuse anymore. The few people present heard and understood that it was just a robbery. You pay for it, I'll pay for it, and we'll all work together happily. Congratulations to Supreme Private Room 003 for successfully auctioning this piece of heavenly meteorite iron at a price of $100 billion. Later on, our staff will serve it to you. Double Smoke looked exceptionally excited at the moment. The two large bombs frequently bobbed up and down, and the thin layer of red gauze Cheongsam was about to be wrapped up and called out. Next is the last mysterious treasure of this bidding assembly. Just now, my daughter's loss of temper was related to this treasure. Everyone might as well guess what this treasure is. If you guess correctly, I will reward you privately. Double Smoke's words plus a frown completely made the water army under the stage go crazy. Private reward? If you don't want to be crooked, how can you call yourself a man? I guess it's an elixir. I guess it's an artifact. I think it's a divine beast crystal. I guess it's Miss Double Smoke's personal clothing. The more they guessed, the more outrageous they became, and the more perverted they spoke, the more perverted they became. Dare I say that this group of people are all old colorful people, the kind that can't move once they see a pretty beauty. Also people's intimate apparel, thanks for being able to say it in this kind of occasion. Even if there is such a thing, shouldn't it be a private reward? I guess, it's an elemental spell scroll. Linley opened his mouth very indifferently, and the entire room suddenly fell silent. Outrageous. Shocked. Fearful. Disbelief. All sorts of emotions filled everyone's faces. Especially the Double Smoke on the stage, who was shocked to the point of no return at the moment. Obviously, Linley had guessed correctly. How did you guess? Hey, blind guess. Linley just suddenly remembered this legendary treasure and then blurted it out. Didn't you say you'd let me guess? Then I guessed it. Congratulations. Congratulations to the 006th Supreme VIP room for guessing the right lot for this auction, the little lady. We'll keep her promise and offer a private gift. The words spoken are like splashed water, it is impossible to take back again. Therefore, today this color is inevitably sacrificed. No way, could it really be an elemental spell scroll? How could this kind of thing appear in an auction house? Is the Wu family crazy? Rumor has it that those who collect all 12 elemental Dharma scrolls can control the magical power that transcends everything and looks out of the world. Such a supreme treasure, how much would it be worth? Chapter 133 Battle of Pillage. Damn it! What the hell is Wu's auction house up to? Something like the elemental Dharma scroll, they even dare to bring it out for auction. The heavenly meteorite iron just now has already cost us most of our funds, and this elemental Dharma scroll. I'm afraid it's hard to get it. If we can't get it, then go and grab it. If we don't reach out, someone else will. I'm quite curious, what kind of person is in this 006th private room? Inside private room 003. 6 black-clothed men were sitting around on the sofa. Even if they couldn't see their faces, the gazes they revealed still signaled that this group of people were very dangerous. At this moment, all of the black-clothed men were focusing their gazes on private room 006, coinciding with someone's initial thoughts. What the elemental Dharma scroll means, I believe everyone here knows it very well in their hearts. This item is priceless, or priceless. Therefore, in this round of bidding, there is no low price, nor is there a limit to the increase in price, it's all up to you all. Bidding, officially begin. With Double Smoke's order, the entire room fell into a brief silence. This kind of supreme treasure was already beyond everyone's expectations. No one dared to make an easy offer, and no one dared to auction it off easily. 12 elemental Dharma scrolls, one was in Yi Cheng's hands and one was in Wang Geng's hands. Look at these two characters, which one of them was not a top-level powerhouse of the divine continent? Without this kind of strength, this kind of background, after auctioning it, the only thing that awaited them was the disaster of killing themselves. Silence for 3 whole minutes. Double Smoke was somewhat at a loss for words. Although the current situation was within expectations, but if it really was not auctioned, Wu's auction house's reputation, as well as that plan, wouldn't it all be ruined? $100. A timid voice came from the center of the crowd. Everyone's gazes quickly converged here. They saw that it was a boy with the appearance of 17 or 18 years old, boyish cheeks, slightly handsome, very white, very clean, who was currently biting his lips tightly and raising his hand shiveringly. Don't look down on people, for you to be stared at by thousands of people with a little cute. You'd also be nervous if you were stared at by thousands of people with a gaze like a cutie. Okay, male number 999, bidding $100. This offer, absolutely no one before or after, simply chilling to the house. But the rules of this bidding is so, not to mention $100, is a point, a hair he can auction. There are higher bids? Double Smoke asked tentatively. Unfortunately, the entire room was silent. All right then. 100 blue coins once. 100 blue coins twice. 100 blue coins. 3 times. Sold. Pa. The small wooden hammer fell with a crisp sound. It signified that the deal was successful, no refunds, no changes, no exchanges. Clueless. Everyone present, including booth 003006, were all confused for a moment. What's going on? What just happened? Lindley thought there would be a bidding war, and everyone else thought the same thing. Priceless means cheap to the extreme? Priceless trumps priceless? Lindley, why don't you auction it? Eka reacted, her small eyes, greatly puzzled. How the hell do I know that no one is bidding behind me? $100, can I, Lindley, afford to lose that person? Then what to do? Picked up by a young little brother. Hey. It's time to make a move. Kiljun's words reminded everyone present. A stupid white girl with no strength and no background who had auctioned off such a legendary supreme treasure was afraid that the moment he stepped out from the doorway, he would be torn into crumbs. June, Wing, prepare to strike. Little brother, Jiang Shang, you two keep an eye on the other forces, especially Huali's people. Once you make a move, notify me at the first opportunity. Yes, Your Excellency. At this moment, the atmosphere of the entire auction house became more and more gloomy and bizarre. The aura of danger gradually spread out, and many of the melon eaters began to choose to retreat. But anyone with some brains knew that the competition had only just begun. Today's bidding conference has come to a successful conclusion. Please wait for a moment for all auction winners, trading will begin soon. Double Smoke pressed the green button on the desktop. The super quality speakers on the walls around them began to play a song. Unforgettable. Tonight. Unforgettable tonight. Whatever. The sky is the limit. With the cape. The style is a little bit off, but more or less it is considered to ease the atmosphere of the scene. It covered up the killing opportunity hidden in the dark. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the room on the third floor of the elegant room was knocked on, and Lindley looked at the several people present. Kiljun, Wangguang disappeared into place. The former was responsible for looting the elemental Dharma scrolls or bringing people over, while the latter was responsible for grabbing the good and evil pearls, and incidentally all the rest of the supreme treasures that could be grabbed. What kind of benevolence and morality do villains still talk about? Since they were all treasures, they would leave none behind and pocket them all. Jiang Shang handed Lindley the black card in his hand, and then walked out of the private room with Eka, keeping a close eye on room 003. A few big men, and a few Cheongsam ladies walked into the private room. The Sheep's Fat Space Ring, $600 million. Inferno Essence Dan, $1 billion. Holy Order Alien Beast Crystals, $20 billion. Altogether, with a 20% discount, that would be 17.28 billion blue coins. That was a lot of money to save. Putting the 3 treasures into his spatial ring for the time being, after paying the money, Lindley sat on the sofa and sipped his tea. No rush, everything is under control. 10 minutes later. Master Wangguang was the first to return, and in his hand there really was an extra string of fine black and white Buddha beads. As the silver aura flickered, 8 golden, antique-colored, exquisite jasper gift boxes of different sizes appeared on the tabletop. Failed one? No, I left behind the green sky Shianox horn, the rest are for you. Lindley heartily let out an exclamation of admiration. It's really worthy of being a Buddha and Demon Master. A total of 10 lots flowed out, and surprisingly, all of them were snatched back in one brain. Admirable, admirable. We don't need to be polite. A spatial fluctuation enveloped all the jasper boxes, and in the blink of an eye, they all disappeared. Rumble. Just after picking up his teacup, the earth-shaking sound directly startled Lindley. The entire Wu's auction house trembled and trembled. What's going on outside? Wangguang was in love with this good and evil bead, and while coiling it, he twisted his head to look out the window and said, "Nothing, it's just that Elder Slayer is fighting with a few strong men." Strong men? How strong? So strong. Wangguang pinched his fingers slightly, revealing so much as a slit. My lord, the 6 men in black in room 003 are ready to leave. Jiang Shang's voice came from outside the window, and Lin Li frowned slightly. 6? How could there be so many? It's hard to believe that. Wenguang, prepare for action. Not waiting for Lord Kill? There's no time, he'll definitely take the elemental Dharma scrolls, and the only remaining heavenly meteorite iron must not be allowed to be taken away by this group. Chapter 134. The Jianghu is very dangerous, let's retreat if it doesn't work out. 5 kilometers away from Wu's auction house, above the void. Kiljun was a one-man army. More than 10 super-ranked powerhouses reached a brief consensus and chose to surround him alone. The result was self-explanatory. The defeat was a mess. Those who killed, those who were injured, and those who realized something was wrong halfway through and chose to sell their teammates and run away. Who else? Arrogant to the extreme words resounded through half of the sky. The 6 black-clothed men had just arrived in front of them, when they were shocked by this aura that looked proudly at the sky and looked down upon the world. Lin Li's group followed, and they all gave a thumbs up to the sky above. It was so damn handsome. Jun and B, take out these 6 more goods and our mission will be successfully completed. The 6 men in black were startled by Lin Li's words. They turned their heads to look at the visitor. Sweeping past Yu Yueka, Jiang Shang didn't even react. When noticing Lin Li, his eyes lit up. A touch of excitement, a touch of surprise, a touch of delight, and it was unknown what purpose they held or what they thought. Looking to the right again, the text light. This time, the color of excitement receded slightly, and what was ushered in instead was vigilance, scorn. What to do? Lin Li is actually here, perhaps it's a rare opportunity. But the sacred ranked powerhouse and Monk Tong Wenguang are also here, not to mention capturing them. It'd be great to be able to save our own little lives. Wealth and riches, how will we know if we don't try? Agreed. Anyway, the situation is already like this. If we catch Lin Li, all problems will be no problem. The 6 people took only 10 seconds to reach a complete consensus. The 3 on the left side struck out in unison, rushing towards Kiljun in the void. The 2 on the right meandered out and rushed towards Wenguang. The last remaining one erupted with a horrifyingly terrifying aura, turning into thunder and stabbing straight at Lin Li. One had to admit, the degree of tacit understanding and cooperation between these 3 goods was quite good. It was only a pity that the positioning of their strength was not very accurate. This was because Kiljun had blasted away the 3 people in front of him with just one move. Since Lin Li's realm level was low, he simply couldn't perceive the fluctuation of the foreign energy of Kiljun's move. Using only the naked eye, the 3 black shadows were like cannonballs, cutting through the void and smashing straight down to the ground. Boom! 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 Harmonious and melodious, neat and tidy. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. Look at Wenguang's side. Not panicking, not slow to continue coiling the Buddha beads. Seeing a red, a yellow 2 foreign energy impacts carrying the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth bombarded towards himself. So casually threw the good and evil beads into the air, a blinding white light instantly enveloped the whole body. Rumble. There was a loud bang and dust flew up. Fixing his eyes, nothing happened. Lin Li is very incomprehensible. This good and evil bead is not a special customized game-type magic weapon? How did it become a defense type? Just thought of this, Lin Li realized that he was wrong. Because after the white light dissipated, there was an unrivaled onslaught of black energy. This foreign energy is not the darkness system of foreign energy, but similar to the magic, evil, in short, creepy, incredible energy body. It was the first time he had come into contact with it. But don't say, this power really can't be underestimated. Black energy impact into fan-shaped excitation, although the range is not large, but the speed is ridiculously fast. The 2 men in black had just released their powers, and before they had time to return to their senses, they were bombarded with blood and flew backwards, in a sorry state. It was finally their turn to play B. Little brothers, give this fool a little color. Lin Li silently took 2 steps back, the opportunity. It's better to leave it to the people who need it. Yu pouted unhappily, but her hands moved very quickly. A day ago, this girl had similarly broken through, and was currently at the 2nd level of the middle rank. A Jasper fan was waved vigorously. The wind ability was added and supported, and the power was even better. Jiang Shan was not willing to show weakness. The last demonization caused its strength to increase greatly. The beginning of the 9th rank jumped to become a high rank 9th rank. Even if he later recovered the alien energy in his body, but by the influence of demonization and external attachment, his strength was still fixed at the 4th level of the middle order. I don't know whether it was chance or encounter, anyway, the situation was such a situation. In his hand, the shin iron heavy sword was swung round and swung out. Inferno score breaking wave chop. It might be very middle of the road, but the power value was definitely online. The man in black was disdainful when he saw Yu Yueka and Jiang Shan launching an attack at him. Without even the intention to hide, he gathered darkness system supernatural energy in his hands and directly struck out with a fist. Good opportunity. Linley wanted this kind of attitude from his opponent. Disdain, arrogance, showing people with his nose. Ling Tiansheng evil first sword, annihilation. It's been a long time since I've had a chance to fight, this time we must become the prettiest boy on the street. The familiar dark black blade carried the sound of breaking wind and followed closely behind. Boom! First, there was a small-scale collision, and the man in black easily shattered the two foreign energy impacts and quickly absorbed them. It was immediately followed by a large-scale collision. Rumble! The battle between the darkness and the darkness system was a competition of strength along with quality. It was a random strike, but it didn't occur to him that there was still Linley, the yellow bird, behind him. Therefore, the man in black suffered a slight loss, his figure was unsteady and swayed. This also meant that the speed of his feet decreased quite a bit, giving the other party enough opportunity to respond and mitigate. Yu Yueka, although Jiang Shan's intelligence was touching, his practical combat ability was not bad. How could such an opportunity be missed, turning the entire body's foreign energy, once again releasing a full force strike? The man in black saw this and went completely crazy. Killing Jun's attention has already turned to himself, a strong sense of crisis surged to his heart. Time was running out, if they couldn't catch Linley, several of them would have to die. Ha! With a roar, the man in black forced himself to carry down the force of annihilation. Because he realized that Linley's purity of darkness-based psychic abilities was actually on par with his own. It was absolutely no good to keep going like this. So he simply killed 1,000 enemies and lost 800 of his own, and gave up. Anyway, with the strength of these little guys' supernatural abilities, they wouldn't let themselves get hurt too badly. Boom! Boom! Indeed, the wind blades and waves of inflammation impacted on the black-clothed man's body, only leaving some traumatic injuries. It did not slow down his attack in the slightest. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. 2 meters. Linley still didn't dodge, but instead smiled happily. Because the heavenly meteorite iron had finally arrived. Put! Bright red blood splattered out, and Linley sidestepped, not wanting to get his hands on this filth. The man in black maintained his fist shape, just less than 30 centimeters away. But it was these 30 centimeters that completely made him despair. A cold sense of death struck his entire body. The black-clothed man looked down at his chest in a daze, the palm of his hand that was already stained red with blood. Then, with a look in his eyes. With a GA sound, he completely hiccuped. Little brothers, remember brothers' words. The Jianghu is very dangerous, can't we withdraw, really can't withdraw, then offer treasure. Chapter 135 The Successive Breakthroughs of the Younger Brothers. 6 black-clothed men, Wingguang took out one and seriously injured one. Kiljun took out 2, plus the one rushing towards Linley. There was also one half-dead lying on the ground, more out of breath, less in. This was the terrifying strength belonging to a saint-rank powerhouse. Even at the first level of the Holy Order, it was still 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than the 10th level of the Super Order. Although Linley had never been exposed to it before, he could determine it by seeing Kiljun's divine technique. Once he stepped into the realm of the Holy Order, except for the realm of the God King, a realm that exists in legends, there will be no enemy. Kiljun is a living example. The world's most important thing is that the world's most important thing is the world's most important thing. Simply NB to the core. Say it, your identity, power background, and purpose of action, don't force me to use torture. Linley came in front of the severely injured man in black and asked in a nonchalant, threatening-looking manner. The man in black covered his chest, half kneeling on the ground, and with a mere humph, he threw his head to the side, ignoring anyone. You who? You're quite arrogant. I'll give you one last chance, if you keep talking tough, you'll end up like him. The victory evil sword gently waved, and the black blade directly chopped off the arm of the dying man in black. The poor black-clothed man was already dying at this moment, but he was also cut off his arm, the pain tore his heart and lungs, life was worse than death. Whoa whoa! A slurred wailing sound traveled into everyone's ears. Gulp!
The surviving black-clothed man unconsciously swallowed his saliva, with trepidation in his eyes, but also with stubbornness. After all, having been in the jungle for more than 20 to 30 years, what scenes hadn't they seen before? In fact, I know even if you don't say it, the relationship between the demonized legion and Huali is really not shallow. Upon hearing this, the black-clothed man's pupils shrunk violently. Extremely shocked, he looked up at Linley. You? How do you know? Never mind how I know, tell me where Knight Tianhua is if you want to live? What are you looking for Lord Tianhua for? Put. Ah. Blood splattered out as the black-clothed man's right arm was chopped off by a black blade. Painful wails echoed in the sky. It was particularly oozing. You're talking too much nonsense, tell me where Knight Tianhua is? I don't know. I'm only under the second demon lord, Knight Jingxuan's subordinates, I don't know the whereabouts of the rest of the demon lords. Don't know? Linley's eyes narrowed slightly, this bastard didn't look like he was lying. But, it was always a pity not to get something out of him. Alright then, I'll switch to another question, just how deep is the cooperation between Huali and the demonized legion? The black-clothed man's gaze glanced at the ground to his right. Linley seemed to understand something. Jiang Shang, go take off the mask of that man in black. Yes, my lord. Jiang Shang quickly stepped forward and ripped off the mask of the dying man in black. Huang Fei baking? Nope, merely a look-alike. So that's how it is, Huang Fei Bake's younger brother, Huang Feiwu, the vice president of the Huali Academy, is actually a member of the demonized legion. It seems that this Huali and the demonized legion were originally grasshoppers on the same rope, wearing the same pants. This discovery was both reasonable and unexpected. Linley had thought that Huali and the demonized legion were only in a cooperative relationship, but it hadn't occurred to him that the two families were basically a single force. But there was still something wrong. Since Huali and the demonized legion are a family, then why did Huang Fei Baking have to make every effort to finish me off, while you demonized legion had to make every effort to draw me in and capture me? I'm not too sure, I merely heard that our demonized legion's third demon lord, Lord Knight Xiaoyu, is more interested in you. Knight Xiaoyu? Male or female? Female. Yeehaw, it's actually a female? No wonder, after half a day, it turns out that he is salivating at my brother's beauty and trying to forcefully possess my brother's body. Woman. Shameless. The question has been asked, in fact, did not set out what too important information. Only knowing the current relationship between Huali and the demonized legion, and that Knight Xiaoyu was somewhat interesting to himself. Remember to cast a good berth in your next life and stay away from the protagonist's aura. The blade sliced through his neck, and the man in black fell to the ground in response. At this point, the battle of looting came to a successful end. 6 men in black, plus 4 unlucky bastards from the rest of the forces. A total of 10 spatial rings, the 5 people present, equally divided. Linley received the one with the heavenly meteorite iron. After miscellaneous statistics, this time, Wu's auction house line, at least 300 billion was harvested. It's fantastic. What is the concept of 300 billion? The light spread all have to spread for 10 days and 10 nights. Even the current Qin family might not be as ostentatious as themselves. 3 days later, Linley, Qiljun, Jiangshang, and Yu Yueka returned to the northern part of Divine State, Ping City. As for Monk Wanguang, this guy was originally a temporary worker. He had finished his favors, and he had killed a lot of people. Naturally, he ran away. Shadow Guild, Mission Reception Hall. Linley offered Zhang Yulu's head and made another small profit. From this moment on, the name of the Grim Reaper completely resounded in the world of killers. Who is Zhang Yulu? Sacred Royal Vice Dean, the strongest wood system powerhouse, known as the undefeatable Little Strong Man, the fighting 8 of 8. The result was still not taken out by Linley? Therefore, after the Shadow Guild's mission star rating, Linley's Premium VIP was officially upgraded to Super VIP. The rewards for missions taken in the future will be multiplied by 1.2 times. In addition, there would be exclusive mission reminders. What is an exclusive mission? It's the kind of quests that are so difficult and rewarding that Linley has a chance of completing them with his strength and ability. Belongs to the first opportunity to get in touch with high-quality options in advance. It's referred to as going backstage. The next period of time, Linley and the 4 of them lived a very comfortable life.
In addition to eating, drinking, playing, and having fun all day long, they are just practicing. Life is all about enjoying yourself appropriately. The main reason was that the evil spirit temple hadn't moved yet, so Linley couldn't take the next step. Yu Eka is still quite competitive, wearing a sheep's fat space ring, spent a huge amount of money to create a wind system Essenstand. The main thing was that the materials Linley had accumulated were complete, and it had only cost $2 billion in crafting fees. After absorbing it, he broke through from the second level of the middle order to the fourth level of the middle order in one fell swoop. There were also hidden signs of another breakthrough. Looking at Jiang Shang, he was even more outrageous. After absorbing the inflammation Essenstand, he directly jumped from the fourth level of the middle rank to the seventh level of the middle rank. This scene gave Linley a bad craving. When would his own 2 darkness essence pills arrive? The realm of the high order, can't wait, okay? However, regarding Jiang Shang's breakthrough, there were both advantages and disadvantages. According to Kiljun's words, this kid was already in a semi-magical state, much more serious than Linley. Whenever he has a mood swing, he will become a demon again. Therefore, it was important to keep an eye on him at all times, so as not to hurt his own people. Chapter 136 Plant Man. I wanted to use wine to dispel my sorrows, but this wine 1 part sad, 2 parts bitter, 3 parts cold. Wine to 7 points of drunkenness, people left with 3 points of wakefulness. The bright moon sits alone at the high platform, memories turn into tears of lovesickness. The open-air balcony of a luxurious villa. Linley, Kiljun, and Jiang Shang raised their cups to invite the bright moon, sharing the joy of the world. A short poem of sadness set the atmosphere to its peak. Wonderful, wonderful. Which girl is the one that is in your son's mind? She? Oh, no la, just composing poems for fun and enlivening the atmosphere. Linley shook his head with a bitter smile and drank a cup of flower brew. This flower brew is not cheap, 200,000 a bottle, rumored that the brewing process is quite complex, then a certain Taiwan, a certain grain liquid is much more precious. In order to have a good drink, Linley had spent 4 million blue coins. A villa are smashed in. Since Luohan Tian, Mahoney left one after another, he has never had a good drink. Today, I do not know how, see this moonlight, this beautiful scenery of fallen leaves, always want to drink 2 cups. Then, the more you drink the more difficult, there is always a feeling of depression. Is this the legendary great aunt? Yo, you're not thinking about that little girl named Lu Qingyue, right? When did our big scum Lin become so sentimental? Yu Eka held her cell phone and flirted while playing a game. Will this Miss Airfield who doesn't know how to be affectionate please shut up? I've just brought up some atmosphere, and you've ruined it all. Linley sent this girl a big blank stare, who she was thinking about in her own mind had nothing to do with her. Missing is a breathing pain. He lives in all the corners of your body. Oh. Great singing, next month's bonus is 0. Yeah, just kidding, no need to be so petty, right? You. Just as the words left his mouth, he was interrupted by the ringing of his cell phone. La 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 la. La 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 la. Hiroshi, why did you remember to call me? It's really worthy of being a brother, just a little thought, the other party called. Brother Lai, there's a good news and a very bad news to tell you. Linley froze, very bad news? How bad would that have to be? Let's start with the bad news. Don't brotherly, I'd better say the good news first. Just now Sun Wukong asked our Titan Guild to convey a message to you. After a joint discussion between the 6 academies, they have decided to make the most sincere apology for the last time they misunderstood Lin Li's classmate, causing him to stray and take the blame for being a murderer. In addition, we will compensate Lin Li for whatever he wants. If the responsible parties are to be held accountable, Sacred Royal Academy will go all out to uncover all the janitors and school officials who were involved in falsely accusing Lin Li and punish them most severely. The good news was finished. Lin Li didn't have any feelings. Because such a situation had been expected. But it was just a bunch of old men who were greedy and afraid of death, who were afraid of softness and fear of hardness, who had learned to bow down. What else could they do? As Lin Li had said last time, the 6 academies would unite to crush Lin Li, or kill Jun? Would they dare to gamble? Hong Yi, help me tell them that this matter can be put to rest, but there are a few people whose heads I must get my hands on. Huang Fei Baking, Sun Wukong, Zhang Wen, and the few trash behind the scenes who defeated my reputation and initiated public opinion. If not, I'll go get them myself. At that time, I won't have the time to sort out who's right and who's wrong, and anyone who stops me will be killed without mercy. The icy killing intent caused the surrounding temperature to drop again and again. Ah che. Yueka couldn't help but sneeze and hugged the little Qilin to keep each other warm. I understand, brother Lai, I'll relay your words to old man Sun as they are. After the good things, it's time to talk about the bad things, right? After little fatty Mahani did this, Linley was vaguely uneasy. Brother Li, Vice President Luo he. Vice Dean Luo? Linley was startled and hurriedly asked, what happened to Grandmaster Luo him? Brother Lai, don't worry, Vice Dean Luo. It's not life-threatening, he's just too badly injured and is currently in a deep coma. Plant person, just say plant person. Bull deep coma. What the hell is going on? Is it hard to believe that Grandmaster Luo has met a saint-ranked Fey beast? Why did he say this? Because Linley understood Luo Hongtian's strength. If he wasn't above saint rank, he would never have suffered a serious injury. Brother Lai, you guessed correctly, Vice President Luo was indeed injured when he fought with a saint-ranked foreign beast. But, he could have not needed to be injured. What do you mean? This battle in Luo City was supposed to be a joint effort of 17 super-ranked powerhouses against a saint-ranked Fey beast. In the early stage, in the middle stage, it was all fine. Until the late stage, when all of them combined their efforts to hit the Holy Order Fey beast, they were about to make up for it. Is ready to make up for the time, did not think that the head of came back to the light, exhaust all the life force, released a destructive foreign energy impact. In this situation, Vice Dean Luo stepped forward and gathered all the strong people to try to jointly resist. It was also going well, but as a result, just as he was about to exhaust the other party's foreign energy and completely resist the strike, the four Huali powerhouses suddenly withdrew their hands. Resulting in a loophole in the defense combination formation, Vice Dean Luo was at the forefront, almost using his body to carry down all the remaining alien energy impact, and as a result, it turned into this appearance now. Damn it, it's Huali again. Huang Fei baking this stinker, getting more and more inappropriate as a person. Linley was angry, and the consequences were severe. Afterwards, the people from the sacred royalty had also gone to ask for a statement, but the result was easily put off. And what's most incomprehensible is that Old Man Sun's attitude towards this matter was unusually cold, not caring at all about Vice President Luo's life or death, and in the end, it was he who personally opened his mouth and suppressed this matter. Sun Wukong didn't care about Luo Hongtian's life or death? Hearing this, Linley couldn't help but begin to wonder. According to his last observation, although Sun Wukong was very dissatisfied with Luo Hongtian's behavior and style on the surface, there was definitely a certain foundation for their relationship. If not for that, just because Luo Hongtian brought Linley into the sacred imperial palace, Sun Wukong would be able to dismiss him from his post and relegate him to the status of a commoner. Moreover, Luo Hongtian was also the vice president of the Holy Imperial Court, and his face was the face of the Holy Imperial Court. If he acted like this, wouldn't the face of the sacred imperial palace be lost? Something is wrong, there is something fishy about this matter. Hong Yi, I will investigate this matter, usually help me keep an eye on Huali. Once the other party has any special actions, contact me as soon as possible. Don't worry, Brother Lai, you can rest assured that I'll do my job. After chatting briefly with Little Fatty for a few more sentences, he hung up the phone. It was less than 10 seconds before the door to the hotel suite was knocked on. Linley realized that it was time to act. Chapter 137 Magic Supremacy. Duplin, Elderkill, we've already found Night Tianhua's trail, but the last time we fought, didn't manage to bring it back. Feng Gong and He-yun sat respectfully on the sofa. Without that old vixen Sun Hong-yun, it was much less troublesome to communicate. So, you guys have already spooked the snake? Don't worry, Mr. Lin, our evil spirit sanctuary acts in a way that would never leave any traces behind, and the other party hasn't been wary because of this. If it wasn't for the 6 great protectors arriving in time, we would have taken down Night Tianhua long ago. The 6 great protectors? What strength? Super rank strength. How many protectors does the demonized army have in total? There are a total of 24 on the surface, and behind the scenes, there are at least this number hidden. 48 super rank powerhouses? The demonized legion was a bit thick to the point of being outrageous. No wonder it had been jointly crushed by the 6 great academies many times, and its foundation had not been shaken at all. So what if it's a super-ranked powerhouse? In front of Senior Killer, it's not an ant-like existence. Zhang Shang's ass-kissing was of a good standard, and everyone present agreed. Where is Night Tianhua at this moment? Western part of Divine State, Anyang City. Anyang City. After all this, it's still in the vicinity of someone else's circle of influence. No wonder it was so hard to catch. It was well known that the 6 great academies were located in the center of Divine Prefecture. The Dark Kingdom and the Evil Spirit Sanctuary are located in the northern part of Divine State. The main forces of the 24 major guilds were almost distributed in the eastern and southern parts of the Divine Continent. Only the Demonized Legion is a single force located in the western part of the Divine Kingdom. However, even so, over the years, it was the western border area of Divine State that had the smoothest battle. There have never been any mistakes. From this, it can be seen that people's strength and heritage are not generally strong. Linley remained silent for a moment, and after some thought, decided to say, Jiang Shang, Yu Yueka, you two are responsible for staying at Ping City, the rest of you will leave with me immediately. No way, you left me in Ping City for the last operation, and you're not taking me with you this time? Yu Yueka immediately stepped forward and was the first to express his displeasure. Although Jiang Shang did not make a sound at the side, the color of loss under his eyes still manifested itself. What strength you two currently have is clear to yourselves. Super rank battlefield, is it hard to believe that you have the confidence to wade into it? The two of you looked at me and I looked at you. Then they shook their heads. That shall not be, obediently stay behind to guard the little Qilin, we will return in 3 days at most, $2 billion, save it. Receiving the black card, Yu Yueka's attitude instantly changed 180 degrees, smilingly sending several people away. On this trip, Linley didn't choose the train as usual. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of heights anymore, but the time was limited. Knight Tianhua could detect an abnormality at any time, and once he let the other party run away, it would be hard to find such a good opportunity again. The 4 beast-like flying demons carried the 4 of them, swiftly skimming through the dark night sky. Linley realized that as his strength grew, his control over his demon form became more and more precise. Just like this time, it was easy to summon a beast-form demon, and the outlines of its appearance were clearer than ever. According to this rate of evolution, after entering the realm of the high level, all demons will completely have a full form, and their strength will definitely rise to another level. Regarding demons, not only Feng Gong and He Yun were surprised, but even Jian Jun also said that he had never heard of them. The contact with the dark origin, awakening casting power, and which mysterious old man to speak with their own things originally, carefully recalled once again. Then, Killing Jun realized. That's right, it was through that special means that he was able to recognize what Linley had in mind. One day, from night to dawn, and then from dawn to late night. Kill Jun never opened his eyes. If not for the presence of breath, Linley would have thought that he had hiccuped. Until the evening of the second day, Arriving in the vicinity of Anyang City, a heavy touch of darkness-based psychic energy burst out from his body in the shape of a vortex, wreaking havoc on everything in the space around him. The demons that maintained the flight of the killing junta could not support it instantly, and turned into strands of black energy that flowed with the waves. It was good that Linley had the foresight to remind Feng Gong and He Yun to dodge away. Otherwise, before Knight Tianhua could catch them, Linley's squad would have lost more than half of them first. The alien energy fluctuations lasted for more than half an hour. Fortunately, it was a dark night, and the moonlight was covered by dark clouds, so it did not attract the attention of the city residents below. When Kill Jun slowly opened his eyes, Linley asked expectantly, did Brother Jun break through? No, only lighting up an elemental star. 3 faces were dumbfounded, 3 big speechless. Saint-ranked big brothers, they really weren't ordinary warriors. The commotion of lighting up an elemental star was even greater than the commotion of other people's breakthroughs. If this was a breakthrough, wouldn't it blow up a city? Envy, jealousy. How come this world didn't have the means to take over others? It was too damn unfair. After the little episode, Linley's 4 continued to travel. Arriving in Anyang City, they followed the clues to a mega bar called Magic Supreme. It was late at night and the bar was bustling with activity. The extreme DJ music rolled, like Linley such a good student, shy little prince, whenever come to this kind of place. Once in the door, instantly dizzy, cannot distinguish between east and west. Fortunately, Feng Gong, He Yun lightly familiar with the road. Seek to a service staff, opened a most expensive card seat, ordered a bunch of the most expensive wine, cigarettes, celebrities. Anyway, the arrangement of the proper, what lowly, students, ladies, imperial sister, young women, pure. Let Linley truly experience the pleasure of the ancient emperor. As well as unfortunate. 3,000 harem beauties, are you busy? Little brother, look at your appearance is not like the local people well. If we don't add a wow letter, in the future, what do not understand or not familiar with the place, you can ask me How many years have you been in Anyang City? I'm a native of the city, little brother, add me. Little brother, look how cute and charming I am, can you add me? Can cute be food? Sis is the dish of this little brother. Originally, this bar music is enough to make a scene, a group of girls also around your ears, and boing non-stop. What Linley can't understand is, you and boing, hands dry chicken hair. Hey, where are you touching? Linley slapped off a salty hand, and turned to look at Kiljun. This guy is quite good at enjoying himself, and if it continues like this, the scale is going to get bigger. Mr. Lin, Night Tianhua is here. Upon hearing this, Linley and Kiljun instantly straightened up and looked in the direction that Fonggong was pointing. Masa? Chapter 138 Crazy Conditions. This white, quiet, cute and handsome cargo who wasn't even as old as himself was Night Tianhua? What the hell? Shouldn't the devil's sense of vision be gangly, evil, tall, and with eyes full of killing flavor? This Night Tianhua is only at the middle stage of strength? Linley twisted his head incredulously and looked at Fonggong and Hiyun. That's right, Night Tianhua is the youngest of the 4 siblings of the Night Clan, and has just awakened his psychic abilities for less than 2 years, so isn't it normal that he holds a strength of the 8th level of the middle order today? Well, that was indeed normal. In fact, it had always been Linley himself who had fallen into a misconception of thought. Who stipulated that Night Tianhua's strength had to be heaven-defying? Who said that Night Tianhua had to look like a bad guy? Everything in this world was possible, right? Then the 6 bodyguards following behind him are the so-called 6 guardians? Yes. Oh no, we seem to have been discovered by Night Tianhua. Hiyun's face changed violently. This was because at this moment, Night Tianhua was looking past the crowd at Linley's location without turning his eyes away. The childish yet highly meaningful smile on his face was disturbing. Interesting, it seems that the other party has long anticipated that we would come. Linley crossed his legs, his gaze deep as he met Night Tianhua's line of sight. Then, under the uncomprehending gazes of the people beside him, he raised his hand and waved it, signaling the other party to come over. Fonggong, Hiyun, 2 faces confused, really do not understand what Linley want to do? Breaking the pot and preparing to make a direct move? When Night Tianhua saw Linley act like this, the smile on his face grew a few points more. Behind him, 6 guards in suits walked in front of him and rudely pushed away the crowd that was blocking the way. It wasn't long before Night Tianhua arrived at the card table where Linley was. He was not polite, directly sitting on his but opposite Linley, picking up a cup of good wine and drinking it down. Little Mr. Knight. Nice to meet you. Hearing Linley's address, Night Tianhua couldn't help but be stunned, and then he laughed openly. Ha ha ha. Little Lord Knight, I like this title, it's much better than that group of stupid exes who would only compliment me and call me Lord Knight. This little guy is still a man of nature. Speaking without covering up, it fit Linley's mouth. He, young and talented young man of the night, I think, has been waiting for a long time. Slapping away the salty hands of the young lady's sister, Linley gave Fonggong and Hiyun a wink. The latter got up and cleared out the surrounding idlers, lowering the drawn curtains, one on the left and one on the right, with the 6 guards stationed outside. I can't imagine that Mr. Lin is quite cautious in his work. Oh right, this is the legendary Divine State's first holy rank powerhouse, Senior Kill, right? Shifting his sight to Kiljun, there was no scorn or fear. There was only full of curiosity and excitement. The hell knows what he was excited about? Kiljun glanced lightly at Night Tianhua, then froze for a moment. Linley clearly saw his brows close slightly, as if he had met something incomprehensible. After 3 seconds had passed, the frown unexpectedly stretched out again. Even more bizarrely, he even smiled. Interesting, it seems that there are still strong people at the realm of the saint rank existing in this world. I wonder if I could have the chance to introduce them? Elder Slayer is overstating it, my master is not in the divine continent lately. After some time, when his old man comes back, he will seek you out for a sparring session. Linley's face was calm and steady, but in fact, his heart was panicked. After half a day, this guy also has a holy rank big brother behind him. And it's still someone's master. If he captured Night Tianhua today, what would he do if his master came to his door to seek revenge in a few more days? The Holy Order against the Holy Order, Linley also do not know Kiljun can beat each other.
No wonder this kid is emboldened. Facing Linley, Kiljun is not the slightest bit panicked.
Night, young gentleman, so? You also know the purpose of my coming today? Linley decided to test the waters first and see what happens. Knight Tianhua retracted his gaze and said with a guffaw, "Of course I know, so I wonder if Mr. Lin will make a move to arrest me?"
Good guy, directly raising the issue to the surface.
Quick enough.
To be honest, I'm more wary of the saint-ranked powerhouse behind you, but
driven by enough benefits, I think it's not too bad to give it a try. Well said. Since Mr. Lin is mindful of benefits, then I'll give you higher benefits.
Saying that, Knight Tianhua took off the red spatial ring located on his index finger and placed it on the table.
Here, there is something you want. What I want?
Picking up the spatial ring, he penetrated his spiritual power to faintly probe it.
3 ancient fossils.
There were also 4 ghost grasses, and over 100 heavenly treasures related to the darkness system.
It was simply a treasure trove that Linley could only dream of. Little Mr. Knight, are trying to buy me off?
Linley meaningfully hooked up the corners of his mouth. This gift, he was quite satisfied. It can be interpreted as such, or it can be interpreted as, I need you to do 3 things for me.
He.
Linley put back that spatial ring, raised his wine glass and shook the red wine inside, wanting to use this to bind me. I'm afraid it's not enough, right? Knight Tianhua similarly raised his wine glass, and regardless of whether Linley agreed or not, he directly clashed his glass with it, and drank it all in one go. Mr. Lin is mistaken, and listen to me finish saying these 3 things, then you can decide again. It's not too late.
Good, I'm all ears. The first thing, I hope that your plan will go on as usual and hand me over to the Alien Energy Administration. What?
Linley thought that he had heard wrong, and snapped his ears, his face full of suspicion.
Mr. Lin didn't hear it wrong. I just want to be captured by the Alien Energy Administration, otherwise, where would the demonized Legion get the excuse to send out their troops? What chance will there be to completely take control of the Alien Energy Administration? Linley's eyes went straight. Sending troops to take control of the Alien Energy Management Bureau?
The demonized Legion hadn't been a little too crazy.
Do you know what the Alien Energy Management Bureau symbolizes? Trying to take it under control. Wouldn't that mean?
That's right, I'm trying to take control of the entire divine continent and the entire alien energy realm.
Hiss. Being young is good, you don't even need to draft when blowing in B. Okay, I admire the courage of your demonized Legion, I promise on this matter. Next. Why didn't Linley continue to ask? Because it was simply unrealistic.
The Abnormalities Administration was the highest authority holder in the Divine State's Abnormalities realm, not to mention the Demonized Legion. Even if all the forces of the Abnormalities realm were added together, it would be impossible to shake it in the slightest.
It wasn't because he had many experts, nor was it because it wasn't easy for him to control. Rather, it is because of the meaning symbolized behind it. Just ask you, what kind of strength can carry a nuclear bomb? Holy Order? How many Holy Orders are there in the Divine Continent? 1 can carry it, what about 2? Chapter 139 The Great Hero. As the saying goes, it's not your business. People love how to toss, do their own ass. There is money to be made, there are benefits to get on the line. This second thing, I need you to meet with my third sister, Knight Xiaoyu. No? No. Just that simple? Just that simple. It's not quite right. Just by meeting one person, 1/3 of the quest reward can be completed. If this was that once, it wouldn't be. Ahem, that's also unlikely to drop. Okay, I promise you. It's an asshole to not take advantage of a bargain, it's just a matter of meeting one side. Can the other side still eat themselves? Of course, if the face value and body are online, it's a different story. Quick enough. There's a third thing, when you take revenge on the 6 academies a month later, you must bring me and my men with you. What do you want? Linley was instantly on guard. What was he doing with his own vengeance? Moreover, he would only target a specific few people, perhaps killing a few more roadblocks, but he would never let the 6th grade colleges be destroyed as a result. The main reason was that the Divine Continent needed the 6 academies, and the protection of the human race also needed the 6 academies. If you don't think about the big picture, you have to think about your own family as well, don't you? Once the Divine Continent's strength was sharply reduced, allowing the foreign beasts to get a chance to take advantage of it, wouldn't the entire human race be plunged into deep water? At that time, would one still have a future? Would there still be a point in surviving where one was?
Mr. Lin, I think you've misunderstood. The demonized legion, do want to get rid of the 6 great academies, but when the enemy is at hand, a single internal chaos is not good for everyone. The reason why I want to follow you is because I want to witness how the 6 academies have been ravaged and trampled underfoot. From now on, the alien energy world should be dominated by the darkness department. Hypocritical, naive guys like them don't deserve to be based in the present. These words spoke to Linley's heart.
Darkness domination, wasn't this the situation that Linley was looking forward to deep down in his heart? Darkness didn't mean evil, but rather symbolized reality. The strong will win, the weak will be strong. When would the era of good peace be rebuilt? When would the idea of equality for all be restored? I can agree to this third thing, but you also have to answer me a question. There's no harm in saying it, Mr. Lin. To crusade against the 6 academies, my main targets are sacred royalty and Huali. Then your demonized legions. Ha! Knight Tianhua laughed coldly and said unapologetically, that's my big brother's business, it has nothing to do with me. Even if everyone up and down Huali dies cleanly, my second brother, my third sister, and I won't care a bit. Linley understood. It meant that the only person Huali was cooperating with was the first demon lord, which was Knight Tianhua's elder brother alone. The rest were unrelated, much less cared about. If that was the case, Linley would be much more relieved. If he didn't beat the out of that old kid Huang Fei baking, killing June would be in vain as the first person of the holy rank. Someone glared mournfully, thinking that it was none of his business. Good. Since that's the case, our deal is officially finalized. When do we leave? Hey, over tonight. Knight Tianhua instantly adjusted his state and leapt up to stand on the sofa, waving his hand at the high-stage DJ. The young cool DJ unloaded his microphone and threw his head back to roar, everything you spend tonight will be paid for by Mr. Knight. Scream. Ah. Good lord, the eardrums were on the verge of shattering. This Knight Tianhua was also too good at playing, right? A dozen or so poised, polished and beautiful young ladies surrounded him and gave him a good salty hand. Linley could only bear everything in silence, looking forward to the dawn of the sunrise to descend as soon as possible. After getting high for the whole night, until the early morning of the next day, Linley, Kiljun, Fengong, and Heyin took Knight Tianhua and started to rush to Ping City. On the way, Linley couldn't help his curiosity and inquired about the exotic catalyst potion. Knight Tianhua didn't hide anything and directly pulled out 3 tubes of differently colored potions and handed them over to Linley. These 3 tubes are my successes, and after an ordinary person injects them, they can arrive at the higher order tier 1 strength realm. If it's you injecting it yourself. Got to. I don't want to be your guinea pig, there's no way this potion doesn't have side effects, right? Side effects. Of course there are, but it's much stronger than before, and the only thing that will last is organ failure and premature aging. Prolonged death? How can it be called holding on to death when it's like this? Linley disliked it and wanted to throw it away, but after thinking about it, what if it was used in the future? Speaking of other people, of course I will not inject this catalytic chicken ribs. A good person does not have to be a pervert. So, your catalytic potion can already be mass-produced? If that were the case, the Divine Continent's alien energy world would have long been controlled by me, Knight Tianhua. It seemed like that was indeed the case. Find a few 100,000 ordinary people at random and inject them with catalytic potions. Wouldn't the strength of the demonized army be able to completely crush all obstacles? Although my potion was developed successfully, the probability is pitifully small. Out of 1,000 tubes, it would be good to have 1 tube that goes smoothly into the warehouse. And the price of this tube of reagent is at least $5 million. Do the math yourself. How much family money do I have enough to hobble? $5 million for 1 tube of reagent? Then 1,000 tubes would be 5 billion. 1 successful sample out of 1,000 tubes would mean that this tube of catalytic reagent would be worth 5 billion. Or even more. The 3 tubes in Linley's hand are worth at least $15 billion. I'm going to be the mother of all. If this cultivates an army of catalysts, how much would it cost? $1 trillion? $10 trillion? I don't even dare to think about it. No wonder the Knight Tianhua will look for their own proposed cooperation. The original is to shift the goal, change the means to seize control of the alien world. After arriving in Ping City, Linley contacted Yuan at the first opportunity. The other party heard that he had captured Knight Tianhua, and also controlled the evidence of his potion production and trafficking. He was so excited that he couldn't even speak properly. It only took less than 10 minutes to rush to the hotel. Lin student, thank you so much, catching Night Tianhua, this big devil, and also mastering such important key evidence of him, is simply a great hero for the people to get rid of harm. This fart padding could be heard clearly from 2 miles away. Also big hero. Have you ever seen a villain being a hero? Captain Yuan, useless words or exempt, people have been brought, where are the goods? Yuan smiled awkwardly, after all, he could not escape. Unable to do so, he pulled out a spatial ring from his pocket. According to the ancient fossilized stones and financial rewards promised last time, no more, no less were all inside. Then, how should the position of the Alien Power Administration be implemented? Chapter 140, Don't Eat, Don't Ho Ho Ho. Don't worry, your job information has been successfully entered into the divine system, and if there is any need in the future, retina, fingerprints, and urine can all be used to determine your identity. This retina and fingerprints are quite reliable. What the hell is urine? Is it possible that when verifying his identity, he would have to pee on him? It's outrageous. Well then, Captain Yuan, enjoy this cooperation and good luck. Lin Li waved goodbye. Yuan didn't understand what wishing himself good luck meant. Did he use the wrong word? Actually, it really hadn't been used incorrectly. Because Lin Li knew that Night Tianhua would escape the control of the Alien Energy Administration in no time. Not only that, the demonized Legion would be making a series of big moves next. Lin Li didn't care if they succeeded or not. The most important thing right now was to go and refine the essence pill. Keeping his promise, Lin Li officially took in Feng and He Yun. Happy to spy on them, so be it. There's nothing shameful about it. Anyway, having 2 more high-level realm juniors was pretty good. At least from now on, you don't have to spend small amounts of money, and you can't earn big amounts of money. Their role is far more useful than Yu Yueka and Jiang Shang. Especially Yu Yueka. Lin Li decided that after the crusade against the 6 great academies was over in a month, he would return to the Dark Kingdom and leave Yu Yueka behind. Then he and Kiljun would head to the extreme north of the Beast region, to the land of the underworld abyss. Don't look at the fact that Lin Li hadn't been demonized recently, but that was only because his emotions hadn't been drastically affected. To say that it has improved more or less, it has also improved a bit. However, prevention must be better than cure. In addition, Jiang Shang's situation also needed to be alleviated. That was why Hades Abyss and his party could not be avoided. 3 days later. In the southern part of Shenzhou, Fengyao City. This place had another name in the alien world, it was called Pandan Township. It seemed to be related to historical development, but Lin Li was too lazy to find out anyway. After a brief look around, the group quickly found the Lotus Egg Workshop according to the map. If you don't say that modern technology is NB. Lack of navigation is online for you. Even if the destination was the moon, he could plan a route for you. As for whether you can get through, that depends on your own skills. Lotus Egg Place. I'm sure you all know what this place is all about, right? That's right, it sells lotus eggs. Pushing open the door, the fragrance of lotus flowers comes to your nose. It was mesmerizing and made one forget to linger. Boss, 999 lotus eggs, right away. Fengyao was so bold that he directly ordered 999 pieces of lotus eggs. The boss sitting on the rocking chair at the counter immediately brightened up. It was finally open. Several people. Sure you want 999 pieces of lotus eggs? The boss swept a scrutinizing gaze over the people present. Fengyao nodded solemnly and reiterated, 999 lotus eggs, immediately. Good. Several people, please follow me. With that, the crowd followed the boss's steps and headed deeper into the store. Obviously, it was a small commercial store, but the inside was surprisingly long. Inside the corridor, the crowd walked for more than a minute before they saw an antique-colored door. Only then did they see an ancient colored, wooden double door engraved with a tripod-like pattern. The boss walked closer and knocked respectfully. Knock knock knock. Master Chui, business is coming. After a few short seconds, a thick and powerful response came out from within the room. Come in. With that, the boss pushed open the door and guided Lin Li's group into the spacious and incomparable alchemy hall. It really was an incomparably spacious hall, with a visual estimate of at least around 300 square meters. On both sides of the hall stood rows and rows of copper-colored alchemy furnaces. Some were large, some were small, some were smoking, and some were on fire. And located in the center of the hall right in front, there was another alchemy furnace. Only, the shape was not quite the same as the other alchemy furnaces. Full of post-modern technology. Intelligent central control, temperature adjustment, various body buttons, and a row of small jade bottles, located in the alchemy furnace's row of mouth. It was presumably used to contain elixirs. At this moment, a scruffy, bearded middle-aged man, dressed in a pale yellow ancient martial arts robe, was tapping on the center control screen. Hearing the sound of footsteps coming from far and near, he didn't even turn his head back and faintly asked, "What Dan are you preparing to refine?" "Darkness Essence Dan." The scruffy man's movements in his hands stalled, turning his head without turning around to look at Linley. "Are the materials all ready?" "Of course. How many do you think these materials are enough to refine?" With a wave of Linley's hand, the recently collected ghost grass and ancient fossilized stones all floated down to the ground. Just these few things had a total value of at least 50 billion. The scruffy man finally showed some interest, his body followed suit and turned around, looking at the materials on the ground, thinking for a moment and said, "Conservatively estimate 3, if you play well, up to 5. Linley's heart was delighted. Surprisingly, he could still refine 5, this time he could make a lot of money. Processing fee, $10 billion. How black. The owner of the Lotus Egg Workshop heard 10 billion, his two eyes doubled, and he directly burped over. Is it all right? Yu Yueka pointed at the Lotus Egg place boss and asked curiously. "Don't worry about him, unproductive thing. How long are you going to want it? How long does it take to refine it the soonest?" 6 hours. Good, 6 hours then. Linley didn't shilly-shally and directly took out his black card. He was worried about where to swipe it. The owner of the Lotus Egg Workshop stood up like a zombie. With a smile on his face, he pulled out a brand new, extremely new POS machine from behind his buttocks, and guided Linley to swipe away $10 billion. Then, it burped over again. "This dude is NB enough, I won't even look at future magic tricks without him." Jiang Shang joked, causing the crowd to laugh. For the next 6 hours, Linley and the others didn't move an inch. The main reason was that this Darkness Essence Dan was too important to Linley. This ancient fossil alone took too much effort. Slaughtering someone's family and robbing their auction house. There was always a trace of resentment in his heart. So, a few people played an afternoon of mahjong. There is also the fighting landlord. It happened to be split into 2 waves, and the owner of Lotus Egg Place even participated from time to time. The atmosphere was quite active. Time flashed by and came to 6 o'clock in the evening exactly. Yu Yueka and Jiang Shang had already lost everything. Feng Gong and He Yun were rich and powerful, and it didn't hurt to lose. On the contrary, Linley and Kil Jun had made a fortune. Clang! 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 Crisp sounds emanated from the alchemy room, and Linley's group hurried there. Pushing open the door, they saw the scruffy man holding a delicate little jade bottle, shaking it, and raising 4 fingers at Linley. In other words, 4 essence pills had been successfully refined. There was simply no one else. Linley excitedly stepped forward and took the jade bottle. Just as he was about to unscrew the cork, the scruffy man stopped it. "Don't eat, don't ooh and ah." Chapter 141 Crazy Breakthrough. Open the lid and eat instantly, understand? This essence pill is quite rich in genus alien energy, and even the overflowing fragrance of the pill. It's also a rare treasure. Every time you open the lid, the flavor of the elixir will pass away, so you're on your own. The scruffy man skimmed his lips and continued to tinker with his alchemy furnace, listening to people's advice to eat their fill. Since the expert had said so, he had to cherish it himself, didn't he? When he went back, he would give him all the drugs in his head. Come to the wave of tangible spiral ascension. Don't you guys have any pills you want to refine? After settling his own matter, he had to take into account the feelings of the others. Especially Jiang Shang. This kid had a deep family background and was bent on pursuing the path of the strong. It seemed quite overwhelming not to refine a few gain pills for him. "Jiang Shang, take this ring first. The refining materials for the inflammation essence pill and the wind essence pill are all inside. Since you guys chose to follow me, I can't treat you poorly. By the way, I'll refine 2 more great tonic pills for you Yueka, the flying field. The effect is definitely much stronger than the papaya. I'll go back to practicing first, so you guys take your time and toss them yourselves." Jiang Shang was flattered to receive that spatial ring, and slapped a handful of good farts under 1,000 thanks. Yu Eka was the only one with a black face, itching to strangle this dog. Linley saw the situation is not good. With Kill Jun, phone gong, he indirectly left the Lotus Egg place, back to the hotel. Half an hour later. Boom! The door to the hotel room was rudely pushed open. Linley couldn't wait to pull out the small jade bottle and sat on his knees on the carpet. After unscrewing the cap of the bottle, a strong and unusually thick aroma poured out, quickly filling the entire room. Bear. Ah! Linley puckered his nose and greedily drew on the damn fragrance that filled the air. It was too comfortable, too stimulating. The foreign energy in his body that was originally as calm as water was completely boiling at the moment. It was as if the surface of a peaceful lake had suddenly risen up in shocking waves, constantly impacting the surrounding reef walls. I can't help it. It's about to launch. Gollum. 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 Gulp. The 4 essence pills were directly swallowed by Linley in a single gulp. Explode and die? Read too many novels. Can absorb the natural absorption, cannot be absorbed on the temporary not digested stored in the body. As long as there was enough time, digesting all the essence dawn wasn't a problem at all. Sir Lin. How do you feel? Phone Gong was sitting on the sofa, seeing Linley getting so high on the medicine, he himself was moved. How about? Let's get high on 2-2. Feeling okay, stomach is warm, power is being. Lin suddenly frowned and touched his stomach. Why was it getting hotter and hotter? 3 seconds passed. Oops, my chow. It's burning. First the abdomen, then the limbs, and finally the top of the head. Rolls of white smoke erupted out, shocking Lin Li's hands and feet, constantly slapping his whole body. This essence Dan couldn't be an inferior product, could it? How come it had an additional ignition effect? Don't move. Kill Jun spoke out to stop Linley's panicked behavior. Walking forward, he touched his head. Yikes, touching the head to kill? Linley felt weird, and Fong Gong and Heian felt equally weird. Nay, they were big brothers, so there must be a way to fix it. Your body's foreign energy is being overloaded and absorbed, it's normal for it to smoke. Hold your breath, concentrate and focus, you're about to break through. After Kill Jun reminded him of this, Linley realized that he was about to break through. The 9 elemental stars in his body flickered non-stop. The dense darkness alien energy was like a sea of ocean, a constant stream, vast to the extreme. Linley closed his eyes, blocking all external senses. Striving to harmonize the foreign energy in his body, he impacted the invisible bottleneck. Ka-ching! Easy and pleasant, passionate and surging. The aura of the 4th level of the middle rank exploded, and Kill Jun was quick on his feet, the dark barrier instantly wrapping Linley within. Fong Gong and Heian, who were sitting on the sofa on the side, got up and moved away, watching the breakthrough performance with great interest. Half an hour later. Ka-ching! Boom! Another muffled sound came. Linley had broken through again. It's really worthy of being Prince Lin, swallowing 4 elemental essence pills in one breath and absorbing them in a continuous stream. At this rate, it'll be possible to break through to at least the 7th level of the middle rank. 7th rank? I'd say at least rank 8. 4 elemental essence pills, and all of them are of the darkness system. Do you know how much supernatural energy is contained within them? The 2 of them were engaged in a heated discussion, curious as to what realm this Linley would break through to in one fell swoop. Intermediate level 10. Kiljun's words completely shocked the 2. Linley would break through to the 10th level of the middle stage? It's a bit outrageous, isn't it? An hour later. Ka-ching! Boom! One sound was even louder than the other. Although the barrier hadn't moved, the floor beneath Linley's seemed to be cracking. Could this be the legendary fart that shook the sky? 2 hours later. Ka-ching! Boom! Feeling the exponentially growing power within his body, Linley was about to be turned upside down. For essence pills, at this moment, had only been consumed one more than a hair's breadth. The rest would still supply Linley with at least half a day's worth of absorption. According to today's speed, Linley was confident that he would step into the realm of the 10th level of the middle rank. But this wasn't enough. What Linley wanted was to break through to the realm of the high rank in one fell swoop. It sounds crazy and outrageous. But what we want is a challenge, what we want is excitement, what we want is fun. Don't have enough essence pills? It's okay, we still have the holy stage beast crystals. Slightly regaining his consciousness, Linley directly pulled out 2 holy order alien beast crystals. There were also over 100 high-quality elemental crystals. When will we stop using them now? Linley, what you're doing is dangerous. Kiljun read Linley's inner thoughts at a glance. His brows furrowed slightly as he reminded with a slight worry. Don't worry, June, wealth and riches are dangerous. As long as I seize this opportunity, I, Linley, will soar to the heavens. Saying so, he closed his eyes once again. The elemental essences of the 2 Saint Stage alien beast crystals began to gradually pour into Linley's body surface. Together with the essence stan in his body, they provided advancement nutrients. 3 hours later. Ka-ching. Rumble. This time, it wasn't a muffled sound, but a loud bang. Jiang Shan. Yu Yueka had just pushed open the door of her hotel room and thought it was an earthquake, scattering and preparing to run downstairs. Luckily, he was called back by Feng Gong and He Yun before he realized that it was Linley making a breakthrough. My goodness, it's only been more than 6 hours and he's actually broken through to the 8th level of the middle rank? Mr. Lin is truly a godly man. The crystallized external force is absorbed together with the internal force of the essence stan. If it were me, I would have been killed by the energy backlash. Chapter 142 The Mysterious Big Clock. Strange things happen every year, but this year is especially plentiful. How long has this bastard only awakened his psychic ability? In less than 2 months, he's gone from the 1st level to the 8th level of the intermediate order. It's over, revenge is out of reach. Yu Yueka pulled out the 3 wind essence pills that he had just refined, as well as the 10 or so great mending pills. Directly burrowing into the bedroom, she fought her way up. Seeing this, Jiang Shan was also deeply affected by it. Shaking the small jade bottle in his hand, he similarly ran to the corner to cultivate. As the saying goes, if the young and strong don't work hard, the oldest will go to be a whore. If they didn't put in some effort to catch up with Linley, a few people would be completely eliminated. How did I run here again? Linley was confused as he looked around at the pitch-black, ink-like scenery. Breaking through the sudden well, his consciousness was suddenly tugged and he once again entered this blurry, silent and eerie space. Hey! Senpai! Are you there? With the experience of the last time, Linley also figured out the situation 3 times. This place was 80% his own origin spirit world. As for what the situation was with that strange old man, it was unclear for now. However, since he was able to instruct himself and help him awaken the power of his origin, it proved that the other party was not malicious. Perhaps, this time, being tugged by the pull was another heavenly chance? Hey! Is there anyone? No, I can leave. Linley put his hands in the shape of a trumpet and shouted vigorously. Unfortunately, there was just no one to respond. I don't know how long it was, but Linley's heart began to grow restless. Motherer, getting people to this hellish place and not saying what it was about, just hanging himself out to dry like this. Pure old cow horse. However, the most helpless thing was that Linley had no way to go back yet. No matter how hard he tried to stay awake, a mysterious blocking force always managed to intercept and interrupt him. This feeling was just too unbearable. It was as if it was the world of the vegetative man. It can't be. Linley was creeped out and frightened by this nonsensical, yet highly probable idea of his. Can't it be that this is the danger that Kiljun was talking about? The consciousness falls into the inner world and cannot be extricated. Then wouldn't that be the end of the game? Just like the vegetative person just mentioned. Spirit trapped in the inner world, unable to escape, unable to act. Sinking for eternity, unable to perceive the outside world, unable to perceive the body. There was only pain and suffering until the physical body died, the brain died, and the spirit was dissipated and relieved. Motherer, I still don't believe it, this Thai place can trap my spiritual power. Linley broke down and sat on his ass. The dark mist that surrounded his body spread rapidly throughout the entire space. Looking again at the outside world at this time. Inside the hotel. Kiljun had a heavy face and kept circling around Linley. Feng Gong and He Yun also noticed the abnormality. Glancing at each other, they silently took 2 steps back. Elder Kill, what's wrong with Sir Lin? Yeah, how come the fluctuations in Mr. Lin's foreign energy have smoothed out more and more? Kiljun stopped at his words and peeled open Linley's eyelids to take a look.
The pupils had shrunk to one half of their original size and were lifeless, not to mention having no fluctuating emotions. It is the true meaning of dead fish eyes. Nothing, just the spirit detached from the physical body and fell into another space. Then, will there be danger? It's not that there will be, it's that there definitely will be. If Linley doesn't wake up in 24 hours, then he can just be cremated. What's that? Directly cremated? No more resuscitation? The two of them were directly speechless. This was a bit too desperate. Even if the spirit was detached from the physical body, that physical body was still in a deep coma. Similar to the idea of a vegetable. Directly cremated away. This was also too outrageous, right? If the spirit can't return to the physical body, then it would be an eternity of agonizing torture for him, so it would be better to end his life before it's too late and give him a pain in the ass. Kiljun stood up and sighed, then sat back on the sofa and lit a cigarette for himself. Only then did the two of them sort of understand Linley's situation at the moment. He was about to hiccup. A legend of the Dark Realm, playing himself to death? Elder Slayer, since that's the case, I think you can make preparations ahead of time and join our evil spirit sanctuary. That's right, our evil spirit sanctuary's treatment is exceptionally generous, resources, blue coins, beautiful women, handsome men, everything is available, whatever you want can be satisfied. Boom. 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 A muffled sound echoed in the silent space. It was unknown how long it had been. Linley was spent, tired, and sleepy. The spatial barriers in this hellish place were completely unbreakable. The black mist didn't even work here. Blue thin. Mushroom. Could it be that my Linley's lifetime of fame has come to an end? Motherer, it's just absorbing a few pills and a few crystals. As for making a scene like this? Old man. Are you there? I'm convinced, hurry up and come out. Linley lay on the ground, hissing breathlessly. But there was still no answer. If this continued, the spirit would completely collapse. Drip. Answer. Drop. Answer. Ha? Linley jerked up. What did he hear? It seemed like the sound of a pointer turning. Dropping. Answer. Tick. Answer. A flash of hope rekindled in his heart. No matter what it was, since there was movement, there was hope of leaving. Linley followed the source of the sound. Drop. Answer. Drop. Answer. As the sound of the needle jumping became clearer, Linley blurred as if he saw something. Round. So big. It really was a clock. And it was a good, big, special clock. There's no carrier and no time numbers. Just a single hand. And a round frame. Inside the border, at the edge, there seemed to be some kind of text flashing. Linley moved a little closer, until he was underneath the clock that was the size of a tall building. Thoroughly seeing each set of words that the hands skimmed over. Time, space, creation, annihilation, transformation, retrospection, life, matter, energy, spirit, element. 11? Linley scratched his head. The top one, located at 12 o'clock on the clock, was missing a set of vocabulary words. It was as if it was waiting for someone to fill it in. What could it be? Time, space, creation, annihilation, transformation, retrospection, life, matter, energy, spirit, element. It seems like they are all conceptual types of the supreme primal force, and summarizing them, this last position should be. Chapter 143, The Power of Time. Darkness. That's right, it's darkness. The number 12, in the concept of clock, is 0. 0 represents the beginning of a new day, and also signifies the end of the previous day. It is both the past and the future. It is a point of beginning, in the same sense that darkness exists. It is the creation of all that is new and the extinction of all that is old. It is the source and the end. Nothing escapes the background created by the darkness. Linley decided to give it a try. Sensei didn't care if it would be effective or not, there was nothing else to do at the moment anyway. With a flick of his wrist, the Shang evil sword, which was shaped like a burning stick, appeared in his hand. Linley sensed that his realm had already arrived at the 8th level of the middle stage. In other words, at this moment, without the aid of any external force, free flight could be realized. The feat exerted force. A muffled sound emanated from the silent space.
In the blink of an eye, Linley's figure appeared at the 12 o'clock position of the clock. A flower of swords came out, quickly writing the word darkness in the empty space of the clock. Looking at the calligraphy of the dragon and phoenix, the bones and strength of the road, Linley was very satisfied, nodded, then fell back to the ground. Hey! These days, there just aren't many perfectly handsome little brothers like brother who are good at writing in ink, who are still handsome, who are strong, and whose IQ is still online. Extremely dashingly flung his bangs. Unfortunately, there is no audience. Clang! Dang! Clang! The ear-piercing and incomparable sound of the bell almost didn't shake Linley's brain. After 3 chimes, Linley grimaced and pulled out his ears, but there was still a buzzing sound. What the hell? You want to shock me to death? Dang! Dang! Clang! As if in response to Linley's words, the bell chimed once again. Only, this time, the force wasn't as great as last time, and it was still within the tolerance range. Linley slowed down and raised his head to look upwards. At this moment, the hands had already stopped at the position of the word darkness. Originally indistinct big clock, at this moment even materialized 3 points. The rest of the 11 groups of words, time, space, creation, annihilation, conversion, retrospective, life, matter, energy, spirit, element. Sparkling and clearly visible. Linley couldn't figure out the situation. What was going on? Why isn't the pointer moving? Clang! 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 3 more bells chimed. Linley just wanted to fly up to see what was going on. The large clock itself moved first. 10 sets of vocabulary words seemed to have been given life, flying down from the clock's engravings one after another. First, they danced around in the air, and then they floated downwards. Linley's eyes went straight as he watched. 10 sets of vocabulary words just floated down in front of him, neatly positioned, very well behaved and obedient. Reaching out his hand, he clicked on the word time that was closest to him. Ding bell sound. The light that encapsulated the word time rapidly increased. At one point, it overshadowed the other 10 sets of words. Linley seemed to understand, as if he understood something. Immediately afterward, he reached out his hand and tapped the word space on the side. Ding bell. Sure enough. As long as it was a word that Linley had touched, the light would be a few points more prevalent. The word time had just returned to its original form the moment he touched space. Things have come to this point, if you still do not understand. If you still don't understand, you can go to hell. What's the use of staying in the world if you're so stupid? The big clock was clearly making itself a choice. Choose one of these 11 sets of words, or 11 original abilities. The same principle as the casting power that was initially acquired. Only, this time, Linley seemed to have touched a higher level. A little bit of excitement. If he could really master any of these abilities, he wouldn't be far from the position of God King. Analyzing it briefly. The power of time is very buggy. It could be said that amongst the types of superpowers currently awakened in humans, there was absolutely no such thing. Once this kind of ability is realized, it is absolutely invincible. Time pause. Time rewind. Fast forward time. Traveling through the past or the future, those are all very outrageous, perverted to the grandmother's home of the god-level skills. This item is preferred as a first choice, proceed to the next. Space. The ability was good, but this item already existed in reality. Moreover, Linley's darkness department can also control certain spatial attachment properties, so pass it off. Creation. Duplicates the existing casting power, so pass. Annihilation. The darkness system comes with the annihilation attribute, and the stronger the strength, the more obvious the effect. Convert. Should be able to convert matter and transform energy. This ability already exists in reality as well. Backtracking. The name doesn't sound great. Life. Immortality? Immortality? Isn't this the attribute of the iron bastard, Zhang Yulu? It's a matter of life and death. Keep it as an option. Matter. It's a bit weak, I don't need it. Energy. If you can really control all the energy in the world, then Linley instantly invincible. Just. The probability is that there will be limitations. It's also considered an alternative item. Spirit. To be honest, Linley currently needed this the most. Once he had strong spiritual power, breaking through this spatial barrier would be a very easy thing. But In terms of value, it still wasn't as important as time. The last item, the elements. Regarding this point, Linley didn't quite understand. Wasn't he himself in control of the power of the elements at the moment? Could it be that he could obtain all other elemental powers? How laborious would it be to cultivate? Just developing skills alone would suffocate Linley. Forget about it, all things considered, only time, life, and energy had the highest value. Moreover, no one said that Linley could only choose this one time. Maybe when he waited for a certain realm of strength, there would still be a big clock for him to make a choice. Considering it all together, hesitating again and again, Linley stretched out his finger and double-clicked on the word time. Gambling. Gambling that after acquiring the ability of time, he could escape from this hellish place. After the word time was double-tapped, it blossomed with an unprecedented white light. The remaining 10 sets of words drifted back to the large clock. Linley couldn't hide the exhilaration in his heart and opened his arms, quietly waiting for the new power to be instilled. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 1 minute. 5 minutes. What's going on? What's going on? Why aren't these two words moving? Linley was a bit confused. The white light had begun to dim. Why hadn't the power begun to infuse? Is it possible that he has to take the initiative himself? Holding the mindset of trying, Linley stretched out his hand and once again pointed at the luminous body. Baird. Elder Slayer, join us. The wife will definitely be the prettiest, the children will definitely be the most well-behaved, and we'll be able to arrange everything. Yes, Elder Kill, if you are too troublesome, we can give you ready-made wives and children. You don't have to work hard, you can just sit back and enjoy the success. Chapter 144 Final Sprint. Kiljun's expression remained unchanged. Sitting on the sofa, he finished smoking a whole box of cigarettes. Fong Gong and Hee-yun were still not giving up on pulling the strings. Elder Kill, what Mr. Lin can give, we at the Evil Spirit Sanctuary can offer 100 times more. What Mr. Lin can't give, we at the Evil Spirit Holy Temple can still give 100 times as much. To survive in this era, profit is the most important hard currency. Is it worthwhile for an existence like you, who is so powerful that you look down on the world, to work for someone else? Kiljun extinguished the last cigarette. He lowered his eyes and looked at his watch. There are still the last 3 minutes, about to reach 24 hours. It seemed that Linley really was in a bad way. Hey! You two idiots, Linley isn't even dead yet and you're trying to pry people out one by one, do you still want some face? Yu Yueka's voice came from the bedroom door position. Fong Gong and Hee-yun knew that they were being unreasonable and did not want to argue with them. Little brother Kiljun, if it wasn't for Linley and I taking you out of that underground farmhouse, you would still be sleeping in your bed right now, right? Kiljun nodded indifferently and said, that's right, my duty for coming out of the world is to assist the legends, and getting a daughter-in-law is only secondary. Hear that? You two idiots, do you really think that the Evil Spirit Temple can take advantage of the situation to pry away Kiljun? When Linley wakes up in a while, you'll have to eat your words. This. Fong Gong was slightly flustered. After half a day's hard work, this Kiljun just wouldn't budge. There were less than 3 minutes left. It was fine if Linley didn't wake up. Once he did, it would be completely out of the question. Miss you, we're not prying people out, we're seeking a way out for Elder Kill. Hee-yun's words instantly dissolved the awkwardness. Fong Gong hurriedly agreed, that's right, we don't want anything to happen to Mr. Lin either, but what if? In case Mr. Lin fails to wake up, where should Senior Slayer go, shouldn't we be concerned? Yu Yueka was momentarily stumped for words, and she couldn't even dislike him. It seemed to be quite reasonable. It's so noisy, June, what time is it now? 7:30 p.m. The corners of Kiljun's mouth swept up slightly, he had gambled right. Cultivating for a whole day, it's so hard. What are you guys staring at me with those eyes for? Linley looked at the few people around him with uncertainty. What expressions? Some were scared, some covered up, and some gloated. How come the essence Dan in my body hasn't been digested yet? Spiritual energy faintly penetrated into the body. Surprisingly, he found that there were still 2 essence dawn that had not been completely absorbed. And one's own realm had stagnated at the 8th level of the middle rank, with the 7th elemental star having been lit. Linley, I'm telling you, these 2 brats took advantage of your illness to butt out, they're simply rampant to the extreme, lawless. Yu Yueka watched the fun and had to fan the flames and light the fire. However, Linley didn't take it seriously at all. Waving his hand, he said, "Alright, I know, I'll go back to practicing, don't disturb me from continuing my advancement." Ha! That's it? Yu Yueka's eyes widened as she stepped forward and touched Linley's forehead and muttered, "There's no fever, is it possible that he's gone off the deep end and messed up his brain?" Pa! Linley smacked away that white, soft little hand. Giving Yu Yueka a look, he said, "Your brain is the one that's broken. Hurry up and go back to the house to practice, I'll take care of my own business." Wow! Seeing this, Yu Yueka didn't say anything more and obediently went back to the bedroom, closing the door to continue practicing. "Feng Gong, He-yun, you guys open another room and go practice as well." Eh? Mr. Lin, we. Eh? Linley raised his head, a streak of murderous intent startlingly appearing. He-yun hurriedly tugged Feng Gong from behind and greeted him with a smile. "Okay, Mr. Lin, then the two of us won't disturb your practice, if there's anything you need, just order." After saying that, he pulled Feng Gong and paced away from the hotel suite. Humph, jumping clown, not too ambitious. Retracting his killing intent, Linley looked at Kiljun with a faint smile. The two of them glanced at each other without speaking. Because there was no need for words to be expressed. Kiljun himself would pass through Linley's heart, thus knowing exactly what he had experienced. Closing his eyes, the boundary opened once again. Linley fought with all his might to break through to the realm of the high ranks. This power of time had indeed been controlled by himself. But now was not the time to show it. It was to be used as a great killing weapon, saved until the most critical node, shocking everyone. The title of King of Push, I, Linley, will take it. One day later. Linley had finally broken through to the 10th level of the middle rank. The essence pills in his body had all been digested. Next, could be the most crucial moment. It was necessary for Kiljun to personally catalyze the elemental essences within the Saint Stage exotic beast crystals, helping himself to light up the last elemental star. Stepping into the realm of the coveted high-ranked powerhouse. During these 2 days, Jiang Shang and Yu Yueka's strength had also improved greatly. One was at the 9th level of the middle rank, and the other was at the 5th level of the middle rank. But it was also thanks to the fact that these two had good talent. Otherwise, the Essence Dan was ultimately just an external force, and the physique arriving at a saturated state, unable to absorb it, was still a waste of time. It was estimated that by this point there would be people who would be puzzled. The essence of the dance power is so strong, save it 1,000,000,000,000 funds, refine it 180, will not be able to step up to the sky, straight to the realm of super order? Child, if that were the case, all rich people would be invincible. First of all, although the essence of the dance effect is strong, but every time the human body absorbs, will produce a certain amount of antibodies. It's the same principle as drugs. Why don't you say nature is magical? Since the rules will be made for you to limit you to open the plug-in. Until the end, the essence of the Dan contained in the foreign energy will be completely lost on your own roll, by the human body organs, tissues intercepted, and exclusion. If you forcefully instill it, not only will you not be able to absorb it, but it will also produce strong side effects. It would not be a dream to burst your body and die. Secondly, it is the refining materials required for the essence Dan. The blind tossing and turning of the past few days was obvious to everyone. How much effort did it take just for an ancient fossil? If Linley hadn't blackmailed Qin Guang, then at most two would have been refined this time. Speaking of which, there seems to be no movement at Qin Jie's place. I'll have to take the time to press him. Linley! Concentrate and do the final sprint. Kiljun's palm gathered a massive amount of darkness-type psychic energy, and along with the elemental essences contained within the crystals, a brain surged into Linley's body. Hiss! The violent invasion of foreign energy caused a tearing pain to arise in the body. Linley sucked in a breath of cool air. But none of this mattered. The high-level bottleneck was close at hand. It was just a final shiver away. Drink! The terrifying elemental foreign energy was shaped like substance, wrapping around Linley's body as if it were a piece of armor. Yu Yueka and Jiang Shan were lost in thought, not realizing in the slightest that the clock had stopped turning at this moment. Time. It was as if it had stopped passing at this very second. P.S. One good news, one bad news. The good news is that the author has published a new book. The bad news is, today started 2 a day, after all, is to write 2 books together, are in order to live. I hope you understand a little, Lou. Chapter 145 Big Chests, No Brains. Interesting. Is this the time abnormal ability you control? Kiljun released his perception out. One could see that the area 5 meters away from the square had stopped time running. It was also possible that time had stopped running within 5 meters. The explanation for this phenomenon would be quite complicated. The subject was different, the senses received, and the phenomenon was different. Perhaps in the eyes of the outside world, at this moment, Linley and his party were in a state of relative stasis, even if it was only for an instant. But, that too had been separated from external time. And in the eyes of Linley's several people, the external effect is the same. The activity had no concept of time. It was as if Yu Yueka had grabbed one of Jiang Shang's hairs, blown on it, and sent it to a distance of 5 meters away. The hair then stopped moving, not rising or falling. It was suspended in the air and was particularly magical. Wow! This kind of ability is too much fun, so if you want to do something bad. He. Yu Yueka's little mind began to float again. Rumble. The ground trembled and trembled with the onslaught of a violent foreign energy shock. Without any defense, Yu Yueka and Jiang Shang's center of gravity was unsteady and they fell on their asses. Kiljun, on the other hand, brightened up. It's done. He then retracted the alien energy barrier and looked at Linley with interest. Who? Cool. Linley opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Feeling the drastically increased foreign energy in his body, his face unconsciously revealed a color of excitement. At this moment, the elemental stars in his body had grown to 12. The purity of the dark elemental abilities had risen to a higher level, and although it couldn't be compared to the origin force, it was still enough to beat the rest of the darkness system powerhouses. Perhaps, after arriving at the realm of the super rank, Linley would be able to completely fathom out the mysteries belonging to the dark origin. 3 days, breaking through 8 levels one after another. Truly worthy of being a legend of the darkness department, his talents simply cannot be described with the word terrifying. It should be described with the word inhuman. Yu Yueka raised her small hand in agreement. Linley smiled and lit a cigarette for himself and Kiljun. Brother Jun, this breakthrough is thanks to you. I've heard all the words of those 2 boys, and in terms of treatment, it's true that I can't give the standard of the evil spirit sanctuary. But, this is only temporary. Give me some time, the stars and the sea, beautiful young women, at your disposal. Ha ha ha. The 4 of them laughed freely at the words, and the happy atmosphere made Kiljun's thoughts a little misty. Perhaps, there will really be such a day to come. 3 days' time. Linley, Yu Yueka, and Jiang Shang, with the help of Kiljun's big brother, quickly adapted to the new growth of power. Watching Feng and Hiyun was a sight to behold. Especially Linley. It was simply off the charts. 3 days, consecutively breaking through 8 levels? After just sending a message to Song Honyun, explaining Linley's advancement. The other party merely returned a sentence. Your number was stolen, right? It seemed that even those who had seen the world wouldn't choose to believe this. Could it be? Is the old prophecy true? Oba just killed him. Day. The noisy ringing of a cell phone pulled Feng and Hiyun back in their thoughts. Linley answered the phone with his legs crossed and a cigarette in his mouth. Hello? Who is it? Linley. I'm Yuan from the Alien Energy Administration. The organization is in dire need of your help right now. Ah? Need my help? Don't be ridiculous, Captain Yuan. What can I do for you? Cut the crap, where are you? I'll come to you. Where else? The hotel. Okay, I'll be right there. No. Beep. Before he could finish, the other party hung up. Inexplicable. And so rude. Linley suddenly thought of something. It didn't seem to be inexplicable. It seemed that Knight Skywarp's plan had begun to be implemented, and the demonized army was going to make a move. But what's that got to do with me? Why should I help them? Why would such a powerful organization need our help? We could just call up some armed forces and blow them away in no time. Most of all, Linley had other things on his mind. First, he's going to crush the 6 colleges, and then he's going to the southern border of Luo City to visit Master Luo. In the meantime, help him clean up the assholes. Finally, he returned to the Dark Kingdom to rest a little, leaving Yu Yueka and Jiang Shang behind, and traveling with Kiljun to the underworld abyss to find the meditation stone. By the way, he also promised Knight Tianhua to meet with his sister. After all, you can't take benefits for nothing. So many things pile up together, where else would I have the free time to worry about others?
Furthermore, it wasn't the right time to tear the skin off of the demonized army.
There was also a saint-ranked big brother behind them, right? After offending them, what benefits could they gain? As the saying goes, a little caution goes a long way. There's no harm in being a little more careful. Well, when Yuan arrives, we'll find an excuse to get out. That's right, that's it.
Linley, without further ado, since you've become a part of our exotic authority, you have to have a collective consciousness, a spirit of responsibility. Right now the forces of the demonized legion have penetrated, the organization needs your help. Yuan stood on the carpet in the center position of the living room. The speech was one of great righteousness and righteous indignation. The surrounding people were silent.
That look, it was the same as looking at a little cutie. Like looking at a little cutie. The unanimous thought was, there's nothing wrong with this woman, right?
Captain Yuan, first of all, this position is a payoff you gave me against the price. Even if I accept it, I'm not obligated to help you guys. Secondly, I haven't even used the privileges of my position yet, and in the end, I still have to rush up to help you guys, listen to your domination, and make calls.
Do you think this is appropriate? Lastly, if I don't get any benefits, why would I want to offend the demonized army?
The Alien Energy Management Bureau is a big business, and we all know what the symbols behind it are, so if we can't even solve this little problem, why don't we just go home and plant a field?
Linley's words were not merciful in the slightest, dry and crisp.
Yuan was dumbfounded by her dislike, and stomped her feet anxiously.
Linley was curious, how did this girl become the deputy director of the precinct? Just this IQ, this socializing ability. His father wouldn't be called Yuan Gang, would he? Yuan Hua is also possible. Linley, then say what you want, I can give it to you.
Oh, I want you.
What?
Yuan was shocked and hurriedly took 2 steps back, her arms encircling and covering the 2 circles in front of her.
I want you to leave here, I have other things to do, silly girl. Linley directly sent the other party a big blank stare.
Silly white sweetness was considered a compliment to her, she simply had big boobs and no brain. Glancing at Yueka beside her, trying to compare and contrast, she finally found a hint of the advantages of the airfield.
Chapter 146 Idealism and Realism. What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful woman before. Yueka obviously didn't read Linley's eyes.
She thought she was molesting herself again.
Scoff. Look at others like this is called a beauty, you're at most a beauty, not a woman. You. Shut up, Ms. Airfield, talk business.
Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly when she saw someone complimenting her.
Linley, 5 billion blue coins for you and this senior beside you. No way. 6 billion. No way. 7 billion. No way. 10 billion. Yuan's teeth were almost broken. This figure was already the limit, any more in the bureau would not be able to afford it. Linley shrugged helplessly, why was this chick so persistent?
Captain Yuan, I'm not going to talk nonsense. If you can scrape together 300 billion blue coins, I'll help you with 3,000 fake crystals, otherwise, everything is off the table.
300 billion?
Yuan's beautiful eyes widened, she had never come into contact with such a large amount of money in her life.
Open your mouth? Linley. You know full well that this is unrealistic. How is it unrealistic? One of my darkness essence pills is worth at least 50 billion, 300 billion is only 6, is that a lot? I just absorbed 4 of them, and my current strength is high level 1.
After saying that, no wind rose in the room. Dark energy fluctuations spread rapidly.
If it wasn't for Linley actively releasing his supernatural energy, Yuan wouldn't have been able to perceive it at all. You actually.
Yuan was so shocked that he couldn't even speak properly. According to the investigation data, 3 days ago, Linley's realm was only the 3rd level of the middle rank.
3 days later, he had stepped into the high rank? The system couldn't have been invaded, could it? Simply calming down, Yuan still did not give up. Since soft doesn't work, let's go hard.
Linley, if you don't make a move, the position of special team leader will be removed, and all your privileges will be taken back by the organization.
Threatening me?
Linley smiled coldly, then got up and slowly walked to Yuan's near front.
Then do you believe that I'll help the demonized legion to completely take control of the Alien Energy Management Bureau? At that time, what kind of bull special group leader? Half of the Alien Energy Management Bureau will be mine. Yuan instantly realized how stupid he had said. Believe it or not, the facts were right in front of them. How much weight did a saint-ranked powerhouse have? If he really joined the ranks of the demonized legion, the other side was afraid that they would not welcome him with gongs and drums, firecrackers, and high palanquins. Too lazy to talk nonsense with you, Jiang Shang, see off the guests. Yes, Your Excellency. Jiang Shang took 2 steps forward and made a gesture of invitation to Yuan. The latter still wanted to say something else, but the words came out as if everything seemed pale and powerless. Right now, one could only go and ask for instructions from the higher-ups and try to give enough conditions for benefits. Linley, give me another chance, let me go and ask my superiors to fulfill your conditions as much as possible. Slow down. Yuan was just about to move his feet when Linley stopped him. Let me ask you a question, why does it have to be me? Where are the armed forces, the advanced technology of the Alien Energy Management Bureau? Yuan was torn after hearing this, but in the end he chose to tell him frankly, the Divine State's armed forces and technological forces have all been put into the battlefield, and there is no more strength left at this moment. At this moment, there is no more room to take into account the Alien Energy Administration and the internal situation of the continent. Including the powerful psychics within the Bureau, many of them have also been dispatched to the border areas to protect the country and the human race. Linley frowned, so that's how it was. No wonder Knight Tianhua was so confident, presumptuously claiming to be able to take control of the Alien Energy Authority in one fell swoop. After all that, it was because people threw all their power at external enemies, thus not caring about internal troubles. Only then did they give the demonized army such an opportunity. TSK. Considering the big picture, the demonized army's move was too much. Being of the same human race, there is no humanity at all, no morality at all. Right now is a critical time for the divine continent to unite and defend against foreign enemies. Engaging in such a mess, it's still the group that ultimately benefits? I don't know what this kid Knight Tianhua is thinking. But if you look at it from a small perspective, your own perspective, this idle matter. Or rather, there is a slight correlation between the matter, after the management of no benefit. Not only is there no benefit, but it will also lead to a fire, and invite a lot of trouble. Even if Linley wasn't afraid, it would be better to do more than less, but if he stepped into the realm of the super-ranked, not to mention the demonized legion, he would unify the divine continent in minutes for you to see. You can go now. Linley turned his back to Yuan, his expression very grave. This matter had caused him to be very torn. To help. Or not to help. It wasn't that Linley couldn't be ruthless, but he was deliberating for the greater good, for humanity, and for the future of his own family. Yuan saw that the other party was still unmoved, and a touch of loss flashed out of the corner of his eye. Turning around, he left the hotel suite. The moment he closed the door to the room, Linley sat back on the sofa, discussing the topic with the people present. Tell us what you guys think about this matter. Jiang Shang was the first to speak. My lord, I think this matter has to be helped. The demonized legion's modus operandi is obvious to everyone, and once they are allowed to take control of the Alien Energy Management Bureau, it won't do any good to the alien energy realm, or even the entire divine continent. Who knows how ambitious they are? Perhaps they would organize their forces to continue resisting the alien beast invasion, but even so, those forces of the decent would try to retake control, and by then, the conflicts within the human race would intensify. It is estimated that without even waiting for the alien beasts to successfully invade, we human beings will play ourselves out first. Jiang Shang's words caused all the people present to fall silent. The reasoning was definitely there. The situation was also analyzed quite thoroughly. The question was it worth it? There is some truth in what Sir Jiang said, but I think that having the demonized legion in control of the situation is not all bad. He-Yun's fingers tapped the desktop slowly as he continued to voice his opinion. Everyone here belongs to the darkness camp, and we all know in our hearts how the so-called decent people are and how capable they are. If they want to sincerely lead mankind to the peak and create happiness for mankind, why do we have to antagonize them? To put it bluntly, they're all a bunch of hypocrites, and in the face of absolute interests, who will take anyone into consideration? I support Qian's idea. Feng Gong, this good friend, gave his full support. He also silently gave a thumbs up. Linley closed his eyes and thought. What Jiang Shang and Qian described both had some truth to them.
One hoped to quell the internal conflicts within humanity as much as possible, and unite the top and bottom of the human race to fight the enemy together.
Idealism.
One was hoping for a change in the alien world, to overthrow the original false doctrine and establish a true center of power and control. Even if there is a risk, it is better to take a risk than to rest on one's laurels.
Realism. Chapter 147 Naive Chick.
The debate competition had officially entered the white-hot stage.
Yu Yueka supported Jiang Shang and Fengdong supported He Yun. Kiljun didn't say a word, silently smoking a cigarette.
The final decision was still in Lin Li's hands.
To help or not to help? In my opinion, there is another solution. Oh? June, tell me about it.
Since you can't rest assured with the demonized Legion's style of behavior, and you don't want to settle for the inactivity of the decent forces, then why don't you just start a new stove and join in this game of power struggle?
Wouldn't it be more appropriate to overthrow the inherent forces, compete for dominance, and act and build according to your own ideas?
A single word woke up the dreamer. It was not too late to come to your senses. Since the existing options were unsatisfactory, let's find another way and create a new path.
Ms. Airfield, please go contact Brother Chang and tell the Dark Kingdom to send additional manpower to seize control of the Alien Energy Administration.
Hey! There are so many people in public, doesn't this lady want to lose face? Where do you get the face?
Cut the crap and grab it.
Yu Yueka skimmed her mouth and reluctantly pulled out her cell phone and returned to the bedroom.
Fengdong and He Yun looked at each other when they saw that the situation was out of the expected range.
Mr. Lin, since the matter is settled, the two of us will go back to our training first.
If there's anything you need, just order.
All right, I know, go ahead. Looking towards the departing figures of the two,
Lin Li secretly sneered. Of course he knew what these two were planning to do.
Go back and report to the Evil Spirit Sanctuary, join the fight, and get a piece of the pie as much as possible.
It doesn't matter, the more people the better.
If things went on like this, there was no reason for the demonized army to target only themselves. If the conditions allowed it, then throw pots of dirty water on the Evil Spirit Sanctuary, leading both forces to war.
Wouldn't it be nice for the Dark Kingdom to sit back and enjoy the spoils in the end? You're not going to participate personally? Kiljun could see Lin Li's inner thoughts and asked curiously.
Of course, time is money, there are still a whole lot of things to be done, the battle for the alien authority, it's better to leave it to Brother Chang and the others, in terms of heart and means, I can't be ranked.
When will we travel to the 6 colleges? Don't rush, none of them can escape. Knock knock knock.
A sharp knock sounded on the door, Jiang Shang took a few steps forward and twisted the door handle.
Yuan was back again.
Obviously, this time, the leverage had been increased. Lin Li, we can't come up with $300 billion in funds, but there is something that I think you would be more interested in.
Oh? Tell me about it. The elemental Dharma scroll. Silence. For simple words shocked everyone present. Because of this item, the weight was indeed sufficient.
His value was far from something that could be compared to 300 billion blue coins.
Lin Li's gaze was slightly condensed.
Never would have thought that in order to ask for his hand, the Alien Energy Administration would be able to offer such conditions. It seemed that it was truly desperate.
How did you know that I would be interested in the elemental Dharma scroll? Because you already have 2 of them in your hands, don't you? The atmosphere instantly became tense. Kiljun's gaze slightly glanced at Yuan, as if he was probing for something. Your Alien Energy Management Bureau is really good at monitoring me all the time, huh?
To be honest, Lin Li had that slightest bit of incomprehension. The elemental spell scrolls obtained by the auction house, it was only normal for the other party to know about it. But in the depths of the dark forest, with only Lin Li's 3 people, where did the other party learn about it?
A mole? That shouldn't be the case. I'm flattered, so can this item be mortgaged for 300 billion blue coins? Yes, it definitely can, the question is why should I trust you? Are you questioning the integrity of our Alien Energy Administration?
Another cold laugh, Lin Li grabbed the little Chilin's tail and shook it. These days, the trust between people is not even as good as the trust between people and
Deputy Director Yuan. Good. As long as you are willing to promise, I can let you inspect the goods first. No problem, as long as you can bring the elemental Dharma scroll to me, the demonized Legion will not make the next move. It's a deal. After Yuan left, Lin Li looked towards Kiljun. waiting for the other party's confirmation. Elemental spell scroll she will indeed bring. This girl's background isn't simple, or rather, the controller behind the alien energy administration isn't simple. The art of divination, somewhat interesting. Divination? I see, no wonder the other party knew so many things about herself. It turned out that there was a big brother of the superpower divination series sitting in the background. AI, naive chick, being set up and not even realizing it. Brother June, trouble you to run a trip. Kill June nodded slightly, and then his figure disappeared in place. The agreement? We didn't say we wouldn't honor the agreement, right? As long as the other party can bring the elemental scrolls to him, he will help him solve the trouble caused by the demonized army. Oh yeah, it's just her. Time flew by. Yu Yueka had already made contact. Yi Cheng knew about it with great interest and said that he would definitely get his hands on the supreme scepter of the Alien Energy Authority. At that time, the power of the Dark Kingdom would be strengthened like never before. What 6 colleges, demonized legions, and the evil spirit sanctuary? All of them were younger brothers. Pair 5. Pair 9. I'll bomb. No. Pass. On the sofa, Linli, Yu Yueka and Zhang Shang were fighting the landlord while waiting for Kiljun to return. Half a day had passed. How come there's still no movement? A4. A9. I'll bomb. No. Pass. 2 and 3. Go. I bomb. Did something get mixed in? The 3 of them looked at me and I looked at you. Neatly, they looked towards the back. A faint spatial fluctuation struck, and Kiljun's figure appeared out of thin air. Carrying a silver-gray suitcase in his hand, only this face is a bit. June, what's the situation? There's no time to explain, 2 half-saints and more than 10 super-ranked powerhouses are on their way. Ha! The 3 of them were startled. 2 half-saints? Where did they come out from? Linli didn't say anything, immediately releasing a black mist that enveloped the 4 people present. In the next second, they appeared high above the sky. Ta! With a ringing finger from Linli. 4 peculiar-looking flying demons, which were cute to say the least, but really a bit shabby to say the least, appeared in front of them. It wasn't that Linli was taking Yu Yueka and Zhang Shang into consideration. Rather, it was more comfortable to ride the demons. How tiring would it be to run on your own? Did we forget something? Didn't forget anything, grab and retreat. Linli gave the order, and the demons shot up into the sky, so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch them. This was the amazing boost that the demons had received after Linli's advancement. Chapter 148, Revenge Begins. June, what's going on? How come we're being hunted down somehow? Above the clouds, Linli received the silver suitcase, curious. Where did these 2 half-saints and more than a dozen super-ranked powerhouses all come out from? The matter is very simple. After Yuan obtained the suitcase, I was just about to go and grab it when I was interrupted by a group of forces that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This group of forces contained a half-saint level powerhouse. At first I didn't care about it, I simply fought with the other party for a few rounds, and the suitcase was successfully recaptured, but it also attracted the attention of the senior management of the Alien Energy Management Bureau. Another half-saint level powerhouse joined the fray, leading nearly a dozen super-ranked alter egos to intercept me. After going round and round on this journey, I still wasn't able to get rid of them, so that's why I decided to come back to you guys and retreat together. Good lord, things were indeed simple enough. If Linli's guess was right, that first group of forces that suddenly appeared was the evil spirit sanctuary. Actually, this guess was easily verified. Let's not forget that the 2 of them, Fenggong and Heyun, were still in the hotel. Just now, Zhang Shang asked if he had forgotten anything. Of course he had forgotten these 2. Linli had simply done it on purpose. If the other party was the evil spirit sanctuary, the 2 of them were absolutely at peace with each other. If the other party wasn't the evil spirit temple, then with the strength of these 2 people, they would definitely be beaten into slag. There was absolutely no possibility that they would not be discovered. What was the concept of a half-saint level powerhouse? The slightest penetration of perception, the fluctuation of foreign energy within dozens of miles, a clear picture, not to mention just 2 high-ranked Xenos. But it doesn't matter if they die, if they are not in my camp, their hearts will be different. It was long overdue to give the evil spirit sanctuary a warning. Linli, where are we going? Upper Capital. About to make a move? Linli nodded. Since it was impossible to stay in Ping City, it was time to move ahead. The strength goal had already been reached anyway. The effects that should be there were definitely there, and a raid half a month in advance would also give Huali and Sacred Royal a big surprise. 3 days later. Shangjing, Huali Academy. The first stop of Linley's revenge plan. On a dark and windy murderous night, a group of 4 sneaked into the courtyard. Linley, there's no one you're looking for here. Just as they swept into the confines of Huali Academy, Kiljun frowned and opened his mouth, engaging Linley's heart. You mean that none of the top echelons of Huali are within the academy? By the looks of it, there's more than just the top echelons. Within my sensory range, the strongest alien is only at the 6th level of the intermediate order. Kiljun's perception range was nearly 100 miles. In other words, at this moment, Huali Academy was a complete shell. The strongest intermediate level 6. To put it bluntly, there are just a bunch of ordinary students left. Their lives and deaths were not important to Huali at all. Perhaps, it was also considered a sandbag used to take the edge off of Linley. Damn! This old fox, Huang Fei Baking, had no intention of engaging me in a head-on battle. My lord, there are less than 1,000 students left here, slaughter them or. Linley shook his head. What was the point of slaughtering them? The mastermind behind this was Huang Fei Baking, who had nothing to do with this group of students at the moment. Linley also had no hatred for them. It was far better to kill them than to leave them behind to provide a small boost to the future of the Divine Continent. From the looks of it, Huang Fei Yen has completely defected to the Demonized Legion. Then will the Sacred Royalty's top brass also? Impossible. Linley said categorically. Sun Wukong, that little old man, although not much contact, but the character, acting style, or more or less understand some. Moreover, Huang Fei Baking was involved with the Demonized Legion early on, and could choose to give up those worthless pawns and move away important underpinnings in a short period of time. Where could he move? Who would be so generous as to choose to receive him? Besides, could his son Wukong's bottom line allow him to abandon his students? Go to Sacred Imperial. Linley's gaze was icy cold, and his killing intent couldn't stop surging outwards. I still don't believe it. Except for Shang Hui, where his sister was, and Huali, who had already withdrawn, the rest of the 4 academies couldn't clean up a single one of them? Half an hour later. The 4-member team invaded the sky above St. Royal. Just as Linley said, Sacred Imperial didn't choose to retreat, let alone abandon the students. Sun Wukong had sensed the 4-member squad the moment they stepped into the Sacred Imperial range. In fact, it was also because the killing intent emanating from Linley's body was too strong. Not to mention Sun Wukong, after invading the Sacred Imperial College. Most of the exalts had sensed it. Especially those old acquaintances. Linley! You're still here. Lu Qingyan's figure appeared above the void. Linley couldn't help but look at it highly. Worthy of being a fellow legendary existence. After only half a month or so of not seeing each other, the other party's realm of strength had already arrived at the 9th level of the middle rank. It was likely that, like Linley, he had devoured the essence elixir and opened up a small plug-in. Senior sister Lu, long time no see. Where's Whispering? I casually found an excuse for her to return to the family to avoid the wind. You two are not fit to meet each other. Heh, what a coincidence, same idea as mine. Linley was originally still torn between whether or not he would be ruthless enough to strike if Lu Qingyue recklessly went up to block her. As a result, this older sister was so considerate of her younger sister, and incidentally, she had also solved this problem for Linley. Linley! The challenge we agreed upon between us, do you still remember? And me. Linley, you've kept me waiting. A jumbled few voices came from the ground location. Linley slightly lowered his head and looked down. It really was all familiar faces. Wu Hua, Si Fengyu, Yao Tong, Lan Tua, Zhang Yulong. I saw that last time a family member said that Wu Xiu was dead. However, no, the Sunset Forest battle was only eliminated. With the life bracelet in place, it would have warded off a fatal blow for it. This scene couldn't help but evoke a burst of memories for Linley. To be honest, the life of the Holy Imperial. There's no love left in it at all. Choosing to join the Sacred Royalty in the first place was a mistake. Otherwise, how could he have been enduring the humiliation later on, being nearly killed by Sun Wukong, Zhanwen eventually screwing up? What? You guys still want to continue completing that unrealistic challenge? With all due respect, with the current group of you, you're completely unworthy to fight me. Linley's two words completely enraged the crowd. A warrior's eyes were to be looked at when they were separated for 3 days. The crowd looked at Linley, but Linley didn't care to treat him. Who could take this? Linley! You're too rampant. Zhang Yulong was among them, his spatial power exploding. Not to mention, he was currently the only one who could attempt to approach Linley with this supernatural ability. A flash of spatial ripples quickly spread out. In less than 2 short seconds, the void in front of Linley was torn through a gap. Zhang Yulong's fist carried a strong wind and slammed down. Humph! How is a jumping clown worthy of challenging Mr. Lin? Zhang Shan was worthy of being a loyal little brother. After patting a wave of horse's ass, the moment Zhang Yulong's fist was about to fall, the Xian Iron heavy sword hit its target with precision. Chapter 149 Until Death Do Us Part. Boom! With a muffled sound hitting the ground, Zhang Yulong's body fell to the earth like a cannonball. The strength of the two sides was simply not on the same level. No matter how strong his Zhang Yulong's talent was, he would not be able to make up for this level of reality gap. Lu Qingyan frowned after sensing Zhang Shan's strength. The power of ice and cold quickly converged in front of her body. 2 sharp spears stabbed straight at Zhang Shang. Humph! A little bit of strength. Boom! Terrifying inflammatory power erupted out and collided with the ice spears, generating a sea of water vapor. After the alien energy impact dissipated, the two were evenly matched, each on their own side. Seeing this, Linley gave Kiljun a look. In the same middle rank 9 situation, Zhang Shan could not possibly be Lu Qingyan's opponent. What is a legend? The same lineage to the strongest, the same level to the strongest, this is a legend. Then this situation would require a slight boost. Kiljun hooked his finger without changing his face. An undetectable strand of darkness energy was poured into Zhang Shang's body. Lu Qingyan, who was fighting with him, quickly noticed the abnormality. The other party's inflammation system abnormal energy was becoming more and more bizarre. Even the color of the flames began to gradually darken. It seems like a demonized alien? He kill. Zhang Shang reddened his eyes, grinned, and let out a bizarre laugh. The aura on his body rapidly drew up. In the blink of an eye, it broke through to the high-level realm. The Xian Iron heavy sword was swung round and thrown out. Lu Qingyan didn't dare to take the enemy lightly, knowing that a head-on collision wouldn't bring any benefits. Her figure flickered and dodged away. However, Zhang Shang's speed was not slow, and at the moment when the other party dodged, both fists wrapped in dark red flames. He rushed out. Rumble! A heaven-shaking explosion swept through the entire campus. This time all the teachers and students sensed the danger coming. Linley! One for all, don't hurt those innocent students, old man me, I'm willing to eat my own evil. Sun Wukong's figure finally appeared. Immediately behind him were more than 1,000 academy leaders, teachers. It's a pretty big battle, but it's not even a big deal to Linley right now. One person doing one person's job? Dean Sun, I haven't seen you in a few days, you've grown in tone. Linley's eyebrows rose slightly in disdain. Where's Zhang Wen? Call him out. If you wait for me to seize it myself, then what your sacred royal academy will be destroyed into will have nothing to do with me. Zhang Wen, he has long since lost his psychic abilities and has been reduced to the most common janitor in the academy. This is already the most cruel punishment for her. Do you still not know enough? Sun Wukong was full of indignation and slightly agitated. In fact, Zhang Wen's current miserable state is all thanks to Yi Chang and Ma Hongyi. Yi Chang's dark energy invasion caused Zhang Wen to be in critical condition. As a result, Ma Hongyi also made up for it at the critical moment. Causing the foundation of his supernatural ability to be severely damaged, Sun Wukong was barely able to save his rotten life, and it was already pretty good. Hee old man son, until now, you are still so hypocritical and disgusting. Zhang Wen's loss of psychic ability has nothing to do with me. What? Shouldn't I resist if he kills me? Should I just look at him and thank him for killing me? What's the loss of alien energy? I'm in my current state, and the signs of demonization aren't all thanks to the two of you? I'll give you 3 seconds to hand over Zhang Wen to me, otherwise I'll make all the teachers and students of Sacred Imperial pay the most painful price for your selfishness, falsehood, and human-like behavior. Linley! You're too unbridled. The bald man was completely enraged by Linley's words. Sun Wukong was the most noble and honorable existence in the minds of this group of school leaders. Now that he was being cursed and insulted in public by a yellow-haired brat, his heart definitely didn't feel good. Hee, what a loyal dog, it's just a pity that he followed the wrong master. The words fell. Kiljun fiercely glared at the bald male leader. Boom! After the dull thud, there was a roiling mist of blood that drifted down. Everyone present except for Linley and his party were shocked by the scene before them. A single glance, killing a high-level upper-level powerhouse in seconds. They didn't even feel a single fluctuation of foreign energy. It only happened in an instant. After the shock, the hearts of the crowd were filled with fear, anger, and powerlessness. Yes, in front of this kind of saint-ranked bigwig, everything paled in comparison. 3. Linley started counting down. Do not question the words previously spoken. Slaughtering a Saint Imperial was only a thought away. If one truly couldn't control it and chose to let themselves go and kill, that would be nothing. With tens of millions of psychics, it wouldn't be enough to raise a few more batches from the Dark Kingdom. Dogs, you always have to raise obedient ones. 2. Linley's voice grew colder and colder. A flash of panic surfaced on Sun Wukon's old face. Compared to the lives of thousands of people and the life of a human being, which was more important? 1. Linley. You ungrateful and ungrateful thing, aren't you looking for me? Come on. I'm right here. Angry cries came from the ground in the distance. It was indeed Zhang. Only 2 months gone. Disheveled a lot. His beard was straggly and his hair was like a chicken's nest. Completely unrecognizable from his original pomp and circumstance. Ha! Don't be anxious, the main arena now no longer belongs to you. Linley displayed a cruel smile that sent chills down the spines of everyone present. What? At first, Zhang did not understand the meaning of these words. However, in the next second, he understood. The wind and clouds changed when Kiljun took one step in. Endless darkness enveloped the sky and earth. The power of annihilation crazily invaded the sacred royalty, and dark tide shaped like substance surged in from all directions. Whoever touched it would be devoured, sinking into darkness forever. Stop. Linley, do you want to become an eternal sinner of the human race? Sun Wukong unleashed his holy light system powers with all his might, trying to expel the darkness away. However, it was only after the test that he realized. The difference in strength between the two sides no longer allowed for any room for resistance to be left to him. As he watched the darkness engulf one student and teacher after another, Sun Wukong's eyes were bared. The qi and blood in his body surged, and he violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The aura on his body also decayed by 3 points. It seemed that it was truly old. Pa. Wonderful. Splendid. A clear voice came from the overhead position. Linley didn't care. This was because the person coming was none other than Knight Tianhua. In the conditions of the last deal, there was a provision to take him on a tour of his crusade against the 6 great academies. It was only because it was an early action that a mere phone call had been made to inform him. No, he had just arrived here with 6 guards. Sun Wukong immediately recognized Knight Tianhua's identity. Hence the tangible perception of despair. A single Kiljun is enough to slaughter the sacred Imperial. Now there was also the little devil, leading 6 super-ranked powerhouses. Truly leaving no room for error. Till death do us part. Chapter 150, Wrong Hatred. Linley looked indifferently at the sight of life continuously passing before him. There wasn't the slightest hint of pity. Innocent or not, he didn't care. Since the other party was still obsessed and couldn't recognize reality, it would be better to tell these thousands of living beings to pay the price for his stupidity. Linley, stop it. I can give you whatever you want, spare these innocent lives. Sun Wukong, along with the rest of the several super-ranked powerhouses, overloaded the elemental powers in their bodies, constantly trying to resist against the darkness power of Kiljun. In fact, this group of people also knew in their hearts that the hope was too slim, and the resistance they were doing now was nothing but futile. The powerful darkness power is like the mouth of an abyss, rapidly devouring and wearing out the colliding elemental powers. In just over 10 seconds, the defense line was broken again and again. There were already quite a few students that were tainted by the darkness. Despair quickly spread. Yo, the #1 Holy Light Department powerhouse in Divine State, Grand Dean Sun Wukong's son, would actually beg for mercy from someone, how rare. Knight Tianhua watched the show with more and more vigor. He couldn't help but open his mouth to tease. Even the 6 powerhouses behind him, their gazes revealed a bit of excitement. Mr. Lin, you're the #1 deserved villain in the world na, bringing one person's strength to slaughter an entire academy, admire admire. Turning his head, Knight Tianhua didn't forget to slap some ass. However, Linley simply didn't want to pay attention to him. What were the melon eaters doing if they weren't honestly eating melon? What were they doing blindly? Dean-san, perhaps what I, Linley, did today was a bit excessive, but isn't this the truth that the weak are the strongest and the strong are supreme? Back then, you took me in and indulged your students in making things difficult for me, and in the end, you even indiscriminately tried to directly erase me. Then one should be prepared to be avenged, slaughtered, and trampled under the feet of the strong like today. Feel the fear and pain of death, this is the punishment you deserve. Linley's words caught Yueka's attention. After moving slightly closer, only then did he notice that it was a sign of demonization. Hey, Linley, your state is very wrong, you. Shut up. A furious rebuke interrupted Yueka's words. Linley's eyes were slightly crimson. Although his state was not as good as Jiang Shang at this moment, the terrifying aura emanating from his body was even more shocking. My condition is fine, isn't that what the darkness department should be like, cold-blooded, ruthless, and devoid of humanity? June, stop playing, we have our next target. Kiljun sidled over to look at Linley. He could certainly see the signs of demonization on the other side. Linley! Calm your mind, once this matter is done, there is absolutely no room for regret. I will never regret it. Hey! Seeing that Linley was so resolute, Kiljun couldn't be persuaded any further. Raising his palm, he aimed it at the location directly above the Sacred Royal Academy. Whoosh! A pillar of black light shot straight up into the sky. The dark tide, which had originally calmed down, once again boiled. It was like a giant wave of invasion that caused the Sacred Royal's strongest members to no longer be able to support themselves. One after another, they fell to the ground. Lu Qingyan, who was fighting with Jiang Shan, also panicked. Without paying attention, she was caught by the sharp edge of the Xian iron heavy sword. A trail of blood was left on his smooth, white arm. There was no more resistance. Boom! Sun Wukong was just about to let out his strength, ready to accept reality and let that endless tide devour all living beings along with himself. The darkness covered above his head was suddenly broken. Colorful elemental supernatural energy surged madly inward from the gap. It gave the crowd present a glimmer of hope of light. The tidal wave gathered by the darkness system's supernatural energy also lost its point of gravity, thus quickly dissipating. Kiljun looked up, his face did not show any shock or surprise. Interesting. Surprisingly, there are more than 30 super-ranked powerhouses here, so it saves us from having to look for them one by one. Hearing Kiljun's words, a cruel smile also appeared on Linley's face. These 30-odd super-ranked powerhouses should be the troops sent by the other 4 courtyards to provide support. However, Linley didn't feel that this group of people were rushing to support out of a sense of compassion and affection. The 6 great academies, to put it bluntly, were grasshoppers on a rope. Regardless of which side was missing, it would be a huge loss for the decent forces. Reducing one's own forces meant increasing the enemy's forces. One less colleague, one more enemy. One less helping hand means one more danger. Even if you don't think about others, you have to think about yourself. The 6 academies, right now Huali has already chosen to betray. If the sanctuary is destroyed, then the remaining 4 academies would never be a match for the Dark Kingdom, Evil Spirit Sanctuary, or Demonized Legion. Going forward, the situation in the Divine Continent's exotic world would change drastically. The era belonging to the 6 academies was about to end. Brother! Just as Linley was deliberating whether or not to obliterate these 30-odd super-ranked powerhouses, Xiaoya's voice came from above. Linley's heart tightened. That Wang Gang fellow had actually brought Xiaoya? Looking up, the familiar figure shrouded in holy light was floating towards his location. Linley didn't hesitate much and directly rushed towards the other party. Xiaoya, what brings you here? After catching Xiaoya, Linley's face was filled with a tangle of colors. There was no need to guess to know what the other party had come for. Brother, how did you become like this? Linley wanted to explain, but when the words came out of his mouth, what was the point of saying them? The situation at hand was already like this, people had already been killed. Things have also been done. Is there any way back to speak of? Xiaoya, it's too dangerous here, I'll send you back. Brother! I know you had suffered a lot of grievances, I won't stop you on the matter of revenge, but those innocent people didn't do anything wrong, you shouldn't take it out on them. Xiaoya, your brother, I am a complete devil nowadays, killing no longer needs any reason for me. Brother, count on me to beg you please, let this group of students go. Dean Wang had investigated, the only ones who truly wronged you were Dean Sun and Zhang Wan. Their 2 lives deserve to dispel the anger and resentment in your heart. Xiaoya. Lin Li. Even if you're murderous and cruel, you should still think about the big picture and your family. Right now you wouldn't be unaware of what situation on the divine continent. Our human race's strength is already in tight supply if you keep on slaughtering and internal strife. One day, when the border defenses are breached by the foreign beasts, will you and your family still have a foothold, a basis for survival? Wang Gang's figure appeared in front of the duo. That look of hatred couldn't help but make Lin Li begin to reflect. Revenge is not wrong, but to magnify hatred and completely disregard the big picture. Isn't it, then, really wrong? Chapter 151 The Fall of Sun Wukong. Sir Lin, you're not going soft, are you? Just as Lin Li hesitated and fell into deep self-doubt. Nai Tianhua's voice that seemed to carry magical powers instantly brought him to his senses. I know a little bit about what you've been through. Sun Wukong and Zhang Wan are indeed the main culprits who caused harm to you, but doesn't anyone else have any responsibility to speak of? Wang Gang realized that something was wrong and was just about ready to step in to stop Nai Tianhua from continuing. But the 6 guardians behind the other party took a step ahead of him and instantly came to his body. Split hexagonal stand, surrounded a watertight. There is no possibility of a breakthrough. 6 against 1. Even if he, Wang Gang, had more strength, he was not blindly confident to such an extent. What? Dean Wang is not happy? Is it because you feel that I've told too much truth, thus ruining your plans? Nai Tianhua stood above the void, his gaze growing more and more lonely and complacent. The smile that hooked up at the corner of his mouth was extremely seductive, and the girls all had their hearts pounding when they saw it. Of course, there are still some boys. Yellow-mouthed child, don't talk nonsense, compel people's hearts. Ha 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 ha, Wang Gang, I originally thought that amongst the 6 academies, the most frank and upright one was you, but now it seems that it's nothing more than that. For the sake of your own interests, you compelled Mr. Lin's sister to put on such an emotional show. The extent of your shamelessness is truly beyond the reach of the younger generation. Emotional drama? Lin Li was completely awakened. Almost fell for this old thing's ways. Dean Wang. I had promised you that I wouldn't make a move against Saint Hui, but now you're compelling my sister to stop me from taking revenge. What? Do you think that Sheng Hui should live and die with Shang Yu and share the hardships together? Brother, you've misunderstood Dean Wang, he didn't. Pa. Before Xiaoya could finish, Yu Yueka's figure suddenly appeared behind him. A hand slash easily knocked Xiaoya out. Lin Li didn't say anything more when he saw this. Yu Yueka had done a good job, and with the removal of Xiaoya's concerns, the next step would be much easier. Take care of my sister, and when this is over, I'll give you a bonus. It's a deal. Yu Yueka took Xiaoya from Lin Li's arms and then commanded the demons to evacuate the battlefield. Wang Gang's face was heavy, his gaze wary, and his brows furrowed so much that he could pinch a fly. Seeing Lin Li's attitude so resolute, his heart was intensely disturbed. Lin Li, wake up, do you even refuse to believe your sister's words? Of course I believe it, but I won't accept persuasion to surrender. Since you, Wang Gang, want to make trouble for Sacred Radiance Academy, then I'll fulfill you. The 6 great academies, let's take them one by one. The cold wind blew his hair, and Lin Li's killing intent became more and more intense. When an avalanche occurs, not a single snowflake is innocent, so all those from Sacred Royal who have mocked, denigrated, or insulted Mr. Lin deserve to die. Lin Li smiled and nodded. This argument was too deep in his heart. Since that was the case, what was the point of hesitating? Brother Jun, are you ready for a big battle? Kill Jun, who had been waiting for Lin Li to make a decision, nodded slightly with excitement. Using the power of the Saint rank to fight against dozens of super-ranked powerhouses. This battle would definitely be very passionate. Mr. Lin, I wonder if you could let me move my shins as well. It would be a shame to just watch a battle as interesting as this one. I'll execute the sacred Imperials myself, I don't care about the other stinkers. Knight Tianhua's eyes lit up. The plan was finally coming together. Haha, then let me help Mr. Lin get rid of this group of unknowing, unseemly, and ungodly fellows. Knight Tianhua waved his hand violently. Hundreds of black shadows converged from all directions. The ones with the worst strength were at least high rank 6. What a heart! Told you that this kid's intentions were impure. It turns out that the so-called watching the show is watching and getting into the show. Kiljun was the first to strike, crushing more than 30 super-ranked powerhouses with the strength of one man. Which naturally included Wang Gang, Sun Wukong, and the remaining 3 deans. And the men brought by Knight Tianhua were responsible for slaughtering the 6 academies' subsequent reinforcements. There were 3,000 or so people, and there was no shortage of high-ranked powerhouses among them. However, in front of the 100 or so elite powerhouses of the demonized legion, they were routed and defenseless. Vast elemental foreign energy filled the entire battlefield. Nearly every minute and every second, lives were passing, and strong people were falling. In the end, it was Linley's turn to personally strike. After the last round of baptism from Kiljun, less than 60% of the teachers and students up and down the Sacred Imperial were left. At the moment, all of the super-ranked powerhouses were still being redirected to the battlefield. The remaining few thousand, Linley completely disregarded. A 1,000-meter-wide dark rhythm swept through the crowd. A mass of black mist erupted from the ground. In just a few seconds, a dozen students were devoured. However, the real slaughter had just begun. As the range of the dark rhythm gradually spread, the Sacred Imperial teachers and students began to scatter. A head of relatively ugly-looking but exceptionally ferocious demons burrowed out of the ground. Ever since Linley stepped into the realm of the higher ranks, the demons he could summon had grown exponentially in both strength and number. At most, he could summon a super rank 1 demon. At most, they could summon thousands of terrifying armies. This was the beginning of the true night of slaughter. Yu Yueka was guarding Xiaoya, hovering at the edge of the battlefield. Jiang Shan regained some of his senses, but the increase in strength brought about by demonization continued. After he had heavily injured Lu Qingyan, it was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Every swing of the Xin Iron Heavy Sword took away a living life. Pity, concern, sympathy, such humanized emotions had vanished. A sound battle, bloodthirsty and brutal killing was what they craved for deep in their hearts. Linley! You've gone too far. An old roar resounded through the sky. Sun Wukong was completely enraged. The entirety of the sacred royalty was on the verge of being slaughtered by Linley. The elite education system that he had spent his entire life cultivating had been destroyed. To him, this kind of punishment was beyond his tolerance. Sun Wukong, who had broken away from the battlefield, gathered his supernatural powers and rushed towards Linley's location like a madman. Don't look at the old man's blood-soaked and depressed demeanor at the moment. But a thin camel was bigger than a horse, and still wasn't in existence that Linley could contend with. However, Linley didn't intend to fight it at all. If it could really casually detach itself from the battlefield where Kiljun was located, then the title of the number 1 person of the Saint stage could be chopped up and fed to the dogs. Put! Boom! First, a black longsword pierced into Sun Wukong's chest with lightning speed, devouring the remaining holy light supernatural energy in his body. Subsequently, the black longsword exploded violently. A thick mist of blood drifted over the earth. It dyed the flowers and trees red, shocking everyone present. The number 1 person in the Holy Light Department of the Divine Continent. Sun Wukong, who had served as the Dean of the Holy Royal Academy for more than 30 years, had fallen. And he still ended up with no bones left and a death that did not end in peace. Seeing this, the remaining 4 deans felt a sense of withdrawal. They no longer had any thoughts of continuing to fight with Kiljun. Chapter 152 Negotiating Conditions. Sun. Dean Sun has fallen. So, this is the true strength belonging to a saint-ranked powerhouse? Finished. Everything is over. I don't want to die. I've only just joined the academy, I don't want to die yet. Despair, fear, helplessness. Everyone's heart was filled with negative emotions. Lu Qingyan was no exception. She had thought that Linley wasn't so depraved as to be beyond redemption. Yet now all of this had precisely proved her wrong. The strongest villain of the Divine Continent, the unprecedented killing demon, appeared. Ahem. Linley. Whispering she's still waiting for you, don't let yourself regret. After saying these words, Lu Qingyan completely fainted. Light speech. Ha! What can be done about being sorry? Things have come to this, is there any room for redemption? What's more, Linley would never regret it. Jianwan, is there anything else you want to say now?
Linley's figure slowly floated to the ground. Demons were still slaughtering, and lives were still being lost. The remaining students, the teachers, were still fighting back.
You demon. Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Words to the end, Jianwen laughed at himself.
Cursing? Still meaningful?
Everything had paled in comparison.
Kill me. There's nothing to say. Good, then as you wish. Linley sneered as he drew out his Sheng evil sword, the blade resting on Jiang Wen's neck. With a slight movement, it would slice through the other party's neck.
This movement was frozen for a long time. The sword blade still did not fall.
What will I gain by killing you? What?
Jiang Wen raised his head in bewilderment, a flash of unintentional excitement crossing the bottom of his eyes.
It passed in a flash. Perhaps letting you live is the greatest punishment for you.
Saying that, Linley retrieved the Shangxian sword. She said, more than 10,000 lives up and down the sacred imperial palace have been lost because of you, and you too, have been reduced to a complete and utter waste. I want you to live, I want you to fall into deep self-reproach and pain for the rest of your life, and taste what it's like to be a street rat and be beaten by everyone.
Ha! Ha!
Jiang Wen was in a state of madness. Laughing wildly with a handful of snot and tears, he turned to cry bitterly.
Linley turned around, an evil smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Stepping forward, he met the wailing and screaming.
Jiang Wen raised his head, his expression still one of self-blame and remorse. However, his gaze was filled with the excitement of the aftermath of the robbery.
Naive fellow. Is that so? An icy voice appeared behind him. Jiang Wen was struck by lightning. Stiffly, he looked back. Why? There was another Linley? This was the last thought he had before he was born. Because in the next instant, the black blade completely sliced through his neck.
The rounded head smashed to the ground. The sight was forever fixed on that burning stick.
Naive guy. Feeling true despair is the most interesting thing, isn't it? Ta-da!
A crisp ringing finger signaled the end of the kill. And the figure that was walking on its back stand faded away. This was not a diversion.
Rather, it was a time flashback. A flashback to a few seconds ago.
Of course, this time abnormal ability released by Linley would only affect himself and not his surroundings. That was why Jiang Wen was surprised that there was an additional Linley behind him.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
A succession of alien energy impacts lit up the entire sky.
Linley looked up.
A play of an eagle catching a chicken was being staged. Kill Jun was chasing after dozens of super-ranked powerhouses with only the strength of one person, bombarding them. However, this group of people had completely lost their fighting conviction at the moment. Sun Wukong had been killed by the other party in a single strike, and who among those present could carry a strike from this big brother?
Linley! Quickly make this lord stop, I can give you whatever you want. Wang Gang fought to resist the encroaching dark supernatural energy.
Only when he saw Linley completely overpower the sacred imperial, did he anxiously open his mouth.
Dean Wang. Wasn't he quite divine just now? Compelling my sister to persuade me, this time, why don't you have a way to deal with it? Boom!
As if to match what Linley had said, Kill Jun blasted out with a punch, hitting the target with precision. Fortunately, Wang Gang reacted in time, and a sea of alien energy attached itself to his body. It blocked the fatal blow for himself. However, the terrifying impact still smashed him into the ground. A deep pit about 10 meters in diameter, Linley stood at the edge of the pit and looked down.
TSK, TSK. How tragic. Cough, cough, cough. Linley. How exactly are you willing to let the other 4 courtyards go? The entire sacred royalty has already been slaughtered by you. Could it be that you still want the 6 great academies to completely disappear from the divine continent, leaving humanity in dire straits? Wang Gang covered his chest and fought to get up.
Facing Linley, his expression was filled with helplessness and indignation. First of all, I didn't slaughter all of the sacred imperials, and most of them were only injured. Secondly, it was you who sent yourself to the door looking for trouble. If you want me to let it go, you can also fulfill my 3 conditions. Hearing that there is still room for things to be salvaged, Wang Gang's heart rejoiced, and he hurriedly asked, you said. As long as it's within the affordability of our 4 academies, I will satisfy you as much as possible.
June, it's time to fish for money. Linley shouted towards the sky.
Kiljun stopped the release of his alien energy at the sound of his voice and waved his hand.
It signaled a temporary truce.
Yuing, Jiaquan, Zhou Feijime along with the rest of the 20-odd powerhouses finally breathed a sigh of relief.
They landed to the perimeter of the pit and surrounded Wang Gang.
Seeing that he was being visited like a monkey, Wang Gang's old face flushed. After so many years, how had he ever been in such a sorry state?
Din Yu, Din Zhou, Din Zhao, long time no see, even Miss Na.
Linley greeted the few people in front of him in turn. Only, the connotations of this greeting were more or less somewhat off-putting. More than 3 months ago, a few people had grandly met once. How divine and breezy the deans of the congregation had been at that time. And at that time, Linley was still merely a small party of vegetables with no strength, no future, ostracized by all the forces and unable to receive tolerance.
Then look at this moment.
It was just the right time to switch positions, to switch status positions.
He, classmate Lin is polite. After just 3 months of not seeing each other, student Lin has grown to such an extent, admire. Humph. What's wrong with you? Why is Yu Ying's reaction so perfunctory? But Linley didn't care. After all, in his heart, he still admired this strong woman Dean. Dare to speak and dare to act, dare to be angry and dare to speak out. Last time when Linley awakened her powers and was disliked by the deans of the 4 major colleges, she was the only one who said something truthful. Although in the end, she still chose to give up. Chapter 153 Outlawing Huali.
To be honest, the only academies I'm targeting this time are Sacred Imperial and Huali. As for your other 4 academies, I'm not interested at all. It's just a pity that Huali ran away, and there is only one target left for my trip, yet you guys still rushed to stop it so insensitively, so that all of the consequences that have resulted are all of your own making. Linley's words caused everyone present to fall into deep reflection.
Especially Wang Gang. The concept of the big picture was great, but the preparation was too hasty.
He only knew to use Xiaoya to awaken Linley's inner rationality, but he hadn't considered how much risk Sacred Radiance Academy would face if he failed.
Realistically speaking, this was a very irresponsible behavior. Alright, cut the crap. What are your 3 conditions? Yuing didn't want to continue wasting time.
She was already holding her breath, and at this moment, she had to suffer from Linley's mockery and accusations.
As an elder, how humiliating was this? Alright, since Dean you can't wait, let's talk about these 3 conditions.
First, your 4 courtyards along with the Sacred Imperial need to pay me 10 quintillion blue coins for the start of my journey, as well as mental damages.
No problem. Wang Gang didn't even think about it and directly opened his mouth to agree.
10 trillion blue coins sounded like a lot.
In reality,
it was indeed quite a lot. However, for the major Super Divine Academy, spreading it out, each of them would only need to spend 200 billion blue coins. For them, which had already been established for nearly 50 years, at most, it would only be the education funds that needed to be consumed for 1 year. It will not shake their foundation, much less touch their bottom line. Wang Gang was like this, and the remaining 3 were even more so. Anything that could be solved with money was not a matter.
Good, a few deans are quick enough.
Secondly, after a while, I'm going to outlaw Huali and re-establish a new organization, a new force, as a way to cultivate more alien talent, and provide a constant supply of power for the border battlefields of the Divine Continent.
But the new institution I've established will accept any genus of alien ability without discrimination, including the darkness system.
I need your recognition, your publicity, and your support.
This.
Wang Gang frowned and asked as if he was surprised. Establishing a new institution is a good thing from the perspective of the root cause, but the educational resources, the means of cultivation, and the construction of teachers.
Where did you get them from?
Moreover, you are bent on integrating the darkness department into other genera. This kind of practice is not only irresponsible to the students, but even more so to your own irresponsibility.
You can't even control your own demonic will. How can you talk about coordinating the risks of the entire academy?
Hearing Wang Gang's words, the people present nodded their heads in support. If one were to set up an organization, a force was not difficult.
But if one were to establish an institution, especially a mega educational institution that symbolized humanity in the future, how easy could it be? Based on Linley's current state, qualifications, and heritage, who would believe him?
They all thought that he was being delusional, and that he was thinking out of the box.
He.
Linley wasn't angry, or rather didn't care at all.
Nearly blandly returning, Dean Wang. I won't bother you with my affairs. As a darkness department, I naturally understand darkness departments. I can't be clearer about what kind of environment they're suited to cultivate in, and what kind of way they're suited to cultivate in. Indeed, my state is very unstable, but I've long sought a solution, I just haven't taken the time out recently. As for the so-called educational resources, teacher building, you guys are still here, aren't you? In a word, yes or no? Zhao Quan sighed slightly. Is there any room for choice at this point in time? I agree. I promise too. Zhou Feizheng followed. He didn't have the guts of Wang Gang. No matter what the other party said, as long as it doesn't exceed the bottom line of what he can bear, everything is fine. Anyway, Lin Li's blindly tossing things with him also has nothing to do with it. Lin Li, do you really think it's not child's play? I have a plan. Good, in that case, I support it. I also support. Yuing still had a stern face, but her eyes carried a glint of hope. She was also betting on whether or not Lin Li would be able to resolve the instability brought about by the darkness department. After receiving the support of the four courts, Lin Li nodded in satisfaction. As long as there was affirmation and help from these four, a lot of unnecessary trouble would be saved in the future. And therein lay the fundamental purpose of all of this. Lin Li didn't want the power of the alien realm to fall into the hands of the demonized legion. No one was stupid. Why did Knight Tianhua follow Lin Li this time to participate in the so-called revenge operation? To put it bluntly, wasn't it because he wanted to use the opportunity to minimize the existing power of the 6 academies? Believe it or not, if Lin Li completely destroys the sacred imperial today, if Lin Li completely destroys the holy royal today, and then crushes the supporting forces of the remaining 4 colleges, then his demonized army will follow right behind, and after Lin Li and his group leave, after Lin Li and his party leave, they will completely take over the 6 colleges and control the entire alien world in one fell swoop. Who doesn't have ambition? Lin Li certainly has it too. If he can be the emperor himself, why would he give it up? Outlaw Huali and build an exclusive cultivation force of your own. Then join forces with the Dark Kingdom and take the other 5 academies under his wing. Eventually take out the demonized legion and conquer the evil spirit temple. Won't the divine continent's alien world be completely unified? First, we'll pacify the civil unrest as quickly as possible, and then we'll coordinate the strength of the entire human race to defend against foreign enemies. One day, when all the alien beasts are completely annihilated, he himself will be able to stand at the pinnacle of this era and become the supreme master. Oops. The more I talk, the more excited I get. The timeline seems to be a bit far away. Let's take care of the matter at hand first. The third condition, I want you to hand over the elemental spell scrolls in your respective hands. What? How did you know that we have elemental spell scrolls hidden in our hands? How could we possibly hand over such an important thing to you? If you want it, take it. Among the 4, it was Wang Gang who reacted the most violently. The attitude belonging to Ying was the most bland. Spreading his palm, a ray of red light flashed. The exquisite spatial ring instantly attracted the attention of the people around them. Even Lin Li himself hadn't expected Yu Ying to hand over the elemental Dharma scroll to himself so readily. Look at that, look at that. The 3 old men weren't as quick as a young woman. Yu Ying, you. Zhao Quan wanted to say something more, however, Yu Ying interrupted uncaringly. It's just an elemental law scroll. Rather than having it in your own hands, it's better to hand it over to someone who is capable of collecting it in its entirety. One by one, you all treat it like a treasure, but in the end, what else will this thing bring you besides trouble and danger? Chapter 154 Greened? What Dinu said is not unreasonable. This thing has been dormant in the hands of a few of us for too long. Since we cannot fulfill that legend, handing it over is not a kind of relief. AI. Perhaps this supreme legend will be accomplished for us by someone else. Lin Li, in that case, you already have one of the elemental law scrolls in your hands? Wang Gang asked Lin Li with seeming anticipation. This elemental Dharma scroll in his hands could be said to be the most precious and monumental thing in his life. To say that he was giving it away just like that was more or less quite a bad taste in his heart. I'm sorry, counting this one that Dean you just sent, I've already gathered 4 elemental law scrolls in my hand. The moment these words came out, all of the powerhouses were shocked. Especially the Knight Tianhua group who had just arrived. Hearing that Lin Li controlled so many elemental Dharma scrolls in his hands, his gaze clouded over as if he was planning something. Good boy. In that case, if the three of us deliver the elemental Dharma scrolls in our hands to you as well, then you've already assembled 7 elemental Dharma scrolls. 12 scrolls to make 7, this luck is truly amazing. Mr. Lin, truth be told, my demonized army has also collected a few elemental law scrolls, so why don't we join forces and work together? Join forces? Brothers, they died early in the morning. Linley didn't want to bother with this middle-aged youth for the time being. The elemental scrolls in the hands of the demonized legion will be snatched by himself one day. What's left is the evil spirit sanctuary. According to rumors, the old fox Tsang Hongyun also had one in his hands. Furthermore, it was the one in Yi Chang's hands. The last remaining piece or two, it would really depend on the will of heaven. So, Deans, have you thought about it? Linley stepped forward and patted Kiljun on the shoulder. The other party instantly comprehended what was on his mind. The people who shouldn't have come had come, so let's settle this piece by piece. Linley, I promise you this third condition. I hope you can fulfill that unrealistic dream. After the conditions are fulfilled, the grudge between you and me is over. The matter of the sacred royalty will also no longer hold anyone accountable. After saying that, the remaining 3 people pulled out spatial rings containing elemental spell scrolls. Linley wasn't polite either, directly accepting them as they were. Looking at Knight Tianhua was a sight for sore eyes. The Battle of the 6 Colleges crusade came to an end. More than 10,000 teachers and students from all over the sacred royalty. In the end, less than 40% survived. This was already the greatest mercy Linley had made. It's still for Xiaoya's sake. When the smoke cleared and the battle subsided, Xiaoya woke up from her coma. Seeing that Yu Yueka was very attentive in taking care of herself, her cheeks blushed slightly and she said thank you. No need to thank me. After all, it was me who knocked you out. Ha? Sayaka froze. How did things get weird? Yeah. Where's brother? Looking around, the sacred Imperial was nearly reduced to rubble. Linley's silhouette stood at the edge of the pit below with the 4 deans, Kiljun, Knight Tianhua, and the others. It was unknown what they were talking about. Xiaoya's mood at the moment was one of loss and disappointment. It wasn't that she was disappointed with what Linley had done. Rather, she felt pity for her inability to do anything to persuade him to let go of the hatred in his heart. Can you take me to see my brother? Xiaoya asked cautiously to Yu Yueka. However, what was received in return was only a cruel veto. Can't. Why? Because your brother's plan is only just halfway through. Just after saying those words, a lurid darkness type foreign energy quickly filled the entire sky. The earth began to tremble and space began to shatter. Seeing this, Yu Yueka slapped the demon's butt. Quickly, hide away, the real battle is about to begin. The demon instantly comprehended the idea and carried Yu Yueka and Xiaoya to quickly withdraw from the range covered by the darkness. Boom! 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 A few loud bangs in succession signaled the complete opening of the great battle. Knight Tianhua was hiding tightly behind the 6 great protectors. His face was very ugly. The promised crusade against the 6 great academies, in the end, how did they even count themselves in? Linley! What do you want? More than 100 strong men from the demonized legion were already engaged in a fierce battle with Kiljun, Wang Gang, Zhao Quan, Zhou Feizhang, Yuing and other strong men from the 6 academies. That's right, the thoughts of these several deans coincided with Linley. They wanted to use this opportunity to take down Knight Tianhua in one fell swoop. Who told him to be evil and control the production method of the alien energy catalyzing potion in his hands? Of course, this wasn't the main reason why Linley had taken action against him. Blame it on the fact that this Knight Tianhua's heart was too heavy, blocking his own path to seize the dominance of the alien energy world. Mr. Knight, my matter with the 6 academies has come to an end for now, while the competition between you and I has only just begun. Since ancient times, this world's rivers and mountains have belonged to the Emperor alone, and the situation of 3 worlds has long since become impractical. Linley summoned over 1,000 demons, launching non-stop attacks against the 6 guardians. Knight Tianhua narrowed his eyes and fell silent for a while. Suddenly, he laughed. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Mr. Lin, you're right, one mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers, since what you and I crave is the same, then sooner or later, a situation like today's will occur. Knight Tianhua laughed evilly and rose upright. Seeing the movement in his hand, Linley's expression slightly stagnated. Bad feelings of foreboding then surged to his heart. That ring was. Linley, if you can have a saint-ranked powerhouse sitting on it, why can't I have one? These words caught Kiljun's attention. With a wave of his large hand, dark energy erupted, directly blasting the 4 powerhouses in front of him. Turning around, his figure disappeared into thin air. In the next second, it arrived in front of Linley. The breath of a saint-ranked powerhouse implicated, interesting. Ha ha. Elder Slayer really has extraordinary insights, so. Are you ready for the battle? As soon as the words fell, Knight Tianhua turned the silver-gray ring worn on his index finger. A touch of terrifying aura that could not be described in words and was so powerful that it caused fear in the heart began to emerge. Kiljun revealed a rare smile. Anticipation, excitement, and eagerness to try. Linley was watching from the sidelines with a sense of urgency. Brother Jun, stop him, you don't really want to fight with a saint-rank powerhouse, do you? Of course. Instantly speechless. The worldview of the powerful is different from ours. Just be a silent spectator. Rumble. The sky, which was originally shrouded in darkness, suddenly shattered open. Green light shone through everything. Above everyone's head, the scene turned green at this moment. It was really so green. So green. A wood system powerhouse of the saint rank, interesting. Kiljun didn't care about the feeling of being green. Because the true love is right in front of him. Chapter 155 The Mist Battle. Ha ha ha. A mellow voice descended from the sky. A graceful figure appeared in the eyes of the crowd. Green and solid. Green with panic. Darkness supreme, holy order invincible. Your Excellency, long time no see. The green-robed middle-aged man floated down. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, his bare feet pointed to the ground, and he took a glorious step. The ground that was originally like a ruin was revitalized at this moment, and everywhere was full of greenery. Flowers, plants, and trees grow wildly, rhyming with endless fresh life. This flower world, a leaf abody's sense of visualization is too strong. It almost beautifully blinded the eyes. Saint Rank 2. Your Excellency is hiding deep enough. The green-robed man walked to a position 100 meters away from Kiljun and said in a graceful manner. Compared to Your Excellency, what is this strength of mine? Sacred Order 4th level. I'm afraid that I'm the number 1 person in the world in the true sense of the word, right? No, no, no. Little friend has just been in the world for a short while, so you don't know. There are actually a lot of strong people at the saint rank, it's just that. They are all tired of fighting in the world, so they retired to the rivers and lakes, just like the one in the Dark Kingdom. In front of that person, the strength of mine. What is my strength worth? There's a saint in the Dark Kingdom? This was a bit of a big revelation. Not only was Linley dumbfounded, Knight Tianhua and the rest of the 4 great houses' deans were even more dumbfounded. Listening to what this cuckold meant, that saint-ranked powerhouse hidden in the Dark Kingdom was much stronger than him. Then why didn't he show up in the world and fight for the control of the alien energy realm? Is he really tired of fighting, so he chose to retire from the world? TSK. Linley didn't really believe it anyway. What's your name, little friend? Kiljun. Kiljun. Everywhere is filled with killing intent, all over the world, there is no enemy. Good name. My surname is Chen, my name is Nanyu. Today's battle, I believe that you and I, will definitely be sound and painful. Linley was thunderstruck again. What the hell is an ex-boyfriend? He really deserves this green color. That, Chen. Senior, I think this battle can be appropriately calmed down. After all, our families belong to the same dark faction, there's no need to hurt the peace because of this. It wasn't that Linley was a wimp. There was really no need to fight on. Since the other party's big brother had already come, then Knight Tianhua definitely couldn't be caught. Instead of wasting time here, it was better to grab the next move. These two were both saint-ranked powerhouses, and their fight might be a horrifying sight that would destroy the heavens and the earth. It would be bad luck to be affected again. Xian Nanyu shifted his gaze to Linley. From top to bottom, from left to right, he scrutinized it carefully. The gaze became more and more complicated, and interesting. You are that newborn legend of the Dark Realm? I guess you could say that. Linley was uncertainly certain. It caused the smile on Xian Nanyu's face to grow even wider. Interesting. Interesting. To be able to make even a saint-ranked powerhouse unable to perceive the realm, it seems that your psychic ability is by no means ordinary. I'm afraid that you've already touched the awakening threshold, right? Awakening threshold? Does this old man look down on himself so much? Hey, I don't think he's an old man either. He doesn't seem to be an old man, does he? Looking at this appearance, he was roughly in his 30s. I'm not too sure about the awakening described by Senior, but right now, let's talk about something else. Linley made a wink towards Kiljun. But this time, the other party was actually unmoved. It was still staring at Qian Nanyu with a burning gaze and a warlike intent. Hey! This thing got trouble. Ing opened the door for trouble to the home. This battle, with your young people between the grudges have no connection. I and Kiljun little friend met like old times, just a friendly type of sparring and will not involve any complicated power relations. This. Mr. Lin, the matters between my master and Senior Kiljun, we, juniors, are better off getting less involved in. Do you think so? Knight Tianhua had the backing of a big brother, and no longer looked as wretched as he did just now. This moment was magical. Seeing that things were completely off course and he was powerless to stop it, Linley could only go with the flow. Silently took 2 steps backward, indicating that he would no longer intervene. Only then did Qian Nanyu retract his sight and look at Kiljun once again. Little friend. Please? Yes, please. After 0.1 seconds had passed, Kiljun's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Linley. Oh no, it was everyone present who was dumbfounded by this scene. To say make a move and then make a move? A whole bunch of living people were still here eating melons. What are you waiting for? Run. Rumble. The very next second after Linley shouted. A horrifyingly insane impact swept through the entire Sacred Imperial. Those present, regardless of their strength or status. All of them were engulfed by that profoundly deep darkness. None were spared. Hiss. It was unknown how long it had been. Linley suddenly felt a splitting headache. Slowly opening his eyes, he froze and looked around at the surrounding scene. Hey! When did he run into the wild? Can it be that these 2 immortals fought and caused a spatial shift? And he was so unlucky to be affected? Brother, how are you doing, brother? Xiaoya's voice suddenly came from behind her. Linley struggled to get up and turned his head to look. Hey! Where's the person? Brother! Up there. Linley jerked his head up, and he really did see Xiaoya. And Yu Eka. Only the 2 of them had really stared at themselves in dismay. The youthful and beautiful 2 young beauties were currently bound by tangled vines. Or call it wrapped. A breeze came and swayed, and it was quite a fun look. Are you too swinging? Swing your ass. Quickly put us down. That wooden cuckold has turned the entire sacred imperial palace into a primitive forest. Your sister and I have been floating with the wind for more than half an hour. Yu Eka was like a hedgehog that had exploded. The temper was quite impetuous. Linley rubbed his head and eased up almost. He took out his Shengxian sword, and 2 blades flashed by. The 2 little beauties fell down with a clang. Linley was quick to catch Xiaoya. As for Yu Eka. Linley. Are you still human? Focusing on your sister, you don't even care about a full-fledged little beauty like me. You have a big butt, it won't hurt if you fall. You. Cut the crap, June, where are the others? Elder Slayer should be in the sky, that would sacred rank powerhouse, should have evacuated with Knight Tianhua and the others. Xiaoya volunteered to explain. What was the result, who won? The 2 merely fought for less than an hour, and did not distinguish a winner from a loser. Chapter 156 Leading the Way. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Violent coughing sounds came out from within the woods on the side. Wang Gang staggered out from within. His bare head was currently occupied by weeds and wildflowers. It was really a different kind of natural beauty. Dean Wang, are you alright? Seeing this, Xiaoya rushed forward to assist him. Wang Gang waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. But the violent coughing never stopped. Since the great battle is over, we should leave. Dean Wang, I will not pursue the matter of you compelling Xiaoya this time, but I hope this is the last time, otherwise, I don't mind letting Sacred Radiance branch out like sacred royalty. Putting down a warning, Linley glanced at Xiaoya with slight reluctance. He then tugged Yu Yueka and floated into the air. Kiljun stood quietly in the sky, not knowing what he was pondering. Only after Linley and the two of them traveled closer did he return to his senses. Brother Jun, how was this battle? Very enjoyable, but also very confusing. Confused about what? Kiljun sighed, facing the rising sun, and said faintly, people only know to pursue extreme power, but they have never thought about how power can be extreme? There are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. There is no ultimate strength, and even less ultimate victory. Maybe this kind of life is not what I want, but I'm confused as to what kind of life I want. Could it be that the meaning of existence is endless strife, endless complexity? Linley frowned, his expression odd. This big brother couldn't have been brainwashed, could he? Or was he forced to comprehend the true meaning of life? No, we have to wash him back. June, in life there must be some thoughts of living. Remember one truth. The train is moving forward, it doesn't matter where it goes, the key lies in the scenery outside the window. You have to learn to savor and feel, all the beauty is hidden in the unconscious. Perhaps you did not realize that once upon a time life was also mixed with a lot of fun, but instinctive enjoyment led you to this point today. Life is to be born and live, everything else is just clouds. Your so-called ultimate pursuit may not be practical, but without such a pursuit, what motivation is there in life? Maybe some people will say, with the beloved together, far away from the noisy world, avoid the messy troubles, in the remote mountain, sunrise and sunset, such a life is the most enjoyable. Then let me tell you, it is equally impractical. People, always selfish, but also always selfless. We can only be forced to accept this kind of living environment, but we can try to change the future. As long as the human race grows more prosperous, as long as the human race seeks to develop together and erase the foreign beasts from this planet, then a truly better life will follow. Happiness, perhaps at the beginning, perhaps along the way, perhaps at the end, and the meaning of life is even more so. Don't lose heart, and don't get lost, a better tomorrow will rise with a new sunrise under our joint efforts. The human world is a violent prison, seeking happiness in the midst of bitterness. Life seems impermanent, let's drink and be merry. End of speech. There should be a round of applause here. Unfortunately, there are only two people in the audience. The lollipop in Yu Yueka's mouth unconsciously fell. Small eyes, big doubts. This doubt was not questioning, but reflecting. Roughly reflecting on something, there was no way of knowing. As for the main target person of this brainwashing assembly, Kiljun, has been completely convinced by Lin Li's words. Should say not say, this experience less people, brainwashing is to save time. Pulling back the battle consciousness, the three of them were ready to leave the sacred royalty, but then they thought of something. Where was Jiang Sheng? This kid had killed a lot of people today, and his demonization would definitely deepen. But as long as Linley searched for the meditation stone as soon as possible, it wouldn't be a problem. The three of them searched for half a day. Still, Kijun relied on his perception to find the general location. Only, after landing on the ground, Linley was confused. Kiljun pointed at the ground and said in a more puzzled manner, according to my perception, that Kid Jiangshang is indeed down here, but why is this scent so far away? Far away? About how far away? At least 1,000 meters. Linley's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Jiangshang had run to a location 1,000 meters deep underground? This is not realistic either? Could it be that he's changed into a mountain-piercing armor? Underground. Underground. Linley muttered as he stomped the ground. Then it seemed like he guessed something. Closing his eyes, his dark supernatural energy spread from the soles of his feet to the underground. Silently waiting for a response. Roughly 5 minutes passed. Linley snapped his eyes open, and a touch of delight surged onto his cheeks. Interesting, there's actually another cave down here. Jiang Shang should have inadvertently broken in, let's go down and take a look as well. After saying that, he didn't care whether the two agreed or not. The deep black mist instantly wrapped them. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared in place. Tap. 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 Crisp footsteps echoed throughout the space. Jiang Shang staggered and did not know how long he had been walking. Forcibly suppressing the manic foreign energy in his body, he finally saw a flash of light. Accelerating his pace, he crossed the narrow stone path. Greeting the golden light, stepping into that mesmerizing region. And when it completely saw the incredible sight in front of it, the brain was shaken and buzzed. It felt like he was in a dreamlike world. How is it so unrealistic? This is. Hey, people haven't even given their opinions yet. Why are you coming down here without authorization? Why should I listen to your opinion? You can go out if you regret it. You. How can I get out? Then it's none of my business. Be a good girl and scout ahead, Ms. Airfield. Humph. Within the narrow stone path, Yueka puffed out her cheeks and pouted, full of defiance as she ranked at the very front to open the way. This dark and gloomy scene. Any girl would be resistant to it. However, Linley didn't know how to take pity on her, and very nonchalantly let Yueka act as a guinea pig. It was beautifully called, Lead the Way Pioneer. It had been more than half an hour since the several people arrived here. However, this Thai place was nothing but rocks. There was no life to speak of. However, it was precisely because of this that Linley felt that this place was not simple. It was located directly underneath the Sacred Royal Academy. If it wasn't hiding something, who would be too full to move such a large project? Digging out a mega maze tunnel under the ground? Wealth. It can't be hidden. Since Linley had discovered the cat's meow, then today, no matter what, he wouldn't return empty-handed. Look, there's light up ahead. Ugh. Chapter 157, Getting Rich. Looking in the direction Yueka was pointing. The golden light came from far and near. It was as if it was hiding thousands of treasures. Linley released a dark barrier and wrapped it in front of several people. Normally speaking, a place with buried treasures would be full of crises. This kind of temptation trap has long since gone out of fashion. For our Linley. He. Hey. June, what are you doing? Just after a moment of self-indulgence, Kiljun's silhouette flickered and he came right in front of the group. Linley was confused. Is it possible that there is really some great danger hidden in front of us? Kiljun is ready to do it himself? There is no danger ahead. There are only treasures. Ha! Linley froze, then couldn't hide the exhilaration in his heart. No danger, only treasures. Then what are we waiting for? Linley directly retracted the dark barrier and pushed Yueka to rush towards the front. Linley! You slow down. Can't slow down, feel the speed of the wind. You go to hell. Clang. Wealth, time, freedom, love, and health. If you choose 1 out of 5. Which one would you choose? Some people may say, of course it is time. There is a day when flowers bloom again, and people are not young anymore. An ounce of time is worth an ounce of gold, and gold can't buy you an ounce of time. Others would choose love. The body does not have a colorful phoenix wing, the heart has a little bit of communication. If to love is a long time, and not in the morning and evening. Finally, more young people will choose freedom. The origin of the floating clouds is uncertain, and the freedom to be like a floating cloud is also free. But for Linley, these are all within reach at the moment. Because Herla, wahahaha. Looking at the mountains of elemental crystals, the heavenly treasures that lay flat for 100 meters. Linley couldn't stop smiling. It really was hairy, it felt like life had reached its climax. It felt like everything was under control. The most important point was that Linley had also discovered an elemental Dharma scroll from it. There was no need to guess, it must have been collected by Sun Wukong during his lifetime. This added up inside and out. Linley already had 8 elemental Dharma scrolls in his hands. Yi Cheng had 1 in his hands. There was 1 in the hands of the evil spirit sanctuary. Finally, the demonized legion had 1, or 2, in their hands. In that case, the day of summoning the dragon was not far away. In the eyes of others, it was only a legendary existence. In the eyes of others, it was only a legendary existence, but in Linley's case, it had become an ordinary treasure that was easily accessible. If the outside world knew about this, they would still be angry and spit out blood. Sir, before you came I roughly counted, all the treasures, materials, blue coins, magic weapons here total value summarized together, at least 5 trillion. How much? Yueka perked up her ears and was so shocked that her jaw was about to drop. 5 trillion blue coins. What concept? The concept of being able to spend it at will. This was the vast amount of wealth that the Sacred Imperial Academy had accumulated over the decades. Other than that, if Linley wanted to set up a new Super God Academy institution, these funds were enough to act as a base. I didn't expect that this old man's son would still be able to give himself a great gift after his death. It really is. Falling red is a merciless thing, turning into spring mud to protect flowers. Dean's son, we will always remember you in our hearts. June, this ring is for your share. Airfield, for taking care of Xiaoya and working well with me, this is for your share. Jiang Shang, I was able to discover the treasure trove of the Sacred Royal Academy thanks to your accidental intrusion, this is for your share. Linley looted all the belongings, treasures, and loaded them all into his spatial ring. Then, he divided out roughly 200 billion or so worth of treasures from it. It was distributed to the three of them in turn. Don't say we are cheap. The evil capitalists are not all like this? If you were the boss, the level of exploitation would probably be even greater. Besides, this capital has its own specific purpose. Starting a business. Money must be spent on the handle of the knife. No, on the back of the knife. The harvest is full. Prepare to retreat. Not so fast. What's the matter, June? Anything else? Seeing Kill June encircling the stone wall, exploring in detail, Linley hurriedly became interested. Could it be that there was some secret treasure that hadn't been unearthed? I perceived a fluctuation of mysterious energy. The distance is not very far, but location isn't too good to lock in. Upon hearing this, Yu Yueka and Jiang Shang also joined in the treasure hunt. Sticking to the stone wall, they carefully observed. Not even a tiny stone crack would be spared. However, more than half an hour passed. The few people still found nothing. Linley sat on the stone pier in the center of the treasure trove and looked around. This place was nothing but stone, either that or a statue of a holy woman that stood in the deepest part of the treasure trove. Of course, it wasn't made of gold. Otherwise, Linley would have moved her a long time ago. It was probably something that Sun Wukong had dedicated to his own genius's beliefs. It's kinda sick to think about. I found it. Yu Yueka's exclamation interrupted Linley's unrealistic speculations. Turning his head to look backwards. It was still really on the body of the statue of the Holy Maiden? Seeing Yu Yueka at this moment, her feet were stomping on the virgin statue's hands that were spread out flat on her abdomen. And his own hands were. Then it was. Ms. Airfield, what have you found? Found an existence bigger than you? Linley was filled with black lines. This girl was crazy with envy and jealousy, right? Grasping her hands on top of someone's biceps, it was a good thing she was wearing clothes. Otherwise the stone statue could have been molested by her. Idiot, I said I found the organ, look. Saying that, Yu Yueka pushed her hands forward with force. With a click, a magical scene happened. The statue of the Holy Maiden unexpectedly turned into a Miss Airport. It was almost the same as Yu Yueka. Ahem. Of course, this was not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing was that on the bare wall directly behind the statue of the Virgin, a golden door had suddenly appeared. Just look at it yet, this statue is really an organ. Only, the location of this organ design is a bit. Mother Sun Wukong is really an old pervert. Doesn't know shame. I'll take this stone statue with me later. Don't think too much. Just take it away and dispose of it. How can you put such a vile thing here? What if some innocent little kid wanders in here by mistake and gets sidetracked by this vile statue design? Hey, Linley, what are you thinking? Open the door. Seeing that Linley had been staring blankly, Yu Yueka impatiently urged. The baby was right in front of her eyes, and she still had time to daze? Ahem. Jiang Shang, June, let's go in and take a look. June, I'll clear the way for you. Jiang Shang volunteered and arrived in front of the golden gate. Since there was no door handle in sight, it was 80% likely that it was pushed inwards. Creak. As the golden gate was pushed open, a dark glow splashed out. Chapter 158 I'm a grass. Wow. Here is another world? Yu Yueka covered her small mouth, deeply shocked by the sight before her. It wasn't only her. There was also Kill June and Linley, letting out exclamations one after another. The sky was filled with stars and waves. A few people were walking on a long jade path. At a glance, apart from the colorful aurora borealis and the frequently flashing stars, it was the deepest darkness. It was extremely similar to the environment in the universe. So, what exactly is this place? And by what power did Sun Wukong create such a mysterious space? Brother June, can you see anything?
This space is filled with endless mysterious energies, not supernormal abilities, not elements, more like
a kind of force, a kind of supreme eternity. I can't describe it, but I have a feeling that it's dangerous and wonderful. Well, listening to the words of a gentleman is better than a word. Saying it is the same as not saying it. This place is a place where everyone can see that there is something wrong with it, right? I think that this place is more like a divination place.
Zhang Shang frowned and looked into the void below the jade and said,
Divination? Do you know this stuff well? No, not at all. 3 blank stares for free. But my former family also had a secret room similar to the scene here. My grandfather once told me that the art of divination is to use the power of the stars to peer into the future and look into the past. It's not too far from the folk rumors of fortune-telling and gossip, but the risks associated with the art of divination are quite huge. Because the power of the stars is not within the realm of human beings, once the control is not good, it will bring overload backlash to the practitioner. People in the industry call it heavenly punishment. Very well spoken, next time don't speak. Ink half a day, the answer is not right. What one is asking is, what exactly does this place contain and what is it used for?
As a result, this kid popularized half a day of divination knowledge.
It was all told to him by his grandfather. Speechless. Take a brief turn, there's really nothing to discover, then retreat. The remaining few people nodded their heads.
Immediately afterward, for this mysterious space,
the crowd launched a deep investigation activity.
Linley slightly infiltrated his own foreign energy out, trying to establish some sort of connection with the darkness above the void.
The result was obvious. Linley succeeded. However, it wasn't the darkness element that finally established a connection with his own foreign energy, but time origin. Along with a blurring of vision. Linley's eyes rolled back in his head and he fainted. I don't know how long it was. In the midst of darkness and turbidity,
consciousness was slowly returning. In a haze, Linley barely managed to open his eyes after a great deal of effort.
It's so warm and cozy.
Wisps of suitable sunlight fell on his body.
There was also that breeze that blew the body soothingly. Looking up, the blue sky, white clouds, and so tall, so big grass. Ha? Grass? I. How did I become a grass? Why can't I speak anymore? Where's the psychic energy in my body? Where am I?
The 3S perfectly explained Linley's current situation.
Just now, he thought it was paradise, but at this moment, he reacted that he had traveled across the world? And also parasitized on a grass. Are you kidding me? I Linley, a life of fame, somehow hiccuped? And I've been reincarnated as a grass? Despair. Great despair.
Linley frantically tried to move his body, but sadly realized that his body was firmly rooted in the ground.
No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move a single bit. What's that sound? Linley was startled by this sudden cry.
Her gaze shifted slightly.
She was really startled. What a big bug. Not to mention its ugliness, it was spitting white mucus out of its mouth.
Linley was disgusted.
God, why are you doing this to me? Can't it be that the murder and arson of the previous life will really have its own consequences in the next life? What is grass? Grass is the most ordinary and humble existence in the plant world and even in the natural world. What can it do? It can't do anything. This is the true meaning of the life of lying flat. However, everything has to look on the bright side. Become a grass.
Maybe in the future, you can enjoy the natural life without any worries.
Feel the cool breeze, absorb the warm sunlight, and enjoy the beautiful scenery. Smell the birds and flowers, and welcome every day. TSK. With this wave of self-soothing, Linley successfully brainwashed herself. I'm a little grass, I'm proud. I am a little grass, I am happy. I'm a little grass, I enjoy. Suddenly, a gust of wind hit. Oops, I'm chow.
The tearing pain in his waist caused Linley to stop howling miserably.
Do you know what the concept of a 180-degree flip is? Using one's own head and touching one's own feet upright. Yes, this feeling was exceptionally sour. And the most tragic thing is,
Linley's mom couldn't scream at all.
The gusts of wind gusted and lasted for more than an hour. Linley felt like his waist was about to break. This miserable hour had simply rewound all the suffering he had endured in his previous life. Perhaps being a grass wasn't all good, was it? Linley spat madly in his mind. She was filled with confusion and fear for the future. How long would a grass live? A few months, or a few years? Or rather, a wildfire cannot be burned, but it grows again in the spring breeze. One wouldn't live forever with the body of a grass, would one? Boom. No. As the saying goes, if a person is unlucky, even a mouthful of cold water will stuff his teeth. No, the second wave of agonizing torture is coming. Why? Because it's thundering. In the time it took for this to happen, the sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder rolled. An even stronger gust of wind swept in. Linley was miserable again. Aha! Oops. This isn't over. After the strong winds came the heavy rain. It poured down, covering the sky. It's just like a big bowl of water. Ladybird bowl splash. Ladybird not pouring. Ladybird not pot pouring. Ah shucks. It's just a lot of rain anyway. But on second thought, it's not raining, it's not windy, it's not sunny. How else can one live? Isn't this the life one should experience as a grass? Good. Let's make this storm come harder. Rumble. Pa. 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 Pop. TM. Chapter 159, Cherish Your Time, Tarts. Run on chapter. Did. Is this what it's called, pain? And happy? Linley was absorbing the rainwater freely, and at the same time, suffering from the intense pain of the raindrops hitting his body. But compared to survival, what was this pain worth? He said, "What is this pain in the storm? Dry your tears and don't be afraid, at least we still have dreams." Yes, Linley now, in addition to the dream, what else can have? I don't know. There seems to be one more thing. That's the rainwater that's about to drown her. Grr. I grunt grunt grunt. Who's going to Gollum Gollum? Save Gollum Gollum. I. Linley frantically fiddled with his body, attempting to reveal the upper half of his body to the air. However, how could the waterfall like rain give him a chance to catch his breath? It didn't take long for it to completely submerge him. A strong sense of suffocation rushed through his entire body. The good news was that Linley wouldn't die for a while. Because he realized that even though he was drowned by the rain and his pain was unusually intense, his vital signs and level of consciousness remained unchanged. But this was equally bad news. The life force was too tenacious, and in many cases, it was an extremely crippling torture. Not being able to breathe, not being able to control your body. There was nothing like the feeling of life being worse than death, was there? Linley's mind was on the verge of collapse. He wanted to die so badly. He wanted to escape from this world as soon as possible. Even if there was no next life, no future, no life. But all this is still just a dream. Linley! Linley, what's wrong with you? Gongzi, wake up Gongzi! Inside the mysterious space, Jiang Shong, Yu Yueka anxiously called out. But Linley didn't respond in the slightest. He was just standing in place, his eyes closed tightly, lifeless. Yu Yueka reached out and probed Linley's nostrils. There was. But it was very weak. Jiang Shong flipped open Linley's eyelids again to take a closer look. Oh no, Gongzi's pupils are gradually laxing, which means that his vitality is decaying. How is it that every once in a while, this guy develops a condition like this? Born with it? No, the Gongzi is in a terrible state this time. Not only is his consciousness laxing, even his life force is being lost. Elder Slayer, this. The two of them were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, and ultimately, they were very helpless to seek help from Kiljun. However, this big brother wasn't even paying attention to Linley at the moment. His eyes were converging on a certain point above the stars in the void from start to finish. Don't be anxious, he'll be fine. The indifferent sentence caused the duo to breathe a sigh of relief. Since Kiljun said it would be fine, then it would definitely be fine. You two are responsible for instilling alien energy into Linley's body to maintain his vitality. I'm going to break this space and release that strand of the essence soul of the essence. Benthic essence soul? What is that thing? Yu Eka showed her ignorant side again.
Jiang Shang's gaze was slightly shocked as he explained, the essence soul, you can understand it as the human soul, human spirit, and human central will. Once it is lost, within 12 hours at most, it will surely die.
What? Linley is like this and you still call it fine? Yu Eka was completely flustered.
Don't look at her, she was usually unorthodox, fighting with Linley, and had a look of disgust on her face all day long.
But when it really came to a matter of life and death, how could she say she didn't care? That is her gold master greatly awe. Moreover, if Linley died, then she herself also absolutely no possibility of survival. Because Yi Cheng he simply wouldn't allow it. Isn't that the rule of the Dark Kingdom?
The wind elemental crystals and foreign beast crystals stored in the spatial ring were all pulled out in one head. With one hand on Linley's shoulder and one hand in the shape of a palm, he crazily absorbed the elemental energy emitted by the crystals piled up like a small mountain. At this moment, he didn't care whether his body could withstand it or not, and whether it would cause any kind of damage due to overload. As long as she could save Linley, she was willing to pay any price. Even if it meant her life. Seeing Yu Eka's desperate behavior, Jiang Shan was silent for a moment. With a look that was full of tangled eyes, he made up his mind.
Since he wanted to gamble, he had to gamble to the end. Following Yu Eka's example, he similarly took out a mountain of inferno crystals.
At this moment, the two of them were gambling with their lives.
Just to protect Linley's last line of defense. Kiljun looked at the duo with some consternation.
Obviously, such a move was out of his expectation.
He knew exactly what the duo usually had in mind.
However, at this moment, he was slightly confused.
Interesting. Since this is the case, how can I, as a big brother, drop the ball at a critical moment?
Raising his hands, the vastness of the darkness system's supernatural energy that was like a sea converged crazily. The power of the Saint Stage Supreme exploded at this moment.
Since we have to gamble, let's gamble together. Extreme painful torture. It was finally over.
After the stagnant water slowly seeped into the soil, Linley strongly supported his soft defeated body and stood up again.
It feels so good to be alive. The dark clouds dispersed, and everything in the world was revitalized.
The sun shines on the earth, birds fly in the wind. A beautiful rainbow came from the sky.
The scenery was suddenly delightful.
Linley looked dumbfounded.
Perhaps this is the true meaning of life. Bitterness and joy coexist.
Sorrow and joy stand side by side.
Life and death go hand in hand. Thinking back to the past, he, as a human, was very unappreciative of life. Time, perhaps, is better than wealth. You don't know when tomorrow will come. But you know that yesterday has become the past tense. Cherish your time.
One day has no two mornings, time does not come again. Aspirants cherish the shortness of the day, and sad people know the longness of the night.
Perhaps you will now think, I still have a lot of time to squander, there is still a lot of time to have fun. But when the years go by, you still have youth where?
Life when the bitter short, in time to have fun this is not wrong, can be unrestrained squandering, you will be shocked to find.
Yourself. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it. Hiss. How come it's getting hotter and hotter? Is it because of the runway?
No, it's because the sun is shining and the flowers are smiling at me.
The blazing sun, scorching the earth. Linley felt more and more hot and dry. The water gathered in the soil is rapidly evaporating. Not long after, the world turned into a steamer.
The green leaves on his body gradually lost their glorious color. The intense heat caused the air to begin to twist and distort.
Luckily, it wasn't far until the sun set. Linley clenched his teeth and suffered through. But to his surprise, the next day, the situation became even more terrifying. Chapter 161 Size does not fit all. Due to the lack of moisture and the warm sunlight. After a period of exposure to the sun, the delicate green leaves became wrinkled and yellowed. The fiery pain reminded Linley all the time. You're not dead yet. But, it's going to be worse than death. So hot. It hurts. Who can come to my rescue? Or just give me a good time?
Linley's state at the moment was like a walker in the desert.
No water, no food. Only endless dryness, endless burning.
There was not a shred of hope in sight.
Time passes by. Years of suffering day by day. The ravages of the wind, the rain, the scorching sun. The endless suffering gradually made Linley begin to become numb.
I don't know how long it took.
Linley seemed to have awakened.
Turns out, there is no such thing as the ultimate enjoyment and eternal comfort in this world. Life, simple, but heavy.
You really can't look at things on the surface.
In fact, behind all the beautiful scenery, are dependent on the figure of martyrdom.
Thinking back to the time when I was a human being.
The pain, sorrow, and grief that he experienced.
That was nothing.
Compared to now, the past was heaven.
Rumble. Is it thundering? It seems that.
A new storm has arisen, but I'm still stagnating.
Boom. That sound seems a bit off, doesn't it?
Linley tilted his head and realized that the sky was still clear. There were no cumulus clouds, and there was no storm descending.
What's going on? Then where did that rumbling sound just come from? Rumble. Linley.
Wake up quickly. A familiar voice loomed, and Linley's entire body froze.
Brother June?
June, quickly save me, I can't wake up. Until this moment, the truth of the matter was considered to have surfaced completely.
The truth of the matter is that I am not dead.
I didn't die, nor did I reincarnate into a grass.
Instead, his spiritual energy was trapped in a special space.
It wasn't much different from the situation at the time of the Great Clock. But the problem was that he had lost control of his powers, thus being passive and suffering a lot of torture and pain.
Linley. Concentrate, I'm going to unleash the strongest blow. Kill June shouted loudly with great urgency.
Linley heard this and hurriedly threw away all distractions, concentrating on guarding his mind.
Boom. Ka-ching. Ka-ching. Boom.
Accompanied by the last booming sound shook the sky and the earth.
Space rapidly cracked and the earth couldn't stop trembling.
In the end, this space where Linley was really still unable to withstand it, thus shattering apart. Endless white awns shrouded the field of vision, and a strong sense of weightlessness assaulted his entire body.
Linley knew that he. Finally home. Gonzi, how are you doing, Gonzi? Linley.
If you don't wake up, this young lady is going to hiccup.
Two familiar voices surrounded his ears.
Linley's consciousness gradually returned, and the familiar foreign energy in his body, as well as the wind and inflammation foreign energy that was constantly supplied from the outside, caused him to feel instantly comfortable.
Opening his eyes. Yu Yueka's extremely pale face really startled Linley.
Then he looked at Jiang Sheng on his right.
The same was true. I'm fine, you two quickly withdraw your powers.
Clamping down on the wrists of the two men, he forcefully blocked the supply of alien energy. If this continued, before he could do anything,
these two people couldn't support themselves and collapsed first. I drop a motherloo, you this big asshole finally woke up.
You can stop the circulation supply of foreign energy in his body, instantly losing strength, sitting on the ground with his butt.
Jiang Sheng's situation was no better.
He was already in a demonized state, and even though his physique and realm were much stronger than Yu Yueka's, his behavior had once again deepened the instability of his supernatural energy. Seeing this, Linley also did not ink, directly from the spatial ring pulled out a large handful of pills.
One person took a bottle and began to get madly high. How long have I been unconscious? Not long, just a day and a night. A day and a night? Why do I feel like hundreds of years have passed?
Linley looked around somewhat confused. The original scene of starlight filling the sky was gone at this moment. Inside the empty huge stone room, only a few splashes of colorful foreign energy remained hovering above his head. And Kill June is floating there at the moment, studying something about it with interest.
That sentence should be for the two of us to say, right? Dozens of fey crystals. Dozens of elemental crystals, do you know how hard it is to keep absorbing, supplying? How unbearable is that taste? I'm throwing up. Gestational vomiting?
Jiang Sheng, Linley looked at Yu Yueka in surprise.
When did this happen? Idiot, I'm just describing it. Gonzi, what's going on? Why did you lose your essence soul?
Linley's brows were furrowed, and as soon as he recalled the things he had just experienced, he couldn't stop his sweaty hairs from standing up.
I had a very, very long dream, 10 years? 100 years? Or 1,000 years? I can't remember, because day after day, year after year, spring, summer, fall, winter, and the seasons change. In that world, I became a little grass, a humble creature with no hope of life, no ability to act, and even less right to make my own choices. The wind tore my body apart, the rainstorm drowned my breath, the hot sun burned my soul, and the cold winter extinguished my consciousness. During this period, I had reflected inside all the time. Why, in folklore, there are just 18 layers of hell in existence. It is because the cruelest fiery prisons fill the earth, and the deepest evil sufferings are experienced in ourselves. I have despaired deeply, and I have wept wanly. Perhaps this experience was a good thing for me. It has taught me to cherish what is in front of me, whether it be loved ones, friends, or what have you. Being peaceful, perhaps. It's also quite good. Lin Li's words made Ju Yueka and Jiang Shang cloudy. The heart said that this child wouldn't have been tortured silly, right? Then so. You don't intend to fulfill the ideals and ambitions of unifying the divine state? Of course I want to accomplish it. One size does not fit all. Besides, uniting the divine continent is not my ideal or ambition. It's simply for my family, for myself, and in order for the people around me to have a future life full of hope and beauty. What's the difference between a person without ideals and a salted fish? In life, you have to learn how to enjoy yourself in the midst of bitterness, don't you think so, little girl? Hooking up Yu Yueka's delicate little chin. The girl has never lost her chain when it comes to the critical moment.